in the 1980s, when food was scarce, you, a complete good-for-nothing, could have big fish and meat every day. Strangely, the villagers not only did not envy you but even wanted to drive you out of the village. But all of this was stopped by your elder brother, who spent all his savings to pull strings to find you a job. However, your lazy nature got you fired from the factory, and in the end, it caused your brother to fall off a cliff, leading to a feud between you and your sister-in-law's family. In the following decades, you were deeply mired in regret and self-blame, ultimately leading to a brain hemorrhage from straining too hard while using the toilet, ending your lonely life. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn in the winter of the year you were fired from the factory. When you heard your brother and sister-in-law arguing again, you couldn't help but wet yourself, because there was still time to change everything. But just after your nephew Li Chang said he wanted to eat meat, the voices of your brother and sister-in-law also stopped. You sighed, feeling the temperature in the room, and couldn't help but recall how in your previous life you often took things from your brother and sister-in-law's house to help others, truly a victim of your own generosity. As you secretly vowed in your heart not to do this again, hurried footsteps came from the yard, and then someone knocked on the door. You heard the sound and opened the door, and upon seeing the person in front of you, you instantly became alert. Sure enough, the other party immediately asked to borrow money, claiming it was because he had no money to buy things for a blind date tomorrow, as if lending him money was a matter of course. In your previous life, you had given him more than 10 yuan to appear generous, but he never paid it back before you died. While you were contemplating, he skillfully tried to rummage through your pockets, but you slapped his hand away. Guillermo was taken aback for a moment, then blushed and asked, "Can you lend me some money?" "Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back." You couldn't help but say loudly, "It's true that I earn a salary, and I live at my brother and sister-in-law's house. Shouldn't I pay them some money? Besides, if you're in trouble, why don't you go to your brother? I'm not your real brother." After this merciless outburst, Guillermo was completely stunned, and then he said a few harsh words before slamming the door and leaving. But he silently counted 1, 2, 3 in his heart. In the past, whenever he got angry, you would usually come out within 10 counts, wearing a smile to appease him. He knew you were a very vain person, but today you counted to 50 without seeing you come out, so he had to leave first. But you knew that he would announce your dismissal tomorrow, and upon hearing the news, Wu Shufan would come to you to ask for a breakup. Little did he know, all of this was within your expectations. In your previous life, this incident had such a huge impact on you that in the end, your elder brother fell off the cliff to save you. At this moment, the couple Li Jianguo and his wife exchanged glances, and they couldn't figure out how Li Long had changed so much. Liang Yuma speculated, the incident with the food factory getting him fired must have changed him. Just as she was saying this, the door to the east room opened, and the two immediately fell silent. The door to the west room was pushed open, and you walked in, then took out 10 yuan and handed it to Liang Yuma, saying, "Sister-in-law, I came back unexpectedly, and there probably isn't enough firewood at home. Use this money to buy some charcoal. I'll go find some firewood in the next couple of days, so don't worry." However, Li Jianguo firmly refused to accept it. After all, in this winter with temperatures below -30 degrees, where could they find firewood? Liang Yuma actually doesn't have much of an opinion about you. She is quite satisfied with your younger brother's attitude. But you still stuffed money into Liang Yume's hands and sincerely said to them, "I now realize that what I did in the past was wrong, and I want to contribute to this family." After saying that, you turned around and went back to your room. At this moment, you let out a sigh, feeling that you have at least taken the first step. But you weren't happy about it because, including yourself, it would be very difficult for everyone to make it to spring with the current rations. When you were still blaming yourself, suddenly the door rang. Looking up, you saw your 5-year-old nephew Li Chang pushing the door open. He came to find you to play because he knew you were back. You felt a bit ashamed. Not only did you not bring anything for your brother and sister-in-law, but you also didn't buy any gifts for your niece Li Wan and nephew Li Chang. To avoid disappointing him, you rummaged through your bag and only took out a box of glutinous rice paper. This glutinous rice paper is something you brought out from the food factory. It's very common in the food factory, but you can hardly see it in the village these days. You placed the glutinous rice paper in his hand and said to him, "Don't move. Watch closely. This paper will start moving soon." Li Chang was very obedient. His hand stretched out straight, motionless, his eyes fixed on the paper. Sure enough, the glutinous rice paper began to move, slowly curling up. "Uncle, it's moving!" Li Chang exclaimed excitedly, his voice very loud. After a while, Li Wan also pushed the door in, but she looked at you with a wary expression. In her impression, you had never done any work. While all the chores at home were left for her to do, you knew that explaining was useless, so you simply placed one in her hand as well. Li Wan didn't refuse. but she also didn't say anything, watching the glutinous rice paper in her hand move, and she was quite surprised. Li Chang directly asked, "Why does it move?" You smiled and began to explain. "Because this thing is very sensitive to temperature, it will shrink when it's hot in the room, and it can also be eaten." Upon hearing this, Li Chang's eyes lit up, and then he bent down and licked it, saying, "Uncle, I want to eat meat." You were a bit surprised, glanced at Li Wan, and asked the question in your heart, "Didn't you kill any pigs at home this year?" "I remember that my brother and sister-in-law had a pig, although they haven't implemented the household contract system yet. Every family is still allowed to raise pigs, just not too many." But Li Wan didn't say anything, just stared at the almost melted glutinous rice paper in silence. Li Chang hurriedly said, "Uncle, the pig at home is a superstitious pig. We can't eat it. We buried it." Upon hearing this, you suddenly realized that you hadn't really eaten meat this winter. At this moment, you happened to see a hint of guilt on Li Wan's face, because after school, Li Wan would go to the field to mix some chaff with pig feed and cook it for the pigs. She might feel that her family's pigs have become superstitious pigs, and a big reason for that is caused by herself. 1. Don't overthink it. There are many reasons for superstitious pigs. It could be that a bird dropped some droppings in the pig pen, and the pigs got infected by rooting around. You comfort her. "Uncle, is that true?" This is the first time Li Wan speaks, but you can clearly see the sparkling light in her eyes, indicating that this niece has been under a lot of pressure secretly. "Of course it's true. Your uncle and I just came back from Wuchang, and I have worked in a food factory. These things have all been discussed by the experts in the factory." Li Wan felt much more relaxed all of a sudden. After you understood Li Wan's thoughts, you continued to comfort her. "Tomorrow I will go smash the ice hole to catch fish. I guarantee we will have plenty of fish to eat for the new year." But Li Chang quietly said, "I want to eat today." At this moment, Li Wan's impression of you changed significantly, and she scolded her brother, "What are you thinking about? It's almost dark. Hurry back and get ready for bed." You looked outside and smiled at Li Wan and Li Chang, saying, "Wait a moment. I'll catch a few old sparrows for you to roast and eat." Li Chang excitedly sniffed, determined to go along. You held the net and, using your experience from a past life, caught quite a few old sparrows. Li Wan's impression of you has changed again. When the three of them returned to the yard again, Liang Yueme saw that both children's pant legs were covered in snow and scolded. "Where have you been running off to? You're all covered in snow. Aren't you cold? Hurry up and go inside to change your shoes." Li Chang stubbornly held up the old sparrow in his hand and said, "I want to eat meat." Without waiting for his sister-in-law to speak, you let them go change their shoes first and decided to handle it yourself. Liang Yueme complained a bit, but the look of satisfaction on her face couldn't be hidden. After you had roasted the old sparrows, Li Chang couldn't wait to try them. Looking at the old sparrows placed on the stove lid, Li Chang was about to drool, and even Li Wan couldn't help but swallow, staring at the old sparrows on the stove lid without blinking. But you didn't give it to them right away. Instead, you let Li Wan give it to mom and dad to eat first. She carefully took the plate, opened the door with one hand, and went to the west room holding the plate in the other hand. Li Chang was a bit confused, and you patiently explained to him, "Your parents work the hardest at home. Shouldn't they eat first?" Li Chang nodded heavily, and seeing this, you nodded in satisfaction, picked up an old sparrow, waited for it to cool a bit, and handed it to Li Chang. The whole family shared 10 old sparrows. Li Jiangbo and his wife each had one. You had 2, and the remaining 2 children each had 3. Watching Li Wan and Li Chang finish and still seem unsatisfied, you had a new idea after originally planning to rest. Since there was nothing to do and you had a flashlight on hand, you decided to take another trip out at night. However, this time you kept it quiet. After finishing the sparrows, you sent Li Wan and Li Chang to the west room to go to bed early, while you went back to your room to tidy up. Before long, you walked out of the yard carrying a bag of urea. At this moment, Liang Yueme quietly said to her husband, "Xiaolong has really changed. Although he was expelled, he seems to have grown up." Li Jiangbo actually felt quite gratified. He knew what his younger brother was like before, and now that Li Long is so sensible, Li Jiangbo even felt a bit unaccustomed to it. However, Liang Yueme couldn't help but feel a bit worried when she heard the sound of Li Long just leaving. As you walk, you recall the place where someone once caught a quacking chicken, actually with a try-it-out attitude. After walking for half an hour, you finally arrived, but you can't help feeling disappointed because the snow is too heavy, making it difficult to attract the quacking chicken. But you didn't give up. Instead, you shone the flashlight at each of the mounds of earth. Soon, Li Long realized that where the mound of earth near the plowed field was, the snow showed signs of having been raked over, revealing the dead grass and crop poles underneath. "There are doors." He continued on and soon realized that there was a single gray and black object lying in the snow ahead of him. Quack chicken. At a rough count, there were a dozen croaking chickens lying about. Some had closed their eyes, Others were attracted by the flashlight and were looking warily this way. Liren turned off his flashlight, closed his eyes and began to acclimatize. After a minute or so, he opened his eyes again and could barely see what was in front of him. Looking carefully over in the direction of the croaking chicken, he could barely make out the dark figure and took a step over to it. Less than a meter closer to the nearest quacker, Liren stopped, picked up the scribe net and slowly raised it. Slowly it buckled again. Before the croaking chicken could react, it was buckled in the plunge net. It flopped around just a bit before Laron reached down and pulled it out and put it in his urea pocket. This one is not small and weighs half a kilogram, topping a dozen old finches. Liren was happy. Two of the nearby croaking chickens stirred in alarm, but ultimately didn't leave without shedding the warmth of their little nests beneath their bellies. Then these two were also given a net to pounce on by Liren and put into urea bags. Then one of the quacking chickens flew away. The other croaking chickens also started to move. Li Long immediately swung his plunge net and pounced over. If you are slow at this time, there will be nothing. Two more quackers were hit in quick succession before the others fluttered away as an afterthought. There were 5 in total. Li Long looked at the direction the croaking chickens flew away, and ultimately did not continue to chase after them. The snow was too thick, and with no food in his stomach, he had no energy. For just a moment of strenuous action, he was sweating profusely. Now as soon as he stopped, the sweat turned cold again, and it felt awful. Liren knew he had to go back and soak his feet as soon as possible, or he was bound to be sick tomorrow. But with 5 quacking chickens in his hands, Liren was in as good a mood as a general who has won a battle. There's good food tomorrow. Chapter 6, Don't Want Me? Want my chicken? The next morning, when Li Long got up, he felt that the temperature in the house was already very low. He rubbed his hands and feet, put his clothes on in 3 tries, walked to the stove, poked with the fire hook, and found that the fire in the stove had gone out long ago. I was so tired when I got back last night that I didn't refill the coal from the coal shed, and now I have to reset the fire. Pushing the door out, Li Long rubbed his hands together, trotted over to the coal shed, pulled a few reeds to start the fire, grabbed a handful of bracked cores, and hurried back to the house with 2 pieces of split firewood. Just for a moment, the ears had frozen red, opened the stove door, cleaned out the ashes inside with a fire hook, put in the reeds, laid out the corn cobs, put in the chopped wood, put on the stove lid, took out his own kerosene lighter, stooped down to light the hairs of the reeds that had been set aside for this purpose through the door, and, seeing that the fire was burning, closed the door. He was gathering ashes from the stove when the door was pushed open and Li Chang came in rubbing his hands together. Uncle, my mom is calling you over to wash your face and get ready for dinner. What rice? Liren asked as he was gathering ashes from the stove. Pod noodle paste, pickles, pod noodle cakes, and yes, steamed buns. Li Chang's eyes lit up. Pretty good, Liren said with a smile. Not good. I still want to eat meat. Li Chang whispered. My sister won tea, let me say it. In fact, I know that she also wants to. Then let's eat meat at noon. Li Long carried the ashes of the stove and a dustpan out the door, saying as he walked, okay, good. Uncle, what meat to eat? Li Chang tilted his head and asked with bright eyes. Still eating old bird meat? That one is delicious. Just too little meat. Quacking chicken. Li Long touched Li Chang's head and said, there's no rush. Eat breakfast first. What's a quacking chicken? The chickens in the house my mom won't let me slaughter, so they'll lay eggs next year. Not from home. Li Long went out and dumped the ashes from the stove. The dustpan was placed at the door, and led Li Chang into the west room. The steam from cooking in boiling water made the outer kitchen a little damp. Liang Yueme was frying pickled vegetables, and when she saw Li Long come in, she said while stirring, Xiao Long, wash your face and get ready to eat. Good. Li Long answered and went to the corner basin stand. Seeing that it was filled with changed fresh water, he hurriedly washed himself. Li Chang had run into his and Li Wan's room and said loudly to his sister, Sis, Uncle says we're having quacked chicken for lunch. What? Li Wan was packing up her and Li Chang's pillow quilts and didn't hear. But outside, Li Jianguo heard it and reprimanded. What's with the quacked chicken? Where can I catch a chicken now? Li Chang was a little aggravated and walked over to Li Jianguo and said stubbornly, it was my uncle who said quacked chicken for lunch. Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme both looked at Li Long. I caught a couple last night. Liren pointed outside. Put them in the snow. Plan to pluck and clean them up after breakfast later. How many? Li Jianguo faced surprised. His own brother, what color he knows very well. Don't say catch croaked chicken. Is the family slaughter chicken? He did not come forward to help a hand. This is what possessed. 5. Li Long stretched out his hand somewhat proudly and gestured with 5 fingers. Go check it out. Li Jianguo was a bit unconvinced. I'm going to see it too. Li Chang shouted, then followed behind Li Long. Li Wan didn't say anything, but followed. Liang Yueme also wanted to follow, but there were dishes in the pot, so she had to listen to the movement. Liren walked over to the snowdrift at the heel of the yard wall and used the wooden shovel he had been shoveling with to uncover the snow crust, peeling it back twice to reveal the quacking chickens put together inside. 1, 2, 3, 5. Sis, there are really 5. Li Chang watched as Li Long laid out the quacking chickens one by one and happily counted them. Alright, don't say it. Li Jianguo glared at him and whispered to Li Long. Where did you catch it? Little dragon? The ground is there. Li Long pointed to the east and was about to say the details of the place when footsteps and barking dogs came from outside. It was too late for Liren to try and put the quacking chicken up as quickly as possible. A girl appeared at the gate. Liren looked away and didn't say anything. Li smiled and initiated a greeting. Sufan's here. Ha! Wu Shufan didn't expect the two Li Jianguo Li Long brothers, plus the 2 children to be outside the house, and froze for a moment. When he saw those croaking chickens at Li Long's feet again, his mouth couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. I had just thought about what I was going to say for a while on the road, but I couldn't say it at this point. Hearing Li Jianguo's greeting, Wu Shufan's expression was slightly flustered as she didn't know what to say. Looking at the quacking chicken, Wu Shufan thought to herself that if she mentioned breaking up, it could actually be okay to be a day or two late. To tell the truth, Wu Shufan is still quite beautiful, although now wearing a big flower cotton jacket, but the cotton pants obviously changed the slim. Feet are also the fashionable cotton rubber shoes. Head wrapped in the flower headscarf is also very fashionable. Li Long at that time is also on this beautiful face, as well as will dress up her. It's just a pity that I didn't see behind this pretty face at the time that it was the mind of a man who sees the opposite of what he wants to see and dislikes the poor and the rich. Seeing Wu Shufan staring closely at the quacking chicken and thinking that it was his brother's object, Li said with a smile. That, Shufan look, this quacking chicken was caught by Xiaolong yesterday. How about, big brother? Li Long knew what Li Jianguo was thinking as soon as he heard it and immediately opened his mouth to interrupt him, glancing at Wu Shufan before continuing. Big brother, wait for me to ask a few questions. Li Jianguo knows that Li Long and Wu Shufan too talk about the object. His own brother is in a weak position. After all, Wu Shufan good looking, the pursuit of a lot of people. Now that his brother suddenly took the initiative, he felt quite good and said, you ask. Then he turned his head to Li Wan and Li Chang. You two get in the house. Then he himself turned his head toward the house. It's better to listen less to the 2 people who are talking. But Li Long didn't care if others were there or not. He directly asked Wu Shufan, did you hear from Gu'er Mao that I was expelled? So you came over to break up with me? What? Break up? Li Jianguo violently stopped his footsteps, turned his head to look at Li Long with some surprise, and then looked at Wu Shufan. Wu Shufan didn't expect Li Long to be the first to bring up the topic, and she was instantly caught in a passive position. But a breakup is definitely a breakup. She was worried that Li Long would say something bad, so she hurriedly opened her mouth. Yes, split it. You have been expelled. Certainly did not do anything good. Let's talk about the object. Itself is you chasing me. I was also think you heart sincere, promising. Just did not think that you have such a bad character. Expelled but the impact of a lifetime of things. I do not want to be implicated in the future. Having said that, Wu Shufan didn't continue. She knew Li Long's temperament, vanity, and good face. Let's just split up. It's just a pity about the quacking chicken. If they hadn't broken up, Li Long would have specified that he would have given himself 2 or even 3 chickens. Maybe he'll just give himself a chicken too in order to redeem himself? Do you want it for yourself? Li Long knew what the girl was thinking just by looking at her expression. You want to break up with me? You want to eat my chicken? No way. Chapter 7, Going to the Mountains? Don't you want to die? Then let's break up, Li Long said. I won't drag you down. And you can also say to the public that the 2 of us broke up and don't have a relationship anymore. Li Long's expression was very calm, which made Wu Shufan feel puzzled and surprised. She had a surprised expression on her face. This was too unlike Li Long's character. According to Li Long's temperament, shouldn't he be pestering himself and begging himself not to break up? What's going on? Did he go to Uptown with someone new this time? When they came back to meet last month, Wu Shufan remembers that she only slightly expressed her dissatisfaction at not seeing her for such a long time. And Li Long immediately shelled out his salary to go to the commune's marketplace to buy a head flower to coax himself. How come this time? He's acting so flat? But Wu Shuhua also has self-respect. She heard Li Long say so, although some of her heart cannot figure it out. But in front of Li Jianguo and Li Wan, Li Chang's face, it is impossible for her to go to say no points with Li Long. So Wu Shufan resisted not to look at that quacking chicken and said to Li Long with a serious face, then let's break up. And don't you ever tell anyone you're my date again. With that, he turned his head and headed out the door, taking big steps and quickly disappearing behind the house. Xiaolong, is everything alright? Li Jianguo looked at Li Long, feeling that there was something strange about his brother today. It's okay, big brother. We've got to put the croaked chicken in the house so we can pluck the feathers when it melts. Okay. Li Jianguo couldn't be bothered to ask more questions and carried the croaked chicken into the house with Li Long. Li Chang and Li Wan, 2 ears frozen red, rubbing vigorously. They do not have any feelings about the younger uncle and other people to break up. But just look at the quacking chicken's eyes are still very excited. There really are 5 of them. Liang Yuanmei was also happy. The domesticated pig had become a superstitious pig. And this winter was not a good one. Now that Uncle Junior had caught quacking chickens, not that it would solve much of the problem, but at least his son and daughter would be able to eat meat. It's really rare to get a meat meal these days. Well, there were about a dozen, actually, but after catching 5, the others were startled. Li Long said, it was too late in the day to chase them once they were startled. 5 is quite a lot. Li Jianguo said, it's hard to catch quacked chickens with so much snow. There aren't many families on our team that have eaten it, so we'll make it for lunch today. How many to make? Liang Yuanmei served the savory dishes in the pot, and after taking the pot off the stove, she wiped the pot with a good corn tortilla and wiped the inside clean. The corn tortillas sticky with vegetable oil and salted vegetable crumbs were made to be split in half by Liang Yuanmei, and 1/2 each by Li Wan and Li Chang, and the 2 of them ate them with one hand following the corn crumbs and the other holding them in their hands, though their eyes were still on the quacking chickens. Li Jianguo's gaze went to Li Long. The croaked chicken was caught by Li Long. He had the most say. Make 2. Li Long thought about it and said, pack up 2 and take them to her grandpa's place, and keep the remaining 1 as a spare. Brother, sister-in-law, what do you think? The 2 people, Li Jianguo and Liang Yuanmei, looked at each other and both saw the surprise in the other's gaze. Li Wan's grandfather is the grandfather, Liang Yuanmei's father, Li Jianguo's old husband's family. In the past, Li Long would never think of the Liang family when he had something good to do. Is this completely grown up? Li Jianguo then linked back to what Li Long and Wu Shufan had said earlier and thought it was too unbelievable. That's it then. He said, we'll pack up after dinner later. When the meal was served, Li Long waited for Li Jianguo to sit down and take his chopsticks. It's a savory dish that he's really been wanting for a long time. In his last life until his elder brother Li Jianguo's unexpected death, he ate at his brother and sister-in-law's house, and pickles in winter were essential, even if the days later became richer. A jar of pickles was a must every winter. Only when Li Jianguo fell to his death because of Li Long, Liang Yuanmei regarded Li Long as an enemy and stopped letting him eat at home. Li Long wandered into his 40s before marrying a woman with children in a second marriage. 2 people partner life. That woman although also pickles, but the taste is far inferior to Liang Yuanmei pickles. Eating a large mouthful of salted vegetables on a steamed bun, Li Long had mixed feelings in his heart. Living a new life, he must live it to the fullest. He must also avoid a repeat of the tragedy of his last life. After dinner, Liang Yuanmei boiled water to scald the chicken feathers, while Li Chang and Li Wan picked the good-looking feathers from the quack chickens and prepared to collect them to tie the shuttlecock. These days, anyone who has some copper coins at home, most of the use of the shuttlecock to tie the shuttlecock. Watching the 2 people picking the good-looking chicken feathers, Li Long suddenly thought of his big brother said more than 10 years ago when he followed the production team tractor plowing, plowed out a temple money cellar, dug out a large pile of copper coins, and together with other people sold a few $100s. That's a few $100s in 6 years, when a kilogram of copper was only $1. And according to Li, there was a lot of copper at that time, but the vast majority of it had rusted to slag. When it gets warmer, go there sometime and maybe pick up some slack. There are no animal protection laws these days, and these money cellars that have been plowed are not protected, so it's a good idea to take a look. But it's for later. After all, 2 lives. Now Li Long eyes wide open. There are many treasures in the mountains. Antlers, deer whips, shellfish and so on. Not only the state-run pharmacy to collect, private people also have people to buy. The price is not low. And these days, every year, the base cadre militia training for 3 to 5 months. The gun is directly issued to the hand. In autumn, in order to protect the autumn, near the mountain villages and towns will also organize the militia to go to the mountains to concentrate on hunting wild boar once, with a gun in hand. The good things in the mountains, that is not a handful of it? In his last life, Li Long was solidly involved in the basic militia intensive training. In the 9 years before the gun was returned to the County Armed Forces Department, every year in the winter when the militia competition, Li Long's shooting results and the whole team are ranked. Not to say it's a marksman, but at least a boar is no problem. Thoughts drifted and he didn't come back to his senses until Li called out for him to hit the ground running and start peeling the croaked chicken. Quacker chicken looks quite big, but after removing the feathers and giblets, it's basically less than half a kilogram. The gizzards are left behind, as are the hearts and livers, which are the main ingredients for the fried chicken mince. Li Jianguo also specializes in stripping out the chicken inner gold. Quaking chicken also has that layer of yellow skin. After peeling it off and baking it on the firewall, when it is collected and crushed, it is a good medicine to cure children's bad spleen and stomach. 5 chickens were quickly packed. Liang Yueme took 2 chickens and put them on the board ready to chop. Li Jianguo will be 2 wrapped up and put outside on the freezer ready to wait for the time to bring to the Liang family. The remaining one is hanging to the idol house. Spare. After packing up, Li Long said to Li Jianguo, "Big brother, I plan to borrow the team's wagon tomorrow and go to the mountains to pull some wood back." "Don't go." Li Jianguo stared at him, very surprised by Li Long's words and somewhat resistant. "It's so cold now. The roads in the mountains are not always open, and the land is unfamiliar. How can you go? What can you do if you go? Don't pull on the wood. People lost in the mountains will be trouble," Li Long said in a chesty voice. "A colleague of mine in the food factory's home is in Kingshui commune. It's already on the side of a mountain there, and he came back with me, and this time I went to him and he took me into the mountains. I'll leave early and try to make it back the same day." Looking at Li Long's firm gaze, Li Jianguo hesitated. Chapter 8, Smashing Ice and Fishing for Fish to Give Away a Favor. Li Jianguo eventually agreed to Li Long's idea, but he was going to follow him. "No need, big brother. I can still pull a bit more if I go alone. The horses in our production team are not fat enough, so if we have one more person, we will be able to pull dozens of kilograms of wood." Li Jianguo was surprisingly speechless. "Then wait, I'll go borrow a horse later." Li Jianguo retreated. He always treated Li Long as a child and felt that he had to do everything himself to be more stable. Although this time he felt that Li Long had a point. It was always hard not to do something himself. Empty talk captain may not necessarily give to borrow. Li Long has a plan. "Big brother, you don't have to worry about this. I'll do it." "You do it? What do you do?" Li Jianguo felt that it was a bit unbelievable. This brother of his was like a different person now. How could he handle this kind of big event? How could he possibly do it well? "Little Long, do you think it's easy to borrow horses from the production team?" Li Jianguo asked Li Long. "There are only 3 wagons, 3 horses, and 2 donkeys in our team. You'll have to use a wagon to haul wood in the winter. That horse is the main force of our team plowing and pulling things. Next year, there is only 1 tractor, and it can't be wheeled over. You also know that empty words do not give a loan. It is difficult. You want to give the captain a quacked chicken? The croaked chicken can't be delivered. I'll get something else." Li Long stood up and said, "Brother, sister-in-law, you guys work on the noon meal first. I'll go out. If you get something in the afternoon, then do as I say. If you don't get it, then I'll see if I can get quacked chicken in the evening." Li Long went to the east room. Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme both looked at each other. I think Xiao Long's trip to the factory wasn't in vain. Liang Yueme was originally a bit distressed about the $50 she gave to others, but from yesterday to today, seeing the changes in Li Long, she felt that even if she lost her job, it was worth it. Raising her brother-in-law for her father-in-law, Liang Yueme didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, Li Jianguo was the boss, but it would be a waste to have a wolf that couldn't be fed, and she wasn't happy about it. In the past, when looking at Li Long, it felt like he was not fed well, but from last night to now, Liang Yueme was truly feeling the change in Li Long. "I know how to care for people. I know how to love my nieces and nephews, and I know how to share my big brother's worries. There is a sense of responsibility." Then Liang Yueme thinks that it is no big deal to raise an extra son. Li shook his head and said, "Let's see what he does first. If I can't, I'll go and open this mouth. And the big thing is that I'm going to go set quacking chickens with Bruce at night." The family raised a superstitious pig, and the family could not eat meat, which was also a heart problem for Li Jianguo. As soon as Li Long came back, he was still worried about burning charcoal. But now, looking at it, it's as if everything that's wrong doesn't seem to be a problem anymore. Li Jianguo also recalled that as long as his own brother understands, then all these problems can really be overcome. Why hadn't I thought of hauling wood to the mountains myself before? He didn't realize it was a matter of eyesight. Even if people in the village know that there is not enough charcoal in the fall, they will only think of going to the back of the village to dig up the red willow roots over there in Shao, and will not think of going to the mountains 20 kilometers away to pull the wind down the wood, except for a very few people who know the situation in the mountains. Other people do not know what the situation is in the mountains. So, they have an innate fear of the unknown and are reluctant to try it. And those who were willing to try it got rich early. Wu Shufan returned home, a bit soulful. Her mother, Wang Yuzhen, immediately asked when she saw her daughter in this state. "Shufan, that Li kid didn't agree to break up? Still planning to pester you?" "No, he agreed to split it." "That's good." Wang Yuzhen heard that the breakup went well. A smile appeared on her face. "Tomorrow Mom will let someone find you a job. We must find a worker and go to the city to eat royal food." That Li Long I see is not city life material. Really still back. Wang Yuzhen originally thought that her daughter would be happier if she broke up with Li Long, but looking at Wu Shufen's unhappy face, she asked with concern, Shufen, splitting up with him is a good thing. Why do you look unhappy? Wu Shufan couldn't help but say, when I went there, I saw his family plucking quack chickens. Mom, do you know how many quack chickens Laron caught yesterday? 5. She compared slaps. 5 of them. He didn't even think to give me one. We can still be friends even if we break up. And he would have given me one. No, 2 of those quack chickens before. And he didn't even leave me one. If Li Long were to hear Wu Shufen's words, he would immediately realize that fairies were not unique to the latter days. Some people are born to feel that the whole world has to favor him. Buy a meat sandwich. Strange boys do not pay all feel the other side under the head. Wang Yuzhen didn't think so much about it as she comforted Wu Shufen. Shufen, let's not think about the chicken. Li Long's brother's family has a superstitious pig, so they don't have any meat to eat. We've killed a pig at home, so Mom will give you fried meat for lunch. Even though that meat is meant to be eaten for almost a year, the meat with the fat has long since been boiled down and buried in lard. My daughter wants to eat it, so let's do it. Mom, I want meat, and I want quack chicken. Wang Yuzhen turned her head and shouted at Wu Laohan, who was lying on the bed napping. His father, Shufen wants quacking chicken. Why don't you go and catch it for her? Go balls. Where am I going to catch a quacker? I'm not going to go out in this snowy weather when I'm freezing my ass off. Wu Shufan pouted. Unhappy. Li Long into the east room. Found a cross-axe, pry bar, with fertilizer bags installed in the door. And then wear a cotton hat. Wear a coat. Feet on the felt socks. Stepped on the leather nest, this thing with a whole cowhide cut out. The edge of the perforated holes with a hole puncher. And then use cowhide rope to wear up. It's freezing hard in the winter. But with the felt socks it's better than cotton rubber shoes. He had to go to a small sea to cut ice for fish, and wearing cotton rubber shoes was not an option. There are several puddles near the village. Wherever there is living water these days, there are fish in it, mainly crucian carp, big slabs of crucian carp, house crucian carp, as well as carp, grass carp and chub. The small sea has existed for a long time. According to Li, the original when they came here from all over the country, the small sea existed. The fish in it did not extinct. A few years later, a big flood broke the dam of Xiahizi, which had been transformed into a reservoir, and the fish inside were washed downstream into the reed lake. The village's young and strong all brought homemade harpoons to fish for the fish, and the biggest fish Li Long had ever seen was nearly 1.5 meters long and weighed 20 to 30 kilograms. Since then there have been no big fish in the small sea. He estimates that the ice in the small sea now must be at least 30 to 40 centimeters thick. Want to chisel through the ice hole to fish is definitely a strength job, but if you want to be holy in front of people, you have to be prepared to suffer afterward. And nothing comes without a price. After leaving the door, Li Long went back to the shed to bring the plunge net with him. It takes at least an hour or two to chisel the ice holes, and usually the fish don't come immediately after the chiseling, so you need to wait a while. But now that the ice was frozen solid, there were plenty of fish in the small sea itself, and although some reeds had grown to provide a little oxygen to the fish underwater, there wasn't much, so he thought that maybe when the ice holes opened up, it was possible to wait for the fish later. The sound of Li Long opening the door startled Li Chang, or rather the little guy has been waiting for a long time. He ran out from the west room, saw Li Long armed, immediately yelled to follow him. You can't follow today, the snow is deep where I'm going, I can't take care of you. Li Long refused Li Chang and then carried his things towards the south of the village. In winter with this much snow, people usually just plow the village roads and then the roads leading to the countryside. And the road to the little sea was covered with snow so thick that a foot went down without reaching the knee. He was alone, slowly disappearing into the snow. Chapter 9, Smashing Ice also requires skill. Li Long was almost at the small sea when he heard someone calling out to him. He twisted his head to see that the visitor was Tao Daxiang from the village. Tao Daxiang is a big man in the village, a year younger than Li Long, a bit naive. The village young people do not take him to play. When Li Long first came to the village, he was on good terms with him, but later, after hanging out with Gu Ermo, he went with the flow and distanced himself from him. Just Tao Daxiang every time he sees Li Long or cheerfully greeted. Quite happy look. Still Li Long is a buddy. After the latter Tao Daxiang and the family contract responsibility system, the family's land by the father made the decision to give the brother planted. He did not have land to plant. He went to the mountains with those digging shellfish with the side business. At first also come back once or twice a year. And every time he came back to see Li Long. I'll also bring something every time I see Laron. But then later, it will not come back for years. And then later Li Long just heard his family say Tao Daxiang in the mountains to become a family. And then by the wild boar to arch broken legs. And then no news. This was an honest child. And Li Long felt that in his last life, He had been really sorry for the other's sincerity. Da-Chiang, what are you doing here? I heard you were back and came over to play with you in the morning. As a result, your family said that you came to Shanghai to catch fish. Tao Da-Chiang panted and walked to Li Long, took the bag in his hand and said, "Give me the bag. You're not as good at this as me when you're a laborer." Li Long laughed as he whacked Tao Da-Chiang and said, "That's fine. We'll split the fish when we catch it." Had ha. Tao Da-Chiang laughed. With company, it was a little easier to head towards the small sea. "Look, there are rabbit footprints, and quite a few of them," Tao Da-Chiang said as he pointed to the prince in the red willow bush next to him. "Get some fine wire if you can, and lay some lasso, you might be able to get it." Li Long looked at the footprints which were quite fresh and said, "You know how to play?" Tao Da-Chiang gave Li Long a somewhat surprised look. "When I was in the factory, there was a workmate who was from the side of the Clearwater River. They have many hunters there, and told me about it." Li Long was now lying without a red face. "Try it when you have time." There was no pork in the house, so if you wanted to eat meat, you had to find your own way. The good thing is that there are more wild animals out there now, and the vast majority of people in the village are farmers. At this time to engage in these is not like the latter days on the phone. There are a variety of videos can teach. Even if they're and Li Long the same mindset of the people, most are only beginning to grope, so there are plenty of opportunities. When they arrived at the small sea, Li Long chose a large area of flat ice near the reeds, and Tao Da-Chiang first cleared the snow out of the ice. This was mostly Tao Da-Chiang's doing, and he cleared the snow away before asking, "Why did you pick this place, Lun?" "Because we are mainly carp and crucian carp and such in this water. These fish are timid and grass-loving, so if it is cold in the winter, they mainly just cuddle up by the reeds to keep warm. So that's how it is." Tao Da-Chiang came to a realization. Looking like he had grown in knowledge, Liren grinned and began to take the crowbar, smashing it down on the chosen spot. The ice was so solidly frozen that the rebar crowbar pounded down a small crater less than the size of a fist, and the hand was still raw from the shock. "I'll do it." Tao Da-Chiang took the crossaxe, raised it above his head, and smashed it down hard against the small pit. Li Long saw that when he smashed solidly, his hand had a false grip and secretly nodded, so that at least he wouldn't shatter his hand. The crosspicks were so powerful that a plate-sized chunk of ice was plowed out in this one stroke. Instead, Li Long utilized this gap and pounded down another stick. "The two people just like this, you won and I won. Less than 10 minutes. Pulled out a half-meter square. Deep also has more than 20 centimeters pit too. Try the size." Li Long stopped, put down the crowbar to take the coping net and try it, and found that the mouth was still a little small. So Tao Da-Chiang took the crosspick and started to expand the pit. Just for a moment, heat was rising from both heads and sweat was visible on their faces. Li Long saw this situation, turned to go to the reed side, pick up others, cut off the hairy reeds. Do not want to hold a big hug to the clear out of the ice. From the pocket to take out a lighter to light a fire. Reeds were a good thing in these days. In winter, they were used to make reed mats and reed handles for building houses. The county paper mill also received bundles of reeds to make paper. The village is surrounded by 2 reed lakes, as well as a small sea also grows a lot of reeds, but in the winter has just come soon. Frozen on the ice can withstand people. The village will organize people to harvest, as a sideline income, but also be considered the end of the year to count an income. The reeds that grew high in the little sea were now cut, and only a few hairy reeds remained, which, not being material, were discarded. This is typical of the mountain eat mountain. This time will also seize every opportunity to earn money. Unlike later generations, reeds in addition to the Dragon Boat Festival leaves can wrap dumplings. The rest is not much use. The reeds are not harvested that year. In turn, will affect the growth of new reeds the following year. So before Li Long was reborn, the reed lakes all around the village had disappeared, and the stale reeds that had accumulated in the small sea year after year had made the new reeds no longer as lush as they had been. With the heat, the two men weren't worried about catching a cold or flu from sweating. But at this time of year a fire basically burns on the face and is penetratingly cold on the back, so they didn't have to stop for long before they grabbed their tools and kept going. In less than an hour, the ice hole was chiseled. Tao Da-Chiang couldn't wait to throw away the crossaxe, took the plunge net and bent down to fish in the water. The plunge net was picked up and turned out to be nothing but half a net of broken ice. Looking at Tao Da-Chiang's disappointed expression, Li Long said with a smile, "Don't be in a hurry. The ice has opened up a hole. You have to wait for the fish to have a reaction process." Tao Da-Chiang said sardonically, "Before this winter came, it was easy to eat fish. As it turns out, this time it's iced over and I haven't tasted meat in a long time." Li Long felt strange as he listened. Tao Da-Chiang's family also had pigs. How could he not eat meat? "Has your pig become a superstitious pig too?" He couldn't help but ask. "No, my family killed a pig. The meat let my dad sell half of it. Most of the rest is at my brother's house, and usually the family doesn't do it. and my mom says we'll eat it in the new year. Well, every family has its problems. Seeing Tao Daxiang bowing his head, Li Long hurriedly changed the topic and pointed to a place more than 10 meters away and said, "Let's make another hole there while we have time." "Okay, your call." This time it was cooked, and 40 minutes later, another ice hole was done. "De Chang, let's go and see if there are any fish in there in front of us," Li Long said as he carried the plunge net. "Good." Tao Daxiang followed Li Long to the previous hole with great anticipation. A thin layer of ice had now formed on this ice hole, and as Li Long first descended to the half-chiseled footsteps of the hole, and then gently broke through the thin ice with his fist, he saw the shadow of a fish flickering through the water. Slightly excited in his heart, some expectation, Li Long took the plunge net and slowly reached into the water, then held the net with both hands, bent over and slanted his body in the water to make a strong stir. Feeling something moving in the plunge net, Li Long immediately retracted it back, leaned his whole body against the ice behind him, and lifted the net up with force. "Fish, there's fish, big plank carp." Tao Daqian's voice changed tone. Chapter 10. There's nothing happier than a nice meal. This plunge net fished out 7 or 8 fish. There are crucian carp, as well as Li Long's very favorite dogfish and a 5-way blackfish. It weighs almost 3 or 4 kilograms. Liren dumped the fish on the ice, then spun around to change directions and fished another net. There were only 4 fish in this net, the heaviest being a carp of less than a kilogram. "I'll do it, I'll take a net," Tao Daqiang begged. "Okay, you do it." Li Long handed him the net and got on the ice himself. The fish that were just dumped out are now frozen on. Tao Daqiang received the net with an excited face, then went to the other ice hole and stepped on it. "De Chang, step on your feet well. This water can be deep, at least 2 or 3 meters. You won't be saved if you go down," Li Long reminded. "Always step well." "Got it." Tao Daqiang was originally ready to go down to plunge the net, but when he heard Li Long say this, his feet stomped hard again before bending down and sticking the net into the water. Li Long stretched out his hand close to the fire and roasted it, his eyes fixed on Tao Daqiang's side. The fire warms the chest, the wind chills the back. The good thing is that most of the mind is elsewhere, so Li Long did not feel bad for a while, only feel the hand hot for a while, then pumped a reed, began to fast frozen fish gills cover uncovered, and then used the reed as a rope to wear in, and then out of the mouth. 10 or so fish threaded into a string put together. "Wow!" Tao Daqiang violently lifted the net, then flung its contents onto the ice. Large and small pieces of broken ice with 5 or 6 fish. Those fish as soon as the shore desperately jumping, but jumped a few times and then lost their strength. The temperature on the ice is too low than the underwater temperature, and quickly frozen. Liren did as he was told and took another reed and threaded the fish through it. These fish are also more miscellaneous fish, the largest of which is a 5 black. This thing is the scientific name of red perch, carnivorous fish, very fierce. In front of this one nearly 3 kilograms, looking quite fat. The 5 black stew is garlic clove meat, very chewy. Li Long remembers that after 7 or 8 more years, the 5 black in this sea disappeared, along with the puppy fish, until 1 or 2 years ago before his death, when the water quality became better and then appeared again, happily scuttling the fish up. Li Long said to Tao Daqiang, "Daqiang is good. This 5 dozen black, you can sell it for at least $2 when you take it to the county." "Really?" Tao Daqiang had just stuck his plunge net into the water and was instantly shocked when he heard Li Long say this. "Can you really sell this much? At this time of the year, a kilogram of pork is only $1.06 or $7, a kilogram of mutton $1.02. In the summer, some people go to sell fish, but 2 or 3 cents a kilogram. Want less people? After all, this county is not a large population. The money to eat these river food is even less." "Of course," Li Long said with a smile. "Think about it, it's winter, it's almost New Year. Those city people want to eat fish and have to pay a higher price? Then, Brother Long, what do you say we catch fish and sell them in the county? We can make a lot of money." "That also suffers." Li Long shook his head. "It's more than 30 degrees below zero now, and we don't have a car, so by the time we get to the county, the fish will be frozen hard. Unless you can buy all the fish you want at once, waiting for people to come to buy them may take an hour or several hours, and the fish may not be sold out, but people may freeze." "I'm not afraid." Tao Daqiang was determined. "I'm just afraid of running out of money." Looking at Tao Daqiang's determined eyes, Li Long thought for a moment and said, "I'm going to the mountains tomorrow to haul wood, so we'll talk when I get back." Tao Daqiang want to catch fish and sell fish can only rely on themselves. After all, now not everyone can have a coping net. People in the production team come from all over the world. Some of them have never even eaten fish before. Even if there are fish jumping to their feet in the summer watering in the field, they do not know to pick up, because they take it back and do not know how to do it. It is true that some people in the Lust Plateau don't eat fish and don't know how to eat fish, as told in Liu Yao's The Ordinary World. As far as Li Long knew, no more than 5 of the 40 to 50 households in the whole team had a plunge net. The net that Li Long took was still a piece of broken fishing net that Li Jianguo had converted in the summer when he was doing odd jobs at the reservoir fishery in his spare time. There is a shortage of everything these days, and what sucks in the latter days is a treasure in this day and age. Going to the mountains to haul wood? Are you alone? Tao Daqiang asked. Well, I'm alone. Then I'll go with you. Tao Daqiang's eyes lit up. I haven't been out of our township yet. In the summer, the people from the village sideline group went into the mountains without me, thinking I was stupid. Then you have to wear thicker clothes. Li Long thought it was fine to bring Tao Daqiang along. He didn't let Li Jianguo go purely because he wanted to do something else, and it wouldn't be good for his big brother to follow him. But if he took Tao Daqiang with him, then naturally he would be the main one. As for taking a man to haul a few dozen kilograms less would big deal. One more trip. Once he delivers the fish to the captain's house tonight, will he not let himself use the wagon? Abacus played well. Li Long mood happy, Tao Daqiang also happy. 2 people in each guarded a different ice hole copied a few nets. A total of more than a dozen kilograms of fish to fish. Li Long feel tired and cannot stand it. They said to Tao Daqiang, Daqiang, quit, go back to eat. Brother Long, fish a few more nets. Tao Daqiang wasn't satisfied. I see fish in every net. Maybe there will be big ones later. No wonder the old man said that there is fire in the fish. As long as there is a harvest from catching fish, people do not know tiredness and cold. Just look at Tao Daqiang. This is definitely true. Can't wait any longer. Li Long flatly refused. Look at you. Your clothes are soaked through. If you stay any longer, you'll have to get seriously ill. Li Long's voice could not be doubted. And Tao Daqiang then put away the plunge net and climbed onto the ice. My ears are freezing off. Tao Daqiang got onto the ice. Only then did he feel the cold in the air. He covered his ears and jumped in place. I can barely feel my feet. Then you still don't want to come up? Li Long said while packing up the tools and fish. Quickly go to my house to roast the fire. By the way, you take the snow to rub your ears on the way. Don't really freeze. Many people in the latter days say that rubbing the ears with snow is not good and is wrong. But this is the only way to do it at this time in the wilderness. And if you bake the fire hard, your ears will blister and run with pus. And then it's really bad. It's fine. Just cover it for a bit. Tao Daqiang covered it again, then lifted up the 2 strings of fish and walked back with great strides. Tao Daqiang carrying more than 10 kilograms of fish in front of the trip snow. Li Long carrying tools in the back. The walk will be easier. Li Long knew it was Tao Daqiang's way of expressing his gratitude, and he took it. The sun had risen to its highest point, halfway to the south, and it was a little warm, but more from the chill in the air. It was 40 minutes later when the 2 ate and panted their way back to Li's house. Quickly into the house. Hearing the footsteps, Li Jianguo opened the door and came out. Seeing 2 people covered in ice shells, immediately greeted. Throw the things on the ground. First go to the fire to change clothes. There is a fire in the east room. You guys go over and change. Li Long and Tao Daqiang hurried into the east room, took off their coats, leaned against the firewall and roasted them, then took off their shoes. The leather sockets were frozen hard, and when I took them off they still had a layer of snow in them, and my feet had gone a little numb. There is a basin of water on the stove in the house. Li Long tried, felt the temperature is a little hot. He hurriedly ran out, shoveled some snow back and threw it into the basin, and when the snow melted, reached out and tried to feel the water is warm. So he brought the basin down and said to Tao Daqiang, here, soak your feet or you'll get frostbite tomorrow. It's a little weird to say that 2 grown men are soaking their feet in a tub, but who cares at this point? After soaking for a few minutes, feeling much better, Li Long wiped his feet and changed his cloth shoes, stretched his back, and said to Tao Daqiang, stay at my house for lunch, eat and rest. We'll go fishing once more. I guess there will be more fish then. Good. Tao Daqiang nodded vigorously. He had no tools, no access, and only a handful of strength. Now that Li Long was willing to take him, he was naturally willing. Chapter 11, Buying a Man for a Meal. After warming up for a while, Li Chang pushed the door open and wiped his nose. Uncle, my mom told me to call you guys for dinner. Okay, we'll go over right away. Li Long stood up, and Tao Daqiang followed Li Chang to the west room. As soon as I entered the house, I smelled a strong scent. On the 8th century table in the west house, a large pot of potato stew with croaked chicken was set out, with 6 bowls and 6 pairs of chopsticks. Li Long knows that sitting north to south is the seat of the head of the family Li Jianguo. Now he has sat on the Kong. See people come in. First greeted Tao Daqiang to sit on his right-hand side. There was no custom here of women and children not being at the table, and Liang Yueme quickly took Li Wan and Li Chang to sit down. You're exhausted. I see that the fish you caught are not small. Let's make fish soup at night. Liang Yueme was all smiles. In the cold winter months, the croaking chicken on the table now, and the thawing fish in the kitchen, all signaled that the food would be good for some days to come, and she was even more pleased that her brother-in-law had gotten on board and knew to get things into the house. After all, in this age of scarcity, the hardest thing to do is to be a housewife. Nowadays, to be able to eat chicken and fish is already a better meal than the New Year. Alright, eat, Li Jianguo said. Da Qiang, don't be polite, just eat. That's right, after we've eaten our fill, we still have to make a trip to Little Hai Zi. Li Long said. It's not easy to smash an ice hole. We can't waste it. What? More to go? Li asked. The ice we smashed has to be half a meter deep. Li Long said. There are a lot of fish in the sea. Wait for a while, there are more fish gathered there in the ice hole. Go back again in the afternoon. Maybe we can get more fish. Then I'll go along. Li Jianguo immediately said. Get more. Come back and freeze on to be able to eat until New Year's Eve. I want to go too. As soon as Li Chang heard that he was going to catch fish, he also wanted to follow. And Liang Yueme glared. Don't go. What are you going to do? Make trouble? Li Chang was unconvinced and lowered his head in aggravation again. Alright, eat, Li Jianguo said to Tao Daxiang as he picked up a piece of chicken leg and put it into Li Wan's bowl, and another piece into Li Chang's bowl. Da Chang, don't be polite, eat. After saying that, he looked at Li Long again, who hurriedly said, I'll do it myself. He said, chucking up a piece of potato. Tao Daxiang followed suit and picked up a piece of potato and ate it. This big pot of vegetables, mostly potatoes and less meat, mixed with a little bit of spicy skin, the flavor is quite good. The potatoes are grown in the family vegetable field and stored in the cellar in winter, and this stew is very sandy and flavorful. Because of the long simmering time, the meat of the croaked chicken came off the bone easily, and everyone ate so intently that bones were soon piled up on the table. Da Chang, eat some meat. Seeing Tao Daxiang just lowering his head and pulling potatoes into his mouth, Li Long said, there's still meat. That's right, Da Chang, don't pretend to be fake. Liang Yueme said, we have to go net fish later. Now eat more. Eat meat. Brother Da Chang, eat meat. Li Chang also said like an adult. Ha ha ha. Li Long smiled. Li Chang was very powerful. Soon, a pot of vegetables is about to reach the bottom. There is still less than half a pot of soup below. Liang Yueme went down a strainer of broad noodles and poured it into the pot. Li Jianguo mixed it and said, eat, this noodle can be flavorful. This meal to a pot of vegetables with a strainer of noodles eaten clean. And finally each person to drink a bowl of soup to melt a food. Li Long is not want to move at all. Uncle, it's so delicious. Can you catch quacking chickens again in a couple days? Try. It's not always possible to catch it. Li Long didn't dare to guarantee it. He believed that the matter of him catching the croaking chicken had definitely spread all over the village through Wu Shufan's mouth. There is a harvest. Naturally someone will move. Follow the footprints to find the place. Go at night there is still no. Really do not dare to guarantee. It's good to have fish without quacking chickens. Li Wan interjected. I just looked. That big slab of crucian carp can be beautiful. I 2 palms so wide. Fat on the belly. At first glance is delicious. As she spoke, Li Wan's eyes were bright and serious. That's right. Quacking chicken is not guaranteed. Fish will definitely not be missing. Li Long stood up and helped Liang Yueme clean up the dishes, making Liang Yueme feel that her little uncle had really changed. Such a thing would have been impossible for him to do before. After resting for half an hour, Li Long went back to the house to see that his clothes were almost baked dry, so he gave his elder brother Li Jianguo that he had better go now. Li Jianguo was also almost ready, so he dressed and went out. Take 2 fertilizer bags or the fish won't hold well, Liren reminded. The ice holes may be frozen in a thin layer that a shovel can smash through. That's fine. Li Jianguo got his tools ready, then followed Li Long and Tao Daxiang and headed for the small sea. Liang Yueme watched the 3 of them leave, then brought Li Wan and Li Chang to pack up the fish. All the fish were put into an oval washing basin. Li Wan scraped the scales, Li Chang helped to pick the gills, and Liang Yueme took the scissors to peel them. When the belly of the first large plankton carp was cut open, she smiled when she saw that sure enough the fish was fat there in the belly. That's so nice. Thinking about the smile on her husband's face when he followed Li Long and the others, Liang Yueme felt a little amused. If she understands it, she should realize that this is called men are teenagers until they die. For such things as catching fish and shrimp, 18-year-old men and 80-year-old men usually have the same interest. Tao Daxiang once again took the lead and opened the way in front. After 2 trips, the knee-deep snow had been tripped out of a narrow path, and it wasn't so difficult to walk again. 20 minutes or so later, the 3 men arrived at the location of the ice hole. Sure enough, the original water surface has been frozen on a thin layer of ice. Tao Daqian with a shovel threw a few times to smash the ice, and then used the net to get rid of the broken ice. When the first to go down, stood well after the beginning of the copy fish. Liren wasn't idle either. He gathered another pile of hairy reeds and began to light a fire. The first net came out. 3 or 4 fish followed the broken ice together by Tao Daqian poured on the ice. Are more than 1 kilogram of carp and grass carp. Li Jianguo hurriedly picked up the fish into the urea bag. While picking up from time to look toward Tao Daqian's side, he was a little desperate to try a net. The second net came out. A black whirling thing followed by 3 or 4 fish were poured out. Li Jianguo looked shocked. Li Long's eyes were sharp, and after seeing this thing, he said with great joy, "Big brother, it's a water rat. Shoot it." Water rats? What's a water rat? Although Li didn't understand what it was, he didn't react slowly, copied the shovel and ruthlessly slapped the slow-moving guy on the ice. The whole front of the thing was like a large rat, not much smaller than a rabbit, but the tail was very strange, hard, hairless, and like a flat stick standing up. Though slow-moving, the 2 big teeth in this guy's mouth were anything but, and being pinned down, he had to cackle and gnaw at the ice, quickly chewing out a crater. Li hurriedly slapped the thing 2 more times. He looked to Liren to hear how his brother would explain this stuff. Chapter 12, Li Long has made a name for himself. This guy is a water rat. The official name is muskrat. Li Long explained. Also called green root sable, the skin is very valuable. This one, at least can be sold for $5. $5? Upon hearing that a piece of this water rat skin could be sold for $5, both Li Jianguo and Tao Daqian's eyes lit up. At the present stage, in the production team, the money at the end of the year is 8 cents for a job. A better production team with a little side work can get 12 cents, and that's the top of the list. $5. How many jobs do you have to do to earn that? These days, because of the large plot of land in the northern border and the amount of food grown, it is possible to make a living anyhow, but it is not easy to earn money. Meat is still mainly eaten on domesticated pigs. For money, there is basically none. Li Long remembers last year's production team at the end of the year when the accounts, Li Jianguo's family last balance of 12.8, which is still considered to be a relatively affluent family in the team. Nearly half of the farmers are owed money by the production team. When work credits are not worth much, it is more difficult to earn money. In the summer, the production team has a sideline team that goes to the mountains to dig up shellfish and ginseng, but that stuff requires skill. Ordinary people go over there and can't dig up much in a day. And even though the work credits are more than those of ordinary people, it's also tiring. De Chang, quickly fish it out and see if there's any more. Li Jianguo immediately said. Tao Daqiang also reacted and immediately bent down to dig into the ice hole. In order to get as much range as possible, Tao Daqiang stretched out his arms and made a semicircle on the bottom of the ice with the plunge net before lifting it up. The net was heavy, and when he lifted it up, the icy water dribbled and pulled and wet his clothes. There are 7 or 8 fish in this net, adding up to nearly 20 kilograms, but no more water rats. If put earlier to see this fish he was still happy, but now this fish is not so fragrant. Tao Daqian was a little reluctant to dump the fish and then another net. This net only had 2 small fish. De Chang, come up here. I'll try the ice hole over there. Li Jianguo couldn't wait to say. You come up and roast the fire. Look at how wet your clothes are. The water rat managed to mobilize Li Jianguo and Tao Daqiang's motivation a little further up the ladder. It's hard to do anything without money these days, but Li Long wasn't optimistic. He was lucky to catch a water rat in the ice hole. Unlike a fish, this thing burrows underwater and has multiple exits, so there's no telling where in the reeds along the shore it might have a hole. The odds are that the fish were attracted to the swim and ended up in the net. Sure enough, Li Jianguo in the other ice hole 2 nets pulled out 7 or 8 fish, but did not see the trace of water rats. Big brother, Daqiang, there's no hurry now. Once this water rat comes out in a litter in the spring when the ice melts, it will be good to catch it then. Although Li was a bit reluctant, he knew that it would have to be this way. 3 people rotated with a plunge net to pull out the ice holes, until the sun is almost set, before determining to go back. Before going back, Li Long covered the ice hole with snow. Won't you still use it in a couple days? Tao Daqian was a little puzzled by his actions. If we don't cover it, the water will slowly overflow in a couple of days, and it will be a pain in the ass to smash then. Cover it with snow now, and when the time comes to shovel it off, the ice underneath won't be as thick. Tao Daqian thought that Li Long had a good point. 2 urea bags are filled most of the way, carrying more tired. Simply put the fish in the bag on the head of the shovel, using the shovel as a sled pulling. Save energy a lot. The fish really did have fire on it. I didn't feel it when I was fishing, but now when I was walking back, it felt like my whole body was icy, and there wasn't a hot breath anywhere on my deep body, and the bird was shrinking back. The 3 of them rushed to the Li family before the sun set. This side of Liang Yueme has already boiled a good fish soup with a silver carp. 3 people into the house first drank a bowl. Feel the body immediately warm over. Brother Jangwo, Brother Long, I'll go back first, Tao Daxiang said as he drank a bowl of fish soup. Let's dry the clothes first, or else we'll go back to your dad and he'll be sure to report it too. Can't talk about me, Tao Daxiang said seriously. I'll take a few fish back. He'll be happy. That's dry too. I'm leaving first thing in the morning. You'll have to dress thicker if you're coming with me. Li Long persuaded Tao Daxiang to drink another bowl of fish soup before carrying the fish back. Originally, Li Long's intention, that water rat is his net to come. It should be Tao Daxiang take away. But Tao Daxiang resolutely do not want to say that it is with the Li family's net. He can get the fish has been very thankful to the Li family. Originally, Li Long planned to divide the fish into 3 equal portions, and one portion would have to be more than 10 kilograms. But Tao Daxiang only threaded 5 fish with reeds and carried them back. Daxiang, this person is not stupid, Li Jianguo said as he watched Tao Daxiang leave. Li Long naturally knew that Tao Daxiang wasn't stupid. It was just that other people thought he was dumb and stupid, and his family thought the same. The fish was put aside first, and the family happily drank the fish soup. Liang Yuanmei used 3 kilograms of big silver carp, boiled for a long time. Fish meat almost all melted in the soup. Each person in the family has a bowl. The pod noodle cake directly soaked in the fish soup. Eat the flavor of that called a fresh ah. Liren thought to himself that this would be perfect with a bit of fresh scallion or coriander. Li Wan took small sips. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon, and she was in a good mood. Before yesterday morning, there was not even meat to be had. And in just one day, first the old finch, then the quacking chicken, and now enough fish to go around. And dozens of fish in the kitchen, what a day. What a blessing. Li Chang also carried a big bowl, picking the fish inside with chopsticks and eating it. Wiping his nose from time to time, he would occasionally look at Li Long, thinking about how he could talk to his little uncle later on, so that he could go catch fish too. Big brother, I'll carry 2 fish to Captain Su's house and talk about borrowing a carriage on the way. Li Long finished the fish soup and felt warm all over, so he stood up and said, 2 articles, isn't that a bit less? Li Jianguo said after a moment of hesitation. Quite a few. 2 kilograms of carp. Very good, Li Long said. It's not like he borrowed the carriage for nothing because of the fish. There's no need for us to take more. If you take more than 1 fish, what if you don't have any next time? Besides, if you borrow a wagon to take a lot of fish, what do people say when they borrow it? Li Long never used to think about these things, but in his last life, his elder brother died. His sister-in-law's family hated him. He was sort of unsupported, and he ended up partnering with a widow, and suffered a lot of losses to sort of get through the day. He often thought in those days that if he hadn't been such an asshole earlier, and his big brother was still around, how great it would have been. These are days now that he cherishes twice as much. Picked out 2 more proportionate ones from those fish. Li Long took the reeds and put them on and carried them out of the door. Wild carp are very beautiful these days, with red heads and tails, 2 long whiskers, and glittering scales that are a joy to look at. Then not long after going out, Li Long ran into Guillermo. Guillermo saw Li Long and greeted him with a smile on his face. Xiao Long, did you catch a fish? Give me one. Li Long was exasperated by this. Chapter 13. Even if you borrow a carriage, you have to pay for it. Guillermo later in life on the basis of this shameless energy, married a flowery daughter-in-law. Just a pity that he is not correct. Do not live a good life, every now and then to beat the daughter-in-law. Gambling, and finally the daughter-in-law ran away. Then he continued to muddle along, because everyone in the village share a lot of land. His parents' land is also his management. And when the rent of the contracted land is high up, Guillermo will rent the land for 10 years at once, and get his hands on more than 100,000 yuan of rent in a single night to lose all the money. In the 2 years before Li Long passed away, Guillermo lived a life of starvation, and the village working group wanted to help him with his poverty, but the bastard belonged to the kind of rotten to the wall. He died of illness in his family's dirt house a few years earlier than Liren. Now looking at that face, Liren really hated it and said as he smacked his hand away, I've got business to attend to. I don't have time to skin you here. Get out of the way. Guillermo retracted his hand, caged his hands into his sleeves, and said playfully, why are you still angry? I'm joking with you. Zhao Changjian's family in the township bought a TV, and I just got the news and came over to ask you to go over and take a look. It's a TV. It's a little movie at home. You can watch whatever you want. Wu Shufan is going to watch it too, so go back and get ready, he said and glanced at the fish in Li Long's hand. This fish, it's so big and beautiful. Every time as soon as he said where Wu Shufan was going, Li Long would definitely change his mind even if he didn't want to go. Although I heard that Wu Shufan has already proposed to break up with Li Long. I think Li Long must be unwilling to do so, right? I heard that Li Long caught quacking chickens last night and fish today. This man has learned a lot since he went to Wucheng. Although Gu Ermo had already made up his mind to give Li Long some color yesterday, but thinking about Li Long's ability to catch things and eat meat, Gu Ermo decided that he should not break his friendship with him. Where else would we eat meat? No time. Li Long waved his hand, not paying the slightest attention to Wu Shufen's matter. I have something to do. If you want to see it, go see it yourself. After saying this, Li Long walked around Gu Ermo and headed for Captain Su Chengjuan's house. Gu Ermo shouted several times from behind, but Li Long pretended not to hear. There are meaningless relationships that don't have to be maintained when you live a new life. What a stupid thing to live for in the last life. Su Chengjuan's house is also lit with kerosene lamps. The style of the lamp is the same as Li Jiangwo's house. Li Long knocked on the door. Su Minghua, Su Chengjuan's child, opened the door. Minghua is 9 years old. Looked up at Li Long, turned his head and shouted into the house. Dad, Li Chang's uncle is here, and carrying fish. Su Chengjun is demobilized from the army down. First in the production team as a militia captain. Because of the young and strong, do things decisively, do 5 years after the militia captain, the old captain dismissed to take over the position of captain. After the captain, he acted decisively. The use of comradeship, the formation of a side team, to the mountains digging mother of pearl. Ginseng sold to the county buying station, every year to the team households to share some cash. So very much embraced by everyone. Little Dragon is here. Su Chengjun was listening to the radio on the Kong. In this day and age, the radio can be considered a big item. And hearing his son say that Li Long was carrying a fish, he got down from the Kong, dragged his shoes and stood up and said with a smile, "Just come over. Why did you bring the fish with you? I heard you're not working at the Yuking factory anymore?" Well, the ability is limited. We go to school less. The knowledge level is limited. Some work cannot do. So I came back. This is the carp caught from the small sea today. I brought over 2 of them for you to try. This fish is not small. Su Chengjuan's daughter-in-law Ma Hongmei looked at the 2 fish. Her face all smiles. It's not easy to smash an ice hole, is it? Not bad. We're young. Li Long handed the fish to Ma Hongmei and said to Su Chengjun, "Captain, I have something to discuss with you." "What do you say?" Su Chengjun pinched the cigarette. This year men smoking basically do not avoid children. There is no second-hand smoke harm, so say. Can do the principle of I do it for you. Captain, you also know the situation of my family. This I came back. My brother did not prepare enough charcoal and firewood. I want to borrow the team's wagon to go to the mountains to pull some firewood back. That won't work, will it? Su Chengjun shook his head slightly. Not to mention the fact that the mountains are so far away and you're unfamiliar with the area. Will you be able to find firewood? The situation in the mountains is so complicated. If you get lost and can't come back, what am I going to tell your brother? Captain, I know what you mean. Li Long smiled. One of my workmates is from Clearwater River. We are on good terms, and he came back with me. I'll go to their house first on this trip, and I won't go into the deep mountains. I'll just straighten some unproductive wood from them. This way. Su Chengjun thought for a moment, then said to Li Long, "Since it is like this, then I will not persuade, but official business. We only have these few horses in the team, and if we go out on a ride that's going to count as labor points." How many labor points? Li Long had already known about this item, so he wasn't surprised. Su Chengjun saw Li Long did not surprise, and did not refute. The heart a little higher look at this young man. He thought Li Long mentioned the fish over. He said that the matter of work points, he must be refuted. You're quite a man. The young man has matured after a few months in Uptown. A regular man has 1 labor a day in the summer and 2 in the winter. A horse's labor is 10 times that of a man. That is 20 labor. Now counting the average labor. 8 cents a labor. The horse is $1.06 a day. And the cart will not pay you for the labor. How's that? Okay. Li Long pulled out money on the spot. Su Chengjun is not ambiguous. Li Long handed him the money, and he wrote a note to Li Long. I hereby give my team, Li Long, a loan of a horse and a wagon. Captain Su Chengjun. On the XTH day of the XTH month of the XTH year. That's fine then. Captain, you guys take an early rest. I'm going to the horse now to take a look and say hello in advance to Uncle Luo. Good. Su Chengjun didn't leave anyone behind, and when Li Long went out, he closed the door. This Li Long has made a fortune. Ma Hongmei sighed as she waited for Li Long to leave. I heard Li Chang say that the croaked chicken their family ate for lunch today was also caught by his uncle. Su Minghua stared right at the 2 fish, then wiped his nose with his arm, imagining the smell of the fish. Well, it looks different than it used to. This town just exercises people. Su Chengjun nodded. It's just that being fired is a bit pathetic. Whatever. It's a nice fish. Let's make it for dinner tomorrow. Liren returned home, brought up another fish, and went to the horse horn. Horse number is the production team to raise horses. There are special people to feed horses. Winter and summer horses are here. The horse breeder surnamed Luo. The big name Li Long also do not know. Just follow the village people called Lao Luo. Old Luo was a bit of a robopot, in his 50s, and lived in a small house by the horsehorn. Here, too, the Kong was coiled and there was a stove. Seeing the fish that Li Long had brought up in the note from Su Qingjun, Lao Luo smiled and promised Li Long that he would prepare the best horse for him. When Tao Daxiang came home in a hurry, he realized that the family had not left any food for him. His heart went cold. Chapter 14, We'll see. Dad, why aren't you cooking? Tao Daxiang put the 2 fish in the kitchen and shouted at his father in the inner room. Tao Daxiang's father, Tao Construction, was leaning on the Kong and smoking a pot. When he heard his youngest son's voice, he removed the pot and knocked it. Said, "It's done. You didn't come back so late. Your nephew Mao came over. Said he was hungry from playing, and gave him the rice he left for you to eat. If you're hungry, there are still yams in the kitchen, so you can roast 2 under the stove and eat them." Tao Construction said this calmly. Tao Daqiang listened and felt nothing. Tao Daqiang's brother Tao Daong is already married, gave birth to a son Mao Dan. That is the treasure of the whole family. To put before, Tao Daqiang really liked to bake a taro to eat. He was originally from childhood to the family said that stupid. Father and brother, including sister-in-law also said so, against the habit of obedience. But today in the Li family first ate quacking chicken, and drank fish soup, and caught the fish himself. He felt that he was still useful, so he raised his voice and said, "Dad, I caught fish. I'm going to make fish for dinner." "You caught a fish? What fish?" Tao Jian was a little surprised to hear that Tao Daqiang had caught a fish, and he got up from the Kong and shouted, "Bring it over here." Tao Daqiang then carried the fish and proudly walked from the kitchen. "Yo, this fish is good ah." Tao Construction originally thought that his son took back the most is only the kind of palm-sized crushing carp. After all, this kind of crushing carp is the easiest to catch. The result is all 1 or 2 kilograms above the big fish. That can be really rare. Where to catch? Went with brother Lon to catch it in the small sea. Tao Daqiang said proudly. Lon? Who? Tao Construction didn't get it. Li Long, Li Jiangwo's brother. Tao Daqiang said. You mean that asshole? Tao Jiangwo said disdainfully. He's capable of that? It must have been Li Jiangwo who led the arrest, right? Tao Daqiang thought about it and nodded. All right, who cares who brought it? You take this fish to your brother's home. Tao Construction said. We don't have much oil at home. We can't use oil to make fish? I don't use oil. I'll stew fish soup. Tao Daqiang thought about the fish soup he drank at Li's house in the evening, and blessedly said, just use water. Tao Construction suddenly got angry and knocked Tao Daqiang's head with the tobacco pot. Why are you so stupid? Just using water? How about burning charcoal for the stove? You think only of yourself. What about you? Your mom died early, and when I die, you'll have to rely on your brother to make ends meet. If you don't get on your brother's good side now, you won't even be able to eat when the time comes. I can eat. Tao Daqiang was stubborn today and just wouldn't give it away. I followed my brother. I haven't had enough to eat this winter. I even let Mao Dan eat my dinner. I follow brother Long and I can still eat enough. I can still eat chicken. I can still eat fish. I told you to eat chicken. I told you to eat fish. Tao Construction did not expect the always obedient son actually dared to refute himself, and his own backtalk. Angry with the fire, holding a smoking pot splitting to Tao Daqiang's head, Tao Daqiang tough to take a few hits, see his father even a little bit of force, angry pulling the door open to run outside, the wind left behind the voice of anger. I'm not eating the fish, so give it to whoever you want. Tao Construction held up the tobacco pot a little bewildered. For a while, the heat in the house was brought to an end by the cold outside the door. He felt the piercing cold, before he closed the door in a panic, cursing under his breath. This brat, his wings have hardened and he won't listen. He's even turned against him. Looking at the fish at his feet, Tao Construction sighed and bent down to pick up the fish and put it into the kitchen, intending to split the fish into 3 for Tao Daon to take back tomorrow when he came over. Now that he was there, the older son could still agree to take care of the younger son by looking at his face. When Li Long came back from the horse, he saw a big black man hanging around outside the gate of his yard. He was immediately alert, looked around, broke off a piece of dirt from the wall in the backyard, and bellowed, Who? Brother Long? It's me, De Chang. Tao Daqiang's voice came through. Li Long put down his heart, and said that he usually did not feel it. This black light, the big man is quite oppressive. What are you doing here? Li Long asked as he approached. You're leaving early tomorrow morning. Why don't you go to bed earlier? I can't sleep. Tao Daqiang swallowed and said, I want to live in your house. So, I can go with you tomorrow. That's fine. Although Li Long felt a little strange, but since Tao Daqiang had come, he couldn't drive people back. Let's go. I've already borrowed the carriage. Go back and talk to my brother. Let's take an early rest and leave early tomorrow. Seeing that Li Long didn't ask more questions, Tao Daqiang silently followed him. Li Long first went to the West House and gave Li Jianguo a word about two things, borrowing a carriage, and Tao Daqiang staying with himself tonight. Li Jianguo said as he heard that Li Long had already borrowed the carriage. That's fine. You've had a tiring day today, so you guys should rest and sleep early. Tomorrow we will leave early. Go early and come back early. By the way, Xiaolong, I'll skin that water rat. You guys rush to the county buying station tomorrow. See how many dollars you can sell and buy some food on the way. I'll get up early tomorrow and steam some hair cakes for them to take with them. Liang Yume said. Just wrap it in a cage cloth and put it in a satchel. Good. Liren nodded and said. Then we'll go to bed. Pressurize more coal in the furnace on your side. Li Jianguo added a word of advice. Otherwise it will be cold in the latter part of the night. He didn't say much. Two big lads under one quilt must be cramped. But basically no one has extra quilts these days. Good thing there's a coat on Liren's side that can barely handle it. Li Long himself was of the same opinion. With a hotter Kong and a cotton coat, he would be able to get through the night. Early the next morning, when the sky was just numb and bright, Li Long woke up Tao Daqiang. The two of them quickly dressed and went out to the West House. Liang Yume was already cooking, and both Li Wan and Li Chang were up. Li Wan was sweeping the floor and Li Chang was washing his face. Breakfast was leftover fish soup from yesterday, fried pickles, and roasted bushmeat batter. Looking at the fish soup on the table, Tao Daqiang felt a pang of sadness for no reason, and he hurriedly went to wash his face to hide it. After breakfast, Li Jianguo rolled up the wrapped water rat skins and put them in the urea bag. Liang Yume, on the other hand, handed Li Long the satchel wrapped in hair cake and instructed him, you two eat when you're hungry on the road. Don't be ungrateful. Saying goodbye to the family, Li Long took Tao Daqiang to the horse number. With the help of Lao Luo, set up the wagon, loaded 2 bundles of grass. 2 people sat on the wagon, drove and went in the direction of the county town. The mountain is in the south, but the road is to the west. Out west 5 kilometers to the commune, then south 3 kilometers to the county. From the county to the southwest 10 or so kilometers is the Clearwater River commune. 5 kilometers further in to enter the mountain. In fact, even a horse-drawn carriage, even on the road alone would have to travel nearly 30 kilometers. That's all there is to it. Shortly after Li Long left, the Li family had their first visitor. The Lu family's sister-in-law from across the street. The visitor is a guest. Li Jianguo took Li Wan and Li Chang to clean up the fish in the east room. Liang Yume let the people in, and when they sat down, the 50-something-year-old sister-in-law of the Lu family asked his aunt, I hear your brother-in-law is back, dismissed, and he went to the mountains to pull wood today? There's not enough room in the village for him. What's the matter with him? In the village, Liren, in fact, is kind of like a joke. After 1,000 years of trying to get into the factory, I was fired. It was hard to chase the pretty girl from the village, but she was still dumped. Now he's making a fool of himself, paying for a horse's labor. Driving a wagon to the mountains to pull wood. Is wood in the mountains a good thing to pull? It's hard to tell if he can find his way into the mountains like that. Chapter 15, Can a loser make a living? Li Long of the Li family is a loser, which is recognized in the production team. Homework is not done properly. The team out of work is not out properly. Others have something to do is very enthusiastic. His brother Li Jianguo greeted the immobility. Those fox friends, or object Wu Shufan said. That work ran very fast. It was no wonder that the Lu family's sister-in-law would run to specifically tell Liang Yume about this matter. In fact, she hadn't been tempted to watch. In the past, when Liang Yume heard this, she would usually complain about her brother-in-law. But this time Liang Yume was excusing Li Long. Little Dragon is really planning to get some wood back this time. If he has this intention, we definitely have to support it, right? Mrs. Lu was a bit surprised. Why did Liang Yume change her nature? Your little uncle has been fired from the factory. You guys are all scratching your heads with all the money you've spent out, and I see you're still acting like nothing's wrong. The Gu family's sister-in-law shook her head. If it were me, I would have cursed away long ago. Liang Yume said with a smile as she nabbed the soles of her shoes. Who hasn't made a mistake? Can change. There is progress on the line. I feel that the small dragon this time changes quite a lot. Let go in addition to is also considered a good thing. The old man is not often said to learn from the mistakes of a long time. She thought to herself. Just the croaked chicken that Li Long caught the day before yesterday and those fish that he caught yesterday. If you really want to sell them for money, it's quite a lot. Yesterday, I borrowed a carriage, and I did it beautifully. Unlike the loser I used to be, he's changed so much that he's more than happy to be there. Why do you have to say that? Big sister husband. Big sister. I'm here. A greeting came from outside, and when Liang Yuemei heard it, she stood up with some excitement and answered. Come inside, said the man as he went over to open the door. The visitor was Liang Yuemei's younger brother, Liang Wenyu. He walked in with a bag of stuff in his hand, put it on the wall, took off his cotton hat, smiled at Lu's sister-in-law, and then asked Liang Yuemei, "Where's my big sister's husband? I heard that Li Lung is back? He quit?" Liang Yuemei did not expect things to spread so quickly. There are outsiders. She is not good to say more. Nodded and said, "Well, your big sister's husband is busy in the east room. Why are you here? Old father and mother asked me to come over to see you guys and bring some things over." Liang Wenyu said, "By the way, where are Wan and Xiangshan? It's also in the east room. Go over and take a look." Liang Yuemei said. Lu's sister-in-law actually wanted to see the fun. Although Liang Wenyu was not very old, as the eldest son of the Liang family, he was relatively strong. He has never been able to look down on Li Long, something that Lu's sister-in-law, as a neighbor, has also heard about. But now that the Li family had a guest, it was not good for her to stay longer. So she got up and greeted Liang Yuemei and went home. Only after the people left did Liang Wenyu say, "Pops told me to bring some white flour and $20. When Li Long comes back, your family definitely doesn't have enough charcoal to burn, and Pops means to buy some from the team first to get through it before." Liang Yuemei could hear that there was resentment in her brother's words, and she smiled. "No need. Li Long has gone to the mountains to pull wood and will be back today. Once the wood is pulled back, our family will have enough firewood to burn for the winter." "Right. Let's go. Take a look in the east room. Your brother-in-law is fixing fish. Bring a few back when you return." "Fish? Where did the fish come from?" Liang Wenyu's eyes lit up when he heard there were fish. His production team was in the southwest, and the water used for watering the land there was a machine well drilled by the county well drilling company in the past. The production team plot is small. There is no sea or river and so on. Can't eat fish. Li Jiangwo's production team is located in a unique location. Almost where there is water, there is fish. So Li Jiangwo often sends fish to his father-in-law's home. Liang Wenyu eat the most. Liren took your brother-in-law to the little sea to smash ice holes and caught quite a few of them. That's weirdly aggravating, isn't it? In such a cold day. It's a good thing Li Long could think of it, Liang Wenyu said while following her sister to the east room. He only knows how to play. Liang Wenyu has a problem with Li Long. This matter is clear to both Li Jiangwo and Liang Yuemei. After all, Li Long used to be really incompetent. Liang Wenyu and Li Long age is similar. Basically can be in the family to pick the pillar. But Li Long is still like a child who hasn't grown up. Hanging around, doing nothing, eating first. Entering the east room, Liang Wenyu was surprised to see so many fish in the laundry tub. Big sis-in-law. "You guys, this is too much fish. The whole thing." Wenyu is here. Li Jianguo was dissecting the fish and the two Li Wan and Li Chang were helping. When they saw Liang Wenyu behind Liang Yuemei, they all greeted. "This fish is the result of the ice hole smashed by Xiaolong. I didn't think that smashing 2 ice holes in winter could get so many fish, and their heads are still so big." When Little Dragon left, he said that he would send some to you when he came back. "And by the way, there are also 2 croaking chickens. You're saying this is Laron's whole thing? And the quacking chicken?" Liang Wenyu couldn't believe his ears. That Li Lung who can't get anything done? Yeah. Li Jianguo looked at Liang Wenyu's expression, somewhat wanting to laugh and somewhat proud. This time, although he was expelled, he has changed a lot. "Great uncle, the croaked chicken was really caught by my uncle. It's delicious." Li Chang wiped his nose and said loudly. He's not like Li Wan. Li Wan remembers that he had to help the family, but Li Chang didn't have to. Li Chang remembers his little uncle roasting old birds for dinner, catching croaking chickens for dinner, catching fish for dinner, and that fun sticky rice paper. Good. With a belly full of questions, Liang Wenyu squatted down to clean up with Li Jianguo. Working together as a family went a lot faster, and the fish were cleaned up before the noon meal. "You, take 10 of them back and give them to your old father and mother for fish soup in winter," Li Jianguo said. "We'll organize another one before the year and send it back to you in the new year." 10. This one is not small. I'll have a hard time holding it. Liang Wenyu said so, but didn't refuse. There were 30 to 40 of these fish that were over a kilogram alone, and there were even more palm-sized carp. Li Jianguo put the fish in the snow and froze it, and then the family washed their hands and went to the west room. And Liang Wenyu asked, "Big sister-in-law, Li Long went to the mountains to pull wood? Will that work? There are few people and no good roads in the mountains, so it won't work, will it?" He said that one of his workmates is from the Qingshui commune and lives on the side of the mountain. Li Jianguo sat on the Kong and rolled a Mo cigarette, took a hard drag, and said only after feeling reprieved, "Xiaolong has changed quite a bit this time back. This is something he went and borrowed the wagon on his own and planned well, so let him toss it around." There's not much going on in the winter anyway. Alright, it's a pity about that job. Liang Wenyu sighed. In fact, he also quite wanted to go to Yuking to work, just as the eldest in the family. Naturally, he had to stay with his parents. It's just a pity about that job. There's nothing to be sorry about. Li smiled. A chance to work in exchange for Xiaolong getting a lesson is fine. He doesn't have a job. And his date can do it? Liang Wenyu asked again. Blow up. Li Jianguo shook his head. The team spread the word, saying that he let people dismissed. That girl came over to Xiaolong and said it can't be accomplished. Can't make it or not. Say it later. There's no rush. Li was still quite confident in his brother. Of course, the people in the team didn't think so. In just this one day, the team had already spread the word that the Li family's loser had paid out work money to borrow the team's wagon to haul wood in the mountains. Many people were waiting to see Li Long's joke. Chapter 16, Preparation for Entering the Mountains. Li Long didn't know what the village thought of him now, but he didn't care. After getting on the wagon and trying to drive 500 meters, he became skilled. He had done similar work in his previous life. Although Li was one of the first families in the team to afford a tractor, the family's main means of transportation was the donkey cart in the years before the tractor was purchased. Li Long not only can drive a donkey cart, but also can ride a donkey. Before he passed away in his last life, he had thought of raising donkeys. After all, donkeys are less sick, good to feed, and sell at an increasingly high price. Brother Long, when did you learn to drive a carriage? Tao Daxiang said enviously as he sat on a straw bale on the carriage. This is nothing. Li Long sat on the carriage frame and said, this road is so flat. Our team's horse itself is docile. As long as we don't stimulate it, and pay attention to it from time to time to let it move forward is all. Of course, it was easy to say, but in reality it wasn't that simple. It's just that Li Long didn't feel the need to go into that much detail. All the way to the countryside, there are not many people on the road. 2 people on the brim of the hat. Eyebrows, including lips above and below that only grow up on the fuzz, are already a white layer of frost. The sun rose and the temperature rose slightly, but Li Long felt that his feet were already numb from the cold. He got out of the car and drove the carriage down the main road toward the county. The road from the township to the county is a lot better. There are trucks passing by. The road surface is wider, and you can occasionally see donkey dung and horse dung. Li Long remembers that when he walked to the county in winter, he kicked these things when he was bored. The best ones were camel dung eggs, which were purely round and could roll a long way when kicked. Donkey and horse dung eggs are oval and flat. Kicking and rolling are irregular routes. Then I saw an old man picking up manure with a dung frame on his back. This is rare. The northern border, because of the large land area, so has begun to use fertilizer on a large scale. Picking up manure, this kind of thing Li Long in the old home is common. To this side has not really seen much. When the carriage rushed to the county, both the horse and the people were already white. Li Long found the buying station, drove the wagon to the side of the road, and drew a few handfuls of grass from the wagon for the horses to eat there. He told Tao Daxiang, Daxiang, you stay here and watch the wagon. I'll go in and see what the price is for that water rat's skin. Good mile. Tao Daxiang nodded vigorously. He felt that he was finally somewhat useful. Li Long pushed his way into the buying station with his bag rolled in water rat skin and saw a middle-aged man behind the counter sitting in a chair reading a newspaper. The man wore a blue Zhongshan suit. His hair was parted in 4s and 6s, and he looked quite spirited, the cadre look of that era. Acquisition station set up a stove. The fire is very strong, making a rumbling sound. Do not need to look at Li Long, no. This stove must be stuffed with coal, really luxury. Comrade, I would like to ask if you accept this. Li Long opened his mouth while taking out the water rat's skin and placing it on the counter. Chen Hongjun looked Li Long up and down, then slowly stood up, glanced at the skin, and asked, do you know what kind of skin this is? The buying station basically has no business in winter, so the people here work shifts, 1 person a day, just like on duty. It was nice to have someone who came to deliver something, so he didn't seem too cold. Water rat skins? By the way, this stuff is also known as muskrat, right? Right. The young man knows quite a lot. Chen Hongju nodded, touched the leather, picked it up again and asked, new leather? Well, pulled it out yesterday, kind of by accident. This stuff is good to mess with in the spring, so let's just say it was lucky now. The leather is good. I'll give you $5 for this one. Chen Hongjun put the leather away. If there's any in the back, it'll be at this price. You should know that this is considered a high price. It is indeed overpriced, and it will take another 2 years before it goes up to $10 a piece. Okay. Li Long was already satisfied. Taking $5, Li Long went out of the buying station, and he somewhat regretted that he should have let Tao Daxiang come in to warm up. But there's something next, and there's a chance. How much was it sold for? Tao Daxiang immediately asked when he saw that the bag in Li Long's hand was much thinner. 5 pieces. Liren gestured and smiled. Come on, let's go to the department store. Let's get something to eat before we go. So expensive. Tao Daqian's eyes instantly lit up. That really should be able to get a few more. Spring it is. It's lucky to get one now that the little sea is frozen. Li Long gathered up the horse's uneaten grass and put it on the cart, and hurried toward the department store. When he arrived at the department store, Li Long took out the 5 steelworker bills and said to Tao Daqian, "De Chang, you go in first, buy a kilogram of sesame cakes and 2 bricks of tea, then warm up for a while before coming out to replace me. I don't dare to go." Tao Daqian stuttered a bit when he heard that he was asked to go shopping. "Brother Xiaolong, it's better for you to go. I'm letting you go so you can warm up. We can't both go in at the same time. It's not like we need to haggle to buy this stuff. Just give the money and take the stuff." Li Long urged twice before Tao Daqian took the money and hesitantly walked in. In less than 5 minutes he walked out, carrying a bag of things to Li Long. "Brother Long, buy it. Sesame cake 1 piece 28 cents. Brick tea 90 cents. This is the money recovered." Liren took the money, put his things on the wagon, and walked back in himself. The department store building is much larger than the buying station. 3 floors. The first floor sells food, tobacco, alcohol, household needle and thread and so on. Li Long pulled out money and bought another kilogram of sesame cakes, thought about buying another bag of salt, turned around, warmed up and walked out. Tao Daqian was circling around the wagon when Li Long untied the rope that tethered the horse and said, "Let's go. Now into the mountains. Good mile." Tao Daqian also sat on the carriage. Li Long waved the whip, and the carriage drove quickly toward the mountains. An hour or so later, they arrived at the Clearwater River commune. "Lung, is this where your worker lives?" "Aha." Li Long slurred. "But let's not go there first. Let's go straight into the mountains." For Li Long directly into the mountain thing, Tao Daqian did not ask why. Dragon said what is what. If the average person came here and wanted to enter the mountain they would have to ask the locals. Otherwise they wouldn't necessarily know the way into the mountain. But Li Long had entered the mountains many times in his previous life, and the road was familiar to him, so he drove the carriage past the Qingshui commune, then turned onto a small road, and after 7 turns, he entered the mountain pass. Further ahead, although there are still rut marks, but the snow is thicker, the horse walks more difficult. Li Long and Tao Daqian too are down from the car, encountered the snow-thick place, Tao Daqian also in the back to push the car a little. South Mountain has several passes. Ordinary people see the outermost layer is dirt mountain. Basically not much vegetation. Go inward 2 layers of the mountain, only to appear sparse shrubs, and then go inward. The mountain is only continuous. The mountain will have grassland, pine forests, bushes and so on. By the time Li Long drove the carriage to reach the mountain with the pine forest, another hour had passed. He stopped panting, and then started looking for a target. Soon, behind the pine forest, he saw the target he was looking for, the winter nest. Chapter 17, Drunkenness. "Brother Long, I think there should be a fallen tree right under the snow over there. Let's start here." Tao Daqian gasped and looked around, pointing to a wind-fallen tree under the distant hillside and said, "No, keep going a little further." Li Long pointed to the sloping land by the winter nest and said, "That's the best location, but there's no road ahead. If we go further up, our carriage won't necessarily be able to go up." Tao Daqian was a bit embarrassed. "Push it." Li Long looked at the smoke rising from the winter nest and said with a smile, "This difficulty can't be hard for us, right?" So he pulled in front and Tao Daqian pushed behind, pushing the wagon to the gentle slope in front. "Alright, here it is." Li Long looked at the terrain and thought that this place was good, then pointed to the winter nest and said, "Come on, let's go over and have a midday meal and then work." "Go there? For a noon meal?" Tao Daqian was a bit surprised. "Can people let them eat then?" "Don't worry, those people are very hospitable." Li Long pointed to the tea and salt brought on the carriage and said, "We're not bad guests, but we brought something." The winter nest is a place where the mountain herders live for regular grazing in the winter. In summer, they go to the higher altitude of the mountain grassland to graze their animals, which is called the summer pasture. In winter, they come to the lower altitude, live in the winter nest, and graze in the winter pasture, and the process in between is called transhumance. Most of the people who grazed in this mountain were Kazakhs, and after the arrival of the new century, the officials organized them and moved them to the bottom of the mountain, and set aside good land for them, so that these people went from nomadic herding to regular grazing. Li Long's village was divided into a few households, so he was quite clear about the situation here. The Kazakhs are very hospitable, and in the past, when strangers arrived in front of their felt houses, they would usually take out lumps of milk, naan, and milk tea to treat people to them as well. Winter dens are actually a triangle dug into a hillside, with the mountain as a back wall, supported by wood, and then a row of houses built. which contain warming pens for cows and sheep, and a place for people to live, with a large amount of cow and sheep manure usually piled up outside. Li Long also planned to wait until spring and come here to haul some manure, because he remembered that in the spring, the first round of land contracting would begin. Although each person was given 2 acres of land, it was truly his own land. After unloading the wagon and pulling the horse to the winter nest, he saw 2 dogs rushing over, barking furiously at Li Long, Tao Daxiang and the horse there. The door of the winter nest opened and a man around 30 years old walked out, a little surprised to see Li Long and the others. "Hello, we came over to haul wood. We're tired of walking. Can we take a rest in your place?" Li Long said with a smile. That middle-aged man nodded his head after vigilantly surveying Li Long and the others, chastised the dog, and walked out to point at the wooden stake not far from the winter nest. Li Long knew that he meant to tie the horse there, so he led the horse over. The man yanked a bundle of grass from the haystack at the edge of the winter nest and placed it by the horse, and the horse that Li Long brought over immediately lowered its head and ate. Li Long tethered his horse and smiled when he saw the herdsman's own 3 horses grazing over there not far away. It was really as enthusiastic as what I had encountered in my previous life. The man led Liren and the others into the winter nest, and it instantly darkened before their eyes. After adjusting to the light here, Li Long saw that the winter nest was not very big. A wooden kong, with a kong table on top, a small fireplace was burning, and a teapot was placed on top of it. There was another old woman in the house sitting on the edge of a wooden bed with her head down fiddling with a ball of wool, and a woman in her 30s or so wrapped in a headscarf was looking at them intently. The wooden bed was covered with blankets, and 2 children were playing on it with a pile of sheep's thigh stones, also watching them. Li Long took out the brick tea and salt in his bag and handed it to the middle-aged man and said, "This is for you." Tao Daxian was a little heartbroken. These 2 add up to several dollars. Lunch can be completely solved outside. So many sesame cakes. That thing is only possible to eat a piece of New Year's Eve. Why come here for such an extravagant lunch? But since Lung made the decision, there must be a reason for it, right? Thank you. The man was a little surprised and a little excited when he saw the tea that Li Long took out. He craned his head to look at the woman and then at the old lady before taking it. The old lady and the woman both laughed. Li Long could tell that they genuinely liked the gift. The man invited Li Long and Tao Daxiang onto the bed and told them to sit against it, while the old woman took a sheet package out of the cupboard and opened it on the bed table, which contained naan broken into small pieces. The woman began to blend the milk tea, while the man went out, and when he came back, he was carrying an air-dried leg of lamb in his hand, signaling Li Long and the others to peel it and eat it, and then drew his knife with the intention of going out. No, 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 no need to be so troublesome. We need to eat quickly and then load the wood to go back. Seeing that this family seemed to be making a big move, Li Long immediately waved his hand. These are enough. The man was reluctant, and Liren pulled him straight up. He could see that if he didn't pull him, the odds were that he was going to go out and slaughter a sheep. That's add up. Nowadays, sheep are not really valuable to the herders, but they usually don't spare them for themselves. The old woman spoke a harangue at the man, who was about to break away from Liren to go out, and Liren, in his haste, looked around, then pointed to something by the stove. Don't slaughter the sheep, just give me that one. The man froze as he looked at the thing. Li Long said with a smile as he saw that there was a door. I'll take that one. This one goes out and can be sold for money. He could see that it was antlers. In a few decades, antlers won't be worth much. After all, deer farming was pretty common by then. The price of antlers had dropped quite a bit by then, not to mention antlers. But at this time, deer farming was still a very rare affair, largely invisible to the general public. The male stags in the mountains have to shed their antlers when they reach a certain stage, and the antlers they pick up can really be sold for money. Really? The man asked suspiciously. Really? It's $1 a kilogram. Li Long said carelessly. This is enough for me. This antler has 3 branches. It looks like it must be 2 or 3 kilograms anyhow. Surely that's enough. The man dropped the knife then, but he thought about it and walked out again. Not a moment later, when the woman had already blended the milk tea and served it to Li Long with both hands, the man walked in again, carrying an antler in his hand and putting it together with another one. Liren could see that the branch of antlers was broken off. Not as nice as the original and not as heavy as that. This is what Nathan picked up in the woods, the man said, pointing to the little boy on the bed. Originally we were going to burn it as firewood. For firewood? What a waste. Chapter 18, Can you eat a frozen death? Things settled. Li Long right hand stroked his chest, left hand took the bowl of milk tea handed over by the middle-aged woman and took a sip. Hot milk tea in the mouth. A stream of warmth from the mouth all the way to the throat. The body immediately warmed up. Isn't that much more comfortable than eating cold hair cakes? Tao Daqiang also took a sip, then whispered to Li Long. Lung, have you been planning to come here and do this for a long time? Yes. Li Long said. We're not just pulling wood on this trip, we also need to think of ways to make money. They are more familiar with the mountains than we are, and they have more ways to make money. Like that antler? Yes, this is just one of them. Liren surveyed the felt room as he sipped his milk tea and ate his naan. Then something on the hanging wall caught his attention. He pointed to the thing and said to the man of the house, "Is this your own?" "Well, it was issued to us 2 years earlier." The middle-aged man pointed to himself. "My name's Harry Wood. And yours?" "Li Long." Li Long pointed at himself and then pointed at Tao Daxiang. "His name is Tao Daxiang. We don't have enough firewood at home, so we came over to pull some," he asked when he saw that Harimu was burning coal in his house. "Brother Harimu, do you buy your coal?" "No, no, no. It was dug from over there in the mountains." "Dug?" Liren was instantly interested. "Is it far away?" "It's quite far. 1 kilometer, I think." Halimo pointed to the mountains. "There's no road. It's bad now." Well, Li Long was a little disappointed. It would have been better to haul some coal back if he could dig it up. Harimu put the cut-up air-dried lamb on a plate and set it in the center for Liren and the others to eat. Both men took a piece each and chewed it. It was chewy and not particularly dry. The 2 children crawled over as well, and Harimu took 2 pieces of mutton and handed them to them, stroking the children's heads and letting them eat away. Liren asked Halimu, "You have a gun, so you won't be afraid of wolves, right? By the way, there are wolves in these mountains, right?" Hanging on the wall was a Type 5 to 6 semi-automatic rifle with the flat spikes open. "There are wolves," Harimu said in a muffled voice. "Bit 3 sheep to death, and 2 more froze to death in the snow the other day. Why don't you fight the wolves?" Tao Dashan couldn't help but ask. "Because there's no bullets left," Halimo said. "We didn't issue many bullets last year. There were more wild boars just after winter, and we shot them a few times and ran out of bullets." Li Long and Tao Dashan looked at each other. Then he said, "I can get bullets. Every year, the township conducts militia training, and Li Long's account is now in the production team, and he is a basic militia member with target shooting duties. He has a dozen bullets left over for practice." "Really?" Harimu's eyes lit up. "If you can get it, I'll trade you sheep for it." "No, no, no," Li Long waved his hand. "I'll bring it up when I have time. By the way, where did your frozen sheep go?" "Threw it in the snow back there," Halimo said. "Don't know if it's there or not. Just give me the frozen sheep," Li Long said. He knew that minority herders did not eat frozen cows and sheep, but for himself, what was the difference between freezing to death and killing? Tao Daqiang is also excited. Which can pull a sheep back? That. Himself share a leg of sheep is also okay. He gently touched Liren and whispered, "Lung, I've got a few rounds of ammo too." "Well, keep it. It works." Liren nodded. "And when will you be able to come up again?" Harimu asked with some urgency. With the great snowstorm, the herders were not the only ones affected. Wolves were lacking food and would also risk attacking the herders' warm circles. "Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." Liren thought for a moment and said, "I'll try to get ahead of schedule, but I have to pull the wood back first today. It's not clear if I can borrow a horse tomorrow or the day after. Then I'll wait for you and give you sheep then. Dead sheep even. I'll give you live sheep." "No, no, no." Li Long wasn't a saintly mother. He said, "I have other things to ask for your help. Whenever the wild boar comes down, you have to hit it and keep it for me." "Right. Wolves too. You want wolf skins. I want wolf bones, wolf meat and such." "Okay." Halimu agreed painfully. Li Long drained his milk tea in one gulp and stood up, saying, "Can I go see if the frozen sheep is there?" "Okay, I'll take you guys." Harimu led Liren and the others to the back of the felt house, where the snow was waist deep, probing the snow with a wooden pole. In the end, Li Long and the others only found a frozen sheep. The others should have been taken by the wolves. Harimu was a little sorry. "Brother Harimu, do you know if you know where the other herders are? Since there's a snowstorm, there should be frozen sheep at other people's places, right? If you can find them, I'll take them all, trade them for tea, salt, or anything else." "Okay, I'll ask tomorrow." Harimu nodded. Although each herder was a bit farther away from each other, one could always go to one in an hour on horseback. After looking at the frozen sheep, Liren and the others went down to the bottom of the ditch, took the axe from the wagon, found a spot of windswept wood, and began to chop wood. Harimu followed to help, and the 2 children, dressed thickly, watched from a distance. Wood for firewood doesn't need to rule too much. Harimu is a regular here and knows where there is more wood. Leading Liren and the others to a spot in the ditch, he pointed under the snow and said, "There was a flood once in the fall, and there was a lot of wood washed down there for you to see." Tao Daxiang immediately went over and peeled away the snow to take a look, and sure enough there were many large and small branches piled up there. Soon there was a big pile of wood by the wagon, and Li Long pulled the frozen sheep over and put it on the wagon again. then brought the horses over and loaded the wagon after setting it up, finally tying the wood with a rope. Harimu dragged Liren and the others into the felt room again for milk tea, and after taking the antlers, sent them away. It was only at this time that the sun was slanting in the west. Brother Long, we've really harvested a lot on this trip. Tao Daqian was a bit excited. These logs alone are enough to burn for a long time. Well, it's a pity that the coal site is far away, or it would be better to get some coal. Li Long was still a bit unsatisfied. Both were on foot, both in a good mood despite walking one deep in the snow. Li Long silently counted in his heart. The 2 antlers add up to 6 or 7 kilograms. Selling at $10 should not be a problem. A frozen sheep weighs almost 15 or 16 kilograms. In addition to the skin and offal almost have a 10 kilograms. Now lamb a piece of 2. Also more than $10. All this firewood doesn't count. And if we can still get frozen goats tomorrow, we'll have more income in the next few days than a worker in the city gets in a month. The point is, it's a job that can be done consistently. If you run a little harder over the winter, you'll have no problem saving up for a bike when spring rolls around. Although the eyes were full of snow, Li Long's eyes saw hope, live with the hope of a better life. Chapter 19, Has the Loser Made a Fortune? When Li Long and Tao Daqiang both led the carriage to the county town, it was not yet time to get off work. Daqiang, let's go to the buying station and sell the antlers first, then buy something to take home. Good. Tao Daqiang naturally had no problem with it. He also wanted to know how much that antler could be sold for. The 2 men arrived at the buying station. Tao Daqiang watched the carriage outside, and Li Long took the antlers and entered the buying station. Chen Hongjun had already packed up his things and was ready to leave work. Seeing Li Long come in, he was a bit displeased. Who was so ungrateful to rush over from work? However, after seeing what Li Long was holding, Chen Hongjun immediately put a smile on his face. Little comrade. Ha, were you here in the morning? Well, hello comrade. I wanted to ask if you take this antler here? Receive. Chen Hongjun said in his heart that there are still some tasks that have not been completed in this winter, but this is not the time to come to the goods? This antler of yours, collected in the mountains? Chen Hongjun let Li Long put the antlers on the counter. He picked up the complete one and looked at it. Not bad. This one is quite complete. This one is a little bit missing. How much to charge for a kilogram? Li Long anxiously asked the price first. This antler should have been shed last fall. The color is not bad. Chen Hongjun said. I'll give you 3 pieces per kilogram. Quite a lot. Okay. This price could be quite a bit higher than what Li Long had in mind. And he nodded and said, that's the price. Chen Hongjun took the scale and weighed it, saying, 6 kilograms and 7. I'll do the math for you. 3 sevens and 21. 368. $20.10. Come on, take the money. Liren counted the money and put it away. Young man, in the future, if you have anything good, bring it over. I'll give you a good price. Chen Hongjun saw that Li Long was about to leave and hurriedly said, I'll be there on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Good. Li Long agreed cheerfully and walked out. Walking to the carriage, Li Long took out a $5 bill and handed it to Tao Daqiang. Daqiang, here's a share for you. When we go back, we'll unload some more wood for your family. Brother Long, I can't take it. Tao Daqiang immediately pushed the money back. I just followed to help. How can I take your money? Take it. This is what you deserve. Li Long didn't think of giving Tao Daqiang half of it. That wouldn't be helping him but harming him. Brother Long, I really don't. Take it. Tao Daqiang refused also resolutely. If this money is to be put in my hands, I will definitely have to let my father collect it in the end. I'll buy you something then. Li Long thought about it, then changed his mind. Things bought your father cannot take it away. By the way, you don't have gloves. Look at the frostbite on your hands. Go to the department store to buy you a pair of gloves. Go back and say that I bought them for you. Don't let your dad give them to your brother again. The 2 men led the wagon to the department store, watched the horses get off, and Li Long had no choice but to pick them out again. Took a pair of cotton gloves with a string that didn't split the 4 fingers, and shelled out $4 and came out. You wear these gloves? Don't give them to anyone else. Li Long gave the gloves to Tao Daqiang. When you go home, you take a kilogram of sesame seed cake and unload some wood, so your father won't talk about you. Good. Tao Daqiang put on his gloves and felt warm. The sun had already set by the time the 2 men led the wagon and hurried back to the production team. Before the carriage even reached the Li family, many people saw it and followed over to see it. Yo, Liren really pulled the woodwork back. That's quite a load of firewood. It looks like it has to be a couple hundred kilograms, capable of burning for a month or 2, right? I didn't expect this Li Long kid to make a fortune. Ha, look at all that wood, it's pine. It's a shame to burn this wood. Li Chang is playing with an old cow on the road. When he sees Li Long and Tao Daqiang driving a carriage back, He rushes over to follow the carriage. Li Long pulls a piece of sesame cake out of his pocket and gives it to him, then tells him to run back to Li Jianguo to report the news. Dad, my uncle's back, pulling a load of wood. Li Chang rushed into the house with 2 bites of sesame crackers. A lot of people are following. Li Jianguo hurriedly walked out and saw that Li Long had already driven the car to the courtyard entrance. He waited for Li Long to drive the car into the courtyard and asked, "The trip went well?" "Pretty smooth," Li Long said with a smile. "There are other gains, other harvest?" Li Jianguo looked Li Long up and down, and then looked at Tao Daqiang. Did not find the 2 people injured. Put down his heart. "What harvest?" "Got a frozen sheep back." Li Long handed the horse's reins to Tao Daqiang and pointed into the wagon. "You can eat meat for a few days." "Frozen sheep?" Li Jianguo still want to ask. See many people outside the courtyard around. Some people have already come in to see the fun. 7 mouths to ask Li Long where and how this wood is pulled. Then greeted. "Don't ask questions yet. Help unload the wood." There were quite a few people who came, and with everyone's 7 hands, they quickly unloaded the wood, and Li Long took the opportunity to give the bag containing the stuff to Li Chang, so that he could take it back to the house. Li Chang had seen Li Long take the sesame seed cake from this bag earlier, and immediately carried the bag into the house and handed it to his mother. The wood was unloaded into the corner of the yard where the firewood was stacked, and Liren shouted, "Leave 3 logs to be hauled to Big John's house. Give it back to De Chang Ah. Li Long is quite righteous." "Ha? Is that a sheep?" Someone with sharp eyes saw the frozen sheep under the wood. "Well, sheep. Picked up a frozen sheep in the mountains," Li Long said. "Picked it up?" Mrs. Lu exclaimed. "This is too much luck, isn't it? But this isn't a poisoned sheep, is it? Not good." Many of the onlookers showed envious and jealous glances, while some speculated maliciously about the cause of the sheep's death. The sheep were not big and it was not good to give each family a share. Li Jianguo let Li Long and Tao Dashan go into the house to rest. He put the wagon first. Laron shook his head. "Brother, I'll take the wood to Da Chang's house and return the wagon." Li Jianguo knew that this was the right thing to do and didn't stop him. He still had to deal with the frozen sheep. The others saw that there was no more fun to watch and dispersed. Li Long went into the house, took a kilogram of sesame cake out, stuffed Tao Daqiang's hand, and then walked out together. After unloading the wood to Tao Daqiang's house, Li Long went to the horse number alone to return the horse again. "Xiaolong, did you really pick up the sheep?" Li Jianguo asked uneasily. Li Wan and Li Chang both eyed the bag of sesame crackers and didn't pay attention. "No, I sold the skin of the water rat. $5 to buy tea and salt. Went to the mountains and herdsmen to exchange." Li Long whispered. "This sheep is 2 days ago in the mountains under heavy snow. Herders they're frozen to death. Only died 3 or 5 days. Good. That's good." Li Jianguo put his heart down. "I'll skin the goat when it melts, and I'll have to get some of that meat for Da Chang's family." "Well, just take a leg." Li Long nodded. That family of his. 1 leg is enough. Chapter 20, More carriages? You ran out for a day and brought back a few pieces of wood and so much as a kilogram of sesame seed cake? That Li family kid picked up a goat. How come you didn't get your share? Originally happy to enter the home of Tao Daxiang, in the sesame seed cake to his father. I did not expect to receive a scolding Tao construction head in face. He was dazed by his father's scolding, and it took him a while to respond in defense. That sheep was gotten by Brother Long. So naturally it's someone else's. I went to help, and Brother Long even bought me double gloves. He flashed his new rabbit skin gloves to his father. Just a pair of gloves to buy you off. Tao Construction was originally quite happy, but then someone told him that Li Long had pulled back a sheep, and he thought that his son had followed him there. So how could he score some meat? Then I'm still eating at other people's houses. I don't even have food at home. The fish I brought back I can't even eat myself. Even if I bring back meat, what's the use? In the past, Tao Daxiang did not dare to talk back, but today he came back with the same no food and no fish. He couldn't help but yell at Tao Construction. Well, at least they gave me something back. The son actually yelled at himself. Tao Construction froze for a moment. His eyes panicked for a moment, and then picked up the smoking pot and rushed Tao Daxiang's head and smashed it. You've been out for 2 days and you've gotten tough, haven't you? How dare you talk back to your old man? If you have the guts, you can go with someone else. If you have the guts, don't take Tao's name. Since your name is Tao, and you're here, I'm in charge of this family. You want to eat? Do it yourself. Tao Daxiang suffocated, gasping like a cow. Tao Construction was also so angry that he coughed repeatedly. At this time, the knock on the door sounded. Who? Tao Jian asked in a nonchalant manner. Uncle Construction. It's me, Li Long. Li Long's voice came from outside. Tao Construction immediately panicked a little. Just now he said bad things about people, and now people are outside. He couldn't speak well and gave Tao Daxiang a wink. Tao Daxiang didn't see his father's wink. but he had walked over to open the door. Uncle Construction. Dachang. We've already thought out that frozen sheep. This leg of lamb is due to Dachang. Li Long carried a leg of lamb and handed it to Dachang, then said to Tao Construction. Don't worry, Uncle Construction. This mutton is good meat and can be eaten. Our family is already cooking haggis soup. Xiaolong but also trouble you specifically to send the leg of lamb over. You look at. Tao Construction faced bashful panic. He hurriedly sat up and said, let Dachang take it on the line. Come in and sit down. No more sitting. I have to go to the captain's house, and I have to use the wagon tomorrow, and I must give him a word. You're still going tomorrow? Tao Jian heard this and immediately asked, then bring Dachang with you? Li Long looked at Tao Dachang and asked, so Big John you. I'll come to your house tomorrow morning. Tao Dachang said, okay, I'll wait for you tomorrow then. Li Long left, pulled a leg of lamb from the snow outside, carried it and went to Su Chengjuan's house. You said you still want to borrow the wagon? Looking at the leg of lamb brought by Li Long, Su Chengjun hesitated a bit. That labor sent. I'll pull it out as it is. Li Long pointed to the sheep's leg and said, this sheep's leg is clean. The sheep that froze to death in the mountains. From the herdsman's house. I specifically asked about it. My family is cooking haggis soup. It's edible. All right. You put down the work money and I'll write the note. But we'll have to get a new horse tomorrow. I'll do whatever the captain says. Li Long smiled and pulled out the money. Li family, Li Wan and Li Chang both hugged sesame crackers and ate while looking at the pot of haggis soup. You say Xiaolong, this change is really big. Liang Yuma sighed. Tomorrow borrow the carriage thing. No to take a leg of lamb to the captain's house. I don't know if the captain's house dares to eat it. Then what's there to be afraid to eat? Li Jianguo was still there breaking down the mutton. The sheepskin had been hung outside and frozen. The haggis was the first to be processed, and the room was filled with a faint fishy smell, and the aroma of cooking haggis. According to what Xiaolong said, we might be able to get the sheep back tomorrow. Then our family will be able to have a good winter. It's just that this sheep is not too fat. It's good to have meat to eat. Originally thought how family is sad this winter. Li Jianguo smiled and said, there are fish, sheep, and croaking chickens. These days are not changed by the gods. It's still true. This winter, we can have a good new year. Liang Yuma smiled and said, there's no shortage of firewood either. Xiaolong is really capable. Hey, I didn't expect Little Dragon to change so much. My uncle even said he would catch fish to sell in the county. Li Chang suddenly interjected. Said a fish can sell for more than $1. Li Jianguo and Liang Yuma both looked at each other. Neither of them said anything. Does Liren look like he can sell the goods? And to think that it certainly didn't used to be. But it's hard to tell what's going to happen in the next 2 days. It didn't take long for Liren to push his way in from outside. Is everything done? Li Jianguo asked as he stopped cutting the meat and looked up. Done. Liren said. I have to catch the bus early tomorrow morning. Saying that, he took out $10 from his pocket and handed it to Liang Yuma. Sister-in-law, here's the $10 you earned today. Take it. I can't accept this money. Liang Yuma hurriedly waved her hand. You gave $10 earlier. The family doesn't lack this money. You take it. Sister-in-law, take it first and listen to me. Li Long pushed the money over. I still have something to find my brother. Liang Yuma glanced at Li Jian, who nodded and said, you can put it away for now. Xiaolong, what is it? I went to the herdsman's house today. He had a gun. No bullets. Said there were wolves. I thought, brother, do you still have 5 or 6.5 bullets here? Can you give me some? There's a couple dozen rounds. Take them all. Li stood up, took a bunch of keys from his waist, found one to open the 5-drawer cupboard in the corner of the bedroom, and took out a paper packet from it and handed it to Li Long. This 5-drawer cupboard is Li Jianguo's wedding when he bought the wood to find someone to beat. Now has begun to lose paint, but used okay. All of the Li family's valuable things are inside. People gave this frozen sheep. That is to thank them. Liang Yuma already knew that this frozen goat belonged to Harimu's family, and said, when you go again, buy some more tea or something for them. A sheep dozens of dollars. A packet of tea is only $1 or $2. Cannot take advantage of others. This is Liang Yuma's simple idea. I know. Li Long nodded and said, there are a lot of valuable things in the mountains, so if we get more things in the future, our family can get rich. Dad, when it's time to eat the leg of lamb, Stone will give one to me and my brother. Li Wan immediately said as she watched Li Jianguo continue to unravel the meat. Liren's mind wandered as he thought of the thigh stones they played with at Nathan's house in Harimu. There are dozens of thigh stones on that wooden bed, so it should be okay to ask for a few, right? These days there are really too few toys for female dolls, and those who can have a few thigh stones to grab and play with are as powerful as an emperor among children, and as powerful as a boy with 2 iron old bulls in his hands. This night, Many families in the team were discussing the Lee family. A number of people have even lost sleep over it. Chapter 21, Xiaoxia who came to buy meat. After drinking haggis soup in the house, and chatting about the family for a while, listening to his elder brother Li Jianguo under the kerosene lamp to give his niece and nephew some problems such as chickens and rabbits in the same cage, Li Long felt that this is happiness. Poor, but peaceful. Seeing that time was running out, Li Long got up and spoke to Li Jianguo and returned to the east room. The stove in the east room was previously coal fire pressure. He used the stove hook to poke the fire. A wave of smoke and fire rushed up, and when this wave of smoke and fire rushed away, Li Long hooked open the lid of the stove, put a few pieces of lumped coal inside, cover the lid of the stove, and began to take stock of today's harvest and plan for tomorrow's events. The proceeds of the antlers and water rat skins, after sesame seed cakes, the purchase of tea and the gloves bought for Tao Daqiang, and the $10 given to his sister-in-law, are now in his hand. Together with his own original money, there are less than $10, but with the pack of bullets given by his big brother, Li Long was certain that he would still be able to get 1 or 2 frozen sheep back tomorrow. He planned to buy more tea, salt, and the like tomorrow, and even if Harimu had enough at home, he could leave it at his place and go exchange it for other things with the other herders. Although the winter nests of the herdsmen were not far from the mountain, they had more worries and, without spare money in their hands, seldom went down to the mountain to buy anything, but they have something in their hands, and these things Li Long can then change back and go to the buying station to sell for money. Checking the time, it was but 10 o'clock, and he was still awake, thinking of what he could use to pass the rest of the day. These days, it's harder to pass the time without a radio and TV, not to mention a cell phone. Li Long was thinking about whether to go to someone's house to play poker. He vaguely remembered that this year the landlord had not yet risen, only flinging 2 suns and scrambling upstream. Entertainment in the 80s was very scarce, otherwise it would have been impossible for Guillermo to ask Li Long to go and watch someone else's home television set. So far, the entire production team doesn't have a single television set, not even a regular bright electric hookup. Just as he was thinking about it, there were barking dogs and footsteps outside. Liren cloaked himself and walked out. There was someone standing outside the courtyard gate, a girl by her figure. Liren shouted, "Who?" "Li Long." "It's me, Gu Xiaoxia." The girl answered. "Gu Xiaoxia?" Li Long quickly reacted that this was the daughter of Gu Boyuan, the only university student in the production team. According to his elder brother Li, Gu Boyuan came to the production team with his daughter more than 10 years ago. At that time, the captain was stunned when he heard that this was a college student. In those days, not to mention college students, even junior high school students were already intellectuals. Not many people in the production team knew why Gu Boyuan had come to this place where birds didn't even in the first place. But when a great talent comes to the team and wants to stay, he is surely welcome. When Gu Boyuan came, his daughter was only 3 or 4 years old. Now counting it should be less than 20. Because of special reasons, Gu Xiaoxia did not go to school again after graduating from junior high school. And in Li Long's memory, it seems that in her last life, Gu Xiaoxia ended up marrying Guillermo because of his pestering, and then divorced because of domestic violence, and then she didn't know what happened further down the line. "Xiaoxia is here. Ah, your dad is well, right?" Li Jianguo also opened the door and walked out at this time. Seeing that it was Gu Xiaoxia, he smiled and asked, "Come inside." No, Uncle Jianguo, I want to buy some mutton from your house. My dad is sick. I want to make up for him." Gu Xiaoxia's voice was low, and it could be heard that she was quite embarrassed when she said these words. "Is your father sick? Did he take his medicine?" "What illness?" Li Jianguo asked with concern. He is a junior high school graduate, although not as high as Gu Boyuan's education, but also considered one of the few intellectuals in the production team. The two families have good relations. "Drink it, my dad says it's fine. It caught a cold." "Then wait, I'll cut you a piece of mutton." Li Jianguo hurriedly turned back to the house, took a piece of mutton and came out, but he didn't hand it to Gu Xiaoxia, instead he handed it to Li Long. "Xiao Long, you send Xiaoxia back. It's not safe in the dark." Gu Xiaoxia didn't refuse. Liren went back to the house, put on his hat, carried the mutton and headed out. Gu Xiaoxia silently followed him, the two of them 1.5 meters apart. "These days, people talk. When did your dad get sick?" Liren asked. "Yesterday. Yesterday my family ran out of firewood and my dad was out in the yard chopping wood and got cold from sweating." "That's not heavy, just sweat it out." Li Long nodded. "There's still medicine at home, right?" "Yes." Li Long asked a question. Gu Xiaoxia answered back. She kept her head half lowered. Li Long didn't find it interesting, so he didn't say anything either. Big brother Li Jianguo's meaning outside is not safe. This is really not safe. Don't look at this place from the mountains more than 20 kilometers. But just a month ago, There are wolves in the production team outside the reed swamp infestation. The dogs raised by the team are not good either. And at this time of the year, the earth dogs are taller and more ferocious. And even more dangerous are the dilettantes who don't get a good night's rest and don't get their energy out. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to have a crackdown in a couple of years. The Lee family is almost 300 meters from the Gu family. The moon hadn't risen yet at night, but with the snow mapping the light of the sky, it was barely possible to see the road. Li Long brought a flashlight with him, and although he didn't turn it on, he was always ready. Just as he was halfway through the walk and about to turn the corner, Li Long heard footsteps not far from the opposite side, and when Gu Xiaoxia behind him leaned back, he immediately reacted and shouted, "Who?" As he shouted, the flashlight had flared and shone toward the corner. There was a dark figure running quickly off into the distance, and soon it scurried into the back of whoever's yard it was and disappeared. A dog barked over there. "It's fine. There might be someone passing by." Li Long turned his head and said to Gu Xiaoxia, "Let's go." Gu Xiaoxia's heart palpitated. She probably knew what that black shadow was trying to do, but she didn't think that Li Long, who was heard to be quite a wimp, would be so fierce at this time. The next all the way to the door of Gu's house Li Long did not say anything. Into the courtyard, Gu Xiaoxia quickly walked 2 steps to open the door. Li Long carried the meat into the house and saw Gu Boyuan lying on the bed. He was sleeping and didn't hear the commotion. Liren said as he saw that the house was still warm, "Have warm water ready by your father. Drink plenty of water to get better fast." After saying that, he put down the meat and turned to go out. "Here's your money," Gu Xiaoxia shouted after him. "This is what my big brother said. For your father's treatment, no money." Li Long waved his hand and went back. It seems that Li Jianguo mentioned that the Gu family earned fewer work points at the end of the year than his own family, and did not share a few money but also backed up. The good thing is that Li Long remembers that in the spring of next year, the production team changed to the village. The village elementary school opened. The village only teaches the 1st and 2nd grades, and the 3rd grade goes to the brigade. By then Gu Xiaoxia seems to be a teacher in the village primary school. His family's life will be better. He thought about the dark figure from earlier as he walked back. Who could that be? Look at the figure. Why is it so familiar? Chapter 22 Gu Ormo blocking the door. The next day dawns numbly. Liren climbs up. Gathering up his things and pressing the coals into the stove he went to the east room. The lights were lit early over there, and when Li Long went over to wash up, his sister-in-law Liang Yueme was frying vegetables, and Li Jianguo was already loading him up with hair cakes. "Big brother, don't pack so much. You can't eat it," Li Long said and went to wash his face. The enamel wash basin has double happiness characters in it, which was purchased when my elder brother got married, and it's been 10 years or so since then. Thinking about it, if it wasn't for myself, with my big brother's hard work and my sister-in-law's frugality, my big brother's family would be doing much better. It's okay to load more. You can't eat it and bring it back. Li Jianguo lowered his head while loading and said, "If you work hungry, it is difficult. Poor people are rich. How to say at home, but in front of the village, in front of the store, in the back of the trouble." "That's right. Bring more." "Yes. I cooked some mutton last night and brought it too," sister-in-law Liang Yueme said while frying vegetables. "Eating meat makes you work stronger." Li Chang yelled from the bed in the inner room. "Mom, I want meat too. Eat, eat, eat. Just know how to eat." As soon as Liang Yueme heard her son's words, she directly disliked him. "Didn't you eat enough last night? Your uncle is going to work." Li Chang immediately stopped talking. The 2 children in the family are afraid of Liang Yueme. The old saying is that it is a strict father and a kind mother. In the Li family it is the other way around. After Li Long washed his face, Li Jianguo handed him his satchel and said, "The kettle is filled with warm boiled water, too, but it's only good for the first half of the day, and freezes by the second half. So eat a handful of snow if you're thirsty." At this time there is no thermos. Out of thirst, encountered in front of the village, a handful of snow to solve the problem. Breakfast was sweet potato rice, hair cake, and fried pickles. Liang Yueme sized up the remaining haggis soup from yesterday and gave a bowl to Li Long, while the remaining bit was divided between Li Wan and Li Chang, and the few bits of haggis were basically served in Li Long's bowl. Li Long's nose soured a little as he watched Liang Yueme's habitual movements, and he shared the haggis in his bowl with Li Wan and Li Chang's bowls, smiling. "I'm fine with soup. My sister-in-law still treats me like a child." "Then you are not just a child in front of us." Li Jianguo ate his pickles and said, "How old are you?" "Not married, that are children." "Okay." Li Long lowered his head to drink the soup. "This goat soup tastes so good," Liang Yueme said with a smile. "Then I'll even make soup when you guys get back. I cut up some sheep hearts and livers yesterday, and today your brother packed up the sheep's stomachs to cook on tonight." "Good. Maybe I can even pull in a goat at night." Li Long finished the soup, wiped his mouth and said, "If I have to pull it in, I'll send half of it to my uncle Liang's side." Liang Yume and Li Jianguo looked at each other as she said, "When you came over yesterday, I asked him to bring some fish over. This meat will not be sent." "That's different." Li Long remembered clearly that in the first few years, and all the way to the latter years, the Li family hadn't received a lot of succor from the Liang family, and the biggest reason was himself. First it was work, then it was splitting up the family to buy things. He thought it was nice to live again, and it felt good to pay off his debt. It's not the same way to eat. Mutton is the flavor of mutton, and fish is the flavor of fish. I can make 2 more trips before the year. Maybe I can bring back a few more sheep, and then our family will have a fat year. Have a fat year. Uncle, what do you mean by fat year? Li Chang looked up from chewing a piece of lamb heart in his mouth and asked. That's, said Li Long thoughtfully, when New Year's Day comes, let you eat lamb in big chunks and eat as much as you want. Really? When Li Chang heard this, stars rose in his eyes. Li Wan was also looking forward to it. It's true. It's definitely true. Li Long patted his chest. Just because of Li Chang's words, he had to do a good job. After eating, over the east room dressed, Li Long backpack on the satchel and walked out. Just as he reached the door, he saw that Gu Ermo was outside, and Li Long was a bit surprised. Didn't the bastard fall out with himself? Xiao Long, I heard you're going into the mountains. Bring me one? Gu Ermo still had that playful look. Can't bring it. Li Long flatly refused. I made an appointment with De Chang. That wagon can't take more than one person. If you take more than one person, you can't pull anything. Xiaolong, Gu Ermo saw Li Long directly rejected. Hurriedly explained, you listen to me. I also did not mean to pass the words of your dismissal to Wu Shufan. That person is like that. You believe me. In fact, Liren had shaken him off and headed for the horse horn. Gu Ermo still had to follow. But since Li Long was walking fast and he had been freezing outside for a while, he couldn't keep up and was left behind. Not taking me. Are you? If you can go, so can I. Gu Ermo was furious. Isn't it just the mountains? As if anyone can't go. Li Long was still wondering how Tao Dashan didn't show up, and waited until he got to the horse horn to realize that Tao Dashan was squatting in the corner outside the horse horn. De Chang, why don't you go to my house? Li Long asked strangely. Why are you harboring here? I saw Ermal go past your house. Tao Dashan whispered. I guess he must be looking for you to go to the mountains too, thinking that if he wants to go, I won't necessarily be able to go. Tao Dashan isn't stupid. Liren chuckled. Didn't I tell you? The two of us will go without him. From now on, it's just the two of us, okay? Good mile. As soon as he heard Li Long say that, Tao Dashan immediately became happy. Just the two of us. When he got up in the morning and walked outside, his father, Tao Construction, gave him a word that made Tao Dashan half a day. Dashan, you went to the mountains with Li Long, and you have leather gloves and a leg of lamb. If Li Long wants to go again, why don't you ask your brother to go for you? He has a family to feed, and he's smarter than you, so he can bring back more things. Li Long said not to bring anyone else. Just me. Tao Dashan lied. Then you remember the road. When this trip back, you don't talk to Li Chang. You and your brother borrowed the team's wagon to go over. Can pull back a sheep. Our family can also have a fat year. Tao Dashan knew that he, even if he memorized the road, would not be able to go for the sheep. People believe in Li Long, not their own. Neither could his own brother. Dare. Li Long looked for Lao Luos at the carriage, and De Chang two together went to the county. First bought brick tea and salt, thought about buying 2 packets of sugar cubes, weighed half a kilogram of loose fruit sugar, and then drove the carriage to the mountains. Because I know the road, I arrived at Harimu's winter nest a little earlier than yesterday. This time the dog had barked when he saw the wagon coming. However, those 2 dogs didn't run over when they barked, and their tails were wagging, so Li Long guessed that this should be recognizing himself. Unloading the wagon and leading the horses to the edge of the winter nest, Harimu was already out of the winter nest. Seeing Li Long and Tao Dashan, Harimu took the initiative to extend his hand. Liren, good, okay. Liren shook his hand heavily. Here to trouble you again. Kazakhs are very important to the etiquette. Yesterday not familiar, today familiar. Should have the etiquette is still necessary. Harimu took the horse's reins still tied to the wooden stake, and after putting up the forage, led Li Long and Tao Dashan into the winter den, into the winter nest. When his eyes adjusted, Liren's eyes lit up when he saw something by the fireplace. Something good. Chapter 23, that's what friends are for. By the fireplace, 3 branches of antler lay, all larger than the ones he had gotten yesterday. Liren just looked at it before handing over his purchase to Harimu. This is tea, this is salt, and this is sugar cubes. After taking them out one by one, he finally took out the fruit candies and handed them to the old man. Harimu's mom said, for you. The old man, who could not speak Chinese, took the things and greeted Li Long with a smile as they sat down, then asked Harimu's wife to mix milk tea while she grabbed out handfuls of fruit candies and distributed them to her grandchildren. After Liren and the others took off their shoes and got on the wooden bed, Harimu also sat over and said, "After you left yesterday, I went to look for other sheep herders. Indeed, some people had frozen sheep at home, and they didn't want money, they wanted tea. I gave them tea and pulled back 2 sheep. Oh yeah, and that one." He pointed to the antlers. Liren took the milk tea that the woman shaved over and put down the bowl before pulling the paper bag out of his pocket and handing it to Harimu. "That's 20 rounds. Harimu unwrapped the paper package and looked at it, overjoyed. "That's wonderful. The wolf came over last night and I didn't get much sleep at night. With the bullets, I'll be able to fight off the wolf. Brother Li Long, you've really helped me a lot." Liren took a sip of his milk tea and smiled. "We are mutually beneficial. You helped me find the frozen sheep and the antlers, and it's only right that I help you find these things. Yes, 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 help each other." Harimu's Chinese was a bit stiff, but could express himself well. "When winter passes and spring comes, I can shoot wild boars and stuff, so come over and pull." At noon, Harimu showed Liren how a Kazakh man could butcher a sheep in a few minutes. Liren keeps refusing and stopping Harimu from slaughtering the sheep, but Harimu's family agrees that this sheep must be slaughtered or they will not be able to do justice to Liren as a close guest. Harimu added, "We are running out of grass to prepare. The snow is particularly heavy this year, and there is no way for the cattle and sheep to nibble on the grass beneath the snow. Some of the sheep can't stay up until the snow melts in the spring, and there is still some fat left from slaughtering them now, or else they will starve to death when it's almost spring." The danger of snowstorms was clear to Li Long. He remembers that in his last life after a few years, the township also called on students to donate grass to aid the herdsmen in the pastoral areas, when it was the snowstorms and pests that caused the herdsmen to run out of grass. Maybe Harimu was telling the truth. But of course the greater likelihood was that it was a cover-up for the fact that they were specializing in slaughtering sheep for Laron. The lamb stewed directly at noon. Only a little salt, melted snow water. Li Long could see that the 2 children had also been staring at the meat in the pot. Apparently, they haven't eaten meat like this in a long time either. Looking at the thigh stones they had piled up in the corner, Li Long's heart fluttered and he said to Nathan, "Can I have a couple of your thigh stones?" Nathan didn't understand, but it was Harimu who said something to Nathan. Nathan looked at the thigh stones and then at Laron. Harimu said a few more words, and Nathan looked at the fruit candies in his hand before pushing all those thigh stones over. Liren chuckled. "Can't ask for that many. I have nieces and nephews who love this but don't have it, so I'm asking for a couple for them." Li Long took 10 thigh stones. There were about 30 to 40 in that pile. 10 wasn't much. When the meat was cooked, everyone sat down at the table and began to eat the meat and gnaw on the bones. Tao Daqiang couldn't let go, but Li Long didn't be polite. Since it was cooked, then eat more. In the future, when you come over, just bring more things here. Harimu had the bullets, knocked out a few wolves, then everything came back. After eating the mutton, Li Long and they drank mutton soup. Then they went out contentedly and put the 2 frozen sheep into the wagon. Then he planned to get some more pine wood to load on the wagon. "I went and got some coal back yesterday." Harimu pointed behind the winter nest. "But I didn't bring much because I rode over there." "Then you guys stay and burn it." Li Long knew that Harimu and the others also burned coal, so he didn't intend to haul this coal back. "You guys pull on it. We're close enough to that coal mine to bring some back every few days. When ye come next time, I'll be able to bring back more coal." Harimu was stubborn, too. Li Long did not refuse again, and Tao Daqiang too put the coal on the wagon as well, and loaded some pine wood, and finally the 3 antlers. Li Long weighed the 3 antlers almost 10 kilograms. According to the words of the man at the purchase station, how can also be sold for $30 or $40. There's going to be money in my pocket again. Liren, anything else you guys need, give me a heads up. I'll find the others when I have time, and I can exchange them when I come across them. With the bullets, Harimu was much bolder and was able to run farther away. He felt that he owed Li Long many favors, so naturally he wanted to help him. "It's best if you can hit a wild boar. The boar's stomach stays," Li Long thought and said. "Winter things are still less. Wait for summer. There are more herbs, and they can be sold for money. There are also mushrooms. There are a lot of good things in the mountains, but in winter there are only a few. This mountain has ha bears, also known as brown bears. That thing is even bigger than a black bear, a weight of more than 200 or 300 kilograms. Ordinary people encounter want to mess with. That is looking for death. So Li Long will not go to say these things. But the boar, there are rifles in hand." Harimu is also aware of the weight. Even if you can't kill, at least to ensure their own safety. But thinking about the fact that the boars were coming down in herds at this time of year, he thought about bringing more bullets up the next time he came over. After bidding farewell to the Harimu family, the 2 of them Li Long and Tao Daqiang drove the carriage down the mountain. Once again in the county, Li Long let Tao Daqiang wait outside. He carried 3 antlers into the purchase station. This time the person inside was not Chen Hongjun, but a middle-aged woman. The woman looked at Li Long carrying the antlers. Her heart was happy, but her face was still calm and asked, "You came to sell antlers?" Once he saw that it wasn't Chen Hongjun, Li Long didn't reply directly but asked, "Let's see the price first." "This antler," said the woman as she picked up the antler that Liren had placed on the counter and took a closer look at it. "It looks good, but it's frozen and cracked. How about I give you $2 a kilo, which is already a high price?" "Forget it." Li Long put away his antlers and prepared to leave. He remembered that Chen Hongjun said that he was in 135, so wait for Chen Hongjun to come. $2 a kilogram. That's $12 less to sell. 1 lamb is gone. The woman didn't expect Li Long to be so dry. She immediately said, "How about raising you some? $2.50? Liren didn't stop. The woman was also on a mission, and could not help but see that Liren was already walking to the door with his antlers before he said, $3 then. No higher." "Okay." Liren turned and put the antlers down. This woman hates Li Long a little bit, and she really does not see a rabbit without an eagle. Not many people who came here to sell things would haggle. This has allowed her to collect a lot of good things at low prices. Hitting a nail in the coffin here at Liren's made her feel bad. Chapter 24, The Age of the Ticket. With the money, Li Long didn't bother with the woman's feelings. He had other things to do. Rushing to the department store, Li Long asked Tao Daqiang what he needed to buy. No. Tao Daqiang shook his head and said, "I don't lack anything. Should I buy you a pair of shoes?" Li Long pointed at Tao Daqiang's feet. "Your shoes won't last twice. Why don't I buy you a pair of cotton rubber shoes this time?" No need." Tao Daqiang vigorously shook his head and waved his hand. "No need to buy it. Brother Long, I didn't do anything when I went. Just give me some wood when you get there. This wood is quite good. I'm thinking of waiting until spring next year, so I can make some furniture or something for my family." That is indeed a positive thing. The wood pulled by Li Long and Tao Daqiang was basically pine wood, and most of them were stakes of wood as thick as a joint, except for a few that were some branches as thick as an arm. These woods, which can be easily picked up in the mountains, are great for making furniture outside of the mountains. These days there are especially few finished furniture for sale, and the furniture that families use is all carpenter built, with most of the wood being self-provided. Li Long remembers that in his last life, his brother Li Jianguo had prepared some pine boards for Li Chang to make furniture for his wedding early on. Pine wood is considered a good wood over here. However, because after the 90s, the rise of furniture factories, slowly even in rural areas are directly by ready-made furniture. Those wooden boards and so on when Li Long passed away from a brain hemorrhage, but also placed in the sister-in-law's family's unused house. But in this day and age, anyone who can beat a set of pine furniture is definitely looked at differently by others. I didn't realize Tao Daqiang had this in mind. Not bad. See, Tao Daqiang is actually not stupid at all. Li Long think this is not a matter of fact. The big deal is to run 2 more trips. Then you can change the Big Brother's home furniture set. After all, now the Big Brother's home on the 5-drawer cupboard and a high and low cabinets, but also more than 10 years ago to play the furniture. The paint on the top are quite a lot. It doesn't cost much to beat the furniture now, so if you make 2 more trips to the mountains by yourself, not only will the money for the furniture come out, but you might even be able to buy a sewing machine or a bicycle. When he entered the department store, Li Long first bought a kilogram of fruit hard candy at the food counter, which was for Li Wan and Li Chang. Then there were 2 packs of square candies, and 2 bottles of canned goods. These added up to less than $10. He asked about bicycles and sewing machines. The 28-weighted permanent bicycle cost $167 and the sewing machine $85, both with tickets. Li Long did not have a ticket. He remembers that the Commerce Bureau seems to give the commune invoices every year, and each production team can almost get 1 or 2 tickets. So if he wants to talk about tickets, it can only be from Su Chungjun. Originally, Li Long wanted to buy some fine grains like flour and rice, but he didn't have any food stamps in his hand either. Going out and asking Tao Daqiang to wait, he ran towards the black market in his memory. The location was on the outskirts of the city, not only selling flour and rice, but also some meat, domesticated meat, and meat from wild animals. It's just that when I went there was nothing there. But looking at the footprints in the snow, the blood droplet prints and the traces left by something pressed into the snow, Li Long had a plan in his heart. This place must be occupied, only it might be an early market, especially early, and the market would have dispersed long ago now. He went back to the front of the department store and looked at Tao Daqiang, who was a little nervous there, and smiled. "Go back." On the way back, Li Long said to Tao Daqiang, "Pull back 2 sheep this time, I'll give you half a share. Don't. Tao Dachang hurriedly waved his hand. Brother Long, I'm really not being polite with you. If I take this mutton back, I won't be able to come out with you next trip. My dad want to let my brother follow you. I won't let. I said you only let me follow. My dad also said, let me behind to remember the road. Let me follow my brother up the mountain. Li Long gave Tao Dachang a somewhat surprised look. He was surprised not that Tao Construction had come up with this idea, but that Tao Dachang would bring it up. But it was comforting to know that he felt he hadn't misjudged anyone. Tao Dachang is the person who recognizes the dead reason. He feels that Li Long is good to him. Then he won't betray Li Long. Unless Li Long betrays him first. And why didn't Li Long take Gu Ermao? Because after he brought it once, Gu Ermao could ditch him the next day and go haul his own stuff in the mountains. But Li Long had actually anticipated that someone might follow suit when he did this. It's okay Dachang. This sheep you should still take. Can't let you run after me for nothing. Li Long thought about it and said, then let's give you another leg of lamb. The wood will leave you some more. Is that okay? Fine. Tao Dachang laughed. Brother Long, I'll follow you behind. Okay. Liren smiled and nodded. The two men drove the carriage back. The people in the production team were also speculating on what they could pull on this trip out and back. Now itself is not much entertainment. Li Long was fired by the factory is considered a big news. And he came back to the next day and Wu Shufan broke up into another big news. The team's mothers-in-law together to pull the shortcomings of the parents. Is really more than a lot of fresh topics. And Li Long going into the mountains to pull things became the latest words of their discussion. At first, they all said that Li Long couldn't get it done. Just like Lu's sister-in-law. But when Li Long pulled back the wood and sheep from the mountain, the discussion immediately split into two factions. Today Liren went back into the mountains, which caused many to once again start speculating about what he could pull back. Even Captain Su Chengyuan's wife, Ma Hongmei, was speculating. Do you think that Kid Laron can pull back the wood this time? Definitely can. Su Chengjun had led people into the mountains, and although the roads on the mountains were not easy to travel, he was clear that Li Long was able to pull back the wood for the first time, indicating that the boy had already mastered a correct path into the mountains. He has seen more of the mountains than many people in the village, so he naturally knows that the frozen sheep can't have been picked up. That means that the other party must already have contacts in the mountains. Then do you think he can pick up another sheep today? Ma Hongmei was still thinking about that leg of lamb. The lamb wasn't as fatty as pork, but it tasted so good. Of course it can. Su Chengjun nodded and said, maybe there's more than one. Will that give our family another leg? Or half a goat? What are you thinking? Su Chengjun glared at him. What relationship do you have with others who send you so many things? His family borrowed the wagon and gave it labor credits. And he gave away the leg of lamb. So what else do you want? I am not thinking that this Li family boy is quite understanding well. Ma Hongmei said sardonically. If you know what you're doing, you have more sense. Giving us a leg of lamb is a gift. But a sheep? Why? The pigs are superstitious. Why don't you give them some of your own meat? Ma Hongmei's face swelled red, but she still whispered. I was just thinking, if there is lamb again, get some for my dad. Then let your brother come over tomorrow morning to set the carriage to the mountains. Can get his luck. Can not get no way. Su Chengjun rolled more cigarettes and said, don't just look at other people eating meat. People have their own relationships. We don't just blush. Then my brother doesn't know how to get there. Ma Hongmei said with difficulty. I'll take him. Su Chengjun didn't lift his head. I know the entrance to the mountains, but I don't know if I can get sheep. But it's not bad to get wood. I see that the wood that the Li family boy got is all good pine wood. Putting it down to play furniture in the spring is quite good. In fact, quite a few people are hitting on it. Chapter 25, The Wagon Let Borrowed? When Li Long and Tao Dachang appeared in the production team leading the carriage one after the other, many children rushed to the carriage, while some rushed back to their homes. Li Chang, your uncle is back. Li Chang was once again reminded by someone else. Li Chang looked up at the wagon in the distance, sniffled a little, put away his old ox that was still spinning rapidly on the ice, and rushed toward the wagon. Uncle! Watching Li Chang rush forward, Li Long grabbed a handful of candy from his satchel and handed it to him. Here, give it to your friend to share. Li Chang wailed and ran back with the candy. Li Chang, your uncle said he'd give us a share. That's it, give me a piece. Just one. I'll bring you a cigarette case to play with tomorrow. A bunch of small children rushed out after Li Chang, who enjoyed the moment. Li Long smiled and pulled out another handful of candy from his satchel and handed it to Tao Dachang. Big John, here, you take it. Tao Dachang hesitated and didn't refuse. He actually hadn't eaten candy for a long time. The carriage arrived at the Tao family first this time. What makes Li Long and Tao Dachang a little surprised is that this time not only Tao Construction is there, Tao Dachang's elder brother, Tao Daong, who has already separated from the family, and his daughter-in-law Ma Chunhong are also there. Yo, Liren's coming over and Dachyeon's back? This is. Half of the wood on this car belongs to your family. Li Long also understood what was going on at a glance, and without any nonsense, pointed to the car and said, it's just as well you're all here, so let's unload the truck together. Seeing so much wood on the car made the faces of the Tao family happy. Yesterday it was just a few logs, and not much. This time, with half a car, it was quite a lot. A few people worked together. Large and small wood unloaded half a cart. The wagon lightened up at once. Li Long used a rope to tie the rest simply, and was ready to go home. Tao Construction has seen under the car and frozen sheep, another bag with something, but right now Li Long did not speak ready to go back. He was a little anxious, lightly coughing. To the eldest son Daong made a wink. Tao Daong had no choice but to take the initiative to speak. That, Xiaolong I see the car and sheep and so on, is not also have my family Danyang share? Well, there's a leg of sheep, Li Long said as he bundled it up. When we get home I'll ask De Chang to come and get it after I remove the leg from the sheep. Only one leg. Ha! Tao Jian couldn't help but open his mouth. I see those two sheep. Dad, that sheep was replaced by Brother Long. It has nothing to do with me. Tao Dachyeon was dying of shame. How could his own family be like this? You shut up. Go out and work. Those who see it get their share. You contributed. Then you have to fight for your share. Tao Construction glared at Tao Dachyeon, then looked at Li Long to see what explanation he would give. Uncle Construction, you don't think it's the sheep that I really picked up, right? Li Long twisted his head to look at Tao Construction with a smile. I gave De Chang a leg of lamb just because he put in the effort. In fact, I could have not given it, because I gave half of the wood to your family, and that's what Dachyeon deserves for his effort. After saying that without much explanation, he led the carriage and left the Tao family's courtyard. Tao Construction was disliked by Li Long for half a day. Tao Dachyeon was so angry that he stomped his foot and chased after him. By the time Tao Construction reacted, his youngest son had already disappeared. Bastard boy. Piss me off. Tao Construction cursed and twisted his head into the house. I don't know if I'm talking about Li Long or Tao Dachyeon. Tao Dachyeon caught up with the carriage and snapped at Li Long. Lung, my dad. It's okay. Your dad is your dad and you're you. Besides, it's not wrong for your dad to fight for your interests. It's just that he's a bit greedy. Li Long was actually not angry. No one's family was rich these days. Poor begets treachery. Rich gross conscience is actually suitable to be used anywhere. Seeing that Li Long really wasn't angry, Tao Dachyeon was relieved. When he drove the carriage to the Li family, Li Long realized that there were still quite a few people at the entrance. Li Jianguo was already waiting at the door, and when he saw Li Long and the others coming over, he hurriedly greeted them, looked them up and down, sighed with relief, and asked, "It's not freezing, is it?" "No," and had a good meal. Liren whispered back, "Ha ha, that's good." Li Jianguo smiled as he smelled the stench of mutton and knew that his brother should have had a good day. The wagon drove into the yard, and soon unloaded the logs, and a number of people saw 2 sheep under them, and a good deal of coal. "You guys even got coal?" Li Jianguo was also a bit surprised. "Ran into someone I know. His family has a lot of coal. I took something in exchange." With so many people present, Li Long said vaguely, "It's not much anyway." Aha! Li knew what was going on. Some of the people watching couldn't help themselves and opened their mouths to ask, "Oh little dragon, are you still picking up the sheep?" "Pretty much," Liren joked. "I've been lucky the last 2 days. So good to pick up, ah? Then I'll pick one up too." "How did you get into the mountain?" someone asked again. "See there no?" Liren said, pointing to the mountain pass you could see from here. "Just go in through there. Look out for the mountain. If you don't have a guide and don't know the way, you won't know how to get in even if you see a mountain pass. Even if you find the mountain pass, with so many layers of mountains inside, it's possible to get lost on every layer, and it's too normal to go off the beaten path." Unloading the stuff cleanly, Liren gave Li a quiet word. "Big brother, when you unload the sheep get a leg for Dachyeon." "Just one leg?" Li was a bit puzzled. "Just one leg will do. In the future, he can take meat from our house, but if he takes more now, he won't be able to eat it." Li Long said quietly, "Okay, I get it. You still have the wagon? Well, I'll go and return the wagon for the..." Li Long left Tao Dachyeon at home and went to the horse number to return the carriage himself. After returning the carriage, he went to the captain's house again. "Xiao Long ah, the car rushed back?" Su Chengjun asked with a smile. Seeing that Su Minghua was there, Li Long pulled a handful of fruit candies out of his pocket and handed them to him. "Minghua, eat candy. Look at how you've spoiled the doll," Su Chengjun said smilingly. "It should," Li Long said. "Xiao Long ah, let me tell you something. I think you might still need to borrow a carriage. But just now, just for this moment, the team's carriage has already been let borrowed out. Su Chengjuan's opening of his mouth was a bit of a surprise to Li Long, but it was normal to think about it. One's own gains in the past 2 days would definitely be eye-catching. The path wasn't that hard to follow, so there must be people who would want to take a walk as well. In that case, forget it then. Liren suddenly smiled, then asked something else. Captain, I'd like to inquire if you have any bicycle or sewing machine tickets here? It's no good borrowing the production team's wagon all the time. When spring comes, it'll be a bit slow to drive the wagon. If we could get a bicycle, we could earn money faster. Of course, at the moment, one's hand is still too little money. Now earn money, is the king. This ticket, well, I can inquire about it. Su Chengjun didn't say yes or no. Liren understood in seconds. Chapter 26, Without a Wagon. Make a plow? When Li Long returned to the Li family, Tao Daxiang had already returned to pay, and there was no one in the yard. Li is unloading the sheep. Are you still going tomorrow? Li asked as he skinned the sheep. Liren stepped forward to help as he did so. Can't go. The team's wagons let out on loan. Borrowed light? Liang Yueme was slicing up mutton bellies and other miscellaneous scraps, intending to make another pot of mutton soup. Yeah, when I went to the team to find the captain said that. Liren sighed. Looks like someone's got their eye on it. That's normal. Li Jinjiang sharpened his sharp knife on a nearby millstone and slowly peeled the sheep's skin. The sheep aren't quite frozen yet, but they're a little soft and easy to peel at this time of year. The main reason is that I didn't wait for the thaw to open before removing one of Tao Daxiang's legs, so since I've already seen blood, let's peel it. Then it's just as well to rest tomorrow. Liang Yueme said. Xiaolong is also exhausted from the past 2 days, right? It's not really that tiring, Li Long said with a smile. I even ate a meal of handheld meat at someone's house for lunch today. That's really good. Liang Yueme glanced at her little uncle with some surprise, not realizing that her little uncle could now communicate with people to this extent. Think about what those sisters-in-law and aunts who came over to visit the door at noon said. One by one, Li Long said so bad. Who would have thought that Li Long this big change? So what are you going to do tomorrow? If it's okay, I'm going to make a crawler tonight. Li Long said. Big brother, do you know if anyone has a saw? We have it at home. Li Jianguo said. Make a crawler? How big? Then don't how big? Li Long gestured. People pulling well, tables so big on the line. Wooden bars on the shelf on the line. I plan to smash the ice hole tomorrow to catch some fish. The day after tomorrow morning to the county to sell. If you want to earn money to buy a bicycle, you can't just go to the mountains. And I'm afraid you can't borrow a wagon these days, so you might as well do it yourself. Climbing plow is not much complicated things. A few strips of wood, chisel or something with a good, ready-made wood there. Not necessarily beautiful, good to use it. That's easy. The two of us can make it by night. Li Jianguo smiled and said. If you want to say horse carriage or something, then we have no way to do it. The small crawling plow is still nothing. These days families who can do it themselves basically do it themselves. In terms of craftsmanship, there are not many people in these days who are poor. Li Long also remembers that his elder brother Li Jianguo used wood to sharpen the rifle for Li Chang, and the paint on it was exactly the same as the real 5.5. It was already dark when Li Long and Li Jianguo finished skinning the 2 sheep. Big brother, let's do the crawler tomorrow. Just fixing this sheep today is tiring enough. Li Long was really tired. These 2 sheep were not really good. Okay, Li Jianguo smiled and said. Tomorrow morning I'll go with you to fix the fish, and in the afternoon we'll engage in crawling plows. Li Long naturally had no problem with it. The haggis soup was almost ready. The two of them sat on the kong. Li Jianguo rolled a mohawk cigarette. Li Long watched the two Li Wan and Li Chang playing on the kong. He suddenly thought of the thigh stone he got back, so he went to the east room and pulled it out, and took it to the kong. Here, you play with your brother. When Li Long sprinkled the thigh stone onto the kong, Li Wan froze for a moment, then let out a surprised squeal. Ah, uncle, is this for me? Yeah. Liren smiled. My friend in the mountains. He has quite a lot at home. I'll take some. Uncle, you're wonderful. Li Wan shouted loudly. The shriek drew Liang Yueme over, holding a spatula in her hand as she glared at Li Wan and bellowed. What are you yelling for? You're so loud. You'll knock the roof off. Usually, Li Wan let this yell immediately quietly, but today she did not. Holding those thigh stones to Liang Yueme said excitedly. Mom, look, my uncle asked for it for us. So many thigh stones. Gahua only has 5 of them, so she's like a baby every day and won't even let us touch them. Now I'll show her what it means to have a lot. Liang Yueme looked at the thigh stones and then at her daughter's expression. Her expression eased, but she still slapped her face again. Then we'll talk about it later. Come here and bring the bowl for dinner. She looked at Liren again. like she was scolding. Xiaolong, just spoil them. That's my nieces and nephews. Who do I spoil if not them? Li Jianguo laughed and smiled, and beautifully smoked mohawk cigarettes. This day, really comfortable. He was sipping his haggis soup when footsteps came from outside. As soon as Li Long heard the heavy footsteps, he knew it was Tao Daqiang coming. He stood up and opened the door without waiting for Tao Daqiang to knock. Daqiang is here. Come on in. Brother Long, I'm not going in. Tao Daqiang faced with a few moments of tension and anger. I heard that several families have borrowed the Team S wagon, and they are going to enter the mountains. Tao Maro, I know. Liren pulled him in. Sit down first. Liang Yueme got up and greeted Tao Daqiang to sit at the table. Li Wan obediently gave him a seat and squeezed herself and her brother together. Seeing Liang Yueme wanting to serve herself haggis soup, Tao Daqiang hurriedly refused. Auntie, don't serve it. I've already eaten. There's nothing to drink another bowl after eating. Liang Yueme didn't listen to him. Tao Daqiang and the two brothers of the Li family were friends with each other. He called Li Jianguo his uncle and Li Long his brother. The main reason was that Li Jianguo was the earliest of the group to come to this production team, and although he wasn't very old at the time, he was a brother to those old men. Then Tao Daqiang looked at Li Long, counting on him to take an idea. He had only just made a gain and let someone else cut him off, so he really felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. We're going to smash ice holes and catch fish tomorrow. Are you free? There is Tao Daqiang's eyes lit up. Caught, catch it and sell it. Liren said, but don't tell anyone. Fine. I will definitely not say anything, and neither will my dad or my brother. Tao Daqiang received the haggis soup Liang Yueme brought over, with mixed feelings. The leg of lamb that I took back yesterday is gone, and the leg of lamb that I brought back just now. My father didn't say anything about making lamb for dinner. The cornmeal mush I drank at night is still cold. If he hadn't had a few pieces of lamb at lunchtime beautifully, he didn't think he'd be able to get up tomorrow. That's a lot of consumption. Have another bowl. Watching Tao Daqiang quickly finish the bowl of haggis soup, Liang Yueme wanted to serve him another bowl. Tao Daqiang hurriedly stood up to refuse, but the bowl had already been taken over. When he received the bowl again and looked at the bowl full of haggis, Tao Daqiang's eyes reddened and tears almost fell in. It's an outsider. A family member. Not even an outsider. Li Long could see that Tao Daqiang had something on his mind, but he couldn't say anything about it. And when Tao Daqiang left, he also simply washed and went to the east room. The rest of the money is quite a lot. In his heart this money still has Tao Daqiang's share, but at the moment cannot give him. Wait until later. The immediate concern is how to make enough money for the bike first. The next day after breakfast, when Tao Daqiang rushed over, Li Jianguo, Li Long and Tao Daqiang took Li Wan Li Chang together to Xiahaizi. They were nearing the small sea when they saw from a distance a carriage leaving the village. Li Long thought to himself, it's a daydream to go out at this time of the day and still want to go to the mountains to pull wood, isn't it? Chapter 27. Not everyone has a diamond. Someone has been here in the past 2 days. Li Long looked at the footprints in the snow and said, they should have come to fish as well. The little sea is public, and if you can fish it, surely others can too. It would be nice if we could catch another water rat. Li Jianguo said with a smile. That's not easy. Li Long shook his head. This stuff is inside the underwater grass in winter. Some of them simply hibernate. It's not easy to catch. Take your chances. Tao Daqiang didn't say anything, but his eyes lit up. He was also looking forward to catching a water rat. That thing? One is worth several fish. When they arrived at the small sea, they did find several ice holes in the ice. However, these several ice holes had all been covered with thick ice again, because the water has to expand when it freezes. The ice at the location of these ice holes is in turn thicker than the rest. Are we going to re-chisel the ice? Tao Daqiang asked, touching his hat. No need. Didn't we fill the ice hole with snow? Now just clear the snow. Li Long found the ice hole they had previously chiseled and started clearing the snow with a shovel. 1. Qiang, you guys go hug those hairy reeds. Li Jianguo assigned tasks to the two children. Li Wan and Li Chang, both dressed in round clothes, were able to follow over here because they had been begging for a long time, so now they were actively looking for the hairy reeds that had been cut but not pulled away. Soon they found a large pile. Li told them to divide the hairy reeds into 2 piles, each not far from the heel of the 2 ice holes. By this time, the two Li Long and Tao Daqiang had already hollowed out the snow on the ice hole, and there was a layer of ice frozen underneath, but it wasn't very thick. Using a brazier with a crosspick, the ice hole was soon cracked open. Liren used the plunge net again to get rid of the ice floes on the surface of the water, and then said, just wait, there should be fish coming through later. It's been smashed a couple times here. There shouldn't be many fish at first. It's okay to have it. Li wasn't greedy at all. It's better than eating pickles every day. That's true. Tao Daqiang hadn't said anything, but his tall figure was bent over. staring hard at the water. Dachiang, you can't see it, said Li Long with a smile. The ice hole is too small, so if you're in a hurry, take the plunge net and fish a few times. Will it affect the fish coming in later? Wouldn't fishing now scare the fish away? Tao Dachiang hesitated. No effect. As long as there is movement. That fish must have been startled. Sooner or later it's the same thing. Li Long gave him the plunge net. Anyway, 2 ice holes. Just try back and forth. Fish a little, fish a little. Li Chang shouted on the ice, catching fish and shrimp. As young as 5 or 6 years old, as old as 80 or 90 years old, there is no man who does not like it. Don't you shout. Li Wan slapped her brother. What if you scare the fish away? The suppression from his bloodline caused Li Chang to immediately stop his mouth, even holding his breath as he watched Tao Dachiang's movements. Li Long didn't care much, feeling that it wasn't very cold right now, so he didn't light the fire. He was thinking of going to the fishery in the spring to see if he could get some old nets and make a few more plunge nets. When the spring floods, the water in this small sea will rush out from the side a bit. Then there will be fish together to rush to the reed lake below. It is a good time to catch fish. As for what not to fight the birds in spring and not to fight the fish in April, it is true that the carp in April are full of roe. But the carp that washes down from the sea, if you do not fight it, it is only dry death. Carp, this thing especially, can reproduce. There was a time. Spring planting and watering. As long as the water stops, there is the center of the gate mouth washed out of the puddle can be half a pit of palm-sized carp. If someone picks it up, then it goes home. If no one picks it up, in a few days when the water dries up, it's a fly's lunch. Tao Daxiang fished once experienced. He went down to the half-waist of the ice hole, feet well in the special stay on the ice steps, and then stooped down to put the net into the ice hole inside, turning in a circle to make a copy of the copy. Copy after a quick lean back, pull out the net, reverse to the ice to make a strong shot. Li Chang had sharp eyes and immediately shouted, there's fish, live, and ditch fish. Whoa, what a big fish. It wasn't really that big, a little bigger than the palm of your hand. And indeed a couple of ditch fish that looked particularly similar to loaches were bouncing hard on the ice before slowly freezing. John, you guys pick up the fish and pile them up in one piece. There were not many fish in this plunge net. The biggest was the big slab of carp that could be around 300 grams. 20 years later, a fish like this would cost $25 a kilo, but now it's less than 50 cents if you want to sell it. The two of them, Li Wan and Li Chang, picked up all the fish, including the small carp that were 2 or 3 centimeters long. Looking at the fish, Tao Daxiang got excited and a little unsatisfied. He immediately bent down to have another net. This one wasn't quite as good as the last, with 2 one-finger-long ditchers and 3 palm-sized carp in the net alone. Go to that ice hole, Liren said. The fish haven't come over here yet, so we need to get some air. Tao Daxiang was a little reluctant, but he knew that there was nothing he could do. He climbed up and handed the plunge net to Li Long. Li Long over to that side of the ice hole, footing solidly, slowly into the water outstretched coping net. He didn't move as much as Tao Daxiang, swinging the plunge net underwater and slowly turning it in a large circle before jerking it back. Whoa! Big fish! Uncle Junior's net has a big fish in it! Li Chang had yelled before the net was even snapped to the ice. Li Long felt the weight in his hand. There was indeed a not-so-small fish. He snapped the fish in the plunge net to the ice. A foot-long grass carp immediately popped up on the ice. Li Chang quickly ran over to hold the fish, but the grass carp had a strong vitality and slapped Li Chang directly in the face with its tail. Li Chang's face was directly slapped red, but he stubbornly didn't let go of his hand, deadlocking the gill cover of the grass carp. Alright, you caught this fish. Li Jianguo hurried over and took the fish from Li Chang's hand. Qiang, good job. Looking at Li Chang's eyes holding back tears, Li Long knew that this slap really hurt. He hurriedly diverted the little guy's attention. Pick up the other fish and put them in the bag too. Qiang is really good. Tao Daxiang also complimented. That grass carp is strong. Li Long secretly screamed that it was going to be bad, and it was better not to boast it this time. So it was as if nothing had happened, and Li Chang's sight had passed. But so much praise, 2 sentences. Li Chang's heart that aggrieved energy immediately surged up. Wow, a cry out. It hurts. Dad. Uncle. This fish hits me so hard. Qiang, don't cry. Li Long hurriedly said. When we go back, let your mom cook this fish for you to eat and take revenge for you. You must remember this fish. Well, I remember, Li Chang said as he wiped his tears and looked deeply at the fish. Well, this fish is probably going to go in the belly today. Fishing continues. Chapter 28, Building a Crawler. It was almost time for the noon meal to begin, and Li Long and the others returned to the team together. Tao Daxiang still wanted to go back, but was forced by Li Long to stay for dinner. Li Jianguo also opened his mouth. Tao Daxiang also stayed. He actually knows that going back does not necessarily have his meal. but also has to do it himself. But after being tired all morning, he didn't want to move. Liang Yuemei had already made the meal for lunch. She made rice mixed with bracked grits, fried haggis, stewed fish, and pickled vegetables. The pickles were brought up by Li Long. Liang Yuemei was actually quite happy. It was naturally a good thing that her brother-in-law liked to eat the pickles she made. Everyone was hungry. Even Li Chang quickly washed his hands to prepare for dinner after holding the large grass carp for his mom. You two will just go this afternoon. I'll take the saw to saw the wood and make the crawler in the afternoon, Li Jianguo said. Try to have the crawler plow done by the time you guys come back in the evening. Good, Liren said as he picked at his meal. I hope we catch more this afternoon. That's going to catch a lot. So we'll go sell the fish first thing in the morning? Tao Daxian looked up and asked. Well, we have to leave early tomorrow, earlier than we get to the mountains, or else we won't be able to sell the fish and will be easily caught, Li Long said solemnly. These days, although it has been reformed and opened up, but selling things is still a bit dangerous. Really next year, the division of land began. Small traders and vendors only gradually liberalized on this side. Tao Daxian nodded his head as if he understood. At home, he basically listened to what Tao Construction said. Later, with Li Long and the others together, listening to the outside things more, only a little insight. But the more insightful he became, the more troublesome he became in turn. He already knew that his father was biased and his brother and sister-in-law weren't exactly kind to him. But mother died early. According to this side of the rules, brothers separated out to live. Then he can only share a homestead with the Tao Construction. There is no way to separate the family again. His father's way of raising him and he doesn't agree with it. So it's painful. Hanging out with Laron every day now was not an escape. After lunch, Li Chang ran out to fight the old bull, while Li Wan was having fun catching thigh stones on the bed by herself. So Li Long and Tao Daxiang both got dressed and ready and headed for Xiaohaizi. I don't know if the people who went out to the mountains to pull wood today have any luck. Halfway down the road Tao Daxiang speculated. Whatever, Li Long said. They won't share a bit with us even if they have a harvest. If they don't, I guess the others will borrow the wagons and go early. Let's just get on with ours, catch as many fish as we can, and hopefully sell them for a good price tomorrow. The two people arrived at the place of the ice hole, and there was only a thin layer of ice frozen on the surface of the water. Li Long cracked the ice. Tao Daxiang immediately took a plunge net and fished away the floating ice on top, and then went down to the place of the ice steps and forked his legs and waited. Now he is also a bit of experience. Want to catch more fish? You have to wait until the water is not rippled, and when you lower the plunge net should be slow, so that the fish in order to breathe fresh air to gather over, so that they will not be immediately surprised away. In fact, the first day of the ice hole the next day fishing fish is good. Does Li Long think so? Thick ice, such a good resource. The day to fish as much as the next day to sell as much. The big thing is to wait for the sail back to fish again is. Soon, Tao Daxiang's first net came up. This time did not let him disappointed. A net fished out 3 more than a kilogram of fish. Carp, silver carp and grass carp each one. There are many small carp. Count on a bumper crop. Tao Daxiang immediately jumped out and ran to that other ice hole to get ready. Li Long was a bit amused that Tao Daxiang, who was almost 1 meter 8, could move so quickly. It seemed that catching fish was really attractive to him. Since the other guy wants to catch fish, he'll pick them up. Taking the prepared bag of urea, Liren began to pick the fish into the bag one by one. During the day it's 20 degrees below zero and the fish can only pop up on the ice 3 or 5 times before freezing. Tao Daxiang didn't get many fish in this side of the ice hole. 2 big crucian carp, and some small crucian carp and gully fish, which is what Li Long likes more. He fished 7 or 8 nets, and the further back he went, the fewer fish there were. So Li Long simply let him stop. Take a break. I'll light a fire and you roast it, and I'll fish a few nets later. Tao Daxiang smiled sardonically. He had just forgotten to let Li Long come and fish. Look at your clothes are wet. Stay a while and bake it properly. Now in this year, basically everyone just a set of outerwear. Really want to wet not good to wear. That delay it. Tao Daxiang smiled and obeyed to go to the fire. And Li Long began to run back and forth between the 2 ice holes. With the experience of his last life, he fished the fish unhurriedly, and with longer intervals between each time, he naturally harvested more. When the sun sloped in the west, Li Long looked and saw that the 2 of them had fished more than 20 big fish over 1 kilogram, and 10 or so kilograms of miscellaneous fish less than 1 kilogram. Not as much as last time. Tao Daxiang was still a little disgruntled. It's okay, Li Long said with a smile. It was just now that there were more resources, and he was able to get so many fish in most of the day. In a few years, when the dam north of this little ocean is flooded, there won't be as many fish possible. Go back. Liren looked at the sun and said, I have to go back and see if the plow is done. Although Tao Daxiang is still a little unsatisfied, but know that further messing around is not likely to get much. He lifted up the bag of urea containing fish and flung it, carrying it on his back to go back. Liren, meanwhile, followed with his tools. You're tired of carrying it, put it on the head of the shovel and pull it straight back to save some energy, Li Long said from behind. It's easy to fall off that way. Tao Daxian didn't look back. I'm strong. It's fine. Well, Li Long knew that Tao Daxian was contributing and wanted to pay more. After all, he didn't have a plunge net, and even the place where the ice hole was hit was chosen by Li Long. If he didn't contribute more, he didn't have the face to take that share of the money. Almost back to the Li family, the two of them saw a carriage rushing back to the production team from the west. They didn't pick up anything. Tao Daxian looked at the carriage and said with some surprise, "Do you think that anyone can find the way into the mountain and can pick up pine wood?" Li Long laughed. "There are so many openings into the mountain. It's possible to enter the wrong way and find the wrong way into the mountain." Tao Daxian realized that Li Long brought him into the mountain is to give him how much trust. Is really did not set up a defense against him. He thought to himself that even if he remembered the road, he couldn't say anything to his father or brother. If he said it, he would be sorry for Brother Long. Li Long didn't care about the one who drove the carriage. He and Tao Daxian both hurried back to Li's house, put the fish in the kitchen, and then hurried to the east house. The stove in the east room is still pressed. Li Long took the fire hook to poke the fire of the pressed coal, and then put a few pieces of split wood. The fire soon caught strong. Not caring about anything, both men took off their outerwear, leaving only their fall coats and pants, and roasted their clothes up on the firewall. Tao Daxian let Li Long tell him about Wu Chang. Li Long picked up some of his memories and told him. Tao Daxian had a longing face. Growing up, he hadn't even been to the county seat a few times, let alone uptown. Li Long couldn't help but say, "When we make money later, I'll take you around Yuking." Tao Daxian agreed with anticipation. He was now more excited about how much money he would get from selling the fish tomorrow. Chapter 29 Forgetting the Big Things. Li Chang came over and shouted for the two to eat. Before the two, Li Long and Tao Daxian got dressed and went to the west room. Seeing the plate of grass fish on the table, Li Long was happy. As expected, Li Chang's revenge doesn't discriminate between early and late. This brought back the grass fish and it was stewed at night. In addition to the grass carp, there was fish soup made with small carp and cornmeal cakes, which were hot and flavorful. Li Wan is on the bed packing up the thigh stone. Should have just finished playing. Everyone sat on the table. Li Jianguo moved his chopsticks and ate together. Tao Daxian was still eating slowly with his head down, and if it wasn't for Li Long reminding him every now and then, he wouldn't even be able to pinch the fish much. He would just be soaking up the tortillas with the fish soup. "You eat more fish." Li Long gave him a smile. "This is Chang Chang's enemy. Let's destroy it together." "Aha!" Tao Daxian answered. Li Chang said that he wanted to take revenge, but in reality, he only ate one chopstick of grass carp before turning to the carp next to it. The grass carp had thick meat, and even though Liang Yueme had altered the knives all over the spine while stewing, most of the fish flavor was still a bit bland, and lack of oil. Li Long was thinking that after selling the fish tomorrow, he would have to go to the black market to see if there were any sellers of varnish. Everything needs a ticket these days, and the family has some food stamps, but not many other tickets. "Big brother, get me some food stamps tomorrow. I'll sell the fish and buy some food back," Li Long said as he watched Li Wan and Li Chang struggling hard against the cornmeal cakes. "There's still a lot of bracteate noodles at home," Liang Yueme said. "Buy some fine grains," said Li Long. "Just eat coarse grains. You see, Wan and Xiangqian don't grow well." Liang Yueme stopped talking. Why did she not want her children to eat more fine grains? But the rations distributed by the team itself were not much, and the fine grains even let Li Long eat more at that time. "It's a good thing that my brother-in-law has now changed and is able to do so." "Okay." Li Jianguo chewed on the cornmeal cake, feeling exceptionally sweet. In fact, Li Long knows, get through this half year will be good. Next year, even if each person only 2 acres of ration land, that really planted, the harvested food removed to pay rations, the rest is enough for everyone to eat. The good times, they're coming. After eating, Li Long gave Tao Daxiang instructions to come over early tomorrow morning. Tao Daxiang answered and left. "This kid Daxiang is quite honest," Liang Yueme said as she cleaned up the dishes. "You can't lose out on him." "Aha." Li Jianguo rolled up his Mo cigarettes and began to tell the 2 children a story as he did so. The 2 children listened intently under the kerosene lamp. "We hear before more than 100 years ago known as gold version of the bottom of the jade." "Why do you say so?" "Because at that time the Ma River the bottom of the river has a gold mine. The source of the river has a jade mine. Quite a few rich families at that time live in the current broken city sun." When Li Long, who had already planned to go to bed, heard this, he snapped and slapped his thigh. Chagrined. "How could I be so stupid as to forget that?" "What?" His slap was so loud that Liang Yuma over in the kitchen heard it and hurried over to ask, "Think of something? Jade." Li Long slapped himself on the head again. "There are jade mines in our southern mountains. There are seeds in the upper reaches of the Nama River. The herdsman asked me to keep an eye out for something. I forgot about this. My head jasper is a national treasure. And jade mines were opened here during the Qing dynasty. Although the quality of the jade is not as good as that of Hatin jasper, and most of them have fly poop-like black spots in them, top quality seed jasper is also very rare." Li Long remembers the last big brother is still in the time. Li Wan have back to school back to tell a thing. Her classmate's father once in the 70s from the hands of herdsmen to spend more than $12 received 12 kilograms of jasper seed. 85 years of the time when it was sold to more than $2,000. $2,000 was a lot of money in those days. Harimu and the others had lived in the mountains for generations, so they must have known where to find jasper. In his last life, when Li Long was in his 30s, Mahad Jasper happened to be famous, so he went into the mountains to collect the jade. At that time, many herdsmen no longer had seed material in their hands, but the mountain material that had been privately blown up with explosives in the Jade Mountain. Li Long amateur received is a piece of mountain material. The surface looks like the same as the stone. Grinding out is indeed jade, but unfortunately the mountain material was bombed inside all the cracks. Waste. In his last life, from 85 years until Li Long passed away, whenever the river was dry after a flood on the Ma Riverside, there were quite a few people with mineral water bottles, picking up jade in the river every day. If you see a stone that looks like jade, take a mineral water bottle with an eye drilled in the cap and brighten up some water on the stone to see if it is jade. At the turn of the century, very heavy chunks of jasper were found every year in the upper reaches of the river, weighing anywhere from tens of kilograms to several tons. Then just go over there sometime and ask. Li Jiangguo smiled. It's not like that thing will run. Nowadays, jade doesn't have to be more expensive than grainmasters. When he says this lord is noble, he means important. Liren thought about it. Uncle, you're not stupid, Li Chang exclaimed. Uncle is the smartest. Catching all the croaking chickens and trading them for thigh stones, no one else has that skill. Ha ha, strong is the best behaved. Li Long laughed. Back in the east room, Li Long thought about what Li Chang had just said about the quacking chicken. Since we're selling fish tomorrow, shouldn't we go back and see if there are any croaker chickens? It's okay to catch a few croaker chickens to sell. Thinking, he pressurized the stove, copped a flashlight, put on his gloves and hat, went out and grabbed a plunge net and a bag of urea and headed east. After walking out a few hundred meters, Li Long knew that he was afraid that this trip would be empty. He walked over the trail and there were footprints following him over. Obviously, he was not the only one who wanted to catch the croaking chicken, or knew its location. Luckily, Li Long knew more than one location where croaking chickens could easily hide, and he carried his flashlight all the way to the location where he caught the croaking chickens last time, and sure enough, there was not a single one. Then change places, turning south and tripping forward through the snow. Liren gasped for breath. He regretted it a little. It was too hard to walk, but now that I'm here, I've come this far, so it's not like I'm going to miss the remaining few hundred meters. Suddenly, there is a black thing all of a sudden from the side of the scurry. Li Long startled. Open the flashlight to shine. See half a white-esque gray shadow. A hare. Wild goodness. So much of it. Liren shone his light and watched the hare scurry through the snow until it was out of sight before he turned off his flashlight. Truth be told, the rabbit wasn't a fast runner, but it was able to run because it hadn't just snowed, and the snow had been building up for a while and had become more solid. He plans to come over and chase rabbits and lay some more rabbit traps when it next snows. This thing has more meat than a quacker's chicken. Soon, Liren approached the second quacking chicken hideout. He slowed his pace and cautiously felt his way forward. Chapter 30, Why should I tell you? This area is where the hyacinth grows. Splendid grass is good for tying big brooms. Li Long remembered that in his previous life to the beginning of the 20th century, someone came to the village to collect $2 for a kilogram of splendid grass. When he was selling fish, he once asked the old man who was selling broomsticks made of hyacinth, and the old man proudly told him that relying on this hyacinth, he had bought buildings in the county for his two sons, and had a lot of savings. At that time, after the land into the cooperative, the village people began to engage in side business when they were idle. What bitter beans! Hyssop can be sold for money. No one wants the hyacinth now. It grows a man high and can't be covered by snow. And flocks of quacks will lie down at the roots of the splendid splash to get out of the wind and keep warm. Although Li Long did not turn on the light, but now the skylight is still quite bright. Vaguely can see splendid grass next to the black pile. I think that's it, isn't it? He walked over slowly and swung on his flashlight. Sure enough, many of the quackers huddled at the roots of the splendid splash to keep warm. Although the flashlight had startled a couple of croaking chickens that were looking this way, they had no thoughts of flying away. but just shifted a bit and continued to lie down. Li Long stepped forward, crouched down, and gently covered it with a coping net. The net muffled 4 of them, and would have muffled more if it hadn't been for the hyacinth in the way. Once in the plunge net, croaking chickens immediately panicked. Li Long hurriedly reached in from under the net, grabbed the croaking chickens and stuffed them into the urea bag. The croaking chickens outside the net had already begun to climb up, but because of the splendid grass in the way, they couldn't immediately fly, so they could only run towards a place far away from Li Long. The snow was thick and inconveniently deep, resulting in croaking chickens before they could run a few, and Li Long's next net had already muffled them. In this way, by the time the flocks of croaking chickens were startled to fly up in all directions, Li Long had already caught 11 croaking chickens. Count on a great harvest. Carrying the 6 or 7 kilograms of harvest, Li Long beautifully rushed back. It was a long way back, but he felt comfortable inside. Keep a few of the croaked chickens at home tomorrow and carry the rest to sell with the fish. They should fetch a good price, right? It's wild game. After all, it was already 40 minutes later when he returned home. Li Long was tired and panting. He felt that next time it would be better to simply go to the splendid splendor. No need to take a long detour. Otherwise, it would be too much to walk a good distance. Returning to his house, Liren tied up the bag of croaked chickens in the corner and changed into his cloth shoes. Liren was undressing and getting ready to bake when he heard the door slam. Looking up, it was Zhang Qianjin from the Zhang family and the team. Zhang Qianjin was about 30 years old, not to mention that his age was not much older than Li Long, but he also had to call Li Jianguo as uncle. Of course, because people from all over the country moved here, calling Li Jianguo as uncle is also because Zhang Qianjin's father, Zhang Guangzu, was also one of the people who came over to build the team with Li Jianguo. So like Tao Daqiang, who argued about each, he saw Li Long and smiled. Xiao Long, what have you been doing? I came over just now and saw you weren't there. Couldn't sleep. Went out for a turn. Li Long and Zhang Qianjin were not familiar with each other, and while changing clothes, he said, something wrong? There is something. Zhang Qianjin touched a soft nail, and was not annoyed. He was familiar with himself, sitting on the bed and said with a smile, today I borrowed the team's wagon, intending to follow your example and go to the mountains to pull some wood back for firewood. As a result, when I arrived at the Clearwater River, I didn't know how to go the rest of the way, and I barely managed to lead the wagon to the mountain pass, and I couldn't find where there was wood, so I ended up picking up some branches and coming back. Liren gave a hum and didn't say anything. Zhang Qianjin was a bit depressed. According to Li Long's previous warm-heartedness, at this time, he would naturally take the initiative to point out to him how the road should be traveled. He borrowed the wagon today for $1.06, as did Liren, and because he was not willing to do so, he borrowed tomorrow's wagon for another $1.06. If you can't pull back anything of value, then isn't that $3 or so down the drain? So although Li Long's nonchalant attitude made him a bit embarrassed, he still said stiffly, you see you pulled back so much wood and picked up frozen sheep as soon as you went out. As for us, we went with 3 wagons, and just the captain with his brother-in-law's wagon, because he found a way into the mountains and pulled back a section of pine wood. That wood can only be burned for firewood as far as I can see. There's no way to use it as a material. It's still you, little dragon. Who's great? Zhang Qianjin complimented Li Long because he remembered that in the past, Li Long was very vain, and when he was complimented by other people, then he would definitely pour beans out of a bamboo tube and say what he should or shouldn't say. However, when Li Long heard his words today, he still replied with a nonchalant where and said nothing else. Zhang Qianjin heard something fluttering in the corner behind the door, but at the moment, his mind was on how to find out the way into the mountain, and he didn't think of anything else. In fact, he and the other carriage drivers thought that even if they didn't recognize the way into the mountains, they could find the place by following Li Long's carriage prints, but they forgot that there was wind at the mountain pass. Li Long they did enter the mountain from the Qingshui River there, but for one thing, Li Long entered the mountain on a remote road, and secondly, the mountain pass is windy. Li Long entered the mountain rut marks that night the wind rose, and the wind blew the snow to cover the marks. That's why it ended up going out of style. Seeing that Li Long was dead set on not saying anything, Zhang Qianjin had no choice but to ask stiffly, Xiao Long, so can you give my brother an idea of how that road goes? How about you give me the word, and when I come back from hauling wood, I'll give you a tower of wood? Lionheart said it wasn't good. Your father is a cheap bastard, and so are you. That's a nice thing to say, but it's not the same thing when it comes to the real thing. Besides, why should I tell you the route? That's where I entered the mountain from the Clearwater River. Li Long pointed to the south. That mountain pass is so big. Just follow the direction. How can I not find it? We just can't find it. There are so many ditches, and canals, and so many bushes growing outside the production team. There's no road at all. It's a hard trip for us to go over there. Zhang Qianjin let Li Long look at his hand. There are a lot of small cuts on his hand, all of which were stabbed by the bush thorns during the hard trip. Then I don't know. Liren said. That's the way I went. Into the Clearwater River. Then a few turns and down the pass. It wasn't that he was eating alone. It was mainly that these guys were a bit over the top, and it was equivalent to cutting him off. You've cut me off and you expect me to show you a way to get rich? Zhang Qianjin could not ask anything from Li Long, so he had to leave resentfully. On the way, he said, I don't believe I can't find my way into the mountains without you. Li Long, when I come back with the frozen sheep, I'll kill you. After Zhang Qianjin left, Li Long quickly took off his clothes and blew out the light into the quilt. He believed that if the light was on his side, someone would definitely still come over and ask. Quite literally, the lights in the west room soon went out as well. When Liren got up the next day, he was startled again. Chapter 31, The Black Market is indeed black. When Li Long got dressed and went out the door ready to go to the West House, he saw a big black man was hanging around outside the courtyard door. He was startled and shouted, Who? Lung? It's me, Tao Daqian's voice. De Chang, why are you so early? Li Long breathed a sigh of relief, then asked suspiciously, I was planning to go to your house to look for you after dinner. I am afraid that I will miss the time. Tao Daqian scratched his hat and responded with a silly smile. Quickly go inside. Li Long came over to pull him. Then he saw Tao Daqian's hat covered in white frost, and his eyebrows and eyelashes. He couldn't help but ask, What time did you get here? No, don't remember. Tao Daqian froze his mouth. Come on in the house. You haven't been up since last night, have you? Li Long just made a wild guess, but he didn't think that he had almost hit the truth. Tao Daqian ate last night and went back, and really found that the family did not have their own meal, so he did not say anything more, and went to bed early. Yet after sleeping, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to get up in the morning because Liren had said he was leaving before dawn. As a result, he rolled over and over, and in the end, he still didn't dare to fall asleep, so he simply got up and got dressed and sat on the Kong and waited. Tao Construction has long been asleep. Tao Daqiang felt that the wait was almost over, so he quietly went out the door and came to the Li family. As a result, Li Long hadn't gotten up yet, so he waited at the entrance of the courtyard until he got up, and he didn't know how long he had waited in between. Li Jianguo heard the sound of talking outside, opened the door and saw that it was Tao Daqiang and Li Long too. Immediately greeted the people in. Liang Yuanmei rushed to give them a rare meal of bracked grits, and Tao Daqiang leaned against the firewall for a while before he slowed down. Li Long washed up and helped Liang Yuanmei carry the bowl and serve the rice. In the morning, it was rice cake made of bracked flour, mutton fried with salted vegetables, plus diluted rice and the fish soup left over from last night. Li Long and Tao Daqiang too are not polite, wolfing down the food. Li Long put his mouth awipe, said to Li Jianguo, Big brother, I have a few croaked chickens in the house. I'll bring a few to sell, and we'll eat the rest if you clean them up. Tao Daqiang enviously looked at Li Long. Brother Long is powerful. Casually shot. There is meat to eat. Li Jianguo unhooked the keychain from the waist of his pants, opened the 5-drawer cupboard, took out a bunch of food stamps from it, and counted out a few and handed them to Li Long. Here, is that enough? Not enough. Take some more. Good. Li Jianguo didn't say anything. He was naturally happy now that his brother was capable. Li Long will not feel that he can be better than his big brother. After all, in time for next year's spring to divide the land, that time is the big brother to show their skills. His own 2 acres of land will also have to keep the big brother planted it. Take the food stamps. Li Long and Tao Daqiang too out of the door, and then holding the plow. Li Jianguo put the urea bag holding fish on the plow. Li Long in from their own house to take out the bag to put quacked chicken, from which he pulled out 6 one only screwed dead put on the ground, the remaining 5 alive, still tied the bag mouth put on the plow. Tao Daqiang pulled up the rope on the plow, stride to go out. This simple crawler is similar to a stretcher, but with the front end cocked and thick wire embedded in the 2 sticks underneath to reduce friction. The rope is tied to the front, and the 2 ends are tied together and pulled. The snow was now pressed into ice on the road, and the plow glided over it, pulling and flying with little effort. Tao Daqiang on the spur of the moment, pulling faster and faster. Li Long looked funny and reminded in the back, Daqiang, watch out when you push so you don't throw off the plow. Well, I know. The 2 men slowly disappeared at the end of the road. At dawn, Mrs. Lu came to the Li family again. Yo, his aunt, your family is eating early? Looking at Li Wan and Li Chang playing on the bed, Mrs. Lu said with a smile. Liang Yuanmei, who was nailing the soles of her shoes, nodded and didn't say much. She didn't want to say that she woke up early because Li Long and the others were going to the county to sell fish, although the policy was much looser now. It wasn't good to leave words for others after all. Besides, Mrs. Lu herself was a talkative one. Auntie, have you heard? Yesterday the team borrowed 3 wagons to pull wood into the mountains. But the captain's wagon pulled half a wagon. And the rest didn't pull anything. Sister-in-law Lu lowered her voice to convey the news she had heard to Liang Yuma. How come you didn't pull it? So much wood in that mountain. Said they couldn't find the road. People can get in, but carriages can't. Sister-in-law Lu thought those people were really stupid. In the summer the vice squad could get in, but in the winter they couldn't find the road. Still your family's Xiaolong is great. Every time he comes back with a cart full of stuff. Well, little dragon is lucky. Liang Yuma said vaguely. I don't think it's luck. It's that little dragon is capable. Sister-in-law Lu completely lost the consciousness of saying that Li Long was a loser 2 days ago and began to praise Li Long. By the way, his aunt, my mother's niece, is 19 years old, graduated from elementary school, able to work, good looking. See if you talk to Xiaolong, then I'll have to ask Xiaolong. Liang Yuma smiled and said, Xiaolong's vision is not low. Hey, I know. I'm just asking. Xiaolong want to agree. That first meet, success or failure to say another thing. Li Long didn't realize that someone was already planning to invest in him as a potential stock, and when they arrived at the black market, the sky had just dawned numb. But here at the black market, some people are already planning to break up and leave. They came so early? Looking at someone pushing a bicycle, the 2 baskets racked behind the car are already empty. Tao Daxian could not help but ask, when did this leave? They're close, Liren said, then found an empty spot, parked the plow, and started pulling things out. What's for sale? Someone immediately came over and asked. Fish. Liren didn't look up either, and croaked chicken. Fish? What fish? Carp, crucian carp, grass carp, chub, and wudao black are all available. Seeing that the man was asking such a detailed question, Li Long immediately looked up and answered seriously. Which kind do you want? How much do you want? What price? It was a man in his 50s, wearing a Zhongshan suit, looking like a cadre. I see you didn't bring a scale. On strips, on average, big carp and 5 dozen blacks are $2 a piece. Chub is $1.50 a piece. And small carp and miscellaneous fish, $10 a piece. My big fish are over 1.5 kilograms. Absolutely cheap. Li Long didn't have a scale and didn't plan to bring one. In his last life, when he sold carp in the summer, he used a big bowl, and that bowl was about 1 kilogram or so. Now in winter, the fish are frozen. There is no way to use the bowl, so I have to use the strip. Then take the fish out and look at it. The man had the intention to buy, so Li Long pulled out the fish and laid it on the plow. Another crowd came around to watch. It looks good. It's pretty big. 5 ways to black. Ah, this fish garlic clove sub meat. Delicious. That carp is a big plank carp. Ah, looks quite fat. There were knowledgeable onlookers, and one looked on. Liren pulled out one of the 5 quacking chickens again and showed it off. Newly caught quackers, $3 a piece. Better than chicken. Wild game. There were a lot of people watching, but only 1 or 2 picking out fish. Tao Daxian stared nervously at the people picking the fish, afraid that these people would take the fish and run away. Young man, how much is this carp? A woman in her 40s asked as she picked up one of the largest carp. 2 pieces. Li Long smiled. This is the biggest one. Look at the red head and tail. How beautiful. When did you catch them? The woman was still a little hesitant. Yesterday. You pick open the gills to see. Red. We smashed almost a meter thick hole in the ice to catch it. It's not easy. I'll take it then. The woman pulled out her money. First order, reached. Chapter 32, discovered. With that woman being the first to buy, the next several started picking at the fish, all worried about the big ones being picked off. It's not like the latter days, when everyone picks their fish for the big ones, when there's a shortage of meat. After the first 5 or 6 picked off the fish, a few in the back weren't happy. You're left with small fish, and if you sell them at that price, won't we lose money? That's right. You're not the same size fish. The big one was picked earlier. We're going to return the same price. Li Long looked at the remaining fish. The ones over 2.5 kilograms were indeed picked away. He said with a smile, look, guys, don't panic. For the rest of these fish, $1.50 each. How's that? One weighs at least 2 kilograms. $1.50, or 70 cents a kilogram. Cheaper than mutton. What about the chub? A piece of chub. The others immediately picked at it as well. Although department stores and supply houses sell fish in the winter, it's striped bass pulled in from the coast, which is expensive, not to mention the quantity. Who does not want to stew a big carp on the table at New Year's Eve? Look also festive. In addition, the fish can be put in the winter. By one back can be put for a long time. When this set of people had finished picking, there was only one old man left, about 60 years old, looking at the small fish and saying, "How do you sell these little carp? These 4 big slabs of carp are 70 cents apiece, and the rest of the small carp are 15 for $1. But you can't pick them," Li Long said. "When I say small carp, they come in all sizes, with the big ones being 3 or 4 tails and the small ones less than 1 or 2. Give me $2 for the small ones," the old man said cheerfully. "They don't know how to eat. This small carp is the good stuff. By the way, young man, can you get the loach?" "There are no loaches, but there are ditch fish, which look quite similar to loaches. That's called a highland loach. A type of loach. Can you fix it?" "Not in this winter. The water is too deep for that thing to lie under. Wait for the summer it can." "Ugh. Okay." The old man himself took the cloth bag. Li Long gave him 30 fish and collected $2 for the car work ticket. "This stuff can be worth a lot in later times, but unfortunately this one is a bit old." Seeing that no one came over, Li Long asked Tao Daqiang, who was collecting the money, to count the money. "There are 6 of the 2 pieces, 8 of the 1.5 pieces, and that's with the chub added. There are 2 for 1 piece, plus this last 2 pieces. Total." Tao Daqiang couldn't count and counted. Liren's mind was quick to calculate and said, "That's $28. So many." Tao Daqiang froze for a moment and messed up his count again. He recounted again. 28 indeed. Just over half the fish sold, the rest to be sold out. "That shall not be more than $50? Tao Daqiang said excitedly. The people around them looked over. "Impossible." Li Long waved his hand. "I guess the rest won't sell. Can't you see it's already starting to break up?" Tao Daqiang turned his head and realized that there weren't many people in the black market now. One by one, people started to close their stalls, and the ones buying things weren't as many as the ones selling things now. "What about? You watch for a while, just now. For the price. Give me the money and I'll go ask for the price of something." Li Long just noticed that there are not only selling things here, but also exchange food stamps and oil stamps and so on. He walked over, and the man looked at Li Long warily. "Dude, got any bike tickets?" "Yes, 150. So expensive. Where are the sewing machine tickets?" 20. Liren was speechless. "What about the vegetable oil ticket?" 20 cents a pound. "Black. It's so dark, but there's no way around it. If you don't have access, you can still only punt from here. Come 10 pounds of vegetable oil tickets." Li Long didn't haggle. He knew that this man had many tickets in his hand, and thought that he would come back to buy them when he saw the need. Just have a ticket. Although the man was a little dissatisfied, but Li Long after all is considered to be a single business. They counted out 10 pounds of vegetable oil tickets. Li Long took out $2 and handed over. One hand to pay the money and one hand to pay the ticket. After turning around, Li Long saw that there were grain sellers and pork sellers. Pork was $1.07 a kilogram. Not much fat. It should have been cut away already. He asked for 2 pieces of pancetta, 1 over 2 kilograms and 1 over 3 kilograms, for $10. As he walked back, Tao Daqiang smiled and handed him $3. "Lung, sell a quacking chicken." Not bad, not bad." Liren laughed. "All right, let's go. There's no one else." "Then these fish." Tao Daqiang is a little reluctant. "Pack up first. Let's turn around." Li Long saw that the others were starting to close their stalls one after another, and knowing that he couldn't set up, he quickly packed up his things and left. As they walked out 500 meters, they saw people wearing red armbands heading towards the black market. There's no one there anymore. The parties are at peace with each other. The 2 men pulled the plow, and Liren led the way to the state cafeteria here. Li Long remembers that this place is often referred to as the Big Meat Cafeteria, and big meat is pork, as the name suggests. It's a Han Chinese meal, and it features meat buns as its specialty. Go, buy 2 buns to eat. Thinking of meat buns, Li Long was a bit greedy. After living again, although the food in the past 2 days was good, it was still a bit bland compared to the later life. Now the meat bun's real material will not be those pancreas lymph with the edges of the stirred package in. That is the real meat with cabbage and green onions. "Lung, I'm not hungry. Let's eat first." Li Long told Tao Daqiang to wait outside while he went in and bought 4 large buns, palm-sized, 30 cents a piece, hot, affordable. Of course, no price was given to Tao Daqiang, who was sure to say it was expensive. 2 people 1 each, 3 or 2 bites eaten. Tao Daqiang ate his mouth full of oil, wiped a hand and licked it off. Liren felt a little that and twisted his head to not look at him. After eating the bun and wiping his mouth, Tao Daqiang felt warmer and asked, "Brother Long, let's go next." "Right here," Liren said, pointing to a woman who had come over a short distance away. "I'll ask. Keep an eye on it, and we'll ask when someone comes over." With that said, he stepped forward and the woman looked at him warily. "Hello, big sister. My family is from the village. We caught some fish yesterday. It's fresh and cheap." "Big fish?" $1 apiece. Better than big meat, the woman asked as she listened to her heartbeat. Where? Liren hurried over and pulled a fish out of the urea bag on the plow. Look, it's carp, and grass carp, chub, 5-way black, and crucian carp. $1, can it be cheaper? The woman asked, looking at the fish, which was indeed good. Cannot be cheaper, this fish is not small, together less than 60 cents a kilogram. Li Long stretched out his hand to show her. We earn his hard money, this smash ice hole is not easy. That's fine, I'll buy 2, 1 carp and 1 5-channel black. Li Long hurriedly took the fish out for her. The woman was a little disgruntled. That's a bit small for 5 blacks. The flavor is good. 5 roads to black grew up eating fish. It tastes much better than carp. Is it okay if I hitch you 2 more carp? Okay. The woman was satisfied. Watching Li Long being so skillful, Tao Daxiang felt that he really had a lot to learn, and it may not be learned. Chapter 33, Today's Completion. Next, Li Long sold 5 more fish in front of the big meat canteen. One of the carp was a bit small, and the other party didn't want a small fish, so he charged the other party 80 cents. $6.80 in hand. Li Long thought this was not bad, but someone in a Zhongshan suit came out of the big meat cafeteria and spoke quite peacefully. Little brother. I say little brother, you sell things here. We have no problem with it per se, but right now this thing he is not policy. See if you can go elsewhere? When people spoke kindly, Li Long couldn't take a hard line and said with a smile, that's fine. Big brother, we'll leave right away. The 2 men pulled the plow east. Brother Long, where are we going next? Tao Daxiang asked as he looked at the bag with a third of the fish still in it. Go to the family home, Li Long said with a smile. First go to the Grain Bureau family home. He remembered that at this time, a Grain Bureau and a Supply and Marketing Society were both considered rich units. The Supply and Marketing Society side didn't quite dare to go there for fear of being reported, but the Grain Bureau side was still fine. Grain Bureau in the east of the county. The yard has 3 buildings. The door is open on the roadside. Li Long they came over. The big iron gate open. Li Long pulled the plow in. The gatehouse window someone poked his head out to ask. What for? Looking for my uncle. Delivering something. Liren answered. And the man shrank back. It's too cold outside. When he entered the yard, Li Long pulled the plow and started looking for people. When someone came down from upstairs, he immediately went over to ask. In a short while, he had sold 5 or 6 fish. Didn't take all the money though. 2 of the fish were exchanged for a few kilograms of bushmeat noodles and 2 kilograms of white flour. Liren thought this was good and started asking when he ran into someone. I have fresh fish for sale. For rice and noodles too. As soon as I heard that it was okay to exchange rice and noodles, some people started asking, how do you change it? I have all the big fish here in 2 kilograms for 2 kilograms of rice, and of course 3 kilograms of noodles would be fine, or failing that, 6 kilograms of bush noodles. At this time to eat some meat is not easy. Some people will take the rice and noodles over to exchange, basically are bracked noodles. There are also sporadic take rice and white flour exchange, but still less. However, it didn't take long for a man in his 50s to come out from the gate concierge there, pointing at Li Long and shouting at them. You guys get out. If you don't get out I'll call someone to arrest you. Li Long said hastily, hey uncle, I'll leave right away, come, get you a fish. Thanks Li Long signaled Tao Daxiang to count the rice and noodles quickly, while he pulled out a chub fish of about 1 kilogram from the urea bag and handed it over. The other hesitated to take it, but said, you guys hurry up and go. It's almost time to get off work. You'll be in trouble if the leader comes, and I'll be in trouble too. Liren chuckled. Go now. We'll go now. After changing this set of rice and noodles, Li Long and Tao Daxiang pulled the heavier plow out of the gate. There were a few chub and some smaller carp left that no one wanted. The chub were too spiny and too troublesome to eat, and the carp were too small and not very meaty, so they were disliked. Brother Long, what about the rest of the fish? Tao Daxiang looked at the rice noodles on the crawler and asked. It felt like I had never seen so much rice and white flour. Although the production team also grew rice, the share of rice and noodles was not much. Tao Daxiang got a little excited. Sell keep selling. Li Long looked at the sky and said, find a place to try to sell all the fish. Let's go back. This fish, there shouldn't be many people who want it, right? Tao Daxiang was witnessing these fish being rattled over and over, all of them being disliked. Don't worry, someone will want it. Li Long smiled and pointed to the distant figure behind him and said, believe it or not, right now I'm going to yell out that this fish is 10 cents apiece, and they're definitely going to come over and grab it. Tao Daxiang asked curiously as he looked at the people who were vaguely following. What are they following for? Picking up the slack. Thinking that if we can't sell it and end up throwing the small fish away, they will definitely run over to pick it up. Li Long had run into something similar in his last life and knew too well what these people were thinking. Then where are we going to sell the fish? Tao Daxiang eventually landed on the fish. Follow me, Li Long said as he walked. There used to be big families in our county. Go there and ask. The county is an ancient city, initially set up in Qianlong year. From that time to now there are also a few hundred years. Out of a few rich families is not unusual. Although after some special years, the rich family's family background had changed. But a thin camel is bigger than a horse. So Li Long pulled the plow to the northeast of the city. Old-fashioned yard with solid wood gates closed. Seeing that the door was closed, Tao Daxian looked at Li Long. If you want to make money, don't be afraid of trouble. Li Long smiled and went up to tap on the door. After a few taps, someone shouted from inside. What's up? Stop knocking. It's coming. I sell fish. Wild fish. Do old men buy? Don't open it if you don't buy it. Li Long spoke politely. Wait for me to see. The man who spoke was in his 60s and opened the wooden door to look into the crawler. Chub. Small carp. You see? Li Long took out all the fish in the urea bag. Not bad. Not bad. This fish is good. It looks quite fresh. It's good for soup. The old man nodded. How do you sell it? Chub at 80 cents a piece. Carp to the pile. This pile must be 2 or 3 kilograms. You give $1? With 5 or 6 chub left and not many carp left, Liren didn't want to run. His face was frozen wood off, and he was worried that if he stayed any longer, he would get frostbite. Okay, good price. And the chub is good. Fine meat. Tasty. You're such an eater. Liren gave a thumbs up. Shall I take it in for you? Okay. The old man went inside to get the money, while Li Long carried the fish inside. A total of $6 was collected, and the old man rounded it up. There's good food today, the old man said cheerfully. Li Long took the opportunity to look at the courtyard. Although old, but looking at the beams is not simple. There are still 3 layers of nails in a broken ship, and while layer after layer will be scraped off in some special times, there is always a way to deal with it. This one, it's not easy. Fish sold out. Li Long and Tao Daxiang pulling the plow back. While walking, Li Long said to Tao Daxiang, "Da Chang, when you go back, take a piece of meat, some rice and white flour and some cornmeal, and I'll get you another $10. Consider the account cleared today." Tao Daxiang had contributed his efforts, and Li Long would definitely not let him work for nothing. But to say that 2 people share equally, Li Long is no cutie pie. Giving things and money, that's pretty much all he's got. No, Brother Long, it's still the same. Put the money here with you. I have enough with rice, noodles and meat. Once Tao Daxiang heard that Li Long wanted to give him money, he hurriedly waved his hand and refused. If I take too much, my father won't let me come. Well, Liren knew that was normal. When passing by the grain and oil store, Li Long spent another 50 cents to buy a bucket and beat 5 kilograms of vegetable oil, and the next step was to run home. Chapter 34 Tao Daxiang makes a vicious speech. Li came in from outside, closed the door and took off his hat, cursing under his breath. It's too cold. This god doesn't want us to have a good winter. What about Xiaoxia's father? Liang Yuma, who was preparing the meat to put it in the pot to refine the oil, asked. It's okay, I can get out of bed. Li shrugged off his hat and put it on the firewall to roast, then said as he changed his shoes. It's just exhaustion, plus malnutrition. That's why he's still pretending to be fake with me and wants to give me money. And I say give a. When we were digging the ditch together, he stuffed me with a rice noodle nest, even if it was money. He just laughed and said that nest was really worth something. It could be exchanged for 2 big fish and a croaking chicken. Liang Yuma smiled and didn't say anything. Where are Wan and Shangshan? Li asked as he looked around and saw no one in the house. Took the thigh stone to play at Lu's house. There's not enough good stuff for her to show off. That's not normal. Lu's near often shows off her 2 thigh stones. And see how Wan is jealous. Li Jianguo laughed. Now that you have them, you'll have to return them. Wan is not one to suffer. I don't know how well the little dragonfish sold today. Liang Yuma changed the topic. If it doesn't sell well, we won't catch it tomorrow, right? I think we still have to catch it. Those 2 ice holes can't be left for nothing. Li Jianguo said. After lunch later, I'll go and pull out a few more nets, so I can catch more. So Xiao Long and the others can go early tomorrow. So what are you doing later? What can I do? I've got to get rid of those 5 remaining quack chickens. And on the 2nd day of the new year you take Wan and Shangxiang back and bring 2 of them with you. And the fish and the leg of lamb. So our parents can have a good New Year's Eve. 2. Okay. Liang Yuma smiled. Her heart was happy. In the first 2 years, the parents' side did not help themselves. Gossiping is not unheard of. But both parents and Li Jianguo did not say anything. Li Jianguo, as the Liang family's eldest son-in-law, his father-in-law's family has something to do is also true to go. Can hold up. At that time Liang Wenyu was still underage. There are people who feel that their family is good to bully. One thing after another is Li Jianguo flat. Now that the days are better, Liang Yuanmei is even happier. Li Long first took Tao Daqiang to Tao's house, and after putting down the rice, noodles and meat, he turned around and went home pulling the plow. He thought the plow was still too slow and it would be nice to get a bike. As he was thinking, Tao Daqiang rushed out from the yard and asked, "Lung, are you still going tomorrow?" "Go on. I'll go to the sea later and see if I can get any fish. I'll go back tomorrow. Then I'll come over right away," Tao Daqiang said excitedly. Tao Construction was a little confused as he looked at the piles of rice, noodles and the 2 kilograms of fat meat on the floor. That's a lot of luck for a son. But wouldn't you make more money if this was done in your own home? After all, if the son could take so much, then the Li family's youngest must have doubled what he took. It seems that this business of selling fish can be done. Tao Daqiang entered the house and saw his father staring at the things on the ground and rolling his eyes there. His heart was depressed. "Go, cut a piece of meat and send it over to your brother," Tao Jian instructed. "Your brother's family has children. Bring some rice and noodles over as well." "Do not bring," Tao Daqiang said with a black face. "My brother's family killed a pig. Need to his father-in-law's family to send a little half. Just give us a pig head, pig's hooves. That pig in the summer I mowed the grass every day. He thought about me? Every year the fine grain is given to him. I'm not a human being, ah?" Tao Daqiang felt depressed once he came home in the past 2 days, and he couldn't help but want to go out. But today he knew that as soon as he went out on the front foot, they would be sent by his father to his elder brother. He didn't want to give what he'd worked so hard to earn to the big brother who barely looked him in the eye there. Actually, Tao Daon didn't used to be like this, but after getting married and splitting up the family, the changes became more and more dramatic. Tao Construction raised the smoking pot to smash Tao Daqiang, but looking at his youngest son's stubborn eyes, he finally did not get down. "That's your brother. My brother's family is no better off than we are here. So why doesn't he know how to take care of this place? I pulled back the wood for him to pull away, caught the fish for him to carry away. There is no burning at home. You add that little coal every day. Why does he not know to send some coal over?" Tao Daqiang was originally naive and rarely said so much in one breath. This is also the reason why in the past few days to see the two brothers, Li Long and Li Jianguo, have such a good relationship, while they themselves and their brother's family are living like this. Should one give unconditionally? As he was talking, the door opened. Tao Daong walked in, and his eyes lit up when he saw what was on the ground. "Yo, Dechang can do it, pulling back so much stuff? Good, good, good. Looks like I'll get a plunge net in the next day, so we can try it out too." He took off his hat as he prepared to change his shoes. "Why is the house so cold? There's no more coal, and the wood you pulled back to burn also let you pull it away. It must have gotten cold," Tao Daqiang said in a bad mood. "Do you have coal at home to pull some over?" "Say what? How much coal can I have at home? The wood looks good to me, and I'm thinking of making furniture in the spring. If you and the Li family make 2 more trips, you'll have it. Do you think that one is good to pull?" Tao Daqiang had changed a lot in the past 2 days. He sneered and sat down to look at his brother. "Look at the 3 cars that went out yesterday. How much did they pull back?" Dare lagged for a moment, then tapped Daejan with his hat. "What's wrong with you? Taking gun pills? Why are you talking to me? Why can't I talk about it? You took the wood I pulled back. You took the leg of lamb I pulled back. You took the fish. And are you looking at what I took back today and are you going to take it again?" Tao Daong just froze there. He was really planning to do so, but the words got out of my brother's mouth and that flavor changed. "Daqiang, what are you saying?" Tao Construction didn't want his 2 sons to fight. Reprimanded Tao Daqiang. "Isn't it your brother's family has a child? That's also your nephew. I'm stupid, but I'm not stupid. 2 legs of lamb. At least one of them went to my sister-in-law's house. Believe it or not?" Tao Daqiang suddenly had the idea to say all the words in his heart today. "Dad and I haven't eaten a bite yet." Tao Daong stopped talking. 2 legs of lamb. One sent over by my father and one taken back by myself. One was sent by his wife to her mother's house that night. He now came over, but also his wife saw the 2 Li Long and Tao Daqiang pulling the plow back, urging him to come over to share things, originally already accustomed to it, and now listening to his brother say it just like that, and then look at his father's increasingly old face. Tao Daon wanted to retort, but did not know what to say. "I'll follow Xiaolong behind to pull wood." "Brother, that wood is reserved for us to burn until the beginning of spring. Don't blame me for not being clear with you. If you want to take it again, then I won't want it." Tao Daong finally took nothing, through the door and left. Tao Construction complained to Tao Daqiang for a good while. "Why are you 2 brothers so angry? Your brother wasn't always like this. Then he can just live his life. Why do you need to take things over here?" Tao Daqiang is this sentence. He is now no longer afraid of his father scolding himself. The big deal is that his father went to live with his brother's family. Then he fell free. But father won't. And sister-in-law won't let on. Tao Daxian didn't think of taking advantage of his brother. But he thought of using his own hands to live a good life and didn't want to be taken advantage of by others for nothing. Chapter 35, Standing Up for My Niece. Dad. This thing put at home. We do it ourselves to eat. Tao Daxian warmed up, and casually took the bushflower nest to pat his stomach. Put on his clothes and said to Tao Construction, "Don't you ever let my brother take it again, and don't send it over. If you do, I won't take it home anymore, and I won't be able to eat it anyway. It's almost New Year's Eve. We can't just eat rice crackers for New Year's Eve, can we?" Tao Construction didn't answer, so Tao Daxian went out. Tao Construction knew that his eldest son would surely let his daughter-in-law bear a beating when he returned. But who was to blame? It was difficult for him to be caught in the middle, but knew that things really couldn't be sent to his oldest son anymore. The youngest son had just gotten a little bit ahead, and it would be a real problem if he let himself be discouraged by what he was doing, though his mouth says that in the future, when he is no more, De Chang will have to point to De Yong for help. But if you think about your daughter-in-law's behavior, it's a toss-up whether this will work out or not. I can't really go to Daring's house with my own face, can I? Tao Dayon went back empty-handed, and he was really beard by his daughter-in-law. You didn't get anything back? I saw a lot of stuff on that plow. Why didn't you take it back? The rice and noodles that I took, that's for old dad to keep, Tao Dayon said as he took off his shoes. Then I can't take everything home, right? I've got all the wood back. And the old man's house is so cold that there's no coal, so I'll bring some coal over in the next couple days. What? What's there to burn at home? Da Chiang can pull wood with the Li family's shower, so let him pull some more. Ma Chunhong didn't want to take her family's things to her father-in-law. Then pull the wood back and send it back. Tao Daong also some angry. That carriage is the Li family borrowed. The road is also the Li family trip. People buy what you let pull on the pull? At that time I said don't take all the wood back. You can be good. Not a single one left. All pulled back. That my brother is not next year ready to get married. This wood looks to hit the furniture is quite good. Ma Chunhong reasoning, the voice lowered a lot. So your brother's not going to eat? I don't have a problem with you looking for wood for your brother. But shouldn't we consider that my father is so old that it's cold at home and send some coal over? Ma Chunhong twisted her head and didn't respond. Obviously unwilling. Tao Daong thought about some angry at his own goat. He put on his shoes again and prepared to go out. Ma Chunhong naturally knew what her husband wanted, and she blocked the door and shouted, Tao Daong, if you dare to take the family's coal out, I'll go back to my mother's house. Then you get out. Thinking about what his brother said, and then thinking about what he had done in the past 2 years, Tao Daong felt his heart pierce with pain, and as he yanked Ma Chunhong away, he went out the door and headed for the coal room. What a thing to own! Ma Chunhong was pushed to the ground by Tao Daong, and seeing that her husband had no intention of pulling himself, she sat on the ground and dryly howled. When Li Long pulled the plow home, he was seeing Li Wan and Li Chang huffing and puffing as they headed home from the neighbor's house. Wan, Qiang, what's wrong? Li Long asked hurriedly. Uncle, you're back? Qiang ran over. My sister and Lunir were catching thigh stones together. She insisted that my sister's 2 thigh stones were hers, and when my sister asked for them, she wouldn't give them to her, and had her brother kick us out. In the past, Li Long would have been generous and said no, but having lived 2 lives, Li Long knew how sensitive a child of Li Wan's age was, and that if her family didn't support her, there would be a rift in the relationship between her and her family in the future. Go, uncle will get it for you. Li Long drove the plow towards the yard, and without entering the house, he led Li Wan and Li Chang towards the Lu family. Liang Yuma in the house heard the movement, came out to look, saw the things on the plow, but did not find people, walked outside the courtyard door also did not see people, so first moved the things to the house, piece by piece to move down. See so many things, Liang Yuma happy bad. This time the new year really do not worry, especially the 5 kilograms of vegetable oil, which solves a big problem in the family. And those kilograms of pork are just as important. If you only need chicken, fish and goat for New Year's Eve, it always feels like something is missing. When Li Long reached the door of Lu's house, he heard the sound of children laughing inside. He knocked on the door, then faintly heard someone inside whisper, it must be Li Wan looking for it again. Hide it. Li Long simply pushed the door and saw that in the main hall chamber, Lunir was hiding something behind the firewall. Take it out. Li Long grimaced. Li Wan's thigh stones are the ones I got from the mountains. They're all together. They're not the same as your family's. I didn't take it. Lunir directly blocked the wall of fire and replied loudly, but there were inevitably a few moments of heartbreak in her voice. Then you take it out and look at it. By what right do I show you? Lunir's brother Lu Tai Ho, who was 14 years old, picked up the fire hook from the side and blustered. This guy was tall and big looking, so I guess he drove Li Wan and the others away because of his strength. But Li Long wouldn't be afraid of such a kid. Not taking it? Then don't blame me for not being polite. Li Long's voice was still calm, but it sounded quite scary. My family Li Wan never lies. Since I'm playing in your house, it's natural that the lesser is in your house. It's best to bring it out now. If you want me to search it out, then it won't sound good. He took 2 steps forward and pivoted Lu Tai Ho, who was blocking his way, to the side. After all, Tai Tu was young and had an empty head, but no strength. Iron Head was pushed away. Feel very disgraceful. Still want to go forward. Once again by Li Long a slap plucked to the side. Did not stand steadily, but sat on the ground. Li Chang couldn't help but laugh. Sister-in-law Lu, who was in the kitchen location of the side room, heard the commotion and walked over with a spatula. And when she saw Li Long, she froze for a moment and said with a smile, "Yo, Xiao Long is here. Come on, sit down. No more sitting. I've come to ask for thigh stones for my Wan," he said as he pointed to Nell Lu's spot. "Then give it to Li Wan." Sister-in-law Lu didn't know what was going on and hurriedly said to Lu Nier, "Just go to Li's house again if you want to play later." The two families were across the street and had always been on good terms, so Lu's sister-in-law didn't think much of it. Lu Nier still wanted to lie. Li Long pointed behind the firewall and said, "No need to let me take it, right? I'd be in quite a bit of trouble if I had to do it." Sister-in-law Lu heard the flavor. She glared at Lu Nier and said, "Take it out. It's not yours. Give it to someone else." Li Long sighed with relief. Lu's sister-in-law is sensible. This is a good solution. Luniel shivered at her mother's voice and slowly reached behind the firewall with her hand, pulling out a handful of thigh stones. "2 of them are mine," Li Juan said as she stepped forward. "Give it to Wan," Lu's sister-in-law repeated, glaring at Nell Lu. "It's fine. When you want to play later, go to my house or come here." Li Long's tone eased a bit. These days, there are parents who don't know any better. Parents who have a higher bottom line, and more good faith ones who don't want their kids to be told off in terms of their character. Exactly. When Lu's sister-in-law saw Li Long say this, she knew that she was giving a step down, so she smiled. "You guys are so close? How nice to play together." Li Wan took the thigh stone handed over by Lu Nier and turned to the door. Then, "Mrs. Lu, we'll go back first." "Alright, I won't keep you. Come and sit at home sometime," Lu family's sister-in-law answered with a smile. After leaving Lu's house, both Li Wan and Li Chang had smiles on their faces. "Uncle, you're awesome." Li Chang gave a thumbs up. "We didn't even think of it before. It wasn't the same as it is now." Liren sighed softly. "Yeah, it's not the same." Chapter 36, Try Another Place. Li Long entered the house and saw his sister-in-law Liang Yueme organizing the things he had pulled back. So he asked, "Sister-in-law, where's my brother? Your brother said you guys might have to go back tomorrow to sell the fish, so he thought he'd go down to the ocean and catch some now. By the way, did you sell all the fish?" "It's all sold." Li Long didn't change his clothes either, and said as he walked outside, "Then I'll go to Shanghai Zi to take a look." Don't. Take a rest first. You're tired for the whole day." There's no rush in that moment. Liang Yueme hurriedly stops him. "Drink some mutton soup to warm up. Then eat something. You guys didn't eat at noon, right? Where's De Chang?" "Big John's gone home with his stuff. Come over later. Then you wait for De Chang to join you. No need to rush. You've been running more than 20 kilometers this way and back, and you've been freezing outside for so long. So what's the rush?" Li Long, think about it. Earning money is really earning money, but tired is also really tired. This trip earned a month's salary of a regular worker, but it is much harder than a laborer. But this is in this year. Not afraid of hard work, only afraid of not earning money, afraid of hard work in vain. Next year, the land will be divided among the families, and then we will be able to see the motivation of each family. However, Li Long didn't plan to plant the land. His 2 acres of land was naturally for his brother to plant, while Li Long planned to have a good time wandering around in the mountains. Earning money was most important. It won't be so good in the future. Leaning against the firewall, watching the 2 Li Wan and Li Chang catching thigh stones on the bed, Li Long smiled. "So comfortable," Liang Yueme said as she brought the mutton soup and handed it to him. "Why did you buy so many things? Save the money from the sale. You'll have to get a daughter-in-law later. There's more at the back." Li Long took the mutton soup and said with a smile, "It's not bad. What's the point of having a good year, right?" "That's right. With these things, our family must have a good year for sure." After drinking mutton soup, Li Long felt slowed down. Look at the time, there are still 2 or 3 hours of darkness. He put on a cotton coat, put on a hat, put on cotton rubber shoes, and Liang Yueme said a word and went out the door. Walking out of the courtyard gate, he saw Tao Dachyan hurrying over. "De Chang, have you rested well? Li Long asked with concern. Rested. Tao Daqiang gave a simple laugh. Also ate. Let's go then. My brother has gone over there and is fishing for fish. The two men stride toward the small sea. A few trips back and forth and the path had been traveled, so it took but 20 minutes to walk to the location of the small sea of ice holes. From afar, I saw Li was stuck in the middle of the ice hole, struggling to drag the plunge net out. A big chub nearly a meter long with the small half of its body outside the net. Struggling. So big? Li Long immediately ran up and rushed to Li Jiangwo's side, helping to fish that fish up. Big brother, this fish is really big. It's got to be 10 kilograms, right? Almost, Li Jiangwo said with some complacency. I just fished. I felt that the net was so heavy, and the strength was so strong that I thought I had to hurry up. That's just winter. If it's summer, this fish's tail will rot the net. Li Long nodded, gouging both sides of the gills cover to lift the fish. This is the big head chub. That is, chub, weighing almost is 10 kilograms, grows more than a meter point, was lifted by Li Long. The tail is still vigorously fluttering. This fish is not for sale. Keep it for the family, Li Long said with a smile. It's not delicious. It's better to sell it. Li Jiangwo climbed out of the hole in the ice. It looks good. It doesn't taste good. It's better not to keep it. How is the sale of your fish? Sold out. The big ones are priced higher. The small ones are priced lower. And at the end of the day it goes to a bunch of them sold to that rich family in the northeast of the city. Also, that family has money. Li obviously knew that family. Li Long put the chub down and twisted his head to look again, realizing that Li had already brought up more than a dozen big fish and a bunch of small ones. Big brother, there's a lot of fish today. The vents were hit yesterday, and the fish should be coming from other waters today. Although there is reed ventilation, after all, it is still not as good as this ice hole, Li Jiangwo said. Tao Daqiang had already taken the plunge net and started fishing at the other ice hole. There were fish in every net. Not many, but as long as they weren't empty, everyone was excited to fish. This side fished 5 or 6 nets. There is no fish underwater. Li Long took over the net and went to the previous ice hole. There were fewer fish over here, and Li Long started a few nets of small carp and ditch fish, which he thought should be about right. At this time, Tao Daqiang suddenly whispered, "Someone's coming." Liren looked down the path and saw 3 men walking up the ice. They are all from the production team. Wang Hongjun, who is about the same age as Li Jiangwo, his brother Wang Hongbing, and his brother-in-law He Wei. They are also holding a plunge net in their hands. Wang Hongjuan's old family was from the Huaiha River, and he was an old fisherman. This net is also to find their own line to weave out. Li Long remembered that they seem to have a shuttle for weaving nets at home. Yo, Jiangwo, this fish got quite a lot. Wang Hongjun smiled and greeted. This one has to have a 10 or so kilograms, right? He saw the chub. Luck, Li smiled. You guys came to fish too? Yeah, nothing to do in the winter. Getting some fish ready for New Year's. Seeing that they only brought a crossaxe, Li Long knew that this family was probably planning to make use of their 2 ice holes, but he just didn't realize that there was someone over here right now. So, Jiangwo, can I borrow your steel brazier? Okay, you take it, Li Jiangwo said. The 3 Wang family members took the steel brazier and went over to the other part of the small sea, more than 100 meters away from this side, and they began to clear the snow from the ice and then smashed the ice. Liren fished 2 more nets and took to the ice. The fish are obviously fewer than yesterday. Tao Daqiang took it and continued to fish at that other ice hole. You guys are still going to sell fish early tomorrow morning? Li Jiangwo asked. Well, there's nothing to do with idleness anyway. I estimate that by tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, there will be no one to borrow the team's wagon, Li Jiangwo said. No, it's okay to drive the wagon to sell fish then. The wagon is even better. If something really happens, you can't even run. Li Long shook his head. To sell fish you still need to climb the plow. A horse carriage is also fine, but if you want to use a horse carriage, you have to go to Stone City. Stone City is less than 20 kilometers away from Ma County, but the city's population is several times larger. The consumption level over there is a bit stronger than over here. The 3 men worked until almost dark, fished almost 2 bags of 70 kilograms of fish, and then went home. Li Long looked over at the Wang family side and realized that they were still tossing around there. Li Long guessed that they were probably going to wait for their side to go and use the ice hole on this side. Of course it didn't matter. He planned to borrow a carriage when he got back and then go to Stone City tomorrow to sell fish. Chapter 37, Separating the near from the far and the near from the dear. Tao Daqiang ate dinner at Li's house. Li Long told him to call him at 6 o'clock the next day. He answered and went home. It was already completely dark. Luckily, the moon was quite big, and with the reflection of the snow, the road could be seen clearly. Entering his own yard, he saw that there was a light in the house, and thinking of his father's habit, He was ready to smash some coal to take it to the house, so that he could not be frozen again. The big deal is that after earning some money tomorrow, I'll ask Long to bring himself back to buy some coal, and anyway, I'm going to set up a wagon to sell fish tomorrow. To the bottom of the coal shed, Tao Dashan looked at the extra a lot of coal some surprise. He thought of a possibility, immediately a handful of skips of coal to carry into the house. Tao Jian was still leaning on the Kong, smoking a cigarette, and the house was very smoky. My brother brought the coal over? Tao Daqiang asked. Aha! Tao Construction sat up straight and watched Tao Dashan put the coal down, pointing to the Kong and saying, "Get changed and sit over here and talk." Tao Daqiang had rarely seen his father so solemn, and he was a little uncomfortable. He quickly changed his clothes and sat on the bed. Your brother scolded your sister-in-law and sent the coal over, saying that you were right, that he was a member of the Tao family and had to think of the Tao family. Originally, he also said to let your sister-in-law's brother send the wood back, and I thought that they were all relatives, so the wood was given. Brother can change. Tao Daqiang is a little surprised, but since there is a change, the wood gives it. He nodded. Then behind you two brothers don't renew any idle anger. Tao Construction kowtowed the cigarette pot and said, people say that brothers can break gold together. Your brother although separated, but still your brother. That I know. There's one more thing. I see that you and the Li family share catch fish to sell quite a lot of money. This cannot be left behind your brother. I'll go borrow a net tomorrow, and you don't have to follow the Li family's share. They are two brothers. What are you doing in the middle? Tao Daqiang was just about to explain when Tao Jian raised his hand to stop his words. They have two brothers. Don't you have two brothers too? Tomorrow you tell the Li family's youngest two that you and your brother will not catch fish with him. You and your brother will go. There are plenty of fish in Xiahizi, and it's the public's, so whoever catches it is entitled to it. The two of you will catch them, and you and your brother will go together to sell them, and you will share the money equally, and take this opportunity to earn more before the year is out, so that you can be more relaxed in the spring. Tao Daqiang stopped talking. Does father have a point? Naturally, there is. In fact, if Liren didn't take himself, it would have taken more money, bringing himself, completely because he took the initiative to go up. Of course, Li Long is kind-hearted and righteous, which is what Tao Daqiang tightly believes, but would he be willing to give up Li Long and follow his brother to do this? Tao Daqiang asked himself. He resisted. The brother of his own family is not the kind of shrewd people. Catching fish may be okay, but selling fish is certainly not sell any good name. I followed the Li Long look around. Did not see anything? Now the rural people. How many can be so flexible to think of a variety of methods? The odds are that if you go to sell fish, you'll be like those guys on the black market, sitting there, not even opening their mouths to yell, just waiting for people to come and ask. However, the father's meaning is also very clear. The Li family is no longer good. That is someone else. His own brother does not help. What is that? Let him say nothing against it. At this moment Tao Daqiang felt that his mouth was bitter. Li Long sent Tao Daqiang away and went to Captain Su Chengjuan's house. Come to borrow a carriage? Su Chengjun looked at Li Long with a slightly awkward expression. He took his brother-in-law to the mountains, only to find that things were not at all as simple as he thought. Nearly a meter of snow was simply impassable, and it was not clear which way Li Long had gone. As the production leader, he could not do the thing of going out and asking for Li Long path. So the next day the wagon was not used again, and then let the others borrow it. As a result, 2 days passed without any of them returning with a big pile of wood, which left the team horses idle. Well, I'm going around the county tomorrow, and I need to borrow the wagon. Liren put 3 twos on the table, to borrow it for 2 days. Okay. Su Chengjun collected the money and wrote a note. To the county or to the mountains? Depends. Liren spoke more vaguely. Su Chengjun was aware that Li Long went to sell fish, although the policy has not been completely liberalized. He also knows that some things are not strictly controlled or even not controlled much. There are not many families with radios in the whole production team, but he has one at home, listening to the policies spoken by those people on the radio. Su Chengjun also knew that the wind had changed, so when Li Long and the others went to sell fish, Su Chengjun didn't stop them. Li Long took the note to Lao Luo, who took it with a smile. Alas, or you are great. Those people took the wagon out, one by one. They felt that the mountains were full of wood to just pick up the same. As a result, when they came back one by one, they were crying and mourning. Don't mention how demoralized they were. They also don't know how to take care of the horses, so they're tossed around enough. This kind of words Lao Luo can say, but Li Long did not answer, only said that tomorrow morning early to come over to take the carriage. Lao Luo responded. Li Long returned home, spoke to Li through the window, and went back to his east room. The next day before dawn, Li Long asked Li Jianguo to wake up. After a hasty breakfast, He went to the horse number to take the carriage, and went to the Tao family. Tao Daxian quickly went out the door and walked with Li Long towards the Li family. Pulling on the fish, the two men drove the carriage toward the county. Walked more than 3 kilometers. Tao Daxian swallowed his father's meaning to Li Long. This is a good thing. Li Long was a bit surprised to hear that this Tao construction and Tao Daong had changed their nature, because Tao Daxiang became useful. The Tao family took him seriously? A good thing was indeed a good thing. At least it would change Tao Daxiang's life, and by the looks of it, it was for the better, which made Li Long sigh a little. Then Tao Daxiang thought that Li Long would be angry, but he didn't expect Li Long to have this expression now, making him a little puzzled. Don't worry about following your brother to catch fish. Li Long thought about it and said, after I sell the fish today, I will stop for a while and prepare to go to the mountains. Tao Daxiang stopped talking. Obviously he was the one who proposed to break up. Why did Li Long say so? He had a feeling of being abandoned? It's definitely fine for you guys to catch fish, Li Long said while driving the carriage, but you still need to be more vigilant in selling fish. Although the control is looser now, but if you guys are careless, then someone will still catch them. When you see someone with armbands coming, you run. Even if you don't want the fish, you have to run people. Otherwise the fine is quite a problem. Tao Daxiang's nose was a bit sour as he listened to Li Long's words, feeling like he was imparting secrets to himself. Just talking and chatting. It wasn't quite dawn when we arrived at the county seat. You stay here. I'll haul the fish over and sell them, Li Long said. I don't haul a lot of fish at a time. It's easier to run away if something happens. You stay far away. And if you find something wrong, hurry and drive the carriage to the north of the city, and we'll meet at the big meat canteen after a round trip. After saying that and seeing Tao Daxiang nodding, Li Long carried a dozen kilograms of fish towards the black market point. There are still more people selling stuff, but basically they don't talk much. Liren watched someone leave and immediately took his place with the bag, spreading out the urea bag and setting up the fish. It's not easy to eat some meat these days, so as soon as he set it up, people immediately came over to ask for a price. Nice opening. Chapter 38 Turning to Stone City. How can I sell this big chub? It must be 10 kilograms, right? $8 for this one, Li Long said with a smile. The other big fish, carp, 5 dozen black, grass carp $2 apiece, chub $1.50. With the experience of yesterday's fish sale, this time Li Long took the fish are more even in size, look about the same size, and it is not easy to get into an argument. Many people looked at the big fish with eyes, but no one bid, but the big carp quickly sold too, and some knowledgeable people picked the only 5 dozen blacks from the stall. Then there were a lot of people looking and few people buying. Li Long took the opportunity to scan and found that the ticket card sellers were still there, and the meat stalls were quite crowded. About the time when it was almost New Year's Eve, and all the families wanted to weigh some meat, there were people at the food sellers, and fewer at the stalls selling other things. After half an hour or so, it was getting a little light, and the stall had a big chunk of big fish out, and there were people around, but pointing at the big chub, and just no one was buying. Little brother, this chub is too big for me to eat, can you sell me the head? Someone else spoke up. The fish head doesn't have much meat anyway, can you sell it to me for $2? That won't do. Li Long hurriedly refused. Unlike the white chub, the chub's head is large, and it is very good for soup. Is this person bullying him for not knowing? Fish head is a good thing. If you take it away, it won't smell good for others behind the light. Of course, it's not impossible for you to add money. The fish head is $5. The head of this big chub is 3 or 4 kilograms, and Li Long is asking for a bit of a hard price. The man let out a chortle and didn't bid again. After a little while longer, someone else came by and bought away a carp and a chub, leaving only the big chub and 2 chub weighing over 2 kilograms on the stall. As he watched the people begin to disperse, Liren knew that was pretty much it for this side. There were few people in the county, and even fewer who dared to come to the black market to buy anything. The purchasing power market was so big that he thought about it and simply rolled up the fish, carried it and left. Coming to the carriage, he said to Tao Daxiang, who was walking back and forth to warm up his body, "Let's go to the big meat cafeteria." Selling a total of $17.50, Li Long bought 6 meat buns at the big meat cafeteria, and the two of them ate them as they hurried toward Shichang. Tao Daxiang was still a little hesitant as he walked. "Brother Long, why don't we just find a family home in the county town and sell it like yesterday? Going to the Stone City, we are two eyes." "No, just go to Stone Town. This side of the family home are all have connections. Come across some bad intentions, a report, then we even people with fish will be arrested. There are a lot of factories over in Shichang, and the family homes of the factories don't care about this, and the workers have money, so it's easy to buy fish, but it's just a little farther away." The road was indeed far, and by the time we got to Stone Town, it was almost 12 o'clock. Li Long looked at the slightly unfamiliar and somewhat familiar city, and just secretly lamented for a moment before leading the carriage to the agricultural machinery factory's family compound. Agricultural machinery factories at this time, although the same unified purchase and sale, but it seems that it will also engage in some OEM, repair and other work. Anyway, the money is certainly not a lack of. Still letting Tao Dachun park the carriage outside the family compound, he barged in with the urea pocket on his back. The doorman is an old man, looking at Li Long to break in. Rushing to stop him, Li Long said with a smile, "Grandpa, I'm sending some fish to my uncle." "Fish?" The older man's eyes lit up when he heard there were fish. "All you're carrying here are fish? Hey." Li Long put down the urea pockets propped open for Munkler outlet store him to see. "All big fish. So many? For whose family? Sell me too. It's almost New Year's. It's not good to cook New Year's Eve dinner without fish. $2 a piece." When Li Long heard this, he hurriedly climbed up the ladder. "Chubs are cheaper. $1.50. This price is okay." This Munkler outlet store heart is also happy. In fact, has been very cheap. Although the factory has issued welfare, but that frozen in the ice stripers, how can be compared with this red head and red tail of the big carp? Shelling out for 2 carp, the boss reveals Li Long. "Young man, you're just here to sell fish, aren't you? Alright, go on in. Just don't go inside the building." "Thank you, Grandpa." Li Long had a sweet mouth and hurriedly carried the bag inside. The family home is not big. 2 buildings, 2 units per building. There are a few children in the yard are playing the old bull. See Li Long come in some curiosity. Li Long somewhat regretted not bringing a few fruit candies over, but at the moment, he had to coax hard. He walked to the child, spread out his pockets and said, "Children, do you want to eat fish? I have big fish here. If you want to eat it, go home and tell your family to get money for it. It's cheap." There were half-hearted children, and one little boy suddenly shouted, "I want to eat. I'm going to my mom." With that, he scurried into the hallway. 2 of the other kids ran with them, and the rest, not knowing if they had no shortage of fish at home or were not interested in them, just looked at them and went on playing. Li Long just waited there. This time someone came in from the door. Li Long looked at a middle-aged man. He knew that these days basically women cook. Men rarely care about the kitchen, so he did not go up to greet. But the man came forward to ask, "I heard from Mr. Li that you're the one selling fish?" "It's me." Liren looked at the man slightly warily. "What fish? Let's see." The man came over. Li Long look at the size of this person is a cadre, worried that the other party wants to deduct their own, but think of their own young and strong. Big deal is not a fish. It will hold open the pocket for him to see. Nice fish, pretty fresh. The man picked at the gill cover of a fish. "What's the price?" "Chubs are $1.50 a piece. And the others are $2 a piece," Liren said. "This price is quite high." The middle-aged man said, "The fish that came to sell 2 days ago was about the same size as yours. $1 a piece. You're selling at a high price." Li Long snorted. "Stone City near the water source. There is a Ma River. That inside the winter want to smash the ice hole to catch fish. A day is not necessarily able to catch 2 or 3. Then the nearest reservoir is 40 to 50 kilometers away from the city. Farther than their own homes. Really want someone to catch fish to sell here. $1? Not even $3. The man's full of, but he didn't reveal it, and smiled. "This fish is fresh. I caught it yesterday. Secondly, this red head and red tail carp is rare. Look at the festive New Year's Day to do a plate on the table, how good. Thirdly, I earn hard money. A meter thick ice smashed open. It will take 2 or 3 hours. Waiting for the fish to come to half a day. A day cannot catch a few fish. Yo, still head to head ah." The middle-aged man did not expect Li Long to speak in such an organized manner, and was surprised when a child tugged his mother's sleeve down and came to Li Long's side. "Mom, I'll eat this fish." Seeing a real fish, the woman looked over and asked, "How do you sell fish?" "Chubs $1.50. The others too. On kilograms? That expensive?" "On the strip. That's a real bargain. Give me 2. "Alright, open up again." Chapter 39, Fear not frost, fear not poverty. The woman buys 2 fish and heads for the building, with her child yelling fish today behind her, which then attracts the curiosity of the neighbors and also brings new customers to Lilong. The neighborhood is populated by workers and their families, and these days most of the workers are still much better off than the farmers, so there is some money left over to buy fish. The middle-aged man saw that some people had gathered around and hurriedly picked a carp and a 5 doctored black, and gave it back to Li Long when he handed over the money. He said, "Young man, can you come back again before the year? We've got a payroll supplement to pay before the year. And there'll be absolutely no shortage of people to buy your fish if you can come then." "That depends." Li Long smiled. Whether or not the fish in the sea can be caught depends on luck. I can't say. The middle-aged man nodded his head in understanding and left, holding the fish. There weren't many people around, but most of them were buying 1 or 2 fish at a time. And one middle-aged woman asked after looking at the fish, "Boy, is there a smaller fish? This one is too big for me to make taste." "Yes, there are crucian carp and small ditch fish, do you want them?" Li Long said. "I didn't bring all my fish. I don't know if I can sell them, and there's a 10-kilogram big chub." "Then bring it here. I'll wait for you here," the middle-aged woman said, and retreated to the side. Li Long answered. And when the others had finished picking and paying for the fish, and seeing that there was no one else, he said, "Big sister, wait for me then. I'll go get it right away." Just this moment of effort. The bag of a dozen fish has been sold most of the time. Li Long's mood is really quite good. He hurriedly carried the urea bag outside to find the wagon there to load the fish. Some people who heard the news rushed down, but they didn't see any fish sellers, so they asked the middle-aged woman, "Mrs. You, the fish seller is gone?" "No, went to get the fish. I don't want a big fish. I want a small one." He went to get a small one. Then, I also wait. This year, although the factory before the year also sends welfare, but the material that is really lacking. This winter snow is so thick, many things cannot be transported over. Have come across to buy fish is not easy. Tao Daqiang, who was guarding the carriage, saw Li Long come out and hurriedly drove the carriage over. "Brother Lung, how are the fish selling?" "It's quite good. There are quite a lot of people who want it." "You park the wagon right outside the family compound. I'll load some more fish in to sell now." Li Long smiled and said, "Stomp your feet if you want to get cold." "I'm not cold," Tao Daqiang said with a smile. In fact, his eyebrows and eyelashes and hair and whatnot have been white frost. This year the waxing moon is really cold. Even if you wear a cotton jacket and pants, stay outside for a long time can freeze through. The feet were even more senseless. But more than the cold, it's the poverty. Now can see the hope of getting rid of the poor. Tao Daqiang in any case will not feel that eating this bitter is nothing. Li Long carried a bag full of fish into the yard again. The old man watching the door just looked at it and left it alone. There were already 4 or 5 people waiting in the yard, and when they saw Li Long carrying another bag full of fish over, they hurriedly gathered around. Everyone take it easy," Li Long hurriedly said. "Wait for me to set up the fish. Otherwise it's not easy for everyone to pick right." "All right, laddie, at your service." Everyone gave way. Liren pulled another urea bag out of the bag and spread it out on the ground, and began to lay out the fish one by one. Several people were in awe as they looked at the large chub that weighed over 10 kilograms. "That's a big fish." "That's right, such a big fish. I've never seen it before. Young man, how can I sell this big fish?" $9 for this one." Liren raised the price a bit. "After all, you still have to add the shipping cost, don't you?" The man stopped talking. His salary was less than 40 a month, and he couldn't afford to lose a quarter of it all at once. The middle-aged woman who had first asked for the small fish looked at carp and asked, "How do you sell this little carp?" "No matter the size. $1 for 10. In fact, the smallest of the carp were palm-sized, and the smaller ones stayed at home." "Then give me a $2 one." The woman knew at first glance that this was actually a better deal than the walleye and said immediately, "Give me $2 for that too." The other man said immediately. Li Long did not expect the small fish than the big fish to sell well. Quite happy. Hurry to count the fish. Collect money. These come to buy fish in the hand or holding something, either bags or pots. Took the fish, counted money. Some people are anxious to go home to fish ready to do. Some are still looking at do not want to go. Within half an hour, the only thing left on the stall was the big chub and 2 white chubs. Seeing that no one was left, Li Long simply put the stall away and hurried out again, loading the few remaining small carp over and setting them up. Half an hour later, the small carp was sold out, and just when Li Long thought the big chub might have to be pulled back, a tall man in his 50s came striding over. Seeing that there was only one big chub on the stand, he frowned and asked, "Is this the only fish left?" "Aha," Liren said, "everything else is sold out. So are you still coming tomorrow?" "I can't come." Li Long shook his head. "My family is far away, in the countryside of Ma County, a round trip for half a day. When I go back I won't have time to catch fish again. How can I come back after 3 or 5 days?" "Okay," the man hesitated and asked, pointing at chub, "How do I sell this fish?" $8. Li Long also did not insist on $9. Earlier there were a few people who asked for the price. Once they heard $9 they all stopped squeaking. Cheaper, I'll take it." The guy says, "How about $6? $7. Li Long felt that such a big fish, 10 or so kilograms, selling it for $6 was really a bit of a bad deal. "Okay." The man laughed and painfully paid out the money, then turned around carrying the fish and exited the family compound. Still not from this unit. Ha! Liren put away the bag and began to count the money. Today I brought a lot of fish. Yesterday caught back more than 70 kilograms of fish. Li Long night pick. The smaller less than a kilogram of carp, silver carp, and especially small carp are left at home. The rest of the fish brought 60 kilograms. In addition to that big chub, there were nearly 40 kilograms of 19 big fish and over 10 kilograms of small fish, which sold for a total of $48.50. It's really worth a month's salary for a laborer. There were $15 of Tao Dachang's money in this. Li Long had discounted it for labor, tools, and level of contribution. He took the bag back to the wagon and counted out $15 to Tao Dachang. Dachang, this is your money for today. Tomorrow when you and your brother come out, will you take this money? Or deposit it with me? Or buy something when you get back? I'll take $5 and put the rest here with you first. Tao Dachang thought for a moment and said, I want to see if there are any fish nets for sale there at the supply house. And if there are, I'll buy a net too. Then let's take a look here in Stone City. It's a big place with lots of supplies. Good. Tao Dachang's eyes glowed with some curiosity. He hadn't wandered through Stone City yet. The two men drove the carriage to the Shicheng department store. Tao Dachang didn't ask Li Long how he knew the location. In his opinion, it was only right for Long to be omniscient. In fact, Li Long was also curious. What was the difference between the Shicheng department store of these days and the latter days? Chapter 40, Who's Afraid of the Horizontal? It wasn't a day off, but the department store was pretty busy, with lots of people and loud voices. Li Long looked, are here to buy New Year's goods? Shicheng workers are many. At the end of the year there is money left over. Even if you cannot afford to buy big things, weighing 2 pounds of fruit candy, buy some sesame cakes or 2 bottles of canned food. That is also a meaning. Yang Bailao still pulls a 2-foot redhead rope on New Year's Eve. He saw that there were jiangmian noodles, so he squeezed over and weighed a kilogram. Compared to fruit candies, this kind of snack coated in white sugar and deep fried was obviously more advanced. Then there were fried peanuts. The production team grows oil sunflower. Each family can share some in the fall, part of the oil extraction, but also some stay in the new year fried to eat. Just after eating the mouth black, the peanuts that Li Long bought were also divided into two. One for himself and one for Tao Dachang to keep. He turned around and saw another double-barreled shotgun, called a sand gun in the vernacular over here, because the shot is loaded with iron sand or lead in the shotgun shells, and fewer solo shells are used. The price of one is more than $300. There were also steam guns, one more than 100. Small caliber rifles, on the other hand, cost $118, the price of a bicycle. Small caliber rifle bullets are about the size of a fine pencil lead, and they are still for sale at this time. Looking at Li Long quite hot. Too bad there's no money. After another round, I saw that there were children's cotton rubber shoes and wanted to buy them for Li Chang and Li Wan, but I didn't know the shoe sizes of the two children, so I had to wait for the next time. He turned around and didn't see any fishing nets for sale. So he exited the department store and then switched to Tao Dachang to go in. Dachang, I bought 4 kilograms of fried peanuts, 2 kilograms for your house and 2 kilograms for mine. I didn't see any fishing nets, so go inside and take another look. Okay. Tao Dachang entered the department store with apprehension and excitement. It just didn't take him long to get out, and Liren could even see sweat on his face. How did it come out? No, don't know what to buy. Too much stuff and too many people. Li Long smiled. This is timid. But nothing, a few more trips will be fine. Come on then, let's go to the supply house and see if there are any fishing nets there. The supply house is not very far from the department store building. The carriage quickly arrived. At this time there are not many cars on the road, but there are a few bicyclists hurrying by. You go in or me? When he reached the place, Li Long asked Tao Dachang, Brother Long, it's better for you to go in. Just now I didn't dare to ask. Tao Dachang was a little difficult. If you have it, buy it on me. And if you don't have it, forget it. Li Long entered the supply house and saw that there were fewer people in here than in the department store, and the voices were smaller. He looked around and saw that there were fish nets for sale, but they were the large pulling and blocking kind, and the smaller ones were sticking nets with no plunge nets. Li Long was a little disappointed, but he asked about the price of the sticky net. At this time there is still only a single layer of sticky net. 50 meters of 3-finger net $2. 2 fingers of $1.07. He knew the price, but did not buy. The salesman did not say anything. Out of the supply house, Li Long told Tao Dachang about the situation. Tao Dachang was a little disappointed, but this couldn't be helped. Back, Li Long looked at the time. The sun was slightly in the west, earlier than yesterday's sold-out time, but it would take another 2 hours to get from Shicheng to Ma County, and nearly 2 hours to get back, and it should be almost dark by the time I get home. When Li Long passed by the state-run restaurant, He bought 4 buns and the 2 of them ate them while walking. When he was out of Stone City, Li Long suddenly stopped. Tao Daqiang was gnawing on a meat bun and asked when he saw Li Long stop. "Dragon, what is it?" He was sitting on the wagon with his head facing backwards and didn't see the situation. "Someone is blocking the road. Odds are they want to rob money," Li Long whispered. As soon as he heard that he was going to rob the money, Tao Daqiang directly stuffed the bun in his mouth and jumped out of the car sharply to look over to the front. 2 young men, one with a chain in his hand and the other with an iron pipe, slowly made their way toward the wagon. On both sides of the woods, these 2 guys find a good location, robbed and then directly drilled into the woods. It is not even easy to find. "Brother Long, to fight or not to fight?" Tao Daqiang was a bit nervous. "Are you afraid?" Li Long took the whip that drove the horse in his hand, the whipcord wrapped around the pole so that it would be easy to strike. "Scared? I'm afraid of you," Tao Daqiang spat. "If you want to rob us of our money, you'll have to fight to the death. Lives are wanted and so is money. Brothers, we seek money not life. Shell out a by the way money. Do not more. $10. You can leave. Otherwise, people how not to say, put your put hole dead. You guys also not good, right?" The one with the chain stood down 5 meters in front of the wagon and said, "We're not greedy either. We know you guys made a lot of money this trip. How about it?" "Not good," Li Long sneered. "Want to eat for free? Then let's see if you have the skills." He turned his head to Tao Daqiang. "You left me right." Before he could finish his sentence, Tao Daqiang had already rushed up. The 2 men were startled. "What does this mean? Direct?" When Li Long saw Tao Daqiang rushing past, he immediately followed, holding the whip pole as he rushed towards the head of the man with the iron pipe. The whip was long and had an advantage. The one with the chain to see Tao Daqiang rushed over. "No, cannot be good. His chain has thrown up." I did not expect Tao Daqiang, although people naive, but in the team fights and play is not a raw hand, jumped up suddenly take the head of the hat smashed to the other side. The man's eyes a splash. Tao Daqiang a big foot has kicked him in the chest. The man took 2 steps back. Tao Daqiang has stepped forward to grab his shoulders. A head hammer smashed in the man took 2 steps back. Tao Daqiang had already come forward and grabbed his shoulder. A head hammer smashed on his face. The man screamed miserably, covered his head and squatted down. His eyes were full of blood. He couldn't see anything. The pain was unbearable. Tao Daqiang's side is a direct collision. Li Long's side belongs to the wandering fight. He whip flung up the other side to take the iron pipe to block. Li Long does not approach. He does not have Tao Daqiang's size. Fighting is not very good, but the reaction is flexible. Draw the coal to give the other side, so that the other side is very annoyed but cannot do anything. The man with the iron pipe thought of charging at Li Long regardless, as long as he was close enough to get a hard hit, only to hear his partner's screams. When he twisted his head to look, Li Long knew that the opportunity had come. He quickly rushed over, grabbed the other party's arm and tossed it. Not good at fighting, but he practiced wild wrestling. At this time Tao Daqiang also came over to help, smashing the one who was in the middle of the stalemate of the hijacker with a punch, and Li Long took the opportunity to step forward and stomp on a few feet, so that the other party could not roll over. "Search," Li Long said to Tao Daqiang. "Let's see if there's anything of value." Since he had come over to rob the way, he naturally had to be aware of being robbed. "Brother Long, I have $12 and a bunch of food stamps on my side." After the fight, Tao Daqiang was naive again, even exposing his address to Li Long. Li Long's side, on the other hand, seized $8.50, but also some food stamps, as well as a pen. I do not know whether it is robbed someone else's, or the person's own. "Take the chains and iron pipes. Let's go," Li Long said as he collected the money. "Gotta go soon." It was someone else's territory, and he was worried about retaliation from the other side. Chapter 41, There's Something Good on the Mountain. The carriage rushed back to Ma County before the two relaxed. Although the county was still relatively unfamiliar to the two, at least it was their hometown, not unlike a strange city. "Let's go to the supply house," Li Long said. "First, let's see if there are any plunge nets, and second, I want to buy some fine wire." "Brother Long, what are you buying fine wire for?" Tao Daqiang asked curiously. "I see a lot of rabbit prints in the field, and I'm going to get some rabbit traps and see what I can do with them. There's at least more rabbit meat than quackers. In my last life, before I was born again, the neighborhood was well groomed with wetlands and more wildlife, and in the winter someone would lay a rabbit trap and catch a dozen rabbits a day, even at $3 a pop. That's a lot of money." Li Long believed that the black market there would become more and more prosperous. There would be more and more people selling things, and people's minds would become more and more alive and rich. Anyway, life is going to get better, so take advantage of it and make more money. "Brother Long, you still know how to lay rabbit traps?" Tao Daqiang asked in surprise. "Is that thing good to mess with?" "I'll just mess around." Liren grinned. Just make a circle of thin wire for a live set and lay it on the prints where the rabbits have run, I guess. Even so, what was said made Tao Dachyan's gaze with admiration. Not the slightest bit of the viciousness of the previous beating. Fine wire weighed by the kilogram. A kilogram a piece of one. Li Long weighed 3 kilograms. Rolled up and put on the carriage. Brother Long, I want to buy some buns back for my dad. When passing by the big meat cafeteria, Tao Dachyan suddenly said, my dad hasn't even eaten meat buns like this. Okay, I also bought some to bring back. Li Long patted his head, only focusing on eating it himself, and didn't think to bring it to his family. Wan and Xiangxiang had never eaten the buns here either. Li Long bought 11. Tao Dachyan bought 6. The two paid, put the buns in a satchel and drove the carriage back. Waiting for the team, the sky is already completely dark. Li Long let Tao Dachyan go back first. He went to the horse number to return the horse, gave Lao Luo a meat bun. Lao Luo smiled and took it. The wrinkles on his face are the same as chrysanthemums. No one in the team who borrowed the wagon was as good as the Li family's junior. Li Long carrying a bag of urea, carrying a satchel, the pace of the brisk walk back, walking while humming a song, the great river flows eastward the stars in the sky to participate in the Big Dipper As he was humming, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Long stopped his steps and asked vigilantly, who? Me? Sukfuno? What's she doing here? Li Long did not squeak. Anyway, the two have nothing to do. The night before, I seem to have heard my sister-in-law say, Wu Shufan her mother introduced her to a worker next door to the production team. Success or failure I do not know. At that time, sister-in-law Liang Yueme was still a bit cautious when she said this, fearing that it would affect Li Long's mood. In the last life of Li Long to Wu Shufan is indeed quite infatuation. Has been over a number of years or thinking about. And this Wu Shufan is also the emotional road more tribulations. Phase a lot of people, but she looked on the other people cannot see her. And because of the long beautiful, she cannot see and some people in the pestering her. Years have not married out. In his heart, but Li Long did not want to have anything to do with her. That was the last life. All reborn, and still be a licking dog? Idle. Seeing that Li Long actually walked around himself, Wu Shufan was a bit surprised. In the past 2 days, her ears had been filled with things about the Li family's youngest son. What with picking up a few goats from the mountains, catching fish from the reservoir and selling them for a lot of money, and becoming more spirited, and so on, Wu Shufan did not have much regret. Just cannot figure out this Li Long is enlightened or because of their own breakup stimulated? I came back from my string of visits today and just happened to run into it, so I wanted to see what my ex-subject had really changed. I just didn't expect Li Long to go around her. This caused Wu Shufan's self-esteem to suffer a serious blow. He didn't even want to look at me. He didn't even want to talk to me on his own accord. Li Long didn't think that much. He was tired for the whole day. He just wanted to hurry back to change his clothes and lean on the firewall to have a good rest. As for chatting with Wu Shufan for a few moments, it's winter and it's already minus 27 or 28 degrees. Not in the mood for that. Wu Shufan opened her mouth to shout, but in the end did not. Her pride would not allow her to do so. Li Long was glad that the other party didn't open his mouth. This black light, the surrounding is so quiet. If the other party comes to a voice, he has a lot of trouble. Back at home, Li Long pushed open the door and saw a pot on the stove with mutton soup. It warmed my heart, and it was past the point of dinner. So this was saved for myself, I guess. Back, Li Jianguo came out of the inner room and saw Li Long and said, if you don't come back I'll go to the road to look for you. My dad's been out to see it 3 times. Li Wan interjected from the bed. Didn't eat, did you? Hurry up and change. Come over afterward. The buns and mutton soup are hot. Sister-in-law poked her head in the kitchen. Tired, aren't you? No, nothing tired. Li Long's heart was really warm as he took off his satchel and handed it to Liang Yueme. Sister-in-law, I bought a couple of big meat buns to eat for breakfast tomorrow. Distillation. I'll have meat buns to eat tomorrow. Li Chang heard and shouted happily. What's the point of spending that money indiscriminately? Liang Yueme took the bun and spoke out of habit. Wan and Xiangxiang have never had it, so let them try it. Li Long smiled. His sister-in-law wasn't really blaming herself. It was just the habitual frugality of being a housewife. He pulled out another $10 and handed it to Li Jianguo. Brother, here's your share of the money from the fish sale. I won't pay you mine. Get what? Take it yourself. Li Jianguo pushed the money back. You load it. Brother, pro-brothers still settle accounts. Li Long smiled and said, this is your share. I'm keeping the extra for myself. Hearing Li Long say this, Li Jianguo hesitated, looked at his wife, and took the money. Li Long went to the east room, changed his clothes, and then returned to the west room to eat. I went and got some more fish today, but not much this time. It doesn't feel like there are many fish left under the ice hole. Li Jianguo said as he rolled more cigarettes on the bed. Are you still going to sell fish tomorrow? Not going. Li Long ate white flour buns soaked in mutton soup and said, De Chang's father told Di Chang to catch and sell fish with his brother. What? Liang Yuemei raised her head to look at her brother-in-law. No more partnership? Li Jianguo was not surprised at all. Tao construction, that person's eyes are just small. But it's fine. If De Chang doesn't come, the two of us will come. Take a break tomorrow. I'll make a trip to the mountains. Li Long waved his hand and said, pull somewhat back and see if we can get another sheep. The main thing is that the county is just that big. Not many people can afford to buy fish. And today we still ran to Shicheng to sell all the fish. Went to Stone City? Li Jianguo said in surprise. Then you guys have traveled far. It can't be helped. There are still fewer people in the county who can afford to eat fish. And we're not afraid to string up alleys and hawk it. Good thing too. Li Jianguo nodded. It's good to stop for 2 days. It's a done deal. After eating his buns the next morning, Li Long got up, loaded the dozen rounds of ammunition he had stashed, went to the horse horn, harnessed the wagon, and headed for the mountains. There's a big surprise waiting for him. Chapter 42. Success can't be replicated by anyone. Li Long drove the car out of the production team, all the way west almost to the commune. He looked back and found a dark shadow less than a kilometer away from him also walking in this direction. Now that there was no pollution and the view was more open, Liren thought to himself, who was up and out so early? In winter, when it's minus 30 degrees outside, few people go out unless it's an emergency. This time is not like the later generations. Families do not have a lot of money. The county commune here does not have many good things. So basically everyone cats in the house do not go out much. Of course, Li Long was only curious for a moment, and continued on his way. He was not idle in the wagon, the bundle of fine wire he carried with him, and while in the wagon he began to make a rabbit snare. The rabbit set is actually very simple. He did not talk nonsense with Tao Duqiang. Just roll a circle, wrapped around a live buckle. To ensure that the rabbit stirred into the set will be easy to contract on the line. After all, the main skill lies in placing the rabbit under the lasso. The rest would have to be left to luck. He remembered that in his last life, when he laid rabbit sets, it would be ideal to catch 6 rabbits in 24 sets with good luck. The carriage did not stop here in the commune. The commune's store department is not yet open. There is nothing to buy inside. Li Long went straight to the county. He intends to go to the black market to bring some food to the Harimu family. Kazakh herders can't do without 2 daily things in their homes. One is milk tea and the other is naan. Milk tea requires tea leaves and salt. Naan requires flour. Almost to the county town, Li Long put down the tie of 30 or 40 rabbit sets, jumped off the carriage ready to follow a section of activity. When he turned his head to look, he found that the black shadow behind him was still there. That guy goes to the county too? Li Long still didn't think much about it, and after entering the county, he turned a corner and went directly to the black market. Now that the day has dawned, the black market is not much. Fortunately, the food seller is still there. Li Long also saw that there are selling chickens and meat. There are also selling fish. It seems to engage in fish to sell not only one in their own thinking. It's not going to be a good business from now on. After paying a high price for 10 kilograms of noodles, the other party also gave a small cloth pocket, which made Li Long quite happy. After passing by and looking at the other stalls and realizing that there wasn't much to buy, he drove the carriage towards the Clearwater River. Just out of the black market, Li Long heard a chaos behind him. When he twisted his head to look, he found that there were 2 people wearing red armbands running over. Those who set up stalls closed their stalls, escaped to escape. Chickens flew and dogs jumped all over the chaos. Although it had nothing to do with Li Long, he still subconsciously flicked his whip and drove the carriage to quickly leave this place of wrongdoing. At the other end of the black market, Gu Ermao peeled through the crowd and desperately pushed forward. He tried hard to keep up with Li Long's pace, but now the crowd was chaotic and everyone was running around. He couldn't squeeze through at all. Gu Ermao was so angry that he cursed, but who would pay attention to him? When the people who had rushed out from the black market ran and dispersed, and those stall owners hid, he was then considered to be free. But as he watched, there was no longer a shadow of the carriage in the distance in front of him. You, just you. What for? Gu Ermao was still searching for the carriage when a voice called out to him. Gu Ermao twisted his head to look at it, and when he saw that it was the one wearing the red armband, he was so scared that he twisted his head and ran away. But the other one wearing the red armband gripped him as soon as he could and said with a sneer, "Speculation. Do you know what the charge is? Which commune are you from? Come with us." A look at Gu Ermao's clothing is not the county which unit, so these 2 wear cuffs to catch him a little psychological pressure. In the past 2 days, the black market stalls more and more people. Come here more and more people. The leaders are aware of it. Specifically to their leaders called to scold. How are we going to deliver if we don't make some arrests? Gu Ermao hurriedly defended himself. I'm not. I just came over to see someone. Oh, running around the black market early in the morning looking for someone? You'd better wait to go in and give a good account. Go! Saying that, he pushed Gu Ermao fiercely and walked forward. Gu Ermao Gu cried without tears. He did not just want to follow Li Long to see where he entered the mountain. How so unlucky? Naturally, Li Long was not aware that Gu Ermao had been arrested for following him, and he drove the carriage out of the county before slowing down. There was still no one on the road, so Li Long simply got off the carriage and followed it forward, exercising a bit and still warming up a bit. The road was no longer good when the wagon went into the mountains and you could see the Haramudong nest. Earlier, it was fine to have Tao Daqiang help push, but now it was a bit difficult to lead the carriage by oneself. Luckily, some road had been pressed out earlier, and Li Long, holding the horse's reins in front of him and pulling hard, barely managed to stop where he had originally stopped. He unloaded the wagon, led the horse, and headed for Harimu's winter nest with a small pocketful of face. The dog stopped barking after 2 barks and was still wagging his head and tail in front of the winter nest. Harimu opened the door and walked out, a smile appearing on his face when he saw Li Long. Jax? Laron came in with a smile. Harimu froze for a moment as he listened, then laughed out loud and came over to take Li Long's reins to do the same. Jax. Jax is the Kazakh word for good, which is the usual greeting when meeting, and Li Long heard it from his brother Li Jianguo. When Li Jianguo first came here, he followed into the mountains and dealt with the herders, so he knew some. Entering the winter nest, Li Long handed the bag of flour to the old man. For you, here's the face, Harimu translated, and the old man smiled as he took the noodles and turned his hand to hand them to Harimu's wife, then gestured for Li Long to get on the wooden bed. The 2 children, Nathan and Saskin, were playing on the wooden Kong and smiled when they saw Li Long come over. They remembered that this Han Chinese uncle had brought them candies. After warming up with a bowl of milk tea, Liren asked Harimu, "Have any wolves come by in the last couple days?" There. Harimu pointed to the 5.6 semi-automatic rifles hanging on the wall and grinned. "I killed one, wounded another, and then never came back." Liren gave a thumbs up and said, "You're great. By the way, Li Long, there's a herd of wild boars in the neighborhood lately, running down the mountain early every day, and then running back up the mountain when it gets light. Do you want them? If you want, I'll take you to fight it tomorrow morning, and you can bring it back." Harry's wooden words immediately caught Liren's attention. "Not far? It's not far, just under a kilometer from us, and if you don't, I'll be there tomorrow to beat them up and drive them away. Otherwise they'll have to come arching over my grass." Fight! Li Long immediately became interested. His own pig got superstition. There is no New Year's pig to eat in the new year. This to be able to hit a wild boar, it can also make up for it. He remembered another important thing about this visit and asked Harimu, "When you were in the mountains, did you come across any of those prettier rocks? The green kind? It's jasper. You should know that, right?" Harimu laughed at that. Chapter 43, Good Jade. Seeing Harimu smile, Liren was a bit puzzled. "This jade, we knew it when we were very young." Harimu got up from the wooden Kong and rummaged around the fireplace for a while, turning out a 10 centimeters long and palm-wide stone bar. He wiped a handful of ash from it and handed it to Li Long. "Look, Nathan picked it up from the river the summer before last." Li Long's heart sweats as he listens to Harimu's words. "And yeah, making a fool of himself. This is the place where people have been grazing for generations. How could they not know that there is jade in this mountain?" It's his own short-sightedness. He took the piece of jade and looked at it carefully. The winter nest had small windows, and it wasn't light enough to see very well during the day, so it wasn't very clear. But even so, Li Long could tell at a glance that this piece was clearly seed material, not the angular look of mountain material. More importantly, from the present look over, this jade in addition to a little black stone skin, the other place's green is very good looking, not the latter-day emerald glass. That kind of green is a little deeper than that kind of green, and not dark green, like the feeling of a deep dark lake. In his later life, Liren had also seen the mass-marketed version of the Manhwa jade, where there were usually black spots like fly poop, but this piece of jade is transparent. No cracks or black spots, definitely top quality. He simply got out of the bed, walked out of the house, and looked through the light of the sky outside, and sure enough, there was no dark spot at all. Although the value of this jade is not comparable to that of Hatian jade, it is still the top grade of jade. Good stuff. Harimu followed Liren out and smiled as he watched him closely. "Like, gave it to you?" No, it's too valuable." Li Long hurriedly handed the jade back to Harimu. "This jade is worth more." "Friends, don't talk about this." Harimu stuffed this jade to Li Long again and said solemnly, "Putting it here with us, it's useless. I also once took it down the mountain to exchange it for something, and no one exchanged it with me. This jade, which we can often pick up in the mountains, is no better in our eyes than the tea, noodles, and salt you brought. If you are a friend, don't say any more. Li Long was pretty sure that if this jade was placed in the latter days, it would have no problem selling for tens of thousands of dollars at random, although he is an amateur, but this point still no. Even now, if he came across someone who knew what they were doing, it shouldn't be a problem to sell it for tens or hundreds of dollars. Then I'll be polite. Li Long didn't say anything more. Some words were better said than doing practical things. That's right. Harimu smiled and said, later, we'll go to Yeshinjiang's place to borrow a gun, and tomorrow morning we'll have 2 guns and see how many wild boars we can shoot down. Good. By the way, I brought some more bullets over. Liren pulled out the bullets and showed them to Harimu. I'll bring some more over when I wind up coming over next time. That's great. Harimu gave a thumbs up. This can be had more often. The wolf I injured last time, I'm worried it will come back for revenge. There's a lot of snow in the mountains, and the beasts around here have been getting more numerous lately, and the horse and elk deer have been showing up. Elk deer Z is the roe deer, because the look is similar to a doe, so people here call this one elk deer Z. More of these herbivores will naturally attract predators. Wolves, snow leopards, even har bears and the like, will appear. For the herders, this is a great threat because once these carnivorous beasts run out of food, they naturally attack the herders' cattle and sheep. It is the latter days that there are often brown bears and black bears running into the sheep pens of the herders to catch the sheep. Because Li Long came, the noon meal was naan, air-dried meat and milk tea. Li Long was not polite. After eating and drinking, he rode with Harimu to find that other herdsman Yeshinjiang. The horse that Li Long pulled didn't have a saddle, and Harimu gave up his own horse to Li Long in order to make it easier for him to ride, and he rode the production team's horse without a saddle, taking the lead and riding down the ravine to the other side. It was also that this horse nailed the paw, otherwise Li Long would not really dare to walk like this. The 2 men rode along for over an hour and over 2 mountains before they came upon a winter nest in another mountain meadow. The dog's barking traveled a long way, and Liren saw on his horse that the sheep had not been driven out. I think the snow is too thick to go out and the sheep can't eat grass, so they simply feed in the pen until the snow melts. The 2 men were almost to the winter nest when a man of about 40 bent over and stepped out of it. Halamu dismounted and went over to greet the other man, then introduced Liren. Jax? Liren held out his hand at the other man. Yeshinjiang and Li Long shook hands and the corners of their mouths moved. Li Long felt a little strange. Not that he felt the other party was cold, but he felt that the other party might have something on his mind. The tea and salt I sent over last time was brought over by Li Long. He added to Liren. One of the antlers you took the second time is from Big Brother Yeshinjiang here. Li Long hurriedly thanked. No, friends, you've done me a great favor. Otherwise my family wouldn't be able to drink the milk tea. Yeshinjiang immediately opened his mouth when he heard Harimu say that Li Long had brought tea. Let's go into the winter nest first. Yeshinjiang led the 2 men to tie up their horses and went into the winter nest first. Yeshinjiang's winter nest was a bit larger than Harimu's, but the furnishings inside were much the same. There was a girl and a boy in the house. The girl was 16 or 17 years old and had a round face. The boy was 14 or 15 years old and looked more like Yeshinjiang, also with a round face. Both children looked at Li Long with a curious gaze. Once again, Liren chafed at how he hadn't brought candy along with him. Of course, kids that age don't know if they like candy or not. He thought for a moment and pulled bullets out of his pocket and gave 1-2 to both kids. Then only as an afterthought did he look to Harimu and ask in a small voice. This doesn't violate any taboos, does it? Halamu chuckled. They'll be happy. Liren had seen the 5.6 semi-automatic rifle hanging on the wall. The gun was a bit older than the one in Haramaki. The original grass-green band was blackened and the woodguard on the gun was so worn and shiny that it had a wrap around it. Harimu and Yeshinjiang spoke and Yeshinjiang laughed. He nodded, then bent down and rummaged under the wooden Kong, pulling out a volleyball-sized piece of jade and handing it to Li Long. For you. Li Long was a bit embarrassed. It was neither a good idea to take it, nor was it a good idea not to take it. This thing weighs more than 10 kilograms, looking clearly also seed material. I think no one should take the mountain material now. And it's a beautiful feeling too. Definitely good jade. Take it. Friends, don't be polite. Yushan Jiang urged for a while. Li Long took it with some embarrassment. He even felt that his mind was not pure, and that he was a little unforgiving to these pure and simple shepherds. He himself had brought something to the mountains earlier with a purpose. And they give too much. Even if they know it is, they will give it. Li Long felt that the only way he could repay these kindnesses in the future was to bring in more of what they lacked. The main thing now, of course, is to look at the gun. As he watched Yeshinjiang bring his gun down, Li Long's gaze became heated. Chapter 44, The First Gun Hunt After Being Born Again. The 5.6 semi-automatic rifle had a long barrel and was the most used standardized firearm in Liren's 2 lives combined. To be honest, the backseat is definitely bigger than the 9-5 or 03, but not as big as some people in web novels make it out to be. Li Long remembers his first participation in the militia live fire. According to the requirements of the militia company commander Su Qingjun at the time, the butt of the gun and the shoulder socket were the top solid, keying the trigger shoulder like a hit, and that's about it. After 5 rounds, the shoulder wasn't even red there, and after 5 more rounds, it felt just like that. Those people on the internet said that the 5.6 back seat how big and big, after hitting the shoulder pain, there are only 2 possibilities. One did not top the shoulder solidly as required, then the back seat hit, naturally painful. The second is blowing it, never hit it at all. To blackmail, the 5.6.5 looked like it had been shot a lot, and he tried it with one hand on the woodguard under the barrel, and one hand on the woodguard diagonally below the trigger, cocking his head. The gun should have been used often. Watching Li Long's skillful movements, both Harimu and Yashinjiang put their hearts down. If it was a raw egg, then forget it. Although Harimu had asked Li Long earlier, it was only now that he was certain. Li Long brought 19 rounds of ammunition this time, gave 2 rounds to each of the 2 children, and the remaining 15 rounds, he hesitated and did not pull them out again, thinking that when he finished hunting the wild boar in the morning, no matter how many were left, he would leave them to Yashinjiang, as a kind of payback for the borrowed gun. For these ranchers with guns, bullets are the scarcity. In the past, they were supposed to be given guns, mainly because of the international environment at that time, and then later to protect the property of cattle and sheep, and then after the reform and opening up of the country. These policies were slowly discontinued. Further on, their guns were gradually collected, and the domestic policy of banning guns came into effect. This current period of time is when gun use is most prevalent and access to guns is easiest for the average citizen. Harimu chatted with Yashinjiang for a while longer, and then left Yashinjiang's house with Li Long. On the way Harimu told Li Long. Yashinjiang said, "This gun Yashinjiang before to find someone to school, so where to aim where to hit, unlike his gun, because he did not school. And not quite better, so to aim down some." Laron understood. He carried the gun, careful not to touch the sights or the gauge. Back at Harimu's house, Li Long hung up his gun and put the jade away, then followed Harimu to feed the sheep, and the 2 made a special trip to the place where the wild boar came down. The location is to the east of the Harimu family's winter nest, over a mountain beam is. Li Long can see a large area of snow below the hillside was arching away. The wild boar trips through the snow traces spread over the area of half a soccer field. "We'll ambush there." Harimu pointed to a pine forest on the mountain beam. "That's downwind. The wild boars are great at smelling. They won't come over if they smell it in a different place. The pine forest there is very dense. They can't rush up either." Li Long had heard about the power of wild boars, but to be honest, it was the first time in his 2 lives that he was a little excited to fight a wild boar, having seen the place all over, and the place to be ambushed identified. The 2 men walked back. At night Liren and Harimu's family huddled on a wooden bed and stayed up late. It didn't feel like he slept much longer, though. Before he was called up by Harimu, Li Long climbed up, and seeing that the others were still asleep, he quietly put on his coat, took the leather coat that Harimu handed him, and his gun, and the 2 of them walked out. "It's still dark outside," said Harimu. "Press the bullets in first and don't open the safety to avoid misfires." Naturally aware of this common sense, Li Long pressed down the 10 rounds he had brought with him. 1 round at a time. Theoretically there was still a round in the chamber, but Li Long didn't do it. He estimated that it would be difficult for him to shoot all 10 rounds. After all, those boars were very agile and alert, and immediately ran wild when the gun went off, so he might just have a shot or 2. Readying their guns, the 2 men wrapped themselves in their leather coats and headed for the place they had booked yesterday. Li Long estimated that it was at most 5 o'clock now, which was a little too early for being in the northern border, with a 2-hour time difference from the mainland here. But his sleepiness was long gone by the chill and the excitement of the hunt. Leather coat is very simple. Directly take the sheepskin and cloth to do. Sheepskin tanning is not good, but also some hard. Li Long suspected that it should be the herdsman's own handiwork. The whole sheepskin simply tanned and cut into the shape of the clothes and the cloth sewn together on it. Ugly is ugly. Warm is really warm. Wrapped tightly. The wind cannot enter at all. The 2 men walked for half an hour to the pine forest, and each found a suitable spot to lie down, and then prepared the gun platform. Li Long learned Harimu's appearance, patted the snow in front of him solid, leaving a slot in the center, and then unlocked his leather coat and spread it on the snow, laid down on his back, tried it out, and then adjusted it when he felt where it didn't fit. Then came the long wait, because the leather coat was underneath him. In order to make it easier to shoot at any time, Liren hadn't dared to roll up the sides of the coat and wrap it around his body. That's why it's cold on the back. After a few moments on his back, Liren felt like he was going to freeze, and he lay down on his back to move around a bit, twisting his head to look at Halimu. Harimu didn't move a muscle, but the leather coat was wrapped around him. Li Long cursed his own stupidity. Now their own side of the downwind. Even if wrapped a little, when the boar appeared and then slowly loosened I still blame myself for being too nervous, seeing as how Halimu is supposed to be a veteran. He's just not that stupid. He slowly pulled the sides of his leather coat up over his back, feeling warmer for a moment. I don't know how long I waited, but it felt as if the sky darkened for a moment and then brightened slightly. Liren's eyes had also adjusted to the darkness, and more than once he had aimed through his meter gauge collimator at the area where the boar had been arching, fantasizing about using the collimator ring to snare a boar's head and chest. And he also knows that you can't shoot a boar that's too big, and it's best not to shoot a male boar, unneutered, with bashful meat. Sows that can hit a year or two or best. Depends on luck, of course. Finally, there was movement on the opposite hill. The sound of boars grunting and panting and running in the stillness of the night. Then, boom, 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 a large group of men rushed down from the opposite side. Li Long was startled. He thought the boar family well. 6 or 7 boars almost, did not expect a dozen. The biggest one, looking like it must be at least 200 or 300 kilograms. A male boar with tusks growing out. It can grow a whole lot longer than a domesticated pig. Rushed down the wild boar is mostly black color. Large and small are. The largest is the male boar. The rest of the 5 or 6 and raise large domestic pigs about the same. More than 100 kilograms out of the head. There are 7 or 8 head of the smaller. On the 50, 60 or 70 kilograms of the appearance. Should be the same year of birth. The male boar was the slowest runner. And when all the other boars had dashed down the hill and begun to arch over the air-open grass, he was still on the beam, warily cocking his snout and sniffing east and west, and only slowly dashed down when he found no danger. By this time, the leather coat on Li Long's back was open, and as he moved his somewhat stiff fingers, the muzzle collimation ring had lassoed a female boar weighing over 60 kilograms. It's not required to be big. It's better to kill in one hit. Chapter 45, the team is in disarray. Li Long did not return that night. Li Jianguo was not particularly worried. The events of the past few days have made it clear to Li Jianguo that his younger brother has become much more calm. Since he didn't come back, most likely he was delayed by something. So although he didn't sleep particularly soundly at night, and went out to look twice when the dog barked, he wasn't really worried. When he got up the next morning, he also gave Liang Yume an explanation. Xiao Long must have run into something in the mountains. He'll be back tomorrow on time. I have to go to the team to make up the money for the wagon work. Go on then, and make it clear to the captain, said Liang Yume, so that you can borrow the carriage next time. Judging from the current situation, it was actually clear to the Li family that there would be no shortage of Li Long borrowing carriages in the back. When Li came back again, his face looked a bit odd. Liang Yume asked him what was wrong. The captain said that Gu Ermo was arrested yesterday, and that the captain went to collect the man back yesterday afternoon, and fined him $20. Arrested? Why? Liang Yume was a bit surprised. What did he do? Although Gu Ermo is a bit frivolous, he's not too bold, so he shouldn't do anything harmful, right? Said it was speculation. People picked him up yesterday morning at Ray's black market. The black market? That's Xiaolong. Liang Yume immediately worried. Xiaolong is fine. This Gu Ermo is following Xiaolong to the black market. He saw Xiaolong bought something in the black market and drove the carriage to leave. He wanted to follow, and as a result, was arrested. Why does he want to talk to Xiaolong? Liang Yume's face all of a sudden clouded down. Gu Ermo used to come and go with Li Long more. Liang Yume gave Li Long said. But at that time Li Long simply could not listen to it. Now that Li Long has obviously changed for the better and is not with such a dilettante, this Gu Ermo is still following Li Long. So what good thoughts can he have? He all confessed. Said he wanted to follow our little dragon into the mountains to see the road. Li Long every time can pull back a lot of things. They went into the mountains twice. Nothing to get. Just want to follow to see if you can write down the road. Who knows? Speaking of which, Li clenched his teeth. This bad goon also gave the other joint defense members that Li Long had sold things in the black market, saying that he wanted to report and expose the merit. What does this grey grandson want to do? Liang Yume this time completely annoyed. Now the rural areas generally still exist in the belief that righteousness, this kind of thing itself people did not catch. You have to say it. That is a feud. Not to say deadly hatred. At least in the future is absolutely impossible to come to each other. The captain said. People did not pay attention to him. Did not catch the present. People also talk about evidence. Li Jianguo slowly said. The captain said. In the future, let Xiaolong go out and pay attention. before and after the new year. We still need to be careful. The policy may change later, but now we still have to listen to the above. Oof. Liang Yume's anger hadn't subsided. When Xiaolong comes back, let's give him a good talk, Li Jianguo said. We have all the fish and meat at home. It's much better than previous years, so don't toss it this year. Let's wait until we come back. Liang Yume sighed. Then the Gu family. Don't you care? This can't be over. Li Jianguo let out a cold laugh. If his Gu family does something like this, in the future, I'll see what face he, Boss Gu, still has to see me. The Gu family is now also a sad look. $20 is not a small amount of money. His family can come up with a total of $14. The remaining 6 are Captain Su Chengjun pad. Although Gu Ermao looked like his face was fine, there wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. Mainly at the beginning he said he was not here to buy and sell things. But the joint defense team can believe him? The point is that the leadership over to see when he also shouted injustice. The results of the leadership did not care about him, and so the leadership left. The 2 members of the United Nations security forces to become angry. So he gave him a good whole meal. What did you say you did? Gu Ermao's father, Boss Gu, pointed at him angrily. You'll admit it if you don't. But what did you do to that Li family's junior? What did he do to you? If it wasn't for him, how could I have been arrested? Gu Ermao didn't think he was wrong at all. Crooked his neck and talked back there. If he had to have told me about that road or taken me to the mountains, wouldn't there have been no more of this? If I'm not doing well, I can't let him do well either. I don't know if he's good or not, but it's not going to be easy for you back there. Bosku almost made his stupid son laugh. If the team knows about this, don't even think about going out. See how people poke you in the backbone. Then how can the team know? Gu Ermao was also a little worried when he heard that the team was going to spread the word, but he still got a little lucky. Just the captain and you went over there. If you don't say, the captain doesn't say it. Can you know? The captain does not say? Gu Boss for the first time felt that his son is really hopeless. That captain does not need to give more than one person to say. Just give Li Jianguo a person to say on the line. You are at noon with me to go to the Li family to make amends to go. I'm not going. I won't go even if it kills me. Gu Ermao couldn't afford to lose face and turned his head to go to his own house. Alas! Boss Gu slapped on his thigh. His daughter-in-law went out to talk to others about other people's parents. I guess it won't be long before he should know about this scandal in his family. Sure enough, not a moment later, Gu Ermao's mom, Lu's sister-in-law, ran in a panic and saw Boss Gu ask, "Where's Ermao?" "It's in the inner room." Boss Gu didn't have the heart to say, "I asked him to go with me to the Li family to apologize, but he didn't go." Too late. Lu's sister-in-law also vigorously patted her thigh. Now the team are spread. Said Ermao was arrested. The Li family Xiao Er confessed. People did not care, so they fined Ermao's money. Now the team are legendary that the Li family Xiaolong has relations. "We Ermao is not something," she said as she entered the inner room, panicking to Gu Ermao. "Ermao, go hide at your uncle's place for 2 days, or these people on the team won't know what to say about you." Just now the mother's words Gu Ermao heard. He also some panic. Originally also thought that after the demolition of Wu Shufan and Li Long, he can take advantage of the situation. Now Wu Shufan and he can still say a few words. Some progress, if she knows his own things, then not yellow? But now that he was leaving the team to go to his uncle's house, he was still a little upset. His father, think of something. Sister-in-law Lu saw that her son wasn't moving and came out again to urge Boss Gu. What could Boss Gu do? This side of Gu Ermao's matter has only fermented and spread. The Captain Su Chengjun received another phone call. He is dying of anger. Tao family Tao Daon was caught selling fish in the black market. He was on the verge of passing out. This one is unconscious. Su Chengjun is actually also clear. These two things happen, and Li Long cannot get out of the relationship. All is to see Li Long engaged in good. Money earned, things to take, but also nothing, so they want to learn, but not others that luck. The result of the two were arrested. One more time to lose face myself. Chapter 46, a few cries, a few joys. When Li Long drove the carriage away from the black market, the two Tao Daong and Tao Dashan rushed over to Xiahaizi together, while their father, Tao Construction, was at home making a crawler. Everything was in order. They just needed to follow through with those things that Laron had done. It didn't feel the least bit difficult. Even to the small sea, Tao Daong did not additionally smash the ice holes, just use the ice holes that Li Long knocked out of them. As a result, more than an hour passed, only to fish less than 10 kilograms of fish. Tao Daong simply went back to that ice hole in the Wang family, but a few people from the Wang family rushed over half an hour later and then drove him back. Tao Daqiang advised Tao Daong, "Brother, why don't we smash the ice hole ourselves? There are too many fish fishing in this ice hole for the fish to come. Where are the fish so smart?" Tao Daong did not think. Just fish back and forth here is. How can you fish 30 to 50 kilograms a day? 30 to 50 kilograms of fish is a lot. Tao Daong felt that he was not greedy, and even if he sold 50 cents for a kilogram of fish, he could still sell a dozen or 2 dozens of dollars. He already knew from Dachshund the price at which Li Long sold fish. How convenient it would be to have the big fish in 2 pieces and the small fish in a pile. Turns out it's so easy to make money. 2 people at noon meal did not return. Is Tao Construction pulling a plow to send the bracked flour cake? Eat the cake. Father and son 3 mouth then dry. Until dark. Fishing less than 40 kilograms of fish. After returning home, according to Tao Dachshund's intention, the carp and chub that are particularly small, under 1 kilogram, are kept at home, but Tao Daoyong is reluctant to do so. If we take this to the county, we can sell it for money. So what are we going to do with it? If we want to eat fish, we'll just go back to the ice hole. He forgot that the coping nets were all borrowed from others. There is fire in the fish. It is indeed easy to make people forget. Tao Daong talking, his mind is already thinking about his own earned big money. Bought a bicycle. In the team, in front of his wife, in the mother-in-law's house to stand tall. Therefore, the next day he got up early, burned bushmeat paste, warmed up pickles and cakes, hastily pulled 2 mouthfuls, and ran to his father's yard, and then urged Dachshund to hurry up and eat, and go to the black market in the county together. When they arrived at the black market, it was still light and the place was bustling with activity, and as soon as Tao Daong set up his stall, he immediately attracted some people over. He secretly decided to keep the price down so he could sell it fast after he found out the price of the fish that Liren was selling. So when he said, $1.50 for big fish, and $1 for 20 small fish, a few people who had been hesitant immediately began to pick up fish. In less than half an hour, Tao Daong got his hands on $10.50, and he was so proud of himself. If he had known the money was so good, he would have come long ago. Tao Dachshund originally thought of waiting at a distance, but Tao Daong saw that half of the fish on the stall had been sold, and hurriedly beckoned Tao Dachshund to come over to replenish the fish. When Tao Dachshund came over, Tao Daong even criticized him. What are you afraid of? Don't you see that no one else cares? Now that it's liberalized, no one cares. They don't know about Gu Ermao's arrest yet. When it was almost dawn, the sight of the people are beginning to close the stalls. These people mostly know that yesterday the United Defense Force came over to arrest things. Very tacit understanding and did not mention, for fear of attracting the attention of those who buy things. Seeing many people closing their stalls, Tao Dachshund felt bad, and when he realized that some people were closing their stalls after selling only half of their stuff, he reminded Tao Daong, brother, those people have closed their stalls, why don't we do the same? Collect what? Tao Daong just collected $1. The beauty of the count, this moment, earned $16.50. I did not think so to money, and then sell a while, and now the fish is only sold more than half. Tao Dachshund always felt something was wrong, and he raised his guard. Sure enough, within 10 minutes or so, the west side of the black market began to run amok, with people shouting, "Don't run! I'll get you!" As a result of this shouting, there was even more chaos. Tao Dachshund is tall. He saw 2 people wearing red armbands or arresting people. Startled, turned his head and hurriedly said to his brother, "Brother, someone's coming to close up the mess. Hurry up!" Now the black market is left with a total of a dozen stalls. Those other stall owners did not go, but most of them are prepared. The moment someone comes to catch, the stalls are immediately closed to run to the alley. Tao Daong's confidence just now is now all gone, and he was terrified and packed up the stall, and shouted, "Tao Dachshund, you help load the fish onto the plow." "What are you loading? Plow don't want." Tao Dachshund remembered Li Long's words, pulling his brother to run. Tao Daong, however, could not let go of those fish in the plow, had to pull, and then by the crowd, the 2 people were washed away. By the time Tao Dachshund scurried out of the alley, he could no longer see his brother's figure. He naturally did not know that Tao Daong tugged on the plow, and although he was only 1.6 meters or so, a head shorter than his brother, the plow was a big target, and was immediately stared at by the joint defense team, and then ran and grabbed it. By this time it was too late for him to drop his plow and run, and, with 3 or 4 other stallholders, he was taken. Tao Dachshund did not find his brother in the county town, so he had to walk back in dismay. By the time he learned that his brother had been arrested and fined 50, it was dawn. Liren took a deep, somewhat nervous breath, then craned his head to look at Halamu. Halamu was looking at him too, then held up 5 fingers. Liren understood that it was a previous agreement to count 5 and shoot. Turning his head, he saw through the collimation gap that the boars had quieted down, grunting from time to time and arching over snowy grass roots and fallen wild fruit pintas and whatnot to munch on. He once again lassoed the female boar into the circle of collimation. aiming and keying the trigger according to the method Su Chengjun had once taught him. Bang! Bang! Crisp gunshots rang out almost in no particular order. Li Long didn't even care if he hit or not. The gun was slightly adjusted, aimed at the next small boar that had been planned long ago, and then keyed the trigger. With a distance of 70 to 80 meters, after 2 shots, the wild boars that still survived had already scattered in all directions. Li Long was shocked when he watched that the biggest boar was charging this way. He hurriedly took aim and took a shot at the other side. The gun went off and the boar fell. He felt then, not knowing whether from nervousness or excitement, that his body was already sweating. Halimo stood up with his gun and smiled. Well, 2 boars? That's nice. With that, he headed down the hill to where the wild boars were. Li Long was clearly seeing more than one bloody gash emerging from the largest boar, and in no time at all, the bloody ground blotted out a large area of red. It was then that he reacted to the fact that this would be the head that Halimo would hit first. Capture the thief and capture the king. That's what it means. After taking care of this boar's leader, the rest of the boars wouldn't be a big deal in a short period of time. Then Li Long looked at the first boar he had aimed at, which was currently lying where it had just arched, twitching occasionally, not yet dead. Liren laughed. Chapter 47. Some things still need explanation. I'll stay out of the rest. Harimu said. I'll get the horses. You stay and ride back and drag these 2 boars to the wagon. Load it up and pull it away. Liren knew it was because of some habits that were not easy to talk about here. He said with some curiosity and gratitude. Actually, you don't have to come. I can play by myself then. No, that big one I must fight off. It's just a ravine and a beam from my winter nest, and I've observed that he's already gone over the ravine to the east, and if I don't stop it, he'll be at my winter nest in a few days with this herd of wild boars, and it'll be very troublesome then. Although Li Long was still unclear about exactly how troublesome this trouble was, he knew the seriousness of the matter when he knew why Harimu had risked some taboo reasons to come over and fight this boar's head off with himself. Besides, the fact that this big boar had obviously been shot and was continuing to charge up the hill to try to take out the guy who shot him shows just how fierce this guy was. I'm afraid it would be a disaster if we really let it get to Harry Wood's winter nest. Harimu left, leaving Liren behind. Liren moved his arms and legs, turned the gun's safety off on his back, and walked over to the smaller boar. The boar had been killed by one of his blows, and now the blood was blotched and frozen. The main reason Harimu had left him here was because he was afraid that if both men left, the wolves would come and eat the boar. Wouldn't that make Laron's fight a waste of time? He crouched down and saw that the bullet had passed under the shoulder blade, supposedly hitting the heart, and then coming out the other side. Li Long tugged on the pig's ear, trying to drag this boar to the big boar's heel, so that it would be better to drag it with the horse when the time came. That's when Li Long felt what it meant to be dead heavy. He used all his strength and barely dragged the boar a little bit. There was no other way. Li Long had to trip the snow himself and then drag the pig, sweating all over before dragging the 2 pigs together. The next step is to wait. The large boar had 2 tusks sticking out of its mouth, one already cracked and one pointed, so it looked like it was used a lot, literally like a dagger. To the disappointment of Li Long, these 2 boars, especially the big boar, does not have the shoulder armor in the novel. He also read novels in his last life. Often in some novels say what a tiger, 2 bears and 3 pigs, or a pig, 2 tigers and 3 bears. Anyway, blow the wild boar, say what shoulder often rubbing the pine tree. The resin hangs on the body as wearing a layer of armor. The general knife is difficult to zap injury. This big boar also seems to be some years. Look at the shoulder or body are not much hanging armor. Hair at most a layer of dirt underneath. A hand gouge will fall off. Simply does not bring any protection. Is fiction a lie? Or is this the only 2 boars I've seen, and I haven't come across any with hanging armor? While Liren was searching here, Harimu over there had already rushed over. He dismounted, handed the rope to Liren to tie both hogs securely, and then hung the rope on the saddle for Liren to mount and begin dragging. The horse went twice without dragging. Said Halimu, strike a whip and let the horse make the effort. Just drag and run, and hold on to the saddle head if you want to be afraid. Li Long did as he was told, and when he raised his whip, the horse immediately made a strong effort, and in 2 or 3 strokes, the boar began to move along. Under the power of Liren's whip, the horse began to trot down the side of the beam and followed Harimu around and around to the wagon in front of the winter nest. Together, Harimu and Liren jammed the wagon down a gentle slope, just below the boar's direct path. The 2 men fixed the wagon. Li Long went up to untie the rope tying the boar, and by the friction of the snow, slowly pushed it down, and then pushed the pig with the snow onto the wagon. The second boar was made in the same way, and by the time it was put on the wagon, Li Long felt so tired that he didn't want to move, both tired and nervous. When I rode the horse to drag the boar just now, I was really too worried about both falling off and the horse not being able to drag it. Wipe the horse's sweat. It's exhausted too. Harimu reminded him again. You can't feed the horse at this time of year. You need to let it rest. Liren took the old blanket Harimu threw at him and wiped the sweat off the horse's neck and body. It was already dawn when Harimu's wife came out of her winter nest and called out to them. Come on, go inside and have some milk tea, Halimo said with a smile. Liren led his horse to the front of the winter nest, tied it up, and then followed Halimo inside. Put the gun away, take off the leather coat, take off his shoes and go to the bed. Take the bowl handed over by the woman and drink the milk tea in a big gulp. The hot milk tea into the stomach. Li Long then felt that the body was his own. It's been many days since I was born again, and today I really feel what it is to be tired and nervous. After a brief breakfast, Liren pulled the bullets out of his pocket and handed them to Harimu. There are still a few rounds of bullets in the gun. That's all I have left on me. Help me return the gun to brother Yushan Jiang, and give him these bullets as well. When I come over next time I'll bring some more bullets. Good. Harimu took it without ceremony. This was more useful than anything else in the mountains full of danger. I'll leave then. Li Long knew that he couldn't stay here much longer with the boar. I'll come back in a couple days. By the way, if you guys need anything else, I'll bring it along next time I come over. Harimu said thoughtfully. If possible, bring some rice. Not too much, just a little bit. Li Long nodded and said, no problem. He got up and said goodbye to the old lady and the others, dressed and headed out of the winter den. This trip over, harvested jade and 2 wild boars. I was originally thinking of getting some more wood to fill up the wagon, but I really didn't have the strength. Harimu waved goodbye to him as he put a bale of grass on his wagon and helped him to set it up. Li Long drove the carriage carefully down the mountain. Going down the mountain is not like going up the mountain. Now he is the only one, but there are 2 wild boars in the carriage. The gun has been returned. He is not to say that he is unarmed. Right. He only has an iron pipe that was collected earlier. It is really not very useful. Li Long out of a few hundred meters to stop. The bundle of grass split barely covered the 2 wild boars, and then along the way to find some branches and so on to the grass pressure, which drove the carriage out of the mountains and go. The journey continued all the way to the county before Laron stopped. He felt hungry. After more milk tea in the morning, less naan, and more consumption in the evening, his stomach was now empty. Li Long drove the carriage to the entrance of the big meat canteen, lifted the curtain and shouted at the waiter inside, asked for 3 meat buns, paid for them, and ate them while driving the carriage to the buying station. He wanted to know about the 2 pieces of jade, if they were accepted here or not. He doesn't know now that because he didn't come back for the night, and because of what happened with Guillermo and Tao Daong, he has been rumored by the team to have been arrested. Chapter 48, is this repaying a grudge with a favor? Chen Hongjun was roasting the fire and was a bit surprised to see Li Long come in. Little comrade, it's you! Chen Hongjun recognized Li Long and stood up with a smile. I haven't seen you here for a few days. What good things did you take today? When they handed over the shift, I heard my colleague Su Lily said there is a mountain to sell antlers. Originally wanted to collect cheap, did not expect people to know the goods, cheap not to sell. She had to raise the price to $3. At that time, Chen Hongjun guessed that 80% was Li Long. I just didn't realize that this young man didn't sell his antlers at the same time he turned in his shift. Was he short on time? Or just not enough fellowship? Hello. Li Long smiled and said, I don't know if you'll accept the things I brought today. Look, Chen Hongjun naturally wasn't good at making guarantees. Li Long placed the jade he had brought from Yushanjiang on the counter. Stone? Chen Hongjun frowned a bit and took a closer look, then asked in surprise, is this Mahai Jasper for you? Yes. Seeds. Li Long smiled. At least people know what they are talking about. If it was really treated as a stone, then one only had to pick it up and leave. This, we really don't accept it here. Chen Hongjun shook his head. We accept native products and medicinal herbs. This jade is a good thing, but we don't accept it here. Then do you know where to collect it? Li Long was a little disappointed, but he wasn't discouraged. This kind of good stuff only gets more valuable the more you put it away. If he wasn't short of money right now and needed to buy something, he would just put the stuff at home and leave it for 20 or 30 years before taking it out. Usually engage in handicraft processing places to collect. Chen Hongjun reminded. Our county is small. There is no such unit. Shichang may not even have it. If you want to find it, you can only go to Wucheng. Li Long arched his hand at the other party. Thanks. I'll leave you to it then. Bye. Fine. If there are other like antler herbs or something, you can bring them over by all means. I won't give a low price on my side. Li Long suddenly thought of what he had in his car, thought of what he had read in novels before, and asked, and does the boar's stomach collect? This is also a medicinal herb and is said to be quite good for stomach problems. Collect. Chen Hongjun was a little surprised, but thinking about the antlers that Li Long brought last time, He guessed that the other party was most likely living on the side of the mountain and said with a smile, "Collect, by size and vintage of boar, usually $3 or $5 apiece. Have you got it with you now? Let's see." Li Long was a little disappointed. It seems that these things still cannot be sold for money. He pointed a finger outside and said, "There are 2 wild hogs, their bellies haven't been stripped yet, so it'll be a couple days before I can have them, when I get back to clean up the hogs." "What?" Chen Hongjun was a bit surprised. "You got 2 wild boars? Really?" He collected things every day, but all he received were finished products. He had seen a lot of antlers, and he had seen antlers, but he hadn't seen much of a horse deer, let alone a wild boar. "See?" Li Long smiled. This time, it was his turn to give others a long look. Chen Hongjun followed Li Long out. Li Long removed the wood and grass covering the boar. Chen Hongjun curiously went over and took a glance at the tusks in the big boar's mouth. This boar is huge. He had seen domestic pigs before, and this boar was really not small in comparison. Well, it took 3 shots to kill it, and it was vicious. "Are you selling this wild boar, or not? I want to buy some wild boar meat to try." Chen Hongjun asked with a sudden thought. "That hasn't been dealt with yet, and there's no way to start selling it." Li Long waved his hand. "We can't just cut a piece and sell it to you, right? Besides, this wild boar is not handled well. It's not tasty. To be honest, Comrade Chen, this meat is really not as good as domestic pork." He would have to deal with this a lot in the future, and Li Long wouldn't try to pit this one this way. Chen Hongjun was a bit disappointed, but still, curiosity overcame taste as he said, "You go home and finish straightening it up and bring me a whole piece over here and I'll buy it and try it. Haven't had it before and want to taste it." "Okay," Li Long agreed painfully. "I'll bring it over in a couple days." "You're working on 135, right?" Yes. "Don't forget to bring the boar's belly when you get there." "Good." Li Long covered the wood and grass, tied the rope and led the horse out of the area. By this time, the Li family was in disarray, because Lu's sister-in-law came to Li's house and told Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme that it was rumored in the village that both Tao Daong and Tao Daxiang had been arrested. There are also rumors that Li Long was arrested for selling in the black market as well. This scared Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme. The whole village knows about Gu Ermao's arrest, and Tao Daong's arrest is only spreading, and many people don't know yet. When Tao Daxiang returned home, the county had already called the township, and then transferred to the team. Su Chengjun roared with anger and went to look for Tao Construction, just in time to run into Tao Daxiang, who ran back. $50. Your family Tao Daong was arrested and fined 50. Hurry up and get enough money together. You'll go with me to collect the people. By the way, Daxiang, why did you come back? There are sleeve wearers coming over. We ran apart. Tao Daxiang is still in shock. His mouth muttered indistinctly. Su Chengjun did not expect him. Itself Tao Daxiang presence is low. In the eyes of others is also stupid. Both Tao Construction and Su Chengjun think he is lucky. Right. Tao Construction was still dreaming of getting rich one day, but the result was that Su Chengjun doused it with a sentence. "How can I be caught?" Tao Construction muttered in dismay. That Li family's junior had sold fish several times without being caught. How could he be caught when it was his turn? Where is the time to talk about this here again? Su Chengjun was understanding, and he bellowed, "If you don't go any further, we don't even know what your family's Danyong will be beaten up to." Tao Construction heard, immediately climbed up and ran into the inner room, touched out a handful of fractions of money, where he cried and mourned, "I have only 11 more dollars. I have $5 here." Tao Daxiang fished out the money from the inner pocket of his cotton coat. "I'll go borrow it." "Then go and borrow it. I'll go and find your sister-in-law. Dare has been arrested. I have to give her a word." Tao Daxiang came to Li's house and told Li Jianguo what happened. "How much did you borrow?" Li asked painfully. "I have 20 more here." He took 20 and gave it to Tao Daxiang, who took the money, lowered his head, and had mixed feelings in his heart. Many people in the team's family won't earn $20 a year, but as a result, Li Jianguo took out a handful. He knew it was for the sake of his relationship with Li Long, and he had just broken up with Laron. Was it fair for him to do so? "Go home quickly," Li Jianguo urged him. "Your father should still be waiting for money to claim your brother." Tao Daxiang returned home. After a while, Tao Construction came back, looked at the 20 in Tao Daxiang's hand, and said that it was finally enough. Ma Chunhong only paid out $15, saying that this was all the money. This time, the money did not earn. The 2 families of the family all paid, but also owed $20. When Su Chengjun and Tao Construction went to the county to collect the people, the matter of Tao Daong's arrest was fermenting in the village, while more people were spreading the rumor that Li Long had also been arrested. Chapter 49. People are not the same. They have to be obeyed. When Li Long led the carriage back to the production team, the people still outside looked at him in amazement. A group of children were playing the old cow on the pressed smooth as ice road. When they saw Li Long coming over, they surrounded at once. Liren looked over and asked one of the familiar kids, "Gwa, where's Strong?" Someone said you were arrested. And Strong went back crying with the old cow. "Were you captured?" Li Long immediately understood why those people were looking at him strangely. He smiled and shook his head. "No, I went to the mountains," Li Long explained. "Your bull ting me. You didn't even pull wood back." One kid thought Liren had lied. "But I pulled back the wild boar." Li Long smiled and uncovered the grass. "Hit 2 wild boars? This matter cannot be hidden in any case. Simply borrow the mouth of the child to break the rumor gossip." The sight of the large boar, even if it only showed one head, with those 2 dagger-like tusks, startled a couple of kids. When he was sure that the boar was dead, the bull child dared to come forward, carefully touch the tusk, and then quickly back away, adding, "Really big teeth." Liren laughed and led the wagon back. And some good children had already run quickly to report to the Li family. And the other children, without beating the old ox, followed the carriage toward the Li family. The Li family who got the letter all ran out of the courtyard door. When they saw Li Long, Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme then put down their hearts. Li Chang's face is still with tear marks. "See Li Long," and Wao cried out, pounced over and shouted, "Uncle! Uncle! They say you've been taken and won't be coming back. They're talking nonsense. I went into the mountains. You know." Li Long smiled and touched Li Chang's head. Although Li Wan didn't cry, you could tell that she was suppressing her joy, and with a smile on her face, she just watched. "Why did you take so long to come back?" Li Jianguo complained. The family was scared. In itself, there is actually nothing, but Gu Ermao and Tao Daong were arrested one after another, and the rumors spread again. And it is false for Li to say that he is not worried. "It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Let's go into the yard first." Liang Yueme smiled and said, "Xiao Long hasn't eaten yet, right? Go inside first and change your clothes. Tell your brother to return the carriage. I'll heat up some rice for you." Regardless of how things are going for the family out there, there is a bowl of hot rice to eat when you come into the house. And everything else, after you've had enough to eat. It's the simplest of emotions for your own family. Li Long recalled his last life saw the Arab scholar said that the Chinese people meet the first words of greeting eaten, the most simple, usually cannot feel, but which contains the most simple emotions. It's real now. Other people are concerned about how much money you earn, whether you are living in a glamorous or downtrodden life, whether you have a car, ticket and house, while your family is the first to welcome you home with a hot meal. Driving the wagon back to the yard, the 2 brothers took down the wood and grass, and Li Jianguo looked at the 2 boars in surprise. "You typed all this?" "No, I hit the little one and a friend hit the big one, and they don't eat that, so I pulled them both back. This head is huge." Although Li Jianguo had seen wild boars, this was the first time he had seen one this big. It must be 256 kilograms upwards. "But the meat isn't as good as the family pig," Liren said, "and the blood wasn't put in." "That's also meat," Li Jianguo emphasized. "It's good to have meat to eat. Come on, unload the pigs. You go change your clothes first. I'll return the wagon and boil water to fade the hair. With 2 hogs enough meat for a year. Are you afraid of hard work?" "Just kidding." Li Jianguo made Li Long truly feel the rallying cry of the pioneers of the old production team. He carried the jade stone into the house, and the fireplace in the east room was still hot. By the time he put the stone away and changed his clothes for dinner, the yard was already buzzing with activity. Lu's big brother, Uncle Chen from the backyard, the village pig killer Qin Laosan, and even old Luo from the horse horn came over. "Little dragon is good." Old Luo, who was carrying the pot, entered the east room and looked at Li Long and said with a smile, "People say you and Tao Daong a piece of arrested. I did not expect you not only did not arrest, but also pulled back 2 wild boars. Good job." "A man, Tao Daong was arrested? What about Daxiang?" Li Long, who changed his clothes, was also shocked to hear this. This Tao Daong must have been arrested for selling fish. "Then is Daxiang also arrested?" De Chang ran away. "He said you gave him a heads up earlier." Lao Luo laughed. "Looks like this deal isn't for everyone." Helping Lao Luo sit the pot on the stove, Li Jianguo has carried half a bucket of water poured in. The next step is to use a large basket from the outside to add snow to the pot. The door of the fireplace opened. The wind whistled in. The fire warmed up at once. The snow soon melted away, and the water in the pot heated up. The yard was even more lively. Everyone was commenting on the boar. It didn't have to be killed, but it was just as troublesome to handle. When Li Long was eating in the west room at this time, he heard Liang Yueme talk about Gu Ermao and Tao Daong being arrested, including Li Jianguo lending Tao Daxiang $20. "Then give him the money." Li Long took out $20 from his pocket and handed it to Liang Yueme. "The first couple times Daxiang went out with me, He got a share of what we sold. His money is stored with me, so I'll take it back this time. Liang Yuma took the money and wanted to say something, but did not say it. Liren said as he ate, if Big John is going to come back later, it's just work. Tao Daqian worked without words and obeyed. The fact that he didn't get caught this time was an example. He didn't call his own brother to work with him for consideration. Li Long could tell that his sister-in-law had thoughts, not questioning Li Long of course, but somewhat puzzled. Seeing that the people were outside, Liren whispered, sister-in-law, I've got some news. In the spring, the land will be divided. Our family will get a lot of land, and my brother will have to do all the work. I'll start a side business. Farming is still a big deal. I don't want the labor points, but my brother can't miss out. Liang Yuamei was stunned by the words divide the land. She looked outside and asked, really? It's going to be divided. A lot of provinces have been divided a long time ago. We're kind of late here, Li Long said, but it's not much to share the first time, but it's your own land. I'm still thinking of pulling some manure back from the mountains then. By the way, the team stuff may have to be divided up too, so we need to earn more money now, and then we'll have to spend money on horses and stuff if we want to draw them. Won't we? Li Long clearly remembers that the last time the team divided the village property, it was each household to draw lots. From the 1st until the 47th, the whole team on the 47 households. Li Jianguo grabbed number 2. Number 1 is the team's Dongfang Hong tractor. Need to shell out more than $1,000 to buy it back. Number 2 is the big red horse of the horse number. It costs more than 100. Li Jianguo directly gave up the number. But planting still need transportation tools. Li Jianguo later spent $15 to buy a small donkey wagon, and find wood to pay for someone to play a frame. A year later barely have a donkey cart. Wouldn't it be nice to have the money ready now? And when the horse is drawn, just buy it back? The neighborhood of Haramuna's winter nest is full of cow and sheep dung. Now Li Long went out to sell things without Li Jianguo, because Li Jianguo's prestige there. The two people argued who should listen to, and the two men in the family, if something really happened, cannot be arrested, right? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. When Li Long finished eating and appeared in the courtyard, each of those great lords in the courtyard looked at him differently. Look at it, all young men about the same age, all trying to get out to run and trade, some going out and getting caught, some not only making their money, but pulling 2 wild boars back. These 2 pigs must be 300 kilograms, right? Even if the wild boar meat is cheap, a kilogram is half of a domestic pig, that's still 80 cents. So 300 kilograms is more than 200. People and people. It's just not the same. Chapter 50, Splitting Meat. Selling meat. Even though it was the middle of winter, the Li family's yard was bustling with activity. None of the people who came to help were idle. They were all looking for work. Li Long was a novice, and after dinner, only fished out the job of pouring boiling water on the boar, something he did quite happily without a hint of technical skill. In the eyes of the other older men, Liren was great at messing things up. But it took an old hand to do such skilled work as handling pigs, Mo's cigarettes in their mouths, knives in their hands to skin the boars, and others already ready with large washing basins, intending to catch the water for treatment. This boar is huge. Fat is really fat. This fat looks like it must be 3 fingers thick. I'm afraid I can't even hit it with 3 fingers. The wild boars in these mountains eat well. This year build the country have good oil to eat. This oil refining good to the cool house a put. Half a year alright. See how frugal this is for Jiangwo. Next year you don't even have to feed the pigs. Wait until the fall to go around the mountains and pull back 2 pigs. You'll have enough meat and oil for a year. That has to be capable and lucky. We've encountered it when we followed the vice team to dig for shellfish in the mountains. And who dared to stand in the way of a herd of 7 or 8 wild boars that rushed over? You don't say. This little dragon into the factory to exercise for a time. Come back to change this do one thing, don't obey can't. Ha ha, you say Tao Dayong and Gu Ermao. That learn what? The 4 unimaginable belongs to the truth. What's the point of talking so much? Can't you see that Boss Gu has also come over? Gu Boss is over, but also took the initiative to talk to Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo did not care about him. He snapped and did not want to go. Standing is not, sitting is not. Li Long already knew from his sister-in-law that Gu Ermo had reported himself to the members of the United Defense Force. In fact, he wasn't too surprised to learn that it was Gu Ermo who was following him behind. Gu Ermo's own people were like that, and it would only seem strange if they didn't do that. However, this does not mean that he will forgive Gu Ermo. It just so happens that originally did not intend to continue to deal with people this. Just take advantage of this matter to break off. Boss Gu's eyes lit up when he saw Li Long, and he walked over to Li Long with a smile. Xiao Long is back? You're great this time. 2 wild boars? No one on our team is capable of that. Gu Ermo's matter. Li Long will not be counted on Gu Boss, he said with a smile. Luck. Bosku was about to say something else when Li Jianguo shouted over there. Little dragon, come in water. Liren smiled and hurried over. Bosku knows that this is Li Jianguo in the attitude. The heart bitter. Their own side of the loss but no way. Want to get close. But people do not give the opportunity. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to call Irmo over to help. Just to ease the embarrassment. But Gu Irmo felt that he couldn't afford to lose this person and didn't come. If he came, he didn't give him face. Many people in the courtyard looked at the joke. In all sincerity, when it comes to things like this, no one wants to have a friend like Gu Irmo. But no one can guarantee that they will not give up Li Long in Gu Irmo's point of view. But common sense. Everyone will stand in the position of the wrongly accused. Li Long and did not provoke you. Why do you give people out? Drowning dog pulling people down. Cannot see others good. There may be a lot of people like that, but it's definitely everyone's pet peeve. Li Long knew that Gu Irmao's reputation in the team must have stunk. After skinning the boar, the gut was opened to remove the water and split the pork. Someone carried the pre-cut neck of the hog and the web oil from the belly into the kitchen. Liang Yuanmei and a few women were fishing out the salted vegetables, cutting the oil and refining it in a pot, then starting a big pot of pork stew. The family usually do not want to put the big incense also put in. Liang Yuanmei, this is to make up for the previous killing of their own family New Year's Eve pig. At that time also called a bunch of people to come over to help. We also like to do things like this. You help me and I help you are common. Also take this opportunity to add some oil and water to the stomach. But the Li family pig killed is a superstitious pig. The rest of what cannot do. Pigs buried. Pig killing dishes cannot eat. Although over to help are understood. But Liang Yuanmei's heart-holding gasset. People at this time regarded face as quite important. There was no such thing as bumper stickers or blackmail. And their self-esteem was very strong. I ate your family's pig-killing food. My family must return it. Now the Li family was equivalent to owing everyone a meal. And when Li Long pulled the two boars back, Li Jianguo and Liang Yuanmei both reached a tacit agreement without having to discuss it. To have a big party. People are happy to come over and help. Good thing. It's a pity about this blood. Or how good it would be to steam a pig's blood bun. Someone cleaned up the water and looked at the congealed black blood held in the pig's cavity and said sadly, this time of year there is a shortage of meat, and usually nothing is wasted at all, and the edges make flowers. Both sides of the pots were being used. The West house had a big pot of stewing meat, while the East house started frying the next water, and the Lu family side of the pot was still helping to steam the buns. Li Long can smell the stench of wild boar flavor. No one present dislikes. If you have meat to eat and you can't stop your mouth, why do you dislike it? No one will say anything, especially when they see that big slice of meat in the pot. Who's so willing to put meat in a pig-killing dish these days? But what's the point? But people have two pigs and they're just so hoity-toity. After the stuff was taken care of, the men set up tables in both houses to play cards, one table dumping the second son and the other scrambling for the top, and those who couldn't take their turn watching from the sidelines. Someone more interested in Liren's ability to fight the boar asked, Xiaolong, how did you hit this boar? Ambush well in advance. Li Long also did not hide. My friend is in the mountains. Know that there is a group of wild boars over there, often come down to gnaw on grass roots in one place. We ambushed in advance, and fought it off. Some people don't have pigs at home, so they thought of getting some pork back from the Li family. But there was no money. Li Jianguo and Li Long discussed it. Xiaolong, this meat they want to get some, and no money. You see, any bullets? Li Long's thoughts turned. 5 or 6.5 bullets. 5 rounds for a kilogram of meat would be fine. $1 a kilogram if you have money. 5 rounds for a kilogram if you don't. Li was a little confused by the thought. With bullets? Well, there's a shortage of bullets in the mountains. That family has it. Li Jianguo laughed. If you want to let go, then the meat from these two pigs at home can be replaced. That won't work. Just exchange some of the ones with good relations. Li Long laughed. I can't really do that. I'll go back in a couple days to see if I can fight another head. After hitting a boar with his first shot, Li Long's guts grew and his words got louder. Brother, we can't eat all this meat at home anyway. That big wild pork is bashful, so I'll change it. But I have to make it clear to people beforehand. Shame that's still meat. Li Jianguo's eyes glared. So cheap. If you think the meat is bashful, then don't change it. Li Long smiled. This time can see the character of the big brother. Usually look very gentle, but really want something. Character is very decisive, and belongs to the dare to fight kind. Bosku eventually snapped and left because no one was paying attention. The pungent aroma filled the yard, while the adults all went inside. And outside the yard there was only Changcheng holding a pig's urine bubble blown up with a reed pipe given to him by Li Long, and leading a group of children to kick it as a soccer ball, with the joyful sound spreading out for a long way. Everyone in the neighborhood could hear it. The Li family, up and about. Chapter 51, Earning money is the first priority. After a long time, people who attended this Lee family wild boar feast will be full of praise. In the past, other people's family pig feast, cut meat is normal, but usually less meat and more vegetables. More dry vegetables. A little meat is mostly lean meat. Lee family this boar feast, big fat pieces of meat a lot. Participate in the people all eat full of oil. Steam 2 cages of bracked noodle buns eaten clean. Leave. Many people still with leftovers these days. Take the rest of these dishes back. No one disdained. On the contrary, it will be very happy. After all, there is a lot of oil in it. Take it back and mix it with some other dishes and stir fry it. It is also a gourmet meal. Borrowed a table from the Liu family. The Lee family East house a table, West house a table. The woman in the kitchen on a small table to eat, not that women do not get on the table. There is no such rule here. Just because the woman behind the work, but also to help the Lee family to the plate oil and fat refining. Although wild boars are not as thick and well fed as domestic pigs, these two are not thinly fed, and it takes a lot of work to refine the oil. And, of course, when the women finally left, each would return with a bowl of refined oil and dregs, which amounted to a reward. The whole process of Lee Long is actually quite idle. Important, technical content of the work are let other people do. No one will be lazy at this time. Work actively, stay a while to eat meat when you can eat justified. Even after eating there was no need for the Lee family to clean up. The women who helped in the kitchen neatly cleaned up the plates and bowls and such. In fact, it was easy to clean up because there wasn't going to be much grease left on the plates, and the vegetable juices were dipped into the buns and eaten. These days, people are really short of gas and water. The Lee family, on the other hand, had reaped a reputation for generosity because of today's too bloated meat dish. The rumor that Lee Long had supposedly been arrested disappeared cleanly in one big meat slice. After eating, seeing that the sun was only slanting in the west, Lee Long didn't want to be idle. He wasn't actually tired, so he took the dozens of wire sets that he had made earlier, put on his cotton coat and hat, and headed to the snowy ground in the southeast. The production team was located in the easternmost part of the entire brigade, and further east there was a large area of wasteland. The wasteland reclaimed by the production team now accounts for about 1/7 or 1/8 of the entire wasteland. When 20 years later, all those reed ponds, alkali beaches, and red willow beaches were reclaimed, the whole village would account for the first land area in the township. And the land contracted by each family would be large enough. Now these wastelands are growing all kinds of weeds, shrubs, wait until the summer, but also grow all kinds of medicinal herbs, like a few dozens of dollars in the latter part of the Lock Yang. Here under the alkali beach whitethorns are everywhere. Casually a morning can dig a sack, do not have to look for. This kind of wild herbs which are very expensive in the latter days are not even much collected by the herb companies nowadays, and they are collected for at most 30 to 50 cents a kilogram, or they have to be dried. When Lee Long's last life is dying that 2 years, the wasteland reclamation is complete. Locking the sun has no growing environment, can only be found in some cultivated areas of the edge of the occasional 1 or 2 trees. The place he was going to was Red Willow Beach, where wild rabbits were very plentiful, but it was a bit tricky to walk on. The top layer of snow had frozen into a crust, but it couldn't stand up to people. A foot stepped on it and sank right in, and underneath it were coarse snow particles that looked like sand, making it difficult to get in one step at a time. Lee Long, panting to the edge of the Red Willow Beach, suddenly heard a fluttering sound, looked up at the location of the sound, a large eagle carrying half a rabbit flying into the air. This guy, his wingspan is so long, it must be at least 2 or 3 meters. Lee Long said in his heart that this time of the year wildlife really grow well. A few more years and it won't grow well. He entered the Red Willow Beach. The red willow here is 3 or 4 meters high, thick as 2 arms thick. After another 10 years, the red willows here will be cut down almost, and the remaining ones that are not taller than a man, and after that, they will be opened up as arable land. Rabbit paw prints crisscrossed the edge of the red willow root, and Laron carefully distinguished them. In his last life, when he first went to lay a rabbit trap, he was just seeing a rabbit print and laying it randomly, without any rules and regulations, and of course the final result, except for blindfolding an unlucky rabbit, there was no more gain. Having failed a lot, and having talked to others, I've learned that this stuff also requires skill. You have to find routes that are relatively fresh, that rabbits often run on. You have to find the kind of places that rabbits must pass through, like between 2 bushes, and you can't step on rabbit prints before you have to lay a rabbit trap, or else the rabbits won't take that route. Lee Long had experience, so he searched carefully, trying not to go to the middle of the Red Willow Beach or near the edge. At the edge, even if he caught a rabbit, if he couldn't fetch it in time, it would soon become a delicacy in the belly of eagles, badgers, foxes, and the like. After making a big circle and laying more than 20 wire sets, Lee Long took the rest of the sets and walked out. It was a bit cold, so he laid the rest of the sets more casually. The rest of the team would call him a loser if they saw him. These sets are placed in random places, so it would be a problem to find them. Nowadays, no one's family is so extravagant as to play with this kind of thin wire. Li Long returned home. He did not go to the West House. The West House is now a room full of women helping to refine lard. He went over and could not help. When it was nearly dark, Li Long was in the house helping Li Chang with the boar tusk. Li Chang wanted to use this as a toy, so Li Long was going to wrap a handle around him with fine wire and silk thread pulled from a tire when he heard continuous footsteps in the yard. He thought it was the women finishing their work and leaving, but it didn't sound right, because there was no sound of the door opening in the east room, and then the door on his side opened. 5 or 6 young men poured into the house. Xiaolong, what are you busy with? As soon as he saw these people coming over, Li Long understood. In the winter, the production team's nightly entertainment was very monotonous, so these young men and women in their 20s basically banded together in gangs, and often the first ones to go were the team's popular figures. Earlier, 2 days before Li Long was arranged by Li Jianguo to enter the factory, these people also came to their own house. Then there was Gu Ermao, and there was Wu Shufan, and Wu Shufan also agreed to talk to herself at that time. Now that Gu Ermao wasn't there, Wu Shufan Li Long was surprised to find that Wu Shufan was in the middle of the crowd, only she didn't really dare to look at herself, looking a little embarrassed. The speaker is the captain Su Qingjun cousin Su Navy, and that future Olympic champion. Difference of one word. He is considered to be more organized and active among the youngsters of this team. Making a toy for strong, Liren raised the fangs in his hand and said, come, sit. There were not enough benches in the house, so everyone was not polite, and no one minded, and they sat directly on the con. The situation of anyone's family was similar now, and no one would look down on anyone. Xiaolong, you're awesome now. Su Navy sat down and said with a smile, 2 boars? That's something an average person can't do, right? I heard that you even exchanged meat with others. 5 rounds for 1 kilogram. I'll exchange it for 2 kilograms? Haven't eaten wild boar meat. Want to taste it? No problem. Li Long smiled. There's plenty of meat, so feel free to come and trade. Everyone could see that Li Long had changed, less vain and much more down to earth. There were 2 people girls whose eyes fell on Wu Shufan. Chapter 52. No time for small talk. Su Navy immediately pulled out 20 rounds of ammunition, and Li Long didn't push back, going straight out and leading him to the kitchen, pointing at the pig that had been cut into pieces and asking, where do you want it? Of course it's fat, Su Navy said rightfully. The kitchen also borrowed scales. Li Long weighed him more than 4 kilograms of fat meat, cut off a piece of thin wire through the pass to tie on a handle to hand him. Don't go back yet. Let's go. Go to your house and brag about the rumor. Bragging means chatting, so naturally Li Long has no problem with it. Li Long, tell us about your hunting. Another girl, Qin Hongyan, asked curiously. Wu Shufan sat on the fire con with her head lowered and looked at her shoes. She originally did not want to come, but when Qin Hongyan called, she actually agreed, but it was awkward to come. So she, who had been the liveliest of the group, in turn was now a bore. Li Long also pretended not to see her, listening to Qin Hongyan's question, while continuing to make pig teeth dagger said, in fact, it is very simple, and we participate in the militia target shooting is no different, beforehand in the wild boar activities of the neighborhood to hide, waiting for the wild boar out on the line. That group of wild boars more than a dozen, and so they arrived, began to arch the grass roots began to eat when, aim, hit is. So simple? Su Navy asked in surprise. You don't need to find a dog to chase and prepare for a wild boar to sneak up on you like in the story? I didn't run into it. But this boar is quite powerful. Li Long raised the tusk in his hand. But how powerful can it be? As powerful as a gun? It charged at us after being shot by my friend. And it turned out that the boar went down after 1 shot from me and 1 from him. It was very simple to say. And people were so uninterested in listening to it that they asked Li Long to tell them in more detail. Wu Shufan as Li Long's former object. She keenly realized that Li Long is really changed. In the past, when there was something, Li Long was able to tell 3 parts of the story into 7 parts. But this time, it was obviously something very out of the ordinary. But he finished it lightly in a few words. That's not like Liren. Just then, there were footsteps in the yard again and a knock on the door. Come in. Li Long was a bit surprised. Who was so polite and courteous? The one who pushed the door was Gu Xiaoxia. She was also shocked to see a room full of people, and froze for a moment before reacting and whispering to Li Long. I heard your family traded bullets for meat. I'd like to trade some. Okay. Li Long nodded and said, follow me. Wu Shufan watched the 2 men leave and close the door, freezing for a moment. For a while, no one said anything. Su Navy coughed lightly, trying to break the silence, and the other male chuckled. Really want to be as simple as Li Long said. said my heart is moved. Anyway, the gun is also good to find. Can't the Navy in a couple of days let's go into the mountains a trip? The speaker is called Huang Siping, 19 years old. Just the age of fearlessness. It's not that simple. Su Navy had heard his cousin talk about the mountains, and although he hadn't been inside, he knew that there were many unknown dangers in the mountains and shook his head. Liren may not want to publicize it, or he may not want to. Don't want us to make a splash like him? Huang Siping snorted. It's not like the mountain is his family's. If he can fight wild boars, we can certainly do the same. Then you have to know where there are wild boars, right? We're not hunters. How can we find the boar's location? Where do we ambush them? When will the boar appear? Who knows? Su Navy, after all, was a bit more composed. A series of questions thrown out. Huang Siping did not speak. Think about Gu Ermao and Tao Daong. Su Navy said, Li Long isn't the same as he used to be. Who treats him like a little cutie? Himself is the little cutie. He's the one who's a cutie. I think it's right to get on good terms with him. Li Long took Gu Xiaoxia to the kitchen and weighed 4 kilograms of 5-flour meat for her. Gu Xiaoxia could read the scale and hurriedly said, I don't have that many bullets. Just 2 kilos. The extra is for your dad. Your dad took such good care of my brother back then. This bit of meat is nothing. Li Long hung the meat on a wire and handed it to her. By the way, how is your dad now? Much better. Gu Xiaoxia couldn't resist and took the meat, then handed Li Long a paper bag of bullets. Here are the bullets. Take them. I'm leaving. It was still dark, so Liren just dropped her off at the front door and watched her leave before returning to his east room. Little dragon, what are you going to do next? Su Navy asked with a smile as he watched Li Long come in. Planning to make a trip to Wu City in a couple days. Also want to visit Stone City. Li Long was telling the truth. Anyway, to borrow a carriage. This matter cannot be hidden. Tao Daong being caught selling fish gave him a wake-up call. Anyway, the county's spending power was there. Might as well go to other places to expand the market. It's almost New Year's Eve, and spring will start soon after New Year's Eve, so I guess the matter of dividing up the land will be finalized soon, and it will be too late to prepare for it then. It was necessary to make enough money in time for the division of the land, so that only a few more trips could be made, and a little hard work before the year would make it easier later. You're still running? Huang Siping was a bit surprised. Gu Ermao and Tao Daong have been arrested. You're not afraid? Then what are you afraid of? Li Long smiled. They were arrested because they couldn't see the situation clearly. Why wasn't Daxiang arrested? I went into the mountains before I gave Daxiang said. Sell fish when you find the situation is not right, rush to run. Rather fish do not want people to run away. You see, Daxiang ran away. His brother is stupid to guard the fish. The details of Tao Daong's arrest have already spread through the team, and Li Long can only say that this stupid bastard asked for it. How many fish do you have to sell for $50? Looking at Li Long's confident expression, the others were silent. Li Long did not say much. Basically he said one sentence when others asked. In the middle he went to the east room to get a teapot and bowl to pour water for a few people. At this time there is not much disposable cups. Glass cups or less. Drink water with a bowl. Li Long's hospitality was attentive, but everyone still found it quite boring and eventually got up and left before staying until 10 o'clock. Li Long was really anxious for them to leave early, because he was still thinking of getting up early tomorrow to walk the rabbit set. When these people left, Liren went to the west room. Oil refining is not yet finished. Li Jianguo happy today, tired most of the day, and drink wine, has slept. Li Long originally wanted to discuss something with his elder brother and sister-in-law. Look at this appearance is also engaged in the impossible. Simply turn around and go back to the West House. This night, the Li family became the center of discussion for the entire team. This night, Tao Daqiang sleeps on the bed. The heart is unusually chagrined. If he did not agree with his father, did not split up with Li Long, did not go to sell fish with his brother, is not these unlucky things will not happen. This night, Gu Xiaoxia hesitated to make that decision. This night, Wu Shufan also hesitated to go to Li Long to get back together. She found that the few people who talked behind her, although they are all workers, but none of them like today's Li Long. Calm, but very temperament. Yes, that word is called temperament. Chapter 53. How did he get so lucky? When Li Long got up, the sky was already numbly bright. The sleep lasted over 8 hours and he felt refreshed. Getting up and getting dressed, he went out and heard that there was already movement over in the east room. He pushed the door in and saw his sister-in-law Liang Yueme steaming steamed buns. Why don't you sleep a bit more? Liang Yueme asked with a smile. There's nothing much going on anyway, and you've been tired for 2 days. Laid some rabbit traps yesterday. Plan on going over there later. Uncle, did you get the rabbit trap? When will you get it? Can I follow? Li Chang shouted from the inner room. I can't, it's too far for you to walk. I'm not afraid of being tired. Li Chang, who was at the age of mobility and curiosity, said with some excitement as he ran out from the inner room. Where did you lay the trap? Liang Yuma asked. Red Willow Beach. Gotta go a mile and a half. Then let him go and follow the exercise. It's time to eat when you guys get back. That's fine. Li Long nodded and turned his head to Li Chang. Where's something thicker? Mom, I'm going too. Li Wan suddenly opened her mouth. Okay. Li Long took both Li Wan and Li Chang and followed yesterday's footprints to the east. Uncle, how many rabbits can we catch this time? Li Chang asked as he walked. His pants legs were tied tightly with his cotton shoes to avoid the snow from burrowing in. Although walking was troublesome, at this time of the day he was getting excited and couldn't feel tired. Li Wan followed at the end with a bag of urea, not saying a word. I don't know. Maybe not even one, Li Long said as he walked. He had to take into account the speed of the two children and didn't walk fast. The field was white, but there were reeds growing on the stalks. A plant so vigorous that even if the roots were dug up and left out in the sun for a few days, they could still sprout after a few days of being buried in the soil. So that's the most annoying thing about planting at this stage. Wait a decade or so, some kind of specialized herbicide comes out, wipes it on, and the reeds die. Li Long remembers that when he first came here, he followed the tractor that plowed the land and even picked up the roots of the reeds, stripped the white roots and chewed them sweetly, just like eating sugar cane. Supposedly it's still herbal. His head was wandering and he didn't even hear Li Chang's question. Uncle, how much farther? After walking less than a kilometer, Li Chang was a bit unable to walk anymore. Look ahead, Liren said as he retrieved his thoughts and pointed to a patch of red willows in front of him. That red willow there is. If you don't want to go, then go back. Li Wan didn't give her brother the slightest bit of face. You're the one who wanted to come. I don't want to go back. I'm almost there. Li Chang cheered himself up. Maybe we'll see some rabbits once we get there. By the time they got to Red Willow Beach, all three were out of breath. Li Long took the bag of urea and asked the siblings, are you guys going to follow me in, or are you going to wait here? I want to go in. Li Chang raised his hand, and without speaking, Li Wan raised his hand as well. That's fine. Follow me and you'll step wherever I step. He followed yesterday's footprints inside and soon reached the location of the first set. Somewhat to his dismay, it was empty. The second, third, and fourth sets were empty. Both Li Wan and Li Chang could see the condom and were very disappointed to see that there was nothing there. Continuing inside, Li Chang couldn't help but say, Uncle, isn't it true that we're going to return empty-handed today? Not seeing the rabbit and full of disappointment, his voice already had a sobbing tone in it. Li Long somewhat wanted to laugh. The little guy endured his tiredness and followed him here with high hopes, but in the end, he didn't see a single rabbit, which was a bit of a big disappointment. Don't talk, Li Juan suppressed out of habit. What if you scare the rabbit away? Li Long just wanted to comfort words and then held back. This has a sister to watch his brother. It really works. Li Chang didn't say anything, continuing to follow silently. Rabbit, rabbit. A few moments later, Li Long stopped and Li Chang shouted excitedly when he saw the rabbit on the ground that had frozen away. An adult gray rabbit weighing 2 or 3 kilograms was already hard from being strangled by a snare. Liren unhooked the thin wire sleeve along with it and put the rabbit in the bag. Uncle, let me see, Li Chang said excitedly. Don't talk. The equally agitated Li Wan didn't forget to slap Li Chang. What if you scare the rabbit away? Li Chang was so used to it that he didn't even think about it and took the bag and lifted that rabbit out of his mouth. That's heavy. I wonder how much meat there is too. Well, unlike those kids in later times who see a rabbit and say how cute it is, the first thing kids do nowadays when they see a rabbit is to see if they can eat it. In the latter days, they didn't understand it, but now it's very normal. In the era of lack of meat and oil, that is not to catch any wild game to eat. There were no animal protection laws. Li Long continues on. Li Chang carries the bag. Li Wan wants to take it, but he won't give it. Another one. Alive. This time, Li Chang's voice was louder. Below the big red willow, a gray rabbit has been almost strangled to death, spitting blood froth from its mouth. Seeing someone come over, originally immobile, it struggled violently. The more it struggled, the tighter the fine wire strangled. Li Long went over and grabbed its ears, lifted it up and then managed to untie the thin wire with great difficulty, then carried it to Li Chang. See, it's dying. It was smaller than the last one, still spitting blood foam from its mouth, but still tenacious of life. Li Long suspected that its throat was strangled open, but the blood vessels weren't, so it was still alive. Uncle, can I take it? Li Chang asked. Can't. Li Long hastened to stop. This guy is fierce, and his claws carry disease. You can't scratch. Touch it. Touch the back of the head. Li Chang immediately touched it, then immediately retracted it again, afraid of being caught. Li Juan touched it too, and again. Liren twisted the rabbit's head and put it in a bag. 2 more dead ones were found at the back. This time the bag Li Long held it himself. The 4 rabbits weighed almost 10 kilograms. Turning back, at the edge of Red Willow Beach, Laron accidentally found another one alive. It was alive and kicking and should have only just gotten into the set. It was laying under the red willow roots, so close to the ground that it couldn't really be seen if you had bad eyes. When Li Long came to his front, it scurried up in a flash and stomped at him. Surprisingly, he would initiate an attack. It was also the biggest of the 5 rabbits, and with a quick eye, Li Long tugged on its ear and lifted it up. That rabbit was also experienced, and when it was lifted up by Li Long, it even bent its body and stomped hard at Li Long with its back paws. "Uncle, be careful!" Li Wan saw it and shouted anxiously. Li Long thought to himself that he could still let this rabbit cub get hurt. He lifted the rabbit's ear and slammed it down towards the ground as hard as he could, because there is a fine wire sleeve restriction. Not too much force. The rabbit was dropped a bit, but also climbed up and ready to escape. Li Long once again grabbed its ears and swung it up and smashed it hard towards the ground. This time, the soul is gone. Only then did Liren untie the thin wire, put the rabbit in a bag, and carry it toward home. "Uncle, you're awesome." This time, Li Chang said from the bottom of his heart. Li Long smiled, his heart still a bit proud. On the way back to the team, I ran into Xia Dafa, a neighbor from the front yard. Xia Dafa is 2 years older than Li Long. Often let Li Long and their gang of youngsters called him Brother Fat. Back in 2 years Shanghai Tang opened. Wang Dafa is still often teased. He is not annoyed. Habitually said, "Then I call have foresight, first eye." After the TV okay? Fat asked from a distance when he saw Li Long and the others coming back with their bags. "Xiao Long, what are you doing so early?" Before Li Long could say anything, Li Chang grabbed it. "Uncle Dafa, my uncle took us to catch rabbits. Caught several." Li Long said in his heart, "Li Chang, you big mouth. Don't you know you have to keep a low profile?" Fat was curious and surprised. "Catching rabbits? How do I catch it?" Liren explained with a smile. "It's not a catch. It's a snare I put down yesterday. And I've been looking pretty lucky this night, and I've hit a couple of them. Let's see." A little disbelieving, Fat reached down and propped the bag open to look inside instead when he saw a live rabbit. "Xiaolong, you're great. We've heard of this rabbit trap before, but few have made it. But I didn't expect you to not only make it, but also catch rabbits. Awesome. Tomorrow, I'll learn from you." Okay. Watching the 3 Li family members go back to the courtyard, Wang Dafa sighed. This Li family Jr., the luck is also too good. Chapter 54, You Can't Go Back on Your Word. When Li Long and the 3 of them returned home with the rabbits, Liang Yueme had already made all the meals and set them on the table, waiting for them to come back. Li Jianguo was also awake and was waiting for them in the yard after washing up. "Big brother, is your head still dizzy?" Li Long asked with a smile as he carried the bag. "Yesterday, Li Jianguo happy. Half a kilogram of Gucheng Daco he drank a bottle and a half alone. Drink when happy, drink to send people away fainted. From the afternoon until this morning to sleep. No more fainting," Li said with a rare bit of blushing as he digressed. "How many rabbits did you catch?" 5. Li Chang shouted loudly. "Dad, 5 rabbits. 2 of them are alive. And 1 even tried to stomp on my uncle. So my uncle slammed it on the ground and died. I saw it with my own eyes. Well, go wash your hands and get ready to eat." Li Jianguo now feel that send his brother to go to work in Yuking is really a wise decision. Went to a trip although dismissed, but came back to the younger brother is like a transformation. What everything will not say. The character has also changed. Much more mature. After breakfast, Li Jianguo and Li Long handled the rabbit together, and as he skinned it he asked Li Long, "Xiaolong, why don't we stop for a few days?" Tao Daong and Guillermo were arrested, although they were released, but not to mention the disgrace. They were also fined. "We can't go in." "Brother, don't worry. I won't go to the black market to sell things. There are too few people buying from that place." Li Long spelled out his plan. "I'm going to go to Wucheng first. I brought back 2 pieces of jade from this trip. I asked in the county. There are people in Wucheng who collect them, so I might be able to sell them for a few $100s. When I come back, I plan to catch fish again to sell in Stone Town. There are a lot of people buying fish in the factory family homes over there, and it's almost New Year's, so the fish are good to sell and earn a wave of money." Waiting for the beginning of spring, he lowered his voice and said, "Big brother, I heard that the land will be divided in the spring, and then the team's things will also be divided. We have to make preparations early. We can't get a tractor, but get a wagon or something. At least it's convenient to transport things." "Ah, you say it's true?" Li Jianguo immediately became excited at the news. "You really want to divide the land?" "Really? I heard about it in Wucheng. A lot of provinces in the mainland have been divided. Our side this time also to be divided. But for the first time maybe a person to share 2 acres of land. Tumu is fine. Li Jianguo is a good planter. A good planting can also make a few 100 pounds of wheat. Bracks will be more. Planted well can be thousands. Even if you take out the grain, the remaining wheat will be enough for the family to eat. Which parent hasn't looked forward to eating fine grains every day while the doll is growing up? Is it really coming true? So this just rely on people back to borrow someone else's car is not good have to have their own. Li Long took the opportunity to say, time waits for no one. While now I have to save more money. Then you can't be alone either. Li Jianguo said, I'll go with you, so I can take care of things. Big brother, you can't go. If anything really happens, you have to leave one at home. Li Long hurriedly waved his hand. I'll try to be careful. If anything really happens, then I'll still have to wait for you to get me out. Asterisk 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 you. Say what? Li Jianguo slapped Li Long. Then be more careful. Catching fish I will go with you. Okay? Then stay here and we'll go smash the ice holes and catch some today. Tomorrow I'll go to Uptown first. And after I come back and catch some more, I'll go sell the fish. There's a trip into the mountains behind us. Liren found himself with a full schedule. But this is good. There is something to do. There is money to earn. It is better than most of the young people in the team to stay at home and be bored. The two men finished skinning the rabbit in a moment. It was very easy to skin. Cut it at the neck and just tear it hard by hand. And you could tear the whole skin right off. Skin was Li Jianguo taught spread on the idol house nailed. Can sell on sale. Cannot sell on doing leather gloves. When dealing with the viscera, someone in the yard came over, pushed the door in the team's white development. 40 years old. This is the outsider who came over in the past 2 years. Saw Li Jianguo, smiled and said, John's dad, I heard you can trade bullets for meat. It can be exchanged. 5 bullets for a kilogram of meat. Li Jianguo smiled and said, but this wild boar meat is not the same as domestic pork. That I know. I've hunted and eaten in the mountains before. White developed a smile. I'll trade for 5 kilograms. Big deal. Liren asked as he stood up and took the bullet over to cut the meat, holding the knife as he did so. Brother buy. Where do you want the meat? The pole scale was borrowed from the team and not yet returned. Just in time to use it now. Ribs, can you cut more? No problem. Li Long rode 6 kilograms for him. It was something that would be eaten. But these days people with bones weren't very fond of them. So there was nothing wrong with cutting more, and then giving it a good threading with thin wire to hand it over. White development looked at the rabbit, knowing that Li Long set, smiled and praised Li Long can do, carried the meat and chatted a few more words and left. In the morning, one after another, 7 or 8 people came to exchange meat to buy meat. Are 2 or 3 kilograms of the kind, have a taste of fresh. There is no pig at home, intends to get some meat for the New Year's dinner. There are those who take money, that is $1 a kilogram. And there are those who take bullets in exchange. And Li Long finally counted and exchanged himself for more than 100 rounds of bullets. That's a lot. At 12 o'clock, Li Jianguo, together with Li Long, took Li Wan and Li Chang to Xiaohaizi with their tools. According to their idea, they are going to make 2 more ice holes. And when they get through, they will wait for the fish to come from the ice holes on this side, and take a plunge net and fish in the old holes on that side. When he arrived at the small sea, Li Long was surprised to find that there was no one there. He thought about it and understood. About Tao Daong and Guillermo were arrested. So the team was afraid. After all, the input-output ratio is not normal. The money from selling the fish is not enough to pay the fine. And it is also humiliating, so who dares to go again? It's certainly not true that no one wants to go to Stone Town to sell their fish. But at this time the vast majority of farmers, even if they get to Stone Town, can't find a family home. And if they do, they don't necessarily dare to open that mouth. In this era, those who can take the first step and the second step have become millionaires and eaten the first dividends of the reform tide. Li Jianguo asked Li Wan and Li Chang to pack up the hairy reeds, and he and Li Long were responsible for 1 ice hole each. Li Long shoveled the snow off the ice at the edge of the reeds, then took his cross-axe and started hammering away at the ice. The ice felt a lot harder again, and my hands were numb from the shock. But once the small hole is knocked open, it is easier to chisel later. Now he is incredibly nostalgic for the last life of the kind of electric ice drill. Do not need to use force at all. After starting a burst of rotation, the ice hole came out. It took nearly an hour before an irregular hole in the ice was knocked out. Li Long took a shovel to remove the broken ice from the gushing water, and watched his big brother Li Jianguo's side had already used a plunge net to catch fish in the old ice hole. Apparently, he's done smashing ice holes. Li Long put down his tools and went over to help. Then he saw a big man coming from the direction of the production team. Tao Daqiang? What's he doing here? Chapter 55. I understand, but I have my position. Tao Daqiang reappeared. Li Long was a bit surprised, but it was normal when he thought about it. He also just looked at it and went to Li Jiangwo's place to help his big brother pick up the fish. By this time Li Wan and Li Chang had picked up a large pile of hairy reeds. Li Chang shouted, "Uncle, light the reeds. Are you cold?" Liren asked. "If you're not cold, don't order it first. By the way, pile that reed away from the reeds or you'll start a fire." "Good." Li Chang obediently went to move those hairy reeds, and by this time, Tao Daxiang had already arrived at the edge of the old ice hole. "Wow!" Li pulled out another net. This net fished out 2 big slabs of crucian carp and 7 or 8 small crucian carp and ditchfish. It seems that there are indeed not many fish here. It is reasonable to say that there are not many places in the whole reservoir that can breathe air. The fish is not so smart. Li Long a little puzzled. Is it because of the big movement here? Tao Daqiang bent down to pick up the fish with Li Long, who asked, "Is your brother okay? Got beaten up and twisted my back a bit." Tao Daqiang's tone was a bit sullen. Old Tian from the team said he needs to recuperate for a few days. Old Tian was the team's barefoot doctor, trained to give injections, grab Chinese medicine, and know a little bit about simple massage and fire cupping. Of course, a barefoot doctor's handbook was a given. That's okay, there hasn't been much work lately anyway. Li Long nodded and didn't say much more. Li Jianguo glanced at Tao Daxiang and continued to bend down to pull out the fish. "Brother Jiangguo, borrow that money from you. I'll return it later," Tao Daxiang said. "It's not being paid back. I'm making it up with the money you deposited with me." Liren picked up. "Just as well. No one owes anyone anything now." Tao Daxiang felt that there were other meanings in Li Long's words, but he didn't get it and just said, "Lung, I don't have that much money saved up. There, ran with me a couple times, can't let you suffer. Don't worry, it's enough." Tao Daxiang's lips moved without another word. He felt that Lung was being a bit distant, but what could be done about it? At that time, there was my father and brother on one side and Li Lung on the other. Which side to choose? "Big brother, I'll pull out over there. I guess no fish dare to come over in this ice hole." Li Long waited for Li Jianguo to pull out another net, and when there was only a 1 kilogram chub and a dozen small carp in it, he said, "Good." Li handed the coping net to Li Long and climbed up with both hands pressed against the ice. Liren got to that other ice hole, went down, put both feet on it, and started pulling out fish. He knew there wouldn't be many fish anyway, so he moved a bit more, and the first net had a little surprise, a 1 kilogram 5 dozen black and a nearly 3 kilogram chub, as well as 7 or 8 ditchers. Tao Daxiang squatted to pick up the fish, and Li Chang and Li Wan came over to help. It lasted until the noon mealtime. Li Long finally ran to the 2 newly hit ice holes there, each pulled out 2 nets. The result is only 20 to 30 small carp and gully fish. Big fish no. He knew he could only wait for the afternoon. The morning's harvest was about 20 kilograms of fish, 12 or 13 kilograms of big fish and 7 or 8 kilograms of small fish. Normally this would be considered a big haul, but if we were to sell it, it would still be close. Taking the fish and tools together to go back. On the way Li Wan and Li Chang too non-stop talking. The 3 adults in turn are silent. When we got to the Li family, Tao Daqiang said first, "Uncle Jiangguo, Brother Long, I'll go back first. Let's eat at home." Li Jianguo was polite. "Don't eat, the family is cooking." Tao Daqiang left in stride, as if he was afraid that Li Long would force him to stay. Lunch is rice, stewed fish, but also fried a savory wild boar, which in the usual view of a very sumptuous meal, now in the Li family has been considered a family affair. Set out. I do not know how many people must be envious, washing their hands for dinner. The 2 children took big mouthfuls of rice. Although the team grew rice, the amount of rice distributed to the family was not large, so eating rice was rare. Li Jianguo asked Li Long while eating, "What do you think about this, Daqiang? What's wrong with De Chang?" Liang Yume asked suspiciously. He went over to help when we were gutting the fish earlier. Liang Yume didn't say anything and looked at Li Long. The final decision on this matter rested with Li Long. If he wants to come and help, I naturally welcome it. Li Long thought for a moment and said, "There are some things that are more convenient for him to follow me, such as going to Stone City to sell fish. At least he can help me watch the carriage. I wouldn't feel comfortable with anyone else. Of course, I won't be giving him a share of the money back there like I used to. 1 job counts as 1 laborer." Li Jianguo understood. In the past, Li Long treated Tao Daqiang as a collaborator, but now that was the relationship between the boss and the fellow. He nodded. This brother of his was still quite decisive. "It's good to do this. At least you don't have to worry about your brother getting the short end of the stick in the future." In his heart, Tao Daxiang did not do anything wrong. People should be divided into close and distant relatives, and it was normal and logical that he chose his family between his dad and brother and Li Long. It is estimated that 99% of the people would have chosen this way. Li Long surely understands in his place would also choose so, but Li Long has his own position. He can't continue the previous relationship just because Tao Daxiang did the right thing. That's impossible. It's not about right or wrong. It's just about position. It was also impossible for Li Long to have the same kind of relationship with him as before. After all, with one choice, what about the next time? If there was something significant, there would still be a need to choose? And Tao Daxiang's strength, size and personality made it so that Li Long didn't need to worry too much when using him to help. This person, De Chang, was much stronger than Air Mao or even Su Navy or Huang Siping. Knowing what Li Long was thinking, Li Jianguo didn't say much more and took a big bite of his meal. Fish soup over rice is not so good for your stomach, but that's such a good flavor. After eating, Li Wan and Li Chang both got tired of playing and went to sleep on the Kong, while Li Jianguo and Li Long rested for a while, then took their things and headed for Xiahaizi. When he went out of the courtyard gate, he saw Tao Daxiang hovering outside the courtyard, and Li Long smiled. Daxiang, why don't you come inside? I just got here too. For this not-so-smart lie, Li Long did not poke holes in it and greeted him as they walked together toward the small sea. 2 new ice holes began to hold fish in the afternoon. Not a lot at a time, but 4 ice holes were rotated, and more than 60 kilograms of fish, most of them still big, were hollowed out over the course of the afternoon. Li Long estimated that there were more than 20 fish over 2 kilograms. 1 kilogram or more was less. On the contrary, there were 5 or 6, and the rest of the small fish were about 10 kilograms. The biggest one is still the chub, more than 5 kilograms. Split the fish into 2 bags, the 3 of them together, to bring back to the Li family. This time Tao Daxiang did not refuse Li Long's invitation into the Li family to drink fish soup. Daxiang, tomorrow I'm going to Yuking. My brother catches fish. Come over if you're free. Okay. Tao Daxiang was a bit surprised when he heard this, but he still agreed painfully. Li Long had already determined that he would go to Yuking tomorrow. Now to go to Wuchang he had to go to Shicheng to take a bus, because this county and Wuchang were not connected by bus. The good thing was that this bus did not depart particularly early, at 12 o'clock, and Li Long estimated that he could basically make it in time by departing at 8 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 56, Jade is good, but it doesn't sell. Li Long was called up by Li Jianguo. He heard his big brother's voice outside, got up from the bed, answered, rubbed his eyes, rubbed at his face, and began to dress. At this point he really didn't want to get out from under the covers. The fire had gone out. The house was cold. Only the covers were hot, and the temperature outside was 30 degrees below zero, which was hard to think about, but for the sake of a better life, Li Long knows he can't be lazy. Time is precious now. If you don't work hard for it, no one will wait for you when the new year is over. After getting dressed and arriving at the West Room, Li Long saw that his sister-in-law had already prepared the meal and was serving it to the table. Li Wan and Li Chang had not yet gotten up. Why don't you have your brother send you to Shicheng? Liang Yueme said while putting down her chopsticks. 2 people can take care of each other. No. Li Long waved his hand. It's a lot of trouble. My brother still has to catch fish at home. If you want to go to Shicheng, I'm familiar with it. Li Jianguo also didn't think that a big young man going to Shicheng could have anything to do. The last time Li Long and Tao Daxiang were robbed halfway, Li Long did not tell his family. After eating, Li Long took a cloth and wrapped the 2 pieces of jade, then carried them on his back in a urea bag. Liang Yueme handed the satchel over. Inside this is a white flour bun with 2 pieces of mutton and 2 pieces of pickles. Eat on the way if you are hungry. Drink the warm water inside the kettle early, and fill it with some more water somewhere when you see it. Hey! Li Long took it. A longtime sister-in-law is a mother. Liang Yueme has indeed taken care of him as her own child these past few years. Waving his hand at his brother and sister-in-law, Li Long put on his cotton hat and headed out. When he walked to the county, the sky was already bright. Li Long saw those state-run stores open one after another. He thought about going to the purchase station. Chen Hongjun was indeed there. Li Long went over to greet him and asked with a smile, Comrade Chen, there's a matter to inquire with you. Do you know if you know where the jade factory in Yuking is located? I don't know. I just know that jade factory belongs to the Second Light Bureau. You go to the Second Light Bureau to inquire about it. Should be able to ask. Okay, thanks. Li Long gave a thank you and went out to the big meat cafeteria, bought 2 hot buns, and ate them while continuing to Stone City. By the time I got to Stone Town, it was half an hour before the departure. He bought a ticket to get on the car. The car is not many people. Li Long found the position against the middle. Now the car is not air-conditioned. Said it is an iron shell is basically not too much. So 150 kilometers of the road. It is very cold. Need to get through it. The fare is $4. Li Long knows that when the spring, a series of reforms began, the long-distance bus from Wuchang to the county will be open, and then the fare will be $3.50. He put the urea bag folding handle under the seat. Just like that, is not afraid of others to steal. instead of the satchel held in the arms. When the time came, the driver got on the bus with a large glass of water. The conductor checked the tickets, and then the bus departed. Now the road is not as smooth as in later years, plus there is thick ice and snow, so the road is more bumpy. Li Long just sat some time ago. There is nothing to say. Wait until the Yuking South station to get off. Has been half an afternoon. There is a place to stay nearby, the famous Bai Guest House, where it is convenient to take a bus and stay. The Bai Guest House was opened by the Civil Affairs Bureau and was originally called the Military Supply Station. It was a place of choice for many people traveling to and from Wuchang, but was later changed into the Bai Hotel. One night's stay at this time of year. Triple room. $1.08. After Li Long got off the bus, he asked for the location of the second light bureau from the gatekeeper of the Bai Guest House, and the other person also told him how to get there by bus, which made Li Long feel the warmth of the people of Wuchang. Waiting for the second light bureau, Li Long first went to the nearby store to buy a box of cigarettes. This time is not called a store, called the store, and then took the cigarettes to find the gatekeeper's grandpa, passed down for many years. The gatekeeper is usually the oldest man. The oldest man took the cigarettes, and when Li Long took the lighter and lit it for him, he pointed out the location of the jade factory to him. Li Long hurriedly thanked him, then hurried toward the jade factory with the urea bag on his back. By the time the jade factory, the sun had already dipped, and the place was about to close. Li Long hurriedly explained to the doorman. The doorman said he couldn't do anything about it, and called the raw material procurement section inside. Li Long carried the urea bag on his back and was a little worried as he waited. If this place doesn't accept it, then one would be counting one's trip as a wasted one. Soon, two men came out from the jade factory, one in his 30s with an upright posture, and the other in his 50s with a slightly hunched back and glasses. Both of them were a bit surprised to see Li Long. This really doesn't look like a traditional jade farmer. Little comrade, are you the one who came to sell jade? The tall man asked. Yeah, Liren asked as he removed the urea bag. Looking at it now? Come on, let's go to the office. The old man said. What kind of jade is it? Mahad Jasper, Liren said. Immediately he saw the look of disappointment on both men's faces. Though the disappointment was a flash, Liren saw it. He said thoughtfully, it's better to look at it now, or else wait until the office and you guys look at it and don't think it's worth buying. How troublesome would that be? With that, he bent down and pulled out the jade he got from Harimu from the urea bag, opened the cloth bag and let the jade show in front of the two people. The two men looked at each other and the old man took the seed and looked at it. The jade looked like a ruler and a natural paperweight, weighing 4 or 5 kilograms, and was very warm to the touch even now, when the outdoor temperature was more than 20 degrees below zero. It wasn't very icy. Good jade, the old man sighed. Seeds like this are rare in the Mahé Jasper we collect. Is jade nice? Very good, the old man said with certainty, then pointed behind him and said, come on, let's go to the office and talk. Only then did Li Long put his heart down slightly, followed the two people to the office, which was heated. Li Long's sense immediately felt not cold. On the contrary, on the feet and ears began to itch. This is a sign of being slightly frostbitten. This piece of seed material to be placed in the mainland. A kilogram. How to give you $100. The old man sighed and said, but we are here. There are too many good raw materials. The price cannot rise. So what? I can only give you up to $80 for a kilogram. You see. Okay. Li Long immediately agreed. Actually, this piece of jasper of yours is considered to be of very good quality, reaching the first grade or above standard. The middle-aged man next to him took the piece of jade and looked at it and said, usually my head jasper comes with black spots. I don't see any on this piece of yours. It's very rare. I have another piece. Liren took out the other piece from the urea bag and opened the cloth bag and placed it on the table. This piece of. The old man looked carefully, and hit the flashlight, holding up and weighing said, the quality is going to be slightly less, but it's actually pretty good. After the two pieces of jade were weighed, a total of $956 were paid to Li Long, of which the smaller one, for kilograms 2, was $336, and the larger one, 12 kilograms 4, was sold for $620 at $50 per kilogram. Li Long immediately had a feeling of being rich. It's a bit more than the latter-day feeling of handing over your land to a cooperative that pays over $100,000 in dividends at the end of the year. Chapter 57, Frantic Purchases. After the money arrived, Li Long did not float. He remembered one more thing, and earnestly asked that old man for advice. Old man, I'd like to ask what the price of Haten jade is now? Want to know? The old man smiled. $200 for a kilogram of first-grade seed. If you go to a jade farmer to collect it, it might be cheaper than this jade of yours. Liren was startled. He remembered that first-grade white jade seed material sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars a kilogram in later times. more expensive than gold. That special grade seed material was tens of thousands of dollars a gram. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. Now let him go to Hatian to collect jade. That is simply impossible. For one thing, he didn't know the way. And for another, he didn't know anyone. Even if Li Long had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he would not dare to make a trip. But honestly, the temptation is so great. Really want to go over to run. Buy some stockpile. Later in life really do not worry. He heard that the finger size of the seeds, now a few cents a piece. Of course, it's just a thought. And he also knew that even the 2 pieces of jasper he had just sold were not just available. The normal ones were the ones with sesame black spots. The ones that, right now, couldn't be sold for money. After all, it's so abundant now. It's like a small sea of fish. If you want any more good material like this in the future, just come over. We're open to receive it here. The old man said with a smile. Li Long said goodbye and left the jade factory, twisting his head and glancing at the gate that had quite a bit of historical vicissitudes feeling. Li Long wondered if there was still a chance to come in behind him. The sun had set and there was nowhere to go but the guest house at this point. Accommodation in Uptown is very cheap. That is, until the late 90s. Some units still have $10 a room in the guest house. Li Long went to the 81st guest house, asked for a triple room. The accommodation fee of 1 yuan 8. The house has lived a person. Li Long entered the house, put the empty urea bag under the bed, carrying a satchel to the water room. Simply wash your hands and face. Use your own military green kettle that has almost touched all the porcelain outside to catch some hot water. Melt the water inside that has already frozen into ice and neutralize it into warm water. Return to the room. Put the satchel on the nightstand. Take off your jacket and put it on the bedside. And then eat the jerky on the cold steamed buns with an occasional mouthful of lukewarm water. Eating slowly, the man across the table was lying on the bed and resting with his eyes closed. When he smelled the smell he opened his eyes and looked at Li Long. It was a middle-aged man around 40 years old, lying there in a not-so-fitting suit ensemble. And Li Long actually wanted to remind him that it was quite hot in this room, and there was no need to wear outerwear that would wrinkle the suit. But in the end, he didn't say anything. They were all strangers. There was no need to get close. Besides, the other party was obviously wary of himself. Li Long's money was divided in the inner pockets of his cotton coat. It was temporarily added and sewn by his sister-in-law before he came. It was very safe and could not be seen from the outside. Li Long was indeed hungry. After the excitement of selling the jade, he felt that his stomach was empty. After eating 2 steamed buns with 2 pieces of dried meat and a piece of salted vegetables, and drinking half a kettle of water, he felt full in his stomach. That's when he realized that the man was still looking at him. So he pointed to the rest of the buns and asked, "Eat?" The man hesitated and shook his head. Li Long also did not polite again. The steamed bread salted vegetables into the satchel. The bedside table cleaned up. Look at the outside sky has been dark. After lighting kerosene lamps for many days in the team, now suddenly using electric lamps, there is a long-lost feeling, and for a while there is still some discomfort. Until the next day, there are only 2 people living in this room. Li Long got up and simply washed up, and then ate the remaining steamed buns and vegetables, and then cleaned up and prepared to leave when the clinical people were still asleep. Liren went out to check out and had a lot to do today. First went to the station and asked, "The car is still 12 o'clock here." He bought a ticket first, and then took the No. 2 bus to the north, intending to go to the department store to buy some things. Yuking Tianshan Department Store. The Tianbai that many people have heard of in later years now that the new year is approaching. The department store is full of people. Looking at the wide range of goods compared to Ma County and Shichang, Li Long began to sweep. The new year is coming. Firecrackers are to buy some. At this time there are electric light cannon and small whip. He bought 1,000 loud electric light cannon. There are a few strings of 100 loud. This is dismantled for strong play. The cannon is small, not afraid of blowing up. Buy a couple of 2 kickers as well, and you can't go wrong with a scampering monkey. The purchasing power of money is really strong at this time. $15 to buy a big bag of firecrackers. Then it is for Li Wan and Xiangshan to have bought new cotton rubber shoes. This is measured beforehand size. Buy a slightly larger one. Now can be padded with insoles to wear. The next winter can still wear. Each of them has a new school bag. I bought a doll for Li Wan and a wind-up tin green frog for Li Chang. For the elder brother Li Jianguo bought a standardized military cotton cap and a military green cotton coat. Li Jianguo originally wanted to become a soldier, but because of the need to take care of the family, as the eldest of the family, did not go, is a regret. For his sister-in-law Liang Yuma, he bought a woolen scarf, and a pair of cotton rubber shoes. The next step was the food shopping. Because of the new year, the department store at this time released a batch of food that does not require a ticket, although slightly more expensive, but Li Long did not have this aspect of worry. Sweeping goods, canned lunch meat, river noodles, fruit candies, frozen persimmons, oranges, apples, pears. The family's children are prone to frostbite when they play outside, and some of the Baxter and Vaseline stick oils have been purchased. All together, a urea bag is about to fill up, and the price of all the stuff was just $100 out. If it wasn't too loaded, Li Long wouldn't even be willing to go out of the building. Store supplies were really scarce in the team, and now that he had money he couldn't help but buy enough. Carrying a big bag out on the bus, here from the later life of the Ding Ding 8th floor is not far, but right now Li Long has no mood to see. He has to rush back to the 81st guest house as soon as possible, wear the car back, waiting to return to the guest house, get on the car leading to Shichang, stuff the urea bag toward the luggage rack, sit down when Li Long only a little regret, should buy some hot food to eat, and now the stomach is a little hungry again. Forget it, wait till the county seat. The driver got in, and before the ticket inspector arrived, he went up to the driver and handed him a cigarette, saying, "Master, can you stop when we get to Mar County? I'll get off there." "Okay," the driver said cheerfully, seeing that the cigarette was a large front door. "It's done." More than 2 hours later, Li Long back urea bags in the county of Ma under the car. Right now it is at noon. The sun is still very big, some blinding, but Li Long has no time to care about the weather. He had to hurry to the big meat canteen to buy something to eat, or really can't carry. Now Li Long has some regrets. Why did he buy so many things? It's not like there's a carriage. Even a plow would do. Carrying it back 10 kilometers would take at least 3 hours. First, he went to the big meat cafeteria and bought 4 meat buns, hurriedly ate them, drank 2 cups of free tea, and sat at the table to rest for a while before he carried his bag out the door. Liren has figured out a way. He came to the supply and marketing department, pulled 2 meters long and wide thick plastic sheeting, and then the back of the 2 corners tied together to form a half pocket. The mouth of the urea bag tied on the plastic sheeting, pulling the front of the plastic sheeting, dragging himself away. This is not a simple plow. Anyway, the road is thick with snow and ice. Friction is small, so dragging is not difficult, but also quite fun. Going home. Chapter 58 Showdown with Tao Dachang. The afternoon sun was not very strong. Li Long dragged a simple version of the plow on the way home, did not feel too much effort, and even had the mood to hum a song. First snow of 2002 comes a little later than usual. I confess that I am the wolf in sheep's clothing, and you are my prey, the lamb in my mouth, and I have left my companions to wander alone because I do not want others to share you. Come on brother, it's water we trip together, it's fire we break together. Each song he just remembered a few lines of the more popular lyrics. Anyway, used to listen to more. Cannot sing change is. The Chang'an he bought in his last life had an in-car USB flash drive full of songs by a certain Lang, who made him a firebrand from the northern border. That said, I really miss having a car and not having to walk on 2 legs. Fortunately, this young body, although the exercise is not enough, but how is also better than the last life before the departure of 60 or 70 years old man, even if you walk 7 or 8 kilometers of the road. Surprisingly, do not feel tired at all, but also a little brisk, and the mood is also very pleasant, because there is hope. Seeing that the home is getting closer and closer, Li Long's pace is getting faster and faster, and after dragging the plastic sheet for a while, he saw that the children in the production team were playing on the road. These days there are so few people and so few cars that the main focus is one of safety, and if a car goes by, the kids can get excited for half a day. Li Chang, your uncle is back. He's dragging a big guy behind him. A child with sharp eyes saw Li Long and shouted. Li Long had once distributed fruit candies to everyone. These children remembered. So after a shout, they clustered around Li Chang, rushed to Li Long. Uncle! Uncle! Li Chang wiped his nose with his sleeve. Why didn't you come back yesterday? Because I'm out of town. Li Long laughed as he put Li Chang's crooked hat back on correctly, then asked, are you coming home with me now? Or are you going to play with them a little longer? I'll follow you home. Knowing that his youngest uncle would bring good things with him every time he came back, Li Chang hurriedly turned his head to the road to get his old oxen whip, then turned back to help Li Long drag the plastic sheet. The other kids grinned and helped along, and soon they were at least door. Li said as he pulled a handful of peanuts out of the urea bag and gave each child a few. Well, go play. The children happily dispersed, still comparing whose peanuts are bigger, who has one more and who has one less. Li Long took out another handful and stuffed it into Li Chang's hand, patted him on the head, and together they went into the yard. Liang Yume and Li Wan, who heard the commotion, opened the door and came out, and were a bit surprised to see Li Long like this. Why do you bring so much stuff? It's New Year's Eve, so I'll do some shopping. Quickly enter the house. Your brother is still fishing for fish with Daxiang and Xiaohaizi, and I guess he'll be back soon. Then I'll leave it for now. Li Long returned to the house, which made him feel exhausted. I'll take a rest after changing clothes. Okay, I'll call you when the meal is ready. In fact, in the past, the family used to have 2 meals a day, but Li Long was busy these days from fishing into the mountains, and Li Jianguo was also involved in it, so the 2 meals were changed to 3, or else he couldn't stay up. But that evening meal is at most soup or thin rice, with some leftovers from noon. Even so, Lu's sister-in-law knows, but also secretly said that the Li family is defeated. What to eat is not poor, where is not poor, cannot count on it to suffer from poverty. But Liang Yuanmei ignored her words. Men work hard, can take home things in the open, earn money, eat better, drink better. How? Wouldn't it be better to follow the example of those lazy cats and stay at home and drink the wind? Li Long entered the east room and found that the stove was set on fire, and the firewall and the Kong were quite hot to the touch. Compared to the outside, the house was as warm as spring. He simply changed his clothes, lay on the bed and pulled back the quilt, and fell asleep without realizing it. In the west room, Li Chang sneaked to untie the string on the urea bag, and was slapped on the back by Li Wan. Do what? Sis, I just want to see what uncle brought back. See what? I'll show you when uncle wakes up. Li Wan actually wanted to see it, but she knew that it was something that uncle had bought back, and that she had to open it herself before little uncle could do so. Liang Yuanmei was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the conversation between the 2 siblings, she smiled and didn't say anything. Although Li Wan was very stubborn, she knew what she was doing, and Liang Yuanmei was still very relieved to have her in charge of Chanxiang. In her laundry tub are the groceries from the fish caught by Li Jianguo Tao Daqiang yesterday and this morning. Li Jianguo already knew that Li Long went to sell fish as on the individual, so the fish caught back, more than 2 kilograms of large fish picked out frozen in the snow ready to go to sell. The rest of the smaller miscellaneous fish will stay and eat themselves. Liang Yuanmei looked at the washing basin of fish and actually felt like she had eaten enough. She felt that her idea was really quite criminal. How could anyone eat enough fish? If her brother Liang Wenyu, who loved fish, knew about this, he would say he was crazy. When the sun went down, Li Jianguo and Tao Daqiang dragged the plow and came back with 3 big bags of fish. Today, the 4 ice holes take turns to copy fish. The 2 newly hit ice holes out of the fish especially, a daytime to get nearly 100 kilograms of fish, which makes Li Jianguo are a little surprised. Are these fish crazy? They're coming this way even though they know there's a lot of noise? If Liren was there, he would have given the perfect explanation. In fact, because the ice is frozen too thick, even where there are reeds, the oxygen is not good to penetrate down. The fish below have been almost suffocating crazy. So as long as there are air holes naturally come over to join in the fun. The fish also want to live off. In fact, these breathable holes in the ice kind of saved some fish's lives, because before that big flood, every year when the ice holes thawed at the beginning of spring, you could see a lot of dead fish, mainly big ones, floating on the surface of the water. Bigger fish require more oxygen and are the first to be suffocated. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Long woke up. He felt his head was a bit confused, as if he wasn't very awake, rubbed his face and climbed up, put on his clothes and went out the door. When the cold wind blew outside, he immediately came to his senses, and at the same time, he saw the harvest of his big brother Li Jianguo on the climbing plow. Big brother, pulling out so many fish today? There are especially many fish today, Li said with a smile. There are also a lot of big fish. The biggest grass carp stick, more than 6 kilograms, more than a meter long, almost smashed the plunge net. That guy, Li Long said in his heart, boy, this is the king of fish fishing up? Tao Daqiang was also a little excited to see Li Long come back, but then he said, I'll go back first then? Back to what? Have some fish soup before you go. Liang Yuanmei had already left the house. The fish soup is ready, so I have to eat it before I leave. Yes, eat before you go. I have something else to tell you. Tao Daqiang was getting a little apprehensive. What would Lung say to himself? After dinner, Li Long called Tao Daqiang to the east room and asked him, De Chang, do you still want to follow me? Tao Daqiang didn't expect Li Long to ask this question so directly. He didn't hesitate. Having given up the opportunity once, he'd be a real cutie if he gave it up again. But I have to give you this. Even if you with me, it's not the same as before. Li Long directly stated what he meant. You follow me once, I'll pay you once. For example, this time, even catching fish and bringing them to sell them tomorrow. $5 at a time. How's that? Tao Daqiang's face changed. He knew that he couldn't go back to his old relationship with Laron. Chapter 59 A Happy Evening. Tao Daqiang also learned to count, and once he did the math, he knew that according to what Long is saying now, his income must be less than before. But what was the reason for all this? Wasn't it because Lung chose his own side of the family when he needed him? And even if you give yourself $5 each time in this way now, it's still enough to get by. Even if you only work 5 times a month, $25, it's more comfortable than most city workers. Tao Daqiang immediately nodded his head. I do. He naturally knew that it was actually Li Long who was taking care of himself. Otherwise, if he put out the words of the 5 pieces this time, the people in the team who wanted to do it would be able to squeeze their heads. Alright then, go, you take a couple of fish, and I'll stop by the captain's house to borrow a wagon. When tomorrow morning comes, either you will come over, or I will set up the wagon and come to you. Li Long followed Tao Daqiang out of the house and went to the West House to speak with Li Jianguo before leaving the yard. Tao Daqiang returned home with 5 fish. The home is still not much heat. After Tao Daong was arrested, both families emptied out the family funds, which made the original not very generous life has become worse. Tao Construction itself is a little hunchback, even more bent back. Seeing Tao Daqiang come back, Tao Construction's gaze was a bit complicated. He turned his head to smoke his own tobacco pot, but unfortunately there was no more tobacco inside. Tao Daqiang's lips moved, but he eventually didn't say anything else as he went into the kitchen and began to deal with the several fish. After a while, there was the sound of coal being added to the kitchen, followed by a roaring fire. Tao Jianzhuan felt a lot hotter on the Kong, and he called out, "What are you doing? I'll cook you some fish soup to make up for it." Tao Daqiang's voice came over. "Waste of firewood. What do I make up properly?" Tao Jian did not have a good temper. "There is not enough coal to burn. I'll earn the money to buy it." Tao Daqiang's voice got louder. "I'll buy it." Tao Construction did not speak. He still doesn't know that the $20 Tao Construction borrowed has been paid back. And now when he faces his youngest son, he doesn't have the courage to speak. He's the one who blocked the path where his youngest son could have made money. Tao Construction was no cutie pie. When his eldest son was arrested, he thought about the whole thing. Tao Construction has lived for so many years, not so blind to blame Li Long, is not thinking clearly, is his own eldest son does not have others that ability? Now that his youngest son has gone to Li Long again, and he has acquiesced, how bad can it get any worse? Li Long arrived at Su Chungjun's house and saw that Su Chungjun was listening to the radio. "Captain, I've come to borrow the wagon." "Still borrowing? There won't be anything wrong, will there?" Su Chungjun is now on edge. "You know about Ermao and Daon, right?" "I know." Laron smiled. "I'm not like them." "That's fine. It's good that you know. I can give you this. If you really want to be caught and the carriage is impounded, then you will have to pay for it then." Su Chungjun wasn't like the old secretary from before. He was also used to respecting other people's fate. Borrow for a few days? 3 days. Li Long thought about this trip back from selling fish and going into the mountains, so he said 2 more days. "This is money. If the wagon really gets impounded, I'll recognize how much people fine me." He had this backbone. $4.80 was placed on the table. Su Chengjun wrote a note and handed it to Li Long. "It seems to have earned a lot. Which, just can't be bothered." Ma Hongmei waited for Li Long to leave before she said to her husband, "The Li family's youngest is really lucky." "What luck?" "That is, people have the ability." Su Chungjun waved his hand. Just by the fact that Gu Ermao and Tao Daon were both arrested, he dared to continue to go out and sell fish, showing that people have a way. "That way we want to know is good." Ma Hongmei said enviously, "I heard that today he brought back a big bag of things, and I don't know how much money he earned these days." Don't just look at others to make money, but also see how others are hard. Get up at 5 or 6 in the morning. Walk dozens of kilometers a day in the cold. Can you insist, or can your brother insist? Ma Chunmei stopped talking. Su Chengjun no longer said his wife. This woman's family is just hair long and short. After leaving Su's house, Li Long went to the horse, handed the note to Lao Luo, and handed him a cigarette. "Yo, Xiao Long smokes?" Lao Luo took it, and through the stove fire saw that the carton of cigarettes in Li Long's hand was De Chinman, and said with a smile, "This smoke is much better than most cigarettes." Lao Luo, "Then it's feasible for me to come over early tomorrow morning?" Li Long didn't pick up the topic of smoking. He didn't plan to smoke in this life. "Come over before dawn." "All right. I'll also give you that 76th big red horse," Lao Luo said with a smile. No one else would pass him a cigarette when they came over to lasso the horse with the captain's note. The 76th big red horse is the best horse in the horse number, and it is also the horse that Li Jianguo drew in the lottery when he divided the land and divided the team's production in the beginning of the spring tomorrow. But it is a pity that the Li family didn't have any money in the last life, and gave it up. In this life, Liren felt compelled to take it. When I got home, there was a kerosene lamp lit on the table in the west room. Li Wan and Li Chang were playing around. Li Jianguo was reading a book, and Liang Yuemei was knitting the soles of her shoes. Liren dragged the bag of urea out of the spare house and smiled. "I bought something from uptown this trip, so let's try it." The 2 children's shoes and school bags, Li's coat and hat, his sister-in-law's scarf and shoes, and the 2 children's toys. As one item was pulled out, The expressions of the 4 members of the Li family went from surprise to later shock. Xiaolong, how much money did you spend? Liang Yuemei's voice was one of surprise tinged with anger. But it's over. Where is this to? Li Long smiled and said, there are also New Year's firecrackers, food, and yes, there is also face rubbing oil. The table has been piled up. Li Wan Li Chang wearing new shoes to take the toys. Li Chang also let Li Long help him adjust the toy frog, and just watched bouncing on the Kong, the child's mouth from time to let out a gasp and laughter. Li Wan held on to her school bag. Her school bag was a cloth bag sewn by Liang Yuemei, which was sturdy but really unattractive. Some of her classmates bought school bags, and she was always envious of them, spending money recklessly. Li Jianguo was also criticizing Li Long, but the smile on his face was ultimately strained. He tried on his army green coat and faux military hat and lamented, this is just warm. Inside the house, of course it's warm. Liang Yuemei smiled and revealed his words. Xiaolong, that jade is so valuable? Li Jianguo asked. Well, it's worth more than one would think, but jade like that is so rare that you don't always come across it back there. Got it. You'll have to compensate your friends in the mountains more later. Li Jianguo nodded. It took half an hour for everyone to settle down. Some of the snacks on the table were savored, and everyone tasted the fruits that had been brought back in the past, not to mention winter. Fruits from the mainland were rarely available in the summer. Of course I didn't dare let more than one eat, for fear that the children would make a fuss in the evening, and after a little more play, the 2 children were compelled to put their new purchases to bed. Only when the 2 children were asleep did Li Long pull out a pile of money from his inner pocket. Brother, I have something to tell you. Looking at the pile of large unity, Li Jianguo's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. This is $300. You take it. Li Long pushed the money to Li Jianguo. After spring, the land will definitely be divided. I won't be able to plant the land then, so I will rely on my family. I've heard that there will also be a division of the team's production. If our family can get a horse or mule, then we should buy it. It won't do to have nothing to pull the 10 acres of land by then. A horse is less than 200 at most. What's the point of giving me so much? Li Jianguo pushed the money back. Don't you still have to make a wagon? I'm still counting on my horse to pull the wagon and haul a few loads of manure back from the mountains before planting. I don't pay for the team's communal labor, so you'll have to pay for it. It's all here. By the way, there's also this fish sale. You caught the fish. I paid Dachang for his labor, and you have a share of the money from the sale of the fish. Li Jianguo laughed and cursed. Bastard. Separate from me so clearly. He put the money away without further comment. Xiaolong, then you have to keep some money too. Liang Yuemei said with some embarrassment. It's all been bought for us. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I still have some left. Besides, if I sell the fish tomorrow, won't the money come back? Li Jianguo remembered something and said, if you have time after selling the fish tomorrow, buy a piece of red paper to write a pair, as well as a brush and ink. It's New Year's Eve, and we need to put up pears outside our house. Good. Chapter 60, the Li kid is out again. The next day before dawn Li Long climbed up. This body is young is good. Once the biological clock is formed it is fixed. Early to bed and early to rise makes him feel unusually energetic. First we ate breakfast, then went to the horse horn to set up the wagon. And old Law was careful to load a bale of grass, coming out of the horse number. Before Li Long could go and shout for someone, Tao Dachang had already followed him. Have you eaten yet? Eaten. Fish soup. That's okay. The two had a conversation. And when they returned to the Li family and loaded the 3 pockets of fish, the two drove the carriage out. Li Long went to sell fish again. The news quickly spread through the production team. It's really not enough. Don't you believe in it? You'll be honest when you're caught. This Li family's penis is really capable of tossing and turning, not staying at home day after day, running outside every day. Sooner or later one day he'll have to be caught and locked up. He's a money grubber, isn't he? The captain spoils him. Others are skeptical. Are city people that short of fish? You're tired of eating it at home after 2 meals. How can you eat it every day? Who will sell the fish to? That must be earning a lot for running every day? And naturally there are more envious people. Since the Li family's junior dared to run, there must be a way that others don't know. Knowing that Gu Ermao and Tao Daong were arrested and still dared to run, then he is not afraid. Is there someone above him? Lu's sister-in-law visited the Li family and asked about Li Long's trip to sell fish. Upon seeing Li Wan Li Chang's new shoes, new toys and new school bag, Lu's sister-in-law didn't stop praising Li Long, and then said that she would introduce someone to Li Long. Liang Yuemei still said that she had to listen to Li Long himself, and right now Li Long didn't have the heart for it. This is true. She actually took the time to tell Li Long about the person that Lu's sister-in-law wanted to introduce to him, and Li Long had an impression of that girl, who was also married to a youth in the village in her last life. How to say? not Li Long's cup of tea. Li Long also did not know that the team said a lot. He and Tao Daxiang rushed to the county for more than an hour, bought 4 meat buns, 2 for each person, eat while rushing to Shichang, wait until Shichang, about 12 o'clock, with a carriage. It's faster than Laron walking by himself. Brother Long, still going to that family home? Tao Daxiang asked as he didn't memorize that road. Change it and go to the family home of the 81st sugar factory. The northern border cannot grow sugar cane, but there is another sugar raw material, sugar beet, also known as sugar carrot. In his last life, Li Jianguo developed himself into a professional pig farmer and planted the most beets, the leaves of which can be broken down, chopped and mixed with other things and boiled to feed pigs. And when the beet grows, cut into slices and boiled to feed pigs better, of course. Now the best use of rural planting this is first boiled sugar thinning, boiled waste and then go to feed pigs, belong to the complete utilization. And Li raised pigs in the past 2 years, in order to get pig feed, but also more than once to go to the Bai sugar factory to pull out the waste of their sugar factory after processing beets. The waste is directly thrown away, and now there is no recycling consciousness. So for the road to the Bai sugar factory, Li Long knew it well. When he arrived at the sugar factory family yard, Li Long asked Tao Daxiang to hold the carriage and wait outside, wiping the horse's sweat, resting it, and then feeding it grass, while he carried a bag of fish toward the yard. A familiar routine, only this time the concierge didn't buy the fish, but didn't stop him. When he entered the yard and saw that someone was walking around, Liren unfolded the plastic sheet that he had bought the previous day and laid out a fish, yelling in a low voice, "Fish for sale, fresh carp, cheap." It wasn't loud, but it quickly attracted the attention of the men. 2 men hesitantly walked over, and 2 others didn't move. "How do you sell this fish? Where did you catch this fish?" "The fish is caught from the reservoir in Ma County. Pure wild fish. Look at this carp, head and tail are red. How beautiful. The price is not expensive. $2. This fish, you see how big, all in more than 2 kilograms. A kilogram less than $1. Selling fish more often." Li Long words skilled. This time 2 days, Li Jianguo and Tao Daxiang caught standard big fish more than 70. Standard Crucian carp has more than 20 kilograms, is considered to be the most since Li Long sold fish. $2? Expensive. Cheaper? Someone wanted to buy it, and it was customary to return the price. "Big sister, I'm really not expensive," Li Long shouted up aggrieved. "Now the ice in the reservoir are frozen almost a meter thick. We are at -30 degrees to play more than 2 hours in the ice hole. Really earn a hard money. You see this fish? Gills cover the bottom of the red. Fresh. Only fished out yesterday. We walked for 4 hours before we arrived here. It's not expensive." "Then, I'll take one. What kind of fish is this?" "5 ways to black. This fish is garlic clove meat. Eat small fish. The flavor is good. That's a 5-way black." "Ha? Then a carp and a 5-way black. Okay, Mile. I'll get thin wire and put it on you?" Liren asked. "All right." The lad's thinking pretty hard. Li Long skillfully took a thin wire from the gills through the cover to put the fish to where a good handover. The other side took out $5. Li Long pointed to the small fish, said, "This carp is 15 for $1. Almost 2 kilograms. And the rest of the dollar is for you to get the smaller fish?" "All right, but how do I get the little fish?" "A small fish would not be good to wear. Why don't you go back first, big sister, and get a basin to hold it? I can't run away." "Good." One business deal made. The next went much smoother. Just the sugar factory side of the people to buy fish enthusiasm is not as big as the agricultural machinery factory family yard, although from time to time people to buy, but the big half an hour has passed. A bag of fish has not been sold out. By the time the midday meal came, the family home was deserted and the smell of food wafted up from the yard. Liren decided to close up and change places. He put the fish away and carried his pockets out of the family home. The doorman saw it and shouted, "Young man, you'll have to come in the afternoon if you want to sell your fish. The people are all at the factory at this time of day." "Thank you, Grandpa." Li Long took out a chub from the bag and handed it over. "For you to eat." "Then I'll take it." The doorman also didn't expect to get a fish in exchange for one sentence, and happily accepted it. Tao Daxiang asked when he saw that there was still a third of the bag that Li Long was carrying, "Brother Lung, the fish aren't selling?" "Well, it's not the right time. Come on, let's go to the old street." The old streets of Shichang have always been more famous, and there are more people coming and going here with buses to several cities in the northern border. When Li Long arrived, he changed his bag and still let Tao Daxiang put the carriage at a distance and parked it, while he carried his pocket and asked people when he came across them. "Fresh big carp. Sold cheap. Want it?" 1 out of 10 people asked could stop and talk back, but Liren wasn't discouraged and soon sold one fish and another. Half an hour later, the pocket of fish was sold out. "Here in the car to catch the road." Most of them are home for the new year. Many are carrying large bags, have prepared a lot of New Year's goods, and do not care about one or two more fish. By the time another hour had passed, there was only half a pocket of the original fish left on the wagon. Li Long could no longer shout and his voice was a little muffled. Go eat, Li Long said to Tao Daxiang. Follow me. There were still 3 or 4 hours before it got dark, and Li Long was confident that he would be able to sell all the fish before dark after dinner. Chapter 61, Be a friend to your true friends. After the fish were sold, the sun had not yet set. Li Long simply bought red paper, brushes and ink in the store department on this side of the old street. While sitting on the carriage and driving back, he calculated in his mind that the fish had been sold for a total of $161, removing the $5 for Tao Daxiang, the money for buying and eating, and giving 50 to his elder brother. This was the money for catching the fish, and he still had 100 left in his hand, and with 500 left in his own hand from the earlier fish sale, this added up to $600. Planning to go to Harimu's house in the mountains tomorrow, Li Long was ready to get up early in the morning, go to the black market and get enough rice, flour and oil there, and then go to the department store to buy tea, sugar cubes and salt. Although Harimu's family definitely had enough tea and salt, there were exchanges between their herdsmen, and exchanging things with this was the most convenient and satisfying for both parties. Oh yeah, and bring enough bullets. Lung, are you still catching fish tomorrow? Catch it tomorrow. I won't catch it though. You can ask my brother then. I'm going to make a trip into the mountains. So, Lung, can I trade the bullets to your house for some meat? What's that for? I'll cut you 3 or 5 kilograms. Li Long laughed. Say, do you want pancetta or ribs or leg meat? Fatty meat. I'll refine some oil. Tao Daxiang shook his head. I'd better change it. I want more. Okay. I also took money to buy some charcoal. Then I'll give you $10 up front, and you go ahead and buy charcoal from the team. $10 will buy you a couple hundred kilograms. It'll burn for a while. Tao Daxiang nodded. He still had to catch fish tomorrow, so the other $5 would be the wages he had withdrawn beforehand. Waiting to return to Ma County. The sun has almost set. Li Long bought a few big meat buns. 2 people eat while rushing back. Finally rushed back to the team before dark. Li Long returned the carriage while Tao Daxiang went to buy charcoal, and the two split up. Back at Li's house, mutton soup was hot in the pot, and Li was working with Liang Yueme to handle the fish. Brother, catching fish again today? Well, there's nothing to do with idleness anyway. Li smiled and said, I got 50 or 60 kilograms today. Not as much as yesterday, but the fish are strangely beautiful. Then see if you're still going tomorrow. I'm going to the mountains tomorrow, and after I sell the jade, I have to return something to the people. That's the way it should be. Li Jianguo said, buy more. You can't let people suffer. Liang Yueme pointed to the pot and said, let's start with the mutton soup. There's a bun on the firewall and pickles, so watch and eat. Okay. Li Long was not polite. He scooped up a big bowl of mutton soup for himself and drank it, feeling the cold slowly dissipate and his body warmed up. Li Wan and Li Chang were each playing on the bed, and when they saw Li Long come in, Li Chang held up the frog to him. Uncle, the frog that so many people wanted to play with today. I gave it to Xiaodong and Sure who are good with me. Your toys. You can give them to whoever you want to play with them. Li Wan was hugging a doll on the bed, looking at Li Long, and smiled a little shyly when she realized Li Long was looking at her. Yes, a little girl should smile more. It's not good to be so tense. Waiting for Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme to clean up the miscellaneous fish, Li Long pulled out $50 and handed it to his big brother. Brother, here's the money from today's fish sale. You're loaded? Li shook his head. I have it here. Kindred brothers are clear about their accounts. Here's your share. I've got mine in my pocket. Li Long patted his coat pocket. I'm not giving you mine. I have to save up for a wife. Ha 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 ha. Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme both laughed. They knew Li Long was joking. Did you buy the red paper yet? Bought it. Red paper, ink and quill. I put it in my room. Okay, don't bring it here. I'll show you how to use it when you cut it. Since he had to leave early tomorrow, Li Long went back to the east room to rest after eating. Li Jianguo used the key to open the 5-drawer cupboard to put the money in. Looking at the thick mass of money inside, he locked the door and said with some emotion, it's like a dream. Why does it feel like this money comes so easily? That's because Xiaolong is capable. Liang Yueme said, otherwise we would still owe money. Yeah. Li Jianguo was quite a bit unconvinced. Originally he was the one who took care of his younger brother. Why did it feel like it was the other way around now? But then he smiled when he thought about it. I should be happy that my brother is doing well, shouldn't I? Also, it's almost New Year's. Shouldn't we send some money home? He decided to wait for Li Long to come back from the mountains and discuss it with him. Early the next morning, Li Long went to the horse number to set up the carriage, rushed and left in a hurry. Li Long came back from successfully selling fish and Tao Daqiang bought $10 of charcoal from the team, and these two news spread in the team. Many people who were not optimistic about Li Long's fish sale closed their mouths. People not only sold the fish, but also gave Tao Daqiang a share of the money. What does it mean? It shows that Li Long has the ability to earn money without being caught. Li Long left again in a hurry, and if they wanted to ask for more details, they could only look for the Li family and Tao Daqiang. Lu's sister-in-law couldn't get any useful information from Liang Yuma, and other people who came over to inquire about the situation naturally couldn't ask. As for Tao Daqiang, after the last incident, he already knew the seriousness of the matter, so it is even more ask 3, even father and big brother Tao Daon to ask, also did not say anything. His sister-in-law Ma Chunhong said in a conspiratorial manner that he was elbowing his way out, and Tao Daqiang only said, "My brother was arrested for a fine, and there were $20 that the Li family paid out." This sentence will Ma Chunhong hit the crestfallen no longer have anything to say. Tao Daqiang and Li Jiangguo too went to the small sea to catch fish. The team also have other people to catch. They do not care. Originally it is public waters. A family cannot catch all. Moreover, only more people to catch fish. They will not be treated as the rafters of the head. It's just that they can feel the envy of others. Li knew that this business of selling fish to make money would spread out sooner or later and would no longer be exclusive. But he wasn't worried. He always felt that Li Long had a lot of ways to make money in his head. Li Long rushed to the black market, which was still crowded. There were arrests, but there were ups and downs, and these people were savvy. Li Long found 2 stalls selling grain, and after asking the price, he bought all the 40 kilograms of rice and 60 kilograms of flour lying on the 2 stalls directly. Combined, he spent more than $50, and he really didn't feel any pain at all. Also bought 2 jugs of 5 kilograms of vegetable oil each. Originally wanted to buy more, but here is so much. After buying it, Li Long simply took the horse and left, not stopping for a moment, lest he be caught. When he went to the big neat cafeteria and ate breakfast, he went to the department store building to buy tea, sugar and salt, and some fruits, which were for the children. The shopping was like a war. After all, the carriage with no one to watch it was quite worrying. Fortunately at this time through the building windows can still see outside. The salesmen see him buy more things. Simply come out to help. Also let Li Long put down the heart. Li Long took the reins and pulled a cart of stuff to the vicinity of Harimu's winter nest, and when Harimu, who had heard the dog barking, came out and saw the stuff, he froze straight there. "Adisi, friend, Jax, good, these are the things brought to you." Liren's smile was imprinted on Harimu's mind for about what would have to be a lifetime. He gave Li Long that jade with no real thought of reciprocation, and he could see that Li Long gave something away because he really wanted to make their lives better and had no other ideas. That's what friends are for. Chapter 62, Goodwill will be repaid. It took 2 trips for Liren and Halimo to get everything into the house. It's almost too big to pile up. Harimu, there's some more in here you can share with Yashinjiang. It was bought with the money from the sale of those 2 pieces of jade. Part of the money of course. Li Long explained. Looking at all the stuff, Harimu's family was stunned. Harimu relayed the words to his family, and they were even more shocked. They hadn't realized that it was the stones they found in the river gully that could be exchanged for so many things. Liren was warmly received. Before he could give the 2 children fruit candy, Nathan and his brother had already pushed all the thigh stones at him. Obviously, they're showing their appreciation in their own way. Liren said with a smile, can't use it. By the way, candy is on you. Large handfuls of fruit candies were piled up on the wooden bed, and Nathan glanced over at Harimu, seeing him nod before he smiled and picked up a candy, though he peeled off the paper before turning and shoving it into the grandmother's mouth. The grandmother couldn't stop smiling. Harimu's wife looked at the rice and noodles with excitement, which couldn't be eaten until the snow melted and turned. And that's enough tea and salt to last them for years. I really didn't expect to get so much for that rock. Harimu was also excited, when the grandmother suddenly said something to Harimu, who was silent for a moment, climbed onto the wooden bed, and yanked a wooden chest out from behind the blanket stacked at the far end. He opened the chest on the wooden bed and took out a piece of cloth wrapped inside. It's over a foot long and looks like a stick, but it's so thick and thin that it's hard to see what it is. Harimu handed the item to his mother, and the old woman turned it back to Liren. Liren was a bit confused. Halimo said, my mom said this is for you. Thank you. Curious, Liren opened the cloth bag. Furry, weighing over a kilogram, and bifurcated. This stuff is antler. Dried horse deer antler. Li Long hastily handed it back and waved his hand. Can't have it. This one will fetch quite a bit of money? Li Long and Chen Hongjun inquired. Now the price of antlers is not high. Dry products 100 grams of more than $12. This one will be $100 or $200. A bicycle's worth of money. It's for you. Harimu slipped the antler back into Liren's hand. You've brought us so much, but those things were bought with the money from the jade sale. Without you, the jade would not have sold for money. It's that this antler was originally two. And last year, when our family was short of food, we took one to the mountains to exchange for food, and only got a small pocket. Harimu gestured, and Liren could see that they had replaced less than half of the rice they had brought. But this antler put purchase station to sell more than $100, even if the other side to earn half, but also 70 or 80. Buy rice to buy than their own this buy more right? He planned to bring some more rice and noodles on his next trip, because the piece of jade from Yushinjiang had likewise exchanged for a lot of money. Even if you take out what you've earned, you'll be able to send them a lot of food. Lilong eventually accepted the antler. In addition to the 2 pieces of jade, the 2 pieces weren't that good quality though, even Harimaki could tell. One is a palm-sized irregularly shaped seed, weighing 3 or 4 kilograms, with gray-black stone skin and some light-colored spots in the jade. The other piece is larger, like a large green mango, weighing 5 or 6 kilograms, and the jade quality looks quite good, but there are quite a lot of sesame spots in it as well. This is a typical feature of Mahe Jasper, Halamo said. We picked up these 2 pieces as well. They're not as nice as the earlier one, so take them back and play with them. Well, these 2 pieces of jade, although not as good as the previous one, but in the future we'll be able to sell at least a few $1,000s, and they just casually said play. Lilong accepted it without any politeness, and pulled out a few dozen more rounds of ammunition and handed them to Harimu. These bullets are for you, and there are also some for big brother Yushan Jiang. I changed some bullets after pulling those 2 boars back this time. Seeing so many bullets, Harimu once again got excited. He put away the bullets and said excitedly, in the past 2 days, that wounded coyote came over to take revenge, howling in the neighborhood every night. We can't sleep well. I'll fight them off tonight. Liren said, why don't we go borrow another gun then? I'll learn to fight wolves after you tonight. Yes. After the noon meal, Harimu took Lilong along with him, carrying the 2 small pockets of rice and flour that had been divided up and some tea, salt, and sugar squares, and went to Yushinjiang's place. Yushinjiang's winter nest had one more middle-aged woman than the last time Lilong had seen it. Lilong guessed that it should be Yushinjiang's wife, and the last time he came over he should have been outside for something. Seeing that Harimu and Lilong had brought over so many things, Tamayama Jiang, whose expression was somewhat mute, revealed a surprised expression. Upon realizing that this was what Lilong had traded for that piece of jade, Yushinjiang smiled, and when Lilong pulled out a few dozen rounds of bullets and handed them to him, an excited expression appeared on Yushinjiang's face. Without hesitation, he lent his gun to Lilong, and at the same time took out a piece of jade that was a bit bigger than the last one. The quality of this piece was about the same as the last one, with a long strip of jade, little impurity spots in the center, and a large greenish-gray stone skin. Lilong hugged it. This piece of jade was almost 20 kilograms. The selling price was definitely not cheap. He told Tamayama River, brother Yushan Jiang, when I come over next time, I'll bring you some more food. By the way, what else do you need? Sides. Bring more sides over here. And chop chuman too. 2 axes. Rope. Strong rope. Yushinjiang was nonchalant and said several things, which Lilong memorized one by one. Harimu and Yushinjiang spoke some more, and he addressed Lilong. There's also a herd of wild boar over 2 mountains from here, so if you're free you can come over and hunt them. Also Yushinjiang said there are horse deer nearby, so when he hits them, he'll leave them for you. Lilong nodded. The deer's entire body was a treasure, and if he really wanted it, he wouldn't be polite. After resting for half an hour hearing Yushinjiang and drinking milk tea, the 2 men excused themselves and left. On the way back, Lilong came across a few wind-fallen trees. The 2 people worked together to give 2 trees dragged out of the snow, tied with a rope, horse-drawn and returned to the winter nest of Harimu. When he returns tomorrow, Liren also plans to haul some wood back. There were no lights at night, and while Harimu's family went to bed early, Liren and Harimu were already in ambush in the snow near the sheepfold of the winter nest. With the experience of the last time, this time Lilong wrapped his leather coat tightly and moved his fingers from time to time, just waiting for the wolves to appear. He was a little nervous and a little excited. He'd seen a lot of videos in his later life and knew that the wolf thing was very cunning and would fight in a pack. So he wondered what would happen to the wolves he'd run into then? At midnight, a wolf howled from the distant mountains. Come on. Chapter 63 almost collapsed Shillong. Liren was nervous, and right now he was more nervous than excited. And the last time to fight wild boar is different. That wild boar is a target, aiming to shoot on the line. A group of a dozen wild boar. Only the largest one dares to counterattack. The other heard the movement and ran away. But not the wolf. The thing's cunning character has been passed down for thousands of years and is much more agile than a boar. Li Long still remembers the little story of the butcher meeting the two wolves in the ancient text he learned at that time. The wolves surprisingly copied people's back. Li Long looked at the mountain forest vigilantly. There was a faint light from the sky, and with the reflection of the snow, he could now barely see the vicinity of the mountain forest. The wolf's howl still continued in the mountains and forests. The feeling of being far away and near, which made Li Long's nervousness intensify, and it seemed that his bladder was also affected, and at this moment, he wanted to pee. For a moment, Li Long somewhat regretted why he had agreed to come along with Harimu to fight the wolves at that time. Wouldn't it be nice to stay in the house? But the next moment, thinking about the wolf he was going to fight, he got excited again. He can shoot down a wolf and he can blow it for a year. When the time came to swing the broken-off wolf teeth and wolf thigh stone towards Li Wan Li Chang, he would definitely reap adoring gazes in constant praise. Then, Li Long stopped being nervous, and he stared wide-eyed, looking hard for a suspicious target. Finally, a wolf came out of the forest, jumping in the snow and walking back and forth in a zigzag pattern, as if to avoid and guard against something. Only one? The wolf was a bit closer to Harimu, and Liren just swept a glance at it before continuing his search. Harimu had said that it was a pack of wolves, so it could never be just one. Soon, another wolf sprang out of the forest 30 to 50 meters away from that wolf, and although again they didn't go in a straight line, they could tell that their goal was the sheep pen by the winter den. The place where Li Long was ambushing at the moment was right next to the sheep pen. The smell of the sheep's dung covered up the smell of his body, so there was no fear of being discovered by the wolves. The sheep pen was a warm pen, and the wood was tied up rather tightly, but according to Halimu, the wolves were surprisingly good at picking at the wood on the outside of the pen. Became a fertilizer. Liren's finger squeezing the trigger loosened and tightened. Not stiffly, but he was still nervous. Now only 3 wolves appeared, all of them only hovering outside the sheep pen, 50 to 60 meters away from Li Long and them, always in the midst of activity. Neither Li Long nor Harimu dared to shoot. They had to wait until the wolf was on their heels before they made their move. Otherwise, not being able to fight would only make the wolf retaliate harder next time. Finally, the wolves, feeling that there was no danger, ceased to continue circling outside and began to approach the sheepfold. Harimu and Li Long have long discussed. He is responsible for the peace against the east. Li Long is responsible for the peace against the west. Try to kill the wolf. Not killed but also seriously injured. In this weather, a wolf might still be alive with minor injuries, but with serious injuries it will die. So Li Long was actually quite light right now. There was only one wolf on his side of the area. The wolf seemed to be in charge of the guard, and did not approach the west side of the sheepfold with the other wolves, but looked from time to time from side to side. Liren was a bit surprised, but he didn't relax at all, thinking that if that wolf didn't come over, then he would help Harimu take care of the approaching eastern wolf first. Just at this time, Li Long suddenly felt his cold hairs explode, as if there was some kind of danger slowly approaching at his slanting rear. He immediately held his breath, and his fingers, which had been moving, immediately stopped. Luckily, there was enough goat poop in the neighborhood that his odor was masked. Even without turning around, Li Long could guess that a wolf must have circled around and was planning to siege. And earlier, as soon as he showed his movement, I was afraid that this wolf would pounce on him. Sure enough, soon enough, the fishy smell wafted over, and the wolf was 5 or 6 meters away from Li Long, slowly leaning towards the sheep pen with light footsteps. Knowing that he couldn't wait any longer, Li Long decisively moved the muzzle of his gun as the wolf passed diagonally in front of him on his right, and keyed the trigger just as the wolf was startled and ready to jump up. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots. Li Long didn't stop at all. 2 of the 3 shots hit this wolf. The wolf wailed and fell to the ground. He remembered one thing he learned from reading novels in his later life. To hit a ferocious animal, one must make sure to make it lose its resistance before stopping the gun. If you take a shot and then go to check the situation, you can easily be attacked and killed back by the ferocity caused by its injury. The very moment this Laron's gun went off, several other wolves stopped moving, and Harimu fired, and it was only when Liren saw the wolf fall that he dropped his heart and turned his gun around, looking for signs of other wolves. All the wolves ran quickly towards the forest. The slowest one was the alert wolf, who was still howling on his head from a high place. That's it. Liren takes aim and shoots. The wolf wailed and lurched, but barely managed to stabilize itself as it scurried shorter into the forest. Bruised, but I don't know how hurt. Liren was a little sorry to hit just one wolf. Harimu had hit one on his side as well, but he was happy and had gotten up to go see the wolf he had hit. And Liren shrugged off his 5.6½ bayonet and stepped forward to zap the knockdown. Still twitching wolf in the neck first. Make sure it's safe before you say it. It can't be done enough at this point. The wolf stopped twitching and slowly hardened. Li Long, It was dangerous just now. Harimu dragged the wolf over. I really didn't expect this wolf to go around behind the sheep pen. Fortunately okay. Li Long forced a smile. Just now he was so focused on shooting that he only slowed down now. He felt like he was just a few steps away from death. Luckily, I hit it better. This one of mine is supposed to be the head wolf of the pack, and after knocking it off, those wolves behind it shouldn't be coming anytime soon. Harimu said, Go back. It's too cold. When he said that, Li Long felt that his fall coat inside was soaked through and was now cold. The two men immediately rushed back to the winter den. The others were awakened by the sound of wolves howling and gunshots. After Harimu briefly spoke about the situation and saw the two dead wolves, the family dropped their hearts. After dawn, Harimu and Li Long went to the edge of the mountain forest with their rifles to look around. There were traces of blood there. The wolf that Li Long had wounded scurried into the forest, and the blood traces stretched all the way to another mountain beam and disappeared, probably still alive. Harimu watched the paw prints of the wolves stretch into the dense forest. Go back. They won't dare come. Returning to the winter den, Li Long once again saw the craftsmanship of Harimu's skinning. The two wolves, which didn't need Li Long's help at all, were quickly dealt with. The wolf's entrails and whatnot were to be thrown away, and the meat was not to be eaten, but it was all for Li Long to ask for. He hadn't tasted wolf meat in 2 lifetimes. You're in no hurry. We'll go to the West Ravine first thing in the morning and I'll take you to hunt that other herd of boars. Liren was a bit distracted. This is much more exciting hunting wild boar in the mountains than fishing in a small sea. That line. Li Long thought about it and agreed. Harimu smiled. Between friends, Li Long treated him sincerely, and he also hoped that his friend would be able to feel better. These things in the mountains could be exchanged for food outside this he had known for a long time, but only Li Long would send him so much after taking his things, even though Harimu knew that what he had given Liren could be exchanged for more if he found the right person. But who would change? Liren, trustworthy and a friend to be made. Chapter 64, The Boar is Not Stupid. The wolf meat was buried in the snow and frozen, and Li Long took one of the 2 wolf skins. Harimu here had one earlier, and now there is another one. The wooden bed is almost full. After hunting wild boars tomorrow, I will go straight back, Li Long said. Originally planned to come out for 2 days. This delayed 1 day. The family should be anxious. On the small sea, Li Jianguo and Tao Dashan pulled out fish while estimating that Li Long should be back tonight. If you guys go to sell the fish tomorrow, then I'll go to the captain's house again tonight and renew the wagon for another day, Li Jianguo said to Tao Dashan while picking up the fish. I don't think I'll sell them once more. It's time to prepare for the new year. De Chang, has your family prepared New Year's goods yet? Not yet. Tao Dashan was less formal now that he was talking to Li Jianguo. I have money to buy charcoal. Li Jianguo nodded. Li Long to Tao Dachang's salary he knows very well. To be based on the revenue is not much, but according to the current average salary and per capita income, has been very much. Tao Construction's family's difficulty lies in the fact that Tao Daon was arrested last time, and it will take a while to recover from this blow. But what's the point? The team is much poorer than their family. At least Tao Dashan can still bring fish back every day. Some people on the team are envious and jealous and say sour things, but there are not many who can really carry the -20 degrees and 30 degrees to run to the small sea to pull out the fish. Some people won't eat fish. Others don't want to eat fish, saying it's greasy and has thorns, while others don't think fish is as good as pork and lamb. Of course, most of them are still a reason to be willing to cat around the house and not get out and work, a problem that fell out of favor during the mass production. Of course, it will be different after this year, when the land has been divided among the families. Then the industriousness of the people comes out, and one is more capable than the other. Li Jianguo and Tao Dashan were willing to do it because they saw the benefits. When Li Long went out to sell fish once, Li Jianguo split $50 and Tao Dashan had $5. Instead, the team saw a total of 3 families go out. Gu Ermo was arrested. Gu Daong was arrested. Just Li Long is fine. They would say that Li Long was lucky and capable, but they were afraid to try it themselves. So far, Li Jianguo and Tao Daong were not the only ones catching fish on the small sea, but the only ones who went to sell the fish were the Li family. Even if the others knew that there were benefits here, they did not come. In their opinion, the risk is too great. It was just that Li Jianguo and Tao Daong also realized that there weren't as many fish today as there were last time. By the time he went back in the dark, Li estimated that there were about 50 to 60 kilograms of fish on the crawler. There are a lot of them, but some of them are not satisfied. Just like the stall to earn money. The first day to earn $5. The second day to earn 30. The third day to earn 100. Full of thought that the fourth day can be 150. The result is suddenly become 50. This heart naturally will not be satisfied. Instead, Tao Daqiang said, Uncle Jiangwo, this is already a lot of fish. If you want to eat it, you won't be able to finish it in 10 days. That's true, Li Jianguo thought about before Li Long came back. Who in the family could think of smashing the ice hole to catch fish? At that time, it was not thought of, but the idea at that time, smashed can catch on to say, even if you can catch, at most a few kilograms, but smashing the ice at least 1 or 2 hours, pay and harvest is not proportional to, so do not come. It still has to be Liren. Back at home, Tao Daxian refused Lian Yume's invitation to let him have dinner and went back with a few fish. Little dragon hasn't returned yet. Li Jianguo sighed. Have a sip of fish soup. I have to go to the captain's place to renew the carriage money. If he didn't come back, then he didn't come back. Liang Yume wasn't very worried. Xiao Long worked steadily. He must have something to do in the mountains if he didn't come back. Li Long of course has something to do. During the day Harimu has to feed the cows and sheep. Li Long took an axe to go and split the wood they hauled back into segments, ready to be loaded and pulled away tomorrow. Pine is always a good wood in the minds of people over here, not comparable to poplar, and therefore more expensive. Although it's a windfall wood, it's not long fallen about, so it's more laborious to cut. Feeling like he needed a workout, Liren took an hour or so, barely chopping off wood as thick as a joint, and then started cutting it off to the shorter end. It would be a real waste to take this wood and burn it, but the mountains are full of stuff like this. Even if you don't burn it, it will rot away in a few years. Harimu and Yeshinjiang's family used pine wood and cow dung cakes to start their fires, and this stuff burned well, or else it would have been impossible in ancient times to call torches Songming about with pine incense. By the time he had cut the wood into about 2-meter sections, there were 4 or 5 of them. It was almost dark. Halimo came over to help carry the wood to the frame so he can load it on the car tomorrow. The horse was tethered by the Harimu family's haystack, comfortably munching on hay. Li Long came over, and the 76th big red horse even looked at him with slanted eyes. Li Long said in his heart, now you are comfortable, but tomorrow you will have to be tired. He went into the winter den, now acclimatized to the smells inside, and drank milk tea, rested early, and then prepared for the midnight boar hunt. At 5 o'clock or so, Liren was called up by Halimo, dressed, carrying his 5.6 semi-automatic rifle, wrapped up in his sheepskin coat, and headed out the door. Harimu led the way, and Liren stumbled along behind, walking nervously as he went deeper and deeper and had to guard the muzzle of his gun. Over a mountain beam, across another valley, and up another mountain beam. Harimu stopped. Look there. Harimu pointed to the valley below the mountain. It is grassland there in summer, and many herbs grow there, and the pine towers of the pines on the mountain beams roll down and accumulate in piles there. Now that the wild boars have nothing to eat, they come here to arch away the snow in search of food. Li Long looked down through the pine branches, where there were about dozens of acres of open space, belonging to the mountain grassland, stretching all the way to the bottom of the valley, which could only be vaguely seen now with traces of having been dug. Isn't it too far out here? Gotta get closer, right? It's the need to get closer. Halimo continued down the road. The wind is blowing from west to east, so we'll just find a place to lie down on the edge of the pine forest over here and wait. The two men came to a point 40 or 50 meters from the snow that had been arched away, and each found a spot and began to wait. The snow is too deep. Lying down on the front cannot be seen, must be lying on the place to pile up high, or squatting to fight. Li Long consciously squatting gun not lying so accurate, then simply used the snow-based gun platform. Lying convenient. Harimu, on the other hand, didn't need to. He leaned behind a pine tree and started to rest with his eyes closed. Very relaxed. Li Long was a little envious, but he didn't dare to do so for fear of falling asleep and missing the time when the wild boar came over. After waiting for almost an hour, Li Long felt the ground vibrate. The movement came from the right side of the mountain beam. He hurriedly whispered to Harimu, Halimo, it's coming. Immediately, Halimo opened his eyes and turned to crouch with his rifle ready to take aim. 7 or 8 wild boars began to hoot and holler and run toward the valley. This group of wild boars was not as big as the last group. The largest boar was just over 100 kilograms, and the smaller ones were 40 or 50 kilograms, and didn't seem to have any sense of precaution. Before Liren could get happy, Harimu suddenly said, the wind has changed. Get ready to fight. The boars may have found us. Sure enough, the boars that had just charged down suddenly charged up the opposite hillside together again. Chapter 65. It's a long way home. Bang bang bang. Li Long shot some hasty, by feeling he should have hit a boar, but 5 or 6.5 non-stop keying the trigger to shoot. The recoil will certainly affect the stability of the gun body. Really can put down a few will not know. After the fight to look over there, the boar head did not fall still rushing to the mountain beam. Li Long immediately climbed up, half crouched and once again roughly aiming to release the advance. Aiming at the mountain beam high continuous keying trigger. The remaining rounds of bullets are empty. While he was fighting on this side, Harimu didn't stop on the other side, and the sound of gunfire echoed continuously in the valley, quite deafening. Come on, let's go check it out. Harimu was also a bit frustrated that the place wasn't chosen well this time, and he felt that the reason was mainly on himself. Who could have known that the wind in this valley would suddenly change direction, and that the sense of smell of those stupid-looking, reckless boars would be so good? The two men charged down the hill with their rifles before heading up the beam, and when they were almost at the top, Laron sighed in relief. One boar fell into a snowdrift a few steps before it was about to charge up the hill, its blood blotting out in a wide swath, and the nearby snow messed up by the boar's dying struggle. It was a 50 or 60 kilograms half-sized pig. Li Long picked it with a bayonet to see. Fortunately, it was a sow. A boar, even if it is a piglet, has a smell if it is not neutered, whereas a sow does not have this problem. Li Long took advantage of the pig is not dead through. Take the bayonet in the pig's neck or a knife stab down. At the same time feet stepping on the boar's heart position kept making efforts. The pig's neck place of the wound soared out a stream of blood. The cleaner you bleed the blood from the pig, the better the meat will taste some. Halimo sprinted up to the top of the hill past Liren, then looked down and turned his head to Liren. There's one here too, but it's smaller, a little bigger than a big sheep. Liren chuckled. That's what makes this pork so good. Harimu dragged the boar to Li Long, which made Li Long somewhat touched. After all, some taboos were still relatively strict in the latter days, and now it seemed that Harimu was really treating him as one of his own. Li Long did as he had done, and bled out the blood of the piglet as well. Unfortunately the piglet was a boar. Fortunately it was relatively small, and if it grew for another year, the meat wouldn't be good anymore. After he drained the blood, he took a knife and cut the boar's stomach to open the gas, and the contents of the stomach could not be thrown away, so he did not pull it out. The last time two pigs were not gutted, the flavor was bad. It is also rare for the team to eat meat, so no one said this, but after Li Long ate the meat, combined with the experience of the two lives, he knew what the problem was. He's going to learn his lesson. I'll go back and get the horses, Halimu said. No need. Liren waved his hand and pulled the plastic sheet he'd prepared from his sheepskin coat, unfolding it and spreading it out in the snow. Use this. He handed the gun to Halimu and then tugged the sow onto the plastic sheet. The piglet didn't even need Halimu's help. It just picked up and placed itself on the side of the sow. The plastic sheet was thick enough that Li Long felt it should be able to be banned. He tied the back two corners of the plastic sheet together, then yanked the front two corners up and slowly dragged them down the hill. With the downward inertia, plus the fact that it wasn't heavy itself, and the smaller friction of the snow, Li Long alone dragged the two pigs all the way to the location of the valley. It wouldn't be easy to drag it further up the mountain when he got here, but Liren had observed the mountains long ago, and he sloped down the valley to the northeast, where the rift led to where the wagons were parked on the other side of the road, and he could get there without having to go over the mountain beams, but only with a few detours. Halimo said with some surprise as he followed Liren. That's a good idea. Li Long, next time you come over, can you bring more plastic sheets like this? Maybe we can use it too. No problem. Liren gloated over his idea. The main reason he did this was because he didn't want Harimu to get his hands on it. An hour or so later, it was light enough that the sun had not yet risen, but the surrounding area was clearly visible. Look, elk deer. Suddenly, Harimu pointed to the mountain beam, and Li Long hurriedly looked up. An animal that looked to be about the size of a fawn glanced down over the beams of the hill, and then dashed off that way, out of sight of the trail. Didn't they say road deer are stupid? Li Long didn't see what was so stupid about this guy. He's quite smart, isn't he? Or are the varieties over here different than in the northeast? But right now he didn't have the time to think about this much. Even if dragging these two boars was a bit easier than dragging wood, after dragging them for so long, Li Long felt exhausted. Harimu once again went to take the horse, and Liren waved his hand, gritting his teeth. There's still a few hundred meters left, just hold on and we'll be there. It's really only a few hundred meters, where you can already see the white smoke rising from the winter nest. Harimu then quickly headed for the winter nest, while Li Long dragged the two pigs to the wagon. Originally, he wanted to load the wood, but now it looks like he'll load the pigs first. With the experience of the last time, he stuck the wagon on the downhill slope and carefully rolled the pigs down from above, just enough to land in the wagon. These two pigs were quite a bit lighter than the last two, so Li Long didn't have to put much effort into loading them. Just think of loading up two more wolves and that won't leave much room for wood. Why don't we just not load the wood? Liren thought to make it easier for 76 as well. When he got back to the winter nest, Liren couldn't wait to slow down with a bowl of milk tea. After breakfast and half an hour's rest, Liren and Halimu began loading up the rest of their things and preparing to leave. This time he brought back not only wolves, boars, and jade, but also a pocketful of thigh stones, a wolf skin, a deer antler, and another branch of antler found by Harimu. All these things, Li Long plans to sell them all to the buying station after going down the mountain. so that he can make another deposit, and is one step closer to buying a bicycle, a sewing machine and a shotgun. Although hunting with the 5 and 6.5 of Harimu and Yushinjiang was very good now, Li Long knew that once they waited until April or May, they would have to drive their cattle and sheep to the summer pastures deep in the mountains, and at that time, if they wanted to hunt, they would have to find their own guns. After all, the summer ranch was particularly far from the mountain pass, and Liren had no intention of traveling that far. An occasional trip would be fine. Frequent visits were out of the question. He's not Tarzan of the Apes. The carriage slowly descended the mountain. Li Long is in a good mood. Originally Harimu also wanted to give him some milk lumps where Li Long refused. He truly not accustomed to eating this kind of specialties. By the time he saw the county town, Li Long had already gotten down and walked for quite a while. Sitting on the carriage was effortless, but the cold was really cold. He felt like he was on the verge of practicing the shrinking young technique, and his face was frozen wooden. Therefore into the county Li Long first went to the big meat canteen. Eat some hot food before, but do not dare to leave the carriage. After all, the things in this car add up. How to say, it must be several $100s. You can only hastily drink a bowl of free hot tea, spend 90 cents on 3 large meat buns, and eat while rushing toward the buying station. This time, it's time to see how much it will sell for. Chapter 66, the bicycle tickets are here. Comrade Li, you've brought quite a lot of goodies this time. Looking at Li Long placing the antlers and deer velvet on the counter, Chen Hongjun was a bit surprised and said with a smile. He had seen a lot of antlers and whatnot, but antler this was different. He just scanned the antlers and set a price of $2 and $8 a kilogram before picking up the antler. This antler is well preserved. Chen Hongjun, very insider, looked at the antler's outer hair, cut lines, and smelled the flavor, pinched and then said, quality is also good. Is to cut the person should be an amateur. To give you a first class at $14.50 per 100 grams. Naturally, Li Long didn't have any comments. The antlers, 3 kilograms and 6, sold for $10.08, and the antlers, 1 kilogram and 3, sold for $188.50, adding up to nearly $200. Chen Hongjun wrote the list and paid the money, and after putting the things away, he smiled and said to Li Long, little Li, you sold quite a lot of money from all your stuff these past few days combined, plus those 2 pieces of jade. You can be $1,000 household, right? Liren snorted. I'll just make a difference in the middle here. The stuff isn't all my own. There's selling it for other people, making hard money. There are still things on the carriage outside. Li Long didn't dare to delay, hurriedly took the money and went out to drive the carriage to the department store. After turning around and feeling as if there was nothing to buy, Li Long saw that there were also river noodles here, so he bought a kilogram. When he went out, he saw some people watching and pointing at the carriage, and he hastily unhitched it and let it back. When he returned to the village, Li Long was a little surprised to see Li Chang and the group of kids at the village entrance, which was rare. Where is our family Changxian? Li Long asked. Li Chang and his dad went to catch fish in the small sea. The boy named wiped his nose and said, he said he's big enough to do the right thing and won't play with us. He's joking. Li Long cried and laughed. This Li Chang could really be too. What are you hauling in your car? Asked boldly. Wolf skin. Scared or not? Li Long pointed to the bundled wolf skin and said, wolves know, right? I know, said another child, boldly raising his hand. The wolf told it and ate the sheep. It's that wolf. Li Long didn't hide it, because the wolfskin was covered on top of the boar and the wolf's body. It couldn't be hidden, and there was no need to hide it. After the new year a spring will be divided into land. Now there is no need to hide what, even if the red-eyed people jealous, and sow the land to the hand, then the mind is all in the ground. There is no time to care about others. The children were both scared and excited when they heard it was a wolf's skin. Some wanted to touch it but didn't dare to reach out. Li Long smiled and let them touch it, then drove the carriage back home. Liang Yueme hurried out when she heard the commotion, and behind her, followed by the Lu family's sister-in-law. Yo, Xiaolong is back? Although the Lu family's sister-in-law was in the back, her voice sounded first. What did you bring back from the mountains this time? Lu's sister-in-law basically didn't treat herself as an outsider here. Although her own niece from her mother's family didn't become introduced to Li Long, she planned to introduce her other relative here, and today she came to talk to Liang Yueme about this. When she saw what was loaded on the carriage, Lu family's sister-in-law's eyes were sharp and she screamed out at the top of her voice. Yo, it's the boar again, isn't it? Xiaolong, you're really capable. If anyone marries you, there's really no shortage of meat to eat. Good luck. Li Long snorted and twisted his head to look at his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, where's my brother? It was a knowing question. He didn't want to say anything more to Lu's sister-in-law. Your brother has gone to the little sea to catch fish. Then unload the horses and I'll go get your brother back. What are you going to do? The Lu family's sister-in-law spoke up and interjected. Just let my Tai Tu make a trip. Well, I'll go back and call Tai Tu. This Xiaolong has come back from his hard work, so hurry up and get him something to eat. The Lu family's sister-in-law took the call in a big way and then headed for the house. That's fine. Sister-in-law trouble you ah. What's all that nonsense for? Liang Yueme decided to send a few kilograms of meat to the Lu family when she got rid of the stuff on this wagon. Favors have to come and go in order to continue. A distant relative is better than a close neighbor. Unless it's a bad neighbor. Then it's the truth. Li Long unloaded the carriage, tied up the horse and went inside. He put away the jade and changed his clothes to go to the west room. Have a sip of hot water. Liang Yueme had already poured the hot water and then went to the kitchen to prepare food. Sister-in-law, don't get busy first. I'll take a break and unload my stuff. I bought buns to eat in the county on the way, so I'm not too hungry now. That's fine. I'll get ready to make the noon meal. Since the family started catching and selling fish, Liang Yueme has been busy, changing from 2 meals a day to 3, and eating not only better but also more. Luckily, Li Long hauled back grain and meat from time to time, and the family had stored enough fish, so the 2 children looked visibly rosy and grew a little taller. Hearing the news, Li Jianguo and Tao Daxiang hurried back with their 2 children. Li Long had already unloaded the 2 wolves and hung them in the idol house. This thing was quite scary if it was alive, but dead and skinned. It wasn't much different from a sheep or a pig or whatever. After all, the head wasn't there. The 2 wild boars were directly placed in the yard because they were not fully processed, waiting for Li Jianguo to come back. Li Jianguo took a look at another 2 wild boars. This time it is really some headaches. Happy troubles ah. Call for help? Liang Yueme opened her mouth. Our family alone can't handle it at all. Okay, call a few people, but it can't be like last time. Take your time to get it right, Li Jianguo said. Li Jianguo this side is still thinking about who to call. The opposite door Lu Taitua's father Lu Yingming has come to the yard with great strides. Saw the 2 wild boars, said enviously. This is little dragon fighting back again? Your little dragon is really getting ahead. Oddly troublesome. Li Jianguo would not praise Li Long to his face. Instead he complained. All day long, he causes trouble for the family. To be able to organize this, if we put it in our house, I can laugh my mouth off every day. Lu Yingming laughed and said, okay, then call Lao Chen in the backyard. Wang Saixiang in front of us, plus you and Xiaolong, and yes, there is also Daxiang. These 2 pigs can be finished today. Lu Yingming's words were right on Li Jianguo's mind, and he went to call for tools to be borrowed while Li Long went to return the wagon. Li Jianguo and Tao Daxiang too this morning pulled out more than 30 kilograms of fish. Li Long with a thin wire strung 2 strings of fish, a string of small crushing carp to the horse number of Lao Luo, a string of 2 carp brought to the captain Su Qingjun home, handing the fish to Su Chengjuan's wife Ma Hongmei. Li Long put down another $3.20 and said to Su Chengjun, Captain, I'm going to borrow the wagon again tomorrow. It's empty now, isn't it? It's empty. Feel free to use it. Su Chengjun this period of time just to collect Li Long's loan car fee is more than $10. Top the end of the year team a family's total amount of work points. He cannot wait for this money can be more. Alright then, I'll go back first. Li Long was about to leave this time. I heard that you even got back a wolf? Su Chengjun asked. Is that wolf meat good? I've never had it either, so I wanted to try it. By the way, I've heard something about the bicycle and sewing machine tickets you asked about earlier. A relative of mine is in the county supply house, so you'll have to hitch something extra if you want them. What? Meat? Su Chengjun made it clear. 10 kilograms of pork. Is wild boar meat okay? Liren's eyes lit up. It's still fresh. You got wild boar back this time? That's certainly fine. Okay then, I'll send it over later. Chapter 67 Li Long's Worry. Returning home, Li Long found that the yard was already busy. The people who came were not only those called by Li Jianguo, but also some people came to help without invitation, which is not less than the people who ate the pig-killing feast that day. And there are also many children. Li Chang has already begged Li Long to help him get the pig's urine bubbles as soon as possible and blow them up to play. Naturally, Li Long had nothing to say and agreed with his mouth full. Water was boiling in the stoves on both sides of the east and west houses. The 2 wild boars were set up separately in the yard. And because Li Long had opened the rifles beforehand, all that was needed now was to skin, chop the meat, and dispose of the entrails. These people did not have a single grinder, and were active in their work. Work well, stay to be able to openly and honestly eat meat without shame. This year to the end of the year can be painful to eat meat. Time is not much. The last time the Li family to deal with wild boar, everyone ate painfully, so this time a lot of people are full of hope. The whole yard is talking and laughing. Very lively. Li Long found pig urine bubbles from the washing basin containing offal and blue and tied them to Li Chang. Then he changed warm water to clean the intestines on the hands of Wang Kaijun, who was washing down the water. Wang Saixian's real name is Wang Dalu, because he is more frugal plus more obsessed with money, so he got the name Wang Saixiang. Xiaolong don't look at that meat fat. In fact, the most delicious is this fat intestines. This to fry well. That taste, smack dash. Wang Zizi flipped his intestines while imparting his experience to Li Long. And this belly, wild boar belly it's medicinal. I know. The buying station charges $3 a pop. Look, you're pulling back 2 wild boars here, and selling this belly alone for $6. $6? More than 70 labor points. When it comes to money, Wang Saixian's eyes light up. Isn't this better than farming? Li Long said in his heart that you want to say so when you wait for the future. Wang Saixian can drive a tractor, and as a tractor driver, he is also counted as a laborer when he plows and sells for private individuals. And when the team's property is completely divided up in 2 more years, the tractor will be the Wang family's. The money Wang Zifeng could afford to buy the team's tractor was earned from farming and plowing for others. Now the reason why it is said that farming is not profitable is because there is no incentive to farm for the team. The 2 boars were not big, so they were packed up quickly, and in less than 2 hours, they were all done. At this time, the cabbage stew in the kitchen pot was still almost on fire. Li Long called Li Jianguo to one side and whispered about the ticket Su Chengjun could get there. You're buying a bike? Li asked in a low voice. Now the team on the captain Su Chengjun's family has a bicycle. He loves it. Winters simply do not ride. Well, it's too much of a hassle to walk back there to and from the county, especially in the summer. Is there enough money? Li Jianguo asked. That's enough, Liren said with a smile. I got some more good stuff from the mountains this time. Then you'll have to bring more stuff for people when you go back to the mountains next. I know. Then go. Cut the meat. Now that the Li family didn't lack meat, and these things were all gotten back by Li Long, Li Jianguo naturally had no problem with it. Knowing that people nowadays like fat meat, Li Long cut a dozen kilograms of fat, and cut a piece of wolf meat to carry to Su Chengjun's house. The action is quite fast. Su Chengjun was a little surprised. This meat is good. Well, 60 or 70 kilogram sows should be spring piglets. Then I'll give you this ticket. Su Chengjun was also sharp, taking out the ticket from the drawer and handing it to Li Long. You've made a name for yourself. We don't have many of these 2 big items in the whole team. Hey, good luck. Li Long took the ticket and took a closer look. His heart was really happy. When I got home, I found that both sides of the table had been set up and already started to eat. This time the woman did not sit in the kitchen, but set up a table in the east room with the children. Li Long was called to the west room as soon as he returned, and immediately became the center of everyone's conversation. Xiaolong, are there many wild boars in this mountain? Not much, so you screwed 4 boars twice. Awesome, I have a few friends over there. Li Long smiled. They are herders, grazing in the mountains. They know better where there are wild boars. So, the original still had some thoughts about it, so he dismissed the idea. These days, if no one shows the way, you can't even pull back wood, let alone hunt wild boars. Xiaolong, I heard you got 2 wolves back. There's a lot of snow in the mountains and fewer wolves to eat, and I went just as the wolves were planning to catch my friend's sheep for dinner, and then they fought together. Is that wolf meat good? I don't know. I've never eaten it, but I've heard it's not good. Bitter. My herder friend advised me not to eat it. I was just curious. Li Long has not eaten in this life, nor did he eat in the last life, but in the last life, the information was developed later, and he was able to find out that he knew that wolf meat was a flavorful Chinese medicine, which replenished the deficiency. Here he did not say. Eating and chatting. By the time the table broke up the sun had already dipped in the west. There were naturally people on both sides who cleaned up, and the people who helped brought back all the leftover dishes. These 2 pigs were not big, but the meat was tender, and the children at home would surely like to eat them. Li Long cut a piece of meat for Tao Daqian to take back as well, and instructed him to come over early tomorrow morning, and the 2 of them will go to Shicheng to sell fish. Why don't we even sell some pork? Liang Yueme spoke up and said, with 4 pigs, our family can't eat them all. Can't eat it all nor sell it. Send half ahead to her grandpa's house. Li Long did not wait for Li Jianguo to speak to open his mouth to veto. Sell actually cannot sell money. Sell a few dozen dollars. It is better to let the family eat. Li Long remembers that one's maternal grandfather's family behind him often subsidized the Li family, pulling in sheep and watchdogs, and that Li Wan and Li Chang often stayed at the Liang family's house during their 2 vacations. This love, which Li Long felt was deserved in his last life, only realized in retrospect how valuable it was in this era. That has to be compensated for. Right. That's it. Li Jianguo naturally favored it. Liang Yueme's suggestion was rejected, but with a smile on her face, Right, Xiaolong, you go and sell the fish tomorrow, and turn back to the post office to send some money to old dad. I'll pay for it. Send $50. The old home is not as good as ours, so I'm afraid it's not going to be a good year for my parents. It's not just a bad time. You might not even get meat. Li Jianguo has money in his hands and naturally wants his parents to have a better life. He is the eldest brother and the head of the family, so naturally he will pay for the money. When this was said, Liang Yueme naturally had no opinion. The family had money left over, and she knew very well how this money came about, and since Li Long was able to treat the Liang family so well, she naturally couldn't stop the two brothers from doing their filial piety. But what the couple didn't expect was for Liren to actually have an opinion. Big brother, you can't send that much. Li Long flatly refused. You're going to send so much money, then something will happen. Li Jianguo was a little surprised. He definitely would not think that Li Long does not send money because of unfiliality. After all, this period of time his younger brother has changed so much. He knows to get more meat for the Liang family. Naturally, he will not treat his own family's old man and old woman. So, what's he worried about? Chapter 68, Li Long's Little News. For what? Li asked. Liang Yueme was also looking at Li Long, wanting to hear his thoughts. Think about it. What would Pops do if he received money? What else can I do? Go to the market and weigh a few pounds of meat, buy some rice and noodles, and weigh some oil for New Year's Eve. What about the rest? Liren continued to press. The rest? Probably have to go to the card table to play cards, and probably brag about how filial their sons are over here. Li Jianguo said and laughed out. He could imagine what his own old man could do. And then did all the relatives know? Liren asked. That's for sure. As soon as the money is mailed, the whole team will know about it when it's shouted on the loudspeaker over at the brigade. Li Jianguo had spent more than 10 years in his hometown and naturally knew it well. In fact, at the end of each year is to send things to the old home. The money sent less. After all, divided into the hands of the money is not much. This year, because of Li Long, more money in hand. Want to send more money. And while my father didn't usually spend much money, he liked to go out and show off when he had money, and would even play those 1.2-cent games at the card table. So what do you think will happen when spring starts? When Li Long asked this, Li Jianguo froze. What will happen? You have to send 50 back. And when the spring starts the old family can come a bunch of relatives to come and settle here. Say that Pops has agreed to let them come to you for work, so that you can help to contact the way out. Li Long's words were spoken plainly, but when they fell on Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme's ears, they were like flashing thunder. Li thought that Pops could really do this. Don't look at Li Jianguo's father. Li Qingman said. As long as Li Jianguo take care of Li Long, the other what do not have to care, but really want someone to beg to him there. Let's give Li Jianguo said. Let Li Jianguo to help find a way out. He will never refuse. Come in a bunch then. Li simply didn't dare to think about what happened next. But actually this was originally something that happened in the last life. In the last life, Li Jianguo's side would send things back for New Year's Eve to make his family feel that life is good over here. And then one after another, people came over to find Li Jianguo. The old village name Li Jiazhuang. Zhuang people are surnamed Li. Most of them have relatives. Close to the young people out to find a way to live is to join those who came out first. But 10 years time, there are more than a dozen over to defect to Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo racked his brains to give them a way out. Half of them settled in this side of the house. There are workers. There are to go to the core to settle down. Most of them live better than Li Jianguo. But none of these people came over to see Liang Yueme after Li's death. A bunch of white-eyed wolves. Of course, one's own past life counts as one's debt is repaid in this life. That is not to send so much. Li Jianguo sighed. Then, send 20. Well, anyway, the future is still long. Old father and mother's health is also good. Filial piety in the future. Liren remembers his parents living into their 90s, so it's not a moment too soon. After this was finalized, Li Jianguo gave Li Long another task. I'll cut 5 kilograms of meat, and you carry it with red paper to the Gu family, so that brother Gu can write 2 pairs of couplets for them. Okay, there were still 10 or so days left for New Year's Eve, which was bound to be prepared, and Li Long didn't think much about it. When they arrived at Gu's house, Gu Xiaoxiao opened the door and was still a bit surprised to see Li Long carrying something. My brother asked your father to write 2 pairs of couplets for our family. Here's the moisturizer. Li Long raised the meat in his hand. Xiao Long came over right. Come on in. Gu Boyuan's voice came from the inner room. Li Long handed the meat to Gu Xiaoxia and went into the inner room with the red paper, brush and ink. Little dragon is not bad. He still knows how to moisturize his pen. Gu Boyuan smiled and said, it looks like Wu Cheng didn't go in vain. I heard it from my brother. Li Long smiled and placed the cut red paper on the table. Brother Gu, are you feeling better? Gu Boyuan is a senior student graduated from the Southwest University of Political Science and Law. As to why he came here, the reason is not clear to Li Long, but it is nothing more than that. Much better. And thanks to your fish and meat, Gu Boyuan smiled sagely. You've been able to do a lot this winter, and I've followed suit. Li Jianguo sent fish and meat twice, which made the Gu family's life much better. Then my brother even said he probably wouldn't be able to stay here without you. Li Long clearly remembered that Li had said several times. One was the nest egg Gu Boyuan had given him, and the second was when Li was about to leave this place to try his luck elsewhere. Gu Boyuan's words made him stay. I've been to many places in the country, but I don't want to leave when I come here. Why? It's a big place. You can grow rice, and there are fish in the puddles. There is rice and fish. The land is vast and sparsely populated. Other places may not be better than here. Keep it. Li Jianguo then stayed. Other than that, at least those hard days were not starving. Those stale things are hard for him to remember. Gu Boyuan spread out the red paper and asked Li Long, what do you want to write? Couplets aren't really that much of a thing these days, Liren said with a smile. Easy to understand. Easy to read. That would be too easy. Gu Boyuan thought briefly and waved his pen. And it was really easy to understand. Smooth sailing year after year, everything goes well step-by-step crossword, auspicious star. The harvest year of fine farming, the year of hard work and thrift, horizontal slogan, the country is strong and rich. It's just good to know without the counterpoint. And the font, it was really good. Li Long felt that it was better than the characters of quite a few calligraphy masters in the latter days. When the ink dried and left with the couplets, Gu Xiaoxia sent Li Long to the courtyard entrance and suddenly whispered, Li Long, can I learn business from you? Doing business? Li Long was a bit surprised. Why did you think of doing business? My family has no money. When Gu Xiaoxia said her first sentence, the original constraint and timidity disappeared, and the tone of her voice became fluent. My father's health is not good, and he can barely even afford to buy medicine. I know. Li Long nodded. In fact, I have small news. After the beginning of spring, our commune and brigade will expand the school. By then, I think you can take a test. Li Long clearly remembers that by then Gu Xiaoxia had taken the brigade's elementary school. In fact, with her high school level, it was no problem to teach the commune's junior high school. After all, there is a strange shortage of educated people over here these days, and Li Wan's math teacher taught without even graduating from elementary school. With Li's level, he was also able to teach, but Li knew that the small salary from teaching was not enough to support the whole family, and he felt that farming was more suitable for him, so he stayed in the team and farmed. Gu Xiaoxia asked incredulously, it's true? Well, I'm sure. Li Long nodded and said, I think you'd better start reviewing now. By then, if you can go to teach at the junior high school, how can you earn a few $dozen a month? Isn't it better than you farming? Gu Xiaoxia hesitated. But my family is now. Liren said thoughtfully, how about I lend you $20 first, and then you pay me back when you pass the exams and get your paycheck? $20 can do a lot these days. Li Long is not a saintly mother. Just based on the relationship between the two families, coupled with these things that Li Jianguo has done, Li Long vaguely feels that this is actually quite good. At least it's better than Wushu Fan, right? Chapter 69, want to show your face by stepping on me? You're blind. Li Long gave Gu Xiaoxia his assurance, which made Gu Xiaoxia bite the bullet and take the $20. If she didn't really have no choice, there was no way she would have begged Li Long to take her to sell fish once this step was taken. Gu Xiaoxia knew exactly what kind of gossip she would face, but after all, life must go on. Father is not good at home. The body is sick, although now is not to the point of no food. But then this is not enough to make ends meet. The spring that time really cannot go on. It's not an exaggeration to say that this $20 is a blessing in disguise. Back at the house, Gu Xiaoxia told Gu Boyuan about Li Long's news that the school would be expanding in the beginning of spring. Did he say it was reliable information? Liren says it's reliable. He runs outside and knows a lot of people. A leader said so. Then, you should review from now on, and pick up those original homework. If you really want to recruit, you definitely need to take an exam. Gu Boyuan thought about it and said, it's great, but you'd better not say anything to anyone else. Why? I was going to talk to Sufan about this. She graduated from middle school too. What do you think will happen to this after you tell Suffragette Wu? What will happen? Gu Xiaoxia hadn't yet recognized the viciousness of the human heart. Her gaze was a bit blank. I'll tell her to keep it a secret. She'll keep it a secret? She'll tell her mom for sure. Then next thing you know the whole team will know. So how much competition will there be when you take the test? When Gu Boyuan said this, Tian Xiaoxia broke out in a sweat as an afterthought. Li Long was able to tell you about this because he wants you to take the exam then. Gu Boyuan's fingers gently tapped on the desktop. Then just study hard. When you really take the exam, strive to be selected. Then you can afford his hard work. Other than that, don't think too much. It's not that we're cheap. It's a matter of your whole life. Once you pass the exam, you'll be eating commercial food from now on. And if you put the word out, there's a good chance that someone will look for a connection. And then you won't be able to pass the exam. And you plan to farm for the rest of your life? Gu Xiaoxia slowly nodded. I know. She now understood how much she had to bear Li Long's love. It was truly a matter of a lifetime. After Li Long gave the money, he turned around and left Gu's house. And he ran into several people on his way back. Su Navy, Gu Ermao, Tian Siping, Wu Shufan and 2 other girls from the team, Lu Tianfeng and Wei Yuanfeng. Seeing Li Long, Su Navy was a bit surprised and smiled. Oh little dragon, we've just come from your house dash. To my house? Li Long smiled. I went to find Xiaoxia's her father to write couplets. Yes, I heard that you beat the wolf in the mountain. We want to go over to see the wolf skin and so on. Su Navy said. You were not there. Your brother let us look at it. That wolf. Really you killed? Aha. Liren nodded. Do you guys think wolf hunting is dangerous? I don't know about others. It's just that I'm not. It's just a matter of ambushing the wolf. Waiting for it to come over. Aiming and shooting is all. No wonder. Gu Ermao's tone carried disdain. I told you. It must not be difficult. Or else you could hit it like Li Long? Li Long was a bit surprised how Gu Ermao appeared again. He heard Li Jianguo say, because the report of Li Long thing spread. Gu Ermao 2 days ago no face in the team to stay. Let his father Gu Boss sent to his uncle's home. Ermao didn't mean it like that. As soon as Su Navy heard Gu Ermao's voice, he wanted to curse. Doesn't this bastard carry a brain? He hurriedly rounded off the conversation. He just came back from his uncle's house today. Ermao is now learning to drive as an apprentice with a big car driver on his uncle's side of the team. Li Long said in his heart, no wonder. So there is a bottom. But you're trying to be blind when you try to step on me and show your face in front of a couple of girls, he said with a sneer. Ermao, you don't have a big mouth, but don't think I'm talking down to you. You don't have the guts to wait for the wolf to come over. Even if you're just like me, you wouldn't dare to fight. You'd probably wet your pants at the sight of a wolf. Don't believe me? Well, then you'll have to fight the first wolf before you can talk big. Gu Ermao was originally quite proud. After all, now he is a driver apprentice. Is the opportunity to become a large car driver? These days workers, drivers, and salesmen are all very popular and enviable professions. That's why he dared to come out today. And as soon as he said this out loud, sure enough, the way the others looked at him changed. And what was originally contempt turned into envy. That's why he had the guts to tag along and come see Laron's wolf. After all, Li Long, even if he earns money again, to say the day is to do small business. This year to do this. Shema did not see Wu Shufan, Lu Tianfeng. They look at their own eyes are different. Originally thought that Li Long would cast envious glances at himself, but he didn't expect that not only did he not look at this opportunity for himself, but instead said that he didn't have the guts to reveal his scars. Gu Ermao was about to get angry on the spot, and Su Navy hurriedly stopped him. Ermao, what are you doing? We're all on the same team. Just kidding, right Xiaolong? Yes, he wants to think it's a joke. That is a joke. He wants to think it's not a joke. Then first hit the head of the wolf and then say, apprentice what's not much. Someone followed the carmaster for 3 years or apprentice it, Li Long said with a smile, but this character and guts, not on the mouth can say out, have to take the strength to speak. After saying that, he slanted a glance at Gu Ermao, not hiding the contempt in his gaze at all, and then said to Su Navy, you guys get busy. I have to get up early tomorrow for something, so I'll stop talking and go. With that said, he strides towards home. Now he was thinking that it would be a waste of his life to spend his evenings with these people spinning east and wandering west chatting and farting. It would be better to have this time to think more about how to improve his life and make it a little better for himself. For example, that Wei Yuanfeng. Her family situation in Gu Xiaoxia is similar, but she did not think like Gu Xiaoxia how to live well. All day in Su Navy they have nothing to do with the east and west strings. Did not feel before, but also feel quite lively. And now seems to be a bit of a waste of time and waste of time. At least Gu Xiaoxia knows how to get ahead and find ways to improve her family's life. What about them? Back home, Li Long showed the pair to Li Jianguo and then put it in the idol house. You have to wait until the 30th day of the new year to put up the pears. And it's still early. The next day before dawn, Li Long ate dinner to go to the horse number set the carriage. Back to the Li family loaded fish. Tao Daqiang also rushed over. The two people rushed to the carriage. First to the county. As usual, bought buns, intends to eat while going to Shicheng. As a result, when buying a bun, someone in the store pulled Li Long and asked, little comrade, wasn't it you who sold fish at our door last time? When Li Long took a look, it was really the guy who told them not to sell fish at the door last time. so he smiled and asked, "Hello, what can I do for you? Can you get some more fish?" The man pulled Li Long to one side and whispered, "It's almost New Year's Eve and our cafeteria wants to add some dishes, but it's not easy to get them without fish. Also we want to buy some fish to give the employees a handout." "There." Liren smiled and said, "How much do you want? I've asked around and all the fish you sell are over 2 kilos. I want 10. Okay, how about $2 of fish and I'll bring it to you later." "Any kind of fish? Right now? That's great. 5 carp and just a mix of grass carp and chub for the rest." This time Li Long they pulled more than 40 big fish over 2 kilograms, and about 20 kilograms of palm-sized well-proportioned crucian carp. Li Long carried the bag out for Tao Daqiang to eat. He took a urea bag and filled it with 10 fish, and walked into the big meat canteen again. The man waited and watched as Li Long brought the fish up, a smile on his face. After counting the fish, the man took out 2 large roundups and handed them to Li Long. "Little comrade, it's a nice fish. I'll call on you when I need you later." "Okay, we'll be here in the summer, too, and we'll be alive then." "That dares to be." Leaving the large meat cafeteria, the two of them headed for Stone City in a good mood. Chapter 70, The Great Purchase for the Mountains. This time, Li Long took Tao Daqiang to the Old Street station first. Near New Year's Eve, the flow of people here on Old Street obviously increased a lot. A car parked at the station, like a tin monster spitting out a person, and then pulling on a person whizzing away. Li Long, like last time, carrying a bag of urea, ran into people and asked, "Do you want fish, old-timer? Fresh big carp, grass carp, caught yesterday, cheap." Words are very simple, but say more really work. 10 people always have 1 or 2 want to see Li Long's fish, and look at these people. 4 or 5 there is always one to buy. After selling more than 20 fish here, Li Long then moved on to the agricultural machinery factory family yard once again. The first time he sold fish in Stone City, it was here, so Li Long made light of the situation. And what surprised him a little was that the concierge master even recognized him. "Boy, it's been a while since you've been over here selling fish. Still the same price?" "Yes, Moncler. Would you like one?" "Okay, give me a 5-way black." Liren hemmed and hawed. Master knows his stuff. "This fish is delicious." "That's true. I caught fish in the Ma River when I was young, so I definitely know what fish tastes good." After picking a big 5 black for the janitor, Li Long collected $2 and entered the family courtyard with his back pocket. As usual, the plastic sheet spread out. Li Long put the fish one by one up. Not waiting for him to finish pulling out the fish, people came over to ask the price. Some people have bought. Know that the fish sold by Li Long is indeed fresh. Take it back to the melting is not the kind of floppy expired fish. So a look at Li Long set up a stall immediately over. Someone who hadn't bought one before thought they'd ask, only to be told by the person next to them and decide to buy a fish as well. What Li Long didn't expect was to sell out all the fish he brought to just 2 places, the Old Street and the agricultural machinery factory. Even the carp are not left. A hunchback old lady asked for 10 kilograms of crucian carp, said frozen slowly eat, this fish is delicious boiled soup milky white. Stewed food is also fragrant. It's really knowledgeable. Li Long from this time to feel that the days are slowly getting better. The new year everyone can afford to buy fish. With the $105 that had just arrived, Li Long and Tao Daqiang drove the carriage back. The sun had not yet reached noon at this time. The fish sold faster today, and Li Long hummed as he drew out a $5 ticket and handed it to Tao Daqiang. "Take it, Daqiang. You'll have to buy some New Year's stuff too. Brother Long, I still owe $5 for the last time." Tao Daqiang did not take it. "Take it first," Li Long said. "Tomorrow I will go to the mountain, and when I come back, we will have 2 more trips to sell fish, and there are many people who want to buy fish before the year. So let's make 2 more trips. You first buy some New Year's goods back. Also let your father happy." Tao Daqiang took the money over, his mood a little complicated. The 2 men drove the carriage to the county town, and Li Long went to the supply house first. "Look first the wagon. I'll do some shopping and then we'll go to the department store." "Good." Tao Daqiang had no opinion. Li Long entered the supply and marketing department and started purchasing. This trip is mainly for him to buy things for Harimu and Yushinjiang. Splitwood Axe bought 5. Li Long himself want a hand. The remaining 2 Harimu and Yushinjiang each 2. The rest of the saws, rope, plastic sheeting, sickle, chopping soil man, some kind of similar hoe, but the round head of the farm equipment, and so on have bought a lot. After these things were bought, Li Long counted and spent a total of $34. Not much. Not even close to the value of that jade. Li Long thought about waiting until tomorrow before going up the mountain to buy some more food from the black market. That would be fine. Looking at Li Long buying so many things, Tao Daqiang was also a bit surprised. "My friends in the mountains need it. They've helped me a lot. I'll bring them something too." Once Li Long explained this way, Tao Daqiang understood. and felt in his heart that Brother Long was really righteous. Went to the department store. Li Long let Tao Daqiang first buy things. Tao Daqiang pinched $5 in the inside shopping half a day, only to buy half a kilogram of fruit hard candy, and some peanuts this New Year's Day always have to put out, but also bought 2 bottles of canned goods and 2 packets of sugar, which is intended to prepare for the use of relatives. While waiting for Tao Daqiang to come out, Li Long walked back in. There were quite a lot of people in the department store building, and Li Long realized that there were also some new goods that had come in, and there were also fruits for sale now. Li Long then remembered. Sister-in-law seems to put all those fruits to the idol house, intended to wait until the new year to eat. Nieces and nephews although greedy, but have not gone to take. He then bought 2 kilograms of frozen persimmons. This kind of Miller's persimmon is still rare over here, and 2 kilograms of apples. At this time the apples of Aksu were not as famous as those of Ely. Fruit is a rarity at this time, especially in winter. In the summer, there were still people on the team who grew peaches, begonias, plums and the like, and there were pear melons and tomatoes in the fields, but in the winter there was really nothing. It was rare to find a family with good preservation skills that could save a melon, a black, flat melon, similar to a watermelon, but with a flesh that was not very sweet, to eat as a fruit in the winter. Fewer fruits are naturally more expensive. A kilogram of frozen persimmons for $1.50, a kilogram of apples for $1.02, the same price as meat. From the department store out, 2 people drive the carriage ready to go home. Passing by the grain store, Li Long found outside the signboard written to celebrate the Spring Festival. The store sells a number of special grain. Do not need food stamps. Immediately let Tao Daqiang to stop the carriage to hold good. He entered the grain store in a hurry. What about special food? Rice 68 cents. Flour 45 cents. The 2 salesmen chatted, not even looking at Li Long to directly quote. Come 100 kilograms of rice, 100 kilograms of noodles. Li Long opened his mouth. What? The salesman was startled. In the past 2 days, a lot of people bought special food, but they all bought 3 to 5 kilograms. Where is the 100 kilograms? How many 100 kilograms? The biggest noodle pockets now are 25 kilograms. 4 big bags, 100 kilograms of rice and 100 kilograms of noodles. You guys won't have insufficient stock, right? Li Long asked as he saw that the salesman did not say anything. Enough of course, but are you seriously going to buy that much? The salesman reconfirmed. Of course it's true, Li Long said with a smile. These days those who don't use food stamps are still sold by the public, even if it's stale grain. He admits it. Not to mention, it's really stale food and a bit more expensive than the regular price. But you don't need a ticket. When the 8 bags of rice and noodles were put on the car, Li Long used all the money he had from selling fish today and posted some more. But he's happy, at least at home and in the mountains. A short period of time do not have to eat coarse grains, but cannot buy too much. Winter and spring when the food is prone to dampness. Wait for the beginning of spring and then continue to buy as, covering all the rice and noodles with a plastic sheet. He drove the wagon and happily headed home, Li Long already humming a song. Tao Daqiang, on the other hand, followed beside enviously, thinking to himself when he could spend so much money like Brother Long. Chapter 71 Eating more fruits is good for health. The sun was still high in the west when the wagon returned to the team. Li Long told Tao Daqiang to go back on his own. He drove the carriage back to the Li family yard, and Liang Yueme came out with her 2 children to help. Why did you buy so many things? Liang Yueme asked as she looked at the stacked carriage. Some are to be taken to the mountains for friends, Liren said as he undid the lasso on his horse. John, go get me a stool. As soon as Li Chang heard that there was a mission, he excitedly turned his head and ran to the house, then strained to carry a wooden square high stool out. That thing shall not be unloaded and put in the house first. You have to return the carriage later. Liang Yueme asked. Don't return the wagon yet. Return the horse. If it wasn't for the cold night, I wouldn't even plan to return the horse. Li Long took the stool from Li Chang's hand and patted it under the carriage's yoke, then took the horse out and tethered it to one side first and said, Sister-in-law, there are still some things up here that belong to our family, so let's move them to the spare house and put them there first. Okay, whatever you say to move. 1. Here are 2 packs of fruits, you put them on the table first. You and your brother will eat them later. Li Long took down the fruits and handed them to Li Wan, who had been waiting to be assigned a task for a long time. You guys go play with the rest. Xiao Long, you bought fruit again? Liang Yueme complained. That stuff is so expensive. I haven't eaten much of the last one I bought. Wan and Xiangxiang are growing up, and fruit still needs to be eaten from time to time. It can't be like when we were kids and ate foreign persimmons as fruit. Li Long smiled and said, Sister-in-law, the 2 bags of rice and 2 bags of noodles on this are from our family. Put them aside and eat them. Why did you buy so much? Liang Yueme didn't realize that half of this rice and noodles were from her own family. Wan and Xiangxiang are both growing up, so it's good to eat less roughage. Li Long smiled and said, why do we earn money? It's so that our children can eat well, drink well, suffer less, and live a good life. These words made Liang Yume's nose sore. Wouldn't she want her children to eat and drink well? But she really didn't have that condition before. I did not expect this period of time brother-in-law changed so much. Liang Yume think, when I took the father-in-law of this task is really a life of virtue. Putting 4 bags of rice and noodles on the idol house wooden shelf. Li Long patted the white marks on his body and asked, my brother catching fish again? Well, there are 2 families on the team also went. Your brother can't help it. Said it's better to catch some? Anyway, the winter can be put. Even if you don't sell it to keep it to eat. You don't go. Take a good rest. Your brother pulls the plow. That work is not tired. We'll be back in a while. Thinking about it, Li Long planned to return the horse. And when he came back from the horse number, he was ready to go to the east room to rest for a while. I'll call you when the meal is ready later. Liang Yume shouted. Good. Li Long answered. Went to the east room, changed his clothes, and leaned against the firewall, touching a copy of the Great Tang Ranger's Tale and reading it. Li Jianguo in the team is considered a cultural person. Collected a lot of books, including many of the 4 great masterpieces, Yongchang Yui, Sui and Tang Yui and other large, but also a lot of martial arts novels. Boredom. Li Long will turn a book out to see. Liang Yuxing's novels still look great at this point. I don't know how long it took, but Li Chang broke in and shouted, Uncle, it's time to eat. Li Long then felt hungry. He put down his book and got up to follow Li Chang outside. Uncle, that fruit you bought, is it good? Li Chang asked in a small voice. Li Long then remembered and asked in surprise. You guys haven't eaten yet? Not yet. My mom said, not to eat it yet. That's fine. Let's eat fruit after dinner. Li Long was a little heartbroken. With this condition, he wanted to make his family's life better. Sister-in-law is also right. Just used to living a hard life. Good things are faced first save. Put slowly eat. My brother will be back soon too, right? When Li Long arrived at the west room, he saw Liang Yume was serving the dishes. So he went over and took the plate over. Sister-in-law, this dish smells so good. I can't say enough about the flavor of the wild boar sautéed with pickles. Should be back soon. Liang Yume said. I said I'd be back by mealtime. As he was talking there was a commotion outside. Li Long put the dish tray on the dining table and turned to go out. Just in time to see Li Jianguo pulling the plow into the yard. Yo, big brother, you pulled out a lot of fish today. There's a 40 to 50 kilograms. Li smiled and said. There are 3 families pulling out fish in the small sea today, and I'm the one with the most fish. That's really good. Li Long helped put the fish into the idol house. The rice is just right. Come on, come inside and eat. The family ate happily at the dinner table. Li Long put down the bowl and then went to the windowsill to share the bought persimmons one by one. I bought some persimmons today. Just enough for one person to try them all. Why would I buy that? We have it at home. Li Jianguo and Liang Yume had the same idea. Have a taste. Li Long gave one to each of the 2 children first, and both Li Wan and Li Chang looked at their parents. Eat it, since your little uncle bought it. Taste it. Li Jianguo snapped. But persimmons are cool. You can't eat more. Got it. Li Wan and Li Chang both answered, both picked it up. Li Long took another one each for Li Jianguo and Li Chang and smiled. This double layer of persimmons is still weirdly pretty. Grindstone persimmons. Li Jianguo took it and weighed it in his hand. There are them in my hometown. But you're young, so you shouldn't know the place. Liren was genuinely unaware and unimpressed. The persimmons were delicious and both children took small bites with smiles on their faces. Xiaolong, you still need to pay attention to safety when you go into the mountains tomorrow. Li Jianguo exhorted. The family is not short of meat anymore. That wolf whatever. Don't fight it if you can. Okay, I know. Li Long actually had this idea. Unless he had no choice. He really didn't plan to fight the wolf. That guy was too cunning. The next day the Daemama dawn. After breakfast Li Long went to the horse number to find the old Luo, took the horse on the way back. Sat on the wagon. Drove to the west and go. Because it is just delivering things. Not in a hurry. Li Long this back to go back very easily. He only bought 2 meat buns in the big meat cafeteria. Eating while heading to the mountain. When rushed to Haramu winter nest. Not yet to 12 o'clock. He did not rush to unload the car this time. But waited for Haramu, heard the dog barking, rushed over. Li Long, you brought so many things? Harimu looked at the wagon load of stuff and was very surprised. These ones in the front wrapped in plastic are from your family. And these ones in the back are from big brother Yushan Zhang's family. Li Long smiled and said, rice, noodles, and various tools. I don't know when the next trip will come, so I'm sending them over in advance. Thank you so much then. Harimu didn't say much, so he started unloading the car with Li Long. After unloading his family's belongings, Harimu let Liren warm up a bit with milk tea in the winter nest before taking him to deliver his things toward Yashinjiang. Li Long didn't realize that Yashinjiang had already prepared a new gift for him. Chapter 72 The River Handle on the Sheep. Adasi, Jiaxia well. Yashinjiang heard the commotion and rushed out from the winter nest. After seeing Harimu and Li Long, he was exceptionally happy and came over to shake hands and hug the two. I'm really so happy that you guys could come. Let's go. Let's go to the winter nest. Brother Yushan Jiang, this is what you asked me to bring. Li Long pointed to the supplies on the horse's back and said, there's also a bag of rice and a bag of noodles brought for you. Put it down first and give me a word on what's missing later. Really thank you so much. Yushan Jiang exclaimed, if you hadn't brought these things, we might have had a hard time for a while back. This snow is too thick. Yushan Jiang's daughter was adding grass to the sheep over at the sheep pen, while his son watched as the dog wouldn't let him rush over, and his eyes looked at Li Long with curiosity. When Li Long's gaze looked over, the child lowered his head somewhat shyly. The three big men unloaded their things together from the horses and put them in the winter nest, then sat down on the wooden bed and drank milk tea. Yashinjiang's wife neatly blended the milk tea. There was a teapot sitting on the modest stove with hot tea in it uninterrupted, and all that was needed was to scoop the milk skins into a bowl and then rinse the tea into it, and the simple version of milk tea was ready. Li Long beautifully took a sip. A warmth spread from his stomach to his whole body, dispelling the thick chill. Eat handheld meat at my place today, Yashinjiang said. Li Long, I know you'll definitely come back. I'm a good judge of people. You're a friend I can make. Yashinjiang's words without a hint of subtlety made Li Long listen to him quite touched, and he said with a smile, you guys too. It was your sincerity that touched me. By the way, I see that it's been snowing in showers in the mountains lately, hasn't it? It's sunny outside, but it's cloudy in the mountains. Well, it's not a good thing. Hearing Li Long say that, Yashinjiang's voice became low. The grass we prepared in the fall might not even be enough. The cows and sheep can't catch up with the fat, and some of them might not make it through the spring. Yes, this winter's snow, it's too big. Harimu also drank a mouthful of milk tea and followed. The grass that was prepared in the past, together with the fact that it could still be put in the pasture in the winter, was enough for one winter. Now the snow is too thick. The cattle and sheep in the pasture can't plow the snow open and can't eat the grass underneath the snow. It's still not enough just to rely on the reserve grass. This Li Long couldn't do anything about it. Although there was a horse number in the production team, the reserve grass, although there was a surplus, was far from the amount needed by Yashinjiang, Harimu and their cattle and sheep. Li Long vaguely remembered that he had seen a similar situation from a book in his last life, but he had forgotten exactly how to solve it. Besides, with his current connections, it wasn't even close to being solved. All three were silent, but soon Tamayama Jiang smiled and said, it's not much. It just so happens that Li Long is here. I slaughtered a sheep for you to bring back later. You guys will be celebrating the new year soon, so it's just the right time to have a meal. Li Long was just about to refuse, when Yashinjiang waved his hand as if he already knew what he wanted to say. If you're a friend, don't talk nonsense. If I tell you to take it, you take it. By the way, there's been a commotion in the neighborhood for the past 2 days, and I even typed up something for you. With that, he stood up, and Liren and Halamu hurried to follow. The three men exited the winter nest, and Yashinjiang led them to the west side of the nest, where he used a wooden fork to pick away the snow, revealing what was buried beneath. This is an elk deer? Harimu said in surprise. We ran into one the other day when we were hunting wild boars, and the guy was so smart that he ran off in a flash. I just ran over to steal my grass and then let me fight it off. Yashinjiang said smugly. Li Long, you guys should eat this, right? Eat it. If you don't, then I'll take it away. Liren knew there was no need to be polite with these two friends. It's a good thing where we come from. Then stay and take it away. Let's go. Harimu, come and help. Slaughter the sheep and have hand meat for lunch. The words were said with great bravado, but Li Long heard a few hints of sadness from them. Not to mention nowadays, it is not possible for herders to eat handheld meat every day in the latter days. Milk tea and naan are the most common meals. Make this hand me down to welcome yourself and to consume some of the soon-to-be cold sheep to take the pressure off. I guess. How can I help them? A piece of information flashed through Liren's mind, wanting to know a little bit about how he could accomplish this with his current methods. Kazakh traditional handheld meat in addition to a handful of salt. Other seasonings are not put. Large pot to cook on. Cut skin buds, sheep onions, ready dash. When the meat is cooked, full of winter nest is the flavor. Yashinjiang's two children obviously hadn't eaten handheld meat for a long time as well. Their eyes were full of anticipation. 2 large plates of meat were placed on the Kong table. They didn't do anything, but waited for Yashinjiang to pick out a bone with a large piece of meat specifically to hand it to Li Long. Here's the river handle. You eat it. Liren hadn't cared about any of this the last time he'd eaten handfuls of meat at Harimu's house, when Tao Daxiang had been there, and they'd eaten in a bit of a hurry. This time he was a little surprised to see the child there, and thinking of humbling himself, Harimu touched him and said, "This river handle is for the most honored guests. You have to eat it first before anyone else can." The most honored guest? Li Long was surprised and looked at Yushinjiang. Yushinjiang, on the other hand, raised his chin, signaling him to hurry up and take the meat. Li Long had to take the meat with both hands, and Yushinjiang laughed, picking another piece and handing it to Harimu before cutting a piece of the lamb's ear for his own son. Before everyone started eating the meat next, although Li Long knew that Kazakhs were particular about eating meat, he did not expect that he would be treated as the most honored guest. He felt even more strongly that he should think about how to fix this for them. Mutton meat is indeed delicious. Unlike later generations, because of the feed has so much fat. Eat up full of flavor. Nibble a few mouthfuls of meat and then on a flap of skin buds. That feeling is really too good. After eating the handheld meat, Li Long and Harimu drank a bowl of oil-scraping brick tea before leaving the winter nest of Yushinjiang. And right away, there was one more sheep and one more elk deer. The sheep had been gutted and skinned, and the elk deer was still intact, with only one gunshot wound. According to Li Long's idea, the roe deer can be taken, but the sheep even if. But Yushinjiang did not listen to him at all, directly tied the sheep to his horse. This time, Li Long do not want to also cannot. On this, Tamayama River pointed to the winter nest and smiled. "I've taken advantage of it. With all these things you've brought, if you were to put them in the past, how could you possibly exchange them without 3 or 5 sheep? Liren was mortified. Returning to Harimu's winter nest, the sun had begun to slant in the west, and Li Long was about to leave, when Harimu, without saying a word, plucked out a skinned and gutted sheep from the snowbank behind his winter nest, placed it on Li Long's wagon, and said, "In fact, I intend to just wait until you leave it, afraid that you do not want." Yushan Jiang big brother directly released. "Then you will not refuse me this one. You are going to celebrate the new year. This is a gift from a friend." Li Long couldn't really refuse. The original intention was to send some warmth to our friends in the mountains before the year, but now it's our friends in the mountains who have given themselves a gift for the new year. It's a little touching. Chapter 73, For a Friend. Li Long sat on the carriage thinking about things, letting the 76th big red horse go along the main road toward the county town. The shrill sound of a siren up ahead brought him back to his senses, and he realized that he was already on the Oi highway, and that the county seat was less than a kilometer away. Coming from the opposite direction was a Dongfeng truck. The driver honked his horn and then slowed down as he passed the carriage. The snow particles that were raised fell down, but it didn't affect Li Long much. He had just been thinking about how he could help Harimu Yushinjiang and the others with their difficulties, but he had no clue until now. When the automobile passed, Li Long jumped off the wagon, moved his feet, which were almost frozen, and led the wagon toward the county. Passing by the black market, Li Long was surprised to find that the area where the place had been trampled had expanded quite a bit, and some of the garbage hadn't been collected yet, and he found sprout skins, bad potatoes, and fish scales. Apparently, he hadn't been over during this time, but business was still booming here, even as the people and variety of things being sold had expanded quite a bit. Li Long even wondered if he could sell the fish here when he caught them without having to run to Stone Town. Even Harimu and Yushinjiang, can't those sheep of theirs be sold here? But think about it even. There weren't many people in the entire county who could afford to eat lamb, and most of them wouldn't come to the black market, which wouldn't solve the big problem at all. If you really want to help them out, you still have to go to Stone City. Liren led the horse to the buying station. What made him a little surprised was that he remembered that Chen Hongjun seemed to be off duty today, but Chen Hongjun people were inside the counter, and there was a woman sitting beside him. "Comrade Li, you're here?" Chen Hongjun saw Li Long enter and greeted him with a smile. "Haven't seen you for a few days. What goodies did you bring this time?" "Hello Comrade Chen." Li Long shook hands with him and said, "I pulled in an elk deer today. I don't know if you'll take its skin. If you do, when I go back, I'll skin it and send it over to you. If I don't, then I'll leave it for my own use." "You're talking about roe deer, right?" The female on Chen Hongjuan's side snatched her mouth and asked, her tone tinged with curiosity. "You do? This stuff is not easy to get." "There is. It's in my wagon right now. Worried about what's out there." Liren said. "Want to take a look?" "Go, take a look." Chen Hongjun was also a little curious. He was in the purchase station. Antlers and whatnot can be seen. Chinese herbs are also quite a lot, but the roe deer this kind of species of deer animals but really have not seen a complete. After leaving the buying station, they saw that Li Long's wagon still had the carcass of a deer-like animal on it. This is a male roe deer, with a 3/4 short horn on its head. Chen Hongjun went up and held the horn and twisted it, so that Li Long was a little surprised that he actually twisted one of the horns down. Sure enough, Chen Hongjun said with a smile, I've heard of this. The male roe deer's horns and antlers have similar efficacy. Every year in the winter it will fall off. The next year in the spring grow antlers. I'll try it. I didn't expect to wring it down. Then this horn you collect? Li Long asked as he stepped forward and exerted force, twisting off the other horn as well and holding it in his hand. Receive, but not as expensive as antlers, a kilogram of. Chen Hongjun looked at the horns in his hand and said, the horns are fresh horns. A kilogram of them will give you $2.05. Good. Li Long naturally didn't disagree. The skin if you can pick up the whole one, then we also accept it. That lesbian hurriedly said, tomorrow is still our shift. If you can deliver it, then this whole skin, I will give you $15. At $15, the price wasn't too low, and Liren nodded. Into the purchase station, Chen Hongjun weighed the two horns, a total of 2 kilograms of 8, then paid Li Long $7. Comrade Li, where did you get the sheep in your car? I see the meat is quite fresh. Chen Hongjun asked after putting away the elk horn registration. From my friends in the mountains. Why, Comrade Chen, you want mutton? Well, it's New Year's Eve soon, so I wanted to organize some. So cut you a leg of lamb or some mutton? You can sell it? I'll take a leg of lamb then. By the way, how much are you selling it for? Market price, $1 a kilo. That's pretty cheap. Chen Hongjun smiled. It's already $1.02 in the butcher store now. Give me a leg up, said the lesbian, as soon as she heard it was so cheap. With a difference of 20 cents, Li Long didn't care. He took out the knife he had with him and went out to cut the meat. Chen Hongjun came out with that lesbian and he said, I want this hind leg. Cut from here. I'll have the front legs then. Cut me that goats. The lesbian demanded more finely. With some ribs would be best. The leg cut for Chen Hongjun weighed 3 kilograms too, and the lesbian's weighed 4 kilograms 3 because it came with some ribs. Getting his hands on $7.50, Li Long thought to himself that meat is really cheap this time of the year. Comrade Chen, do you know if you know where to buy mutton in large quantities recently? He felt that since it was almost New Year's Eve and both Chen Hongjun and that lesbian were thinking of weighing some meat, the market demand must be there. A large amount? Chen Hongjun thought about it and said, the county can collect in large quantities, either the Supply and Marketing Society or the various factories. In fact, I think it's better for you to go to the Shurcheng side. The core unit doesn't have so many curves. The New Year's Day welfare for the workers is definitely in need of some sheep. As for which factory can collect in large quantities, I don't know. What other factories could there be? The lesbian, who was looking for something to put her own mutton in, interjected when she heard this. Agricultural machinery factories, wool spinning factories, and sugar factories all want My next door neighbor's second brother is in the Shurcheng Bai woolen factory, and says they give out a lot of stuff for New Year's holidays. Li Long understood, thanked the two men, and went out to drive the carriage to the big meat canteen. Last time the other side asked for fish, and I don't know if they'll ask for lamb this time. It was just a little disappointing to Li Long that the other party said that they had a fixed supply of big meat and mutton, so they didn't need it. Li Long bought 2 buns and ate them while walking towards the Supply and Marketing Center. When he reached the front of the Supply and Marketing Center, Li Long finished the remaining half of the buns in 3 or 2 bites, wiped a handful of oil from his mouth, hitched the wagon to the tree in front of the entrance, and walked in. The 2 salespersons were chatting and ignored Li Long when they saw him come in. Li Long took the initiative to go forward and asked, excuse me, where is your supply chain purchasing section? Procurement section? What do you want? A salesman asked. I want to sell a bunch of sheep and asked if you take them here. Sheep? Is your letter of introduction in? The man asked. Letter of introduction? Li Long was a bit surprised, then shook his head. No, I collected the sheep from the mountain herders, without a letter of introduction. Who dares to take your sheep? The salesman sneered. Who knows where you got that sheep? What if something goes wrong? Li Long froze for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to have such an idea, but come to think of it, it's kind of a feature of the times. Pity. Chapter 74, Trying to be good to your friends. Coming out of the supply house's store department, Li Long was still a bit undecided after all, and he led his horse's reins around the neighborhood before seeing the supply house's gate. Li Long instantly reacted. He just went to the store department useless. Purchasing is not the thing of these salesmen. They are only responsible for selling things, and is not responsible for buying things. Naturally, they will use some principal words to deal with themselves, but if you run into a real procurement person, they might be flexible. Li Long took the reins of the carriage to the entrance of the supply house compound. There was black smoke coming from the chimney of the gatehouse by the front door, and I could feel that quite a lot of coal was burning inside. Li Long walked over and gently knocked on the window that was covered with plastic paper. The door opened and an old man saw Li Long and asked with an expressionless face, "Who are you looking for?" "Old master, come and have a smoke." Li Long smiled as he fished out the already deflated Tianmen cigarette case from his pocket and pulled one out of it and handed it over. Seeing Li Long handing cigarettes, that Moncler outlet store face eased a bit, took the cigarette and said, "Say what you have to say. Young man, it's too cold out there, and I don't want the warmth in the house to be let out." Li Long saw that the old man had clamped the cigarettes to his ears, so he simply shoved the half-pack of Tianmen into the other's hand and said, "Gramps, I'd like to ask which one of us is in charge of purchasing in this supply house. And if he's around now? Managing purchases? Young man, you are trying to sell something?" The old man swept a glance at Li Long's wagon and smiled. He took the large front door from his ear and put it into his cigarette case, and put the case into his pocket again and said, "You have to ask others. They really do not necessarily give you say. Our supply and marketing society the county in charge of procurement is Li Xiangqian unit chief. He just today from the east frontier to pick up a car of raisins back. My side received a notice that today at noon to, if you are in a hurry, then wait." Liren thought about it. "So let's wait. Young man, come inside." Seeing that Li Long was planning to wait right outside, the oldest man reached out and greeted him. "Park your wagon right by the gatehouse. You can see it through the window, and you can't lose that thing." "Then thank you, old master." Li Long wasn't polite. Tying his horse to the pole by the gatehouse, he quickly entered the gatehouse. Sure enough, this house is really warm. Cast iron stove burning red, inside the coal shelf full. As expected, it is still a supply and marketing company, a rich organization. Li Long took off his coat, and his face was numb and itchy, which is the normal reaction of mild frostbite followed by heat. Li Long didn't care. "Young man, where are you from?" The old man, who had managed to come across some loafers here, started chatting. "What made you think of looking for a supply house? Got something to sell?" "Well, my friend is in the mountains, and he has pretty good sheep there, so I thought I'd help sell them. The only people who can buy sheep in large quantities are the supply houses, I think." Li Long was later to know. These days the supply and marketing agency can not only sell things, but also responsible for the acquisition of souvenirs from all over the world, playing the role of balancing supply and demand. So he wants to help Yushinjiang and Harimu sell sheep. The first thought is the supply and marketing center. A sheep? That's good. The old man smiled and said, "You don't have to say. The supply and marketing center really accepts sheep, especially in winter. Who wouldn't want to give something good to this rich unit? What you have in that car is sheep, right? Are they for sale? How much is a kilogram? Retail is $1. No meat stamps anyway." Li Long said, "If you sell the whole thing wholesale, it's a different price." "Yo," the young man is still an expert. The old man smiled and said, "Then you sell me some mutton. It's almost Chinese New Year. The family should have 2 meat dishes. The meat sold in the butcher's store needs a ticket, and no one has much of that." "Okay, but I don't have a scale on hand here." "That's easy. You watch the door for me. I'll go get you a scale. And by the way, I can help you yell." The old man put on his coat and cotton hat and headed out. Li Long hurriedly followed him out. The old man saw him follow him out and asked somewhat strangely, "What are you doing out here? Why don't you stay inside when it's so warm in the house?" "Old master, can I stay in the house alone when you're gone? It's inconvenient. I'll just wait outside. Besides, it's warmed up by the roasting fire just now." The young man speaks well. The old man smiled and said, "Just for your honesty, I have to help you out. Come, I'll take a look at your mutton first." Li Long lifted the sheep on the carriage. This sheep has only been slaughtered not 2 days. Slaughtered on the frozen. See the meat color bright red. And because it is Harimu and Yushinjiang specially for Li Long to pick the sheep, are fat and strong. Look very beautiful. Good mutton. Just for this sheep. How can I claim a leg of mutton? The old man could tell at a glance that this lamb was good. He said with a smile, "Hold on a minute, lad," said the old man draped in his coat and went to the door next to the market. Don't look at the old man more than 60, but the pace is very fast. Less than 3 minutes. Took the scale over. This type of bench scale has a pan on one side to put things on, and a graduated scale pole with a small hanging platform that can hold rounded scales hanging below it. The old man put the scale on the ground and then said to Li Long, come on, cut me a hind leg first." Li Long then took the knife and quickly untied a hind leg down for the old man. From the very beginning of getting frozen sheep to now, Li Long has untied a few sheep, and knows where the knife is more appropriate. "For kilograms apiece," said Li Long as he placed the leg of lamb on the scales, and the old man squatted down to add the scales piece by piece, finally saying, "Fair, right? Old master just pressed the 4-kilogram line." Li Long smiled and said, "Erase the 0. Okay, then you collect the money, and I'll call someone later." The old man handed 2 $2 bills to Li Long, carried the leg of lamb and went into the house. Putting the leg of mutton away, the old man came out of the gatehouse again and went into the compound, and in a short time he was back. By this time, Li Long had already put the $2 that were in fairly good condition into his arms, and he planned to put these 2 tickets away, not planning to spend them. Wait a moment, young man, I'll be right over, the old man said with a smile. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, one after another, people came out from inside and started asking for prices. You 3 kilograms and I 2 kilograms. Soon, Li Long's 2 sheep, mutilated, only left a 2 sheep neck. What's that you've got there? It's not even skinned yet? That's just it. It doesn't look like a sheep, someone asked, seeing the roe deer on the wagon. That's roe deer, a gift from a friend in the mountains, Liren explained as he put the money away, because it didn't come in time to melt. Roe deer, huh? I wonder how it tastes. The questioner was still a bit curious. Is it for sale? There's no way to sell this. Li Long waved his hand. The skin is not even peeled, and it is not good to get this frozen. As he was talking, he heard a car horn blaring and turned his head to see a truck pulling in here. Young man, weren't you looking for Chief Li of the purchasing unit? No, here comes the man, the old man said with a smile. Liren got a little nervous. Chapter 75. Is the risk worth taking? In front of the supply house, 36-year-old Li Chanshan got down from the passenger side of the car, stomped his foot vigorously, and asked with a smile, what's going on? What are they all gathered here for? To greet me? I can't afford it. Who greeted you? The janitor's grandfather laughed and cursed. It's not because you give the annual festival welfare is not in place. This everyone will look for outside to buy meat. See how good this young man's meat, $1 a kilogram. And do not want a meat ticket. So good? Li said as he walked forward to the wagon, took off his gloves, and picked at what was left of the goat's neck. Not bad. It's fresh goat, fat goat. $1 a kilo? Worth it. Too bad there were only 2. That's sold out. A man who wanted a leg of lamb, but didn't end up getting one, interjected. This young man can get quite a lot of sheep, so I'm looking for you, unit leader Li, to see if you'll take it. The old man didn't wait for Li Long to speak, so he spelled out the reason for his visit. Li Long was also a little surprised that this old man was a little too enthusiastic, but at this time he knew he had to step in, so he smiled and said, hello Unit Chief Li, I'm from the Red Flag Commune's New Lake Brigade's 4th Squad. I have a few friends in the mountains, and this sheep was brought to me by them, and I was indeed able to get quite a few sheep from them. The sheep they have there are indeed grass-fat sheep. There aren't many sheep that can be penned and raised on feed these days. How much can I take? Li Forward pulled a box of cigarettes out of his pocket. Li Long looked at the brand, Golden Leaf. Li Chanshan pulled out a cigarette and handed it to the old man who was watching the door, who waved his hand. I've got a big front door here from the lad. I said it. Why are you doing all you can to help put in a good word for people? Li Chanshan laughed, lit a cigarette for himself, exhaled a smoke ring and asked Li Long, I won't take less than 10. That is no problem. Li Long thought about it. Both Harimu and Yushinjiang's flocks were quite large, hundreds of sheep. Slaughtering 10 was indeed no problem. If it's all this quality of sheep, then I'll take it. Li Chanshan pointed to the necks of the sheep on the wagon and said, of course, the wholesale purchase price wouldn't be $1. Then I'd have to pay for it. This I know. That's fine. Wait for you to pull the sheep and then look for me. Li Chanshan took another hard drag on his cigarette and said to the gatekeeper boss with a smile, second uncle, you're giving me a hard time. Then why don't you say I helped you out? Just talk tough. The janitor boss laughed and scolded. Get to work, he said and waved his hand at the others as well. All disperse. There is no meat left. You can't solve this roe deer. Wait for the next batch. The people slowly dispersed, and the old man said to Li Long, boy, that's the way things are now. See, the collection is sure. It depends on how many sheep you can get. Master, thank you, Li Long said sincerely. Without those few words from the old master, he really wouldn't have been able to finalize this to this point. Okay, I'm going to return the scale. You also hurry back. The New Lake Brigade is not close to here. The old man waved his hand, bent down to pick up the scale and walked toward the door. Liren unharnessed his horse and led the way back. Now that the fervor had receded, Li Long calmed down and realized that he had actually been a bit impulsive. This head of the procurement unit of the supply and marketing agency said he would take the sheep, but if he really had to pull the sheep in, Li Long wasn't sure he would take them, and he hadn't discussed it with Harimu and Yushinjiang, and he didn't know if they would go to slaughter the sheep over there, and he had to advance the money for collecting the sheep himself. A sheep was counted at 15 kilograms, and how did Li Long calculate the price when he collected it from Harimu and the others? Li Long hadn't asked what price they used to sell their sheep at. Li Shangqian, the head of the unit, said to collect, certainly will not be based on $1. Is it 90 cents, or 80 cents? If it is 70 cents then Li Long is not going to sell it. He might as well pull it to Shicheng and sell it with the fish. With that in mind, he led the wagon to the north of the city, just in time to see an old man taking out the trash. Yo, young man, are you the last time to sell fish? That old man saw a voice. The Li Long from thinking to shout to wake up. He looked, but it is the compound. The first time over to sell fish finally put his fish package round that old man. Hello old man, why don't you let your family out to take out the trash on such a cold day? Family? Oh, the family isn't here. I'm the only one in this compound. The old man pointed to his old Highgate mansion. Alone? Ha, that's not very convenient, Li Long said. Then the old man had better hurry up and go inside. It's too cold out here. Not bad for a while. The old man looked in good spirits, pointed to Li Long carriage and asked, this change of equipment? Catch the car to sell fish? I didn't sell any fish today. I came back from the mountains and pulled a roe deer and 2 sheep, but the sheep got bought out. Smack! The old man laughed. This business is good that is not a sheep's neck well. Sell me? I'm good at this. Then you take it and eat it, old man. Li Long felt that the old man was quite pitiful. His family was not around, living alone in such a big house. It was quite miserable. It's no loss to you. $2. The old man fished a ticket out of his pocket. Can't eat it more than a couple times. What does it mean? Li Long listened with some surprise. Old master you body. You've got it all wrong. The old man smiled and went to get the lamb's neck. My oldest son is in Shanghai. Vindicated. Now in the newspaper as deputy editor-in-chief. Divided the house. Let me go over. I just can't let go of this house. But think about staying here alone. It's better to go over there. Then this house of yours? Li Long pointed to the big house and said, this house is sold? Want to sell? Haven't found the owner yet. The smile on the old man's face disappeared. Not many people can come up with a few $100s for a house at once these days. If I can't sell it in a few more days, then I'll sell it to the street. A few $100s? Li Long froze for a moment. So cheap? What? You have money? Seeing this expression on Li Long's face, the old man smiled. If you can shell out $500, I'll sell it to you. It's better than selling it to the streets for $300. To say $500, I really have it, Li Long said. But your old man is not joking, right? Joking about what? I'm so old. Can I joke with you? The old man glared. Come, bring the carriage in. I'll show you this house of mine. That's what Liren himself said. He hadn't really thought about buying a house in the county, but words rushed here. He was really a little curious. Previously in the front yard once, just a rough look. Now the old man led. Li Long intends to take a good look at this imposing old house. Maybe you really like it? Chapter 76, Buying a Big House. The last time he came in Li Long really did not look carefully. Just focus on selling fish. This time when he came in, he could see that this is at least the systematic pattern of the courtyard. As for how many entries cannot be seen, this architectural style is not quite the same as the one on this side of the northwest frontier. Directly north is the house where the old man lives. The foundation alone is more than half a meter higher than the ground in the yard. The steps go up, the wide porch eaves, the foundation paved with green stone strips, similar to the ancient buildings that Li Long has seen in some tourist attractions in the latter days. The ground in the yard was paved with bricks, except that the snow was so heavy that only a small path leading from the main house to the gate was swept out. He could see that once the main entrance came in, a shadow wall should have been built originally, only to be torn down later. On each side of the path there is a small garden of a few fractions of an acre, now empty and piled with snow. The courtyard on both sides of the chamber is also a tall building. The columns are used thick solid wood. Because of the paint, Li Long cannot see what wood. Then asked the old man, Gramps, what kind of wood is that post? Pine. This whole yard with a good pine, painted to prevent moths. Not the kind of 2-bit stuff you get nowadays that doesn't last 2 years before it's Joe. This wood is well treated. The yard has been lived in for decades and is still in good shape. You didn't take care of those rooms? Li Long pointed to the rooms on either side. Where's the effort in that? It's good enough that I can clean the place where I live by myself. The old man also pointed to the inverted seat rooms on both sides of the gate and said, not to mention the compartments. I haven't even taken care of this inverted seat, and there are a lot of old things piled up inside. If you want to buy it, it's all yours. Liren smiled and didn't say anything. I'll tell you, $500 is really like picking up for nothing. The old man as if identified Li Long. This courtyard is a courtyard system, 2.5, although not large, but to be honest, the materials you can see. All pay attention to it. The Hai family is not just say, following the direction pointed by the old man. Li Long looked at those wooden carved beasts on the eaves of the main house, and the mortise and tenon structure on the top of the columns. He was really not expecting to see such formal ancient Chinese architectural features even in this northwestern borderland. The backyard is a horse number. Originally we are also a rich family. We have raised horses. There are horseman carriage. Just later. The old man didn't continue, but Li Long could hear the emotion in it. This is not a good day to come. Your son. You went over to the family reunion. Not a happy thing. Li Long smiled and said, I should be happy. That's true. It's just that this house has been lived in for a long time and has feelings. The old man took Li Long to the backyard, pointed to the big empty house and said, Look, that's the horse horn. And then when my son hadn't gone to Shanghai yet he tossed the heated room, with glass on top of it, but it's just a pity that no one took care of it once he left. Liren looked at it. And it was true. A row of large houses with their original roofs lifted off and replaced with glass frames, only now mostly snowed in. If it's not that I can't let go of this house, I would have left long ago. The old man continued. To hand over to the street is actually nothing, but the street, that situation you certainly know. Once I sell to the street, they absolutely will be split this house into many parts. Then this yard is incomplete. I cannot afford to give up. Li Long listened and knew. Streets in the future to manage more and more things, naturally need more office space. Such a large yard cannot be given to a unit. Just like over in Yanjing nowadays, the old courtyard houses are all several families living in one yard. Come, show you this main house of mine again. This is full of good materials. If you want to buy this house, all the furniture in it will also belong to you. Anyway, I cannot take it away. With this one sentence, Li Long felt that not to mention 500, even 1,000 was actually worth it. Because the main house is a set of old official chairs. Even if this thing is just a decade or 2 years ago to copy, that is not simple. Besides, looking at the furniture in here, it should be a whole set. It's just old. Some of the paint has fallen off, and some parts are already missing. The old man said after showing it to Li Long. Young man, I see that you are also honest, and quite to my liking. If you want it, $500, and we'll go to the street and get the paperwork done. Li Long laughed bitterly. Old master, let you so bring. I really want this house, but right now I don't have that much money in my hand. I have to go back today to get it. Okay, I'll wait for you, the old man said cheerfully, then looked around with emotion. You really want to buy it? I'm still a little reluctant to give up. Liren smiled back. The human condition. Really, $500 is a big pickup, but it got here in a hurry. The old man was in a hurry to sell it. Some people were thinking of buying it at a reduced price, and there aren't too many people who can shell out $500 a handful these days. He or she is kind of in a hurry. He thought about it and bought it. It just so happened that he basically had to transit through the county in a day or two, either going to the mountains or going to Stone City. And having a house in the county would in turn be more convenient. I just don't know if it's safe. Safe? The old man laughed as he pointed outside to the southwest. Did you not notice what unit was diagonally across the street? What unit? Liren hadn't really been paying attention. The police station. Who dares to act wild here? Liren smiled. This place was really nice. It was a bit of a hasty decision. But buy it? It's cheap enough on its own. Master, if you want to sell, then I'll bring the money tomorrow. Li Long once again made sure. Sell. Why not? Anyway, to go well, then directly cut off the back road. The old man gritted his teeth and said, it's better to leave it to you than to the streets. Those people are still counting on me to lower the price. $500, young man. You picked up a great bargain. That's fine. I'll come over tomorrow to get the money for the formalities. Li Long spoke to the old man and left. He vaguely remembers that it was transformed into a park in the latter part of his life, and it's not clear whether the buildings inside were demolished or not. Leading the carriage back, Li Long was still thinking about whether it was worth buying this house. When he was almost at the team, Laron smiled. What is it worth? It is too valuable. I am afraid that even if I take the money, I may not be able to buy it. Maybe tomorrow the old man will regret it. We'll talk about it tomorrow. For Li Long to go out for a trip from time to time, and come back with the wagon full of things. The people in the production team have already gotten used to it, and the most accustomed to it is still the gang of dolls playing on the road. A bunch of dolls followed the carriage until it reached the Li family before dispersing. Li Jianguo heard the commotion and came out. Saw Li Long also smiled. It's back? What did you pull? Elk deer. My friend there shot it for us to eat. Roe deer? This thing is not common. When Li Jianguo heard it was roe deer, he laughed. They say that over in the great northeast it's roe deer with a stick and a dipper to scoop up the fish, and our side isn't too bad. Still almost, the roe deer on our side are exquisite. Li Long said as he moved the roe deer down. I've encountered them when I was hunting wild boars, and they ran away before I could raise my gun. Li Jianguo said as he unloaded the elk weighing more than 30 kilograms with Li Long. How do you eat this stuff? It's the same species as deer. Li Long heard this from Chun Hongjun. Braised anything. Well then, let's strip it when it melts. By the way, are you going out tomorrow? Out. There's a busy day tomorrow and the day after. Chapter 77, Cutting Off the Public's Who. The Li family had gotten used to Li Long going out every day, and still burned mutton soup at night. Chang Chang, how come this bone is not chewed clean? Liang Yueme asked with a stern face as she pointed at the bones by Li Chang's bowl. You're wasting it, you know? But that is all tendon. Old stuffed teeth. Not as good as meat. Li Chang a little aggrieved defense. You won't eat it if it's stuffed? You've only been eating meat for a few days and you're starting to resent the tendon? When you used to gnaw on some bones, you could piss off the dogs outside without leaving any sinew. Okay, Li Jianguo said with a smile. Qiang, remember, you can't waste food. Especially meat. It's what your little uncle worked so hard for. Understand? Understood. Li Chang picked up the piece of bone and nodded vigorously again. The two of them, Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme, looked at each other and looked at Li Long. Yes, because of Liren, these 10 days or so have really been nothing short of a dream. The kid actually started picking at the meat. Xiaolong, we caught over 40 kilograms of fish today. Do you want to take them out and sell them tomorrow? No. Li Long waved his hand. Leave the fish at home for now. I have another thing tomorrow. If I get it right, I'll make another trip to sell the fish in a few days. Before the year. De Chang has something going on at home over there, and he originally said he would follow you to sell fish tomorrow. That's fine. When I return the horse later, I'll go to his house and just make it clear. Li Long finished the mutton soup. Big brother. Then I'll return the horse first, and come back later and let's strip this roe deer. I don't need you, Li said with a smile. It's just one roe deer. I can do it myself. These days peeling sheep let Li Jianguo have confidence. Not just a roe deer. Li Long smiled and didn't say much as he got dressed and went out the door. Driving the wagon to the horse, Li Long gave a word to Lao Luo, and then went to the captain's house. Su Chengjun watched Li Long come in and asked with a smile. Xiaolong, you still need to rent a carriage here? Well, the back may need to be rented for several days, so I came over to say, let's rent it for 5 days first. Li Long took out $8 and put it on the table. Captain, put the money here. I'll leave first. Okay. Su Chengjun waved his hand. You get busy with yours. This period of time, just to rent a carriage let Li Long paid $20 or $30 to the team. Su Chengjun are a little envious of this kid. Is selling fish really that profitable? Sewing machines and bicycles. They're not cheap, but I haven't heard of the Li family getting in the big stuff yet. Is there not enough money yet? Li Long went to Tao Daqian's house again and just shouted from the yard. Tao Daqian hurried out of the house. De Chang, tomorrow I'm going to the county to do some work. I won't sell the fish first. If you're free you'll go catch fish with my brother first. If my brother isn't free you'll catch them yourself. Freeze the fish first, and we'll go sell them together in a few days. Okay. Tao Daqian was slightly disappointed. He had originally thought of selling the fish tomorrow and exchanging some money to prepare some New Year's goods for his family. You can take this $10 first. Li Long pulled out $10. This money counts for the fish fishing in these 2 days, but if the fish are not enough, I'll have to deduct money when I sell the fish later. Although he had clearly intended to settle accounts with Tao Daqian on an employment basis, Li Long knew that he still had to grasp the favor. Now the only one in the team who can work with himself in a down-to-earth manner is Tao Daqian, and he doesn't want to let such a good employee go. Alright, brother Lung, you'll see what I can do, Tao Daqian assured with some excitement. That's fine. I'll head back. It's too cold out there. There are less than 10 more days of Spring Festival and the temperature outside is getting colder and colder. Li Long walked back. Passing by the old Yang's yard outside the haystacks, saw 2 black shadows leaning against the haystacks or whispering there. He got up the idea of mischief, quietly walked over to the front of the intention, suddenly coughed heavily. The 2 black shadows suddenly separated and jumped to the sides as if they had been crushed by a firecracker. What made Li Long a little surprised was that of the 2 people, one of them was Wu Shufan and the other was Gu Ermao. This is a bit awkward. Li Long reacted quickly and pretended to be fine, walking quickly past the 2 men. Wu Shufan also recognized Li Long at this time, and her face burned. Gu Ermao came back to his senses and reached for Wu Shufan's waist, whispering, "Don't mind him. This guy is jealous. Let's continue." He also saw that the one who startled the 2 people up was Li Long, and although his heart hated him, he asked himself that he did not have that ability to fight wolves, and he did not dare to find Li Long's trouble, but he just wanted to continue with Wu Shufan. "I'm going home." Wu Shufan slapped the hay off her body and said in a light tone, "You go back too," said Head without looking back, striding toward home, walking and actually trotting. Wu Shuhua was very chagrined at the moment. How could she have sat on the haystack with Gu Ermao under his flowery words? She even let him embrace her waist. On top of that, it was surprising that Li Long even saw it. It's a shame, and I wonder if he'll talk about it. Gu Ermo looked at Wu Shufan's back, somewhat chagrined and somewhat expectant. This time around the waist, the next time is not. Still, the driver's apprenticeship is good to use. Early the next morning, Li Long drove his carriage to the county. First, I went to Elder Ma's place, the one who was going to sell the house. His name was Ma Mingqi, and his son Ma Shuilong. The old man is 61 years old and still in good health. Hearing the knock on the door, Ma Mingqi came over to open the door, saw Li Long and smiled. Li, you're here. I thought you weren't coming. Then how can you not come? I'd be worried that you'd regret not selling it. Ma Lao. That won't happen. Ma Mingqi waved his hands back and forth. At my age, I can't talk nonsense with a mouthful of spit. Okay then, let's. Now, come on, let's go do the paperwork. The man from the street office put the paperwork through for the two men, keeping a black face the whole time. Li Long can also understand. After all, immediately to the mouth of the duck will fly. Anyone will not feel good. Little Li, trouble, you still have to wait 2 days. I'll clean up on my side. How about handing over the room to you the day after tomorrow? That's naturally no problem. With the formalities in hand, Li Long naturally wasn't worried. It's fine. It's fine for you to stay for a few more days. That can't dare to stay more. My son is waiting for me over there. I just simply pack up my things. It's not even time to move. Alas, when we leave, want to eat this side of the fish. Do not know when. Ma Mingqi also some emotion. That's not simple. When the home there is well settled, the future transportation is convenient. Take a plane to a day. Or you boys can talk. After paying for the house, Li Long didn't have much money left on him. It would be unlikely to get another 10 sheep. Still, he planned to go into the mountains first and give Harimu and Yeshinjiang a word about it. If he could do it, then he would do it. If not, then he would continue to sell his fish. After all, this matter was bound to require the cooperation of Tamayama River and Harimu. Chapter 78, The Efficiency of the Mountain People. Seeing that the time was still early, Li Long drove the carriage to the big meat eatery first and bought a few buns to eat while rushing towards the mountains. It is said that an old horse knows the way, and the 76th big red horse was indeed already very familiar with the road into the mountain, and did not need Li Long to rush it at all, and followed the road into the mountain by itself. When we came to the stopping point near the Harimudan nest, the dog at the sheepfold barked in time. Halamo catapulted himself out of the winter nest and was still a bit surprised to see Laron's carriage. I have a rather important matter to discuss with you on this trip. Li Long opened the door and spoke directly to Harimu without even entering the winter nest. The last time I heard you and big brother Yushan Jiang say that your reserves of grass might not be enough, I thought to see if I could help in any way. This time I went down the mountain to the county and looked for the supply and marketing center to contact them. They can collect sheep there, but it takes more than 10. Halamo froze for a moment, repeating what Laron had said. Sheep collection at the supply house, 10 or more. Li Long thought that Harimu didn't understand what he meant, so he explained. I remember you said that the grass is not enough, so we will slaughter and sell the sheep that are too weak to survive the spring, so that the rest of the sheep will be able to survive until the grass grows in the spring, right? Halamu nodded repeatedly. That certainly can. Harimu, how did you used to sell sheep? By the piece or by the kilogram? Both have been. Harimu said. Weighing kilograms involves slaughtering the sheep, skinning and gutting the croons, just the bones and meat, and weighing them, and charging 50 or 60 cents a kilogram. For a whole sheep, roughly estimating it out, a sheep is $10 almost. Then I may need you to slaughter the sheep here. How about Klunzi I pull away? Liren asked. Of course it's not a problem. 10 of them, I'll finish slaughtering them in a day. Harimu was confident. 20 or 30 is fine if you need them. Yushinjiang's place is fine too, right? Li Long asked again. Sure, that's fine. You help me notify him. You first each prepare full. I will come over tomorrow to pull. Li Long took out the remaining tens of dollars from his pocket and handed it to Harimu. Here's the deposit. What are you talking about? Harimu pushed his hand back. We, friends, still don't believe you? You can just come over tomorrow and pull the sheep. See, Harimu insisted not to accept. Li Long is not good to say anything. He had something on his mind. Drank a bowl of milk tea at Harimu's home. And so Harimu slaughtered a sheep, skinned and cleaned the rifle in the car, and then hurried back. Li Long intends to pull the fish first tomorrow to go to Shicheng trip. If that side of the agricultural machinery factory family home, sugar factory family home and woolen mill family home round. See if you can find the right person to ask each other lack of sheep. It's pretty sharp when you think about what Harimu did just now. Back in the county, Li Long first went to Ma Mingqi's place, or rather, his own house. Hearing the knock on the door, after about 3 minutes, Master Ma came over to open the door and smiled when he saw Li Long. What's the matter, Li? Can't wait to move here? That's not true. Li Long smiled and said, I may pull a truckload of sheep over tomorrow. It may not be able to go out directly, so it is possible that I will put them here for a while. We have an empty house in this yard to put them in, right? Can. Once Ma Mingqi heard that this was the case, he smiled and said, there are more than 20 rooms in this courtyard. Most of them are empty, so feel free to put them there. By the way, I'll be leaving tomorrow at noon to meet friends in Wuchang. You can hold this key for now. Just come in directly then. Li Long didn't make any pretense and said as he took the key. Then, Master, I wish you a safe journey. You get busy. I'll go back first. Leaving this place, Li Long hurried back to the production team by driving the carriage. When they arrived at the team, the sun hadn't set yet. Li Jianguo and Tao Dashan were both still fishing for fish in the small sea, and Li Wan and Li Chang followed. Li Long unloaded the sheep and returned the wagon, and by the time he returned to the Li family's yard, Li Jianguo and the others had also returned. Going to sell fish tomorrow? Good. Tao Daqian smiled and said, then you guys are in. I'll go back first. After saying that, he took a big step towards home. Looking at that pace, it was obvious that he was in a good mood. Li Long then divided the fish with Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo asked while dividing it, Xiao Long, what have you been up to these past 2 days? Watching the back and forth. My friend is short of forage in the mountains, and they feed a lot of sheep, so I'm going to let them slaughter a bunch and sell them for them. How much to sell? Li Jianguo also knew these days that Li Long's friend was very good enough for him, so he asked, if it doesn't work out, see if you can buy some grass over from our side. Grass is still scarce on our side. Li Long shook his head and said, I plan to help them sell a few dozen. Dozens of them? Liang Yuemei also came over to help and was shocked to hear this. Can we sell them then? I asked the supply and marketing center. The purchasing director is our family, also surnamed Li, said more than 10 he wants. In addition, I actually pulled 2 sheep down yesterday. In the supply and marketing center there was bought out. The butcher's store's tight on meat now, and they need meat stamps. I don't need a meat ticket to sell it directly, and it's fresh meat, so there are quite a lot of people who want it. I'm going to pull that sheep to Shicheng tomorrow to see if there are any sales. Well, this is the right idea. We can't point to one on the supply and marketing side. Li Jianguo has always been steady. Listening to this idea of Li Long, he also nodded. Liang Yuemei was pondering something and didn't say anything. Today Li Jianguo and Tao Dashan too pulled out 50 or 60 kilograms of fish. Can be taken out to sell more than 2 kilograms of 17 or 18? The rest of the crushing carp can be sold less than 10 kilograms. Adding the previous days, Liren counted about 40 or so large fish, and 20 kilograms of small fish. The rest of the miscellaneous fish would need to be dealt with now and frozen. The whole family was on board. Even Li Chang followed by helping to scrape the scales of the fish at the big washing basin. And when it was past 10 o'clock in the evening, the fish were all processed, and Li Long didn't want to move. Xiaolong, go lie down on the bed for a while. The fish soup on the stove is ready. I'll bake some sliced steamed buns. It'll be ready in a while. Liang Yuemei, as a traditional housewife, was a typical example of a hard-working woman who was responsible for cooking after her busy schedule. Li Jianguo has already taken the broom to brush the pot to sweep up the stove plate. Sweep clean. Put on the iron grate. Put the sliced buns on top. The stove fire is not very strong at this time. Very soon the buns on one side of the roasted charred. The smell spread out. Liren chuckled. These slices of toasted buns. They smell so good. Li Wan and Li Chang didn't say anything, but they both watched with bated breath. And soon, a large plate of steamed buns was served, and the family happily ate. The next day, still before dawn, the two of them, Li Long and Tao Daqiang, drove their carriages towards Shicheng. Chapter 79, A Wave of Ups and Downs. Hardly smooth sailing. Agricultural Machinery Factory Family Yard. The old man watching the door is already more familiar with Li Long. He pulled open the window and asked Li Long with a smile. Young man, selling fish again? It's New Year's Eve and you're not taking a break? Rest what rest? Just take advantage of this effort can earn a few New Year's money it. Li Long is still cautious, carrying a pocket of fish on his back and a leg of lamb in his hand as he walks inside. We and you cannot compare. The head of the year to see not a few money. This can earn a little is a little. Otherwise the New Year's Day have no money to buy some candy peanuts and so on. You are not a little money, the old man said cheerfully. You earn someone else's month's salary in a day, but not a little. That's not my money alone. Li Long slowed down his pace. The fisherman has to give people a share of the money, right? Don't look at me selling fish here alone. There are many people behind me who are busy. This cold day to stay in the house warm, that in the sea to smash the ice hole, can suffer. That's true. Earning hard money. The old man sympathized. Liren took the opportunity to ask, Gramps, Do you have anyone here at the agricultural machinery plant who wants lamb? He asked, raising the leg of lamb in his hand. Agricultural machinery factory, such a big unit. And now it is the era of agricultural machinery boom. Welfare should be very good. Not bad a few money to buy sheep, right? Lamb? You're late. The boss shook his head. Only a few days ago the factory's logistics section gave out welfare. 3 kilograms of mutton per worker. The kind that doesn't come with a meat ticket. And now there's no shortage in any of the families. Li Long did not expect people factory has long thought ahead. Face showed a bitter smile. I was thinking of having this fish. And then this lamb. To make a fresh word. And to make the year better for everyone, now that I have it. I'll keep this leg of lamb. While the odds are that no one in this family home will buy lamb. The fish is still for sale. But since the people in the logistics section of the agricultural machinery plant have already considered it ahead of time, isn't it the case for other plants as well? In that case, then we can only put our hopes on the Mar County Supply and Marketing Center. But that would only be taken by others, and would be very passive, just for the time being. But there is no other way. Li Long walked inside, and the old man shouted from behind. Young man, go to the sugar factory and ask. I heard from a worker in our factory that there are still people over there in the sugar factory who envy the good welfare of our factory and give out meat. Really? Li Long jerked his head back as he listened, revealing an incredulous expression. Old master, are you telling the truth? Of course it is true. Let's see, said the old man, after a moment's meditation. It must have been the day before yesterday. That's good. Thank you, old master. Li Long immediately turned around. The fish wasn't going to be sold. Walking out of the front doorway, Li Long turned back around and pulled a big 3-kilogram carp out of his pocket and shoved it through the window. Gramps, for you to eat. Thanks. Watching Li Long leave in a hurry, the old man said with a smile. This kid, kinda knows his stuff. Tao Daqiang on the carriage saw Li Long only went in and hurriedly rushed back. His heart immediately lifted up, waiting for Li Long to come to the front. Hurriedly asked, Brother Lung, what's going on? They won't let you sell fish in here anymore? No, let's go. Let's go to the sugar factory first. Li Long took the reins, jumped onto the carriage, and with a whip, drove the carriage quickly towards the sugar factory. At the entrance of the sugar factory that smelled of sweet incense, mixed with the strange smell of burnt beard, the young doorman looked Li Long up and down and asked, You say you're here to help our logistics section out? Who are you? Got a letter of introduction? Yes, but I'm telling the truth. Li Long pointed to the carriage and said, I heard that your logistics section is experiencing difficulties there, so I took the initiative to bring the stuff to your door. So it won't take much for you to give your section chief a call, right? That didn't take much. What are you doing here? Fish, mutton, don't you guys get welfare for the holidays? Li Long whispered. How about freshly slaughtered mutton from the mountains and fish caught only in the sea? The boy's eyes lit up. This was pretty good stuff. Seeing that there was a door, Li Long turned around and took out a fish from the wagon and handed it over with a thin wire. Here, comrade, this is for you, just to help us check if the fish is fresh or not. This which is good. The janitor said so, but did not hesitate to take over. Just kidding, this one fish $2 or $3. The family homeside of the people have long said, the fish fresh not to mention, look also beautiful. This fish to take back, the new year is a good dish. Just wait, I'll call the logistics section. I can't guarantee that people will be able to come. Fine, that's thankful enough. Li Long smiled and waved his hand. On the side of the carriage, Tao Daqiang looked at Li Long's speech in action. Very envious. But he knew he could not get it. Obviously come to recommend things, but said to help others to solve the difficulties, to others to send fish, to Li Long mouth is to let others check fish. Long this brain. Really good. Chief who? How dare I coax you? That man has a letter of introduction, and there are fish on the wagon, and sheep. This fish I saw, really fresh. The mutton is also. Hanging up the phone, the doorman walked out to Laron. Words I give you to the point. Later who section chief over? You beware. Section chief that traveled around the world. If you cheat, you can see it in a minute. How can I lie? I know it in my heart. Li Long smiled, being able to see the head of the logistics section. This was halfway done. 4 or 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man who was not tall but looked quite solid walked out of the factory. When he came to the door, he looked at Li Long and then at the doorman, and before he could speak, Li Long held out his hands and smiled as he took the initiative to walk over. Hello, Chief Hu. I'm Li Long from the 4th Squad of the Xinhu Brigade of the Red Flag Commune in Ma County. Hello. Stretching his hand, Chief Hu shook Li Long's hand and asked, You're the one Xiao Wang said had fish and sheep. It's me. Li Long could see a bit of distrust on Chief Hu's face, so he immediately said, Chief Hu, I just came down from the mountain yesterday. Look, here's a sample of the sheep. He turned around and took down a leg of sheep from the wagon and displayed it to Chief Hu. The sheep are being slaughtered on the mountain right now. As long as you need them, I can pull in 12 or 2 slaughtered and processed sheep today. Really? Chief Hu did not expect this young man to look young, but speak and do things extremely efficiently, without politeness. 3 or 5 sentences to say what he wanted. He took the leg of lamb and looked at it. Well, this lamb is indeed good, quite fresh and not the sick sheep kind. That Li Long, Liren picked up. Li Long? Yes, comrade Li Long. Are you sure you can pull in 12 sheep today? My friend's winter nest is right there. Li Long pointed toward the mountains to the southeast. It's less than 30 kilometers away. I'll rush over there now, and I'll be back before you guys get off work. Of course, provided that you really want the sheep I'm pulling in. Chief Hu hesitated. Chapter 80, this trip is not for money. Without saying much, Li Long looked at Chief Hu. If it's all this kind of lamb, then I'll really take some. Chief Hu finally made his decision. But it depends. If the lamb you bring is not as high quality as this one, then it's a different story. This I can guarantee. Li Long let out a huge sigh of relief. Still confident on the surface, the sheep is being slaughtered right now. Fresh lamb, even if it's frozen for a day and a half, the quality won't change. Alright then, I'll wait for you to send the mutton over. Chief Hu nodded and said, I still need to trouble you a bit. Li Long hurriedly called out to Chief Hu. Then are we setting the price? If it's all this kind of lamb, Chief Hu said as he looked at the leg of lamb in his hand again. If it's all this kind of lamb, then I can make the call at 90 cents a kilo. Chief Hu, I don't want a meat ticket here. Such a good meat. Not only do you want it here, but also on the side of the woolen mill. Then what price did you say? Chief Hu was a bit displeased. This young man, a bit greedy. If the other party had said out of dollars, he would have turned around and left. 95 cents. Li Long smiled. At least give our friend who slaughtered the sheep 5 cents labor fee. Well, this cold day, the temperature in the mountain is even lower. Okay. There was no knocking on the psychological bottom line of Hu Kejuan. Plus Hu Kejuan had also spent time in the mountains and knew what the conditions were like there. Then thank you, Chief Hu. I'll go pull the sheep now. Although Li Long knew that this kind of verbal promise didn't have much credibility, he was still very happy. At least you don't have to hang on to that place at the supply house. Leaving the sugar factory, Tao Dashan reminded Li Long only as an afterthought. Brother Lung, that leg of lamb hasn't been brought back yet. Then give it to someone else. Li Long smiled. If we just tell people we're going to sell them sheep, why would they believe us? This Chief Hu has to go back and at least have something to let others know that he can get the sheep, right? Then what are we doing now? Tao Daqian understood and asked again. First we'll go sell the fish, then we'll go to the mountains. This time, the fish brought is not much. Go to the old street and the family yard of the woolen mill around. Then sold out. Li Long and Tao Daqian eat the cake hurriedly to the mountains. 12 slaughtered sheep were frozen in the snow in front of Harimu's winter den. While he was still busy skinning the freshly slaughtered sheep, the grandmother, her wife, and her 2 children are helping. They didn't doubt what Li Long had promised in the slightest. In their thinking, when they promised their friends something, they had to do it. Harimu, I've slaughtered 12 sheep here, said Yushin Jiang, who rode his horse from afar, dragging a large plastic-wrapped meat bag over to him. I've got 14 on my side. Harimu smiled. We'll almost have enough for 30 sheep today. That should satisfy Li Long. Tamayama Jiang tied the horse over and began to untie the meat bag. That should do it. Harimu wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. It's just that the smell of blood is too strong here, and the wolves might come over at night. Same on my end, but I can hardly wait. Yushin Jiang laughed. I'll ambush tonight and see how many wolves I can fight. That coyote pack is so annoying and comes over to steal sheep every now and then. Same. Let's see how many wolves we can hit tonight. Just as the 2 men were talking, the sharp-eyed Nathan suddenly pointed at the pass and shouted. All of them looked that way. Li Long is here. Halamo said smilingly. I can take a break today. That's right. Yushan Jiang also said cheerfully. Slaughter the sheep, and I'll have almost enough grass on my side. Li Long and Tao Dashan drove the wagon to the parking space. He smiled and stretched out his hands and said to Harimu. Adasi, Jax, okay, hold it and leave it. Halamo raised his hand and said. It's all blood. How many are there? Li Long asked. Brother Yushan Jiang's sheep were pulled in as well? Pulled it. Yushin Jiang smiled and said. We're in this together. We're selling it together. Time is rather tight, so I'll leave it at that. Li Long said. Now load the wagon. As much as possible. For big men loading the wagon was very fast, but the wagon was ultimately limited in carrying, and in the end, only 22 sheep were loaded, and for that matter, they were still tied with ropes. Transportation was still mostly horse-drawn donkey carts these days, so loading was a basic operation for these big men. I'm in a hurry to get the sheep to the buyer now. Li Long took out $120 from his pocket and split it into two to Harimu and Yushinjiang. This is the deposit. You guys take it, and when the sheep are sold out, I will come back and settle the bill. By the way, if you don't eat the goats underwater, keep it for me as well. Harimu and Yushinjiang were still going to push back, but Li Long shoved the money at them and led the carriage back. He was really in a hurry. This money was still put together from the fish he sold today, and he wanted to take out more, but he really didn't have much money on him. The two of them, Harimu and Yushinjiang, looked at each other and had to put the money away first. Seeing Li Long's carriage out of the mountain pass, Yushinjiang said, I've got to get back as soon as I can and clean up those dowels. Same here. Halamo looked back at his door. But thankfully, big problem solved, so at least I can sleep soundly. That's the truth. Yushinjiang laughed as he rode off at a gallop. The mood is beautiful when there is enough grass and you don't have to worry about culling the sheep to die one by one when the snow melts. What's wrong with being tired? Let those goat bellies out now. There's no way to rinse the intestines, but the inside can still be cleaned up a bit. The two of them, Li Long and Tao Duqiang, carefully drove the carriage to the entrance of the sugar factory. The reason why he didn't go to the supply and marketing center is that Li Long thinks that at the county supply and marketing center, there is absolutely no way that unit chiefly can offer 95 cents a kilogram. Then more is given here. So let's tighten up this side first. The gatekeeper Xiaowang looked at the wagons piled high and said in surprise, in less than half a day's work, you've gotten so many sheep? You said that someone specializes in slaughtering sheep. So it's true? Comrade Wang, right? Please give section chief Hu a call. Li Long's nervous heart finally relaxed. It was rather slippery along the way, and he was really worried that in case the sheep frame that was tied up on the middle of the road collapsed, then it would really be bad for him and Tao Duqiang to be on the side of the road. Chief Hu soon appeared at the entrance of the sugar factory. Not only him, but also others in the factory. Well, factory director, I'm not bull asterisk ting, am I? Mr. Whose face was all red. How's the efficiency of our work? It turned out that not long after Li Long left, the news that the factory was going to enter the sheep spread all the way to the factory director. The plant manager thought this was a good thing, but someone said that this sheep was arriving today, which now put Hyuk on a beam. He couldn't guarantee that Li Long would arrive that day. After all, it's just a verbal promise from the other side, so how much can it be trusted? Now the sheep arrived. Whose section chief Hanging Heart finally fell down, but also performed the cloudy look. Everything is under control. Well, Chief Hu, you've done a great thing this time. Old Sheen from the agricultural machinery factory is still laughing at me. This time I'm going to show him that his mutton is nothing. This is what we call welfare. Chapter 81, it's an eye-opener. After the factory manager left, Chief Hu gave Li Long a thumbs up. Comrade Little Li, you're really efficient here. It's thanks to you that you rushed to deliver the sheep before the end of the day. Otherwise I would have been disgraced today. With that he turned his head and cursed at Xiaowang. You son of a, did you spread this to others? Otherwise, how come the whole factory knows that I'm going to bring the sheep here? Little Wang was a little aggrieved and was about to defend himself when someone came out of the factory and asked with a smile. Chief Hu, is this the welfare for us before the year? Not bad. Look at this sheep is quite fresh. You're a good logistics section chief. Where? This is not the work of the job. Secretary Su, such as the distribution of mutton I send you home Section chief Hu immediately changed his face and responded with a smile. Chief Hu, can we unload the truck and weigh it first? We still have to rush back to Ma County today. Li Long waited for section chief Hu to finish and hurriedly said, this time waits for no one. Okay. Section chief Hu was very happy now. Having shown a big face at the factory secretary, he didn't care about Xiao Wang's little thing. Doorman Xiao Wang watched the people leave. False wiped a sweat, and then only to feel that Li Long this person is good. Just now that word delivered in time, or else you really need to be scolded properly. Li Long and Tao Dashan drove the carriage and followed Chief Hu to the logistics warehouse. Luo Laoshi quickly pushed the scales over. Here comes a big job. Chief Hu shouted loudly from the warehouse door. Soon someone pushed the scales over. Looking at the yard's high goat mountain, said cheerfully, Chief Hu, this time the whole much so many sheep, how can a family share 7 or 8 pounds, right? Let's finish weighing it first. Chief Hu smiled and said, hurry up and finish the job. You still have to settle the bill for little brother. These two people immediately went forward to untie the rope. Li Long and Tao Dashan too also joined in together to unload the car. 22 sheep, weighed down a total of 363 kilograms. Whose section chief mouth calculation is very good. Quickly counted out. Have to pay Li Long $344.85. Good lad. Now come with me to the checkout. You've given me a facelift this time. and I won't hold you up. Li Long followed Chief Wu to go to the finance to close the account. Waiting for the accounts room. This side of the people accounting cashier is already locking the door. Xiao Lu, Sister Ma, you guys wait first, delay for a few minutes. I just collected a cart of mutton on my side. I have to settle the bill for others. Chief Wu, is it the lamb that will be distributed to us? The young female treasurer smiled as she listened. Then we're definitely fine with it. Exactly. The older one smiled back and said, how much is the check? Here's the entry slip. 363 kilograms at 95 cents a kilogram. Or $344.85. Li Long went in and settled the bill, holding more than $300. A pile of big knot. The mood than earlier selling Jay to get that nearly $1,000 is still a little more excited. After all, this was the hard-earned money of both Tamayama Jung and Harimu's families. By the time the two men drove the wagon away from the sugar mill, the sun had already set. Brother Long, are we going back to the team now? Tao Daqiang asked. No. First stay in the county for a night. Tomorrow we have to go to the mountains. He drew out a $10 bill and handed it to Tao Daqiang. Daqiang, this $10 is for today's hard work. Brother Long, I don't want it. You gave me more money for selling fish. I haven't paid it back yet. Tao Daqiang is now very clear about his position. Besides, only yesterday Li Long gave him $10. That was considered in advance on his income. How can he still want it? Not the same. There's a fish sale or two back there, and I won't pay you then. This $10 is the hard-earned money for 2 days today and tomorrow. Li Long shoved the $10 into his hand. Before the year, I won't give you any money. If we can come back early tomorrow, then you can take it to buy some things in the county, and wait until the New Year's Eve. Then the New Year's goods are not good to buy. Hey, Tao Daqiang took the money, although he didn't speak again, but in his heart, he was really grateful to Li Long. He knew that there weren't many people in the team who could look up to him, and the last time he had betrayed Brother Long first, but as a result, Brother Long didn't care about the past, and still let himself follow, and he really couldn't say anything about himself. Tao Daqiang secretly swore that he would help Long properly in the future, and if he ran into another robbery and fight, he would definitely rush to the front. Unfortunately, it was a safe day, and I didn't run into a single person with malicious intent until I got to the county seat. Li Long led Tao Daqiang to the old house and he saw that the gate was locked. Brother Long, what are you doing here? Tao Daqiang is a little strange. This door is locked. I remember. Isn't this home the home of that? Is that old man who bought our fish last time? Aha. Li Long said. I'll use this house first. Saying that, he took out a key and unlocked it, signaling Tao Daqiang to push the gate open as he led the carriage inside. The yard is no different from yesterday's situation. Li Long led the wagon to the backyard, unloaded the wagon with Tao Daqiang, tied the horse to a post, drew out the grass from the mat under the wagon, picked to take the clean ones to feed the horse, and then the two of them came to the main house. The main house door lock hanging vainly, Li Long removed the lock and pushed open the door. Let him be a little surprised that this inside is still connected to the electricity. Pulling on the lamp cord, the room lit up with a snap. Brother Long, are we staying here tonight? Tao Daqiang was a bit formal. He hadn't lived in such a big house yet. Right. Liren smiled and spoke. Let's go. Find you a place to stay. The main house is a 3-door, 5-room house with a study, a utility room, and 2 bedrooms in addition to the main living room. Li Long naturally lives in the master bedroom, and there is a guest room in the far west. Li Long said to Tao Daqiang, Daqiang, you'll stay here for the night. Now let's set up the stove. The master bedroom and living room shared a stove with a firewall. What surprised Li Long was that there were also floor dragons similar to underfloor heating in here, and the smoke and warm air passed through the ground, which was quite novel. The two searched outside and found the coal shed, the split wood and bracked cores used to start the fire, and some scrap newspaper over in the west wing. The two men each lit up the stove and soon the house was warm. Li Long also went to the west side of the room there in the kitchen to look at. Rice and noodles are there. The dishes are only cabbage, potatoes, carrots and so on. Tao Daqiang followed Li Long, saw it and asked, Brother Long, do you want me to boil some rice thinners? The rice thinning is actually white rice porridge. Li Long nodded and said, okay, cut some more shredded cabbage to cool it down. I won. Tea, Tao Daqiang touched his head. Then you make the porridge and I'll mess with it later. Tao Daqiang set up the fire on this side again. Good thing there were matches right on the stovetop. He had done it often at home and was skilled at it. Liren, on the other hand, started going around the houses to satisfy his curiosity. Then, in his study, he saw half a box of money. Chapter 82, Old Mama left behind his family money. Of course, the box was not filled with RMB, but rather most of the box of hemp money, or copper money. Li Long casually flipped through it. There were 5 emperor's coins inside, as well as hemp money subs from the Tang dynasty such as Kaiyuan and Jingguan. In addition to the hemp money with words, there are also some large flower money. Spending money refers to non-circulating privately minted money, mainly for play and blessing. However, it also has certain collection value in later times. The box was open. As soon as Li Long entered the study, he saw this old-fashioned wooden box of 40 to 50 centimeters in length, width and height on the table. Li Long guessed that the box should contain other things, but they should have already been taken away by the old Manhwa. There were still a few old wire-bound books on the shelves in the study. The Siku, medical books, quotations, martial arts novels, and a few magazines in a jumble. There is a painting hanging on the wall, a calligraphy horizontal scroll. He can't tell what is written on it, and he can't read the inscription very well, so he just hangs it for now. The heavy solid wood desk was set with ink, paper and inkstone, looking a little old. Should be ordinary things. On the contrary, this box containing money looks quite old. Should be some years. I don't know if this half case of hemp money is worth as much as this case in later times. Liren covered the box and set it in a corner of his desk, then sat down and pulled open a drawer. Inside is a pile of vertical letter paper. Also looks quite ancient. Just do not know whether it is imitation or old paper. Closing the drawer, Li Long pulled open the other drawer and found 3 brushes inside. He couldn't write with a brush, so he simply closed the drawer. There was nothing more in the study, so Liren went to the bedroom. The fireplace was now burning brightly and the bedroom was warm. Liren looked at the wooden frame bed and wondered if it was warm at night. The bedding had a faint musty smell, and he decided that when he had time, he would take the time to clean it up. It was inconvenient to rebuy it now, or at least dismantling and washing it was a must. He was a little surprised by the wooden flooring in the house, the finish of which was worn. Obviously the house was quite old. On the contrary, the carvings on the shelf bed are very delicate, looking quite beautiful. There are characters, looking like a comic strip, and do not know whether it is the West Wing or the Dragon Lady Shepherd. He cannot read too much. From the bedroom there is a large closet. It is a new style. Placed here is a bit unorthodox. Li Long opened, found that there are 2 pieces of old clothes, the lapel coat kind. He intends to wait for the return to bring back to his sister-in-law to go to paste glue to make shoe uppers to use. From the bedroom, he made his way to the utility room. There was an old wooden single bed in here, and some old chairs, low tables and other old furniture were placed next to it. Whether they had any value or not Li Long was not sure. He was still planning to take a closer look when the voice of Tao Daxiang shouting over there came over. When Li Long went over, he saw that Tao Daxiang had already boiled the rice thinning, so he found a cabbage, peeled off the outside dry skin, took out the inside intact leaves, cleaned it at the sink, and then put the knife down and cut it into thin julienne. Wang Mazi's kitchen knife has been sharpened very thin, but still sharp. Cut a plate of fine julienne. Li Long found sugar and vinegar and sprinkled some on it, and tossed it again. Tao Daxiang looked at it with some skepticism. This thing, can it taste good? Eating raw cabbage but when eating the cold cabbage with the white porridge, the refreshing flavor surprised him. It was so good. Sleep early at night. Tomorrow morning we'll go out to eat. After eating we'll go into the mountains, and we'll have to pull sheep. While drinking kanji, Li Long said, there is also a possibility of staying in the mountains for a night. Prepare your mind. Aha! Tao Daxiang saw that Li Long finished the kanji and didn't eat it, so he poured the cabbage on the plate with its juice into the kanji, drank it sparingly, wiped his mouth, and then went to wash the dishes. Early the next morning, the two hurriedly washed their faces, went to the big meat canteen to buy a few buns, eat while rushing to the mountains, wait until outside the Haramudon nest. See, the sun has not yet risen to 45 degrees southeast, which means it's less than 10 o'clock now. Liren was very pleased with the speed. The dogs barked and Halimu came out of the winter den. Why are you guys over here so early? Harimu had only just eaten breakfast too, milk tea. I finished selling the sheep yesterday, so I came over today to give you the money and pull the rest of the sheep on the way. Li Long smiled and said, how's that? Okay? It's so okay. Harimu didn't expect the sheep to sell so fast. Go to the winter nest to warm up first. I sell a kilogram of mutton for 95 cents, but when I collect it from you, I charge it at 80 cents. Li Long drank a bowl of milk tea, took out money and started counting for Harimu. The 22 sheep total 363 kilograms, $290.40. In addition to the 120 I gave you earlier, so I'll give you another $170.40. I'll give you the money, and you'll split it with brother Yushan Jiang. You sell it for 95 cents and collect 80 cents from us? Harimu listened and waved his hand hastily. There's no such thing as doing that. You're doing the equivalent of working for us for nothing. No. I have my own ideas. Liren smiled. You're going to have to give me those goat downs. I make money on them. That won't work either. You're at too much of a disadvantage. Harimu excited. Let you so lose. We cannot do it. We are friends. Friends, money earned together, shared together. I'm already earning quite a bit. Liren could understand Harimu's excitement. You know that piece of jade? That one piece tops all those sheep. That's different. We can't sell it. It's for you. Tao Daqiang watched as the two sides were arguing, both wanting the other side to share more money, which was a bit incomprehensible to him. Many of the guys on the team partner up in business to get more for themselves. But here, it's the other way around. Harimu and Liren were talking when the dog barked outside. Tamayama River has arrived. This time, he pulled in 5 sheep. After learning what happened, Yushinjiang also advised Li Long to take more money. We sell sheep. A kilogram of 50 or 60 cents more often. 70 cents have not seen. You now 80 cents to collect. This is not good. Okay. Li Long said. You listen to me. 1. You have to give me all the haggis. I use this to earn money. Secondly, when spring comes, you guys show me where there is jade. I can pick up 1 or 2 pieces at that time, and it will all come back. In the end, at Liren's insistence, the money came in as he said it would. Of course, it's hard to say how much the 10 sheep pulled on this trip will sell for when they go to the supply house. Li Long's intention in his heart is to earn at most 1 kilogram of hard-earned money. He still intends to earn money with the water under the sheep. These things, get it right, is also able to earn a sum of money. Besides, even if you can't sell it, it's better than lamb when it's cleaned and prepared. By the time Li Long descended the mountain, the wagon was once again piled high with 10 Clanzi sheep, and this time he was going to the supply and marketing center in Ma County to look for that same Clanzi Shangqian, the head of the unit. And I wonder what price Chief Li can offer. Chapter 83, Li Long who doesn't want to be held. It was exactly noon when the carriage arrived at the county town, so Li Long said to Tao Daqiang, let's get something to eat and then come back over. The supply house should be closed for lunch now. 2 people went to the big meat canteen, because there are carriages outside. It is not good to go directly into the inside to eat. Still bought a few big meat buns to eat outside. Instead, it was the middle-aged man inside the restaurant who recognized Li Long and asked with a smile, how do you sell this mutton? Retail 1 kilogram for $1. Li Long said as he ate his bun. But we're wholesaling. 10 sheep is what the supply and marketing center wants. 1 piece. No meat ticket? Then of course don't. Not bad. Looks like good meat. Just slaughtered not long ago, right? The middle-aged man was a connoisseur and saw it at a glance. Yeah, just pulled it from the mountains. You can get fresh grass-fed sheep from the mountains? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Can you still get them? If you can, how about bringing 2 to our cafeteria? Okay. The business that he came across Li Long was naturally willing to do. He asked again, do you guys want to go under the water? Yes. Wash it and ask for it. When the middle-aged man saw Li Long finish the bun, he handed over a cigarette. Although we eat a lot of meat here, but the minced meat is also a good dish. We naturally do it when someone orders it, but there is not much minced meat in the butcher store. It's good to store it in this winter. I can get a lot of it. It depends on how much you guys want. Li Long thought of the goat underwater at Harimu's place and said as he lit a cigarette and took a drag. The middle-aged man handed Tao Daqiang a cigarette as well, and Tao Daqiang took it with a red face, but did not smoke it. My name is Zhong Guoqiang. I'm the manager of the big meat canteen. The middle-aged man smiled and said, if you want something, bring it to me, and I'll see what I can charge then. How's that? Do you accept wild game? Li Long remembered that what he actually liked was still hunting. I can get wild boar, wolves, elk, deer and the like. Wolves or even the others, collect, but not much. After all, we don't do wholesale here, usually for cooking. Zhong Guoqiang thought about it and said, luckily, it's winter now, so we can ask for more. That's fine. When I get anything, I'll bring it to you. Li Long was very happy. This was equivalent to 1 more channel for shipping. After all, Into the Mountains cannot get into the purchase station in the collection of those good things. On the contrary, hunting can get a lot of meat. Their families cannot eat, especially when the snow melted. When the family can find a place to sell for money, naturally, is the best. Zhong Guoqiang was still busy, and Li Long led the carriage to the supply house compound after they finished the buns. Elder Li, the gatekeeper, was quite happy to see Li Long and the others coming over, and greeted Li Long as he entered the house to roast the fire. It's okay, old man. We'll wait for unit leader Li to come over. There are 10 minutes to work. He should be almost there. The old man said. You can This got the sheep over dash. Li Long was now wondering how much Chief Li Chanxian would charge for his sheep. So he asked, Gramps, how much do you charge for sheep in this supply house? This sheep bar of yours? I say how can it be 80 cents apiece? The old man can't decide. It's up to little Li to say. He's in charge of the purchases. Hearing that the price was okay, Li Long's heart stabilized. After 20 minutes or so, Li Long felt like his feet were freezing. He kept moving his feet in the snow. And finally, Li was seen walking forward with a wobble. I didn't even get to the front of the room before I smelled a whiff of booze. Yo! The young man really pulled the sheep. Li Chanxian saw the carriage loaded with sheep from a long distance away, but he was not in a hurry and walked up to him before saying, "Well, the sheep look like they've just been slaughtered. 10 of them, right? Well, pull in 10 first. Li Long's words were not dead. What's the matter? Is to see the price right? Li Chanxian although drank a little wine, but the sanity is sober very. A moment to hear out Li Long's meaning. I come to see, you this sheep, is fresh lamb, but the fat is not fat enough, and the old sheep is not it? As soon as he heard him picking faults, before Li Long said anything, Tao Daxian was a bit unable to hold back. Obviously these are good mutton. How can this man do this? When I went over to the sugar mill to sell the sheep, they didn't say anything and simply paid over the pound. Li Long could see Tao Dechang's displeasure. He hastily reached out and tugged Dechang, signaling him to keep quiet. Tao Dechang also reacted. Li Long was in charge. He only needed to listen. How could Lung not see that this person was picking a fight? It was his own recklessness. Li Chanxian said several sentences, but did not hear Li Long's rebuttal. He was a little surprised. According to reason, Li Long is a young man of blood and vigor. In such a situation usually as long as one picks a few words, the other party will certainly go back to the circuit. Today Li Long's performance has impressed him. Seeing that Li Long just smiled there and didn't pick up on it, he wasn't interested in continuing. Reaching out and knocking on the lamb, he said, "But since you're pulling it in, I'll take it. 60 cents a kilo. What if you agree? You'll go into the yard and weigh it. What if you don't? Then you'll pull it away. Okay then, Unit Leader Li. I'll see you around." Upon hearing 60 cents, Li Long did not even bargain, took the reins of the horse and said to Tao Daqian, "Daqian, go." Li Chanxian dumbfounded. This should not be a bargaining, and then their own side to take the initiative to control the situation? Why does this young man not follow the rules? Old man Li, who was watching from the doorway, was also a bit surprised. His eyes rolled, reacted, and laughed and cursed. Forward. It's not working, is it? People don't take that trick from you. You don't think they can't sell this sheep, do you? Then besides me, where can I collect 10 sheep at once? Li Chanxian really didn't believe in this evil and continued to speak with a stiff upper lip. Second uncle, I'll give you my word. In less than 3 minutes, he'll have to turn around and beg me to take this sheep. That's not necessarily. Old man Li could see that Li Long was genuinely going to leave. He waved his hand and said, when you have been purchasing for a long time, you feel that everything is in your control. But today it's really not certain. After saying that he asked Li Long to shout, "Young man, where are you going to sell that sheep?" The old man had treated Li Long well earlier, so it was impossible for Li Long not to respond, and he didn't stop, just twisted his head and returned. Stone City Sugar Factory. Over there also want sheep at Spring Festival send welfare. Li Chanxian instantly reacted. People do not necessarily have to sell sheep in Ma County. The population of Shichang is large, and its purchasing power is much stronger than that of Ma County. How's it going? Big Unit Leader Li. The sheep flew, didn't they? I heard you, but you told the others that you could get the sheep. I can get sheep without him. Li Chanxian continued to talk tough. There are many sheep farmers in the county, so you can get 10 at once? Or deliver them to your door? Li Chanxian didn't say anything, but he was still a little upset. Just to be taken by the lad? Chapter 84, the purpose has been served. The one who opened his mouth to call out to Li Long was the janitor boss. Wait a minute, little comrade. Li Long stopped and turned his head to look at the oldest man and Li Chanxian. He wanted to hear what the other side said. If it wasn't for yesterday's visit to the Stone City Sugar Factory to sell the sheep, Li Long wouldn't have been so hard-headed. After all, 10 sheep were not as good as fish. But with the trip he made yesterday, he believed that even if the county supply and marketing center didn't want these 10 sheep, he could still go to Shichang to sell them. The woolen mill was said to still have no sheep, and Shichang also had a supply and marketing center. Now is the era of extreme imbalance between supply and demand. In fact, whoever masters the source of goods will take the initiative. Those people in the latter days have long since analyzed and understood. It's just that the people who hold the goods in modern times don't have the guts to call the public's bluff, even as their behavior itself teeters on the edge of the law. But unlike Li Long, he wasn't afraid. He knows that after the new year, the market will be liberalized. Even if Li Chanxian is now looking for a relationship to press him hard, it is only a spring festival time period. He's not bad for time. Seeing that Li Long stopped, Grandpa Li smiled and said, "Young man, don't be in such a hurry. Doing business is back and forth. If the price is not right you can talk. He also turned his head to Li Chanshan and said, you are really the old procurement origin. How can you say the price of so dead? People from the mountains. It is not easy to pull the sheep. Cannot give the same price and you go to the mountains to collect, right? Said signaled Li Chanshan let him and Li Long talk. Seeing that Li Long didn't come over, Li Chanshan cursed a little fox in his heart. He took a few steps forward and said, young man, don't be unconvinced. I go to the mountains in the summer to collect sheep. Live sheep weighing know how much to collect. A 15 or 16 kilogram sheep. Just $5 or $6 to take. Now to give you a price of 60 cents is already considered very good. That's summer. Li Long only returned a sentence. In this winter, shouldn't he still be allowed to make some hard-earned money? Besides, he was thinking of giving Harimu and the others just going by 80 cents to calculate the price. And what price did you say? 90 cents. Li Long said. Sugar factory yesterday 95 cents. I sold 22 sheep. The woolen factory still want. But I thought I promised you. So I pulled it over today. If you don't want them, then I'll pull them to the Shircheng woolen mill. The doorway surrounded some people. There are supply and marketing workers. There are outside the crowd. Listening to Li Long said 90 cents of the price of meat. One of them are talking about it. 90 cents? That's pretty cheap. It's $1 a piece at the butcher's. And you need a ticket. Surely this guy doesn't want a ticket for what he's selling? This meat looks pretty fresh. I didn't hear it said that the sheep was slaughtered yesterday, it must be fresh. If this is collected by our supply house, does that mean we'll get some of it before the year is out? Listening to these words, Li Chanshan really want to curse this time. If he 90 cents to collect the 10 sheep, the supply and marketing agency really cannot earn so much money before. As a purchasing unit director, the price of receiving high prices to sell has become a habit. Did not reach him to feel the loss, but today it seemed a bit difficult. After all, the price had been announced in front of so many people, but he tried to want to lower the price even more. 90 cents won't do it. How about this? 85 cents. 9 hairs. Li Long could already see that Li Chanshan was a bit colorful. He didn't want to lose out on himself. In fact, 90 cents was a bit of a loss. If he was given some time, he had this confidence that he would be able to sell the 10 sheep slowly in the various family homes. Young man, at least we are a county. Li forward and a few steps forward. Voice lightened. After dealing with more time, you always have to let me this procurement unit director some face well. Said here he raised his voice. 88 cents. Can't go higher. Okay, deal. Li Long nodded. That's the price. 2 cents. Combined is $3 total price is not much. Their own purpose is to help Harimu they sell sheep. Not to make money. Now this price. Can be. Horse-drawn carriages into the compound of the supply and marketing agency. Li Chanshan shouted to people to pull the scales. 10 sheep. One by one. Weighing the past. 166 kilograms. Counting $144.08. Young man. Promising. Li Chanshan settled the bill for Li Long and said with a smile. In the future, if you have something good, come back to me, and I will definitely give you a good price then. Okay. Li Long agreed sincerely. As for what he thought in his heart, that was for himself to know. Leading the carriage out of the supply house, Li Long went to buy some more hot food, and Tao Daxiang too hurried into the mountain. He still got to pull those downers back up. When Li Long and Tao Daxiang arrived at Harimu Dongwuzi, they found the family, including the 2 members of Yushinjiang's family, in the snow, washing and tending to the dowels. Li Long hurriedly let Tao Daxiang hold the wagon. He ran to the front of the winter nest, looked at Harimu their frozen red hands, said guiltily, you don't have to wash it like this. I'll take it back and wash it. It's easier to use water there than here. Actually, the production team doesn't have easy access to water either, but at least it's better than here. Almost done. Harimu laughed. I can't let you bring the dirty stuff back. It's better to be clean when you want something to eat. The grandmother was rubbing the inside part of her stomach with snow. Li Long went over and helped her up and said, don't wash it, just load it up for me. It's going to be easier for me to pull it back and mess with it. Halamu, get the men inside and warm them up. It's too cold out there. Get used to it. There's not much left. Yushinjiang waved his hand. We'll just rough it up a bit, and you'll have to finally clean the rest. There's less than 5 or 6 sets left, so we'll be done soon. Li Long couldn't argue with them, so he suggested that the old man go and make milk tea. The children go back to the house to rest, and they adults work. Harimu and the others agreed, and the grandmother slowly stood up and took the child into the house. With Li Long and Tao Daxiang joining them, the cleaning went a lot faster, and it was all done in less than an hour. They loaded up the sets of offal toward the wagon, which was no more than mutton, soft as a puddle, and fortunately all frozen after cleaning. In a heap, heavy, but not taking up much room, more than 30 sets of launching, as well as the 2 big sheep that Harimu and Yeshinjiang specially gave to Li Long for New Year's Eve, piled up the whole wagon to the brim. Knowing that there was no point in talking more, Li Long pulled out the money and said, "For the 10 sheep sold today, I'll still give you the price of 80 cents. $128, how many of each of your sheep are there? Figure it out for yourself." He handed Harimu $128. Harimu also knew Li Long's temper and didn't say much. He took the money and went to split it with Yeshinjiang. "Li Long, I know there is a herd of yellow sheep moving around the mountainside. Do you want to fight?" Yeshinjiang took the money and happily loaded it up, patting the coat pocket containing the money again, and asked. There were 7 or 8 in that flock, all sizes. "Yellow sheep?" Liren asked thoughtfully. "In which location? Do you know about Red Mountain Mouthpiece?" Tamayama River asked. "I know." Li Long knew that the place Yeshinjiang was talking about was another mountain pass about 5 or 6 kilometers west from here. It was called Red Mountain Mouth because of the reddish color of the Earth Mountain at the location of the mountain pass. That's actually the way into the mountains in the usual sense. And that's where those guys on the team had gone earlier when they wanted to go to the mountains to haul wood. "Let's go 2 kilometers from here to the mouth of the Red Mountain. There is a flat slope there. There are some bushes on the gobi. The yellow sheep are moving around in that area, eating the branches of the bushes." "I can't today. I'll come over in a couple days." Li Long thought about it and said, "The yellow sheep is not a sheep. It's a type of antelope. And that horn." Chapter 85. Li Long has made a fortune. Are you guys? The yellow sheep, also known as the yellow gazelle, Mongolian gazelle, Mongolian gazelle, Mongolian antelope, etc., is not actually a sheep. At the very beginning Li Long also thought that this thing was the same as a wild goat, but it turned out to be a type of antelope. Since they are antelope, the horns are much more effective. In later times, these wild ones are protected animals, and their horns cannot be used. Now if you can save a few horns, how can you say that they can be of some use in a critical time? Yellow goat's horn works in the same way as antelope horn, antipyretic and anticonvulsant. Families with children should be well aware of how important this stuff is in a pinch. We don't have rhinoceros horn here, and we don't have hairy-eared pronghorn antelope, but we do have this. So Li Long decided that he must make a trip over before the year and get 2 yellow sheep with horns. This matter is so settled. After loading the car and drinking 2 bowls of hot milk tea, Li Long and Tao Dalong both hurried back with the carriage. "Brother Long, are you staying in the county or going back to the team today?" "Back to the team," Li Long said. "Got to return the wagons. These 76 have to go back to the horse horn and get some rest. They can't just eat grass. They have to eat material. We don't have much to feed here either. 76 over the years is his own family's horse, and he has to be loved." The road without words. The 2 people drove the carriage back to the Li family. The sky has been dark for more than an hour. When Li Jianguo heard the commotion and came out with a horse lamp, he looked at the 2 hats and eyebrows and beards with snowfrost on them, and hurriedly shouted for Liang Yuanmei to come over to help. 4 people, plus 2 children, unloaded a cart of frozen solid goat underwater. Li Long also wanted to drive to the horse number. Let Li Jianguo stopped. "I'll take care of returning the car. You take a nice slow break in the house first. Don't be in a hurry. In case you get frostbite you'll be in trouble." Li Long and Tao Daxiang too first in the yard activities to slow down, according to the old habit of taking the snow rubbing the almost frozen ears, hands and feet. Phil slowed down some before entering the house. "The mutton soup is ready. One of you will drink a bowl to warm up first." Liang Yuanmei greeted. "Stay a while and the sliced steamed buns will be baked." Since Li Long started selling fish, the food on the Li family stove every night has never stopped, so that when the people who went out to work hard came back, they could have a hot meal and a hot soup. Even in the latter days, the happiness of coming home to a light left on in the house and food left in the pot is not comparable to anything else. Tao Daxiang did not want to go home so early. "If you go back, if you want to have a hot soup, you have to set up your own stove to heat it up. Who wouldn't want to take a good rest after a busy day?" De Chang, when we go back later, you take a plate of downers and treat it as a Chinese New Year's benefit. Those factories give out welfare for the holidays. So let's do the same. Li Long suddenly thought of something and said, "Right. If you can't hold it, pull the plow on it." "I can hold it. It only weighs a few kilograms. How can I not hold it?" Tao Daxiang did not refuse this time. "It's good to go underwater. Whether it's heart, liver, lungs or waste and intestines, the whole thing is a good dish. Moreover, he saw that the sheep's intestines, oil and the water were all together when he was fixing the water on the mountain. The oil must be 2 or 3 kilograms, so the family will not be short of oil for a short time. Li Jianguo came back from the horse horn and joined Li Long and the others with a bowl of goat soup and ate it with slices of toasted and charred steamed buns. After drinking the soup, after slowing down, the Tao Daxiang went to pick a set of underwater holding on the fast pace home to go. "What are you going to do with this downstream?" Li Jianguo then asked Li Long. "Sell. Li Long smiled and said, "Anyway, our family can't eat it all. The team wants to buy it. If they don't buy it, then I'll pull it to the county or Shurcheng to sell it. There are at least 2 kilograms of plate oil in this pile of water. And those hearts, livers, stomachs, and intestines must weigh 5 or 6 kilograms. So a set of them must be sold for $6. You got back more than 30 sets this time. That can really sell for a lot of money." Liang Yuanmei smiled. "Enough to buy a bicycle when you get married. We have to keep 2 sets at home." Li Long wiggled his fingers. "Take 1 set for his sister-in-law's side of the family. And just now take 1 set away for De Chang. So there are still 30 sets left. Enough to sell." "Well," Li Jianguo thought about it and said, "the time is not very late. If you are not tired, watch to go to Xiaoxia's home to send a set of the past?" Li Long looked up and looked at his big brother with some surprise. Liang Yuanmei was also a bit surprised. Li Jianguo let the 2 people watch, but also said with a cloud of unconcern, "Xiaolong, you're not too young. You blew it with that girl from Wu's family the other time. Your sister-in-law, and I think it's a good thing. You see, Xiaoxia, this girl is good. Can't you two get along?" Liren was a bit confused. To Gu Xiaoxia he does have that little bit of meaning, but at the moment, focusing on earning money, he has not thought about that much. "I didn't realize that Big Brother had already started to move on this idea." "Think about it," he said with a smile. "Okay, I'll send a plate over to her house," he said, getting dressed and heading out the door. Li Jianguo and Liang Yuanmei both looked at each other, thought about it, and both laughed. It would be good for these 2 to actually make it. Not to mention knowing their roots. At least Li Long will have a good girl to tie him down in the future and won't go back to his old ways. The Wu family. "You say Li Long. This young man has changed a lot in this period of time," said Wu Shufan's mother, Wang Yuzhen, in the house while nailing the soles of her shoes. "I don't feel like him anymore. This is not like him, but he goes out every day and earns a lot of money." Wu Shufan was torn. In the past 2 days, Gu Ermao's movements have become more and more daring. She can't stand it anymore, but she doesn't know how to refuse. This Gu Ermao, which is like the former Li Long, movement rules, as long as they do not let, he even dare not pull their hands. When she thought of Li Long, Wu Shufan's heart was in turmoil. Who would have thought that Li Long would become like this now? Seeing her daughter's face change, Wang Yuzhen thought that she really regretted it, so she took the needle and wiped it on her head and said, "How about you go and get back together with him? Finding such a young man is actually quite good." Wang Yuzhen added in her head, "At least she can eat meat every day." Wu Shufan blushed. Getting back together? How could it be possible? Even if I take the initiative to go to Li Long now, he will not agree, right? After all, he had seen himself and Gu Ermao leaning together. Li Long had already arrived at the door of Gu Xiaoxia's house at this moment. Because Li Jianguo had broken that point, he was a bit embarrassed at this time. After thinking about it, he finally knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Gu Xiaoxia's time rang out inside. "Me, Liren, coming." Gu Xiaoxia heard it was Li Long and quickly came over to open the door. "What are you?" Gu Xiaoxia asked with some surprise as she looked at the things at Li Longwan's end. "I've gotten a lot of goat undercuts from the mountains, and I'm bringing a plate of them to your house. These are almost cleaned. Just take the water and wash them briefly when they thaw out. There's a lot of sheep plate oil in this plate, so you guys can just refine it and keep it ready to eat. Little dragon is here. Ha, come in quickly." Gu Boyuan heard the commotion and came out with his clothes on. "I'm not going in. It's getting dark. I'll go back first. You guys hurry up and close the door too." Li Long didn't quite dare to face Gu Boyuan, handed the goat's water to Gu Xiaoxia, turned around and hurriedly left. Gu Boyuan looked at Li Long's back with a complicated expression on his face. Chapter 86, You've been given a chance and you don't want to use it. Early the next morning, Li Long and Tao Dashan too drove a carriage, pulling a carload of fish and goat down to the county to sell. The team as Li Jianguo went to Su Qingjuan's home. Want to let Su Qingjun to the matter to everyone to notify. It's not impossible to go door to door. It's just a bit of a hassle, and some people can't be bothered to buy it, but they may not have enough money. Shouted over the loudspeaker. "Can you buy it or not, you know yourself?" Su Qingjun was a lot more polite to Li Jianguo and said with a smile, "Brother Li, why do you have to come here in person? Why don't you ask Shangxiang or Wan to come over and say so?" "That won't do." Li Jianguo waved his hand. "How can you let a doll say the right thing?" He took a sip of the tea Ma Hongmei handed over and said, "It's also little dragon who adds to the chaos, making so many things up in a day." The words were words of complaint, but the smile on his face could not be hidden. "Which is adding to the chaos," Ma Hongmei said enviously from the side. "If my brother is half as capable as Xiaolong, I can wake up smiling in my dreams. That's different. He's just fooling around," Li Jianguo said. "Chang Jun, do you think it's time to give everyone notice?" "Okay, Isn't it just that you have goat downs at your house? Washed, $6 a set. Get them at your house if you want them, right? Right. Lee Jianguo nodded. That's good. I'll plug in the speakers first. Su Chungjun operated the equipment and quickly got it right, flipping the switch and first shouting twice into the microphone tied with a red cloth. Hey, Hongmei, go out and listen for any noise. Ma Hongmei hurriedly opened the door to go out. This side Su Chengjun again. Hello, she hurriedly shouted. There. Hey, give everyone notice. Li Jianguo's house now has more than 20 sets of sheep down. Cleaned. $6 a set. If you want to go to Li's house to buy. Hey, I'll give another notice. Notified 3 times in a row. Li Jianguo listened with satisfaction and stood up and said. Then Chengjun, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go back. Good. By the way, old brother Li, save me a set of downers. Okay, you take the time to come and get it. After Li Jianguo left, Ma Hongmei asked with some confusion. Why are you being so nice to him? He is the patriarch who built the team. Can he not be polite? Su Chengjun glared at his wife. Don't look at Li Jianguo's age. He's a lead in the eyes of those old men. If he wanted to be the captain in the first place, then he would have been. It's just that he didn't want to be. I'll get the water later then. Can he get it cheaper at his place? Cheap what? Su Chengjun glared at him again. How much should be how much? In the past 2 days, Li Long didn't take a lot of things for the family. We can't just take advantage of it. Okay, I know, Ma Hongmei complained. Just don't take advantage of others. Woman, long hair and short knowledge. Su Chengjun watched his wife go out and lit a cigarette, thinking about the policies on the radio. It's going to change. Ma Hongmei went out to pick up water from the Li family, and ran into Wang Yuzhen, Wu Shufen's mother. Sister-in-law Yuzhen, you're also going to buy goat downers? Ma Hongmei asked curiously. Yes, first go to be able to pick good. I give you say red plum. You want to know how to pick. Pick those plate oil more. When the time to take down the plate oil, put the pot a refining. Refining finished put idle house. Can eat a summer. Put a little when frying vegetables. Very fragrant. Oh, I see. Ma Hongmei nodded repeatedly and asked. Where is your family? Shufen went to the Gu family to play with Xiaoxia. Wang Yuzhen's face didn't look too good once she heard Ma Hongmei mention her daughter. She had just heard the announcement over the loudspeaker and immediately thought of going to the Li family. She wanted to take Wu Shufen with her. After all, Li Long had chased after her daughter. And even though she broke up, maybe she could still get $1 cheaper by looking at the previous relationship. As a result, Wu Shufen insisted on not going, making Wang Yuzhen angry enough. If you can save $1 is $1. For 2 pounds of sugar is also okay. This dead girl. Wu Shufen came to Gu Xiaoxia's house and knocked on the door when she was still a little uncomfortable. Needless to say, those downers must have been gotten back by Li Long. This Li Long, why are you so capable? Gu Xiaoxia asked from inside the house. Who? Me. Wu Shufan answered. She heard a movement inside before the door opened. What are you doing? Wu Shufan was a bit curious. I heard quite a lot of commotion. No, nothing. Gu Xiaoxia didn't want to lie to Wu Shufan, but both Li Long's and her father's words made it clear to her that there were some things that really couldn't be shared. Not even a bosom friend, although the word bosom friend didn't exist at this time. Wu Shufen followed Gu Xiaoxia into her house. Before entering the house she glanced at the pot of goat water in the middle of the house. Her heart thumped. But Wu Shufen didn't ask. And when she entered Gu Xiaoxia's house, she saw the closed language book on the table at a glance. And she smiled. What? You still read books? What's the point of reading this in this day and age? Maybe it will be used later? Gu Xiaoxia said hesitantly. What's the point? Going to college? To be a cadre? Workers? Wu Shufen snickered. We're destined to stay in the countryside for the rest of our lives. So don't think about eating commercial food. I'm not willing to do it. Gu Xiaoxia put the book away and said, maybe there's a chance to get out? The college entrance exams have all been restored. Then you can take the test. I can't. I've returned everything I've learned to the teacher to the school. Wu Shufen went to middle school and was already considered an intellectual in the team. However, she was still quite a bit behind Gu Xiaoxia, who went to high school. Moreover, after graduating from junior high school, she had never picked up a textbook again. And most of her knowledge had long been forgotten. It's fine in the winter anyway. Why don't you just try it? After all, Gu Xiaoxia didn't want her best friend to sink down on this and persuaded. Maybe it'll work back there. All my books have been taken by my mother to glue the pasties. Wu Shufen didn't care at all about Gu Xiaoxia's persuasion. Shaking her head, she now wants me to marry someone with a good career. A laborer, a driver, a salesman, whatever. And I'm also thinking, no matter how well you marry, it's not as strong as being able to go out on your own. Gu Xiaoxia advised bitterly. Relying on others is not as strong as relying on yourself. Ha! Wu Shufan sneered. Relying on yourself? Are you still relying on others? That pot of goat water outside was sent over by Li Long, right? Why did he send you these things? On the basis of my dad having helped his brother. Gu Xiaoxia stuttered a bit when she said this. In fact, even she herself knew that this reason was untenable. Because of the help, Li Long sent things over 3 times. To say that the return has long been paid off. So what else is there on your side that people care about? Ha! Wu Shufan stood up. That Li Long person is not simple. You'd better think about what he's here for. I advise you not to get too close to him. Tao Daon led arrested. Gu Ormao also led arrested. He may be the next. After saying that, Wu Shufan turned around and left the Gu family. She was angry, depressed and helpless. What's the use? If you've already given up, can you chase after him again? Besides, it's not like she's not wanted. Why should she go after Li Long? A good horse doesn't eat back grass. Chapter 87 Sold into the water. One by one, the Li family's side was selling the goats underwater, and the 2 Li Long and Tao Daxiang had already driven their horse-drawn carriages to the big meat eatery. Li Long told Tao Daxiang to wait outside as he went in and found Zhong Guoqiang, who was there to greet the guests. Hello Manager Zhong. Li Long stepped forward and said, I pulled the fish and goat down. Look, okay, I'll come over right away. Zhong Guoqiang smiled and said, Comrade Li, you're moving fast. You guys got up early. To earn money, it's okay to get up early. Li Long returned a sentence, walked out of the cafeteria. Zhong Guoqiang followed him to the wagon and looked at the frozen goat's underside laid out on it. Well, it looks good, Chung said, also an insider. Looking at the downpours, it's simply cleaned, right? Well, you'll definitely still need a fine wash when it melts away. There's no way to clean it too well in the mountains. Li Long explained. That's why it's not too expensive. $8 for a set. $8, not expensive indeed. Zhong Guoqiang casually weighed it. It's quite heavy, discounted down to 40 or 50 cents a pound. Okay, I'll take 3 plates. Zhong Guoqiang asked for 5 more big carp and paid $34. Let's go. Let's go to Stone City. Business opened up and Li Long was happy, buying 6 large meat buns and eating them with Tao Daxiang while leading the carriage away. Brother Long, why don't we sell fish at the black market in our county? I haven't been there for a long time, so we should be able to sell them, right? Not going. The risk is too great. You don't want us to be arrested together, Li Long said as he drove the cart. Now that we've been arrested, it's not just us that will be detained. That's also the team's horses and wagons. Tao Daxiang then realized that although Li Long looked bold in doing business, he was actually very cautious. 2 people came to the old streets of Stone Town. The time almost came to 12 o'clock. It is the time to get on the car off. There are old customers are already familiar with the fish seller Li Long. At this time to see him dragging a plastic sheet with not only fish, but also under the water of the goat, and immediately surrounded over. Tao Daxiang still pulled the carriage and waited in the distance. Li Long was free of worries and set up a stall there to yell, fish for sale, $2 for big fish, $2 for 15 small fish, $8 for a set of goat's water. Cheap. Some people gathered around as he set up his stall to yell, and Liren realized that he wasn't the only one doing business here. There are those who sell melons and peanuts with a basket, those who sell buns with a tray, those who sell twisted flowers, etc. Basically all of them are food-oriented. It looks like the time is coming for everyone to see the changes and be emboldened. Can you get it cheaper under the goat? Someone made an offer. Can't, Li Long said with a smile. Only yesterday slaughtered sheep. This icy day and snowy ground also cleaned a little. You take it back to the melted simple wash can do with eating. You look at this multiple. Converted down to a kilogram of less than $1. There are so many oil. Very cheap. That's it. Look at this slate oil is good. Someone with sharp eye saw the plate oil inside and immediately squatted down to take a closer look. Come and see for yourselves. Sheep with oil, $8 a set. Very cheap. First come first served. Soon, someone left with a set of downers to pay for. There were a total of 5 sets of downers just sitting on the stand. Looking at them knowing that if they didn't buy them, someone else would. Liren thoughtfully threaded thin wire through the downdraft and made handles for easy lifting, which saved the buyer from having to look for something to load. Soon, 5 trays of downers were sold out, and while some of the others left unhappy, others began to look like fish. When most of an hour had passed, and the fish were pretty much sold, Liren went over to the wagon once more, hauled in the 3 remaining trays of downers and fish, and then yelled again. Less than 2 o'clock at noon, the fish and underwater were sold out. Li Long scored $182, and the 2 of them, he and Tao Daxiang, got on the wagon and headed back. De Chang, we won't sell fish next. We'll talk about it after the new year, Li Long said from the carriage. We've also worked hard for half a month. Take a good rest for the remaining days and have a good sleep. To be honest, from the time he went into the mountains to pull wood, Li Long basically hadn't had much sleep. Even if you are young, you can't survive this. If it wasn't for the meat and fish in the house and the delicious food every day, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to make it. Aha! Tao Daqian nodded, still a little empty. Since Li Long had called him up to partner, he had something to do every day, and didn't have to stay home and stare, which made him feel that life was quite meaningful. But now it's suddenly okay all of a sudden. Tao Daqian doesn't know what to do in the next few days. Li Long could understand Tao Daqian's thoughts, but did not give him anything to say. The road of life needs to be taken by oneself, and Tao Daqian also needs to use his brain properly. When the two got to Mar County, Liren went to the supply house and bought a few locks, then went to his big new house and locked some of the doors and changed some of the locks. It's easier to use your own lock when you have a big use for it here later. Driving the carriage to the horse number and handing it over to Lao Luo, the two Li Long and Tao Daqian separated. When he was almost at the Li's house, Liren saw someone carrying a goat's underwater water and was walking out. It was Chen Chang, the team's accountant, who saw Li Long and smiled. "Oh little dragon, you're back from selling fish?" "Yes brother Chen Chang. Are you going back?" "I have to go back to wash the water and prepare the oil for refining today. It's because I'm quick. I've got the last plate. If I'm late, there won't be any more." "Xiaolong, is there any more goat's water behind?" "Nope," Liren said. "Not for a while back there." "Then I'm really lucky." Chen Chang carried down the water and went back briskly. In the yard Li Jianguo was washing his hands. He also did not expect the dozen or so discs of underwater water placed at home to be sold out so quickly. Over $100 in hand in less than a day, that's pretty fast money. Seeing Li Long come back, Li Jianguo felt that the money in his hand was a little hot, and hurriedly handed it to Li Long. "Here, Bruce, take this money. I'll take 60, and you load the rest for big brother," Li Long said. "There are quite a few places behind the house that use money. Li Jianguo do not want to take the money. Li Long think they should give the big brother to keep. The results of the final or Liang Yue may intervene. Li Long take 80. The rest of Li Jianguo loaded. Even so, Li felt that he had taken advantage of his brother. Li Long didn't think so much about it. Some years ago he had just eaten without vomiting. Now it was time to pay back. After staying at home for 2 days, on the 22nd day of the Lunar New Year, the day before the Lunar New Year, Li Long brought enough bullets and once again drove the wagon into the mountains. He's going to get ready to go hunting yellow sheep. It was the last time he planned to go into the mountains before the year, and he would not come back until the new year. No matter if the yellow sheep fought or failed to fight. Gotta take a few days of comfortable rest and recuperation. Chapter 88, A Gun of His Own. When Li Long arrived at Haramudong Nest, it was about 10 o'clock, which was the normal just after breakfast time, calculated by the current short days and long nights. Halimo habitually heard the dog barking and knew it was Li Long coming. He went out of the winter nest and helped Li Long tie his horse to the heel of his own stump, then pulled Li Long into the house. "Let's drink milk tea first, and later we'll go find Yashinjiang, and then we'll go hunting yellow sheep together." Knowing the purpose of this baggage dragon, Harimu didn't say much nonsense. After socializing with them for a long time, Li Long was getting used to the milk tea and took a beautiful sip of it, saying, "Halamu, I see you shoveled all the blood-stained snow out there. I can't do it without shoveling it." Harimu laughed bitterly. The night before last the wolves barked all night, and yesterday there were not only wolves, but also snow leopards. That thing can't even be hit by a gun. If I don't shovel out the blood-stained snow, I won't be able to keep these sheep. "So where did you get the snow?" "Threw it far. In the ditch," Halimo said, "and I shot down a wolf last night. When you leave, take the wolf's skin with you." "Good." Li Long did not make any pretense. With this selling of sheep, the relationship between him, Harimu, and Yashinjiang rose to an unprecedented level, and there was no need to be polite. After drinking the milk tea, Harimu gave his wife a brief explanation before riding off with Li Long to find Yashinjiang. Yashinjiang had also been waiting for a long time, and after drinking milk tea here, he took out a 5.6 semi-automatic rifle for Li Long. "Brother Yashinjiang, this isn't the original gun you had?" Li Long looked at the gun. It was a bit older than the one Harimu carried, but quite a bit newer than Yashinjiang's. The gun was naturally a standard 5.6 semi-automatic rifle, with a three-pronged bayonet that had been rumored by later generations to be a godsend, and all the through-stripe attachments were present, with mostly little wear on the finish, which didn't look like it had been used very heavily. "This is the gun that I got just for you." Tamayama River smirked. "Your gun? Mine?" Li Long was a bit surprised, and more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. "Yes, the two of us, we traded 6 sheep, 2 sides and 4 bricks of tea for this gun. The other one is from a herdsman's house, and they had no use for it, and I thought you just didn't have one." and that didn't happen to be the case. Great. Li Long skillfully turned on the safety, pulled the gun to look at the chamber. It was clean. Just a few rust spots on the surface of the flaring cap. It's nothing. When the militia trains, just get some gun oil and give it a good polish. The gun hasn't been shot, so you'd better try the gun here to check the accuracy. And then we'll go back to hunting yellow sheep. Good. Liren took the gun and headed out the door. Out of the winter nest of 180 meters, Li Long to the gun pressed bullets, lying in the snow to screw a good table ruler, aiming at 50 or 60 meters away from the river ditch side of a willow tree on the tumor on the 2 shots. After shooting and turning off the safety, he ran to the tree and looked at it. The bullets had all hit the burl, only off to the lower right. Knowing exactly where it is, just aim slightly to the upper left on your next sighting. In front of the winter nest, Harimu and Yeshinjiang waited for Li Long to make sure that his gun was in focus, and then the 3 of them rode their horses and carried their guns toward the spot where the yellow sheep were out. After riding for nearly an hour, Yeshinjiang dismounted first, and he signaled Harimu and Li Long to dismount as well, tying his horse to a nearby pine tree, and said, "It's less than a kilometer from there. Let's walk." Yeshinjiang led the way as they traveled up and down the mountain, tripping through the snow. Li Long's skin nest was already filled with snow, but at the moment his heart was so full of excitement that he couldn't feel the cold at all. "Next time you come, you should wear a felt tube," Harimu in the back reminded. "That one is better than the one you have." Li Long thought about it. The felt tube was just like a long boot, although it was a bit stiffer. At least the range of protection was a bit better than a leather nest. "Keep your voice down. We're almost there," Yeshinjiang, who was in front, warned in a low voice. Rolling up the hill, Tamayama River crouched down first and slowly moved to the top of the hill. Liren and Halamu followed suit and moved over slowly together, trying not to make a sound. When they reached the top of the hill, they looked down into the distance at a thicket of brush, with traces of trampled and arching snow nearby. They were already at the outermost edge of the northern slopes of the Tian Shan Mountains, and to the north was an endless expanse of gobi and barren grass flats, with occasional patches of red willows and white thorns and pokeweed. And where Yeshinjiang was pointing to was the scrub less than 200 meters down the mountain in front of them. Only Liren didn't see any yellow sheep. "Where are the yellow sheep?" Harimu asked Yeshinjiang in a low voice. "Not seeing either. Your eyes aren't working anymore," Tamayama River whispered. "See that bush? See, by those short trees," Tamayama River pointed. "See a few clumps of hyacinth? See, the sides of the hyacinth, those gray and yellow lumps. Isn't that a rock?" "Of course it's not a rock. That's a yellow sheep lying there." "Are those even yellow sheep?" Li Long took a closer look. It was really a yellow sheep. These guys should have eaten enough and started to rest. While resting they kicked away a large patch of snow and then lay down in a huddled mass, warming each other in the snowdrifts. "This is the best time to fight. All crowded together. The target is big. Good to hit. If they're grazing, it's not easy to hit them from such a distance," Yeshinjiang said. "Those who are not good shots can't hit. Then let's fight now, and we'll see how many we get, depending on our luck." The 3 spread out and slowly began to make their own gun platforms. Because the yellow sheep is resting, shooting fixed targets naturally do not need to be so urgent, so the gun platform should be done well. And the 3 people discussed. "I hit the left side. Harimu, you hit the right side. Li Long, you hit the center." After a shot, the yellow sheep must have roused up, and then just pick and choose, Tamayama River said, so as if it were child's play. But on the contrary, it was very serious. Liren guessed if it was because he was new to hunting that he was so solemn. "It's actually perfectly fine to be a bit more sophisticated. But with myself as a novice in the room, they would have paid close attention to detail. Maybe they were grooming themselves as prospective hunters, teaching themselves experience." In the midst of his rambling thoughts, Li Long had already made the gun platform, then lay down, turned on the safety, and began to aim. It was a bit farther away, and the commotion here didn't affect the yellow sheep. The guys were still lying there. Squinting, Li Long could see that at least 3 of these yellow sheep were rams, marked by the erected horns. Li Long was aiming at the biggest one in the center, the yellow sheep with the longest horns. At a distance of 200 meters, the spot that could be seen was actually very small, but the good thing was that the yellow sheep were all gathered into a big pile, so the aiming range was relatively large. "All right, on the count of 1, 2, 3, prepare to fire," Yushan Jiang said as he saw that all 3 were ready. 1, 2, 3, bang! Chapter 89 Techniques of Hunting. It was the first time Liren had seen an animal able to react so quickly. The mass of yellow sheep that was originally huddled together at the moment of the gunshot, suddenly like blooming and bursting petals, suddenly scattered and flashed away in all directions at once, accompanied by a few vaguely visible blood flowers, and then brushed and scurried to the surrounding snow. Of the 7 yellow sheep, Two of them suddenly fell to the ground like thankful flowers when they scurried out 4 or 5 meters away, their bodies twitching in place. Even from a distance of 200 meters, one could see a patch of blood drying up on the bodies of these two yellow sheep. Li Long tried to aim at the other yellow sheep again, but realized that these elves of the Gobi were so fast that it was not possible for him to aim at them with his naked eyes. Go, take the horse, Yushinjiang shouted. Aren't we going after them now? The other yellow sheep must have been injured, so going after them is just the right time to fight, right? Li Long asked as he stood up with his gun. Right now, if you chase after them, that yellow sheep is running dead. You just can't catch up even if you run to death, Yushinjiang explained as he put the gun on his back. But if they realize that there are no hunters behind them to chase, they run out a few hundred meters and stop. At that time the wounds from the gunshot will keep bleeding, and by the time we follow the blood trail and catch up again, they won't be able to run even if they want to. Liren came to a realization. This was Yushinjiang teaching himself about hunting. This knowledge is like window paper. A little bit goes a long way, but if you don't point it, you may not realize it for the rest of your life. The three men carried their rifles to the bottom of the hill, and rode first to the place where the yellow sheep had been beaten, and the two yellow sheep were dead, a male and a female. Liren was a little disappointed that the male yellow sheep with the long horns wasn't the one he was aiming for. I'll stay and bleed them out. You guys go after them, Harimu said as he dismounted. The blood trail is heading northeast, and judging by the fact that it's bleeding quite heavily, it shouldn't have gotten too far. Li Long didn't dismount and immediately followed the blood trail. His horse riding skills were far inferior to Yushinjiang and Harimu, and he still needed to hold the reins in one hand and the saddle bridge in front of the saddle in the other. Yushinjiang didn't speed up, but just followed behind Li Long, observing from left to right. Running out 700 to 800 meters, Li Long really saw that the biggest male yellow sheep was lying by a clump of bushes. Hearing Li Long and their movement, scampered up again and continued to run forward. By this time, Li Long had been able to see that his shot had struck the yellow sheep's abdomen, and as soon as this yellow sheep ran, a stream of blood immediately soared out from its stomach. Li Long's two legs clamped together. The big red horse 76 accelerated, and the speed of the yellow sheep was getting closer and closer. Li Long simply let the horse accelerate again and ran to the front of the yellow sheep to block it. The big yellow sheep was forced to turn around, and as a result, it fell into the snow at once. Li Long hurriedly jumped off his horse and went forward to hold the yellow sheep down at once. Ordinary yellow sheep is slightly larger than ordinary sheep, only 20 or 30 kilograms, but this male yellow sheep horns at least 30 centimeters long. The body is also heavy. Li Long estimated that at least twice as much as the ordinary yellow sheep. 50 kilograms cannot be beaten like. He barely even pressed it. I'll bleed it. Yushinjiang also jumped off his horse and drew his knife from his waist towards the big yellow sheep. This big yellow sheep see Yushanjiang knife near, desperately against struggling up. Li Long hands holding horns, almost by the yellow sheep horns to the top. Yushanjiang rushed to run over together to hold down the yellow sheep. Sharp knife to the big yellow sheep to cut the throat and bleed. Despite the fact that this big yellow sheep had already lost a lot of blood when it escaped earlier, the blood that soared out of its neck at this time still scurried out nearly a meter away. The yellow sheep struggled violently, but after a few moments it lost its strength. Alright, take the rope and tie the horns. Use the horse to drag it back. Yushanjiang collected his sword and stood up, smiling. This yellow sheep, well, the meat is not good, but the head is quite big. Liren was not amused. It's better than no meat. A month ago, the family was still worried about not being able to eat meat. It's only been a month, and although there's been a sea change in the family, the team's days haven't changed much. Take this meat back and there will be absolutely no shortage of people on the team who want it, and take bullets for it. Liren dragged the big yellow sheep to Harimu, who had already bled one and was gutting it. Harimu, get back to messing with it. These underwater hash are going to get back too, Yushinjiang said. Good. The three men dragged the three yellow sheep back to Harimu's winter nest, and then Yushinjiang and Harimu quickly cleaned and skinned the sheep, and helped Li Long load the cart. After loading those up, the two of them helped Li Long load some more pine segments into the car. Lunch. Harimu homemade scratch rice. Li Long is not accustomed to eat with hands, but I do not know, sort of tired or hungry. Eat really fragrant. After dinner he drove his carriage to bid farewell to his friends in the mountains, and walked leisurely back. Years ago, it was not necessary to come back. When he arrived at the county, Li Long went to the big house. He put the two long yellow ram's horns into the study, hid the 5 or 6 semi-automatic rifles into the beams of the compartments, and unloaded some pine wood segments before locking the door and rushing the carriage toward the production team. When he returned to the team, he looked at Li Chang, who was having a cockfight with the other kids, and without waiting for him to yell, Li Chang put down one leg and charged at Li Long. Uncle, little uncle, you're back? Li Chang pulled Li Long's sleeve, but his eyes were looking towards the car. Uncle, What's in the car? What? Wood. Liren teased him. But why do I see 2 horns, ge? Li Chang's eyes were sharp and saw the sheep's head pressed under the pinewood. Ha ha ha, that's a yellow sheep. Li Long laughed and touched his nephew's hat and said, yellow sheep horns can be useful. What for? Li Chang asked, thinking of the boar-tusked dagger his little uncle had made for himself. Can you make a knife? It can't be done, but it can be exchanged for money and cured. Qian Qianya's uncle. Is this yellow mutton edible? A child heard it and came over to ask. Can. Laron smiled. If you want some, have your dad bring bullets over for it. Driving the carriage back to the courtyard, he saw Li Jianguo who welcomed him out. Back early today, Li said with a smile. Pretty good. Went and fought 3 yellow sheep, and after the fight people helped skin and gut them, and I came back after the treatment, and pulled so much wood. Liang Yueme came out and looked at this wagon of stuff and said with a smile, little dragon doesn't come back empty-handed. Uncle, quick, I want to see the yellow sheep, Li Chang urged there. Then help uncle hold the horse while your father and I unload the cart. Li Long handed the reins to Li Chang, then unloaded the cart with Li Jianguo. By the time the logs were all unloaded and the 3 yellow sheep appeared in front of everyone, there were already several people in the yard. Li Long didn't expect these people to move so fast and really take the bullets for the yellow mutton. It's just as well. You can't eat 3 goats anyway, so you might as well trade them for bullets. Chapter 90, the whole family rushes to the market. This yellow goat's horn can't be exchanged. Li Long took the yellow goat head and said to Wang Caixiang, Brother Caixiang, the yellow goat meat is fine for you to exchange, but the horns are useful for us to keep. It's okay to exchange one. Wang Wealthy smiled as he held a clip of bullets and said, 10 rounds of bullets for 4 pounds of yellow mutton. I don't want meat, I want a horn. Feasible? That won't work either. Li Long was very insistent. When next time I'm going to be hunting yellow sheep with horns, then it's okay to switch with you. Alright, then give me 4 pounds of yellow mutton. From a female sheep, Wang Wealthy retreated to the next best thing. Neither Li Long nor Wang Kaijun said anything, but he knew clearly that Wang Kaijun should know the function of this yellow goat horn. Nowadays, information is not so developed, and the vast majority of people still think that the yellow goat is just like the wild goat, and will not even think about the antelope side. There were quite a few who came over to exchange yellow mutton today, and Su Navy alone exchanged 10 pounds and used 20 rounds of ammunition, mostly over for a taste. These days, bullets are still relatively easy to get your hands on. The militia training in both seasons of the year involves live firing. Bullets are also loosely regulated, and the bullets received from the Armed Forces Department are usually not handed back. And although the number of bullets is registered as a fixed number, it actually depends on the mood of the individual. Li Long set the price. 10 rounds of ammunition for 4 pounds of yellow mutton. Less than dark. 40 pounds of yellow mutton was exchanged for all the meat. If not Li Long in advance to let his sister-in-law cut a yellow leg and half a fan of you chops, I'm afraid that their own family can't fish the you to eat. When it got dark and saw that no one was coming, Li Jianguo and Li Long put the rest of the yellow mutton into the idol house where no fire was set up and hung it up. This meat of our family, when has it ever been so rich? Li Jianguo looked at a fan of wild boar meat, 2 sheep and now 2 yellow sheep hanging from the beam and lamented. For that matter, the idol house also contained over 100 kilograms of processed fish, 2 large vats of refined goat and wild boar oil, and several trays of stored goat chowder. Idol houses are already piling up fast. How can I get it if I can't eat it all by the beginning of spring? Liang Yueme was also worried. What can I do? Split it up. Li Long smiled and said, don't you have 2 sisters on your sister-in-law's side in addition to Master Liang's family? Divide some amongst each family. If we can't split it, we can sell it. We can exchange it for something. People on the team don't have any money, but they have a lot of stuff. If it doesn't work out, we can exchange it for carpenters to make furniture. We have a lot of wood at home anyway. When Li Long said this, Li Jianguo smiled and nodded. It was still his little brother who had a lot of ghost ideas. Let's go. Let's eat and drink mutton soup. Mom, I don't want to drink mutton soup. Li Chang was bitter. I'm tired of drinking it every day. But you still can. Mutton soup can also drink annoyance. You think Fu family can eat like this every day? Liang Yueme scolded. Then you can't drink it every day. Li Wan also muttered quietly. Then I'll roast some mutton for you to eat? Li Long said with a smile. He saw that the fire in the stove was just in time. The red coals were all burned through. There was no smoke or open flames. It was just the right time to roast the meat. Really? It's been a long time since you baked something for us, little uncle. Li Chang cheered. Xiaolong, you just spoil them. Liang Yueme gave Li Long an angry look. How do you roast this meat? Simple. Li Long went and folded a few thin wires, took a knife and cut a strip of meat from the sheep hanging from the idol house, skewered it on the thin wires, then smeared it with salt and spicy noodles, lifted the lid of the oven, grabbed the long end of the thin wires and slowly poked the meat down and began to rotate it. The thin wire left in the hand was rather long, so it wasn't very hot. The meat also stayed in the oven for less than half a minute, lifting as it dripped oil downward. Uncle Junior, is it baked? Li Chang asked eagerly from the side. Bring the plates, Liren commanded. Li Chang hurriedly went and brought over an enameled plate, holding it with both hands. Liren stroked the roasted meat into his plate and said to Li Chang, "Go on, serve it to your dad and your mom there. They'll eat first." Li Jianguo was drinking mutton soup at the table, listening to the commotion and smiling, and it couldn't be more beautiful. Li Chang knew since the last time he ate a roasted old bird that everything his little uncle made had to be eaten by his parents first, so he didn't dwell on it, and immediately took the plate to the table. Li Long by this time had already peeled the meat again, smeared it with the ingredients and started to grill it. Soon, 4 more skewers of meat were cooked, and he once again stroked the meat onto his plate and spoke to Li Chang. "Well, go eat with your sister." Li Wan carefully pinched a piece of meat from the plate and handed it to Li Long's mouth. "Uncle, you eat." Liren smiled and ate the piece of meat. Li Chang took a look and hurriedly pinched up a piece of meat and stuffed it into Li Long's mouth as well. "Uncle, you eat." "Fine. Okay, 2 pieces of meat will do. You guys eat. I'll grill more." Grilled meat is naturally more flavorful than mutton soup, but Li Long didn't let them eat more. It's not good for digestion at night. 2 skewers per person is almost enough. A family that is happy. After eating, Li Long said to Li Jianguo, "Big brother, it's New Year's Eve in a few days, so let's go to the street as a family tomorrow and buy something together." "Going out on the streets?" Li Chang's eyes lit up when he heard that. "I want to go." At this time, going to the county seat to buy things was called going to the street. We have all the New Year's goods at home, so what's the point of going to the street? Lian Yuma is used to being frugal and doesn't want to spend more money. In addition, Li Long so proposed, certainly is ready to spend money. She didn't want her brother-in-law to spend more money. Wouldn't it be nice to save that money for a wife? Wan and Xiangshan must not have been on the street for 2 or 3 months, right? Li Long said. "Sister-in-law, you haven't been there for half a year either, right? Why don't you go for a spin? It's New Year's Eve." Liang Yuanmei looked at Li Jianguo. Li Juan also looked at her father nervously. "Go." Li Jianguo smiled and said. "It just so happens that there's nothing in home. Then there are so many things. In the house Liang Yuanmei is still worried. Let sister-in-law Lu help look after it. Anyway, once the door is locked, someone can't come and pick the lock at this time, right?" Li Long said. "That won't happen." Li Jianguo waved his hand. "If you dare to come over and pick the lock at this time, you're looking for a fight. It's a done deal. Right, Xiaolong? You don't give Wang Xixiang for that yellow goat horn. What do you keep it for?" Li Jianguo asked. "Big brother, that yellow goat's horn is of great use," Li Long said. "This yellow sheep is not a sheep. What is a yellow sheep if not a sheep? Why is it called a yellow sheep if it's not a sheep?" Li Chang has always had a strong desire for knowledge. Yellow sheep should actually be called yellow antelope. Li Long only explained one sentence, and Li Jianguo instantly understood. No wonder, he realized. Then we can't really trade it to him, this stuff. It's a precious herb. Seeing that his big brother understood, Li Long didn't explain too much as he continued. "Then, big brother, you can put the yellow goat's head and horns away, just in case." "Aha." Liang Yuanmei wasn't sure and asked, "What does this horn do?" "Antipyretic and anticonvulsant. Doll suddenly fever. From the horn to peel some end, put in warm water for the doll to drink. Can reduce fever," Li Jianguo said. "I really didn't think that the yellow sheep was still an antelope. Luckily, I didn't change it." That Wang Zizi must have known about it as well. Liang Yuanmei also came to a realization. The eyes are still poisonous. Liren smiled. That too had been experienced. He went back to the east room and slept peacefully. It's just that a few people on this side of the Westinghouse can't sleep well when they think about going out on the street tomorrow. Chapter 91. Everyone gets a share of the purchase. The next day Li Long habitually got up early and saw Liang Yuanmei still cooking, so he went out and went to the horse number, looking for Lao Luo to set up the carriage and rushed back. Returning to the yard, Li Long drew a small bale of alfalfa from the haystack for the horse, and went into the house himself. Li Wan and Li Chang have already gotten up, and the bedding has been packed up, so the 2 children will dress up and go out on the street today. Breakfast was bushmeat batter, distilled white bread in bushmeat pancakes, fried savory lamb, and a small bowl of salted leeks tossed in sesame oil. "Mom, why don't you bake slices of steamed bread?" Li Chang asked. "That one catches fire if you eat too much," Liang Yuanmei said while serving the bowl. "It catches fire with toothache." Li Chang listened and obediently followed to serve the bowl, with Li Wan following behind, just like a mother hen protecting her chicks, afraid that her brother would knock the bowl out. She's going to have to bowl today and make it so she can't go out on the street. and she'll be able to beat the crap out of Li Chang behind her. After dinner, Li Long took out two $5 bills from his pocket, one for Li Wan and one for Li Chang. Here's the budget for you two today. Buy whatever you want. It's too much. Xiao Long. Liang Yuanmei immediately stopped it. $1 is a lot. At this time, there was basically no habit of giving children pocket money in the countryside. Even if they did, it would only be a few cents at most. Li Long's $5 was indeed too much. Even Li said, "Bruce, that's too much. You're about right to give $1 a person." Li Long thought about how careless he was. Li Wan understood and handed the money back to Li Long, and Li Chang also returned the money. "That's fine. Just $1 today. I'll save this $5 for you, and whatever you want to buy later, come to me and get it." After dinner, Liang Yuanmei went to Lu's house across the street and told Lu's sister-in-law to help look after her house. "Mrs. Lu," asked Liang Yuanmei, "Big sister, you have no one at home? Where is this going? To visit relatives early?" "No. Xiaolong said that we go to the street as a family, in time to buy some New Year's goods before the year." Liang Yuanmei purposely complained. "I have to say not to go. Spend that money for what?" Xiaolong said earning money is to spend. He also gave the two children pocket money. "Let the children buy their own things. This little dragon is quite capable of tossing and turning." Sister-in-law Lu's eyes flashed with envy. "But it's a good thing to be able to earn and spend, and I don't know whose girl can fall into his eyes." Lu's sister-in-law introduced two girls to her, but Li Long didn't say yes to either of them. Liang Yuanmei didn't pick up on this, and after she finished her instructions, she turned around and went back to the Li family. Li Jianguo pressed the stove and locked the door, letting Li Long and the others all get into the car while he took the reins and drove the carriage up the main road. "Brother, let me drive?" Li Long spoke from the carriage. "Just sit tight. Watch Wan and Xiangqiang. Don't let them move around." Li Jianguo waved his hand. "Let's go." With a brisk pace, 76 brought the Li family to the county seat in a little over an hour. First go to the department store, and then go to the supply and marketing agency. Li Long has long thought of the plan for this trip. At noon in the big meat canteen dinner, I eat guest. In the afternoon to still have time, see Wan and Shangxian to go to the Xinhua bookstore. To go if you buy a book. Do not go if we turn around. And then go home. "Brother, sister-in-law, what is it?" "Okay." Liang Yuanmei nodded. She also doesn't often come to the county. Her gaze turned to Li Jianguo, his father. "You see. Okay." Li Jianguo knows in fact now outside the county is really nothing to turn. But also Li Long said the department store and the supply and marketing center to sell things can still turn around. The carriage drove to the department store building. There were quite a few people rushing to buy New Year's goods at this time of the year, and people could be seen coming and going outside. Hitching up the carriage, Li Long said to Li Jianguo and their four mouths, "Brother, sister-in-law, you guys go in first and turn around. I'll watch the carriage outside. I'll go back in when you guys come out later." "Okay." Li Jianguo knew that Li Long often came and did not recommend it, giving the reins to Li Long. "You too, if there is anything you want to buy. If you don't have enough money, come out and find me," Li Long quietly said to Li Wan and Li Chang. The family of four entered the department store while Li Long was outside in the sun. With his back against the wall of the department store and the sun shining on his face, Li Long smiled when he thought about the present day and compared it to his last life. Now that's what you call a happy life. 76 was also leisurely nibbling on the grass he'd brought with him, bowing his head back and forth, supposedly in agreement. Not long after, Liang Yuanmei walked out of the department store and said to Li Long, "Xiao Long, you go inside. I'll watch the carriage." "Sister-in-law, don't you want to go around again? How long has it been? There are 2 floors of the building, and there's a clothes shop up there. Why don't you take a look? What's better? There are too many people. The noise makes my brain hurt." Liang Yuanmei waved her hand. "You go in, I'll watch outside." "Okay." Li Long did not force himself. Sister-in-law was frugal and accustomed to it, thinking that the clothes and shoes were good for her own making, and the food was good for the family, but she had never treated herself, her brother-in-law, poorly. When I entered the department store, I could hear a lot of noise at any counter, and the salesman inside had to be loud in order for the customers to hear them. With just a quick scan, Li Long saw Li Jianguo with Li Chang talking about something on the food side, while Li Wan herself was picking something here at the stationery counter. The sense of precaution against human traffickers is very low these days, and of course it's rare to see them in this northwestern frontier. So although the 10-year-old Li Wan didn't come out much, she still dared to pick out her favorite stationery here alone when she saw it. Li Long came to Li Wan and saw that she was looking intently at the price tag on the pencil case. Finally, she picked out an ordinary tin pencil case for 60 cents. "There are fewer people here." Li Wan looked at the pencil case in the salesman's hand, just intending to pay $1 clenched tightly in his hand. Li Long pointed to the other new-style double pencil case. said, "Comrade, please take this." Li Wan heard the sound and turned around in surprise. Saw Li Long. Softly called out, "Little uncle." Li Long smiled at her and said, "Uncle bought you a pencil case, and with your own money, buy pencils. We're going to use the pen." Li Juan whispered. "Then buy the fountain pen, comrade. Please take that one. Pencil case $1.08. Pen 90 cents. Li Wan took in hand. Happy. She followed behind Li Long and came to Li Chang together. Li Chang has already exchanged his dollar for the prawn crispy candy here. Li Jianguo did not object, but just reminded him to eat less every day, or else grow worm teeth. Li Jianguo held Li Chang and led Li Wan out of the department store. Li Long, on the other hand, started buying things for himself. A pair of felt tubes, a pair of woolen socks, a leather jacket, and a pair of new cotton pants. After the new year he still planned to go hunting in the mountains every now and then, and he couldn't do it without a good outfit. After the department store, they went back to the supply house, where there wasn't much to buy, and then the family went to the big meat canteen. Li Long directly found the manager Zhong Guoqiang, asked for a screen separated by a simple box. Intends to have a happy family meal. Chapter 92. Large pieces entering the home. Only when Zhong Guoqiang left did Li Jianguo ask in a low voice, "Xiao Long, you still know the manager here? I've sold him fish and meat." Li Long smiled and said, "The big meat buns brought to the house at that time were from his family. A few days ago when he sold fish he also wanted to go down to the water. This is not to recognize." Li Jianguo nodded his head. It didn't take long for the meal to be served. Braised pork, braised chicken nuggets, braised beef with potatoes, braised lamb. It's all hard food. These days, the big dish chicken and spicy chicken have not yet appeared. Up to here are traditional dishes. Li Long ordered 4 hard dishes, and asked for a plate of shredded potatoes. Liang Yume is hard to stop and then did not let the order. Looking at all the big plates, but everyone's meal is really amazing. These 5 big plates of food, plus 5 bowls of rice, surprisingly all eaten up. Even the soup on the plate was eaten by Li Wan and Li Chang with steamed buns. After eating, Liang Yume was still normal, and the 4 Li Jianguo, Li Long, Li Wan and Li Chang basically didn't want to move. Since Li Long and Zhong Guoqiang had spoken earlier when they ordered the food, the carriage was taken care of without them. Liren exclaimed that eating at this time of year just smelled good, whereas in the latter days, with all the oil and water, the meals were much smaller. Now when he eats a bibimbap, he has to add at least 3 noodles. It's not for nothing that a half-breed eats his old man. In his later life, he remembers that when he was over 50 years old and ate noodles outside, he had to have some left over, not to mention extra noodles, even for a larger noodle shop. "Let's go," said Li after resting for a while and drinking a bowl of tea. "After eating and buying, we have to go back." Both Li Wan and Li Chang kind of didn't want to go back. Liren suddenly remembered something and said, "Big brother, I forgot. We still have to go to the department store. I still have one thing left to buy." Rushing the carriage to the department store building, Li Jianguo followed Li Long inside. He was curious why Li Long never said what to buy. Liren asked as he kept coming to the place selling sewing machines, pulling out his ticket and handing it over. "How much is this sewing machine?" 104. The salesman's face was expressionless. Liren couldn't help but say, "Yo." The price went up. The salesman had a love it or leave it look on his face. "Here, buy one." Liren saw that there was only one brand here. Standard sewing machine set in addition to the top of the head. There is a support frame. The belly, usually as the head can be turned upside down into the belly. The whole sewing machine is a platform. A set in a large box with instructions. It wasn't until the 2 men came out carrying the sewing machine that Li remembered to ask, "Xiao Long, that's a buy? Then buy it." Li Long smiled and said, "With this, wouldn't it be much easier for my sister-in-law to make clothes and shoes?" That's right. Li Jianguo of course knew that his wife had long wanted to have a sewing machine, but with the previous situation of the Li family, it was impossible in a short period of time. Of course, after the beginning of spring, the land was divided, and in 2 years, the Li family bought sewing machines. Li Jianguo's point of talent in this aspect of farming, which is very much admired by Li Long in his 2 lives. If there is not an accident, the Li family later in the village, but also the existence of the first few after all, the package of production to the household not a few years, Li Jianguo has already bought a tractor, became the village's few million yuan household level family. What is this? Liang Yuame was still a little disbelieving even though she looked at the box and saw that it said sewing machine. Sewing machine ah. Li Jianguo laughed and put the box on the carriage with Li Long. Xiao Long bought it. Now you're happy. What? A sewing machine? Liang Yuame was really shocked. You bought a sewing machine? How did you buy it? It's not a ticket. It must be over $100, right? The ticket was exchanged by Xiao Long with Su Chengjun. Money. 104. Li Jianguo said. I'll give it to Xiaolong when we get back. Give what? Li Long waved his hand. My shoes and clothes are all made by my sister-in-law, and when I'm given land in the back, I'll have to let you plant it when I go into the mountains. When the time comes to pay the grain, will you still pay for me? Now I'm also a member of the family. I'm not separated. At this time, the payment of grain is a big deal. The division of land, that not only have to pay the grain, there are 3 to 5 or something, but the northern border side of the trouble less. After all, more land, farmers to survive the pressure to be a little less. Li Long truly does not intend to farm. In the latter part of his life, the land was handed over to the cooperatives, and he caught fish and shrimp and crabs all day long, so he had long since forgotten about the things in the land. Now he can't go out in the sun to pull weeds, plant seedlings, sprinkle fertilizer, and cut wheat. It's not about hard work or laziness, it's just not wanting to do it. This sewing machine, and the stuff I bought for the family in the back, as compensation, it was Liren's own selfishness. After Liang Yuma's shock, there was joy. She touched the case of the sewing machine. If this was at home, I'm afraid I couldn't wait to open it. The whole team now has a sewing machine in the captain's house, and it's the kind you don't lend out. Now that's definitely famous. When the carriage was heading back, Li Long took the opportunity to tell his big brother's family about the house again with a set of words. The old Ma's house in the county that I originally sold fish to. The old man went back to Shanghai to spend the new year with his son. The key to his house was given to me to help look after the house. Then you have to visit every other day. Li Jianguo didn't think so. If you promise someone, you have to fulfill it. You'll have to come up the street from time to time anyway, so you'll have to take a look by the way. Aha! Li Long, this is to make padding. Wait for another period of time, and then say that the old horse does not come back. Sell the house to himself. Then it will be smooth. Now directly said to buy the house. I am afraid that big brother cannot accept. After all, the old Ma's house has only been returned for just 1 year, and no one knows what it will be like in the back. When we returned home, Lu's sister-in-law heard the commotion and went out to see. The Li family bought a sewing machine. Immediately spread the word. When Li Long returned the carriage and came back to the house, he heard that there were still quite a few people over in the West house. They all came to see the sewing machine, and also to see all the meat that was hanging in the idol house. After all, the sewing machine is only in the idol house now. This Li family is completely up. This meat, you won't be able to finish it until the end of next year, right? How rich must that family be to be able to afford a sewing machine? In the future, Li Wan's mom will be able to make clothes more easily, and this sewing machine will be much faster than sewing by hand. That's right, it's a machine. It tops a lot of people. Li Long did not know that these neighboring women, after knowing that the sewing machine was purchased by Li Long, had sprung up to introduce him to someone. After living in the big house in the county, Li Long was a little uncomfortable with kerosene lamps when he came back. He knew that the power lines would be pulled to every house in the spring, but power delivery was not guaranteed at that time, and it was not unusual for the power to go out 2 or 3 times a day, or half of the month. It's only been a short time since the reorganization, and the grassroots unification below the county level is a bit of a mess, and where the wires are pulled from has a lot to do with that. There's no way out. Stay up. Chapter 93. Happy New Year. Rich or poor, shave your head for the new year. At this time of year, very few people in the countryside were in the habit of going to the barber store. Instead, they had one of those manual pushers that 3 or 5 families usually had. At this time, Ordinary World has not yet come out. Sure, Oji Commune's Hudelu has not yet designed a fashionable hairstyle, the Li family's hair, all by Liang Yume to push and cut. Li Wan and Li Chang also both have new clothes, just waiting for the New Year's Eve to pass, then change into them. At this time, even if the family was poor and could not afford to buy cloth to make new clothes, they would wash the clothes for their children and try to wear clothes with fewer patches for the new year. As New Year's Eve approaches, the occasional sporadic sound of firecrackers can already be heard. Li Chang in the past 2 days is the team's most scenic children. Li Long to buy in the Yuking 100-ring small whip for him to dismantle. One at a time. Let took a handful, and then light a jasmine incense in the hand. Go out to put. At this time, no matter boys and girls, for the pursuit of firecrackers are very persistent. That 100 ring of small firecrackers loaded with very little. Li Long dare to pinch in the hand to put, so do not worry about being fried. On the contrary, the electric light gun to be set off on the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year for dumplings is quite loud, so you should still be careful at this time. This new year, many people have read the Li family's good thanks to Li Long's blessing. Many families in the team for this year, the reunion dinner table, can add 1 or 2 more hard dishes, whether it's wild boar, yellow mutton or lamb down, including fish. It used to be rare for New Year's Eve, but now, more or less, it's all there. Even if he went to the small sea to smash the ice hole to catch fish, it was Li Long who got it up first. Other people don't go to sell, or don't dare to go to sell, but at least those who will eat fish, have fish to eat. Having a big carp on the table at the New Year's Eve dinner would be a great honor. There are quite a few young people who come to Li Long's place to hang out these days. Su Navy after seeing the leather jacket in Li Long's house. Envy for a long time, this one leather jacket in the department store to more than $40. The top of the average worker a month's salary. Ordinary people are really difficult to afford. But with otter skins on the outside and treated fuzzy fur on the inside. And a fur collar. It looks stylish and does keep you warm. Xiaolong, you said you've changed a lot in this period of time. Su Navy sat on the Kong and said with emotion. Not to mention the money I've earned. I've gone out and seen a lot. And I hear you talk differently. Today Su Navy came alone. And he brought 20 more bullets to be exchanged for 4 pounds of yellow mutton. Li Long naturally had no problem with it. The family didn't have much else. Just a lot of meat. Either that or the tree moves to death and the person moves to life? Li Long smiled and said. If you go out and around and see more, it will naturally be different. I've never been out, so I don't really dare. The most I can do is to go around the county. Unlike you, Yuking and Shurchang just go around. Then what if I pull the fish and someone in Ma County catches it and doesn't go to Stone City? Don't people push themselves? How do you know it won't work if you don't push yourself? There were no other entertainment facilities these days, and Li Long could only read books to pass the time. This made him miss the days of his last life when he swiped videos and novels on his cell phone. By the way, I heard that Wu Shufan and Guillermo fell out again. She didn't come to you to get back together? Su Navy asked with a somewhat ambiguous tone. Compound what? Li Long waved his hand. A good horse doesn't come back to grass. There's no way she's coming. And there's no way I'm going. Why? She's so pretty. You don't care for her anymore? Su Navy was a bit surprised. Then why don't you go after her if she's so pretty? Li Long asked rhetorically. It's true that she's pretty, but it's also true that her mom is difficult. Su Navy now considered Li Long as a confidant and spoke the truth. My mind is not on this. Li Long shook his head. Earning money is most important now. I can kind of see that as long as one earns the money, no matter if it's a laborer or a farmer, it's a sought-after commodity. You're really right. Su Navy smiled and said, in the past 2 days, my sister-in-law has been talking about introducing you to a good match. Forget it. Li Long smiled. I have a high vision now. I can't look at ordinary ones. It was already dark when Su Navy left. Li Long knew clearly that Su Navy was quite a noble man. He went to high school, although he did not graduate, but his vision is different from the ordinary young people in the team. There was always a kind of the world is drunk and I am awake alone lofty, and then really went to the army. At this time or March conscription, Su Chengjun as the captain, Su Navy and went to high school. There is no problem with the body. To go to the army is still a sure thing. But the words of the Su Navy is a wake-up call for Li Long. These 2 days sister-in-law also said from time to time. The team of those aunts and sisters-in-law really open to Li Long introduced object. Are there relatives and so on? Most of them Liren was impressed. And people didn't even see Liren before he pushed them. He wasn't a face dog, but he had to be able to at least look good. In the midst of all the mess, New Year's Eve arrived. Li family's custom is to worship ancestors on the 30th day of the year. He and Li Jianguo, 2 people, went outside the main road. Pick up the crossroads, in the snow in a circle, in the southeast side of the cut, and then burned paper in the circle. When I was a kid, I used to go to my ancestors' graves to burn paper on New Year's Eve, but now I'm stuck here. Li Jianguo lamented. I don't know if the old ancestors can receive it. After burning the paper, the 2 brothers went home. 30 noon is dumplings. Before eating dumplings, put up spring scrolls. Because of Li Long's ability, the Li family this year packaged dumplings filled with wild boar meat and cabbage. Mutton and cabbage 2 fillings. Li Jianguo also found a few brand new pennies from the 5-drawer cupboard. Washed and cleaned after the Liang Yume wrapped into the dumplings. Said the first day of the year to see who can eat it. After eating the dumplings, Li Chang couldn't wait for Li Long to unwrap a pocket of small firecrackers for him, then rushed out with a stick of incense. Look at what he can do. Liang Yume couldn't help but say, I don't know what there is to put. Male dolls, running is nothing. Li Jianguo said with a smile. New Year's Eve dinner. According to Li Long's proposal, marinated meat, mixed cold dishes, fried hot dishes. The family is hot and lively, talking and laughing. In this life, Li Long for the first time to drink wine. The more famous wines sold over here are Gucheng and Poplar, and Li Long only drank 2 cups and lived. He also remembered to go out past 0 to let go of the door gun to go. Li Chang was dead set on following. He reluctantly followed Li Long until 12 o'clock, then put on his new clothes and followed Li Long to the door. Li Long first ordered a 2-kick thrown out. Heard outside bang pop after 2 sounds. They walked out. Li Long said to Li Chang as he lined up 2 kickers in the yard. You light 2 on the west side. I'll light 2 on the east side. Make sure you light them, and don't worry, they won't blow up on you. Li Chang looked at such a thick cannon and was a little nervous, but boys, this time is not to be abashed. He looked at Li Long has gone over to prepare to light the cannon. Immediately came to the westernmost cannon, squatted down, nervously reached out, with the incense in his hand to reach the cannon's twist. He managed to light it and turned around to run, only to see Li Long lighting the second one, so he had to return again as well. Boom 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 pop boom pop. Continuous loud noises exploded in the night sky. It's a new year. It's here. Li Chang looked nervously at the 2 kickers blowing up in the air, thinking that tomorrow he could have a good blowout with his buddies. I can't believe I let off such a thick cannon myself. For his part, Liren thought to himself, it's been almost a month since he's been here, so I hope that all goes well in the new year. Chapter 94, Going to the Liang family to visit relatives. On the first day of the new year, Li Long climbed up early. The thing about habit was horrible. Even though he no longer needed to get up early to set the wagon, these past 10 or 20 days, he had gotten up at the crack of dawn every day, and now even if he didn't have to work, his biological clock had automatically marked him to wake up when it was time. Couldn't even think of a nap. There were no firecrackers outside yet, so Li Long put on his clothes and went to the west room. Liang Yuemei had already set up the stove and was making dumplings. Xiaolong, go prepare the firecrackers. Later on when your sister-in-law over here calls for dumplings, you'll light the firecrackers on your side. Li Long answered and went to the firewall to get the 1,000-ring electric light cannon and went outside to dismantle it. Li Wan and Li Chang, who were wearing new clothes, had also climbed up, and seeing Li Long go out, they immediately followed him out. Li Long tied the firecracker to a long pole with thin wire and picked it up high. Strong, dare you order? Don't dare. Looking at how big the electric light cannon was, Li Chang really didn't dare to order it. He knew it wasn't the same as last night's 2-kick, which Uncle Junior had spared. Ha ha, then you hold the pole here with your feet. Li Long leaned the pole against the side of the courtyard wall, letting the firecrackers fall to the outside of the courtyard wall, and all that was needed on this side was for someone to hold it against the pole. Good. Li Long pulled out a kerosene lighter and walked outside the courtyard wall to grab the head of the firecracker. When Liang Yuemei over there opened the door and shouted, Li Long's side lit the firecrackers. The loud noise hurt my ears, and I have to say that the quality of firecrackers at this time of year is really good. After the firecrackers were set off, Li Chang immediately scurried out and picked up the duds outside the courtyard wall. Li Wan also followed to pick them up. Li Long remembered that he seemed to have done something similar when he was an hour old. After breakfast it was time for New Year's greetings. Li Long gave Li Wan and Li Chang $10 of New Year's money each, although Liang Yuemei thought it was too much, but Li Long thought it was something he should give. The next step is to pay homage to the new year in the village. It's common for people to go from one house to another without bringing gifts, just to say hello to the new year. Unless you have a particularly good relationship with someone, you will usually go back to your own home for lunch. For going to whose house in general Li Jianguo does not require, but the Gu family is necessary to go. The two families have a very good relationship. It is not appropriate to let Li Wan take Li Chang to pay New Year's visit at this time, but these children have their own way of celebrating the new year, often in groups of one family to run, but also to see and compare whose family's candy is delicious, peanuts taste good and so on. Li Long went to the Gu family and was quite pleased to see that Gu Xiaoxiao was still studying. After leaving the Gu family, he went to Tao Dachan's house to look around again, then went back to the East house. In the past, he was quite fond of bustling, but now he felt that it was quite good to stay alone and read. In the afternoon, Su Navy came over to find Li Long to play. Li Long excused himself. He felt that all 20, still like a child running east and west, some childish. Early the next morning, Li Long went to the horse number, set the carriage and brought it back, today the second day of the year, to go to the Liang family. In the past, Li Long was not the one who went to save face. He felt that the Liang family was a relative of his brother and sister-in-law's family and had nothing to do with him, so he would stay home. And his brother and sister-in-law couldn't argue with him, and he didn't know how to cook, so Liang Yuemei would usually make the meal for him in advance. When Liang Yuemei mentioned this last night, Li Long didn't hesitate to agree to go. In fact, in his last life, he understood that compared to his own parents, the Liang family took care of him a bit more in turn. For the sake of his elder brother Li Jianguo, the things that the Liang family brought when they took care of this side of the family would often have Li Long's share as well. Elder Liang was really treating Li Long as a junior. It's just that in his last life, Li Long was concerned about that pretentious pride and failed to live up to this care. Knowing that Li Long was going, Liang Yuemei was quite happy. Li Long took the initiative to propose to set up a carriage to go there. The family will go and bring some meat, fish and other things, so it is naturally inconvenient to carry them. At this time the team's carriage is really quite idle. After all, not everyone is willing to pay $1.60 to rent a carriage to go to relatives. Can walk on foot. When she drove the carriage out of the house, Lu's sister-in-law across the street happened to go out and bumped into it, and asked in surprise, Huan's mom, what are you doing? Back to my mother's home. Liang Yuma said with a smile, today is not the second day of the lunar month. We go back to our mother's home. Yo, that's Xiaolong. Lu's sister-in-law remembers that in previous years, Li Long was not going to go, and it was even more surprising to see Li Long sitting in the car. I'll go too. It's been a long time since I've seen Grandpa and Grandma Liang. I'll go pay my respects to them. Li Long also said with a smile. Li Jianguo raised the whip and the carriage went along the main road. Mrs. Lu looked at the carriage and muttered, this Li Long is really changed. When the carriage rushed to the Liang family 5 kilometers away, Liang Wenyu was still chanting that her big sister was almost there. The second sister Liang Xingmei home is closer. Has arrived. Liang Xingmei married Du Haiwa, a farmer from a neighboring team. The two production teams are less than 1 kilometer apart, and these two teams belong to Qinjin Commune, which is adjacent to Hongqi Commune where Li Long and his team are located. Uncle! Great uncle! From afar, Li Chang saw Liang Wenyu and then shouted loudly. Liang Wenyu was a bit surprised. Then she quickly rushed over and picked up Li Chang from the car. Chiang is here. Let uncle take a look. So heavy. He's a big boy. Then he looked at Li Wan. Wan is here too. Growing taller. Liang Wenyu greeted Li Jianguo and Liang Yuma before looking at Li Long. In the past, when Li Long didn't come, Liang Wenyu still felt that he was pretentious, but now that he came, he felt a little awkward. Liang Wenyu was half a year older than Li Long, but Li Long never greeted him by his first name. Brother Wenyu. Good New Year. Li Long took the lead in greeting, causing Liang Wenyu to freeze for a moment before saying, Good New Year. I heard that you had a good toss a few times a year ago. What's up? It's not bad. Anyway, there's no shortage of meat in the house now. Li Long smiled and said, No, there's still some filial piety for the grandparents. Looking at the half-fan of wild boar meat, 2 legs of lamb and a pocket of fish loaded on the car, Liang Wenyu couldn't help but say, That's too much, isn't it? Not much, not much, there's still a lot at home, Li Jianguo said with a smile. In the past, because of Li Long drag, coupled with the miscellaneous things in the production team, Li Jianguo did not less accept the old father-in-law's family to receive, resulting in his picking up the burden. Du Haiwa saw the yin and yang. This time, I've brought back so many things. Let's see what that Du guy says. Speak of the devil. When they heard the commotion outside, Du Haiwa and Liang Xingmei walked out of the house, and then they saw the carriage. It is still rare to see a horse and carriage when visiting relatives these days. After seeing Li Jianguo, Du Haiwa half joked and half mocked. Yo, big sister's husband, this is quite a burnt bag. Only a few kilometers of road. Just get a carriage. This is too much of a battle, is not big enough. It's not that I don't mind the gusto, but I can't hold the stuff. Li Jianguo pretended not to hear Du Haiwa's mockery and directly took the pocket of fish from the car and placed it on Du Haiwa's shoulder. You're here, just in time to help out and get this fish to mom and dad's house. Du Haiwa finished actually have seen the carriage loaded things? Stayed for a moment, otherwise would not have been Li Jianguo directly count. The fish had been placed on his shoulders, and it would not do for him to lower it any further, so he had to carry it toward the house. At this time Liang Yume's father, Liang Donglu, and her mother, Chen Xiuzhu, came out of the house and happily greeted their daughter's son-in-law and grandson, including Li Long. In their eyes, Li Long, likewise, was a latecomer like a relative. Chapter 95, Make it good for yourself. Make it good for your family. Why do you need so much meat? 1. Shangqiang and Xiaolong are all growing up, so save it for yourselves. Liang Donglu took a look at Li Jianguo and the others and lectured Liang Yume first. The aunt is a guest. Definitely cannot be said. Here in Liang Donglu, although Li Long is about the same age as Liang Wenyu, he is classified as Li Wan and Li Chang, counting the dolls as a group. Naturally, he also cannot be said. Then he can only say that his daughter, Dad, there is still plenty of meat at home. There are still 2 pigs, 2 sheep, and yellow sheep, and there must be more than 100 kilograms of fish, so we can't finish eating it until it freezes. Li Jianguo smiled and said, There is no shortage of meat at home this year. Don't worry. Then he turned his head and said to Du Haiwa, Haiwa, I remember you do like to eat fish. Your family Tang Yuan also likes to eat fish. Go to my house to get it when you have time. It's enough. Du Haiwa, because of the proximity of the Liang family, the Liang family has something he can often take care of. So when the Liang family to talk and do things are a little staggering, Li Jianguo also has little respect. Du Haiwa has nothing to say this time. He can take care of his father-in-law's family all year round. but not half a fan of pork. Moreover, he still has to receive occasional charity from his father-in-law's family. Go, 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 go inside. Don't freeze the children. Chen Shouju's focus was on the two children, and she said, say what you have to say inside the house. People in the neighborhood also came out to watch when they heard the commotion. In fact, on the second day of the new year, many people like to watch and see if the married daughters of the families will come back and what they will bring with them when they come back. Don't say that the dog's eyes look down on people. Some people's eyesight is so little. Liang family 2 daughters and a son. Son small cannot support the facade. If the 2 son-in-laws do not take care of the father-in-law's home, it is inevitable that some people will be belittled, and even bullied to the head. At this time, seeing the Liang family's eldest son-in-law's family of 4 or 5 coming over, leading a carriage and carrying so many things, naturally someone came over to ask. Alas, just don't listen. Liang Donglu has a mouthful of complaints, but the smile on his face can't be concealed, saying that they won't be allowed to bring things they favor to bring. Look at the meat and fish brought here. How can they finish eating? When Liang Yuanmei married into the Li family, many people in the team were looking at the joke. After all, the Li family is located in the New Lake Brigade. Then the Liang family is located in the production team, far from the county town. Even though it is only 3 to 5 kilometers away, in the eyes of some people, it is still a long-distance marriage, and it is a marriage to a more remote team. Coupled with the heavy burden of the Li family, the Liang family from time to time also received a little help, which makes many people born to look at the joke of the heart. Although Liang Donglu is convinced that he did not do anything wrong, and Li Jiangluo's character can stand the test, he suffers from not being able to explain to others. Now the Li family pulls so many things at once. Liang Donglu, although not willing, also do not want the Li family to do so, but at least on this performance, has been able to block the mouth of all the Yue, free from a lot of right and wrong gossip. Into the house, Li Wan pulled Li Chang to Liang Donglu and Chen Shouju kowtow to pay New Year's greetings, and then joyfully received 2 New Year's money red envelope. Just now Du Haiwa's family 8 in the house did not come out. This time ran out, and Li Wan Li Chang too playful. Du Tong Yuan was 8 years old, just in the middle of Li Wan and Li Chang, and the 3 cousins were very close. Li Chang took his wind-up frog, and the 3, regardless of the adults, immediately looked for a place to play. Li Long paid New Year's greetings to the 2 old men, and surprisingly, there was also New Year's money, which made him a big red face, after knowing that these wild boars, sheep and fish were all gotten by Li Long. The Liang family now had a new understanding of Li Long, the former asshole. To say I'm impressed is really an understatement. Xiao Long, is it good to fight wild boars in that mountain? Liang Wenyu also no longer wore colored glasses on Li Long and asked with an open mind. To say good fight or good fight, find a place, ambush, wait for the wild boar to come down the mountain. Just like the militia training to hit the fixed target, 5 or 6 semi-automatic rifles are powerful. How can you hit 1 or 2 heads? Li Long also does not hide, opened his mouth and said, but it's also hard to say that it's hard to fight. After all, after entering the mountain, want to find the boar's trail is really not easy. Ambush, place are to choose. Wild boar knows spirit, to get upwind. Wild boar smell the smell at once scattered. That speed run very fast, simply cannot aim. Liang Wenyu nodded his head, indicating that he understood. What about the yellow sheep? Du Haiwa recognized himself as a pretty good shot, and seeing how much the Li family had harvested, he also got up the idea of going up to the mountains to hunt. Winter is fine. Really want to be able to hunt in the mountains. Improve food not to mention. Say out of the name is also good. It's the same with yellow sheep, Li Long said. As long as we can find the location, the rest is to slowly approach, aim from a distance, and find the opportunity to hit it. Now that Li Long thought about it, the fact that he was able to hunt so many prey was more due to the intelligence information given by Harimu and Yushinjiang. Without this information, it would take a long time to hunt on your own, even if you could. The most important thing is to know where there are things. Liang Donglu came in from outside the house after finishing his conversation with his neighbor, and hearing a few people at the table there, he interjected, there are plenty of good things in the mountains, but that's only possible if someone knows the places. Then, Xiaolong, where did you know the location of those wild boars and yellow sheep? Du Haiwa asked. I have 2 herder friends in the mountains. Li Long smiled and said, at first I was going into the mountains to pull wood and would bring them something, brick tea or something like that, and they knew that I liked to hunt, so they took me with them. They didn't eat the wild boar when they shot it, so they gave it all to me. Now that he thought about it, Li Long himself also felt that things had developed and changed magically, just because of his own whim at that time. It was surprising that doing various things behind him went so smoothly, thanks to Arimo and Tamayama River. The men are here in the living room cracking skulls and bragging about their passages. while the women are busy cooking in the back kitchen. Liang Xingmei asked her sister while peeling garlic. Big sister, has that Li family's little dragon really changed so much? I remember last time when you came back and said that because he became a laborer, his nose went up to the sky and he was arrogant. The changes are really big. Liang Yuemei smiled and said, it's just the same change that started after Yuking was expelled and came back. What can I say? He's really come into his own now. And he even bought me a sewing machine 2 days ago. What? Liang Xingmei shouted in surprise. Bought you a sewing machine? He can earn that much money? Is he that kind? Xiaolong said that I made all the clothes and shoes I wear. So isn't it right to buy a sewing machine? Liang Yuemei was very proud. Now there's no separation. So it's just for the family. The family bought it. So naturally it is for Liang Yuemei to use. If you let Li Long use it, he won't step on it. Little dragon is a good boy. Chen Xiuzhu sighed. The child has gotten older and understands things. Yuemei, you must be kind to him in the future. This child left his parents at such a young age. So it's normal for him not to understand things. Now that he understands, you should take better care of him. Mom, I know it. It's a pleasure. Before leaving, Li Jianguo told Liang Donglu about the possible division of land after the new year, so that his father-in-law's family to get ready. He also pointed out that Li Long guessed that he would divide the team's property, meaning that he could now think about what he wanted. After all, this is a big deal, and it's good to be prepared ahead of time so you can deal with it when the time comes. Chapter 96, First Fish Selling Loss After the New Year. Until the 10th day of the year, Li Long and Tao Dashan too restarted the ice hole to pull out fish. After 10 or so days of interruption, the fish in the small sea of oxygen needs more and more urgent. One day 2 people pulled out 100 kilograms of fish. So many fish to the 2 people also startled, and then pulled the fish back to start picking up. Too big and too small to stay at home. The Li family kept part of it, and Tao Dashan took some back. The next day Li Long and Tao Dashan both pulled the fish to sell, but to their surprise, both the black market in Ma County and the family homes in Shicheng, the demand for the fish wasn't that urgent anymore. The fish were placed there, and even though Li Long yelled loudly and there were many people who came to see it, not many people bid on it. When the 2 men returned in the dark, the fish were surprisingly unsold. Li Long simply gave all the remaining 7 or 8 kilograms of large and small fish to Zhong Guocheng of the large meat canteen. Back at the team, Li Long gave Tao Dachang a $5 ticket and then said to him, "Da Chang, I'm not going to catch any fish for the next half a month. Fish are not selling well now, as you can see. If you want to catch fish to eat at your own home, then just get the net at my house. Fish, no more for now." Tao Dachang is also disappointed that Li Long doesn't catch and sell fish, so he loses his earning livelihood. All the money earned earlier was spent at home, buying New Year's goods and charcoal, and now the $5 given by Li Long is all I have in my hand. Earlier when earning money to spend money did not have a lot of counting, now feel in the hands of this $5. Very precious, cannot just spend. So, Brother Long, when can we sell fish again? Wait a while. Liren thought about it and said, let's see in another half a month. Good. Tao Dachon went back home. Half a month. He could afford to wait. In fact, this time when he went out, Li Long also discovered a new situation. After the new year, although people's enthusiasm to buy things had dropped quite a bit, the black market had in turn become more active. The people who set up stalls in the black market in Ma County are more than twice as many as before. Eggs, meat, rice, noodles, rabbits, and other kinds of things are sold, and there are also people with their own hand-woven small baskets and baskets. In short, it can now be seen that the market has been revitalized, and the top seems to have relaxed a lot about setting up stalls to sell things. Although there is more competition, the market has been revitalized and there are naturally more people buying things. Li Long rejoices in such changes. Back at home, Li Long gave Li Jianguo the situation. Li Jianguo nodded and said, if you don't catch it, you don't catch it. Anyway, the sea is so big and there are so many fish that you can catch them whenever you want. But when the snow melts in the spring, it will be hard to catch fish again. It's not that hard, Liren said with a smile. Just drop the sticky net when you get there. I remember in my last life, the team out a lot of fishermen, with a big car tires inflated as a boat, tied to the top of the board, make 2 small paddle boards, while paddling in the sea while laying nets. The first day afternoon nets, the next day in the early morning to pick up the net, directly take down the fish to bike to the county to sell, and come back after breakfast to pick up the net again. In those days, the big crushing carp in the small sea was very popular, from $2 or $3 a kilogram to $15 a kilogram later on, and the big slab of crushing carp could be sold for $20 to $25, and there would still be people wanting them. After all, in the eyes of eaters, wild fish just tastes better than farmed fish, and the small sea because all over the reeds, behind the cattail grass, Carp have something to eat? Fishing out look also beautiful, fat and shiny. At a glance can be seen and farmed that kind of bleak white different. That's why until Liren passed away in his last life, the fish from the small sea was the most popular in the market. Bar none. Doing the math this way, buying a bike is on the agenda. And the next step of buying a sticky net, casting a net, getting tires or building a wooden boat is even more to consider. Hunting is the way to go. And being a fisherman is something that Liren will not give up. It makes money and is more of a hobby. Big brother, do you know how to cast a net? Li Long suddenly thought of something. In his last life, his big brother left the world early, and he hadn't really seen him spreading nets much. Will, but can't spread it. Usually only half a net. Li Jianguo rolled up a mo cigarette and said, in the past in the old home, the best at spreading the net was the second brother. Second brother that net spread round. Can also be spread into the corner? Want to cover where when the side of the river flooding. Under the bridge hole there are fish. He put so big spreading net. Spread a small circle. Just before the bridge hole that piece of the square table big place to cover. The fish did not run one. For this, Li Long had no memories. His memories of his old home were pretty much fuzzy. Only remembering that he didn't have enough to eat in his old home. Pop spreading nets is also okay. Li Jianguo lit a cigarette, took a drag and said, when there was a shortage of food, as soon as spring, Pops went to the big river to spread nets, fishing fish and shrimp back to cook and eat, although there is no oil, but it's better than nothing to eat. I didn't realize that my old man, who was out of tune in Li Long's eyes, had such a hand. Actually spreading nets is simple if you want to learn it well, Li Jianguo said with a smile. When the snow melts, find a net, sweep the open space in the wheat field and practice. As long as you will start the gesture, practicing 180 times a day, a week will be spread, can be spread round. Li Long think about it. He will spread the starting gesture of the net, only is not to spread a line, is to spread a small semicircle. The reason for this is the lack of practice. He can't see the latter-day kind of coiled nets, or the old-fashioned casting nets or smooth practice when you can. The next day Li Long went to the county, and when he came out of the department store, he rolled out a brand new 2/8 permanently weighted bicycle with a pump. The back seat of the car directly tied a pack of cotton socks, scarves and other things to protect against the cold. Then he went to the supply house store and bought a few sheets of sandpaper and a scale. You can't sell things in the back without a scale. After these things were bought in full, Li Long rode to the big house, took out the 5 or 6 semi-automatic rifles from the compartment, and began to use sandpaper to gently polish the rust spots on the receiver cover. Once he had gotten his gun all set up, Li Long then put on his gear, mounted his bike, and headed for the mountains in the howling cold wind. The cold is real cold, but it's also real fast. It took 2 hours to catch the wagon, less than an hour on the bicycle, and he was already on the heels of Harimu's winter nest. Harimu, who heard the dog barking, came out of his winter den and was surprised to see Liren on his bike. This bike, it's expensive, isn't it? Indeed it's not cheap. Although Li Long was rich, he also felt a bit of pain after buying this bike. Over $160, 10 sheep money. That's not expensive. Harimu thought it was only 10 sheep, so it really wasn't expensive. Handing over the cotton socks and scarf to Harimu, Liren said, I'm going to look around the mountains for the next couple days and see where else I can hit. Then in this mountain, there are so many things that can be fought. Too many. Harimu smiled. Just in time. I'll take you there. There are some places that have good stuff in the summer. Chapter 97 on how important it is to have a reliable guide. Li Long put his bike in the winter nest, and after drinking the milk tea that warmed his stomach, he and Harimu both carried 2 guns and carried ropes and plastic sheeting toward the mountain forest. A little over a kilometer out along the mountain, east from the winter nest, Harimu turned a corner up ahead. Here a pass extends out to the north. Only the exit is very small and does not form a mountain pass here. Look, there's a ditch going in here, and in this ditch, there's a lot of that herb Yuhan people talk about. Some kind of shellfish. Harimu pointed out to Li Long and said, in summer, by May or June, there are those upside-down flowers that look good everywhere. The 2 men didn't go into the ravine, but Liren memorized the location of the ravine, the mouth of the ravine, with a row of jagged pines and a couple of rather large windfall trees. Over there, said Halamu, pointing again at a ditch below the shellfish ditch. There are a lot of mushrooms growing in the ditch from April or May until August, and those mushrooms, which are kinda pretty, aren't like the usual mushrooms. Halamo said to Liren as if pointing out the way. We're not interested in that stuff, but when summer comes and the snow melts, you can come over and take a look. I know you're into herbs, and there are more herbs in this part of the ravine. Finishing the place up, Halamo continued east with Laron. There's a patch of brush over there, no tall trees, and when spring comes, there's a horse deer that comes through, and I've seen deer waders here when I was herding sheep, but they were too resourceful for me. And I was out of bullets and didn't have my gun with me at the time, or else I'd have caught them. There are horse deer here. Liren got excited and asked, so will there be any here now? I don't know. Come on, go over there. Harima led Liren towards the patch of shrubs. The snow was deep and every step took a lot of effort, but both were excited to see if there were any big horse deer over there. What made Liren feel a little surprised was that the snow here in the bush had traces of trips. Harima looked around and saw some feces. He picked it up and looked at it and said, Maru was here, but it looks like it must have been 3 or 4 days ago. Li Long was excited and a little disappointed. If only he had come a few days earlier. The snow is too thick for the mare deer to find anything to eat, and they're moving around more now, so I'm not sure if they'll come behind them. Halimo said as he pointed east with his rifle on his back. Let's go on. I remember going there in the spring and summer before we turned around and seeing herds of wild hogs and elk deer. So go over there today and check it out. Even if you don't, you can remember this place back there and come over to hunt when you can. Li Long once again memorized this area. The bushes here were only 800 meters away from the shellfish ditch, although it wasn't a straight line, but as long as he found the shellfish ditch, this side would be easy to find. The two men went on for another kilometer or so, and just as Laron was puffing and struggling with his head down in the snow, Halimo suddenly stopped. Li Long, there's movement. Liren stopped suddenly. He realized that he was still a small gap from a qualified hunter, and he hadn't noticed anything just now. This stopping, he heard at once. Across a beam, a whimpering movement, not one, but a patch. A herd of wild boars? Liren looked to Halimu. It should be. Harimu nodded and took the 5.6 semi-automatic rifle off his back and said, let's go up slowly and take a look. And if we're spotted, we'll shoot right away and see what happens. Li Long thought to himself that it could only be this way, because he realized that the whimpering sound was relatively close to the mountain beam, and it was hard for two people to go up and not be discovered. Li Long also removed the 5.6 semi-automatic rifle from his back, and even wrenched up his 3-pronged bayonet. With 10 rounds well in the magazine, he pushed the rounds to load and staggered his position a bit with Halimu, the two men advancing slowly parallel to the beam, though both tried to be as careful as possible. The snow was so thick that every step was bound to make a noise. Li Long could feel the sound of whimpering on the other side of the mountain beam diminish a bit, but it's not good enough not to be on it. Luckily, this mountain beam is not too high, and now it is only a dozen meters from the top of the mountain. Harimu looked at Li Long and felt that Li Long had the intention of wanting to rush up, slightly shook his head, and then continued to slowly walk up, only stepping on the snow with more careful movements. It took 3 minutes for the two men to move to the top of the hill before they saw a dozen wild boars standing in staggered rows on the top of the mountain beam against the opposite downward slope, twisting their heads in unison or raising their heads or looking right at them. The slope over there is gentler, 30 or 40 degrees in feel, and at a glance, the snow is arching up in large swaths, with many grass roots showing. Hit! Harimu, just as the boar froze, brought his rifle to bear and fired at the current closest boar. Li Long also knew that this was the shot. He also raised his gun and fired at a female boar a dozen meters away. A cloud of blood erupted from the boar's shoulder as it came into view, and the boar cried out in agony, twisting its head and running away. The sound of gunfire exploded the herd of boars, which had been almost as if they were standing still, and scattered in all directions. Li Long's posture with his gun didn't change, always aiming at the little sow that was still running away, and with a bang, he fired another shot, which missed. Hearing the gunshot, the female boar increased her running speed toward the bottom of the hill and almost fell because the snow was too slippery, which gave Li Long an opportunity. Learning from his last chance, he made an advance, aiming for the boar's head as it charged downward, and keyed the trigger again. An even bigger splash of blood exploding on the boar, which was finally hit in the vitals and could no longer run, falling to the ground and convulsing. Li Long breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the other boars, which had already scurried out of sight, and 20 or 30 meters in front of Harima was lying a modest male boar. It was only 50 or 60 kilograms, about the same size as the head he was fighting. The Halimu gun had been backed up and was looking at Liren. Not bad for two boars you can't always bring back on a bicycle. It's alright, gutted and skinned, and what's left doesn't weigh much to take away. The weighted 2.8 permanent bikes are said to have carried all 400 kilograms, and these two, when cleanly handled, add up to no more than 100 kilograms, so how could they not be carried? And Liren knew that he would need to learn more caracal hunting skills in this next period of time. To use the simplest analogy, skinning, when the spring and summer, Harima they transferred to the summer pasture, then they shot a deer or elk deer. Do you want to sell the skin? Must be skin to sell. So if you can't skin it yourself, won't you even be able to sell it? So now Li Long is going to do the first step, starting with skinning and disemboweling. Chapter 98 Attempts Before Thawing. It was 4 or 5 kilometers from the winter nest, and pulling the 2 boars back unarmed was not impossible, but somewhat difficult. Liren simply gutted the boar here. Harimu didn't come up to help. He told Liren, "Why don't you stay here and do that? And I'll go back and get the horses back, and then I'll help you haul the 2 boars back." Okay. Li Long, not too skillful with the knife, has cut the carotid artery of the 2 wild boars and kept stepping to let the blood out. This blood is not let go. The meat is not delicious. After draining the blood, Li Long began to open up the pig's stomach, clearing out all those belly intestines from the pig's stomach. All of these things are actually good, but right now there's no time to fiddle with them. As far as pure meat is concerned, and you can't necessarily bring it all back. He'll have to keep the boar bellies, though. They're good for $3 a piece, and the stuff is medicine. It works for stomach problems, so it's right to either keep it or sell it. What's left is to peel the skin. Li Long was still a little hesitant when he moved the knife. Not good to cut. When he really started to cut, he couldn't care less. Where else but here could he practice skinning so easily? He didn't want to hit Harimu's idea of those sheep. Since the last time he helped Harimu and Yeshinjiang get rid of a few dozen sheep, the 2 families now had enough grass, and the 2 families were in a much better mood. With money on their backs and no shortage of supplies, these sheep are more than just rations, they are wealth, a business, and a livelihood. It's still cold enough that halfway through skinning a hog, it's completely frozen on and doesn't go down well. Li Long also no longer tangled. Although this boar skin peeling looks messy, but at least the initial feel is practiced out some. Then he tied the 2 hogs together, both dragged and placed them on a plastic sheet, then rolled the sheet up. When Harimu rode up, he tied one end of the rope of the tied pig donut to the saddle of his horse. "Do you want to come up?" Harimu asked. "Don't. You dragged directly to the bottom of the mountain, away from your winter nest," said Li Long. "Do not affect your family. I'll walk over, and when I get there, I'll find 2 pieces of wood to stretch behind the bike, tie these 2 guys upwards, and take them away." "All right." Harimu nodded and mounted his horse, dragging the 2 boars through. Liren, wearing a felt tube and carrying a gun, walked back deeper and deeper. Just without going far, Li Long felt the hairs of sweat stand up again. With a sharp shake of his shoulder, the semi-automatic rifle maneuvered into his hand, and with the safety on, he turned and aimed the gun toward the oncoming road, right on the mountain beam where he had just descended. A wild wolf was staring at him. There was still blood at the corner of that wild wolf's mouth, and Li Long guessed that it should have just eaten the wild boar's skin or entrails that he had left behind. Bang! Without a bit of hesitation, Li Long fired a shot at the wolf. The bullet hit not far from the coyote's side, splattering a cloud of snow. Startled, the coyote turned and disappeared into the other side of the beam. Li Long didn't rush over. He knew that even if he did, he was afraid that it would be hard to see the wolf. After watching for a while, the coyotes didn't reappear before Li Long turned around and continued walking back with his gun. How nice it would be to have skis. Unfortunately, even if I did, I wouldn't be able to ski myself. From time to time, Li Long turned back, not seeing the wolf, and that premonition of approaching danger did not appear again. More than an hour later, he arrived at the bottom of the hill of the winter nest. To Li Long's surprise, the 2 wild boars had already been tied to his 2/8 bar, while Harimu was splitting wood outside the winter nest. "I heard you shoot earlier. What happened?" Harimu asked. "A wolf showed up where we were shooting and I was startled." "There's a wolf?" Harimu froze. "I thought you'd found some more prey. In that case, I'll have to be careful too." After warming up in the winter nest for a while and drinking 2 bowls of milk tea, Li Long excused himself and left. He wrapped the 5.6 semi-automatic rifle and strapped it to his bike and rode it slowly back to the county, where it was already dark. Unmotivated to cook anymore, Li Long went to the big meat cafeteria and bought a few buns before heading to his old house. Go into the yard, set up the bikes and set up the stove, wait for the fire to get going, eat the buns, then unload the bike. Putting the 2 hogs barely in the kitchen, he once again set up a fire, boiled water, and continued to work in the kitchen. Good thing there are electric lights here, so you don't have to deal with it in the dark. Li Long continued to practice peeling the skin while thinking about whether he had to ask the street office where to pay the electricity bill after doing his job tomorrow. Li Long had been busy until 12 o'clock at night before he managed to skin both pigs. It wasn't smooth. The skin was peeled in bits and pieces, and the peeled pork was pitted, but overall at least it was dry and finished. He found another axe and split the 2 boars, legs for legs, ribs for ribs, and 5 meats for 5 meats, and then planned to take his chances at the black market tomorrow to see if he could sell them. Sleeping in a solid wooden bed at night, Liren soon let out a whine, exhausted, relying on a strong biological clock. The next day Li Long opened his eyes before dawn. He got up and rubbed his face, saw that the stove had gone out, so he stopped working, got dressed and went to the kitchen. still dragging up a few pieces of meat with a plastic sheet, and took the scale with him and headed out. It also looks like we need to get a plow. I was going to use a bike, but I'm worried about running into an arresting officer. The bike is over $100. And the problem is that tickets are still hard to come by, and that's a big loss if they're confiscated. When he dragged the wild boar meat to the black market, he found that 20 to 30 stalls had been set up, and there were quite a few people coming and going, 40 to 50, with some people still yelling in a low voice. When Li Long saw an egg seller closing his stall, he immediately tugged the plastic sheet over and took his place. The other two people traveling in the black market also saw this position, but not as fast as Li Long, so they had to continue to walk the stall while looking at the position. "Brother, what are you selling?" the stall owner selling fish next to him asked. Liren chuckled. "Wild boar meat. Old man, how do you sell this fish?" $1 a kilogram. Is to buy less people. There are old customers said a while ago someone only $2. 2 or 3 kilograms of 3 or 4 kilograms of that kind of, that sells the fish sold so cheap. We are not good to ship out. Where did you catch this fish? Li Long said in his heart that the person you are talking about is me. But I will not say anything even if I die. It looks quite beautiful. Isn't it beautiful? Caught by smashing the ice hole in the reservoir. The stall owner said proudly. Look at my big guy. No. The biggest 12 kilograms. Li Long said in his heart. You 12 kilograms, but also have to be bought by someone. The stall owner was quite talkative and asked Li Long again. Where did you get this wild boar meat? It's not a domestic pig, is it? Wild boar. Shot in the mountains. Li Long pointed to the skin and said. It's not as fat as a domestic pig, and the skin has to be peeled off, which is troublesome. Thank you for the reward from the Cloudless Sky High Book Club. End of chapter. Chapter 99. This wolf. Is he in a fight? Someone soon came by to ask about the price of meat. Liren said. $1.50 a kilo. It's wild boar. Wild boar meat sells cheaper than domestic pork, and he mainly wants to ship it out faster. Really wild boar meat? The person asking the price was a middle-aged woman, somewhat skeptical. Really? Liren chuckled. You're right to eat it as pork anyway. Then weigh me 2 kilos, I want 5 meat. These days like to eat fat. Li Long directly to her chopped a piece. Weighed 4 kilograms and a half. The woman did not count. Paid 6.70 cents. Carrying the meat away. The fish seller next to him was quite envious. He didn't always get $6 for selling several fish. I heard that there are joint defense members who will check. Is it true or not? Liren asked when he saw that no one was there. The stall holder waved his hand. There were people checking before the year, but after the year, no one is checking. Don't you see that more and more people are coming to sell their stuff here? The policy is liberalized. Otherwise who would dare to come? Li Long knows that the policy is indeed liberalized, but there is a policy from above, and it also depends on the specific implementation. After waiting here for half an hour, all of the 20 kilograms of five meat brought in were sold out, and 2 of the pork legs were sold, but only 2 kilograms of ribs were sold. Li Long looked at the plastic sheet, still left more than a dozen kilograms of ribs and 2 pig legs, said fortunately did not pull all the meat. All pull. That will stay half to pull back. Little brother, how about I take my fish for your meat? 1.5 kilograms of fish for 1 kilogram of meat, half of your ribs or bones. You're taking advantage. The stall owner who sold the fish said. No change. Li Long waved his hand. I'm not short of fish. Come on. Why don't I trade you 2 kilograms for 1 kilogram? The stall owner also wanted to eat meat, and was tired of eating fish every day. Besides, that fish doesn't have much oil, so how can it smell as good as a big fat slice of meat? No exchange. Li Long glanced at the fish on the other stall and shook his head. It wasn't as pretty as the fish in the small sea, and it didn't look fat. A big reason for the popularity of the fish in the little sea is that they are pretty and fat, because there are a lot of reeds growing in the small sea. The fish have something to eat. And although the fish in most reservoirs nowadays are also wild and grow naturally, there are no plants in the reservoirs. So the fish have to eat floating things, which are dry and thin, not to mention not pretty. As the day slowly dawned, the stalls gradually became fewer, but there were still a dozen or so in, and the number of people strolling around here still hasn't decreased, and even has a tendency to increase. Li Long began to believe that the policy was indeed liberalized and that no one would come to arrest anyone. Otherwise the sun would be coming up soon now and the stall would have been broken up long ago. In the future, this will not be a black market, but a morning market. After selling for a while longer, barely selling 4 or 5 kilograms of ribs, Li Long saw that the people were starting to get less, so he simply closed the stall, and he planned to go have a breakfast. I got up too early in the morning, didn't eat, and squatted here for almost an hour, feeling frozen through. Seeing that Li Long rolled the wild boar meat into a plastic sheet and bundled it up ready to leave, the fish seller was a bit anxious. Little brother, How about I trade you 3 kilograms of fish for 1 kilogram of meat? No change. Li Long waved his hand. There's really no shortage of fish in my house, and I have a reservoir there as well. Alright then, I'll buy 2 kilograms of ribs. The stall owner had to pull out a crumpled roll of money. 1 kilogram. Here's $1.02. Li Long spoke. How's that? Okay enough for you? As soon as I heard that Li Long's ribs to the stallholder to sell a piece of 2. Immediately there are other stallholders gathered around. You 3 kilograms, I 5 kilograms. Let is a moment of effort to his ribs to weigh clean. This was a surprise. And with the remaining 2 pork legs, Li Long dragged them off to the big meat cafeteria. Zhang Guoqian was not there. Li Long carried the pig leg and went inside. There were not many people eating at this time. He asked for 4 buns, poured a bowl of tea, and took a big bite. When the meal was over, Li Long carried the pig's leg out of the cafeteria again, went back to the old house, put the rest of the meat and the 2 pigs' legs on the bike, hung the scale on the front, and rode first to the buying station. Chen Hongjun happened to be there, so Li Long took a hang of 5 meats in. Comrade Chen, here's the wild boar meat you were promised. Chen Hongjun was so happy that he said with a smile, I thought you forgot. By the way, how much is the meat? Don't mention money. It's a gift for you to eat. Li Long turned around and walked out the door after saying that. I'm still in a hurry to go to Stone City to sell the meat now, so I won't say much. Chen Hongjun rushed out with the meat and saw that Li Long had already ridden his bicycle away, smiling and shaking his head. This Li is quite something. The bike was just as fast, and in less than an hour, he was already in the old streets of Stone Town. What makes Li Long a little surprised is that there are more vendors roaming here in the old street. Besides the ones selling raw melons, there are also quite a few selling specialties, and there are also 2 or 3 fish sellers, dragging a pocket between travelers just like he did earlier. You can't set up a stall here. There are managers who will remove it, but they don't collect anything. So Liren started pushing his bike and hawking. Wild boar, fresh wild boar, $1.50 a kilo, 5 meats, ribs, pork shanks, come and taste it. Li Long immediately attracted a lot of people with this yell. After all, most people have eaten domestic pork, but not many have tasted wild boar meat. A middle-aged man clutching a briefcase and wearing a green military overcoat approached and asked, Little comrade, is this really wild boar? Of course. Knowing that someone was skeptical, Liren had a boar's head rolled up in his pouch and removed it to show the man. See, this was shot yesterday. Skinned. Domestic hogs don't even need to be skinned. It looks really. Can it be cheaper? If it's cheap, I want a leg. The man felt that Li Long's meat was quite reliable. So he said, can it be cheaper? Already quite cheap. This is wild boar meat. I sell it cheaper than home pork, and do not want a meat ticket. Li Long smiled bitterly. Just earn a hard money, but also take 2 rounds of ammunition. Okay, for your honesty, I'll take a leg. The middle-aged man took out the money. The scale has to be higher. Don't worry, the scale is high. A leg 12 kilograms for Li Long according to 12 kilograms. The other party paid $18. Li Long gave him a thin wire tied a handle. The middle-aged man beautifully carried away. There is the first person to buy. The next business is a lot smoother. The guests from the south to the north want to bring some specialties. Think that this wild boar meat, whether it is said or looks good. So less than 2 hours, Li Long will be sold out of this meat. Only one older woman muttered. This meat is a little thin, not fat enough. Liren said, that can't be compared to a domestic pig. It's wild after all. After selling the meat, Liren rode back, even more determined to hunt in the future. Once this policy is liberalized, if we hunt every now and then and sell it, it will be better than farming. The 2 boars brought Liren over $120, and a sewing machine arrived. Beautiful. Liren went back to the big house to rest, planning to continue to the mountains the next day. Harimu was still splitting wood, which made Liren a bit confused. Did they need so much wood? And he splits the wood in 2 or 3 meter sections to build a house? Liren didn't ask, and as soon as he arrived, Harimu led him to another area to the east where animals were often active. There are snowcocks here, in flocks, Halimo said as he walked. Occasionally there are elk deer, and sometimes wild goats come down. Wild goat? Li Long was a bit strange. Was there really a wild goat? It's the kind with the long horns, not the rounded kind, Halimo explained. Oh, so it's a northern goat. Animals that are very criminal in later times actually live in herds in this area now. As soon as it's spring, they head higher up the mountain and only come down this time of year. Snow chickens? Well, they're skinny and not as tasty as domesticated chickens. Well, comparing snow chickens to domesticated chickens, Li Long was also speechless. This thing is actually a type of pheasant, which is the same family as pheasants. But snow chickens, in addition to eating, there are extremely high medicinal value. At least in the mouth of ordinary people is so rumored that the claws of snow chickens can cure rheumatoid arthritis, snow chicken meat aphrodisiacs and so on. The two walked on. And this time Laron stopped first. He grabbed the gun he was carrying in his hand in one smooth motion. Laron. Seeing the wolf. End of chapter. Chapter 100, what a lucky day. Li Long had already raised his gun when he saw the wolf, but the wolf reacted very smartly, and after realizing that there was someone on this side, he immediately scurried into the pine forest, and instantly disappeared. Wolf? Halamu immediately guessed when he saw Li Long's movements. Yes, it's probably the same wolf I ran into the day before yesterday, gray fur all over his body and a black mark on his face. Liren walked forward with his gun as he described it. The two chased into the valley in front of them, but there was no sign of wolves. Instead, two snow chickens fluttered their wings and jumped and flew towards Li Long in them. Bang! Harimo moved extremely fast and fired directly, surprisingly sending a snow chicken's feathers flying and planting it in the snow. Li Long hit the moving target is still a little lack of confidence. He held the gun until the snow chickens have fallen into the snow. Before Bang shot, the feathers exploded, and the snowcock's body jumped, then fell, unmoving. Li Long went over to pick up the snow chicken to take a look. The head is not big, feathers snow white with a little gray and yellow, just a little more than a kilogram. The gun hit the abdomen. A big hole is bleeding. Liren looked over into the valley and could vaguely see other snowcocks hopping and flying off into the distance into the pine forest. There are still plowed tracks in the snow at the bottom of the valley and on the sunny side, and small patches of brush and grass buried in the snow are supposed to be snow grouse food. Halamo took the other snowcock under his arm as well and continued in. There should be more up ahead. These guys don't fly far, he said. It's only good to get a few more. One won't do the job. The two continued on their way. Liren looking around, his goal at the moment not at the snowcock, but at the wolf. He wished he could find the wolf and shoot it, so there would be no more hidden dangers. However, all the way to the end of the valley, the two men hit three more snowcocks, but there was no sign of the wolf. Liren felt that he and the wolf would meet again. The guy was a thief. Head back. The gunfire has scared the elk and deer away. Harimu, carrying three snowcocks, and Liren skewering two, went over the southern ridge and returned westward through another valley. Inside this mountain, there are those wild goats with long horns, but there shouldn't be any now. The sound of gunfire will scare them away. These goats are very timid. Harimu wasn't wrong. There were indeed quite a few goat droppings and eggs in this valley, and there were traces of trampling in the snow, and nibbling on the grass and moss beneath the snow. Li Long was a bit disappointed. It was a bit unworthy to scare away the wild goats and elk deer for a few snow chickens. After all, these days it is still more expensive to have more meat. Snow chickens, not to mention the latter days, are very famous and expensive. But now it is estimated that the selling price is not even as good as a domestic chicken. Of course, good things were good things, and Li Long planned to ask for a high price when the time came, and if he couldn't sell it, he would keep it for himself. In 2 lifetimes, he had never eaten a snow chicken. As he was walking, Li Long suddenly saw a goat's horn exposed underneath a large pine tree, and he immediately ran over and yanked the thing out of the snow. Surprisingly, it's the skull of a northern goat. 2 long scimitar-like ram's horns protruded from the skull. Looking mighty, the skull was relatively well preserved, and Liren was somewhat pleased. This thing would definitely add a few artistic touches now that it was hanging in the house. It just looked good. This sheep is old. Harimu looked at it and said, it must be 10 years old anyhow. How do you know? Look at the knots on the horns. 2 knots is a year. Counting will know. Li Long realized that there is such a wheel of the year on the sheep's horns. He counted carefully. 18 sections. Sure is an old goat, carrying 2 snow chickens on his back, a gun in one hand and a goat's head in the other. Li Long felt that this trip was worth it. Then a few steps further down the road, an even greater surprise awaited him. 2 antlers with 4 or 5 branches protruding most of the way out of the snow were resting there under a thick pine tree in front of him. This pine tree has no branches from the ground to 3 or 4 meters high, and it's probably because of that it's become a place for bucks to sharpen their horns. Li Long quickly walked over, picked up a branch of antlers weighed. Just this one antler weighs 5 or 6 kilograms heavy. He looked at the other antler. Surely he couldn't give it up. Plus there was a goat's antler in his hand. I'll take this one. Harima looked a bit amused. Li Long, you've got a good haul today. Not bad indeed. Li Long himself smiled a bit proudly. So that's how the antlers were picked up. The 2 men ceased searching for their prey, and with one mind next went back, and as they came to the mouth of the valley, Liren saw something moving by a clump of bushes at the mouth of the valley, and in a moment he stepped in front of Harimu and whispered, something. Halamo looked ahead and also saw an animal there in the bushes, lowing its front hooves to pick at the snow at the edge of the bushes and then nibbling at the grass underneath to eat it. Elk deer. Li Long, your luck is too good today. Li Long smiled, put down his things, removed the 5.6 semi-automatic rifle, half-crouched down, turned on the safety, and slowly set the elk deer in the collimation circle. The elk deer were alert, looking up and around from time to time, then looking down for a couple of bites, then looking up again. It was a female roe deer with no long horns, and Liren aimed slightly back on his front legs, where the heart was, and then he gouged the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the elk deer bounced violently on both front hooves before falling heavily to the ground again, blood erupting from the muzzle of the gun. Not bad. Good shot, Halamu exclaimed. Li Long smiled, put away his gun and quickly stepped forward, came to the elk deer, and found that this was already dead. Pull it away. Harimu signaled Li Long to spread out the plastic sheet. It's just one valley away from the winter nest. No need to take the horse. Just drag it back. Okay, I'll bleed it first. Li Long took down the knife he was carrying, and after bleeding the elk deer, he wrapped it up with a plastic sheet, tied it with a rope, pulled it and rushed towards the winter nest. When they got to the winter nest, Harimu and Liren both skinned the roe deer one on each side. Liren tried to be careful, but still skinned it in 2 places. Seems like I need to practice my skinning skills. Broken. The price is not so good. Halamu was a little regretful. That can't be helped. I always have to practice, Li Long said. Otherwise, when you guys get to the summer ranch and I'm hunting here, I can't just not skin the things I hit. Well, right yet. It's about practicing. Harimu was deeply impressed with the reasoning of what Laron said. After skinning and gutting, the elk deer is less than 30 kilograms even if you add the antlers and ram's horns. The 2.8 big bar can carry it. Liren ate a horsemeat nerf at noon at the winter nest, then mounted up and headed down the mountain with his harvest. Harimu had intended to give Liren the snowcock he had shot, and Liren had refused. He figured he was already a hunter, so he'd take care of himself. Tomorrow, I'm going to sell elk and venison. End of chapter. Chapter 101, The Snow Chicken That Couldn't Be Sold. Still dragging the elk buck with a plastic sheet, as well as 2 snow chickens, Li Long arrived at the black market. This time, he wasn't lucky enough to pick up a good spot in the center, so he dragged the elk deer meat directly to the very edge of the morning market, spread out the plastic sheet, and exposed the elk deer meat and 2 snow chickens. Along with it, there was also the head of the elk deer. It was a rather remote location, and most of the people who came to the morning market found what they wanted right in the middle of the stalls and left. When Liren saw that this wasn't going to work, he stood up and yelled at the top of his lungs, selling wild game, fresh roe deer meat and aphrodisiac snow chickens. Come and have a look. He yelled so much that he startled the owners of the 2 stalls on the side, but then he saw that someone had heard the yell and walked over, and the stall owner cheered up. At least someone had come. The other one was a little worried and couldn't stop looking around, worried that Li Long's yelling had attracted the joint defensemen. Roe deer meat? Really? We have roe deer in the northern border too? Unlikely, right? Who says it isn't? Brag about it, the stallhopper said as he walked over to look at it. No blowing, no blowing. We also have roe deer in the northern border, called roe deer. You look at this head. This is yesterday in the mountain hit. And this snow chicken, a rare wild game. Cheap sale. Now a lot of people who set up stalls are selling their own specialties. There are not many people who dare to yell, so Li Long saw a voice, but also really attracted a lot of people. His explanation, plus that roe deer's head. There are really people who have to buy the idea. How do you sell this meat? $2 a kilogram. Li Long raised 2 fingers. You don't mind the price. The reason why this elk deer seed has the word deer is because it is the deer family, and deer are the same. The meat is nourishing yin and yang, and has a great tonic effect. This stuff is not rare. You're blowing it here. Roe deer are just roe deer, and they're still involved with deer. Someone obviously disagreed with Li Long's statement. I didn't blow it. A few days ago I hit a male. The horns took to the purchase station. That purchase station Comrade Chen gave me, that the horns are charged according to the antlers. Do you think the words of the purchase station people will be false? Li Long moved the Chun Hongjun of the purchase station, and the other party immediately stopped speaking. Here, weigh me 2 pounds. Someone squeezed by. Pay you. Good mile. At the sight of someone wanting meat, Li Long smiled. This opening, the back will naturally not worry. Watching you weighing 3 pounds of meat and 5 pounds of meat. The middle-aged man who started the line with Li Long couldn't help himself. Come on, weigh 5 pounds of meat for me as well. I want ribs dash. When Li Long took the money, he was also heard to mutter in a low voice. It's a pity it's a female. Don't worry everyone. I often go into the mountains. Maybe one day I'll call a male elk. Nothing often come around. When he said that, some people's eyes lit up when they heard it, and the one who had just weighed the meat immediately whispered, Little comrade, if you hit a male elk, how about saving that whip for me? Looking at this middle-aged man with prematurely gray head hair, Li Long nodded understandingly and said, Yes, but you'll have to come early then, or else I won't be able to not sell it if someone else snatches it, right? Good good good. The middle-aged man paid the money and left satisfied. The raw deer meat had the addition of deer and sold quickly. On the contrary, the two snow chickens with big holes in their bodies, no matter what Li Long said, no one bought them. The people of the country still knew something about deer, but snow chickens were even. Look is not as big as the family chicken. You dare to sell $5. Afraid not want money want crazy right? Someone pawed up the snow chicken and looked at it, said with disgust, also let the gun hit such a big hole. Clean up are not good to clean up. In the end, the raw deer meat was sold out after dawn, and the snow chicken was still no one wants it. No one wants it, so take it back to stew yourself. Li Long fumed, rolled up the plastic sheet and took the scale back to the compound. Look at the time to go to work. Li Long tied the antlers and raw deer skin on the back seat of the car, rode to the big meat cafeteria. At present, the county can take the canteen is this one. Have to wait for the policy liberalization. Those small restaurants dare to open up. After drinking congee and eating breakfast with steamed buns on salted vegetables, Li Long was about to go outside when he saw Zhong Guoqiang come out from the inside and said with a smile, "Ah, Comrade Li, I heard you went to sell raw deer meat this morning?" Yeah. Li Long didn't expect Zhong Guoqiang to be so well informed. How did manager Zhong know? The old diners who came to my place said so, and criticized that we have too little wild game here. Comrade Xiao Li, in the future, if there is any wild game, also send some to us. The price is good. Okay. Li Long smiled and said, when we hit something later, we'll send it to you first. But to be honest, it's just wild boar meat, raw deer meat or something like that. At most add a snow chicken or something. That's okay. But the snow chickens have to be whole, or else they won't do well. Zhong Guoqiang added, directly blocking Li Long's way of trying to sell those two pheasants here. That's fine. I'll come find you when there's a shipment. Li Long greeted out the door and rode his bike to the buying station, locking the car and taking the antlers and elk deer skins into the buying station. Li Long saw Chen Hongjun talking to a customer about the price. Li Long probed to see what the other party had placed on the counter, a thick branch of party ginseng. When Chen Hongjun saw Li Long come in, he nodded at him and then continued to talk about the price. Old comrade, I'm not hiding anything from you. After the new year this year, the price of what we collect has indeed gone up. On your party ginseng of this quality, put a year ago a kilogram is only $8. Now give you $11, mainly because this party ginseng has been put for 2 years. If it was picked last year, I could give you $12 a kilogram. Things went up in price? Li Long couldn't help but be happy. Once the price of this thing went up, the money sold behind it would naturally be more. He himself was one step closer to being a $10,000 household. The old man selling the party ginseng hesitated for a while and finally decided to sell it. Chen Hongjun opened the ticket, weighed it and paid $27. After the old man left, he smiled at Li Long. Comrade Li, what goodies have you brought this time? 2 large antlers and an elk skin, Liren asked as he set his stuff on the counter. Comrade Chen, the price of this purchase has gone up? It's gone up. It's gone up quite a bit. Chen Hongjun smiled and said, this is good news for you guys. Then you look at the antlers. Li Long let him look at the antlers first, mainly because the raw deer skin was skinned by himself, and there was some weakness. This antler is good. Chen Hongjun picked it up and looked at it. It's in good condition. Looks like it was newly dropped last year. Well, I'll give you the price of $6. How about it? Doubled? Liren was a bit surprised. That's great. Ha ha. The main thing is that antlers of such good quality are rarely seen. Chen Hongjun put the 2 antlers on the scale and weighed them. 11 kilograms 1. This is a big horse deer. $66.06. What a good sign. End of chapter. Chapter 102. The big purchase before the price rise. This elk skin. I peeled 2 pieces. Although the place where the skin was peeled rotten had already let Harima take the raw deer oil skin and paste it. Li Long still said it beforehand. You look at the price. Stripped? It's still a bit of a shame. Chen Hongjun frowned. Where? This, and here. Li Long unfolded the leather and showed it to Chen Hongjun. It's not bad. The mouth is not big. If it's big, then it's not good to collect. Chen Hongjun looked at the place that was glued by the meat skin, turned it over and looked at it, looked up at Li Long. This skin, give you $15. How about it? If it's not broken, 30 is not running. Okay. Liren smiled. Sure enough, the price has gone up. After bookkeeping and writing the bill to pay, Chen Hongjun said, Li, I suggest you go to the department store or the supply house and buy more of anything you need to buy. I'm afraid the price of these supplies will go up as well. Li Long slapped his head. Yes, the price of acquiring supplies went up, and those things for sale would naturally follow suit. He hurriedly thanked Chen Hongjun, got on his bike and went to the department store. Sweeping around, Liren first bought supplies such as brick tea, salt, and white, which were for Harimu and the others. Then he saw the liberation shoes piled up in the counter, and immediately thought of what his big brother Li Jianguo had once said. The herdsmen they met when they went to the mountains to dig for shellfish as a side group said they wore good liberty shoes and wanted to trade a lamb for a pair. Li Long remembered Harimu and the others and immediately decided that he would buy 2 pairs for each of them. Harimu's family of 5, Yushinjiang's family of 4. Li Long estimated the size of his feet, rounded up the whole, and bought 20 pairs of high-waisted liberation shoes. This kind of shoe has countless disadvantages: unsightly, covering the feet, not breathable, etc. But one advantage is enough for the herders to like it: sturdy and durable. Wrapping a large bag of things, Li Long went out of the department store building, opened the lock of the bicycle, and rode quickly to the supply house. There are all kinds of fish nets here that he needs. Good day to you, comrades. Take 2 each of the 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, and 4.5 finger sticky nets, said Li Long, looking at the nets in the counter. And take 1 of the cast nets. How big of a mesh do you want for a cast net? The salesman asks. How tall and long do you want the seedlings for the sticky net? The cast net should be a 1-finger mesh. Li Long wanted to see if he could scatter puppy fish. Sticky nets should be 1 meter 2 fry and 100 meters long. 17 for the scatter nets and $3.50 apiece for the stick nets. $52 in all. Li Long paid more than enough money from the sale of antlers and elk skins earlier. After looking at the counter, he didn't find any sagging pants, so he guessed that he hadn't been able to come in with the goods at this time. And since he didn't need anything else for a short period of time, Li Long turned around and left the supply house. When it thaws, it won't be as easy to catch fish as it is to get them out of the ice hole. But judging by the current trend, there is still quite a demand for fresh fish from the people in the city. The best way to catch fish by then is to drop a sticky net and make the same hard-earned money. But it's normal to work hard to make money. These days, if you can make money, you're already very good at it. So what's the point of suffering a little? Riding back to the compound, Liren began to pack up the 2 snow chickens. The chicken wasn't big enough to want to make a big dish of chicken or spicy chicken, which would be enough for 1 person, but Liren felt that it would be a bit of a waste to do that. After he had plucked the feathers of the 2 chickens and cleaned the rifles, he took the chickens and rode his bicycle towards the production team. When he entered the settlement of the production team, he saw a group of children beating old cows on the road. From a distance, he saw Li Chang, who had grown a good deal taller, vigorously swinging his whip in the group of children. This month's extra meals had made Li Chang's head grow quite a bit, and his original clothes all seemed to fit a little bit better. In the past, he used to make his clothes a little bit bigger, so that he could wear them for 2 more years. But at this rate, by the time this winter rolled around, Li Chang would have to make new clothes again. Li Chang, your uncle is back, on a bicycle. A child with sharp eyes saw Li Long and shouted at the top of his voice. Now all the kids stopped caring about their old cows and wandered over toward Liren with their whips. There are only 2 bicycles in the whole production team. One is the Captain Su Qingjuan's. This is when he was the militia company commander to participate in the county competition, won first place, the county award. The other one is the only old household in the team, the Zhang family that was here before the establishment of this production team. It is said that the original landlord, according to Li Long's understanding, is that the family has spare money, so it can afford to buy a bicycle. Liren, this is the 3rd one. Uncle, you bought a bike? It's still new. Yeah, John, come get in the car. Uncle will take you back. Good. Li Chang was just about to climb toward the car, then turned over and stomped down the old cow that was spinning at high speed, bent down and grabbed it and stuffed it into his pocket, wiped his nose with his sleeve, and climbed into the back seat of the 2/8 bar in a sharp manner. Li Long pedaled his car and rode quickly towards his home, with a group of children following behind, screaming. By the time Li Long returned to the Li family, the fact that he had bought a bicycle had spread throughout the production team. Li Long bought a car? He makes so much money selling fish? They don't just sell fish, do they? They also sell meat. A bicycle has to be a small 200, right? This kid, Li Long, has really flipped the script. I was saying that Li Long might be wasted if he was fired, but I didn't expect him to turn around so quickly. It's just that being a laborer doesn't earn you a bike so quickly, does it? There are those who are surprised and envious, and naturally there are those who can't eat grapes and say they are sour. What's there to envy? It's just that he took advantage of the winter to catch fish, so he got a handful. When the snow melts in the spring, who will eat his fish? By then he will still be obediently working in the field? The more you can toss, the more likely you are to get in. Just wait and see. Maybe we'll let them get caught in before the spring. That's speculation. Seeing Li Long bringing Li Chang back on his bicycle, Li Jianguo and Liang Yuanmei were also surprised. Although Li Jianguo knew that Li Long got the bicycle ticket, He didn't expect him to buy the car so quickly. Walking is not convenient to bring things. Renting a carriage every day is also troublesome. Just that rent for a month is quite a lot. Yesterday I went to the mountains and happened to pick up 2 antlers and shot a roe deer. I have enough money, Li Long explained, then turned to Liang Yueme again. Sister-in-law, I shot 2 snow chickens yesterday. Let's stew them at home today. 1 in soup and 1 fried. These snow chickens are a great tonic. Can that doll eat it? Liang Yueme asked with some concern. Can eat. Li Long smiled and said. It's just the right time to grow your body. Food supplements. You can eat. Just talking. There is a clamor outside. Li Long came out to see. It turned out to be Su Navy. They came over to see the bike. When there's anything new on the team these days, someone's bound to come by and look at it, just like those sisters-in-law looked at the sewing machine earlier. Look at it. There is nothing that cannot be seen. Li Long simply opened the lock, but also let Will ride one by one to try. This car, it's so safe. Su Navy couldn't help but say. Although his cousin had one, he didn't always get to touch it in normal times, considering that Li Long, who was about the same age as himself, had bought a bicycle for his own efforts. Su Navy was a bit discouraged. It can't be compared. End of chapter. Chapter 103, when one thing leads to another. The young people in the team thought that Li Long would treasure the bike after buying it and let everyone see it at most, but he didn't expect him to be stingy at all and let everyone try it out, which instantly won everyone's goodwill. Guillermo was sure that Li Long would lock up the car before he came and wouldn't even let anyone touch it, but this time he miscalculated. Su Navy rode around the yard, finished, came back and marveled. This new bike is just comfortable to ride. Xiao Long, how much did you pay for it? Over 160. Liren said. Not expensive. The weighted design can carry a lot of stuff. 106 isn't expensive? Tian Siping couldn't help but say. It tops over 400 kilograms of 75 flour. That'll last for a year. Li Longxing talk is not so count. With this bike, he went to the mountains every other day, a week to earn money back. But he couldn't say that. And if he did, the others would say he was bragging. So he didn't explain anything. Why don't you sell fish this time? Qin Hongyan asked curiously. The fish aren't selling well? Not really. This time I went to the mountains to be busy hunting. Li Long said that he would be in the mountains nearly half of the time from now on anyway, so there was nothing to hide. Hit the boar again? Su Navy asked as his eyes lit up. Not only wild boar, but also elk deer. Li Long said. There's a lot of stuff in the mountains. It's just hard to find. Although he was saying that, the others showed envy. You're almost out of bullets for the guys on the team. It's a good hunt, isn't it? Su Navy laughed and teased. It's not bad. We only realized after we went there. The little skill we had at the shooting range. It's far worse after entering the mountains. Seeing that no one was riding, Li Long set up the bike and locked it. Then let everyone into the east room. Come in. It's still cold outside. Is it colder in the mountains? That's for sure. I wear felt tubes in the mountains, said Li Long, pointing to the felt tubes on the side of the firebed. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to resist at all. These young people were curious about life in the mountains, and Li Long picked up what he could say to say something. But when they heard that there were wolves in the mountains, and that the wolves were fierce, they were really silent, even more powerful. No one would think of putting themselves in danger when faced with a fierce and cunning wolf. When spring starts, the team's vice group may have to enter the mountains. Su Navy suddenly said. At that time, will Xiao Long you enter? No entry. Li Long put the words out in the open. I won't participate in any of the team's communal labor this year. Just pay up at the end of the year. A work of 8 cents. To do a day's work. Li Long own trip into the mountains. Even if not into the mountains, in the small sea under the net to catch fish a day can earn 30 to 50. A day of money can make up for a year of public labor. Why make things difficult for themselves? Li Long has the courage to do this, but the others do not. Now the Li family's life is unique in the team. Every day there is meat and white flour buns to eat. Li Chang already do not want to eat the bush noodle. Li Long himself is thinking of buying some eggs for the family to replenish their bodies when he goes to the morning market to sell things again. I want to enter the vice team. Tian Siping suddenly said. Vice team to dig shellfish. A kilogram of dried shellfish purchasing station more than $30. Is fresh shellfish is also $5 or $6. Skilled digging 4 or 5 kilograms a day. In addition to handing over to the team, they can still leave a lot of money. Gu Ermao snorted. That's a veteran. You're a novice. It's good enough for you to dig a kilogram a day. Qin Hongyan sighed and said. A novice becomes a veteran after practicing. It takes a month for the vice team to dig up shellfish, so how come they've practiced it all? It's a pity that the vice team doesn't want women, or else I'd want to go too. Her gaze went to Li Long, expecting Li Long to give her some pointers. Gu Ermao snorted again. You can't even ask for a woman. It's inconvenient to eat and live in the mountains. and a dozen people live in a winter nest. So what can you do with a woman? Stay honestly in the team. Gu Ermal became a driver apprentice. Self-perception of identity than others. So often we'll point that everyone was in the way of his identity. Not good to say, but today his words are a little more and obnoxious. Qin Hongyan blanked him. You're good. You're just an apprentice. People say it takes 3 years for an apprentice driver to be able to touch a car. And I don't know how you'll be after 3 years. A few words of Gu Ermal dislike face read. He really did not touch the car. The master of the control is quite strict on the tribute and so on the same not less, but when it comes to touching the car, the master of the training he was overambitious, did not learn to walk and want to run. Gu Ermal was about to argue with Qin Hongyan when Li Long interjected. Actually, the men go to the vice squad and the women can get something else. What? Qin Hongyan asked hurriedly. It's fine if I can earn money. I'm not afraid of hard work. I have seen many people in the morning market these 2 days selling baskets made of wicker. We east of the wasteland in the beginning of spring that red wicker grows so well, and so on the beginning of the spring when the farm is idle. We've some baskets to sell. A basket of $2 or $3 a day can be woven 2 or 3, and quite a lot of money. Li Long is telling the truth. These days, the lack of supplies, the city people buy department stores and the things too expensive. Holding things with such baskets is quite good, and cheap. So the business of selling baskets in the morning market is quite good. Basket weaving Qin Hongyan looked embarrassed. I'm not very good at it. Liren chuckled. It's spring, and there are wild mushrooms over the dam, you know, right? That's for sure. Sure, I know. Wild mushrooms are picked to go to the county and sold for $1 a kilogram. So you can earn a lot for a little hard work. There were 2 plots of land near the production team, and until Li Long passed away in his last life, he dug wild mushrooms, locally called reed mushrooms and scientifically known as delicious mushrooms, every spring and fall. The fame spread so far that in later generations people drove cars from the city to dig mushrooms here. These days, the amount of artificially cultivated mushrooms is still relatively small, and wild mushrooms, as an excellent ingredient, are naturally eaten by quite a lot of people who want to eat them. This is possible. Not only Qin Hongyan pondered over it, others were also thinking about the feasibility of this matter. When Li Chang comes over to call Li Long for dinner, the young people have the good sense to leave. This time Wu Shufan doesn't have the good sense to come over. But at home, her mother, Wang Yuzhen, scolds her severely, complaining that she shouldn't have taken the initiative to propose a breakup with Li Long. Now that people have bikes, it's clear that the future is bright. Wu Shufan hid in her house and covered her ears, not wanting to hear these words. She was also annoyed as hell, mentally complaining about Li Long. Why did you become so good after the breakup? What did you do before? Maybe if Li Long came over to get back together now, she would say yes, right? But thinking about the unexplained relationship with Gu Ermal, she knew it was out of the question. It's annoying. End of chapter. Chapter 104. This is the best gift for the mountains. The snow chicken was really good. Liang Yueme has mastered the skill of making wild game. That is, put more seasonings to suppress the fishy wild taste. In the past, she definitely could not let go. But now Li Long comes back every once in a while. Will bring a large bag of seasoning? Said he did not listen. So let him. The result of this is that no matter whether it is wild boar, roe deer meat or hare meat or whatever, the flavor of the cooking is very good. Now Liang Yueme also listened to Li Long's advice. Daily to fine grains. After all, the 2 children to grow their bodies. Cannot lose. She still remembered when Li Long brought back the frozen mutton in their own home for the first time to do hand meat. Li Wan devouring the kind of food. It's heartbreaking to be a mom. The sky is the limit and children are the biggest. So since we have them in the house, since my husband has agreed and my brother-in-law has suggested it, let's focus on fine grains to keep the children healthy and well. But every day when steaming steamed buns, Liang Yuan will also steam a few brack noodles, white flour half mixed. She and Li Jianguo eat. Li Long could not persuade him, so he did not persuade him. He has experienced 2 lives and knows the general mentality of people nowadays. The land has not yet been divided into hands, and the grain is not much, so it is a little bit to be able to save a little bit. 1. Qiang, this is a chicken leg. You guys eat this? This meat smells good. On the dinner table, Li Long gave 2 chicken legs to the 2 children, 1 each, and then he chucked a wing for himself and nibbled it beautifully. Li Jianguo and Liang Yuan both looked at each other and laughed. This meal is delicious. Snow chicken stewed soup in a bowl. Beautifully finished, Li Long said at the dinner table. I've got a trip to the mountains tomorrow to deliver something over there. Okay, be safe on the road, Li Jianguo said. Don't be brave when you run into anything. Hey, Li Long answered and went to the east room. He had just eaten and couldn't sleep, so he lit a kerosene lamp and used the not-so-bright light to read the book. This real-life, entertainment life is seriously lacking. But now there is no Changming electricity, television even if. Is it necessary to get a radio? It's still got to be the one that holds the batteries, and by the way, don't we have to bring 2 radios to the mountains? Li Long watched and thought while he was sleepy, so he got on the bed, pulled back the quilt, blew out the light, and went to sleep. Still up relatively early the next day, he went out to the restroom to solve his internal emergency and trotted back, feeling that the temperature had risen quite a bit now and wasn't as cold as it had been years ago. It seems that the days of smashing ice holes to catch fish, not far from the snow melting, should soon be over. When he went to the west room, Liang Yuanmei was burning the bush flower paste, and Li Long saw that there were a few pieces in it, and asked as he washed his face, "Sister-in-law, what's in that paste?" "Beets. I cut up a couple pieces and put them in. The paste will sweeten it up a bit." "Good," Li Long responded. "Miscellaneous looks nutritious." In the inner room, Li Jianguo was sprinkling water and sweeping the floor. Li Wan was organizing her school bag on the bed, and Li Chang was playing with a tin frog, enjoying himself. Li Long thought about how fast the days had passed, and Li Wan was about to start school. Then the school expansion should be announced soon, right? Gu Xiaoxia's side is also worried. She graduated a few years ago. Some of the content has been almost forgotten. Now even if she let Gu Boyuan to tutor, she may not be able to understand. After letting Wu Shufan know that she was studying during this time, she inadvertently revealed it to her mother, Wang Yuzhen, and soon the word spread all over the village. Now Gu Xiaoxia as long as it go out. Someone asked her still ready to go to college and so on, so that she is very embarrassed. The heart complained about Wu Shufan. Simply do not go out. Wu Shufan specifically came over to apologize. The words are also said to let Gu Xiaoxia do not be so obsessive. Those textbooks to learn, and what is the use of it? The team should be out of work when not used at all. Gu Xiaoxia was also torn, and a single word from Gu Boyuan strengthened her conviction. If this is an opportunity and you give up now and don't take it, will you regret it for the rest of your life? Not everyone wishes you well as much as Liren does. Gu Xiaoxia was enlightened. Li Long ate breakfast, got dressed, and rode his bike out the door. Now that the temperature has risen, he doesn't need to wear the uncomfortable leather waders, just gumboots outside. When you get into the mountains, switch to felt tubes. Not yet out of the production team ran into Gu Xiaoxia, who came out to pour furnace ash. Li Long pinched the gate to stop, feet propped up on the ground, smiled and asked, "Have you eaten? Is Uncle Gu okay?" "My dad is quite good. He's eaten." Gu Xiaoxia dumped the ashes from the stove and carried the dustpan, hesitating and asking in a low voice, "Li Long, you said, that message, sure it is true?" Li Long didn't know about the rumors spreading in the team about Gu Xiaoxia, and only thought that she was in a hurry. So he said, "Don't worry, it won't be more than half a month. Li Wan and the girls will start school soon, so there should be definite news before school starts. Review well, and take the junior high school teachers if you can. There are dormitories, close to the township, and the pay is high. You high school students, you're one level higher than junior high school students." With Li Long's words, Gu Xiaoxia's mood was significantly better. Half a month at the most. With a specific date, she was less anxious. Gu Xiaoxia returned home, her mouth still humming a selection of Lu De from Mulan, and Gu Boyuan, who was reading a book at the table, asked with a smile, "What are you in such a good mood about?" Ran into Li Long. He said he'd have news in half a month at the most, and said that we high school students are paid one level higher than middle school students. That's only if you pass the exam. There's news. Why don't you go and review? Gu Boyuan urged with a smile. "Hey, I'm going now." Li Long rode his bicycle to the compound, put his shoes on it, then wrapped the Type 5 to 6 semi-automatic rifle in cloth and tied it to the frame, rode and headed for the mountains. As he rode, he thought to himself that he would have to ask his sister-in-law to make a holster for him sometime, or else it would be inconvenient to keep wrapping it in a cloth like this. If it were a later generation, a canvas fishing rod bag would be fine, but now there is no awe. When I arrived at the winter nest, the dog was still barking, but the sound of welcome. Halimo came out and watched as Liren carried another large bag and went up to take it and said, "Liren, we're embarrassed every time you come over to get something." "What's there to be embarrassed about? Those things you guys bring me every time are worth a lot more than these." Couldn't put it down. Halimo chuckled. "Too much. There are people you know. Give it to them, or take it to other herders. Exchange it for sheepskin or whatever." Li Long said in passing, "There are still herders in the deeper mountains, right? It's not convenient for them to use these things, right?" Liren's words gave Harimu a new thought. That way, it seems it's okay? Once inside the winter nest, Harima showed the family those rubber shoes that Li Long had brought, and, sure enough, they were extremely well received. "This is good stuff. Everyone, including the grandma, started changing their shoes to try them on for fit. What a joy! End of chapter. Chapter 105, The Mountains Are Full of Treasures. Harimu led Li Long to Yashinjiang's place, where he saw that Yashinjiang was also chopping wood, and a dozen or so basin-thick, 2 or 3 meter long wood segments had been piled up by the winter nest. Seeing Harimu and Li Long arrive, Yashinjiang put down his axe and greeted them with a smile. This naive middle-aged man hugged the two men and asked with a smile, "This time our other she is delivering again? Well, good stuff." Harimu showed the shoes to Tamayama River. What a good thing. These shoes, summer wear. Wonderful. Unsurprisingly, Yushan Jiang was also surprised. So many, can't wear them all in one summer. Wear it next year if you can't wear it. Li Long smiled and said, "If it doesn't fit, give me a word. You can change it." Changing is definitely not possible. Li Long intends to change to a new one if it doesn't fit. Anyway, this has not been on the foot. Cheap disposal is very easy. Suitable, definitely suitable. Yashinjiang said with a smile as he hugged his shoes. If it doesn't fit, it will fit with some felt padding. Go, into the winter nest. Drink milk tea. After drinking milk tea, Harimu and Yashinjiang exchanged words in Kazakh for a while, and he said to Li Long, "If you're not doing anything for a few days, come with me to the neighborhood of my winter den first. I'll finish up some of the remaining useful places for you, and then Yashinjiang will take you all around the neighborhood." Good. Li Long smiled and said, "I don't have much to do anyway. It's just right to turn around with you guys. When you guys get to the summer ranch, then I'll be alone. Come over every few days to go to a place. Turn around for a month. Hunting, digging for herbs, it's pretty good." Halamu's eyes twinkled. He didn't say anything, finished his milk tea and took Liren out. "And here is where we picked up that piece of jade." Harimu pointed to the frozen stream and said, "Our grandparents said at that time, in the mountains, there are jade mountains. We've never seen it either." Liren made a mental note of the place. It turned toward another valley, where there would have been a landslide or mudslide, and a large chunk of the shady slope against the south side was missing in unison. Right where it's missing, there are signs of men and horses tripping over it. "There it is," said Halamu, pointing there with his riding whip. "There's coal down there. Very good coal. When you have time, you can come over and get some back." As soon as he said getting some stuff to go back, Liren immediately thought of something else, and he said to Harimu, "Halamu, when spring starts, I'm going to dig up some manure from your winter nest and haul it back to the fields. Feel free to dig." Harimu was unimpressed. "The winter nest will be yours when we transfer to the summer pasture." Liren chuckled. He asked Harimu, "This winter nest exists for decades. Day after day, aged manure are cooked. Do not need to be composted. Pull away is a good fertilizer. These days chemical fertilizers are expensive, not to mention that they have a single nutrient and are needed in large quantities. Although farmyard fertilizer is slow to become effective, planting the land itself is a long-term process. After this division of the land will not have a big change for at least 20 years. Spreading a lot of farmyard fertilizer will not be a loss in the future." 2 people are holding a gun. Harimu again led Li Long to a few often appear wild beasts of the place, but today is not very good luck. In addition to encountered 2 scurrying very fast hare, did not see anything. By the time they turned back at noon, they had come to the mouth of Red Mountain, so they simply walked back down the dirt hill. Walking, Li Long suddenly saw the place where he had beaten the yellow sheep some time ago. There was another group of yellow sheep nibbling on the shrubs there. Just after hearing the movement, they immediately jumped and scurried towards the north, and kept running out of 300 to 400 meters before stopping to look back. Alas, found out late. Harimu was a bit regretful. "It's fine. There's still a chance later." Li Long smiled. Liren stayed in Harimu's winter den that day and continued to follow Harimu around the neighborhood the next day. They moved within a 5-kilometer radius, and any farther than that Harimu says it's out of his grazing range and someone else's territory. In the afternoon of the second day, when Liren and Harimu were about to turn back, they found traces of wild boar in a ravine. "Look at the arch marks. They're fresh." Halamu twisted his head and asked Liren, "Should we come over tomorrow to see it, too?" Liren nodded. "I've come all this way, so I'll have to hit something back anyways." "Well then, we'll come over early tomorrow. I'll check the wind first." The last time he hunted a boar, although he ended up hitting 2. Harimu had been chagrined about being spotted by the boar beforehand, and he felt that he had been careless in terms of choosing the wrong place, or else he would have been able to leave 2 more behind. So this time, Halamu circled the valley and watched carefully, from time to time giving Liren a lecture on what factors would influence this wind direction. Normally, well, the wind is blowing along the valley, like this wind. It's blowing from over there. Harimu pointed to the west, but because there are trees and grasses on the mountain, sometimes the wind blows against the trees and changes the direction of the wind. Li Long nodded and looked around. Familiarizing himself with the environment was still quite influential in hunting. The next morning at about 5 o'clock, Halimo and Liren came to this valley dressed and carrying their rifles. The valley was not very far from the winter harbor, but the road was not very good, and instead it was closer to the pass. When Li Long and Harimu came over, he vaguely felt as if something was following, but when he turned around, he didn't see anything. The two arrived at the chosen spot where Liren had already made the gun platform yesterday, while Halimo was still in the habit of planning to crouch and fight. The two had been waiting here for but 30 or 40 minutes, and when Liren felt that he had not yet been frozen to anything, there came a trip of snow and grunts from the beams of the opposite mountain. Here we go. The two men immediately perked up and began making preparations for aiming, one to the left and one to the right, in predetermined areas. It was still light enough to see only a dark whirling mass of shadows scurrying down the beams of the mountain, large and small, and then rushing toward the arched area at the bottom of the ravine. Li Long turned on the safety of the gun and was just about to observe and see which one to choose when the sound of a wolf howling suddenly came from the mountain beam on the right. Li Long could hear that the sound of the wolf howling was no more than 30 to 50 meters away, and when he saw that Harimu had already turned his gun to go over there, he dismissed the plan. He himself could easily accidentally injure Harimu if he turned his gun again. The wild boars in the ravine were first startled when they heard the wolf's howl, and then immediately scattered and fled. Li Long raised his gun by feel and chased after a 60-kilogram half-sized boar and fired continuously until he was relieved to see that the boar finally collapsed halfway up the hill. Then, Harry Wood's side was heard, firing in the direction of the howling wolves. End of chapter. Chapter 106. Li Long's affair has happened? Li Long didn't care about the wild boars that were scurrying all over the mountain. He scurried up in a flash and ran over to Harimu, looking in the direction his gun was pointing. A wolf, a lone wolf. This lone wolf is probably onto us. Halimo twisted his head and glanced at Li Long. Go, take a look, go. Li Long remembered the wolf from the other day and wondered if it was the same one. It's definitely uncomfortable to be stared at by something like that, and it might just sneak up on you one day. The two men headed into the woods, armed, and walked out 30 meters or so when they saw the paw prints of a wolf passing in the snow, and a bit of blood in the snow. Bruised, Liren bent down and reached out to wipe the few drops of blood that had frozen on the snow. It shouldn't be seriously injured. Harimu looked at the direction the wolf scurried out. Forget it, I can't catch up. Pity about those boars. It's fine, one head will do. Li Long pointed to the hillside. It's not good to bring back anymore. Come on, go take care of it. Harimu looked into the forest again. He watched the wolf's paw prints a good distance away before there was a bit of blood, and knew that the wolf was only slightly injured. Li Long, however, was secretly marveling at Harimu's marksmanship. It was awesome to hit the wolf in the forest by sound before the light of day. The boar was still trying to arch up the hill in its death throes, but it was bleeding out and had no strength left. Liren stepped forward, backed up his gun and took his knife to bleed it out, then opened it up. The stench of dirty gas rushed out of his stomach, nearly smothering Liren, who looked, with some regret, at a male boar. It wasn't big, but it wasn't as tasty as a female. Plastic sheeting brought? Halimo asked from the sidelines. Bring it, said Liren. I'll drag it to the pass, and you go back and help me get the bike over there. And I'll pack the hog right back. No hurry. How to eat breakfast before leaving? Frozen for so long? Go back to drink a milk tea. Liren thought about the milk tea and agreed. He spread out the plastic sheet, carefully placed the boar onto it, wrapped and tied it and dragged it toward the pass. Harimu followed, looking both ways from time to time. When they reached the pass, Liren looked around, found a spot by the side of the road, buried the boar with snow, and said to Harimu, go back. Good. The two men went back to the winter nest, and Liren drank milk tea, ate naan, and chewed 2 more strips of jerky before excusing himself and leaving. Riding his bike to the mountain pass, Li Long was surprised to find that the wild boar had been stripped by something. It was probably too short a time, just tearing and rotting the plastic sheet, and the boar hadn't been eaten yet. Is it the wolf? Liren looked around and didn't notice anything, and somewhat puzzled, picked up the boar and put it on the back rack of his bike. It's hard for him to carry 40 kilograms. Not to mention 50 or 60 kilograms. Surprisingly, I don't find it particularly difficult to hold this pig now. Tying up the boar and putting the gun away, Li Long straddled the bike and pointed his toes twice on the ground. The bike slid straight ahead with the convenience of the downhill slope. He stepped on the pedals in the process and rode. By the time the bike reached the county, Liren was sweating. Returning to the large yard and setting up a fire for the stove, Li Long then cared to take a break. The wild boar meat he planned to sell. Then he had to skin it, which was a big job. The boar's offal, intestines and all, needed to be cleaned. And to his some relief there was running water right in the big house. It looked like it should have been newly added years ago. which was quite convenient. After thinking about it, Li Long pressurized the fire on the stove and put on his clothes to go to the street. Just use these things, but also have to pay the money first. You're here to pay your utility bill? The street worker was a little surprised. Which one? He's number 68, the new owner of the compound where Old Ma's family lives. The person next to him who had originally done the paperwork for Li Long interjected. It is indeed time to pay the utility bills on Old Ma's side. Not many people come forward to pay their utility bills though. Come on, let me do the math for you. It works out to be a total fee of 94 cents for liren. Well, it's really not expensive. Reassured to go home. Boil water to wash those underwater. Once again attacked by those gases in the dirty organs. Li Long thought that he would never engage in this again. It's too much trouble. Watching Wang Zoe flip his intestines is so smooth. How come it's like this in his own place? He got halfway through the job, threw the stuff down, and went to skin a pig. The good thing is that I've peeled the pig a couple times and stumbled through the skin. Then it was time to unload it. He planned to go to the morning market tomorrow to see if he could sell the meat. If he couldn't sell it, he would go to Stone Town. It really is so convenient to have a bike. After unloading, the pig did not want to move. Li Long in bed until the afternoon when it is almost dark. Belly hungry, chest to back, which only climbed up, went to the big meat canteen, ordered a overly oily meat with noodles, with 2+ noodles. It's not expensive to add noodles at this time of year, even if you add 10 noodles, and in his last life, liren had seen up to 7 noodles added. To his amazement, he added 1 noodle is not enough, 2 noodles slightly more. At this time of year, the portion of overfried meat dishes is solid. Look at the large pieces of meat inside, soft and not hard, and eat on 2 cloves of garlic. Beautiful. After eating and taking a sip of noodle soup, the original soup transformed into the original food. Li Long rested for a few minutes and was ready to leave when Zhong Guoqiang walked over. Comrade Shaoli, you this idle? Well, just got busy too. Anything good? Zhong Guoqiang sat down across from Li Long and asked with a smile. Just shot a boar. Want one? That's good. Give me 10 kilograms of pork ribs and another 5 kilograms of 5. And by the way, is Shimizu around? Not finished packing, liren said. Then, bring me all of it, but it's got to be cheap. Packing all this stuff takes work. No problem, liren said happily. I'll pack it for you later? Okay. This instantly confided out a dozen kilograms of meat, and sold the underwater. Li Long is quite happy. Go out and unlock the door. Riding a bicycle back to the compound. Cut the meat. Underwater has been frozen. Just bundled together to put on the back of the bicycle. Sent to the big meat canteen. By the time he came out, he had $30 extra on him. He rushed to the supply house and bought another roll of plastic sheeting before the end of the day. The stuff was expendable. It really didn't work. Early the next morning, Li Long set up the stove, boiled water, lazy cooking, went to the big meat canteen to eat breakfast, came back and put the meat on a plastic sheet, carried the scale and dragged the meat to the morning market. There are more people in the morning market. Li Long looked around. There are 3 fish sellers alone, 1 meat seller, 4 or 5 grain sellers, and the rest sell quite a lot of zero reef stuff. He set up in a random place and soon someone came over to ask. Wild boar meat, 1 kilogram 1.5. Li Long still has the same old price. Only shot it yesterday. Want it? Yes. The visitor immediately agreed. Weigh me a piece of 5 meat. Li Long had quite a few voices, and the place was soon surrounded by a lot of people. The 30 or so kilograms of meat he had left here were sold out in less than half an hour. Li Long was a bit puzzled. What's the situation? When he closed up, he realized that several other meat sellers were selling meat for as low as $1.65. Prices have gone up these days. We don't need a ticket for this meat. How can it go up a bit? A stall owner looked at Li Long and hated him. You're selling it so cheap. You'll make a lot less money. Li Long then realized that the original things in the morning market also increased in price. End of chapter. Chapter 107, Yushanjiang's territory. When Li Long rode his bicycle to the mountain again, he was surprised to find that Yushanjiang was also here at Harimu's winter nest. Yushanjiang had come here on horseback, and Li Long carefully realized that he should have dragged a few logs over, because there was a long trail leading from his winter nest to this side. You can follow Yushanjiang today, Harimu said. I still have some things to do here. I've pretty much told you everything I know about the area around here. You'll need to discover the rest on your own. Do you want me to help? Liren asked. No need for that. Little job. A little bit of gaga. Halimo chuckled as he gestured a little bit with his fingers. Li Long didn't make any pretense, leaving his bike here in Harimu, carrying his semi-automatic rifle and following Yushanjiang to his side. Yushanjiang's Dongwuzi in Harimu here. The straight line distance is actually at most 5 or 6 kilometers, but separated by a ravine. Walking high and low, so it feels more distant. This location is southwest of Harimu Dongwol, a little deeper into the mountains, because the Yushinjiang winter nest to the north of the mountain is more undulating, and the mountain is either pine or shrubs, not much pasture. I heard from Harimu that you ran into lone wolves today? Yushinjiang suddenly snapped. Do you want to fight wolves? I want to. I especially want to fight off that wolf, Li Long said. I always feel like that wolf has a grudge against me. I've run into it several times. If it keeps following you, then let's ambush it tonight. Find a sheep to put outside, and if it dares to come over, shoot it down, Yushinjiang said. Is this a decoy? Will the wolf fall for it? Liren is not sure. Good. He still nodded. I'm afraid that no one would feel at ease wandering around the mountains with a shady wolf. I'll start by taking you to a couple places where there are wild animals. In my place, there are horse deer appearing yet. Yushinjiang grinned, took his horse, and led Li Long westward. When they came to a small ravine, Yushinjiang stopped and pointed to the stream. Our jade. Well, we picked it up from here. Liren made a mental note of the place. The water in this small stream was surprisingly still partially flowing and steaming. There is a hot spring up here? Li Long curiously walked over and touched the water. It was still a bit warm. This above. There is a hot spring. It is the smell is not good. Yushinjiang see Li Long interested in this water. Said. But well, our old man said. The body skin on the sick well. Go up to soak. Have the benefit of it. It was a hot spring all right. Li Long thought that he could come over to take a dip in the summer and bring his family along. Further west, before entering a ditch, Yushinjiang tethered his horse to the mouth of the ditch, and then led Li Long towards the ditch. Walking out more than 200 meters inward, he stopped. Slow down and go over quietly. There's movement. Li Long buried his head in the road, puffing, and didn't hear anything, and now that he heard Yushinjiang say this, he immediately stopped his footsteps. This Yushanjiang big brother is also an old hunter. Yushinjiang slowly walked inward. Li Long quietly followed right behind. Walking past 10 or so meters, Yushinjiang once again stopped and reached out to point ahead. Li Long walked over to be shoulder to shoulder with him, and then he saw that far away almost at the bottom of the ditch, more than 100 meters away, a top-antlered buck was nibbling at the shrubs there. The distance is a bit far, plus the shrubs in here are quite high. From time to time the deer's figure will be blocked. Li Long will take the gun down. Aiming, the buck kept moving. Feeling that it could not be hit, he intended to walk forward, and it was at this time that the wolf's howl suddenly came from the mountains once more. The buck looked as if he had been electrocuted, and when he heard the sound of the wolf's howl he immediately scurried toward the mountains, and soon disappeared into the undergrowth. Li Long was so angry that he wanted to curse. This wolf is really shady. It's fine. At night we'll be at the winter nest and use the sheep to lure the wolf over. Yushinjiang comforted him. As long as we get rid of this wolf, then it will be easier for you to hunt behind you. Good. Li Long was fuming. He had to take this wolf down, or else he wouldn't be able to live in peace for a year behind him. Leaving the mouth of this ditch, Yushinjiang hurried back, but fortunately found that nothing happened to the horses there at the mouth of the ditch, and that the wolves did not seem to be coming here. He took Li Long to another place, where wild boars had once appeared, only to see the traces were several days ago, and the snow that had traveled away had already sloughed off, so at least for the past 2 days the wild boars hadn't reappeared. That inside, there are medicinal herbs. Yushinjiang pointed to another ditch, said, you can go to see. In the past, there are Han Chinese to dig herbs here, said what the mother of pearl. Shellfish? Then you can come over and look at it when April or May rolls around. The area of the ranch where Yushinjiang is located. There are horse deer, elk deer, wild boar, wolves and big-headed sheep. Just today is not very lucky, except for that horse deer. Other than anything else did not come across. The sun was about to set, and Yushinjiang led the horse and led Li Long toward the winter den, saying once again that he would help Li Long fight off the lone wolf later in the evening. Li Long looked around. He felt that the wolf was probably watching himself from some hilltop at this moment. Supply and Marketing Agency Procurement Unit Director Li Chanxian hung up the phone, touching his head with a sad face. The purchasing agent in the unit, Xiao Huang, looked at this fretful appearance of Li Chanxian and came over to ask with a smile, Chief, what's the problem? Tell me about it? Maybe I have a solution. You have a fart solution. Li Chanxian scolded. I still don't know about your little bit of capable water? Unit Chief, one person is short and 2 people are long. How can I know if you don't tell me? Besides, even if I can't solve it, maybe I can find someone who can. Li Chanxian knew that Xiao Huang was a good inquirer and a good driller, and was a good seedling to engage in procurement. He said, over at the Regional Supply and Marketing Center, there's a leader who wants to get antelope horn. Can you get it? That's definitely impossible to get. We don't have antelope here either. As soon as he said this, Xiao Huang immediately waved his hand. You should be able to buy it at the pharmacy, right? People want the whole root. The pharmacy only has cut ones. Li shook his head forward. This antelope. I will ask Lao Chun. He picked up the phone and dialed. Old Chen. Received any more goodies recently? What's so good about it? Nothing more than deer antlers and such. What made you think of calling me? You busy man? I've got a problem, and I'm looking for your brother's advice. You say. Chen Hongjun smiled and said, if I know, I'll definitely help you. It's just that one of my leaders wants a whole antelope horn. Is there a way to get one? I can give a high price. Antelope horn? Which kind of antelope? There are so many different kinds of antelope. Then what kind do you have here? Li looked forward with hope. Tell me about it? I don't have either. Chen Hongjun laughed. So what are you saying? Li immediately deflated forward. I thought you had it. I don't have it, but I know where it is. Chen Hongjun's words made Li Chanxian rekindle his hope. Where is it? End of chapter. Chapter 108 Temptation for the Wolves. Before dark, Yushinjiang drove the cows, sheep and horses scattered on the nearby hillside arching for grass to the warming pen, and then he grabbed out a rather fat sheep from the warming pen and put it into the open pen outside. The warming circle has a roof. That is, a wooden house, although it does not have a fire inside, but when the cows and sheep go in, the body heat they emit can keep each other warm. The open circle is the most common kind, surrounded by wood, leaving a door. Spring, summer, fall or winter daytime rest. That one sheep went into the open pen and blew out loud out of loneliness or fear. Let's find a place to ambush now, Yushinjiang said to Li Long. That wolf. He is very cunning and will observe for a long time before he may come over. So what? We'll have to wait in the snow for a very long time. It's fine. Just now I drank the milk tea and ate the meat. I've also conveniently waited. I can afford to wait. Li Long knew that Yushinjiang gave himself a reminder. He smiled and said, it's fine. How can I say it today? I have to let that wolf know how powerful we are. Yushinjiang nodded and went off to make preparations. Li Long had the experience of the last time. This time he still lay down next to the pile of sheep dung. He took some snow to shield his sides. Yushinjiang provided him with a sheepskin coat with a sheepskin mattress underneath, which was considered very luxurious. Lying down in the snow, Li Long quickly felt the coldness, but having had the experience of ambushing wolves with Harimu before, he felt that this coldness was not as strong now as it was before in turn. It's almost spring and the snow is melting, and Liren thinks that when he gets back from this trip in the mountains, there are some things on the team that need to be started. The fish in the little sea can't be flushed away for nothing like they were in the last life, and a resource that good would be a great thing to keep, both for yourself and for the team. In addition, not only is there fish in Xiaohaizi, but there is also a large Daihazi reservoir about a kilometer north of the production team, which used to be a wetland, and was dammed in the 1960s north of the wetland, and then a canal was opened to bring in the water of the Mahe River, creating a public reservoir that irrigates tens of thousands of acres of land downstream. There's a lot of fish in that big ocean sub too. It's just skinny in there because of the lack of abundant reeds and other plant life in the vicinity. Li Long was passing the time with his rambling thoughts when he suddenly heard the sheep screaming loudly, screaming much more miserably than before. He winced and immediately began to look around. Yushinjiang saw Li Long turn his head and gently moved his chin, gesturing toward the mountains over the open circle. Li Long was a little ashamed. He was still far from these old herders and hunters. He looked over in the direction Tamayama River had indicated, and there were dark, whirling forests over there, with the occasional wind blowing through them, and the sound of branches crashing and snow falling from branches resounding in the pine forest. But Liren didn't see any wolves. The sheep, still frightened, ran in circles back and forth in the open pen, and from time to time looked in the direction of the forest, and then cried out to the side of the winter nest, as if asking for help from their masters or companions. The occasional sheep in the warming pen barked once or twice, but most of the cows and sheep didn't move. The dogs of the Yushinjiang family had been brought into the winter den, and someone was supposed to be controlling them, so they didn't make any barking noises. Li Long looked hard at the mountain forest over there, and when his eyes were so sore that they were about to tear up, he finally spotted a dark shadow that was hovering at the edge of the mountain forest, moving lightly, walking back and forth in the snow without making the slightest sound. That location was more than 100 meters from here, and Li Long couldn't see it at all when he holstered it with his gun's aim. If it weren't for the fact that this area used to be mostly snow, he wouldn't even be able to find the dark figure. That wolf had wandered around the edge of the mountain forest for nearly half an hour, listening to that sheep from shouting loudly until its voice was finally muffled, before it slowly walked over towards the open circle with light steps. Walking over also occasionally looked around, smelled the air whether there is a strange smell. This is not a wolf. This is more cunning than a fox. Liren cursed. moving his fingers from time to make it easier to stay and shoot. The wolf had finally arrived here at the open pen, and the sheep, no longer able to scream, was leaning desperately against the wooden railing on the side near the winter den, hoping to find something to hold him from falling over. The wolf circled around the edge of the open circle, found a low spot, and lightly jumped in. Liren slowly moved the muzzle of his gun, making preparations to fire. Earlier Yushinjiang had said not to shy away from the sheep, and that it was best to wait for the wolf to bite down before shooting. When the wolf was not moving and it was best to fight. But honestly, he really didn't want that sheep to be bitten by a wolf. What a shame. The wolf was still alert up to this point, looking from side to side as he approached the sheep, his steps light and strong. Finally, the wolf came up to the sheep, and the sheep surprisingly broke out into a final burst of courage and lowered its head toward the wolf. Li Long gave a dark praise and watched as the wolf dodged the sheep's attack with just a slight jump, then reached out its mouth to bite at the sheep. Bang! Liren fired. The bullet went under the wolf's spine, and the wolf stumbled, his mouth already on the sheep, but immediately let go and turned his head and ran out the door. Obviously, the bullet should have missed the vitals. Li Long had been staring at the wolf, immediately aiming at the direction of the wolf's advance, hitting the advance ready to shoot. Yushinjiang's sight had already fired. Coincidentally, the wolf only ran out 3 or 5 meters, 2 front legs soft, the body at once flopped on the ground. Just to avoid Yushinjiang the shot, Li Long after the opening of a shot also hit the wolf in front of the snow, hit up pieces of snow. The wolf, startled by the sound of the gunshot, sprang up and, surprisingly, used the force to scramble through a gap in the wooden fence of the sheep pen, limping toward the mountains. Li Long climbed up and chased after him with his gun. Yushinjiang actually felt that Li Long was a bit hasty in shooting. If the wolf had bitten the sheep solidly, the wolf would definitely not be able to run away if he shot at that time. But looking at the sheep still alive in the pen, he could understand Liren's thoughts. Li Long gasped and quickly chased after the wolf, which was dripping blood drop by drop in the snow. It could hear someone chasing it, but it couldn't even turn its head. It just scurried towards the mountains. Li Long didn't expect this wolf to burst out so much at the end of its life, and even ran quite fast. Seeing that the wolf was only 30 to 40 meters away from the mountains, Li Long stopped and raised his gun to aim and shoot. Because of the violent breathing, the first shot was empty. The wolf advanced some more. He couldn't care about what Su Chengjun said in the past about not being able to press his breath. He held his breath, half squatted down, his elbow propped up on his knee, and circled the wolf that had already been almost scurrying into the shadows of the mountain into the circle of aim, and then gouged the trigger once again. The distance was only 50 meters, and after Li Long shot this shot, without the slightest hesitation, he aimed again and fired. The wolf's body lurched forward and collapsed into the snow. Liren let out a long breath. It should be killed, right? End of chapter. Chapter 109, Helping Someone Fight a Yellow Sheep? Li Long broke off the 3-pronged spear spikes, walked up to the wolf, and stabbed down hard on the wolf's neck. Yu Shanjiang, who was following behind, looked at this scene and nodded slightly. The gun spike went through the wolf's neck deep into the snow. Feeling that the wolf didn't move in the slightest, Li Long completely let go of his heart. Go, pull it to the entrance of the winter nest and I'll skin it for you, Yushinjiang said to Li Long. Liren closed the triple-pronged spikes, slung his rifle over his back, and dragged the gray wolf back by one leg. You shot well this time, although the shot was fired a bit early, but those few shots in the back were better chased. Yushinjiang spoke again. Hunting, it still depends on the timing. If the timing is good, one shot will kill it. We are in the mountains. We have to save bullets. Sheep, a winter can be dozens of bullets. One shot less one shot. Li Long understood what Yushinjiang meant. He wanted to say that it was best to shoot if the wolf bit the sheep, but Li Long was ahead of schedule. However, a few complementary shots later on were considered to have accomplished the goal of the hunt, just a bit of a waste of bullets. The two had different values. Li Long felt that he wasn't short of bullets, and he decided to get some more bullets from the team before he came over next time, so that at least he would have something for Harimu Yushinjiang when they went to the summer ranch. It is said that not only wolves but also snow leopards and harbears can be encountered there at the summer ranch, and those guys, even more dangerous. Yushinjiang took advantage of the fact that the wolf's carcass was still frozen and quickly skinned the wolf during the night. As for the wolf meat, Yushinjiang and the others didn't want it, so Li Long planned to bring it back along with the wolf skin. The next day, Yushinjiang led Li Long around to the southeast. In each of these ravines, there are mushrooms. More than 10 years ago, the Han people who picked up mushrooms came here and said that the mushrooms in here are very valuable. By the way, there are also herbs. What ginseng? Yushinjiang stood on the mountain beam, pointing to the ravine below and said, our Ha medicine is not the same as yours. You wait until the summer to come over, or find a knowledgeable one to come over. You should be able to know. Li Long looked at the terrain that were all similar, and was a bit worried. Earlier, Harimu pointed out some locations he could barely remember. After all, those places probably still have some geomorphological features. Here look at the valley are similar. It is really not good to separate. Yushinjiang saw Li Long's trouble and smiled. It's okay, you, just write down the location of my winter nest, and then walk around from the winter nest. Do not go far. Nearby places. A week to go all over. Then where there is what we'll know. Well, that's really thinking of yourself as a jack-of-all-trades hunter. After 2 days hearing Yushinjiang, Li Long returned to Harimu with a wolf and 2 wild rabbits and 2 branches of antlers, drank milk tea, got on his bicycle, and carried the wolf, which had been frozen hard, back to the county. Putting the wolf meat, wolf skins, and wild rabbits in the big house, Li Long took the antlers to the buying station. Chen Hongjun was not there, and Li Long once again saw the woman who gave him a cheap price last time. The woman saw Li Long just felt familiar and didn't recognize him, and when she saw the 2 branches of antlers, she said with a smile on her face, "Young man, this antler is of good quality. I'll give you $4.50 a kilogram. That's a high price." Li Long knew that this woman would definitely not give the normal price. He picked up the antlers and said, "I've heard that things are going up in price now, and you're a little low at $4.50. $4.50 isn't low." The woman shook her head. "It was $3 a while ago. It's gone up by half." "No, then I'll wait a little longer. The antlers aren't worrying about selling anyway." Li Long didn't want to suffer a loss for nothing. "So, $5? $5 will do?" The woman's eyes rolled back in her head and she said, "We can't get more than a few for that price all winter." $6. Li Long opened his mouth. $6 I'll sell. In fact, $5 is not bad. The last time Chen Hongjun is $5 to collect. Li Long on purely do not want to sell directly to this woman. $6 definitely won't do. The woman immediately refused. $5.50 at the most. Did you really raise the price again? Li Long nodded. 2 branches of antlers 7 kilograms and 6. Sold $41.80. Collecting the money and leaving, Liren unlocked his bike and rode to the department store. School will start soon. And also spring. He plans to buy a pair of sneakers for both Li Wan and Li Chang. And 2 pairs of thin socks. Department store here now not many people. Li Long know Li Wan and Li Chang's shoe number. There is nothing to pick. Bought 2 pairs of shoes and 2 pairs of socks. And bought some sesame cakes, river noodles, weighed some seasoning, went out and rode on a bicycle. To the compound to the hare and the wolf to bring back to the team. When the bike entered the team, Li Long was a little surprised to find that there were no more children playing on the road. Or maybe they all went home at mealtime. Instead, the area where the kids often played had been skated out on a 5 or 6 meter long smooth, mirror-like ice track that he had to avoid when he rode his bike or he was sure to fall. An electric mouthpiece, a little old cow made from a fire plug, dropped by the side of the road by some kid. Liren stopped and picked it up, then pedaled back home. The people in the house heard the bicycle ringing and Li Jianguo pushed the door and walked out, followed by Li Wan Li Chang. "Uncle Junior, you've caught the wolf again here," Li Chang shouted as he looked at the back seat of his bicycle. "And 2 rabbits. Li Juan added looking at the rabbits hanging from the handlebars. "Quick, come inside. It's cold outside." Li Jianguo laughed and said, "You've been gone for a few days, and there are people out there calling you over." "Call me?" Liren was a little surprised. Who's calling?" Said it was from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Li Jianguo said, "Tell you to go to the Supply and Marketing Center when you have time and look for Unit Chief Li." Li Long understood that it should be the Chief Li of the procurement unit. Is there something wrong with those sheep? It shouldn't be. The sheep are all freshly slaughtered, clumsy sheep, and there are no internal organs, so there won't be any infectious diseases or anything like that. It says it's for you to help hunt yellow sheep. Li Jianguo added another sentence, and Li Long understood. So it's a hunt. That's fine. A few together. They unloaded the stuff from the bike, and Laron put it under the window and locked it, then went inside. The house was hot and steamy and fragrant. Liren said with a smile, "I'm back just in time. It's in time for dinner." Seeing that what was served on the table was a bracked flour cake, Li Long asked Liang Yuma, "Sister-in-law, why don't you eat fine grains? I know you feel sorry for the 2 of him." Liang Yuma said with a smile, "This is what the 2 of them said they wanted to eat the hair cake." "All right, the child is the biggest in the sky." Li Long did not say more. In fact, now it is already considered half-afternoon. Li Long presumed that the family has resumed the habit of 2 meals a day, and did not say much, but it was Li Jianguo who said, 2 days ago, Big John and I went to pull out some fish, but we didn't go back there. There aren't many fish that can be pulled out of the small sea sub now, and Da Xiang said he wanted to check out the big sea sub in the back. There are a lot more black market fish sellers now." Li Long thought about it and said, let's sell the fish we have stored at home first, but if it doesn't work, we'll have to wait. It's also true that the ice is about to melt, so this season's fish is kind of impossible to get. Li Jianguo still had some regrets. The snow has melted. Then we can go down to the net to catch fish. Li Long smiled and said, I bought sticky nets. When the first night to lay the nets, the next day early to pick up the nets to sell fish. Very fast. It'll work? Li asked. There's a lot of people selling things on the black market now, so I guess in a little while no one should care enough to make it work. That's good. The eyes of the Li family were filled with hope. End of chapter. Chapter 110, what's the payoff? The meal had just been finished, and Li Long was still planning to take a good rest in the east room when he heard what seemed to be his name being called over the loudspeaker. Li Long went out to listen carefully and heard Su Chengjun shouting over the loudspeaker. Li Long, Li Long, Li Long from Li Jianguo's house. Come to the team site when you hear the loudspeaker. There's a call for you, said team headquarters. In fact, is Su Chengjun's home? The loud hailer is installed in his home, but also convenient. It should be the same thing that the supply house called earlier. Li Jianguo followed and also heard the voice and said, Li Chang asked from behind, Uncle Junior, are you going to help someone beat a yellow sheep? Is it good to hunt yellow sheep? Li Long smiled and touched Li Chang's head and said, good fight, bad fight, depends on luck, little uncle. You can definitely hit it. Li Chang looked up with a determined gaze at Li Long. Li Long laughed and went inside to put on his clothes, put on his rubber shoes and went to the team site. Little dragon is here. Su Chengjun saw Li Long, smiled and took the initiative to greet him. You still know people in the supply and marketing society? Not bad. Not really know each other. I've met when I was selling fish and meat, Li Long said vaguely, then looked at the table and realized that the phone was hung up. So he asked, the phone is hung up? Said to call in 10 minutes. You wait a while. Su Chengjun explained, turned his head to Ma Hongmei and said, Minghua's mom, go and pour Xiao Long a cup of water. Ma Hongmei answered and went to pour water. Li Long shouted, sister-in-law, don't bother. What's the trouble? You can't come here and not even drink a glass of water. Su Chengjun pointed to the bed and said, come on, sit down. Do you want to smoke? Not smoking. Laron waved his hand and sat down on the edge of the table where he kept the phone. Can't smoke. Not smoking good. Su Chengjun was obviously a lot more polite today, and said with a smile, Xiaolong, you've made a lot of progress in this period of time, and I see that the young people in our team are counting on you. Which is not. Li Long laughed and waved his hand. The Navy is the only one that counts. Good learning and insights, as well as the ability to play with everyone. That brat doesn't listen. Once Su Chengjun heard Li Long mention Su Navy, he was so angry that he cursed. Stubborn as hell. Obviously, he has a better path to take. But he has to go to the army, he can't be persuaded. A better path? Li Long asked with a smile as his heart fluttered. Captain, did the school recruiting notice come down? You know? Su Chengjun gave Li Long a surprised look. You have news from above? Knew a school board when I was selling fish. Liren said vaguely, I heard about it. No wonder. I didn't expect you to know a lot of capable people selling fish. Ma Hongmei came over with the water and said with a smile, it's really outstanding. Since the recruitment notice came down, Gu Xiaoxia's side should be stable. Li Long took the water and took a sip, and Su Chengjun was still going to ask questions when the phone rang. Answer it. This phone doesn't ring once every 3 or 5 days. It's rung several times today. It must be the one that's looking for you. Liren put down his cup and picked up the phone. Hello. You are not Captain Su. You are Li Long? Li Chanxian's voice came from over there. Although the old-fashioned telephone was a bit distorted because of the excessive line transfer, Li Long still heard Li Chanxian's voice and he smiled. Hello, Unit Chief Li. Li Chanxian, this is before the end of the day to fight. He also really cannot help. Chen Hanjun said that Li Long can fight the yellow sheep, and the yellow sheep horn has the same effect as the antelope horn. And Li Shangqian also remembered the young man who sold the sheep to him. Chen Hangjun originally wanted to wait for Li Long to come to sell things just to say this, but Li Chanxian was anxious. He remembered Li Long said where he was, so take his chances and call the production team. I did not expect to really find Li Long. Comrade Li Long, you're really not good at finding Li Chanxian is really no way out. Asked a circle. Know the people. Know a few yellow sheep, but where can I hit the yellow sheep is almost nothing. The only one his second uncle said that there are a lot of over the Ida border, but that at least 500 or 600 kilometers away, which have time to run so far. Unit Chief Li is sorry. I like to run to the mountains when I have nothing to do here. Li Long explained. What's the matter with Unit Leader Li? I'm guessing your team told you. I heard you played yellow sheep? Well, played. When? Years ago. That's right then. It's, pretty well done. That is, I'd like you to take us on a yellow sheep hunt for once. How about that? Okay. Li Long agreed with alacrity. Li Chenxian did not expect Li Long to agree so quickly. After all, the previous sale of sheep, or unpleasant. However, he quickly reacted. He is the supply and marketing agency. Many people flattered the object. This Li Long should not be exempted, right? But then Li Long's words let him know that this little comrade was different from the average person. Unit Leader Li, what do I get paid for taking you hunting yellow sheep? Seeing Li Long speak so directly, Su Changjun, who had his ears perked up beside him, was so angry that he wanted to curse. Why is this kid so unenlightened? This is a good opportunity to flatter people. If you flatter the chief, you'll have a chance to become a buyer in the supply and marketing center. That is to eat commodity food. Remuneration? Li Chanxian was confused by this sentence. To be honest, since the procurement unit chief, our others begged him, he has not begged others. So this time to call Li Long, he simply did not think of what remuneration. Joking. The supply and marketing agency to find you to help is to give you face. You also want to pay? But then this Li Long brought it up squarely, and he froze in turn. Liren laughed. Apparently, these officials are so used to other people's services that they don't really think about compensation. Then let him think about it. Li Chanxian's reaction was also considered fast. After many thoughts turned around in his head, he asked, and what do you want to be paid? You guys shoot yellow sheep? I know where they are, and I can help if you can provide a gun. If you hit it, then can you get me a double-barreled sand gun? Su Chengjun wanted to curse as he listened in the back. You want to eat? A double-barreled sand gun is hundreds of dollars. How dare you mention it? This is impossible. Li Chanxian's side immediately refused. A yellow goat is only worth how much money? A few of them are not worth a double-barreled sand gun. Little comrade, you are a bit unaware of the sky and the earth. He thought for a moment and said, forget the sand guns, if you hit two, I'll get you an air gun. Okay? An air gun is nearly $100 too. That's a very good payment already. Liren really had no idea about airsoft right now. He said, shaking his head, air guns don't work, at least small caliber. Or forget it. There should be quite a few people who know how to shoot yellow sheep. You can look for others. Unit Leader Li. Goodbye. He was just about to hang up the phone when Li shouted sharply on the forward side. Don't hang up yet. Liren laughed. End of chapter. 111. First time hunting in a minivan. Li Chanxian was very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, he made up his mind that when he had the chance, he would definitely make this kid look good. Li Long, however, is not afraid at all. He never intended to go to work as a laborer and eat public food in his heavy life. Now save up some money. When the second and third rounds of land contracting, contract some more land, wait for 20 or 30 years, hand over the land to the cooperative, a few $100,000 a year, and you have nothing to do but hunt and catch fish. How beautiful. If you work as a laborer, you'll be under the control of others, so you won't be as comfortable as you are now. Li Chanxian almost pit him once. This time do not pit back. Learn to be a big belly Buddha? Liren, really wasn't. I have a small caliber rifle there. Li took a deep breath forward, calmed his emotions and said, if you really hit the yellow sheep this time, the gun will be yours. Although the gun has been used a few times, it's almost as good as new. Okay, Li Long agreed and added. Unit Leader Li, you know from Comrade Chen that I can hunt yellow sheep, right? Yeah, how did you know? Li looked forward a bit puzzled. Li Long smiled and asked instead of answering the question. So, Unit Leader Li, when are you going to shoot the yellow sheep? Just these 2 days. You wait for my news. As soon as I notify you, you hurry to the county. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Li Long chatted with Su Chengjun a few more times and went home. Li Chanxian was still pondering how Li Long would bring up Chen Hongjun. Then he tapped his head. This kid, this is the point me. Afraid that I do not give him a small caliber, right? Not a big man. Ghostly. Su Chengjun is also thought half a day. This Li Long has so many relations and contacts. Why not open-minded it? Find a relationship to get yourself to the city. How good? Eat commodity food is not good? Why do you want to fight with the leadership, but also want to pay? When Li Long returned home, Li Jianguo asked him about the specifics. It's the head of the procurement unit of the Supply and Marketing Society. Let me lead the yellow sheep hunting. Li Long said lightly. It's not a big deal. When he calls, I'll just take them there. That easy? Hunting yellow sheep isn't easy, is it? Liang Yueme asked as she stepped on the sewing machine while sewing there. The most troublesome thing about fighting yellow sheep is to find the place where they appear. Li Long explained. Our county down a large area of Gobi Beach, but there is no good road. They want to find, in addition to find the person who leads the way. Otherwise it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It just so happens that I know a place where yellow sheep appear. Take them to see. playing yellow sheep, not dangerous. Nothing. Li Jianguo nodded. Can help the people of the supply and marketing cooperative? What's going on behind the scenes is good to say. I gave him my word. And when I hit it, he gave me a gun. Liren laughed and said, I wanted a sand gun. He wouldn't give it. Said he'd give me a small caliber. What? Small caliber? He's really giving it? Li Jianguo was surprised. A small caliber isn't cheap. What the hell? It's not like you can fight for nothing. I just said that. Since he gave it, it shouldn't be anything. Li Long smiled. I'm going to the east room to rest. Go go go. I guess I'm exhausted these days. Li Jianguo waved his hand. Li Long went to the east room. This side of the fireplace was well set up. The room was warm as spring. Li Long lay on the bed and read a book, and soon fell asleep. The next day, Gu Xiaoxia came over specifically to find Li Long. Got the notice? Li Long looked at Gu Xiaoxia's expression with a smile and asked, has there been any change from what I said? Not much has changed. Gu Xiaoxia couldn't care less at this time, so she said excitedly to Li Long in the east room. The notice said that those in high school can take the test for middle school teachers or elementary school teachers. Those in middle school can only take the test for elementary school teachers. The team gave notice to all those who graduated from junior high school or above that the exam is in a week. So are you sure? Liren asked again. Anyway, I read through the original textbooks. 80%. Gu Xiaoxia was still quite confident. After all, she knew the news almost a month earlier than the others. And with that month of review time, had the courage to say this. That'll do. Take the test well. Li Long encouraged. This is for you. Thank you for giving me this message in advance. Gu Xiaoxia took out a pair of wool gloves and handed them to Li Long, saying with a red face, I knitted them a year ago. You, see if they fit. Li Long smiled and took it, and Gu Xiaoxia added, then, I'm going back. After saying that, without waiting for Li Long to reply, he turned around and left. Li Long took the gloves and sent Gu Xiaoxia away. Xiaoxia came over? Hearing the commotion, Li Jianguo walked out. Well, I told her earlier that she was ready to review her schoolwork and that the school was looking for a teacher, and she's been reviewing for a while, and now that the notice has come down, she's come over to thank me. This is a great thing. Li Jianguo nodded. It was announced on the loudspeaker yesterday, and those on the team who went to middle school or higher are laughing themselves silly. Li Long understands the obsession of these people for eating commercial grain now. In fact, in another half a month, the news of the package production to households and the distribution of land to the family came over. The whole team can laugh silly. In the afternoon, Li Xiangqian called, told Li Long the next morning at 8 o'clock in the county supply and marketing agency gate waiting. He did not know that Li Long has a house in the county. This notification is also half public and half private. I'm not going to talk about public affairs, hunting before it's too late. Private matters, naturally, is indignant. Li Long also with hunting blackmail themselves, want to let Li Long suffer. From the production team to the county nearly 10 kilometers. 8 o'clock in the morning in the supply and marketing office waiting. That is not 6 o'clock. Have to go out? Li Long received the notice, went home to give his brother and sister-in-law a word, got on his bicycle and went to the county. I slept beautifully in the big house early that night and woke up at 7 o'clock the next day. About the same time, Li Long dressed up, locked the door, hiked to the big meat cafeteria for breakfast, and then walked to the supply house. Li Qianqian wore a military coat, and when he came to the door of the supply house at 8:30, he didn't see Li Long's people, and he was so angry that he cursed. Is this two-stick trying to screw people? It's time to come? Unit chiefly, who are you talking about? Li Long pulled open the window of the concierge and asked Li Qianqian with a smile. Naturally, he didn't intend to freeze outside after he arrived. The gatekeeper, Mr. Li, is a light sleeper, so he woke up when Li Long knocked on the door and opened it to let him in. He opened the door and let him in. Li Long didn't stay idle, and set up the stove in the concierge's room to heat up, so he roasted the fire inside. Li Qianqian had no way to say anything, but also went into the gate room to roast the fire, and when it was almost 9 o'clock, he called Li Long to come out. After standing outside for 10 minutes, a green jeep drove up and pulled up beside the two men. Get in the car, the driver shouted, and Li pointed forward to the passenger side to Laron. You sit there and point in the direction. Li Long went to the passenger side, habitually to pull the seatbelt, did not touch something, and then only reacted to the 70s production of this 212 Jeep as no seatbelt. He adjusted his sitting position and leaned back, feeling that the seat was a bit hard, barely, better than riding at 2/8 bar in the cold wind. The two people in the back seat were a bit surprised to see this familiar and natural look of Li Long. Has this young man been on a trolley? It shouldn't, should it? End of chapter. Chapter XII. Good shooting. Young man, you've been in a minivan? The one in the back seat asked. Only then did Liren twist his head to look behind him. This person is 35 or 36 years old. Hair 46 points. Face slightly long. Eyes are not big but gleaming. Sideburns on both sides of the sideburns chipped very flush. Looking at a cadre look. Wearing a gray tweed coat. Hand put on cotton. Leather gloves on the hand did not take off. Look quite spiritual. Sat there. Knowing that this was being seen in detail, Li Long said, I spent 3 months at the Yuking sugar factory and sat there. At that time, the factory sent a car for us to go on an errand, and I rode with our leader. This middle-aged man and Li Chanxian both looked at each other. There was nothing wrong with this statement. But why did Li Long not work in the sugar factory anymore? This is something that both of them are probably curious about. But Li Long didn't say, so they couldn't ask. Li said forward, then lead the way, and try to get the yellow sheep today. We're on a tight schedule. It's still safety first. The one next to him interjected, and asked Liren again, little comrade, do you know how to shoot a gun? Will. Liren just nodded, keeping his words short and concise. That's good. We have several guns in the car. You can try them out then too. The man's tone was quite kind, making Li Long feel better than Li Chanxian easygoing. That's how leaders should be. He gave the driver directions and led the way to the mouth of Red Mountain. From here down, the rest of the way is on foot. Liren turned around in the passenger seat and explained, the buggy can still be driven forward, but it will alert the yellow sheep. You still know that this is an off-road vehicle? Li Chanxian felt that he really needed to reacquaint himself with Li Long today. Li Long smiled, didn't say anything, opened the door and jumped down. Although riding in the jeep was cooler than riding a bicycle, it was still a bit cool without air conditioning. Everyone else got out of the car, and the driver took his gun out of the back, a 5.6 submachine gun, a 5.6 semi-automatic rifle, and a double-barreled sandgun, a name brand by the looks of it. Not unlike that generic version in the new bookstore. Little Li, are you going to fight? The middle-aged man took the shotgun, loaded it and put it behind his back, and asked Li Chanxian. Li Long almost thought to ask himself, just to say. Li Forward shook his head and said, I'll forget about that shooting skill of mine, so I won't disgrace myself in front of you. Director. He looked at Li Long. Li Chanxian actually wanted to take a shot, Li Long could tell. It was assumed that things were indeed more important today, which was why he refused. Li Long took that 5.6.5 submachine gun for the driver to hold. Only at this time Li Long looked out. The driver is a young man of 23 or 4 years old. Should have been a soldier, has been relatively silent, but that temperament ordinary people cannot pretend. Go, this direction. Li Long took the lead, leading the others to trip through the snow and advance. The middle-aged man followed right behind Li Long. He was wearing long boots and lightweight clothes, so he didn't feel tired. Li moved forward in an effort to get alongside the director, but soon the gasps betrayed him. His stamina couldn't keep up, and his steps, though pounding fast, got left behind every now and then. The young driver followed at the end with his gun, looking left and right. Alert! Little Li, you are obviously lacking exercise, the middle-aged man said to Li Chanxian. It's not good to just focus on work. The body is the capital of the revolution. You have to exercise your body well so that you can work better for the revolution in the future. Li Long listened in front of the admiration. Listen, the leader is the leader. This speech is different. Yes, Director Qian is right. I'll definitely strengthen my exercises when I go back. Li Chanxian replied with his mouth full. Little comrade, let's slow down the speed a bit. That Director Qian added. Unit leader Li isn't used to this kind of field marching, so as long as we can hit the yellow sheep today, we don't need to rush especially. Li Long slowed down, and Li Forward just barely caught up. After they walked closer to where they had last hunted, Liren took his gun off his back and turned to the three men. Immediately to the place. Stay a while, we all sound a little smaller. Yellow sheep vigilance is very high. The speed is also very fast. As long as the hearing of the movement immediately flew running. So, Li Long, you can rest assured. Li Chanxian interrupted Li Long. Director Qian is a veteran hunter. Even the most cunning prey can't escape his bullets. Comrade Xiao Jiang is from a scout. His marksmanship is out of this world. That's fine. Li Long also stopped talking nonsense and led the three men to the location of the last hunt, pointing to the bushes below without speaking, observing carefully. The other three also realized that the yellow sheep should be infested in this area, and also watched carefully. Soon, Liren saw an animal grazing there with its head down at the edge of a patch of red willows further away than it had hunted earlier. It had to be carefully scrutinized to be seen because it wasn't moving much. It was almost 100 meters from there to his position. He said softly, "Found it." Just as he said that, comrade, the driver named Xiao Jiang also said, "There are yellow sheep." The two men looked at each other, and then at the target, supposedly the same yellow sheep. "Both of you have good eyesight." Director Qian stared for half a day and also saw the yellow sheep and praised. Let me take a look. With that, he raised his double-barreled shotgun. Shotguns don't always work, Ko said softly. Comrade Li, give me the 5.6 semi-automatic. Director Qian put down his double-barreled shotgun and said to Li Long. Li Long gave him the gun and took the double-barreled shotgun. This thing. It was pretty nice to hold, but it never felt as powerful as a 5.6.5. Director Qian just stood there according to his gun and took aim, while Xiao Jiang was holding a 5.6 punch, and Li Long guessed that he was preparing to make up for the shot in case Director Qian missed. Bang! Half a minute later, the gun went off, and Liren watched as the yellow goat popped up, landed, and went silent. Got it. One hit kills. Director Qian is a good shot. Li Chanxian was the first to call out. Go check it out. Director Qian was also very happy and smiled as he carried his gun and quickly ran down the mountain. The four people ran quickly to the red willow below. Li Long saw that it was a female yellow sheep. Should be a single, not big. Director Qian's shot went through the chest. It should have hit the heart. By this time the yellow sheep had no breath. Ugh. Director Money's excitement dissolved into a sigh. Mother of all. No horns. You guys want yellow goat horns? When Li Long heard this, he was a bit surprised. You want the male yellow sheep? Yes. Director Qian needs antelope horns, but yellow sheep and antelope are in the same category, and yellow sheep horns are fine. Li Long said in his heart that you don't say clearly early. I have it there. But consider that he hadn't said that, and that his own pair of yellow ram's horns were to be kept in reserve. Director Qian looked over at Liren. Little brother. Look at. Chapter 113, this time it's stable. Li Long now knew that the other party wanted the yellow ram's horns. He was a bit reluctant to give up the pair of large yellow ram's horns he was holding. So he said, I also know of a place where yellow sheep hang out, but there's no guarantee I'll find it. Good. As soon as Li Chanxian heard that there was still room, he immediately said excitedly, Go. Let's take care of this yellow sheep first, right? Li Long pointed at the dead female yellow sheep. Disembowel and bleed. Throw it on the trunk of the car. Director Qian thought about it and said to Xiao Jiang, you take care of it, then follow our footprints. You can keep up, right? Ko nodded without saying anything. It's quite a ways past that. Let's drive a bit first. Liren suggested. Wait until we get to the intersection, and walk when we have to go into the mountains in. Okay, you're the guide. You call the shots. Director Qian readily accepted good advice. Xiao Jiang carried the yellow sheep. Li Long carried the sand gun. The submachine gun was given to Li Chanxian, and they rushed diagonally in the direction of the jeep. When he arrived at the Red Mountain Mouth Pass, Xiao Jiang threw the yellow sheep into the trunk and started the car. Li Long got into the car, waited for the people behind him to sit down, pointed in the direction, and asked Xiao Jiang to drive the car to the pass that he often went to. When they reached the mountain pass, Li Long didn't let them continue to drive in, and took them out of the car to follow the mountain beam to the other yellow sheep-infested place pointed out by Yushinjiang. This time Xiao Jiang stayed behind to deal with the yellow sheep and then would catch up, while Li continued to carry his submachine gun forward. Since it wasn't clear that they would be able to find the yellow goat and hit it, all three of them were relatively silent as they moved forward, and all that could be heard was Li's ragged panting as he moved forward from the effort needed to keep up. Director Qian's face also became grave at some point. Obviously this yellow ram's horn was very important to him. Li Long walked in front of him with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. His heart was also a little apprehensive, not knowing whether there were yellow sheep there or not when he arrived at the place. But think about it is not a big deal. Really do not have. Then hand over a pair of yellow goat horns in the house. When free to fight themselves is. The thought of this gave him peace of mind. He didn't say this out loud, though, it all depended on whether there were any yellow sheep in that area ahead. What made Li Long a little surprised was that before they arrived at the place, Xiao Jiang had already chased after them in a fit manner, and he took the submachine gun from Li Chanxian. Li Long could even hear Li Chanxian let out a long breath of relief. This unit chief must have been sweating through it. Li Long guessed as he continued to walk forward. They kept walking on the south side of the mountain beam, and looking at the place almost there. Li Long stopped and said to the other three, "We're almost there, so let's tread lightly, and when we go over the beam later, I suggest it's best to be loaded and ready to fire." He didn't know where the yellow sheep would be hanging out, and it was only right to be prepared. "Okay, listen to you." Director Qian checked the double-barrel shotgun, loaded it, and followed Li Long with the gun. The three men lined up in a line, Li moving forward without his gun right behind him, and the four men slowly made their way to the ridgeline. Li Long walked very slowly. He followed Yushan Jiang around the mountain a few times and had some experience. While walking and listening, suddenly felt that the mountainside seemed to be quiet. Li Long secretly screamed that it was not good. Immediately whispered, "Quick, there should be something. Run." He scurried out first, and in 2 steps he was on the ridge. And then he saw a herd of a dozen or so yellow sheep looking up at him down the hillside, no more than 30 or 40 meters away. The moment they saw him, those yellow sheep exploded like a large stone thrown into a pond, scattering in all directions. It's amazing how these yellow sheep don't run in herds when they escape, but spread out. Without thinking, Li Long first stared at one of the closest rams, held his gun against his shoulder, and keyed the trigger. Bang! Bang bang! Not 2 seconds after he fired, there was the sound of a point-blank shot from behind him, followed by the sound of a shotgun bang. Li Long didn't care, staring at his target dead on. In less than 10 seconds, 2 more shots were added, and the yellow sheep only scurried out 3 to 5 meters before collapsing in the snow. Only then did Li Long put away his gun and look at other locations. 2 yellow sheep lay a little farther down by the red willow, both rams. The one with the biggest horns, on the contrary, was the one that Li Long knocked down. As for the other yellow sheep, they had already scurried into the one-person-high red willow beach and were nowhere to be seen. Director Qian, good shot. Li Qianqian climbed up at this time only with a huff, looking at the 3 yellow sheep in the snowy field in the distance and boasted, I didn't hit it. Director Qian shook his head and said, Comrade Li hit the biggest one, and Xiao Zhang's 2 point-blank shots hit 2 heads, which I flew off. This was a bit awkward for Li to move forward. Mission accomplished. 3 rams with good horns. Liren smiled. That should be enough, right? He glanced forward at Li, then at Director Qian. Li Qianqian understood the meaning of Li Long's glance at him, and cursed in his heart. This brat, this small caliber seems to have to be given up. Enough is enough. Director Qian was not as unhappy as he thought he would be. He smiled and said, Comrade Li, it seems like you know this neighborhood well, and you're a good shot. Do you hunt often? Well, recently, I occasionally go into the mountains to hunt. Li Long said vaguely, the conditions at home are not good, so I thought of finding a way in the mountains. Not bad. Director Qian nodded. Ideas? Young people should break through. Now it is not said. Reform and opening up. And the past is not the same. The policy has changed. Young people catch up with the good times. Xiao Jiang had by this time gone down the hill to put the 3 yellow sheep together. The head that little Li scored will be given to him. Director Qian said generously, though his gaze still lingered on the head of the largest yellow sheep. I wouldn't want it. The gun isn't mine. And you guys are in dire need of this yellow goat horn. Li Long refused without waiting for Li Qianqian to speak. With the small caliber, it would be a bit greedy to ask for this yellow ram. Li Qianqian was satisfied. This way. Director Qian twisted his head to look at Li Qianqian. Director Qian, you take all the yellow sheep? I have an account on little Li's side. Li Qianqian said with a knowing smile. That's good. That forward said Director Qian. The male yellow sheep you take one back. The head of the sheep I will stay. You also do not excuse. We are not outsiders. With these words, Li Qianqian felt that everything was worth it. The 3 sheep were not easy to carry. Li Long carried 1. Xiao Jiang carried 1. And Li Qianqian originally intended to carry 1. Only he didn't carry it, so he had to drag it along. Li Long did not bring a plastic sheet this time out, so I suggested that Li Qianqian folded 3 or 5 thin branches of the dense red willow, put the yellow sheep on the red willow, dragging the branches of the tree to go. As a simple climbing plow, Li went forward and did as he was told, finding it much easier. His perception of Li Long was much better. This young man is not just greedy. Forward little Li, you have to thank him. If we have to go into the mountains again in the future, we'll have to trouble him again. On the road, Director Qian carried the shotgun while walking and said, in the future, when our supply and marketing center needs special products from the mountains, we can also look for him. Understood. Director, I understand. Li Qianqian felt at this time that giving Li Long a small caliber wasn't a bad thing. Being able to get into Director Qian's eyes, and Director Qian liking hunting, there might be something similar behind it. As an intermediary, you will have an additional favor, and you will think of yourself first in the future. End of chapter. Chapter 114, Small Caliber in Hand. Riding in the jeep back to the door of the county supply and marketing agency, Li Qianqian and Li Long got off, and Director Qian also came down together. Director, take a seat in our society? Li Qianqian said with a smile. It's already noon. No, I'm in a hurry to get back, so I'll leave you alone this time. The next time you come over, you just won't entertain me. Director Qian smiled and said, it just so happens that it's noon. You treat little Li well. Without him this time, things can't be done so smoothly yet. After saying that, he offered his hand to Li Long. Comrade Li, this time you have done me a great favor. More words I will not say more. Come to the region to play sometime. Look for me then. Xiao Jiang picked up the yellow sheep with its head cut off from the trunk and placed it on the ground, then nodded at Li Qianqian and Li Long and returned to the driver's seat. After sending the jeep away, Liren looked forward to Li. Don't be in a hurry. I'll settle this yellow sheep first. Li Chanxian was in a good mood now. He looked at Grandpa Li, who had already pushed the door out, and said with a smile, "Second uncle, this yellow goat will be put here with you first. Little Li and I will go to do something. I will come over to pick it up later. Ah, okay." Li nodded with a smile, and Li Long and Li greeted him, then followed Li forward toward the supply house family courtyard. Li Shangqian lived in the bungalow of the family courtyard. He brought Li Long into the house and said to him, "Sit down." Then he went to the inner room. It's a bungalow, but the inside is kind of funky for this time of year. "Where's sister-in-law?" Li Long asked as he sat in the living room. "Where's the baby?" "Your sister-in-law works at the county grain bureau, and the child went to his grandma's house," Li Chanxian said while taking out a small caliber rifle from the inner room. There are two types of small caliber rifles in the civilian population, one of which is homemade. That is, the kind of handmade person who converts an air rifle into a small caliber rifle. The other type is the standardized small caliber rifle, such as the Janwei and Omei brands. Li forward to take this as the Janwei brand semi-automatic small caliber. Look at the body of the reddish brown with stock paint without any scratches. You can know that the gun has not used a lot of times. I bought this gun when I first became unit chief, after returning from a shopping trip to the mountains. There's a lot of good stuff in the mountains, and at the time I thought I'd definitely go hunting foxes and rabbits and stuff when I had the chance, but alas, I never had the time. The gun is very good, of course, and 5.6.5 cannot be compared, but to shoot rabbits, foxes, pheasants and so on to be very good. After all, 5.6.5 hit these things a big hole, a little big loss. I have 2 more boxes of bullets here. If you're out of bullets, they're for sale at the new China bookstore, Li said as he slipped the gun, holster, and bullets to Li Long forward. "Little Li, we are also considered to be not fighting and not knowing each other. Today you have done me a great favor. What's going on behind you? You come directly to me. I will definitely help if I can." Liren took the gun and smiled. "Unit Leader Li. I know. Let's go. Go to the cafeteria. My treat. We've been tired for most of the day. We have to have a good meal." Li Long took his gun to the big meat canteen. These days bringing a gun is not much. After all, the militia training that 5.6 Punch and 5.6.5 are taken casually, and the new China bookstore sells small caliber rifles, sand guns and air guns. The two entered the cafeteria and Zhong Guoqiang approached them, smiling. "Yo, Unit Chief Li, Comrade Li, you guys know each other?" "Manager Zhong, you know Little Li?" Li Chanxian was a bit surprised. Chen Hongjun knew Li Long. Zhong Guoqiang also knew him. This Li Long is not simple, but thinking about it made sense. Li Long sold all sorts of things, so naturally he knew a lot of people. "We are also old acquaintances." Li Chanxian smiled and said, "Little Li just did me a big favor. I'm hungry at noon, so I'll come to you for a meal. Have any good dishes on? We're not picky now." "Okay, Unit Chief Li, do you want wine?" "No wine. I have to work this afternoon." "Li, do you want to drink?" "No drink. I have to go back to the team in the afternoon." Li Long also waved his hand. "That's fine. Manager Chung, you watch on." "Good." Zhong Guoqiang went inside and ordered, while Li Chanxian and Li Long went to the inner room that was separated by a screen. After the two finished eating, they separated at the entrance of the big meat canteen. Li Long walked towards the big house, while Li Chanxian went back to the supply house. As they left, 2 people came over from afar. Guillermo was a little surprised when he saw Li Long carrying his things and separating from another person. "Do you recognize that man?" The middle-aged man who came with Guillermo asked him. "On our team." Guillermo bristled. "Originally became a laborer, then was fired. Single stick very, not a single pole?" That middle-aged man snorted. "You're afraid you're looking at it wrong, aren't you? The one who dined out with him is the chief of the supply and marketing center. Li, that unit chief Li is very arrogant. He can't look at ordinary people." "The leader of the supply and marketing society?" Guillermo twisted his head to look in the direction of Li Chanxian, who at this time was only a shadow far away. "What did you think?" The middle-aged man slapped Guillermo. "Let's go. Don't look. They're better than you." Li Long didn't know that he was seen by Guillermo eating with Li Chanxian. He took his gun and hummed a tune back to the big house, then rode back home. The temperature outside was slowly rising, and the snow on some of the sunny slopes had begun to melt, revealing black dirt and dry weeds. When Li Long rode into the team to come, the road did not have a few children playing. He guessed that it should be almost the beginning of the school year. Students are catching up with the winter vacation homework, and like Li Chang, such as preschool or do not have to go to school, there is no older children to bring, and seldom cuddle out, so the road is clear and quiet. When he was almost at Li's house, he ran into Xie Dafa. and Fat looked at the bike that Li Long was riding and said with envy, Xiaolong, you're a bull up. This bike just runs fast. Liren stamped his feet on the ground and smiled. Fat, after this year's fall harvest, maybe you can buy one too. How can it be? Fat hastily waved his hand. That a car more than $100. How can I afford it? What if the policy changes? Li Long smiled. Schools are expanding. So many people in the team are going to become teachers. So isn't it true that the policy on farming will have to change as well? All the land in the mouth is now given to individuals. So aren't we going to have to change soon? That's right too. Fat stroked his chin, pondering, if this land is to be divided amongst ourselves. He was still there thinking, when Laron said with a push on his toes, Fat, you walk, I'm going. Back at Li's house. Li Long had just put his bike away when he saw the door push open and Li Chang run out of the house. Uncle Junior, have you finished shooting the yellow sheep? Did you hit it? Liren said as he took the small caliber holster off his bike and held it in his hand and raised it. See, this is what you get paid for hunting yellow sheep. Uncle, what is this? Gun. Want to see it? Yes, yes. What boy doesn't like to play with guns? Li Chang was excited. End of chapter. Chapter 15, The Tao Family. The Li family house is as warm as spring. Li Long brought back those pine wood can become wood let Li Jiangguo to put up, ready to start the spring to hit something, and those who have been almost rotten. Li Long hunting this period of time Li Jiangguo has split them into split wood. Rack fire with. Uncle, this gun is still strangely heavy. Li Chang was on the bed, barely holding the small caliber rifle, shaking it while straining. That's light. Liren was right next to him. He instructed his nephew. The muzzle can't be pointed at a person. You can't gouge it, I'll turn the safety off. Li Wan looked at the gun with some curiosity as she hugged her doll on the bed. Going to shoot a yellow sheep and get a gun back? Li Jianguo still can't believe it. Earlier the captain came over and said, I said he was joking. How much does a yellow sheep cost? How much does a gun cost? I didn't expect that you really took it back. 4 yellow sheep were hit in total. Li Long explained. 3 males. People mainly want the yellow sheep horns to use as antelope horns. In a hurry. Besides, this yellow sheep is not something that anyone can hit, mainly because it's not easy to find. That's the truth. Li Jianguo nodded. We all know that there are yellow sheep on the Gobi beach, but there are none on our team that we can hit. You're the first one. Li Long took the gun from Li Chang and handed it to Li Wan. Look, hey. Li Wan cheerfully put down the doll, picked up the gun, and took aim at the window there in style. This gun should be fine for hunting rabbits. There was also a hint of envy in Li Jianguo's eyes. He hadn't actually touched a gun before. When the production team was first established, the first batch of them to come held the old 7 to 9 rifle to guard against wolves at night. Later on, the militia company was established, using the 5 to 6 semi-automatic and 5 to 6 submachine gun. But those guns were all public and the bullets could not be used casually. Now that this small caliber rifle in Li Long's hand was considered Li Long's own, it felt completely different. Hunting rabbits, snowcocks, foxes should be fine. And yes, badgers. Li Long said. Badgers and foxes fight and hurt their skins. Li said. When Li Long saw that Li Wan couldn't lift the gun anymore, he took it and handed it to Li Jianguo. Badger hogs and water mice can still be dug out. Foxes are not good. They can only be fought. Li Jianguo took the gun, skillfully opened the safety, pulled the gun barrel, stuck it and then looked through the gun barrel hole to see where the chamber was, and then asked, Are there any bullets? People gave me 2 boxes, and I'm going to go back to the new bookstore to buy a couple more boxes to have on hand. In later times, until the ban on guns, Xinhua bookstore did not sell small caliber rifles, air guns and sand guns anymore, but there were still small caliber bullets in the counter, which made Li Long very strange. But at that time he didn't have a gun and didn't ask. Yeah, there's no harm in having more bullets on hand. Li fiddled with the gun for a while longer, then handed it to Li Long, who stood up and unlocked the key from his waist, opened the 5-drawer cupboard, and took out his satchel. Li Long recognized this satchel as Li Wan's school bag, which was later put away by Liang Yuma after Li Long bought Li Wan a standard school bag. This is the bullets I got from the team in the past few days. You need bullets for hunting. Those herder friends in the mountains should also lack this. People help you a lot. You can't be stingy. Take it and use it. I'll think of another way if it's not enough. Li Long didn't push back and took the satchel. Feeling it, there should be at least 100 or 200 rounds of ammunition. The pipe is in great use. And this. Li Jianguo took out 2 more knives from the 5-double cupboard and handed them to Li Long. These 2 knives were one long and one short. The long one was 30 to 40 centimeters and the short one was about 10 centimeters, both with sheaths. Li Long took the knives and looked at them one by one. You have to use good knives for hunting in the mountains and for opening and skinning and breaking down. These 2 knives I had made from shell steel, sharpened and sharp. Cannonball steel? Where did you get cannonball steel? Li Long asked unexpectedly as he looked at the fast knives that shone with a cold light. Nanshan shooting range. Li Jianguo said with some complacency. Our county artillery regiment is not in the South Mountain, has a shooting range, where after shooting targets, the soldiers did not clean up the range completely. There is a leak down the shell steel. Someone picked up. I know a blacksmith there stored a few pieces. Some time ago I looked for him to let him play 2 knives. Li Long was still using an old knife with a wooden handle, and the steel was worn out. Most of the reason why the skin of the elk deer was skinned badly was because Li Long's skill was not good, and partly because the knife was not good. Lovingly looking at the 2 knives, Li Long was really happy. Li Chang saw the knife and curiously wanted to come over and touch it. Li Long hurriedly sheathed the knife and said to him, Qiang, you can't move this knife. If you touch it, it's a gash. Li very. When Li Chang heard this, although he was still a little curious, he immediately took a few steps back to the edge of the bed. He didn't want to get hurt. Watching Chang Chang being so careful, Li Long was relieved. You haven't seen Da Xiang in the past 2 days, have you? Li Jianguo locked the 5-double cupboard and turned to ask Li Long. No, I still wonder Mile. He originally ran to the house every day. Why disappeared in the past few days? His father is sick. Li Jianguo said. The problem on the lungs. The old Tian gave a look. Said that can only be slow. Want a cure will have to go to the county hospital. Tao Daxian wanted to take his father to go. Tao Construction dead not to go. Said he was old. No big deal. Li Long had nothing to say. Nowadays, medical conditions are not comparable to later generations, and it is really difficult for poor people's families to see a doctor. The barefoot doctor in the village did solve many people's troubles, but there were some big diseases that only big hospitals had the conditions to treat, and the people didn't have the money. On the contrary, in the latter days, the countryside has a new rural cooperative. He remembers that there are several medical checkups and the team detected cancer, and then went to the city of Urumqi for an operation, and lived for many years again. So while the NPS is criticized by many, everyone on the team is very active in paying it. The old generation is used to suffering. This time there is a disease. Can fight it over? At most. The most is to take injections and medication. The ordinary world Sun Xiaoping's grandmother counted painkillers in the rural areas of the matter is not a novelty. Even until the latter days, before Li Long was gone, many of the old people on the team still believed in Advil and aspirin and painkillers when they were sick. Although these 2 kinds of drugs have great side effects, but in the eyes of the elderly, cheap, it works. Too old to think that far ahead. I'll go and see to it. Liren took the knife and gun and prepared to put them in the east room. Xiaolong, if you put the stuff in the east room, you have to lock the door. Li Jianguo reminded. These things aren't cheap. I know. Take something with you when you go. There's canned goods at home. Sesame seed crackers. And I'll cut you a strip of meat now. Good. There was no shortage of fish in the Tao family, but the meat should be brought some. Any more? Tao Daqiang followed Li Long's work, and it was time to go and see. Tao Construction is lying on the bed covered with a quilt, coughing once or twice from time to time. Tao Daqiang is washing clothes by the stove. Looking at the Li Long who came in with some surprise, he stood up, a little bit rushed, not knowing what to say. Li Long secretly sighed. This stupid brother. It's still the same old story. End of chapter. Chapter 16, The Joy of Changing History. Uncle, how are you now? Have you taken your medicine? Li Long stood on the bed and asked Tao Jian. Took it. Daqiang insisted that Lao Tian give me an injection. What's the point of wasting that money? Just take some aspirin. Tao Construction struggled to get up. Li Long hurriedly pressed him. Uncle, don't get up. I just came over to see. These 2 days Daqiang cook for you? Yes. Daqiang is not worried about me. He didn't go anywhere. Just cooked for me and fed me medicine. Tao Construction sighed. Daqiang came over for a visit. His family had to be taken care of as well. It's hard too. Liren was speechless. That's quite a partial heart. But this was a family matter, so he didn't have much to say. Chatting a few words without nutrition. He went out. Tao Daqiang sent out. Li Long took out $10 and stuffed it into his hand. Find old Tian. Give your father an injection. First reduce the inflammation. The injection is fast. Taking medicine who knows how long it will be delayed. This winter and spring are the most prone to illness. Can't wait. Good. Tao Daqiang also has no money in his hand. He did not refuse. Father to see the doctor does need a lot of money. But earlier New Year's money too painful. But also nephew's pressure money. The result is that now his father is sick. Want to pull out money but cannot get much. Come over to me if you have any difficulties. Li Long was a little surprised to find that he seemed to have narrowed the gap between his height and Tao Daqiang's. And he didn't know if it was because Tao Daqiang was hunched over or if he had grown again. He patted Daqiang's shoulder. I'll stay home from the mountains for a few days. Then, Brother Long, do you still catch fish for sale? Tao Dachang asked with glowing eyes. When he didn't have any money, he realized how lucrative it was to follow Li Long to earn money. When your dad gets better, come see me. There are 2 more catches before the snow melts, Liren said. Tao Dachang thought to himself, 2 times is fine. If you do it twice, you can pay back the $10. The $10 in his hand he clutched tightly. The snow melted behind him and he couldn't catch any fish, so he would have to live a tight life. When the snow melts, we'll both go down to the nets and catch fish. I've got a sticky net already, but the water's cold in the beginning of spring, so you'll see. I'm not afraid of the cold. When Tao Dachang heard that he could continue to catch fish and sell them for money, he couldn't wait to interrupt Li Long's words. I'm not afraid. When it first snowed, I went to the reed lake to play reeds, and the ice water was waist deep, and I wasn't even afraid. That's fine. Li Long nodded. When your father gets better, we'll discuss it then. Watching Li Long leave, Tao Dachang turns around and rushes to Lao Tian's house. He wants Lao Tian to give his father an injection so that he can get well in a hurry. Lao Tian said as soon as he heard that Tao Dachang wanted to give his father an injection. I told you, your father's illness can only be cured by injections, and those few cents of pills won't help much. He's been coughing for so many years. Doesn't he know what's wrong with him? Wait for me to sterilize the needle. Aluminum needle box with a syringe made of glass. Dr. Old Tian poured boiling water into the needle box from the warmer, then took out a carton of medicine, and waited for a while. He took tweezers to take out the syringe, poured out the water, and put the needle in, and put it into the medicine bag with the medicine, and carried it on his back to follow Tao Dachang to his house. Li Long is quite happy. In his last life, Tao Construction eventually survived the winter by relying on a few painkillers and aspirin, but by the beginning of spring, a reverse spring cold worsened his condition, and he stayed up for another 6 months, closing his eyes when it was almost winter. In fact, later Lao Tian said many times, winter Tao Construction onset if timely injection anti-inflammatory. The latter disease will not aggravate to that extent at all, although relived, but Li Long is not a memory repeater. Many things are experienced to the moment before remembering, including the Tao Construction disease of this matter. Now, Li Long had the feeling that he was about to change history, so he was happy. The afternoon was fine, and after polishing his small caliber rifle, he took the gun and cartridges and a well-made coil of fine wire bushings, intending to go to Red Willow Beach. It's been a while since I've walked the rabbit traps over there, so this is a good time to go over and see if I can get anything out of them, and if not, I'll put down a couple more traps and come over early tomorrow morning to check them out. If you can run into an animal, it's just time to practice with a small caliber. Maintaining a small caliber is a meticulous job. He could tell that this gun hadn't been used for a long time by Li Chanxian, and the last time it was serviced it used more gun oil, and the oil was a bit congealed there at the receiver. Without gun oil, he used the oilcloth that came with the holster to give it a good wipe, including the bullets. The fine pencil tip-like bullets were polished brightly by Li Long. This thing was 5.6 millimeters caliber. Said it was a small caliber. In fact, it was not much different from the caliber of automatic rifles in the latter days. Uncle, are you going hunting? Can you bring me along? Li Chang followed when Li Long went out and asked. I'm going to walk a long way. Can you keep up? Li Long asked with a smile. Yes, Li Chang immediately agreed. Then looked at Li Long expectantly. Then go talk to your parents and put on some thicker clothes. The snow outside was now slated, with a thick layer of crust on top and sand like ice particles underneath, making every step difficult. Although Li Chang played outside every day as a sort of exercise, walking this kind of road would definitely be tiring. It's good to get some exercise. Li Wan also wanted to go, but unfortunately, school will start in a few days, and she hasn't finished her homework yet, so she can only stay home and do her homework. Li Long didn't go out far with Li Chang when he saw Wang Xixiang walking along the roadside with a red wicker basket, bending down to pick up something as he walked. Have you eaten, brother Wang? Eaten. You are. Fighting what to go? What kind of gun do you have? Look really beautiful. Wang Xixiang took a look at the gun that Li Long was carrying. His eyes lit up. Or that. There is no man who doesn't like guns. Trail. I'm going to see if there are any rabbits and spin them. You're picking up manure? Well, it's not spring soon, and my vegetable garden isn't fertile enough, so I have to prod it with manure. Wang Xixiang watched Li Chang leave and secretly sighed. This Li family boy is getting more and more extraordinary. The small caliber wasn't something anyone could afford to use. Although every family on the team had a few rounds of standard ammo, the gun thing, not everyone had it anymore. Li Long also saw a few people on the road. Some people were collecting dung just like Wang Xixiang, while others, like the Li family earlier, had insufficient firewood preparation and had to go to Red Willow Beach to cut red willows every day and come back to burn them. The branches of this thing are far less resistant to burning than the roots. And cutting red willows at -20 degrees is also a hard job. When Li Long led Li Chang to Red Willow Beach by following the signs of earlier walks, he knew that some of the sets had been walked. At the edge of Red Willow Beach, Li Long found a total of 3 empty sets, and 2 others were picked up. The location there are traces of something tossed. It should be set to the rabbit. Li Long felt some pity, but there was nothing he could do. Not coming to walk him for so long, that would naturally be cheap for someone else. He took Li Chang onward. It should have snowed lightly when he went to the mountains some time ago, and there was a change in the rabbit tracks in the Red Willow Beach, so Li Long planned to go deeper in and look around. And if he came across one, he would hit it, and if he couldn't, he would lay a snare. Uncle, is it true that the rabbit was taken away? Li Chang was able to endure this time, and didn't cry out of exhaustion until here, but he was able to see a little bit of clues from Li Long's halting movements. Well, it's possible, Li Long said. Let's take a look inside, and you also observe the surroundings to see if there's anything alive. Li Chang nodded heavily, then looked around. Without taking a dozen steps, he suddenly saw a brown thing moving on the side of the red willow tree, and he immediately shouted softly, "Uncle, there's something there." When he shouted, the thing that had been at the edge of the red willow tree immediately scurried up. Li Long immediately saw that it was a fox. End of chapter. Chapter 117, Caliber Gun Hunting. A fox is a fox, which is considered a native indigenous to this Gobi alkaline beach, and like it there are badgers, water mice, hares, and now wolves can be seen sporadically. When Li Long old, in order to protect the environment, foxes, hares more, pheasants also have, water rats had because of the value of its skin and incense, once disappeared. Only later the county leather factory bankruptcy, no one to collect the skin, and slowly more and more. Li Long reacted extremely fast. When he saw that fox, the thin wire circle in his hand had already thrown on the ground. His body slightly shook. The small caliber rifle slid into his hand along the shoulder. His left hand rested on the gun body. His right hand had already grasped the grip, and his forefinger opened the safety with a hook, completing the preparations before aiming. But that fox was exceptionally resourceful. After that shout from Li Chang, it had already scurried out, and by the time Li Long took aim, it had already run behind a clump of red willows. Li Long quickly ran forward with his gun. Li Chang ran after him in a panic, picking up the wire holster and running after it. And every now and then he would still be touched by red willow, but he couldn't care less. Liren crossed the clump of red willow trees to see a glimpse of a brown figure, and he fired on the spur of the moment. Pop! The sound of the small caliber rifle was brittle in comparison to the 5.6.5, and the brown figure didn't linger for half a moment, so it should have missed. Li Long heart chagrin, but he can see, in this red willow bush because the snow is quite thick, the fox seems to run not fast. He once again quickly chased over, around 2 red willow. He once again saw the opportunity to fire 2 shots. The second shot hit the fox, but the fox was tenacious and continued to crawl forward, except that the small caliber bullet hit it in the abdomen and it bled quite a bit, and soon it couldn't crawl any further. Li Long quickly stepped to the fox, which twisted its head and bared its teeth threateningly at Li Long. But how could Li Long be afraid of something that was about the size of a small hyena and was injured? Just as Li Long was pointing his small caliber rifle at the fox's head and preparing to finish it off, Li Chang ran to follow him. "Uncle Junior, what is this?" "Fox," Liren said, "the sly fox from Fox and Fake." At night, Li Jianguo would tell allusions to Li Wan Li Chang in them from time to time, and this idiom Li Chang should know. At this time the fox saw Li Chang, suddenly called out. The voice sounded not to mention how pitiful. "Uncle Junior, what is it screaming about?" Li Chang tilted his head and asked. Liren chuckled. "It's begging you for mercy." This fox was really cunning, knowing that Li Long wouldn't let it go, so when Li Long came over it just threatened to bare its teeth, while when Li Chang came over, it pretended to be pitiful. True spirituality. "And is its meat good?" Li Chang asked, ignoring the fox's pleas for help. "The meat shouldn't be good, but the skin should fetch some money." "Then kill it," Li Chang said without hesitation. Li Long laughed. "This fox winks is thrown in vain. These days, children see living things basically will not think about whether it is good to raise, cute or not. The first thought is delicious or not. Not delicious, then whether it is worth money is the next question to be examined." Li Long didn't have a knife with him this time. He held his gun against the fox's neck and fired another shot. The fox twitched and stopped moving. Li Long tugged on the fox's tail and lifted it up. It felt less than 10 kilograms, a little weighty. He didn't have a knife, so he had to go back to skinning. "Uncle, are you going to catch any more rabbits if I give you this set?" "Yeah, Li Long said in his heart that he must have scared all the rabbits away by now, so he led Li Chang out of Red Willow Beach first and circled around to the north before entering. There were no traces of people coming over here. Instead, there were quite a few footprints and paw prints of various animals. Li Long stroked a few routes that rabbits often take, and found 2 clumps of red willows close to the place where he laid the set. After 20 minutes, Li Long finished laying the rabbit sets, which turned back to the original place where the sets were laid. At this time he found that where the fox was, there was a big half-frozen hard rabbit. The rabbit was caught in the set and died for a long time, and as a result, it was targeted by the fox. Liren unhooked the large half of the rabbit and went back to the other sets from memory. To Li Long's some surprise, next to a clump of red willow trees, the snow covered a frozen rabbit without being noticed by other animals and people, which was considered an extra harvest for today. Putting all these sets and rabbits away, Li Long then led the panting Li Chang back. Uncle Junior, are we going back for rabbit? Okay, let your mom do it tonight, Li Long said. Let's eat rabbit. With good food, Li Chang didn't feel so tired. Xia Dafa skipped along the road and was surprised to see Li Long carrying the fox. Xiao Long can fox can also catch. This fox skin to the county. How can also sell more than $10, right? I don't know. Hit the eye. I guess it's not worth much, Li Long said. Give my set of rabbits back to Na. That rabbit is only worth a few dollars. Fox skins are expensive. Xia Dafa showed an envious look. When Li Long took Li Chang back, Xia Dafa wondered if he should also get some thin wire to lay a trap. If you can't get a fox, you can get a rabbit. Back at the Li house, Li Long puts the gun in the east room, and Li Chang can't wait to run toward the house with the fox in his hand to show it off. It's not good fox meat, but it's pretty to look at. Li Long put down his gun, took out the pocket knife Li Jianguo had prepared for him, drew it out and tested the blade with his thumb, then went to the west room. Xiaolong, this fox is you hit? Li Jianguo still can't believe it. The team can hunt is not no, but the production team itself is based on agriculture. Really say that the gun may be someone's home to hide there, but the ability to hunt, there are really not a few have. Well, it happened today, too. That Strong had a sharp eye, and saw the fox, and it was in Red Willow Beach, and the snow was scattered, and it couldn't run fast enough, so I fished it in, Liren said as he began to skin the fox. This leather is good. Li Jianguo came over and touched it and said, winter skins are the best, and they're second best in the spring when the fur changes. Unfortunately it's just a hole in the stomach, so it's probably not worth much. That's hard to say. Li Jianguo shook his head. It's so beautiful. It should still be worth some money. Wait for a couple days to go to the buying station and see. Li Long slowly peeled the fox's skin. He fixed it with his foot on one of the fox's legs, otherwise it would not be easy to peel it. Li Chang also came over to help, tugging on the other leg, while Li Wan crouched at the edge and watched curiously. Staying to make rabbit meat? Liang Yueme asked as she came in from outside and saw the rabbit that was defrosting by the stove. Then she also saw the fox. We've all seen this stuff from afar, and it's the first time we've seen it dead in front of us, and it's curious. For his part, Liren thought about how lucky he was to hunt with a caliber gun for the first time today. Would it pay off to pick up a set tomorrow? End of chapter. Chapter 118. Gu Xiaoxia is going to take an exam. The next day, Liren got up early to walk the rabbit set at Red Willow Beach. He folded up a urea bag and put it away, and put the small caliber on his back, thinking he'd take his chances and see if he could hit anything else. Having gotten up too early, there were not many people outside, and the cold air he exhaled was not as heavy as it had been before. Li Long took a big stride toward Red Willow Beach. There was silence all around, and only a bird or two could be heard as we neared Red Willow Beach. Li Long stroked the route of yesterday's condom began to look for, while looking around, but unfortunately there is no movement in the field of vision. After running through nearly 20 rabbit sets, there were only 2 frozen rabbits in total, a harvest that left him a little disappointed. But when you think about it, it's normal to have fewer rabbits now that the temperature is warming up and the snow is almost melted, and there are more places for rabbits to find food. Li Long simply put away all the rabbit sets, put the 2 rabbits into the urea bag, carried the bag and carried the gun back. Halfway there, I heard Su Chengjuan's voice coming out of the team's loudspeaker. Give notice, give notice. Those taking the teacher's exam will meet at the county school board at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to take the exam. Give notice, give notice. For those taking the teacher's exam, gather at the county school board tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Don't be late. It's not an easy opportunity, so all get up early and get ready. Notify, notify. The loudspeaker stopped only after 3 notifications. When Li Long walked back to the team, the loudspeaker sounded again, and Su Chengjun notified it 3 more times. For this one thing, he had notified it several times this day. This is something that Li Long thought Su Chengjun was very good at. This is a moment of changing destiny. If someone didn't hear the notice, it would really be a lifelong thing. When he returned home, the meal was already ready. Li Wan and Li Chang too in the yard to play. See Li Long back. Together grabbed to pick up the urea bag. 2 rabbits. Li Wan said in surprise. Look how big the rabbits are. Little uncle, why are they all gray rabbits? Li Chang was a bit puzzled. Aren't all the stories my sister told me, and the children's songs all about little white rabbits? White rabbits are easy to catch in the green grass in summer. Li Long touched his head and said, think about it, there's a white thing moving in the green grass, so don't the eagles, the foxes, see it at a glance. No wonder, Li Chang realized. Little uncle, are you still going to fetch rabbits tomorrow? Not going. Li Long shook his head. There are too few rabbits. I'm going to gut the fish today and prepare to sell them tomorrow. After breakfast, Li Long went to see Tao Daxiang. Tao Daxiang's side also just ate. Let Li Long some surprises. Tao Construction has been able to get up, although from time to time still cough too, but look much better. Xiao Long, something's wrong? Tao Construction took the initiative to ask Li Long. Nothing much, see if you're better. Liren smiled and said, it looks much better. The injection well. Tao Construction is a little helpless. Messing with money, taking medicine can also be good, although not so fast, but save money well, poor people have no business mentioning money. So is Lao Tian still coming over for his injection? Li Long asked Tao Daxiang again. Said to come over later? Tao Daxiang said, Uncle, you do not have any discomfort. I take Daxiang to the sea to pull out the fish again, intending to go to the street tomorrow morning to sell. Okay Tao Construction can't wait to agree. You guys go yourselves, I have nothing good. All good, just cough a few times, not a big deal. Li Long nodded and gestured with Tao Daxiang before leaving the Tao family. After thinking about it, he went back to Gu's house. Is Xiaoxia there? Gu Xiaoxia is still reading in the house. Today she heard the notice. She tensed up. The critical moment is coming. She is worried that she will not do well in the exam. Hearing Li Long shout outside, Gu Xiaoxia hurriedly answered and put down her book and quickly walked out. Little dragon, you came over. Gu Xiaoxia's face reddened slightly as she let Li Long in. Where's your dad? Li Long asked when he walked into the house and didn't see Gu Boyuan. Went to the captain's house to ask about the situation. Gu Xiaoxia said. Then how do you plan to go tomorrow? Walk over. Gu Xiaoxia said as a matter of course. There are several on the team who are going to take the test, so they might walk together. She thought about it and said, Shufan is going to take the test too. She said she's enrolling in elementary school, and she doesn't know if she'll get in. She also went to the county education bureau to take the test? Li Long was a bit surprised. No, she went to the countryside to take the exam. Gu Xiaoxia shook her head. She said she didn't have time to review and could only take the elementary school exam. Li Long remembered that in the last life Wu Shufan seems to be indeed examined. Just the central elementary school teacher she did not get, because the dolls more. The county gave the policy as the first and second grade in the production team. Wu Shufan in the team as a teacher. Her character with that kind of vanity and resentment. Feel that in the team is not as good as in the brigade center school. The salary is not high. The establishment is not good to teach properly. And finally the first and second grades back to the center school. She is unemployed. I also wonder if this life will change anything. Tomorrow Tao Daxiang and I are going to sell fish in the county. And we plan to rent the team's wagon. Do you want to go in it? Gu Xiaoxia hesitated. It's okay, just think about it and give me a heads up before the night if you want to sit down. Knowing that this was not the right time to stay in the house much longer, Liren prepared to leave. When he went out to the courtyard, Li Long saw Gu Boyuan coming back from outside and greeted him. Uncle Gu, you're back. I'm going to the captain's to ask something. Why doesn't Xiao Long sit down for a while longer? Gu Boyuan smiled and said, this exam thing is still thanks to you. That's not much. Li Long shook his head. I won't stay. I'm going to go to the small sea to pull out some fish, then rent the team's wagon to go to the county to sell the fish tomorrow morning. After that, he left. Xiao Long is going to sell fish? Tomorrow morning? Entering the house, Gu Boyuan asked his daughter as he took off his coat. Gu Xiaoxia said with some godlessness, yes, he came over here to talk about it and asked if I wanted to go with him. Then what do you think? Gu Boyuan asked again. I don't know. Shufan has an exam tomorrow too. Isn't she taking the exam in the township? It's not the same time as yours, so it's okay for her to go later, right? Gu Xiaoxia understood what her father meant. You have to go by carriage. Rest well on the way. The spirit of the exam is also good. To walk there, 10 kilometers to walk. Tired. Not to mention, when you arrive in a sweat, and then in the classroom inside the excitement. It is not easy to say whether you can do well in the exam. Gu Xiaoxia thought about it. Wu Shufan was at home at this time looking through the books that had been messed up by the drawings. Those books could barely see the printed words, but the things drawn on them were too distracting to study. But she really didn't want to stay on the team. It was almost spring, and there were ditches to be dug and hayed and furrows to be worked. She wanted to be a teacher. She wanted to be in an office. That was the life she wanted. First day on the shelves, to give you all a report on the results. 20 chapters sent out. Over 42,000 words. First bookings visible so far, 2,000. More than 1.5 less than expected. I think it is a serious blow to me, because the data before the shelves chase read is 5,008. According to the general algorithm, paid real chase read should be between 3,004 to 3,006. So the first book is normal data. The result is only 2,000. Not yet reached 3,000. Quite disappointed. Then I saw quite a few book bloggers commenting that they didn't know it was on the shelves today. I posted the shelving testimonial last night, and it may have been posted to works related, so it didn't show up on the front page, leading to some people not realizing it, which could be a contributing factor. Tomorrow into the 3 rivers recommended. May pull some data. From tomorrow onwards, we'll continue to maintain a daily update of 10,000 words. What changes in the back update will be said in advance, and the latter update will be completed at 0 hour, so that when you look at it, you can focus on time. The 2,000 word chapters will last a few days because there's still some left in the stockpile, and then it's a 4,000 word chapter with a nice big chapter and pulling the average upwards. In addition, I would like to thank today's book friends. I am a little kid. 20210301106461537408. Every day to grab the red packet. Blue Fat Q and Readers 1496354709741527040 reward. Thank you for the monthly vote recommendation and subscription support. And say one more thing, the next is the 5 chapter 10,000 words of updates. I will try to follow the rhythm of the words. Everyone, if you like it, please the original. If you like it, please watch it. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 119, The Raging Tao Dashang. Li Long turned to the captain Su Chengjuan's house again and told him about renting a carriage for the next day, and Su Chengjuan waved his hand. No problem. When he returned home, he found that Li Jianguo had already placed the plunge net, cross pick, crowbar, shovel and urea bag on the crawler plow, just waiting for him to come back. Li Wan and Li Chang were also sitting on the crawler plow, smiling at him. You're all going? Liren asked. Well, go together. Li said, there are many people to rotate and pull out more. In less than 10 days, once the snow melts, you won't be able to fish. Over here, the 4 of them walked together toward the small sea, and less than halfway there, Tao Daqiang rushed up. He took the rope of the crawler from Li Jianguo and pulled it forward with big strides. The 2 of them, Li Wan and Li Chang, sat on the crawler plow happily laughing and joking. The snow on the sunny side of the north shore of the small sea had melted some, revealing the black mud underneath. Li Long they came to the ice surface, found the original hit the ice hole, found that the snow covered by the top has been cleared, obviously was utilized by someone. The person who utilized this ice hole left and buried it with no snow, causing the water underneath to freeze layer by layer, and now the ice surface of the ice hole is higher than the rest of the ice surface. Ruined. Refight it. Liren said. The ice shouldn't be as thick as it was now. Tao Daxiang took the cross-axe on the crawler plow and started smashing it in a different place. Li Long also took a shovel and crowbar at a distance of 40 to 50 meters, first clearing out a patch of snow and then starting to smash the ice. Li Wan and Li Chang know how to find hairy reeds, while Li Jianguo prepares to rotate with Tao Daxiang. Li Long obviously felt that the ice was much thinner, and after smashing a hole in the ice of more than 30 centimeters, he punched through the ice, and the water underneath surged up. I don't know if it was the increased power or the thin ice, but this time it took a little over half an hour to get the ice holes on both sides, and the next step was to rotate the plunge nets to pull out the fish, as Liren expected. At first he could only pull out a few stragglers, small carp, small dogfish and half-sized chub. Although it was clear that I could feel the plunge net touching a big fish, I couldn't pull it out. By the time noon rolled around, the 2 ice holes had hollowed out a total of less than 10 kilograms of fish. Tao Daqiang was a little discouraged, and Li Jianguo couldn't help but curse. Asterisk those goons. Put the ice hole snow peeled open, do not know to fill. Selfish to the home. Big brother. Daqiang, it's fine. Let's go. Let's go back. After lunch, take a rest at home, and come here every 2 hours. The fish should gather. If we work a little later today, we should be able to pull out more fish. A group of people back to the Li family. Tao Daqiang anxious to go back to his father to cook. Liang Yueme heard the commotion out to see Tao Daqiang to go. Hastily shouted him back to the house to end over an enamel basin with a lid to hand him. This is freshly steamed buns in here, and underneath are stir-fried vegetables. You can eat it when you go back and heat it up. It's troublesome to cook after being tired for half a day. Tao Daqiang's mouth moved, not knowing what to say. Go back quickly. Li Jianguo smiled and said, go back and have dinner with your father. Take a rest. Your father if there is nothing. You come back. Tao Daqiang nodded heavily, holding the enamel basin and striding towards home. Halfway there, Tao Daqiang watched Guermao stagger over and ignored him. He had to hurry back to heat up his father's meal. Daqiang, what are you doing? What you end? Smells strange. I look to come. Guermao this period of time in the team is very crazy. Based on their own is a driver apprentice. No less talk big. Quite a few people really ate him up and were quite enthusiastic about him, which gave Guermao the illusion that his identity had really changed and was different from before. Of course, in the past, Guermao also shouted at Tao Daqiang. He has never been able to look at Tao Daqiang, thinking that this guy has grown so big for nothing, is too stupid for words, and can't hit a few farts with 3 sticks. Don't move. Tao Daqiang reached upward with both hands and lifted the enamel basin, explaining as he did so, this is the rice I took back to my father. Don't grab it. Don't make a spill. Guermao said with a smile. What smells so good? I smell meat. Come on. Don't be cheap. Let me taste it. Although Guermao became the driver's apprentice, this apprenticeship was of his own free will and without pay, so it's still hard to get meat. He also heard that Tao Daqiang followed Li Long to earn some money. Meat cannot say. At least the fish is often eaten. Guermao also greedy he wanted to grab. Tao Daqiang nearly 1 meter 8 head. Guermao is less than 1 meter 7. Grab certainly cannot grab. He jumped, a slap on the enamel basin. Tao Daqiang was so disturbed that the basin didn't have a firm grip, and the lid on it fell off and fell on the snow, and a steamed bun was touched. Daqiang you can well, but also eat white steamed bread Guermao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He didn't pick up that steamed bun on the snowy ground. His eyes aimed at the enameled basin and said playfully, give me 2. I haven't tasted one in days. Scram! Tao Daqiang watched the steamed bun fall to the ground. His eyes reddened then. He yelled at Guermao and then bent down to pick up that steamed bun. Guermao was stunned by Tao Daqiang's yelling, and then a feeling of shame surged up. I can't believe I let Tao Daqiang, a semi-little cutie, gave a roar. He looked around and realized that someone in the distance had seen the commotion over here and was looking around. Unable to hang his face, Guermao went forward and pushed Tao Daqiang, saying with some arrogance and some annoyance, who are you yelling at? You've got some nerve, haven't you? Ha! Although Tao Daqiang had already tightly grasped the enamel basin, Guermao's force was so great that the steamed buns in the enamel basin were once again shaken off by 2. Tao Daqiang was on fire. He straightened up, both hands protecting the enamel basin, and glared angrily at Guermao. Guermao was startled by Tao Daqiang's glare, and then before he could react, Tao Daqiang kicked his big foot directly over. Guermao is only a mouth. Fighting is far worse. This kick was gasped by Tao Daqiang into a rolling gourd. Tao Daqiang went up after him and viciously kicked Guermao's stomach 2 more times, cursing as he kicked. Do you not understand human language? Didn't you hear me when I told you to get lost? This is my dad's rice. It's my dad's food. You don't know what you're talking about, do you? Get the hell out of here or I'll kick your ass. Guermao screamed miserably. Tao Daqiang's anger slowly extinguished. He did not bother Guermao, but turned around, picked up the 2 steamed buns on the body to wipe off the snow powder on it, and picked up the lid of the enamel basin, covered it and then carefully carried toward home. Several people saw Tao Daqiang violently beating Guermao, and their hearts were quite complicated. I did not expect Tao Daqiang, usually soft as noodles. What excessive words will not say. Today is so powerful. Guermao lay on the ground screaming miserably for a while, but no one paid any attention to him. Finally he slowly climbed up and walked towards his home with his head hanging down. Guermao was thinking about how to retaliate back while he was lying on the ground. However, what discouraged him was that he couldn't do anything about Tao Daqiang. End of chapter. Chapter 120, Everyone Changes. When Tao Daqiang went to Li's house in the afternoon to wait for the fish to be pulled out together, Li Long asked him, you beat up Guermao? When Tao Daqiang hit the man, Lu family's sister-in-law was watching from afar at the door. All the people watching didn't expect Tao Daqiang to be so brave. Although the Tao family has 2 brothers, in the team is considered to be more dinko, but Tao construction itself is a soft temper. Tao Daong is afraid of his wife. Tao Daqiang is more naive. So the image of this family in the team, it is the kind of passerby existence. Guermao's family is likewise 2 brothers, but Guermao is able to whole live, and his mother is a shrew-like existence. So in the eyes of the team, this family is not to be messed with. No one would have thought that Tao Daqiang could beat Guermao severely, and some people had the idea of watching, thinking of seeing how Guermao's mom would go to Tao's house to throw a tantrum later on. Lu's sister-in-law is holding this thought to Liang Yuma said this. After all, Tao Daqiang is to the Li family work. How to let the Li family know? After the Li family knew about this, both Mr. and Mrs. Li Jianguo were very surprised, but Li Long thought it was normal. Don't bully the ruthless honest people. Bully the ruthless, the honest people are going to die. Today Tao Daqiang's soft underbelly may be the pot of buns and vegetables in his hand. A wilted donkey kicks the bucket. A wilted man does great things. He snatched my steamed buns and had to eat my vegetables. Tao Daqiang didn't think he did anything wrong, and he didn't tell his father about this when he returned home. He thinks he's justified, so it's nothing. Well, it's time to fight. Li Long nodded. Beating is a matter of course. Gu Irma was used to bullying people and taking small advantages. He had to be taught a bit of a lesson. Tao Daqiang followed Li Jianguo and Li Long to the small sea to pull out fish. In the afternoon the fish began to gather over to the ice hole here, and the harvest was more than enough. Wu Shufan came to Gu Xiaoxia's house. She greeted Gu Boyuan first before following Gu Xiaoxia to her room. You're packing things for tomorrow's exam? Wu Shufan asked when she saw the yellow satchel and pen on the table. Yeah. You packed? What's there to pack? Bring a pen, an eraser. The test is just writing and counting. Wu Shufan because it is to go to the commune exam. So some self-loathing, or pretend to care. It's better to prepare more pens. Gu Xiaoxia kindly advised. It's better to be prepared. Even if you get in, you'll be teaching elementary school. Wu Shufan beamed. And it's not even coded. Then you simply do not go to the exam. Gu Xiaoxia got angry. Her own words are good for Wu Shufan. Dare to seem as if she Wu Shufan exam is for her own exam. A look of dislike. Don't be. Wu Shufan was originally Bo's sympathy to come. As soon as she saw Gu Xiaoxia angry, immediately hugged her arm and pampered. I'm just a little unconvinced. Why are all junior high school graduates? Some people can go to the county exam. Then do you have a good background in others? Gu Xiaoxia showed no mercy in her words. I told you at the time that it wouldn't hurt to review. Did you? My book was not painted dirty by my brother. Who could have known that it was really used? Wu Shufan muttered. Gu Xiaoxia didn't want to talk. So what time are you leaving tomorrow morning? Shall we go together? Seeing that Gu Xiaoxia didn't say anything, Wu Shufan immediately said, the two of us happen to have a companion. I'm leaving very early. The exam's at 10. I have to be at the exam center at least 9:30. And it's over 2 hours from here to the county. So you can get up that early? Wu Shufan had forgotten about it. Then how are you going to go? She asked with some reluctance. I'm taking Li Long's carriage. He and Tao Daqiang were going to sell fish in the county and asked me if I wanted to go with them. So I promised him. You promised him? How could you promise him? Wu Shufan yelled at once like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why can't I agree to him? Gu Xiaoxia naturally knew Wu Shufan's mind. She used to think that she was not bad, but she tried to make herself obedient to her in everything. Small things were just small things. This time Gu Xiaoxia did not spoil the other party and asked, is there a problem? I didn't blow it with him. Wu Shufan gave out a reason that she thought could be justified. Does the fact that you blew it with him have anything to do with me riding in his carriage? Besides it's not like he's alone. There's Tao Daqiang. It can't be that I can't talk to him if you broke up with him, right? Wu Shufan felt that Gu Xiaoxia had changed. In the past, she would agree to all the small requests she made, even if they were a bit reluctant, and she would comply after begging a few times. Why are you so opinionated today? Gu Xiaoxia also knew that her tone today was different from usual, but she wasn't thinking of changing. This was a major event that concerned her life, and in front of this major event, Wu Shufan or whatever, all to one side. No one can influence themselves. Since Li Long had told Gu Xiaoxia about this matter, Gu Boyuan had instilled this idea in his daughter more than once. This makes it clear to Gu Xiaoxia that the time has come to change her destiny. Want to not dig a large canal. Want to no longer get up in the middle of the night to water the ground. Want to not cut wheat under the hot sun but also at any time to guard against possible hornets' nests. You must seize this opportunity. In a person's life, there may be only 2 or 3 opportunities to change his or her destiny, and if he or she lets any of them go, he or she may regret it for the rest of his or her life. At first, Gu Xiaoxia was a bit unimpressed, but when Gu Boyuan asked her to think about whether she would rather teach in a classroom or cut reeds in waist-deep icy water, Gu Xiaoxia chose the former almost without thinking. Anyone who tries to get in her way now is an enemy. Xiaoxia, I feel like you don't consider me a friend anymore, Wu Shufan said with some disappointment. Friends? Friends are supposed to wish each other a better life, right? Gu Xiaoxia's mind was clear now. Then if I want you to do well on your exams, shouldn't you also want me to do well on my exams? Just because you broke up with someone else, I can't take another carriage and walk all the way to the county 10 kilometers away? In that case, how much energy will I have for the exam when it comes time to take it? Wu Shufan was momentarily speechless. She ended up walking out of Gu Xiaoxia's house without knowing how. Gu Xiaoxia's words touched her greatly, letting Wu Shufan know that in this world, not everyone really should revolve around her. But Wu Shufan was not willing. She went to see Gu Ermao. Since that time when Li Long saw her and Gu Ermao together, Gu Ermao asked her out several times, but Wu Shufan didn't agree. She hoped to get her confidence back from Gu Ermao as long as she made a request that wasn't excessive. Gu Ermao would definitely agree. Ermao. Ermao? Outside the door, Wu Shufan shouted twice. It's Shufan, isn't it? I'm a little uncomfortable. Gu Ermao's voice came out from the house. Just don't come out. You go back first. Wu Shufan naturally did not know that Gu Ermao was beaten by Tao Daxiang and did not have the face to come out to see people. I'm taking the exam tomorrow morning. Can you send me to the township? Wu Shufan was a little reluctant and directly put her thoughts into words. I have no time. Gu Ermao was annoyed. Directly refused. Was beaten by Tao Daxiang. The whole team is afraid to know. No face. This woman still let herself go to send her. Don't you have a brain? End of chapter. Chapter 121, A Life-Changing Journey. When it was almost dark, Gu Xiaoxia went to the Li family. When she was almost to the Li family, she just happened to bump into Li Long as they came back from the small sea. Gu Xiaoxia simply didn't enter the yard and waited outside for Li Long as they reached the door. She first greeted Li Jianguo and then said to Li Long, I'll go with you to the county in the morning. That's fine. You rest early. Tomorrow we'll leave from the team at almost 7. Li Long said. Okay. Gu Xiaoxia answered and turned to leave. Xiaoxia, wait. Li Jianguo called out to Gu Xiaoxia and took out a 2 to 3 kilograms of Wu Dao He from the plow to hand it over. Take it back and give it to your dad to make up for it. Uncle Jianguo, this won't work. What's not to like? This is for your dad. Li Jianguo shoved the fish into her hand. Alright, go back. Rest early and get a good grade tomorrow. Gu Xiaoxia was a bit touched and hugged the fish back home. Tao Daqiang also rushed home. He also carried the fish when he returned. He had to rush back to cook fish soup for Tao Construction to replenish his body. Li Long, on the other hand, carried a carp to the horse number and gave a word to Lao Luo to prepare to use the car tomorrow. Lao Luo's side naturally had no problem. The next day at 6 o'clock Li Long got up. He first went to the horse number to set up the wagon and pull it to Li's house. Then he and Li Jianguo loaded up the fish. Yesterday's day caught more than 50 kilograms of fish, and only 30 kilograms met the criteria for selling. Liren suggested simply selling all the frozen fish that he had saved earlier together, and in a few days it would be thawed out, and then he would be able to catch fresh fish to eat. So this time the wagon was loaded with 3 big bags of more than 70 kilograms of fish and a fox skin. In order to sit conveniently, Li Jianguo specially drew a bundle of grass from the haystack and laid it on the back of the wagon, then found urea bags to cover it. Li Long had just gone out with the carriage when he saw Tao Daqiang standing outside the courtyard. Daqiang, why don't you go in? I just arrived not long ago too, Tao Daqiang said with a smile. Then let's go. Go pick up Xiaoxia and we'll go to the county. Brother Long, are we selling fish in the county? Tao Daqiang asked as he walked. Let's go to the morning market first. Morning market? Well, no one seems to be checking that black market anymore. It's kind of an early market now. The two men drove the carriage to the Gu family's house, and when they saw that the Gu family's windows were lit up, Li Long entered the courtyard and called out, Xiaoxia. A minute later, Gu Xiaoxia walked out in her clothes with a scarf wrapped around her head. Get in the car. Liren said. We're leaving now. Gu Boyuan walked out from the house and said to Li Long and Tao Daqiang, Xiaolong, De Chang, please, trouble what? Li Long smiled. Just happened to be on the way. Uncle Gu, go in quickly. Gu Xiaoxia didn't take the car at first, planning to walk for a while. It wasn't dawn yet, and it was still quite reassuring to have people who knew their way around with them for a long walk. After walking for 2 kilometers and seeing that Gu Xiaoxia was a bit out of breath, Li Long let her get into the car to take a break. By the time we got to the county, over an hour had passed. Come on, let's go to the big meat cafeteria first and have some porridge and hot food. There's still more than an hour before your exam, so it'll be just right to finish digesting by then, Li Long said. Gu Xiaoxia wanted to refuse. Li Long had already led the carriage towards the big meat canteen. When they arrived outside the cafeteria, Tao Daqiang insisted on watching the carriage outside, so Li Long didn't force himself, and went inside, asking for 3 bowls of porridge and 10 buns, which he and Gu Xiaoxia ate first. Li Long ate extremely fast. Gu Xiaoxia only ate a bun. He already 3 down, and then sparingly finished the porridge. A wipe of the mouth, stood up and said to Gu Xiaoxia, you eat first, I'll change Big John over. Although all 3 people had eaten breakfast, but after being in the cold wind for more than an hour, it was true that they needed to replenish their energy at this time, so Gu Xiaoxia also ate 2 buns and drank a bowl of porridge. Gu Daqiang ate 3 buns. And the remaining 2, Li Long originally wanted Gu Xiaoxia to bring, she was dead set against it, so Li Long brought it out. We'll drop you off at the education department. It's less than an hour before the exam, Liren said, and you'll be right there to familiarize yourself with the environment. Gu Xiaoxia didn't know where the education bureau was, and had planned to come over to inquire about it, but she didn't expect Li Long to think of everything, and she felt warm in her heart. When they arrived at the education bureau, the place was already open and some people were already walking in. Li Long said to Gu Xiaoxia, "You go in, familiarize yourself with the environment first, then go to the bathroom, and don't be nervous when you take the test, you'll get a good grade." Gu Xiaoxia waved her hand at the 2 men with a red face and walked in with her satchel slung across her back. "Come on, let's go to the morning market." When he arrived at the morning market, Li Long realized that there were at least 4 stalls selling frozen fish, which made him feel the pressure of competition. "Brother Long, are we still selling here?" De Chang asked. "No, we'll go to Stone City." Li Long knew that the frozen fish business was indeed not doing well anymore, at least not in this county. Of course there is good news too. Looking at the increasing number of stalls in the morning market shows that the market may have really liberalized. Everyone has become bolder and there is not much intervention anymore. It is foreseeable that when the snow melts in the spring, when the live fish are caught and sold, there should be even less control. By that time, the money from selling fish in a day would be enough to pay a laborer more than a month's worth of work. So let the others participate in the collective labor. The 2 people rushed to the car to go to Stone City, and when they were almost there they shared the 2 buns. This time the 2 went to the old street first, and Li Long was surprised to find that there were already people here who had set up fixed stalls to sell things. The officers of the station's joint defense turned a blind eye. Li Long immediately found a place, spread out the plastic sheet, set up the fish, yelling. Gu Xiaoxia had already started the exam by this time. Although she was still a little nervous when she entered the education bureau, she found the restroom before entering and really felt less nervous after she had finished her convenience. Now that she was looking at the contents of the paper again, Gu Xiaoxia's remaining bit of nervousness was completely gone. At this moment, she was really exceptionally grateful to Li Long. If it wasn't for his little news, she hadn't reviewed those courses more than a month in advance, and it would be impossible for her to face this paper so easily now. She looked around. Those taking the exam together were around her age, as well as middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s. Most of them frowned in the face of the paper, which made Gu Xiaoxia more certain. She didn't let it relax her, though, and began to carefully review and read the questions and answer them. By the time he came out of the Board of Education exam, it was already sunny outside. Looking at the clear sky, at the moment Gu Xiaoxia's mood was as unusually clear as the day. For the 2 exams, she felt that she was able to get more than 90 points in each one. Thinking about what my father said, this really is a chance to change my destiny. She, grasping, from afar, looking at a carriage that was driving towards her, Gu Xiaoxia smiled. End of chapter. Chapter 122. The production team is turning into a village. After Gu Xiaoxia and the girls came back from the exam, Li Long took Tao Dacheng to fish for 2 more days, and went to Shicheng to sell once, and then did not intend to go to fish again. For one thing, the ice is now very thin. The ice hole can fish less fish. And secondly, Shicheng side of the sale of fish more. The price does not go. Li Long think it is better to slow down and then say, there is nothing here, and Li Long does not want to go to the mountains for the time being. So he walks the rabbit set every day and carries a small caliber on his back to go around Red Willow Beach to hunt. The last time that fox skin he sold at the buying station for $28, which made Liren think it would be good to hunt foxes. Unfortunately, he didn't run into any more foxes in the following days, but he did run into 2 rabbits, only he wasn't a very good shot, and he hit one and ran away with one. This day Li Long was reading a book in the East Room, the last book, the Great Tang Ranger biography he had finished, now replaced with a book 7 Swords Down the Heavenly Mountain. To the Tianshan Sex Ling Weifeng and the Tianshan Divine Mango in his hand is very yearning. Then heard Su Chengjuan's voice ringing in the loudspeaker. Give notice, but, notify it, Now notify 2 things. One is the people on our team who took the county exam. I now say which people passed. As soon as the sound of this announcement came out, 80% of the homes in the whole team opened their doors, and men and women came out of their houses, staring up at the loudspeakers from different directions, listening carefully to the voices inside. Gu Xiaoxia. Hearing that Gu Xiaoxia had passed, Li Long let out a long breath. He hadn't let himself down. The county exam passed just 2 people. Gu Xiaoxia to the commune middle school. Zhao Changyang to the central elementary school. Next notify the township exam passed people. Wu Shufan. Commune exam passed people. Teaching 1st and 2nd grades in the team. The general direction of Sarah Wu's fortunes has not changed and she is still teaching 1st and 2nd grade. As far as Liren knows, Those who now teach first and second grades will still have a chance to teach in the Central Elementary School after the team squads are removed in a year's time, and there will still be tests and interviews required. Wu Shufan did not grasp this opportunity at that time. This would not be something that Liren would need to think about. Give notice. Give notice. Next, notify the second thing. The representatives of all the members of the community now come to the team headquarters for a meeting. There are important things to study. Li Long knew that the history of the production team was about to come to an end. Gu Xiaoxia stood frozen in the yard, and although there was no more sound from the loudspeaker, she still didn't want to go inside. Although there was no movement, Gu Xiaoxia's heart was thrilled at the moment. Now, he is a middle school teacher himself. In other words, one is already getting rid of the status of a farmer and eating commercial food. It was like a dream in a little over a month's time. From barely having enough to eat, to being about to be paid in commercial food. It was like a sea change. Go inside. It's cold outside. Gu Boyuan reminded from the doorway. Take the time to go and thank the Li family. If it wasn't for his family's Xiaolong, you wouldn't necessarily have gotten into the exam. Aha. Gu Xiaoxia nodded vigorously and went back inside. Gu Boyuan looked in that direction of the captain's house again, and he had a premonition that something big was about to happen. It had been a long time since the community representatives had met. There was still some time left before the start of spring, so it wasn't the right time to work. In previous years, even if they worked in spring, it was just a matter of a few cadres in the team meeting and deciding. Now there's a meeting, so it shouldn't be trivial. Li family, Li Jianguo heard the notice, went inside and hurriedly put on a coat and went out the door. He saw that Li Long was still outside and said, I'm going to a meeting, you stay home. Aha. Liren responded. He knew that the meeting now was 80% about discussing the need to divide the land and share the production to the households. I don't know if there will be any changes to the 2 acres of land per person. But this has nothing to do with him. A family of 10 acres of land is not enough for big brother and sister-in-law to toss. Li Long was rambling in the courtyard, while Gu Xiaoxia was a bit frazzled at the moment. After hearing that she had gotten into teaching, many women in the team strung out to her house. I told you that Xiaoxia doesn't look like a countryside doll. Even her work has the flavor of a city dweller. Look, she's passed the exams, and she'll be eating commercial food from now on. That's right, when you get to middle school later, that's much more leisure. Stay in the house every day. No work, and there are 2 vacations a year, with paychecks, to be more comfortable and more comfortable. Does Xiaoxia have a date? My family Daigang has always wanted to talk to you about a date. Do you think it's suitable? Who is your Daigang? In the future, Xiaoxia is a commodity food. Can look at your home Daigang? Xiaoxia, my mother's nephew county leather factory as an apprentice. In the summer will be corrected. Do you think you want to introduce the 2 of you to get to know each other? Usually, the Gu family had never had many visitors because of some unspeakable reasons back then, and their father and daughter were used to the cold days. In addition to the Li family and a few other families, and the Gu family relationship is good. Other relationships can only be said to be very general. Today this kind of lively scene, not to mention Gu Xiaoxia, even Gu Boyuan also some head. After all, they are all women. He is a big man, is not good to intervene, or the loudspeaker to let Gu Xiaoxia go to get the letter of introduction, which allows his family to get rid of the dilemma of busyness. Li Jianguo returned home in a flurry of excitement, then asked Li Chang to call Li Long to the west room. Big brother, it's time to divide the land? Yeah, Li Jianguo said with a smile, it's time to divide the land. Not only divide the land, this meeting also said quite a few things. 1. Our commune has changed to a township. The production team has become a village. The brigade has been revoked, and there will be no brigade in the future. This is a big change. The brigade has always been the buffer and bridge between the commune and the production team, and now that the brigade is gone, the production team, or rather, the village, will be directly opposite the township in the future, which will give many village cadres quite a long process of adaptation. But this had nothing to do with Li Long, and he had no intention of becoming a village cadre. When will the land be divided? Liang Yume asked, although she had heard Li Long talk about it earlier, but now that she was actually going to have her own land, she was still very excited. As soon as the snow melts, it's divided and doesn't interfere with planting. Which piece is it divided into? Liang Yume followed up with a question. Just this big piece in front of the settlement. Draw lots in order. 2 acres for each person. Li Jianguo rolled a mauve cigarette and said to Li Long with a smile. The captain said, you can fix the sheep. Then when the land is divided, you will fix a sheep over first, and the team will pay for it. When the time comes, we'll cook the sheep and divide the land. Okay? Say the time in advance. I'll go to the mountains to pull the sheep then. Li Long said with a smile. This matter is absolutely great, and I think the community members or the villagers, will not have any idea. Although each person was only given 2 acres of land this time, it was enough to give everyone a very bright hope. I think that next, the matter of picking up dung must have become the top priority in everyone's mind. Li Long calculates when pulling sheep, whether to borrow the team's wagon, pulling 2 more carts of manure back. End of chapter. Chapter 123, The Usefulness of Dead Fish in Oceans. The news of the land distribution was soon notified to every household by the village representatives. Some people were still skeptical, but more people were excited and started to make preparations for planting their own land. Now the grain production is not high. Wheat is just over 100 kilograms. Sunflower is less than 100 kilograms. Corn production is higher. But honestly, this year who do not want a corn as a staple food? Because of the water conservancy facilities are relatively complete. So the team also planted rice, although the area is not large, but hit out of the paddy milled out of rice. Eat fragrant, no vegetables directly eat dry rice. A person can eat 2 big bowls. Li Long has never eaten such fragrant rice in his later life. Even if those who have what selenium-enriched rice pentadecimal rice in the later life, and then never ate the flavor of this era. He remembered that the old men in his team would still often say when they were idle in their last life that the rice they grew on their team, that it was the best. But unfortunately it was too troublesome to grow rice, and then they stopped growing it. The team also grows huckleberries, a smattering of reds, etc. Li also gave Li Long a new message notified by the team. A notice was issued from above, and now everyone is encouraged to engage in more sideline farming, raising pigs, feeding sheep, and raising chickens. The captain also said that whoever wants to engage in farming and develop a scale, the team will have incentives and rewards, such as raising pigs, which will be set aside as a separate feed lot. Then let's raise them. Li Long smiled and said. Anyway, the team divided those land. The 2 of you play like planting finished, the rest have a lot of time to raise pigs. When the snow melts in the spring, build a big pigsty, catch some piglets and raise them, fatten them up and sell them for money in a year, big brother. Are you saying that the top doesn't care about selling things by themselves now? Whatever, just sell it. Of course is to sell their own things. Speculation to engage in second-hand dealers should not be able to, Li Jianguo said with a smile. The captain said, you are the pioneer of our team, is considered to be the road out. The young people in the team should learn more from you, and live their own little life well. Li Long hemmed and hawed. It wasn't like he hadn't considered being a second-hand dealer, but that had to be done slowly. Being able to earn money and make a good living was the way to go. As long as things are sold casually, then when the snow melts and you don't go into the mountains for a while, how comfortable it is to drop the net every night and pick it up in the morning and go straight to the morning market to sell fish. Then when the land is divided and the planting hasn't started yet, find someone to build a pigsty in the yard. Li Jianguo had actually thought about it for a long time. If you just plant the land, at least don't think about earning much money in a short time, and it's good enough to ensure that the family can eat fine grains. Raising pigs is the work of money, because last year raised that superstitious pig. Li Jianguo is still a little unconvinced and unwilling. He thought of raising a few pigs this year to prove himself. When spring starts, maybe I'll be able to catch a few wild piglets from the mountains and get them back to raise. Li Long joked. We'll raise the family pigs and wild boars together then. That dares to be good. Li smiled. Maybe some people like wild boar meat. On this night, almost every family in the team was laughing and chatting like this. No one said anything even if a child was naughty and caused trouble. Everyone is looking forward to a better life in the future. Not to mention other things, at least at the end of this year, every family is sure to have enough fine grain to eat. Maybe more grain can be sold for some money, so that life is a little more relaxed. When the ice melts in a few days, I'm going to send some more money home, Li Long said. Let the family know that we've divided the land on our side. If that doesn't work, we'll pick up our old parents. How can I let you mail it? I'll mail it. Li Jianguo shook his head firmly. I am the eldest. How can I let you send it? If you want to send the money, then the old man will blow the whistle outside, and all those relatives at home will come here one by one. Liren thought about it. The family is set. It's getting warmer outside every day. The snow is decreasing as far as the eye can see. The fields are showing patches of gray and black, and in some places green grass shoots have popped up. Outside, the wind is no longer a bone-chilling sensation on the face, and the wind that blows on the face does not chill. The willow wind has finally shown into reality. When Tao Daxian came to Li Long's east room, he saw him reading a book and asked, "Why don't you go out for a spin, dragon? Go out and turn what?" Li Long put down the 7 swords down Heavenly Mountain in his hand, waved his hand and said, "There's mud everywhere outside right now. Wherever you step is a foot of mud. It's better to stay inside. I went to the small sea to see. The ice melted some. Reed buds popped up a little." Tao Daxiang had already scraped the mud off his shoes when he came in. "I took the time to go to the big sea at the back again. The ice melted a lot over there. and there were a lot of dead fish bubbling in the water at the side. The fish had to be this big. Tao Daqian used his hand to gesture. Li Long looked at the length of this must be more than 90 centimeters or even over a meter. Such a big fish? Li Long was a little surprised, but it was normal to think about it. The big sea does not have so many reeds in the small sea. The area of the water is several times the small sea. The fish survive for a longer time. More big fish. Reeds in the small sea can also give some underwater oxygen. The big sea of fish is not this treatment. The big fish finally lack of oxygen. Not to suffocate it. Pity. Li Long suddenly thought of something. He stood up at once and said to Tao Daqian, "Come on, go to Daheko. Let's get some dead fish back." What to do with dead fish? Tao Daqian was a bit puzzled. That stuff can't be eaten. It should stink after 2 days. Right now is best. It's best when the ice has just melted and the fish have just come out before they stink off. Li Long laughed and changed the subject. Is your family raising pigs this year? Raise my father said. 4 acres of land he can grow over alone. And feed a pig. At most I'll go cut the wheat when it's time to cut it. And usually let me follow you to earn money. That's it. Li Long laughed. Feed the pig, just give grass. That pig is not very long meat. This dead fish is not stinky now. Fish up and dry and grind into powder. Feed the pig can be easy to grow meat. Really? Pigs eat it? Of course I ate it. Li Long smiled. Come on. Let's get some tools and go fish. As soon as Li Long told Li Jianguo about the matter, Li Jianguo also reacted. He asked Li Long and Tao Daqian to prepare the tools, while he himself went to the team and rented the carriage, and then led it along to Dahatsi. Dahatsi is more than a kilometer away from the production team's settlement, all the way to the ice and slush mixed together. 3 people from time to time with a stick to pry off the wagon wheels on the mud to ensure that the wagon can go forward smoothly. Waiting for the big sea, Li Long really smelled a fishy smell, but also vaguely stench. There was still ice in the big ocean sub, large and small, but it had melted at the edges, and sure enough quite a few dead fish were either in the water or on the shore. It's still a little cold, and the fish on the shore don't have flies to eat them, but they don't taste right anymore. Fish in the water. Pick up the big ones, Li Jianguo said, and the 3 people immediately took action. There were so many dead fish that the 3 men picked up a wagon load of 200 to 300 kilograms in less than half an hour. Go back. Seeing that the pants and shoes of the 3 men were wet, Li Jianguo said, go back and bake, and come back in the afternoon. Conservative estimates suggest that there must be several thousand kilograms of dead fish on the south shore of this large sea, enough for them to haul for days. Although the dead fish cannot be eaten, but the thought of catching a small piglet eating the food mixed with dry fish feed. Fast growth. Tao Daqian is also very happy. The Li family pulled dead fish back to put in the yard to dry. Things quickly spread. Many people are laughing. Unknown. However, those who were interested joined in picking up the dead fish immediately after analyzing a pass. No one is dumber than anyone else these days. The numbers are back up a bit, the average booking is up a bit, and the mood is good. Thank you for the reward of the book friend Empty Wisdom Inc. Thank you for the reward of the book friend 202103011064615374008, ZDLM001, 20230319223645951, and thank you for the monthly ticket recommendation. For the time being, this is the time of day to post 10,000 words, and I'll talk to you all ahead of time if I change the update time later. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Returning is not to have regrets. When many homes across the team got going, in 2 days the dead fish were picked up along the south shore of the Great Sea suburb. Li Long estimated that his family picked up more than 1,000 to nearly 2,000 kilograms of fish. Tao Daqian's family also has a few hundred kilograms. When the weather clears up and the yard dries out, borrow the stone mill in the backyard. Grind up these sun-dried fish. Mix them with bran and chaff and feed them to the pigs, and they'll grow fast. Li Long's words elicited Li Jianguo's approval as he nodded his head and said, that's right, why didn't I think of it before? The small sea ice is also about to melt away, but I guess there shouldn't be many dead fish. This is for sure, because the fish in the small sea at least let Li Long caught out thousands of kilograms. Other people in the team also have to pay a lot of, which reduces the amount of fish in the water oxygen needs. Over the next 2 days, the team also had a number of people go to the small oceanic area, and sure enough, they didn't find many dead fish. The Li family yard is now filled with the fishy odor of dead fish, because the roof is cleaned up after each snowfall. Most of the fish are now drying on the roof and will be put away when they are dry. The fields are getting less and less snowy, and the roads are slowly drying out so that there isn't as much mud to walk on anymore. 3 days before the upcoming school year, Gu Boyuan and Gu Xiaoxia came to the Li family with a bag of things, guiding the 2 guests to sit in the inner room. Liang Yuanmei was busy pouring water, and Li Long also came to the west room when he heard the commotion. Gu Boyuan said to Li Long very solemnly, Xiaolong, Tomorrow Xiaoxia will be teaching at the middle school. It's thanks to you that she was able to get into middle school teaching this time. I brought her here today to thank you. Gu Xiaoxia stood up and with a red face wanted to bow to Li Long, who hurriedly waved his hand. But that's the kind of news that made Xiaoxia study a month ahead of time, or else she wouldn't have done so well on the exam. This is certainly true. In her last life, Gu Xiaoxia only made it to the Central Elementary School, and didn't even enter the middle school. The Central Elementary School didn't have a dormitory, so she also had to walk from the team to work every day, which led to what happened to Gu Ermo later on. Now Gu Xiaoxia examined to the middle school. The middle school has a dormitory, and in the township, the conditions are much better. The salary and treatment and so on is also much stronger. It is considered to be a change of destiny. Let's not talk about this between our two families. Li Jianguo felt honored and said with a smile, this is not what Xiaolong should do. The relationship between the two families itself is good. Taking this opportunity at noon, Liang Yueme fried several hard vegetables, steamed rice, Li Jianguo and took out the wine. To drink a few cups with Gu Boyuan. Gu Boyuan originally thought to go back to eat. Was Li Jianguo forced to stay down? Gu Xiaoxia helped out in the kitchen and chatted with Liang Yueme, while Li Long joined Li Jianguo and spoke with Gu Boyuan about the team's upcoming land division. Xiaoxia became a teacher, and then she will be able to eat commercial food. My family only has 2 acres of land. Although I'm not good at farming, 2 acres can still be taken care of. Everything in life is getting better, and Gu Boyuan, who has always been a bit gloomy, feels that the future is also much brighter at this time. It's okay, 2 acres of land, a small thing, when there is what work to get wrong. Come to me. Li Jianguo at this time is also spirited. I intend to wait for the beginning of spring to repair a pigsty to raise pigs. Earning money cannot just look at the ground. Now the ground can come out of the grain, out of the money. Gu Boyuan said with a smile, this team is all fishy, all brought up by your family, I guess. Some people haven't reacted yet, and when they do, the dead fish are gone. Feeding dead fish to pigs is something that without Li Long's reminder, it would probably take another 4 or 5 years before anyone figured it out. Little Dragon's idea. Li Jianguo glanced at Li Long with some pride. Little Dragon has really grown up in these 2 months. Li Long felt a bit flushed. After a meal, the Gu family father and daughter are about to leave. Liang Yueme will bring them to share half of the things for them to take back. Gu Xiaoxia refused. Liang Yueme waved her hand and said, take it, save it for your father to eat. In the future, you'll be the one who eats public food. So remember to come back and visit often. A sentence said Gu Xiaoxia want to cry. These 2 days every day to the family to get together those people. Said all hope that they can help this favor to help that favor, or to introduce themselves to the object. Only to the Li family, did not mention a little request, but hope that they can often come back to see. A few days after school started, the snow in the fields was almost finished melting, and that afternoon, Li Long went to the house of the captain, or now he should be called the village director. Su Chengjun, how big a sheep? 3-year-old mouth, 20 kilograms upwards. Su Chengjun saw Li Long come over to ask about the sheep the team wanted, so he casually said, you also know how much those community representatives of ours can eat. Don't fail to see that 10 people, 20 kilograms of sheep are not necessarily able to. Okay, then I'll try to bring the older ones, Li Long said. By the way, director, I heard if there's going to be a split production? Ha, how did you kid know that? Su Chengjun was only slightly surprised for a moment before he smiled. Did you hear it again from somewhere? I've heard that you're responsible for Gu Xiaoxia's good exam results? Speak up, what are your thoughts? I'm just asking what to do with the horse number if we have to split it. The horse? Horse number dismantled. Ah. Su Chengjun rightfully said. Horse number now also on the top of those wood is worth a few dollars. When the time is certainly to be counted as a share of the group into a lot to see who caught is who's it. So what? You have an idea? I want to buy the horse number and raise something. Li Long said. Look, director, although the horses in this horse number are divided, the horse number is a whole. To just split the wood, the rest of the wall and stuff, but in 2 years it fell down. I just thought of saving the whole thing and raising some things. After all, now the above is also encouraged to let vigorously develop side business. When Li Long said that, Su Chengjun considered it. In the last life the horse counted the wood inside as part of the team property and sold it for not much money. Then the rest of the wall and stuff fell through in less than 5 years. In fact, the horse number is quite big, half the size of a soccer field, also divided into open circle and warm circle. There is also a place to live, similar to an office. Li Long thought to catch some things from the mountains over to raise, then build up their own strong. The walls of this horse number are 3 or 4 meters high, although it is not a brick house, but at the time of building the whole team topsoil embryo, the quality is quite good. It's a real shame to scrap it. In fact, Li Long's ultimate goal is to want to rent the horse number. Of course, now mention the conditions are good to buy. If you cannot buy and then rent, well, how much are you going to buy? Su Chengjun suddenly said. I'll give you that. Those woods are not for sale for less than 200. 300? Surprised, Li Long mentioned a figure. The wood must be worth 200. Not so much for the yard wall or whatever, right? 350. If you offer 350, I can convince the rest of the village council and sell it to you. But you have to promise to raise something in there. Su Chengjun gritted his teeth and made sure. End of chapter. Chapter 125. The Li family's junior is always good at fixing things. In fact, nowadays, when an ordinary family builds a house, they prepare some wood as purlins and rafters, and these are basically to be bought. The rest are prepared by themselves. The soil embryo is topped by oneself. The reed handle is tied by oneself. The stone used for the foundation is picked up by oneself, and the soil is pulled by oneself. So building a 3-room house doesn't cost much, and it's mostly hard work. The houses in the northern border are now embryo houses, high in the north and low in the south, but they are not quite the same as the high in the north, low in the south and low in the Gansu side of a sloping house. The north side is usually only half a meter to a meter higher than the south side, so the high and low sides are not particularly obvious. The reason why the north is high and the south is low is to ensure that no water is stored up there, and when it rains it runs down the roof. The whole house, after determining the site of the house, had to be dug out of the alkali soil on top. Volleyball-sized stones were picked up and shaped according to the division of the rooms, and then loess was dug up from elsewhere and began to be filled into the foundation. The houses in the production team settlements over here were built on the alkali flats, so if the alkali soil on them was not removed, the houses would return to alkali and grow white hairs when they were built. After the foundation soil was filled in and smashed solid, the next step was to build the house out of embryo soil. Topping blocks is a necessary skill for adults and children here. Adults have to build their own houses and children have to fulfill their work-study tasks at school. Specific steps are to find a loess area, dig a pit to loosen the loess, and then put the water to soak. Soak the loess with a hacking soil out of the man out, forming a package like a mound, sprinkled on top of the wheat tail, that is, the shells left on the ears of wheat grains, and so on the loess to dry a little bit, and then use the hands to cart out the right mass to be placed into the pre-prepared soil mold, pressed and flattened of course. The hands should be pressed from the top with a more dashing movement. Of course, the hand should be pressed from the top to the bottom. There is a more dashing movement. Those who know how to top dress cloths come out square and full, while those who don't look dry and thin. When the walls of the house were tied up with adobe, the wooden purlins and rafters were put on top, and then a layer of reed handles was laid on top, that is, long reeds tied up in small handfuls to form a dense layer, and the house mud was put on top of it and smoothed out. When the mud dries, the house is almost built, and the steps of putting in windows, doors and whatnot are in the mix, and the house mud needs to be put on again every 2 or 3 years because it rains and the roof rainwater picks up some of the mud as it runs down from north to south. All of this in addition to buying wood. The rest is basically strength work. Therefore the horse number in the eyes of Su Chengjun, really only those wood is worth money. It is recognized that the strength of a crop farmer is not worth much these days. At this time the northern border is still sparsely populated. A production team of 3 settlements. No one really has any idea about the house base. After all, as long as it meets the regulations, the captain will be approved. A house base plus yard can be approved to 2 or 3 acres. Which in the mouth you dare to believe? Okay, 350. Li Long came with the money. He immediately pulled it out of the inner pocket of his jacket. I'll give it to you now? Don't. You really brought it over? Su Chengjun had an afterthought. Wait for me to call the accountant over. Saying that, he sent his son Manhwa to call the village accountant over. After the accountant Chun Chang came, he heard Su Chengjun say that Li Long wanted 350 to buy the team's horse number, and he looked at Li Long like a little cutie. Like, what's the point of buying that damn ship for $350? He thought about his own home yard. If he could sell 350 would be good. This Li family Shao heir, really stupid, right? But since people want to buy it, and the captain has sent word and written a note, let's take it. Taking the receipt and certificate written by the village committee, Li Long beautifully put it into his inner pocket, and then said to Su Chengjun, Director, I'll go into the mountains first thing in the morning and go pull the sheep back. Okay, wait for 2 days. Our village should be divided into land. Just wait for your sheep. This trip with a carriage will not rent. This is the team's official business. I give you a note. You go to Lao Luo said. Back home, Li Long told Li Jianguo about buying the horse number. What made you think of buying a horse horn? 350 is not a small amount of money. Li Jianguo sighed. What's the point of having such a big yard? It's not like it can be used as a home to live in. I heard my friend say that in the mountains in the spring, the cubs of those animals are laid, so I thought I could catch some and raise them. And even if I couldn't, I could raise pigs. Raising pigs in a horse horn. It's not good enough for you to think of it. Li Jianguo shook his head. Just buy it. Maybe you can really catch something back. Since Li Long proved his ability to make money and catch fish, as well as valuable tidbits of information from time to time, Li Jianguo no longer sees him as a child. Therefore what Li Long bought, that was his freedom. With his own considerations, he would not interfere too much. The next day after breakfast, Li Long went to the horse number to set up the carriage to the county. He went to the county first, went to the big neat canteen, still bought 2 buns, after eating to see the work time arrived, then went to the pharmaceutical company. Now there is no pharmacy in the county. There is no state-run one, let alone a private one. When you get sick, the village is usually a bare-legged doctor, and the county goes to the hospital. If you buy medicine, you go to the pharmaceutical company. Li Long felt that the change of seasons made it easy to get sick, so he brought some common medicines for colds, anti-inflammatory, and for diarrhea for Harimu. By the time they got to the mountains, and halfway through the morning, Liren saw Harimu packing up outside the winter nest. Li Long, Adasi, long time no see. Halimu barked happily when he saw Li Long, and the dog next to him growled twice afterward. The wagon couldn't make it over to the winter nest, so Li Long tied it to a tree by the side of the road. The snow in the mountains was also half melted, so it was good that slush didn't form here on the road, and the water from the melted snow flowed right into the ditch, and the road was soon semi-dry. I came over to buy a sheep for our team, Liren said. We're going to divide the land there. I heard about it, and our side of the pasture is going to be redrawn as well. Harimu smiled. That's a good thing. Once inside the house, as Liren sipped his milk tea, he handed the boxes of medicine to Harimu one by one. Mark yourself. This one is for fever. That's what you take when you have a fever. 1 tablet for adults and half a tablet for dolls. This is for diarrhea. Take 2. Liren said as he asked Harimu to mark it. He'd brought one of Li Juan's pencils with him when he arrived so that Harimu could mark it himself. When he had rested for a while, Halimu took Liren to pick the sheep. Don't worry. I'll pick a big one for you. And there's a row, face. Halimu reassured Li Long. Halimu pulled out a big sheep from the sheep pen. Looking at the body weight, how to have a 20 more than 30 kilograms. Li Long is very satisfied. Because it was not eaten at that time, Li Long wanted to pull the live sheep back. Harima knew that Li Long had something to do, so he did not force him to stay and sent him down the mountain. He twisted his head to look at the wood piled up by his winter nest and smiled. By this time, the matter of Li Long's purchase of the horse number had spread in the village. Li Long became the center of discussion again. This Li family Xiaolong really can fix things. End of chapter. Chapter 126. The division of the land began. And it was a good number. Li Long pulled the sheep back to the village, handed them over to Su Chengjun, returned the carriage, and then returned home. The next day village director Su Chengjun called the representatives of the community members, or now should be called the villagers' representatives, to discuss the distribution of land, while slaughtering sheep and cooking mutton. The first thing to do in dividing up the land was to identify the plots and then measure them. After all, the village had a population of several hundred people, so if you wanted to divide it fairly, you couldn't simply measure it all up. Fortunately, these villagers' representatives, including Li Jianguo and others, were the first founders of the production team, and were familiar with the land they were now cultivating, and were roughly aware of how much production there was on which piece of land. So when the sheep were slaughtered and the haggis processed, the plots to be divided up were essentially selected and the yields assessed. For example, 2 acres of ration land for each man, which was based on a yield of 200 pounds of wheat per acre. Then after the strip field plots yielding 200 pounds of wheat per acre have been divided up, the rest of the people are to be divided up into plots rated at 100 pounds of wheat per acre, and one person is to be given 4 acres, or it is not fair. After fixing the plots to be divided and rating the yields, all that remained was to determine the lots to be drawn, and the men who would measure the land and fix the boundaries. Quite a few wooden stakes also had to be sharpened to serve as boundary stakes, and the odd thing was to supervise the beating of field stalks by the 2 parties whose plots adjoined each other, and so on. The village committee and the villagers' representatives were very efficient, and the next day they held a general meeting of all villagers to go over the statute of land distribution, and after answering many villagers' questions, they began to draw lots. Li Jianguo, as the head of the Li family, went up to cast lots and caught the number 1 of a field, which made Li Long's heart flutter. He felt that his elder brother's luck was quite good. A field is a plot of land that yields 200 pounds per acre, and this strip of land has less than 300 acres, which is not enough to satisfy the need for subdividing the land. In his last life, the plot of land that the Li family grabbed was in the middle of a piece of land, and there wasn't much to work with. Now in the number 1 of a plot of land, he remembered that the edge of a plot of land was the alkali beach, but it was possible to make some small moves. This was a common thing for people to do in the later years. Once the ration fields were established, they basically didn't move much. And when the land was plowed next, the south end of the land was a ditch and there was no way to move it. And to the north was another ditch and there was no way to move it. And only the landowners on either side could expand it in both directions. And then several rounds of land contracting. As long as the two ends are not the water channel, everyone coincidentally are expanding outward, until all the wasteland in the village have been reclaimed, to the next century of the decade, because all the improvement into drip irrigation water-saving fields, all resurvey the land, only to the chaotic acres of land to clarify. The drawing of lots is over. Some people sigh, some rejoice, and some can't wait to see what their land will look like. The next 2 days were spent in dividing up the land, and the whole village, young and old, followed the hustle and bustle. But Li Long was not among them. He rented the production team's wagon and went to the mountains. Harimu did not feel surprised by Li Long's arrival. Li Long said to him when he came over last time, "Now the snow in the mountain is also melting. There is not much snow on the edge of the winter nest. The dung heap that can easily accumulate heat has even been exposed. I'm going to haul a couple of loads and put some good fertilizer on our land. You pull it. If these are going to be insufficient, I'll take you to the other old ground nests." Harimu chuckled. "For us, these are of no use at all." He helped Li Long load a wagon full of manure, although the wagon had half-meter-high baffles added to the sides and back of the wagon. And Li Long padded the inside of the wagon with plastic sheeting left over from hauling in the fish earlier so that the manure wouldn't leak out. Even so, a wagon can hold at most a ton of manure, and no more. At this time, Li Long missed the small four-wheel tractor that he had in his last life before he put his land into the cooperative. That tractor's bucket was modified for loading, so if it was used to load manure, 7 or 8 tons would be no problem. "Well, I'm going to head back, and I'll be back tomorrow," Liren said. "I may have to pull for a couple days. It's better if you come every day." Harimu joked. "I'll get you a winter nest then, and you'll run both ways." Li Long took him for a joke, and after drinking the milk tea, he led the carriage back to the village. When Li Long pulled a cart of dung and dumped it into his yard, the villagers who learned the news were surprised. Where did this Li kid get such a big truckload of? Nowadays, although chemical fertilizers have been used in farming, they cost money. Traditional habits make everyone feel that farmyard fertilizer is still safer and more secure. At least it costs no money. Horse manure in a horse horn is highly sought after, and Lao Luo puts out horse manure once a month, and some people rush to get it even if there were no ration fields earlier. Manure is needed for growing vegetables in one's own yard. Now the amount of manure that Li Long pulls back in one truck is the same as the amount of manure that comes out of the horse for 2 years. So which one is not surprised? Li Jianguo and Liang Yume both knew that Li Long was pulling manure from the mountains, so they didn't say anything. Originally, Li Long was thinking of unloading the dung into the ground now, but Li Jianguo wouldn't let him, saying that it would be better to wait until the snow completely melted and the team's Dongfanghong tractor started plowing to sprinkle the dung in, and then once it was plowed, the dung would be turned into the ground. Li Long vaguely felt that Big Brother was worried that if the dung went into the ground now, someone else would get it. Of course he was only guessing. The next day, Li Long continued to rent a wagon to go to the mountains to pull manure. Has been pulling for 5 days. The 6th day had to abort, because today the team will be divided into team production. The team property was more piecemeal, numbering everything from the team's horses and wagons to the ledgers in the treasury and so on. The division of the team's production is not directly divided naturally, is still the lot. After catching it is not directly take away the things, is to pay the team, based on the assessment of the price of money to buy away. If you don't have the money, it's the same as giving up, and other people can compete. Once again, Li made a big splash and drew the 76th big red horse. Horse number 76, appraised at $150. Accountant Chen Chang shouted. 2 of the first few people to draw a horse gave up $100 or so was just too much to take out. Li calmly went up to register, paid the money, and then went and took number 76 into his hands. Even though he already knew that the Li family was rich, watching Li so easily pull out a bunch of duanjia and pay for it without a hint of heartache still made many people envious and jealous. Who wouldn't want a carriage? Not to mention a wagon. Even a donkey cart will do. If you have a ration field, don't you have to use it to haul wheat and play the field? If you don't have a cart, you'll have to borrow one or carry it by hand. So how tiring is that? And it's a waste of time. Just to make everyone even more surprised, Tao Daqian's father Tao Construction $60 bought the villagers Tian Yulong abandoned a 3-year-old mouth donkey. When did the Tao family, which had always been at the bottom of the list of conditions in the team, manage to come up with $60 a handful of times to buy a donkey? Many villagers feel that it is becoming more and more difficult to see. As Tao Construction joyfully led the donkey home, Tao Daqian cast a grateful glance at Li Long. With the donkey, He can feel free to follow Lung's work in his side business without worrying about his father getting tired. End of chapter. Chapter 127, Do Your Own Work, Eat Your Own Food. In the past 2 days, the Lee family, along with the Tao family, have become the center of discussion in the team. The Lee family first bought a horse number, after the division of the land and pulled a few large carloads of manure, and then in the division of the team's production, a handful of settlement to buy the team's best 76th big red horse. The Lee family also bought the carriage for $48 from the Chin family who drew the carriage. The horse and cart are all in one place, and I envy you for the sharpness of your work. Along with the Tao family have bought a donkey, although did not buy a car, but the Tao construction has sent word, now with the families would to find a carpenter to play a car. Rushed 2 days to go to the Supply and Marketing Society to buy a wheel on the complete work. Everyone knows that the Tao family is dipped in the light of the Lee family, but it's too late to say anything now. The team, or other people in the village drew big pieces, and if they wanted them, most of them just owed money, or borrowed money, and some of them were just like Lee Jianguo in his previous life, who gave up the pain, or retreated to the next best thing. However, this time, the division of the team production also put some of the team is not quiet. In fact, the family is quite rich people to show out. In addition to the Lee family, Wang Xixiang family divided into things to buy their own money. There are also 2 families also bought the team's horses and carriages, which include the original old residents of the White family. With these people lining up, the Lee family is less conspicuous. Next, Li Long made 2 trips to the mountains to pull manure. After the snow melted on this side, the team started plowing with a tractor, and the Lee family started pulling the manure into the ground, sprinkling it into the ground as they did so. After the sprinkles were done, the tractor plowed the ground with a flip, and turned the manure into the ground. When the Lee family entered the land, they found that everyone in the village was working in their own fields. It was not yet time for the communal laborers to come out, and everyone was busy in their own fields. Everyone knows, now more busy, the ground clean, more grain in the fall, excluding the payment of rations, retention and so on, the rest is their own. Even if it's for the sake of the kids to have a few more mouthfuls of fine food. I'm going to have to work more now. The land had not yet been plowed, and these people were basically picking up the reeds that had been turned out the previous year, and some were picking up licorice roots. If you don't pick up the reeds and turn them over to the ground, they will grow back and are extremely difficult to get rid of. Licorice root is the purchase station to collect a medicinal herb, although cheap, but now pick up, accumulate a small amount of money, is also a foreign wealth. Wang Xixiang drove the tractor into the ground and stopped there at the head of the field. Li Long went up and handed a pack of cigarettes to Wang Xixiang in the cab amidst the sound of the rumbling Dongfang Hong 75 chain track tractor. Brother Wang, when you plow later, help my family turn over a plowshare. Li Long took out his lighter to light a cigarette for Wang Xixiang and said, the ground on this side is relatively flat, and there are no splendor duns, so it shouldn't be too much effort to turn it over. This way Wang Xixiang smoked a cigarette while frowning at the edge of the Li family's land. The strip of land that is 500 meters long. If there is one more plowshare, this land can be half an acre more. This Li family Xiaolong calculates well. Liren looked at him with this expression and chuckled. Brother Wang, I won't let you suffer. I'll cut 2 pounds of meat for you when the night comes. What do you say? Okay. Wang Zhaohui put the snow lotus smoke to the pocket, said, see you also honest. I will take this risk to give you a partial plow over. In fact, the risk of the fart, the oil is the team out. The tractor is now also the team. Wang Xixiang plowshare a little bit out of the side. There will be no one to say, after all. The boundary stakes are punched in the middle of the land of the 2 families. Like the Li family in the periphery of the strip of land, there is no boundary, and no one to care about it. Until the first round of land contracting again, the outside of the strip of land was to be landscaped, and a long green belt was dug out and planted with poplars, and then there was no boundary. The Li family had already sprinkled all the manure into the ground. And as he watched Wang Xixiang rumble in the tractor and start plowing, Li Jianguo came over and asked, Xiaolong, what did you say to Wang Zhaohui? I told him to deflect a plowshare to the outside when he plows so he can get an extra half acre. He agreed? Li Jianguo looked at Li Long with some surprise. He didn't even expect this. I gave him a pack of cigarettes and promised him I'd get him 2 pounds of meat for the night, and he agreed. This wimp, Li Jianguo cursed, but he thought about it and said, Xiaolong half an acre more. You can hit an extra 100 pounds of wheat miles. This is a good thing. Well, I'll go pick up licorice roots. Li Long smiled and said, the beach outside our land is full of licorice. This plowshare will plow out a lot of licorice roots. Licorice root is not only to sell. Many people in the village suffer from pharyngitis. Will leave a cut of licorice, throat uncomfortable to peel a small piece in the mouth, will play some role. When Wang Xixiang finished plowing, Li Long and Liang Yueme also returned to the wagon at the head of the field holding a large bundle of licorice roots. Li, on the other hand, walked through the ground again and picked up the plowed-out reed roots again. At this time, there was no room for sloppiness at all. In the evening, without waiting for Li Long to go and deliver the meat to Wang Caixiang, he himself had already come to the Li family. Liang Yueme brought him a piece of 3 kilograms of wild boar bacon, and he left with the meat in a beautiful manner amidst Li Jianghuo's laughter and scolding. The next step is harrowing and leveling and cutting and sowing. The good thing about the large plots of land in the Northern Territory is that these processes are mechanized with minimal labor. And this is the time of year when the team needs to get out and earn their labor. The first outing of the year was to dig a large ditch. The construction of farmland water conservancy in the northern border has been underway since the 1950s and 1960s, relying on the advantages of the region. Many wetlands and small lakes were transformed into reservoirs, and aqueducts were dug like cobwebs, and then a lot of cultivated land was reclaimed relying on the aqueducts. These canals are completely flat dugout, because there is no later cement slab reinforcement. So every year on both sides of the mud, the water brought sand will cause siltation to the aqueduct. So the first thing in the spring is to clear the canal, to raise the 2 sides of the aqueduct, the grass that grows inside shoveled out, silted up places dug through. Small canals are fine, but large canals are a laborious and technical job. The people at the bottom have to dig out the silt and throw it up, and the people at the top have to reinforce the mud to the edge of the ditch. The big ditch is 1 or 2 meters deep, and digging out the mud with a shovel. Those who don't know how to do it can get 7 or 8 blood blisters on their hands in a day. Li Long had no intention of doing it. 1 labor point for 1 day of work. He was not short of it, and he really didn't want to do this work anymore. It's okay to say you're lazy. It's okay to say you don't see it. So Liren plans to be a village asshole next. But before leaving, Li Long still carried a piece of wild boar bacon to the village director Su Qingjuan's house. Because the weather had gotten hot, the meat could no longer be preserved if left untreated. The Li family was not yet in the habit of smoking meat, so they simply cut the meat into strips and rubbed it with salt to make it into bacon, which was of course Li Long's suggestion, mainly to cope with people like Wang Caixiang. More meat directly cut into bacon. There is a layer of oil on top of the pressure, can be put half a year, not bad. Bacon is mainly for gifting. Yo, Xiaolong is here. Why are you still carrying meat? Ma Hongmei looked at Li Long over, enthusiastically poured him a cup of water, then joyfully carried the meat to the inner room. Su Chengjun looked at Li Long and asked, "What's up? Say it." End of chapter. Chapter 128. A half-public, half-private proposal. Old Luo's settlement. Is the team going to dig a ditch in the next 2 days? Li Long asked right to the point. Yes. Do you not want to do it? If you don't want to do it, then don't go. And you don't lack those 2 labor pennies. Su Chengjun knew Li Long quite well. Besides, he wouldn't make things difficult for Li Long because of that piece of meat. I'm talking about something else, Li Long said. Above our team's Xiaohaizi is a dry ditch, and every year the mountain floods rush down from here, and then they'll make an opening in the northern dike of Xiaohaizi. Now the student dolls are going to school. The flood, the road in the reed ditch cannot go. You have to go around the dam from the small sea. The team also have to send an escort. Trouble not to say, but also dangerous. Then what do you want to do? Su Chengjun felt that Li Long had a point, but he definitely wouldn't think that Li Long was such a noble person, and there was bound to be his own intentions in this. I think when the team cleans the team's dry ditch, it will dig through the dry ditch and the dry ditch on the side of Xiaohaizi, so that when the flood comes, the water will flow directly from the dry ditch to the inside of the dry ditch, so that it won't wash away the north side of Xiaohaizi, and the flood water won't rush under the reed ditch, and the way for the dolls to go to school won't be cut off, and the team can also save the trouble. In later years, Li Long knew that this was called a snowmelt flood, and it came over every year. In the past, when the flood was small, the water rushing down from the dry ditch above would rush down the rushing ditch on the west side of the small sea sub to the reed ditch below, and then flow all the way down to the large sea sub. Normally there is no water in the reed ditch, and even if there is, it is very small. The road from the production team to the township passed through the reed ditch, and there was no bridge here. It wasn't until 4 or 5 years later that the township built a concrete bridge that was used until later in life. The flooding was particularly heavy the year that Little Hazel was washed out, and the water in the dry ditch directly above it was full to overflowing, and the water in the mouth on the side of Little Hazel was also full. The water inside the entire small sea was flush with the dam. The gates were raised to the highest level but still not able to release all the flood water, and finally the flood water built up more and more and broke the dam, and then rushed downstream with the fish in the sea. Although the team quickly organized personnel to repair the dam after the flood, it was impossible for those big fish that ran away to grow up again. This time the flood did not get enough attention, and brought too much silt in the small sea. resulting in the back of the small sea slowly turned into an above-ground reservoir. The storage capacity gradually became smaller, and in the end directly lost the function of the reservoir, and then basically abandoned. And that year, the students were out of school for a full week because of a flood that washed out the small sea, causing the reed ditch to fill with water and the road to be cut off. If Liren wants to change that, he has to start at the very beginning with the flood. As long as you can connect the upstream dry ditch to the dry canal, you can release the water from the dry canal in the early stages of the flood so that it doesn't build up, so that the little sea of water can be saved. This trunk canal is more than 2 meters deep, 3 to 5 meters wide, and the river is not bad, not only responsible for watering the village nearly 2,000 acres of land, but also responsible for the downstream of several other villages of the irrigation task. As long as the floodwaters are drained from here from the very beginning, then the floodwaters can't build up and cause that much trouble. The only trouble is digging out from the dry ditch to the mouth of the dry canal, which is a relatively large amount of work. You say that it is indeed this reasoning. Su Changjun nodded, then shook his head and said, but people do not necessarily listen to Ah. After all, not everyone has a doll, plus only this year to share the land. We do the team's work is certainly not so active. Are thinking of going to do their own work. That's good to know. Li Long took out $40 and put it on the table. 8 cents per labor. This $40 is 500 labors. It's no problem for the whole team to work for 3 to 5 days, right? At double the labor. I think there should be quite a few people who want to do it. That is true. But, what do you figure by doing this? Su Changjun was a bit puzzled. Is this Li family kid burnt with too much money? Director, I'm not hiding anything from you. Li Long knew that Su Changjun was very shrewd, and he definitely would not feel at ease without making it clear. So he patiently explained. You also know that I have earned some money this winter by smashing the ice hole and selling fish. To tell the truth, this money is all from the small sea. I am afraid that one day come to the big flood directly to the small sea washed away, then want to earn this money in the future will not earn. So now in advance to the flood lead away. That is not a peace of mind. So said. Su Changjun understood. He could understand where Laron was coming from and smiled. Okay, when I send out the labor then, I'll add that section and dig through the dry ditch and the dry canal. Anyway, the dry ditch is upstream, and the terrain there is high, so there's no fear of the water inside the dry ditch flowing anywhere. With this $40, he could land at least 20 himself. But to think that Li Long could shell out $40 for this work, he'll make at least 100 this winter. The fish are still selling well. It's just a shame that this is a job that the average person can't do. But now that the side business has been liberalized, when the farm is free, is it a good idea to let those cousins of yours try their hand at it as well? Li Long came out of Su's house and went to the horse horn. The horse horn was now owned by Li Long, but Lao Luo still lived in it. But now there are no more horses in the horse horn. It is empty and relatively quiet. The original hay in the horse horn was also divided up when the team produced, and now it looks a bit shabby inside. When Li Long walked over, Lao Luo was squatting by the outer wall of the horse and stood up when he watched Li Long come over. Xiao Long, you are here to collect the horse number? Lao Luo asked, a little nervous. Although he had a home and a yard, he was honestly used to living in the horse horn and was still a little uncomfortable moving back. Collecting what? I came over to see you. Li Long smiled and said, Old Luo, you're staying here. I'll discuss something with you. Do you farm back there? No more planting. I'm a 5 guaranteed household in the team. The captain said that the land will let someone else plant it for me, and just give me the grain when the time comes. Lao Luo sighed. After raising livestock for more than 10 years, I won't do anything else. Then I want to get something from the mountains. Let's say like a small wild boar waifu or something. Can you help me raise it? Li Long asked. I'll pay you for the labor when the time comes. So what? Really? That's great. Old Luo grinned. If that's the case, don't worry. I'll definitely raise the livestock well, just give me a couple bucks. You're no. 7-6 can also be brought over to me when he's free. He's used to it, and now he can't sleep without hearing the sound of a horse's neighing every day. Li Long also laughed. This is not a win-win situation. 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, I'll bring it over when the job is done. Returning home from the horse, Li Long told Li Jian about Lao Luo. This thing can definitely work. Lao Luo has fought in the war before, although it is not a combat soldier. It is a logistical one, but that is also a merit. The township has long said that he should be sent to the old age home to raise. He does not stay. He wants to be in the team. Said that the old age home he is not used to staying. The township let him come back. This is a previous life Li Long know. The last life of the old Luo and the horse number was demolished. Eventually went to the old people's home, because there is not much can often come out, although the food and housing are managed. But all day long there is nothing to do. The old Luo ultimately stayed less than 10 years. It is gone. In this life, maybe it will change? Thank you to book club members Donley Pavilion Master, Yukong Babu Rao for their rewards. End of chapter. Chapter 129, back to business. The next morning Li Wan went to school and Li Chang went to preschool. The team shouted over the loudspeaker to send workers to clear the ditches. So Li Jianguo went there. Liang Yuemei went to the field to pull weeds, and Li Long started to organize those nets he bought back. The snow has melted. The ice in the little sea is almost gone. The fields are green. And then it's time to do your own thing, what others see as not doing your job. In later years, there were many non-professional fishermen in the village, catching fish in the nets during the free time, fetching fish early in the morning and selling them in the market, and putting up the nets during the busy time, turning them into authentic farmers. However, such a situation would not occur for at least another 3 to 5 years in the previous life, and now Li Long had made it happen earlier. While he was sorting out the net, Tao Daqiang came to the yard. Lung, are we going off the grid this afternoon? Aha, Liren said in response. You've never been off the internet before, have you? Nope. Tao Daqiang went up to touch the net. He was a little curious and a little cautious. This net wasn't cheap, because he had to buy a donkey and make a donkey cart. Tao Daqiang borrowed $80 from Li Long. According to Li Long, it was deducted from his future wages. Tao Daqiang was able to figure out that it would require at least 16 days of actual wages. So while he wouldn't go off the grid, he very much wanted Liren to take him on the drive. It was very uncomfortable to be carrying a debt. Then I'll teach you to straighten the nets first. Let's lay the nets and take the fish out early tomorrow morning. Then I'll take the fish and sell them. And you'll have to straighten the nets at home. And we'll have to go back to the nets tomorrow afternoon. Good. Tao Daqiang didn't say much, but his attitude was serious. And Li Long was satisfied. Li Long taught Tao Daqiang to organize the net and told him how to tie the rope after picking it up, in order to facilitate the discovery of the location of the sticky net in the water. Li Long specially found a few colorful strips of cloth tied to the two ends of the net, so that when the net is down in the water, it will be good to fix it, and it is also good to find out. After Tao Daqiang learned to manage the net, Li Long took the spreading net and practiced spreading it in the yard, from the beginning of the half net, to later barely able to spread round. This is really a technical plus strength work. Tao Daqiang look hot eyes also want to try. The results look like so, but the net out, basically not a line when landing is a crescent. Li Long do not want to laugh for fear of hurting Tao Daqiang's self-esteem, but it is really hard to hold back. Brother Long, you can laugh if you want to. Anyway, I'm stupid I know. Tao Daqiang was not annoyed. I'll practice more when I'm not doing anything. Tao Daqiang now likes to follow Li Long to catch fish. He knows that this can come with cash money and is more valuable than doing farm work. Even though you're stupid, practice more and maybe you'll make it. Near the end of the morning, Li Long and Tao Daqiang put away the nets and he started cooking. Both his brother and sister-in-law had gone to do manual labor, so Li Long planned to make a dry meal. In his last life he didn't know how to cook in the beginning, and even if he did, it was just a muddle. But then he realized that if he wanted to eat well, he had to be able to do it himself, or else others wouldn't accommodate him. So Li Long's cooking slowly became delicious, or at least home-cooked meals were fine. First, we make the noodles, and then we cover them with a wet cage cloth and leave them to molasses. Then we get dried chili seeds from the idle house and soak them. Peel the onions and garlic, and then we scoop up a big spoonful of lamb with oil and make it ready. When the chorizo was softened and diced and ready, he planned to roll a chorizo meat to mix with a pulled pork, because the goat's oil is easy to condense, commonly known as soaked, so he did not fry first, but boiled water, ready to first below. Pulling noodles is also a skillful job. In his last life, Li Long did not basically learn it until he was almost 50 years old. This learning meant that he could make the noodles with good molasses and pull them very thinly and constantly. As for this kind of technical work, some people could do it at the age of 7 or 8. Li Long remembered that one of Li Chang's friends of the same age came over to Li Chang with a bowl of pulled noodles at the age of 8 or so to show off that he could pull the noodles. And Li Long just didn't know how to do it until he was almost 50. Technology is simple, a stab in the dark, but that paper some people may never see in their lifetime. It's getting hot. The stove in the house doesn't burn very often anymore and will be removed in 2 more days. So Li Long was boiling water below on the wood stove in the yard. Wood-fired stoves were more common at this time, and although they were not as convenient as latter-day gas stoves, they burned well. Pouring water into the pot, holding a bundle of pods and sunflower poles on the side of the stove, and then pulling a reed as a fire starter, pulling a few pods and stuffing them into the stove, and putting the reed underneath, and then igniting them, and then white smoke coming out of the chimney, and the fire soon burned up. Little uncle, you're cooking? Li Chang was the first to come back, and seeing Li Long busy on the stove, he immediately ran over to help. I'll set the fire. Okay, be careful, don't make the fire too big. Although Li Chang was only 6 years old, Rural children were already able to work at this time. With Li Chang's current situation, he would be able to go to first grade by the fall. Thinking about the possibility that Li Chang's teacher could be Wu Shufan when the time comes, Li Long feels a little weird. Uncle, the water is boiling, Li Chang shouted outside. Li Long inside the noodles also pulled open. He used chopsticks to pick the noodles, took a strainer to the stove. See the water wide open, put the noodles down into it, slowly and gently stirred it open, and then went into the house to bring a pot of water out and put it on the stove. This is for cold noodles. When Liang Yume and Li Jianguo came back, the noodles had already been served, and the noodle soup was poured into the basin. Li Long watched the people enter the courtyard, and started pouring oil into the pot, frying the meat, and rolling the spicy skins. When a big plate of red, rolling spicy skin pork was served, the aroma mixed with the spicy flavor came to his nose. Li couldn't help but say, Xiaolong, when did you learn how to make this? It smells so good. I watched it in the big meat cafeteria and thought that you guys were tired, so I made one to try. Li Long was satisfied with the reaction of his elder brother and sister-in-law and Li Chang. It smells good just looking at it. Liang Yume originally intended to come back to cook. Her memory, Li Long will not cook. Belonging to a porridge can overflow the kind. Although these 2 months looked much more understanding, but can't not say the rice will do. It was really good at it, and it looked good. That surprised her. Hurry up and eat. The food is going to get cold. It won't taste good if it gets cold, Li Chang urged. The family still kept the old rules. Li Jianguo ate first, adults first, then the children, eating bibimbap with a plate. The family happily ate. Li Long habitually poured some vinegar into the plate. Li Chang is to follow the example, and then quickly stimulated by the spicy flavor of tears and snot flow, he took a sleeve to wipe, continued to eat a large mouth, while eating also looked at the table of the plate of spicy skinned meat dishes, obviously did not intend to end in one plate. For a while, the only sound left at the table was the snorting and huffing of eating noodles, and Laron laughed as he ate. In the afternoon, Li Jianguo continued to go out to work. Liang Yume cleaned up and went back to the field, and Li Chang somewhat reluctantly went to the preschool. At the dinner table he heard that Li Long was going to go to Xiaohaizi to go down to the nets, and especially wanted to follow, but was lectured by Li Jianguo. It's not like winter. The water in the small sea is 2 to 3 meters deep, and if a child falls in, it's really over. Tao Daxian came to Li's house early in the morning, and after asking for Li Long's permission, he practiced casting nets in the yard on his own. After the sun dipped in the west, Li Long and Tao Daxian, both together, loaded the net into the urea bag and headed for Xiaohaizi. A new round of misadventures begins. End of chapter. Chapter 130. Li Chanxian's request for help. Although it was already late March, the fields were vaguely green and the ice had melted. The water in the small sea was still cold to the touch. This time of year is still different from winter, when it's cold outside, and the temperature in the water, though low, feels hotter than outside. At this time the temperature outside has risen. Li Long has taken off his clothes and changed into a fleece jacket, plus there is the sun shining. Do not feel cold at all, but down to the water is not the same, that the water is still kept at 4 or 5 degrees above zero. The feeling is bone-chilling cold. Brother Long, where do I get off the net? Tao Daxiang had never gotten off the net and was not sure what technology was involved. I'll explore how deep it is down there first. We don't have any tires with us, and we don't have any underwater pants, so we can only take off our pants and go into the water to lower the nets, Li Long said. Now the net can only be lowered not far from the shore. I remember that there seems to be a trough over there, which was pushed out by the bulldozer during the dry season in the past, and there are shallows on the side of the trough, probably more than 1 meter deep. Li Long, who had only a vague impression even now, pointed to the location and said, go over along that spot, let's poke around in there, and if there's a shoal, go down the shoal, and drop the net into the trough at the edge of the shoal, where the current is at a different height, and there must be fish down there. The two men found a good spot, took off their pants, and went into the water with their shoes and shorts on. Just as soon as he got out of the water Li Long had a jolt. The water was not normally cool. To earn money, you have to suffer. This he has long been mentally prepared, but Li Long was stimulated by the icy water, secretly decided in his heart, this time after selling the fish immediately go to find a big tire to go, otherwise the body cannot stand. Tao Daxian's legs are long, and in 2 steps he is in front of Li Long, tripping through the water. Li Long hastily reminded, slow down, don't get into the trough, it's hard to get out without a top then. At this time the small sea water deepest to more than 3 meters, unlike later generations, such as Li Long high blood pressure, the deepest is only 1 meter 5. Then someone under the net are not afraid to choose the net seedling long, usually 90 centimeters or 1 meter 2 on the line. 1 meter 5 seedling net have to mop the floor. Good. Tao Daxiang answered and slowed down a bit. Li Long knew his idea of working more, so he didn't say anything more. The two people walked out more than 30 meters forward, and sure enough the deepest water was up to their waist there, but the two sides can obviously see the water is very deep. This shallow beach is also the width of the two sides. Li Long stopped halfway and folded a 3-meter long reed to probe the side and found that the side was at least 2 meters deep, so he said to Tao Daxiang, "Daxiang, you take the bag while I fetch the net down." Tao Daxiang hurriedly walked back and took the bag in Li Long's hand. Li Long unraveled the 4-fingered net he took out, and the cloth was tied to the reeds on the side, and then pressed it into the water so that it could not be seen on the surface, and the next step was to lower the net down the slot. Tao Daxiang memorized and learned by heart, and found that it was actually quite simple. Li Long finished this net, let Tao Daxiang took out another one, untied the 2 nets and tied them together, and continued onward, and kept the 4 nets brought in, and had gone deep into the center of the small sea. Hurry back. Li Long had already frozen and felt a little shivering, and after picking up and selling the fish tomorrow, he must get a tire. Once again, he made a decision. The 2 men returned to the shore, briefly wiped themselves off, hurriedly put their pants back on, and quickly headed for home. Back home, Li Long changed his shoes and quickly boiled boiling water to soak his feet. Although young and resistant to freezing, but the body suffers from the cold this time or to deal with it. In his last life, he lived into his 60s, and in the next 10 years or so, he paid more attention to his health. But of course he didn't do so well because of the not-so-good problems he had developed earlier. It's still a good idea to deal with severe weather in this life. When the sun was about to set, Su Chengjuan's Manhwa ran to the Li family, and Li Long was burning soup. The solid rice eaten at noon. The evening is usually distilled steamed buns. Eat leftovers, and burn a soup. Qianqiang his uncle, Manhwa said, coming up for air. The county supply and marketing cooperative called looking for you. My dad said it was the one that said last time that he wanted you to help with the yellow sheep. Li Xiangqian? What does he want? Liren said to Minerva. You go back first. I'll be right over. After Manhwa left, Li Long collected the fire in the stove, cleaned up the mouth of the stove, leaving the red ash inside to heat up the soup in the pot, and then carried the firewood on the side of the stove to one side before locking the door and walking towards Su Chengjuan's house. That unit chiefly said to call you later. Ma Hongmei was packing up the vegetable seeds in the yard when she saw Li Long come over and said he had something important to ask for your help. Liren was a little surprised. What could be going on? 5 minutes later, the phone rang again, and this time it was Li Long who picked it up. Hey! The voice over there was slightly distorted, but Li Long could still hear that it was Li Qianqian's voice. Hello Unit Leader Li. I'm Dragon Li. Li Long I'm going to trouble you again. Chief Li, something's up. Can you get one of those goat heads with the long horns? Director Qian wants it, kinda urgently if you know where to get it. It's okay if we hit it now. You mean the mountain kind with the long horns? Li Long said in his heart. Is it such a coincidence? Right. The ram's horns are one section at a time. And Director Qian said that it needs to be at least 15 or more, or it won't be grand. You name it. This is as long as you can get it. You can mention whatever conditions you have. Unit Chief Li. I have one at home. I picked it up a while ago. I don't know if it will work. You did? Seriously? Really? Liren said with a smile. How many knots? Li Qianqian's breathing became rapid. This time Director Qian wanted it urgently. He made a lot of phone calls, but at the moment there was no effect. Even if it was answered, it would take a week. That's why he thought of Li Long. There are 18 sections? Liren thought for a moment and said, or was it 19 verses? Forgot. Is the skull complete? Li Qianqian's voice was shivering. He kind of couldn't believe that this would be such a coincidence, that the luck would be this good. It's more complete. Basically nothing is missing, it seems like it. That. I'll go to the county tomorrow and bring it to you then? Li Long understood what Li Qianqian meant. Well, great. Li Qianqian felt his mood as high and low as if he had been on a roller coaster. If Li Long wasn't in the village right now, he would have wanted to go straight to Li Long's house and take a look at the sheep skull first. After hanging up the phone, Li Qianqian remembered that Li Long didn't seem to have said that he wanted any payment. This guy's not going to make a big deal out of it, is he? Thinking about what happened last time. It's possible, but even with the big open mouth, one recognizes it. The next day when the sky was numb and bright, Li Long and Tao Daxiang both arrived at Xiahaizi together. On this trip, even Li Long was a bit apprehensive. For the first time in this life, he went down to the net to catch a fish, and he didn't know what kind of result he would get. End of chapter. Chapter 131, Compensation of Your Choice? It was nearly 2 hours before the sun came up, and it was now numbly light, the coldest part of the day. Li Long wrapped his clothes tightly and still felt a gust of coldness drilling into his bones. It's still pretty cold on the northern border in early spring. When he reached Xiaohaizi, Tao Daxiang said to Li Long, "Lung, any word on closing the net?" "Nothing, a strip of net just like collecting the rope to collect, and then a roll. In the bag will be fine," Li Long said. "The main thing is just don't fall into the trough. Then, Brother Long, don't go into the water. I'll just put the net away, or else I'll take this $5 at a loss," Tao Daxiang said seriously. Liren thought about it and said, "Okay." Tao Daxiang smiled, took off his pants, bent down and wiped a handful of water-stuffed clothes to pat his chest, then slowly went down the water along with yesterday's position. Walking out 30 or so meters ahead, he found the location of the head of the net, bent down to untie the rope, and began stroking the net to reel it in. Li Long's sharp eyes quickly found that there was a fish hanging on the net 2 or 3 meters away from the head of the net, which seemed to be a chub. For fingers of the net can hang the chub, how to say there must be a couple of kilograms. The chub is still alive. In the net, fluttering tail jumping. "Daqiang, put away a net and unroll it into the urea bag," Li Long shouted from the shore. Tao Daqiang answered yes, then removed the urea bag from the belt of his pants at his waist, put one net in, and then collected the next one. Because Tao Daqiang's body was in the way, Li Long changed his position, and then he saw the net he lifted. A big and small fish hanging on it. In general, good. While it certainly doesn't look like you'll get as many fish as you'll get from digging out the ice holes, it's something that will live when you get it to the county, and looking at it just doesn't feel the same. More than half an hour has passed. Tao Daqiang dragged the urea bag back. Li Long can see that the urea bag is full. I do not know whether it is because of the water into the water, or indeed a great harvest. Brother Long, the biggest fish is a carp, 2 or 3 kilograms, almost to the shore, Tao Daqiang said excitedly. Unfortunately there was a bigger one that only hung on the edge, so it ran away when I shook the net. It's okay, that's the way this net is. If you can't hang it, you'll just let the fish run away. Come on up. Tao Daqiang came up and opened the bag of urea to show Li Long, who slapped him. Get dressed. He could see that Tao Daqiang's face was white and his body was shivering, but he was just too excited to feel the cold at all because of the fish he had caught. Tao Daqiang put on the fall pants and pants, which felt the cold, and Li Long by this time had already controlled the water in the urea bag, and then back on the back and rushed to the house. Come on, let's go back. Tao Daqiang grabbed the urea bag from Li Long's back and said, Brother Lung, leave this to me. He was tall and leggy and quickly scurried to the front, seeming to have an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body. The old saying that there is fire in the fish is true. Right now Tao Daqiang should not have gotten out of the excitement of catching a fish. The two men came to the Li family. Li Long took the plastic sheet from the house, spread it out and poured the net from the urea bag onto the plastic sheet along with the fish, some of which immediately fluttered. Now the nets are messy. We have to separate them into one by one, and then the fish on each net are taken off first, trying not to hurt the net, Li Long said to Tao Daqiang. And of course it's best not to let the fish die, or it won't sell well. Li Long went into the house to get the washing basin. To see Liang Yueme is frying vegetables. Li Wan has to go to school early. Liang Yueme has already given her a good drying pod noodle porridge on the outside windowsill. Back? Liang Yueme asked. Eat first or fetch the fish? Fetch the fish first. Li Long took the washing basin out. Li Jianguo and Li Chang both followed. Li Wan, who had already finished washing, also came out to take a look, although she wanted to continue to look, but it was time to eat and go to school soon, so she had to serve the porridge and go to the inner room. Yo, there are big fish. Li Jianguo smiled and said, looks like we have a good harvest today. The three adults plus Li Chang, a small man, gathered around the plastic sheet and started to take the fish. Li Jianguo had worked in the fishery and was a veteran, so he naturally knew to run the nets together one by one and then take the fish. Tao Daqiang followed suit, but Li Chang was looking at which fish was big and wanted to take it, and was reprimanded by Li Jianguo. John, don't mess with it. It's no good picking up the net if it gets messed up. Li Chang obeyed obediently, leaning over to help fetch the fish while Li Long stroked the net. A fish was taken down, and a strong odor of fish filled the yard. The neighbor's sister-in-law Lu went out to pour water and happened to see it, so she shouted across the yard. Li Wan's father, did your family catch fish again today? Yeah, Li Jianguo answered. Xiao Long caught the fish under the net, and will go to the street to sell the fish later. Quite good. Lu's sister-in-law brought a basin over to see. Li Jianguo lifted a kilogram of chub and stuffed it to her. Lu's sister-in-law refused to do so. Li Jianguo directly put it into her basin. Take it and eat it. It's not worth much money. Mrs. Lu said, I'm sorry, and went back with the fish in her hand. Li Long smiled and continued to fetch the fish. 10 minutes later, all 4 fish on the net were taken down. Li Long was just about to go and change his clothes when he heard Liang Yueme talking in the house. You eat some dishes. I'm hungry again at noon with just kanji. I can't make it. Li Juan shouted. There's no time. Li Long hurried over and opened the door to Li Wan. Wan, don't be in a hurry. Eat your fill before you go. I'm going to sell fish on the street now. Just in time to take you to school on my bike. Upon hearing that her youngest uncle wanted to take her to school by bicycle, Li Wan smiled at once. Good. Li Long went to the east room to change his clothes, and pumped up the bike again. By this time Li had already habitually picked the fish, separated them into 2 urea bags, and then poured water on them. The bags were tied together, and hitched to each side of the bike. Liang Yuanmei walked out of the house and said to Li Long, Xiao Long, eat before you go. No, the morning market opens early, so I'll go early to see what's going on, and I'll eat on the street after I sell the fish. Li Jianguo let Tao Daqiang eat here. Tao Daqiang said that his father at home had already prepared. He ate over to pick up the net. Li Long said to him, after you pick up your nets in the morning, if it's alright, carry the cast net to the reservoir and try it out. When I get back go see if you can scatter fish too. Tao Daqiang answered and walked quickly towards home. Li Wan ate quickly, and Li Long laid a double layer of sack sheets on the back seat so that she could sit on them without getting her clothes wet from the urea bags that held the fish, then got on his bike and headed out of the village. Along the way, Li Long could see many students walking to school, and occasionally someone would greet Li Wan, who would also greet her classmates with pride in her voice. Outside the elementary school, Li Long got off the bus. Li Wan and he greeted a piece to go. Li Long took out $5 from his pocket and handed it to Li Wan. If you are hungry at noon and don't want to eat buns, go to the store and buy some to eat. You are growing your body. Don't starve and get thin. Thank you, uncle. Li Wan's voice was loud. Li Long smiled and waved his hand, letting her enter the school. Riding on the car down the road to the county, Li Long has not been to the morning market for some days. He is now really curious about what will change in the morning market. Are there more fish sellers? Will it affect himself? End of chapter. Chapter 132, want to take advantage? No way. Li Long did not go directly to the morning market, but first went to the compound, unlocked the door and entered the house to fetch 2 large enamel pots, fastened them to the back of the bicycle, pushed out of the compound with the cart on the back seat and locked the door, then limbered up and got into the car and rode toward the morning market. The light of day had already brightened and there were more pedestrians on the street, but there were still fewer people riding bicycles, so Li Long attracted a lot of attention. Li Long pedaled his speed to the fastest, and wended his way to the morning market, and found that it was much more lively than before, and many people would already yell and sell things, no longer as silent as before. At a glance, selling eggs, selling roosters and hens, selling meat and fish, selling big brooms and small brooms, and even some directly holding wall building tools squatting on the periphery. Li Long guessed that these people should be odd jobs. There were 40 or 50 stalls selling things, and there were many people buying things, noisily haggling and bargaining. With the appearance of a market, there were fewer bicyclists among the people coming and going, so Li Long attracted a lot of attention. Li Long got off and pushed his bicycle into the morning market and turned around, although he did not ask, but he also heard the price of the things for sale. Pork has gone up to $1.08 and $1.09 a kilogram. Mutton has gone up to $1.02. Eggs are 8 cents a piece. Roosters are $3 a piece. Hens are $2.05 a piece. This is the average price, with slight variations according to the size of the head. Flour is 55 cents. Rice is 65 to 70 cents. Everything has gone up in price. There are 2 fish sellers in the market. One is selling big carp, $1 and 1 kilogram. The fish is placed on the urea bag, looking no longer alive. There is also a small carps for sale, smaller than the carps brought by Li Long's side. Li Long guessed that it should be the fish caught up in the small ditch. He looked at the market in the middle of nothing, empty space, simply in the morning market on the edge of the self-parked. Take down 2 large enamel pots, take down the urea bag unlocked, respectively. The fish poured into the 2 pots, because the people who come over to sell things on bicycles are themselves few, so Li Long is considered to have an aura of attraction. He this poured the fish, the live fish in the basin swimming happily. The crackling sound immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Young man, how do you sell this fish? An old lady around 60 with short hair came over and asked. 80 cents for a small fish, 1 piece for a big fish. Li Long smiled and said, just caught them this morning, all alive, absolutely fresh. The price? The old man hesitated. I've just seen it, and you should have asked. I'm the only one in this morning market with this price. Li Long returned. Alright, then weigh me some small carp, and come in for $1. Okay. Liren took the scale and started weighing the fish. They said they were small crucian carp, but they were very well proportioned, all palm-sized, quite a bit larger than the small crucian carp sold at that other stall, the kind that had been alive for 2 or 3 years. And the fish in the small sea is very beautiful, not white and miserable like that. Very nice. With the opening business, people immediately came from the back. Li Long this time under the 4 nets caught almost 30 kilograms of fish. In later life, he remembered that after a few big floods in Xiaohaizi, after not being able to store water and fish, he put down 6 3-layer hanging nets, and the most he could catch at one time was more than 10 kilograms of fish. And the biggest was only 500 grams of big plank carp. Now the resources are still really abundant. After all, he was laying a single layer of sticky netting. There are a lot of people who ask for the price, but not too many people who buy fish. There is an old man over squatting on the edge of the basin, left and pull a little, right and pull a little, but also from time to grab a fish to see. Li Long cannot help but say, "Old uncle, I'll catch you whichever fish you want. I'm going to catch it myself," the old man said without looking up. "You're messing and pulling like this, and when the fish die later, I won't be able to sell it. What do I care if your fish dies?" The old man grunted. Li Long was instantly unhappy, just as a middle-aged man came over to ask the price of the fish. Li Long plucked the old man's hand out of the basin and said, "Old uncle, someone is buying fish. If you don't want to buy, please make way. Don't affect my business," said the middle-aged man. "Walleye $1 a kilo. Carp 80 cents. This crushing carp is so beautiful. Weigh $2. The middle-aged man squatted down to take a look at the carp flopping around in the water and praised, "Go home and boil it for soup. A connoisseur," Li Long boasted as he took the carp and put it on the scale. The old man was rattled aside by Li Long and glared at him with an angry grunt. Li Long pretended not to see it. He could about guess what the old man was thinking. Some of the people who come to buy fish are picky and want them to be about the same size, while others want to try them all, weighing both large and small fish. Because Li Long, this fish is fresh, basically all live, and there are more types. The scope of pickable is relatively large, so the size of the fish in the pots on both sides of one by one to be picked away. A couple of small carp lost their scales in the basin and weren't quite so alive and fell to the end. Seeing that the sun had already risen, from setting up a stall here to now nearly 40 minutes, Li Long straightened up and looked around. The stalls around had already gone a third of the way, and the number of people who had come to buy things had been nearly half less. He was a little reluctant, and waited a little longer, and lowered the price once, 90 cents for the big fish and 70 cents for the crushing carp, and finally sold all the big fish, and there were still 5 small crushing carp left, which were almost a kilogram. Li Long saw the old man who was at the very beginning with the water puller, just wandering around not far away, looking this way from time to time, and when he realized that Li Long noticed him, the old man immediately turned his head away. Li Long sneered, "Want to take advantage? If you want to say maybe I will give. You make bad intentions, then I will not let you as this intention. Fish for sale, last 5 carp, 50 cents clear ah," he yelled. As soon as that old man heard Li Long's shout, he turned his head with a slightly panicked expression. There is an old lady is not far from the side to ask the price of hens. Once heard Li Long shouting here, hurriedly walked over, looking at the basin of the few fish that are still swimming, but not too lively, asked, "That's all there is? 50 cents? Yes, 50 cents. Li Long smiled and said, "The fish are still alive. Fresh. Just put in this pot a little long. You see, still swimming. 5 together have a kilogram. Just 50 cents. Cheap, right? Okay. 50 cents is 50 cents. I'll take it." The old lady smiled and took out a handkerchief bag from her pocket, opened it, took out 2 20-cent ones and 1 10-cent one from it, counted it twice and handed it to Li Long. The old lady herself with a cloth bag. Li Long to the 5 fish one by one to catch out to the old lady loaded cloth bag. Look at the old man satisfied to leave. "Li, this is the 2 pots of water poured in the roadside ditch." He looked up, and not far away that old man glared hatefully at Li Long and twisted his head away. Li Long laughed out loud. The old man was in the water and pulling, just trying to get the fish to die. About the time he thought the dead fish was left to the end, Li Long threw it away. Then he could pick it up and go. Li Long preferred not to let him have his way. End of chapter. Chapter 133, This horn, this head, good quality. How could it be so coincidental? Li Long diaphragmatized the old man with bad intentions, and in a happy mood, he packed up his stall, clipped his things to the backseat cart of his bicycle, and pushed his car to stroll through the morning market. Looking at the good eggs, Liren asked for the price. "It's almost time to close up. It was 8 cents apiece. If you want it for real, what if I give you 7 cents? Can you hold out the chicken, baby?" Liren asked casually. "Yes, they are all from our own chickens. We have both roosters and hens at home. I can't guarantee that all of them can be carried out, but most of them should be there. Don't believe me? Will you take a look?" Liren picked up an egg ball in his hand and squinted at the sun, and he could make out black spots inside. Okay, I'll take all of the rest, as many as I can get. There were 26 eggs left in the basket, and Li Long paid $1.82 for all of them. There was nothing to load. He simply bought the half-new wicker basket that sold the eggs for 50 cents, and hung the basket with the eggs on the handlebars of his bicycle. Grain home still have. He did not buy. Saw the chicken seller. Then bargained. $10 to buy 2 roosters and 2 hens. To the urea bag a load. Back to the compound. After putting his things away, he went to the big meat cafeteria and had breakfast. He found that the breakfast in the big meat cafeteria was a lot richer. He asked for a bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a plate of fried shredded potatoes, and took a big bite. Zhang Buqiang, the manager of the big meat cafeteria, came over and sat down across the table with a smile. Comrade Li, it's been a few days. Well, I've been busy dividing up the land in the village lately, so I haven't been out. Are we selling fish or meat today? Caught some fish and came over to see what the market was like. Live fish? Any big carp? Not too big. A little over 2 kilograms. Li Long said. The water is too cold to catch now. 2 kilograms is fine. Any bigger and I can't fit it on this plate. Can you get me 2 tomorrow? Okay. Li Long agreed painfully. After eating, Li Long returned to the courtyard and took out that northern goat skull. Seriously counted. 19 sections right. The skull is more complete. Li Long originally thought of clamp to the sack put on the back of the bike. Think about it or walk over to the stable some. He is also a little confused. Did not say that the horns of this goat grow 2 sections a year? How can there be 19 sections? He held the head of the sheep and came to the supply and marketing center. The gatekeeper Li was not there. Replaced by a young man. When he heard Li Long say that he wanted to find the head of the procurement unit, Li Chanqian, the eyes were a little strange. Li Long was at least a man of 2 lifetimes. He immediately saw that this young man about felt that he was holding a sheep's head to give Li forward to make a confession. Without much explanation, Li Long let the lad call for Li Chanqian. The young man didn't give Liren a hard time, and after letting it wait, he called the procurement section. And then something that left him dumbfounded happened. Unit Chief Li, who usually only joked and laughed with the director and deputy director of the supply and marketing agency and was not meticulous about people in general, darted toward the main entrance at a speed that was almost impossible for his obese body. Upon seeing Li Long, Li greeted him with a smile from afar. Little Li, why don't you go in? Let's see, you're so beautiful with this sheep's head. Ha ha ha, I told you, only you can do this, go go go, talk inside. In the lad's unexpected eyes, Li Chanqian led Li Long to walk towards the courtyard with a smile and laugh. In the office, Li Chanqian held that northern goat's head. One section counted the bone joints on it. After determining that both horns were 19 sections and there was not a bit of shedding, and the skull was basically preserved intact, Li Chanqian let out a long breath. Little Li, to be honest, you've done me a great favor. Without you, in such a short period of time, I really wouldn't know where to find such a good northern goat skull. This is a northern goat, right? Well, it's a northern goat. Li Long nodded, adding in his head that in another 10 years or so, this would be a grade 2 heavy protection animal. Xiaolong, ah, you don't say. Hang the sheep's head on the wall. It really has such a flavor of art. These leaders just know how to play. Li Chanqian sighed and said. Liren smiled and didn't say anything. Little Li, how can I thank you? Li Chanqian suddenly said. You've done me such a great favor. If there's anything you need, just mention it. Help me find a big wheel tire? Li Long thought about it and said. I go into the water to catch fish in the net. Deep water is not good for netting. And we are not good for rowing here. There is a tire blowing up full of air as a rubber boat. So I can go into the net. This is nothing. Simple. Our supply house to replace the big car tires have. New cannot give you. The old does not leak air. You just pick. That'll do. Liren smiled. No no no. You have helped me so much. How can a tire be counted? Li Chanqian now felt that Li Long was really his lucky star. He directly said. Think again. Think again. Then, Li Long thought about thinking. Suddenly thought of Harimu said that the mountains are also going to be divided into ranches. In the future it will not be so convenient to go into the mountains. He was a little worried. So he asked. Then Unit Chief Li, can you see about finding me an acquaintance? I want to be a supernumerary forest ranger in any random ditch in the South Mountain. You also know that I like to hunt in the mountains, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to enter the mountains without an identity in the future. I'll ask around for you. Li Chanqian pondered for a while, thinking that this is a good thing, and said, it just so happens that I've also heard that Nanshan is going to set up a forestry team, and if that's true, then getting a forest ranger isn't a big deal, he said, patting his dragon on the shoulder. You wait to hear from me, and I'll call you whether it gets done or not. Okay. Unit Chief Li, don't be too embarrassed. That's all I'm saying. Li Long said. I know it's not easy for you to do this across industries. No, 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 little Lee, you're open about your work, and I'm not hiding it. If this is accomplished, it will benefit me as well. You can go into the mountains and hit the good stuff, so if I need it, won't it be a priority for me? So I definitely have to be on top of it. Don't worry. From the supply house out, Li Long's hand is more than a half new big car tires. The diameter must have 1 meter 2 or 3 like. Above a patch or not, but let Li Long think quite good. As long as you take home, blowing full of air mouth on the paste on the soap, and then take the rope to the tire flat, and then cut on the 2 paddle boards. That is the handmade version of the rubber boat. Catching fish in the water is not worse than the boat. Back in the compound, Liren began to take stock of the harvest. The fish were sold for $27.80, and $12.32 were spent on chickens, eggs, and baskets, and 52 cents on breakfast, leaving a balance of $15.26. If you count the $5 deducted from Tao Dachang beforehand, you still have more than $10 left. That's a lot of math. But Li Long is also quite satisfied. After all, this time to go down the net is considered a test of water. This afternoon to go back to at least 6 nets to 8 nets. With tires, do not need to go into the water. Down the net to pick up the net are convenient. At that time, it is calculated to get $20 or $30 a day, which is not lower than a month's salary of an apprentice laborer. What else can't be done? Li Long thought as he walked towards the department store in a beautiful manner. We're here. What's the point of not buying something? Say 2 things. The first, the comments section of a lot of comments were deleted. At first I saw but did not care. Thought it was the person who wrote the comments deleted. Until today the group said a lot of people were deleted comments. I just reacted. This book has been written until now. Has not been deleted comments seem. After all, as long as it does not involve personal attacks, even if you have a problem with the content of the book, I will not delete. After all, the book is written to see. It is impossible for everyone to like. The second thing, recently the monthly votes are a bit less. I would like to ask, if you still have monthly votes in hand, if you think the book can still read, can you vote? Since it's already on the monthly vote list, it's not good to be too far behind. If not, I'll ask again in the next chapter. To make a digression, yesterday's video asked the old man about the mansion base previously divided when the matter of money. The old man said the village has gone. Another old man, 88 years old, is considered high life, but the village was built in those people. There is another one less. Everyone take care of your body, health first. Lastly, thanks to Guanzhong Scattered Man for the reward. And thanks to Man from the Mountain 1988 for the reward. Thank you all for your ticket subscription and comment support. End of chapter. Chapter 134, Gu Xiaoxia's suitor. From the department store, Liren went back to the compound, got on his bike, loaded the chickens and eggs, carted them out and locked the door, and got in his car and rode back. Late March, the oncoming spring wind is still a little cold, but for Li Long, this has been a small point. More comfortable than the previous -20 to 30 degrees to smash the ice hole to pull out the fish, or trips knee-deep snow to go to the mountains to cut wood. He hummed all the way out of the county with a gust of wind. On the road there were occasional sightings of people on foot, people driving horse-drawn wagons, and although there were rutted tracks in the road, there were no trucks in sight. Li Long rode his bike to the township middle school. There was no one watching at the entrance of the middle school. He rode his bike and turned in. It was now time for classes to start. And he remembered that Gu Xiaoxia taught the language of the first year. Going inside before turning to the classroom, Li Long was called by a man in his 50s. Li Long vaguely remembers that this man is the janitor of the middle school. He stopped and took the initiative to say, "I'm here to find Gu Xiaoxia. I'm in the same village as her. To bring her something." Looking at Li Long riding his bicycle, it's not usual for people to be able to ride a bicycle these days. That janitor kindly said, "Mr. Gu's morning class is already finished. Now in the dormitory. You ride forward, turn left at the end and ride all the way to the end. The third in the row of bungalows there is." "Thanks," Li Long said and rode his bike towards the teacher's dormitory. Before Li Long could reach the teacher's dormitory, he heard a man's voice over there. "Mr. Gu, it's inconvenient for you to live here alone, right? My home is in the countryside. So, tomorrow I will bring you some meat and vegetables. You eat every day this miscellaneous grain noodle nests and pickles. No nutrition. Now we have to teach and educate for the realization of the 4 modernizations, and we can't do it without good health. Mr. Lin, thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. I'll just eat this. Now I'm going to get ready to prepare for class, so please don't disturb me, okay?" Li Long heard out this teacher Lin plotting. He saw that Gu Xiaoxia was at the door of the dormitory, and that teacher Lin was not far in front of her, obviously not planning to leave. Liren shouted from a distance. Xiaoxia, I came to see you. When Gu Xiaoxia saw Li Long, a flash of surprise appeared on her face, and then there was a bit of a blush. It was shyness. Liren, what brings you here? Li Long got off the bike when he reached the dormitory entrance, propped the bike up, took something out of his bag and handed it over. Today I went to the county to do some work. In the department store I saw this scarf is quite beautiful. I thought it would look good on you, so I bought it. Come on, try it. Gu Xiaoxia had the intention to refuse, but seeing Li Long's eyes and thinking about Mr. Lin's attitude, she took over and said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Immediately felt a little embarrassed to be here, but he was a bit unconvinced and forced a smile on his face, taking the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Hello, I'm Mr. Gu's colleague. My name is Lin Bingwen, and you are? I'm Xiaoxia's countryman. We're from the same village." Li Long shook his hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin should have been teaching at the school a long time ago, right? Thanks for taking care of Xiaoxia. She has only just arrived at the school, so if there is anything she doesn't understand, I will still ask for more help from you guys." Li Long said "you guys," because he saw a 30-something female teacher in the dormitory next to him walk out when she heard the commotion. Gu Xiaoxia lowered her head, and at the moment, she felt a little magical as she watched Li Long deal with the middle school teachers with ease. He was from the village. When the parents of those students came over and saw these teachers from the city, which one of them wasn't very formal and even spoke with a bit of curtness, Li Long was now acting as if there wasn't the slightest difference in his status, even speaking to always hold the initiative. When did he become like this? But when I think about what Laron has done in the past 2 months, it seems so natural. Lin Bingwen did not expect Li Long simply did not take him as a love rival. The whole process is to Gu Xiaoxia's own people's side of the identity, so that he could not start. He was a teacher and a public servant, but he couldn't do anything with a mudblood. It's almost noon. Li Long looked at the sun and said, "Come on, let's go to the township cafeteria for dinner. It's my treat, and I'll thank you for Xiaoxia," he said as he turned his head to the female teacher who was at the door of the other dormitory. "This teacher comes along." No. That female teacher smiled and waved her hand. "You guys go ahead. I won't go. Xiaoxia has been working quite hard for a while now. It's indeed time to make up for it." As soon as she said that, Li Long glanced into Gu Xiaoxia's house and saw a small stove and the mixed noodle nests on the table next to it, pretending to be angry. "Xiaoxia, you can't just eat this? How about this? Tomorrow I'll bring you some meat. It's good to eat nutritiously." I think I heard Mr. Lin say something just now. He's right. You have to take good care of yourself so that you can teach and educate people well, and contribute to the early realization of the Fourth Reformation. Watching Li Long speak such old-fashioned words, Gu Xiaoxia could not hold back a bit and almost burst out laughing. "You guys go ahead. I still have class, so I won't go." Lin Bingwen also wanted a face, leaving behind a sentence, twisting his head and leaving. In the end, Li Long still couldn't go to the township to eat with Gu Xiaoxia, but he insisted on taking Gu Xiaoxia to the township store department to buy some things. "You're here alone, with your family and my family's relationship like this. You say I see you eating a nest egg. Can you think about how I feel?" As Gu Xiaoxia didn't allow Li Long to buy anything, Li Long put his words there. "Tomorrow I'll bring you some fish and meat, and I'll leave you a few of these eggs. I won't leave you any chickens. You wouldn't be able to cook them if I did. Tomorrow I'll come early, and you'll share some of the fish I brought for you with the teacher next door, just as a small token of appreciation. When you live alone outside, learn to take care of yourself. Don't fool around." Sitting on the backseat of Li Long's bicycle, listening to this young man about her own age rambling on about similar things her father had once said, at this moment, Gu Xiaoxia wanted to laugh and felt sweet in her heart. Li Long bought 2 big packs of egg cakes for Gu Xiaoxia in the store, and another jar of hot sauce and a jar of red tofu, and if Gu Xiaoxia hadn't refused, he would have wanted to buy more. Sent Gu Xiaoxia back to school, left her 6 eggs. Li Long felt that he had to go back and prepare the things he brought over. Think about it is normal. Long so big Gu Xiaoxia have never gone out of the house, and worried about her father's health. This month is not yet arrived. Certainly not paid wages. Naturally, will save food and clothing. He suddenly reacted that he was treating Gu Xiaoxia as his object? Is that right? It's right. It seems that Gu Xiaoxia is not so resistant. So, continue? Li Long didn't think much. Let it go. In fact, it is quite good. Back at home, Liang Yueme was cooking the noon meal. What made Li Long a little surprised was that Tao Daqiang had already picked up the 4 nets. Li Long's side put the rooster and hen and eggs into the kitchen, and inevitably, Liang Yueme complained a few more times. Li Long smiled and said, "It's time for the 2 children to replenish their bodies. This hen might even hold a nest of chicks in a few days. Keep them." Liang Yueme actually wants to raise chickens. But the conditions of the family were not very permissible, and now since Li Long has bought them back, it's a good idea to raise them. The younger brother-in-law, more and more understanding, gave the family so much money, let Liang Yueme some guilt. Tao Daqiang and Li Jianguo came back together, but what made Li Long a little surprised was that his shoe's hair was wet. Did you fall in the water? End of chapter. Chapter 135. Not everyone can learn this skill. This simple goods. Spreading nets under the water under the hanging reed root. He did not know how to organize out. Simply took off his clothes and jumped into the water to solve this open spring only melted ice water that cannot be cold. Li Jianguo explained in a good and funny way. Quickly enter the house. Burn some water to soak a foot. The body with hot water to rub it. It's okay. I'm okay. Tao Daqiang defended. That spreading net's so expensive. The water is not so cold. Looking at his somewhat greenish-white face and still somewhat shivering lips, Li Long also couldn't help but curse in anger. How much more money can you spend on a net? What if you get washed away by the water, or hang under the water and can't get up? You're such a fool. Hey, I can swim. Taya jerked down, cannot see can touch. Tao Daqiang knows that the Li brothers are for his good. He offered a treasure like to lift the bag in hand. Sprinkle in several miles of fish. Come, quickly soak your feet. Liang Yueme had already poured water from the boiling water bottle into the foot washing basin, blended it with cool water, and said after trying the temperature of the water with her hand, take it to the east room, and rub it quickly. Li Long took the bag in Tao Daqiang's hand, and Tao Daqiang bent down and picked up the basin and went to the east room. How dishonest it. Liang Yueme also felt that this Tao Daqiang do some too naive. Spreading the net hanging bottom is a very normal thing. More shake a few times. A different direction maybe shaking open. Really cannot find a stick to pick a pick is also the way. He was worried about messing up the spreading nets. Li Jianguo said, we clear the dry canal right over there on. Then look at him spreading nets. Everyone laughed. I paid attention to it. He jumped down when I ran to the front, and so I got there. He fished spreading nets on the way up, and then looked at the whole body are shivering. Li Long sighed and was somewhat relieved that he had found a very suitable beater. At noon Tao Daqiang still insisted on going home for dinner, so Liang Yueme brought him back some of the fried dishes. When I go up to the street tomorrow to sell fish, I'd like to bring Xiaoxia some 1/2 big meat and Matoni 1/2, as well as oil, and some bacon over there then. She eats nests and just salted vegetables every day there, and it's not nutritious at all. Okay. Liang Yueme and Li Jianguo glanced at each other and said cheerfully, I'll look for canning jars later and bring her more. Seal them with oil, so she can keep them for a while longer. Li Long did not think too much. After eating and resting for a while, the team loud hailer sounded, which is to go to work. Just Tao Daqiang also came over. Li Jianguo carried a shovel first. Li Long and Tao Daqiang too rotating blowing air into the tires. It takes ages to blow up a big truck tire. Li Long simply let Tao Daqiang blow it up and he went to get 3 boards. One was to be tied to the bottom of the tire to bear the manpower from above. The remaining 2 pieces were for making water-repellent boards, and Li Long roughly measured the boards. Then he took the firewood knife from the east room and started chopping and cutting. It had been a while since he'd done this, but Liren still knew roughly how to mess with it, and was soon chipping away at it decently. The next step is to sharpen the edges to get rid of any burrs that are sticking out and to sand them a little smoother. You don't need to be so delicate for the first use, and you can take your time later when you're free. The tires have blown up air, but to carry people still need to continue. Tao Daqiang plugged the tires with his fingers and asked Li Long with a red head, Lung, is that a water paddle for you? Aha. It's fun to look at, but I just don't know how to use it. It's fine. Just watch me use it when the time comes. This thing is not good to go into the water now to teach. Li Long also did not intend to be a good master. When the water is not cold in May or June, let Daqiang himself in the water to try a few more times will be good. These days these technical work, no one will hand in hand to teach, are on the side to see, can see to learn a few points count a few points. When Tao Daqiang blew the tires almost, Li Long pressed the button, then took the soap that had long been prepared, and pressed it hard against the air nozzle. Feel the soap in the air nozzle should go in 3 or 4 centimeters. Li Long stop, and then take the prepared rope, tied the tire into an oval shape, and tied the bottom plate on it as well. Let's go, Li Long said. You carry the tires. I'll take the water paddles and nets. We'll switch on the road. Change what? Carrying this is not easy. Tao Daqiang lifted the rubber boat made of tires with one hand and took a big step outside. Li Long reacted. This was the time in his 2 lives when the use of manpower was most prevalent and when he was most capable of carrying strength. This was a time when a young lad in his 20s carrying an 80-kilogram sack wasn't even a particularly surprising thing. Hercules per capita at this time compared to the latter days when a lad couldn't carry 40 kilograms of luggage. He carried the net and followed Tao Daqiang, walking quickly toward the small sea. There is a wind in the small sea, and it is not good to catch fish with a windy net, said Liren, when he looked at it. Come on, let's go to the southeast. There are reeds there to block it from the wind. Here in the beginning of spring more northwest wind, the wind is not big, but in the water surface blowing up water waves will affect the sticky net fish. After all, the net has outline line. Some dead leaves on the surface of the water blowing to the outline line there will be gathered. A little movement will make the underwater net have movement. The meaning of a slight change, the fish will be disturbed. Found that there is a net and a way. In the southeast of the small sea to find a more spacious waters, Li Long put the tire down the water. Take off his pants. Wearing old cloth shoes into the water to sit on the tire. De Chang, throw the net bag to me, Li Long commanded. Tao Daqian carried the net bag to the water's edge, reached out and handed the net bag to Li Long. His shoes had already stepped in the water, but there was no reaction. The reason why he didn't throw it. About the reason why he was worried about throwing it inadmissible to fall into the water trouble. Liren took the mesh bag and placed it between his legs, then took the paddleboard and paddled off into the water. Watching Li Long skillfully paddling and maneuvering the tires, Tao Daqian's eyes did not blink. He really wanted to learn. Li Long paddled to the edge of the reeds and stopped, found a suitable bay, then took out a net from the netting bag, then put the netting bag, straightened out that net, one end of the cloth strips tied to the reeds in the water, held the net in his mouth, and his hands began to paddle backward. Tao Daqian was surprised at this time to see Li Long rowing backward while releasing the net in his mouth. The net unexpectedly fell from Li Long's mouth so easily in order and methodically into the water. This technical work, it's really not something that can be learned by the average person. Li Long was also going to try a skill he knew from his last life. Ordinary people paddling like this to release a net usually paddled a section, then stopped to release a section of the net, then paddled another section and stopped again. Skilled fishermen bite the outline of the net picked up together in their mouths, only needing their teeth and lips to work together to skillfully let down the net, with both hands freed up to just stabilize the paddling. Of course, the speed of paddling is also very important. Not too fast, not too slow. Fast to release the net is not as good as slow net will be tangled together. Backing up while releasing. Soon after a net was released, Li Long let out a long breath. Not bad, the kung fu did not fall. End of chapter. Chapter 136. Everyone has a bright future. It would take an ordinary person 2 hours to row a tire like this to put up 6 nets, but Li Long only took almost half an hour to put up the nets, and then rowed the tire back to the shore. I didn't get wet, just got some water on my shoes, and it was a beautiful process compared to yesterday. Brother Long, you're too good. Tao Daqian gave a thumbs up, heartfelt admiration. Just that skill of putting up a net, I reckon I can't learn it for the rest of my life. It's the truth. After a dozen or 2 dozen years, the villagers have free money. And Li Long is almost as big as a lot of families have set up a net. Catching fish is not for sale, for a harvest, cooking for a change of taste. After all, idleness is also idleness. But there are no more than 5 people in the whole village who can row tires with both hands and release nets with their mouths. Of course, Li Long has also seen more powerful, directly in the sea on the wooden boat nets. Shore netting many people will, but in the boat, to take advantage of the strength of the boat moving, body, waist and feet together. Both to spread the net but also stand firm not to be shaken down. That is not ordinary. After all, this was the northern frontier, not a place where fishermen of the mouth were prevalent. Hearing Tao Daqian's praise, Li Long was also a bit pleased and smiled. More practice is good. When the water isn't so cold, you'll be able to practice more sitting on the tires. Come on, let's find a place to cast a net. With yesterday's lesson, Li Long and the others circled the small sea looking for a suitable location to spread the net. After all, if there were more reed roots underwater and hanging nets, it was not really easy to take them. It's not that you can't take it, it's that there's no point in getting into that trouble. They looked for a dry period. Bulldozers for the reinforcement of the dam pushed out the side of the pit. Li Long shaking good spreading nets, tied the rope on the wrist, grabbed the lower outline, and then in the spreading of nets from the bottom up to the distance of almost a meter apart from the upper outline of a handful of strokes. Both hands are holding a good. Looking at the location of the silent estimate, the body and waist together. The hands were wave-like will be the net spread out. When casting the nets in your hand should go out in sequence, not all at once, or they will be scattered into a line. Li Long's feeling was good, but he was still a little sorry to watch the net shake in the air and end up falling into the water in the shape of the moon on the 10th day of the first month. It's not bad though, at least the beginning was good. Brother Long, you spread this net very well, the best I spread yesterday. It's only half of you, Tao Daqian said. Li Long suddenly realized that Tao Daqian was actually quite good at kissing ass as well, craning his head to see the sincerity on his face. Oh, so he was telling the truth. When the net was all the way in the water, Liren slowly started pulling on the rope, and then he felt the net shaking. There's fish. The net mesh is relatively small, so the size of the fish cannot run. And so long as Li longed to bring up the net, to see the inside of the miscellaneous what fish are there. The big chub more than a kilogram. Medium-sized surprisingly too will be more than 500 grams of the big plank carp. And there are 10 or so palm-sized crucian carp, as well as 10 or so gully fish. That kind of plateau loach. Good harvest. Liren was satisfied. Tao Daqiang rushed over, took the bag and started to pick up the fish. He smiled as he did so. This ditch fish is really good. The big ones are as long as chopsticks. This has to grow for 2 or 3 years, right? It can't grow in 2 or 3 years. At least 5. Li Long tidied the net and said, ditch fish like this will be less and less in the future. How come it's getting less and less? Shouldn't it be getting more and more? Tao Daqiang finished picking up the fish, then filled the bag with some more water, then asked with some confusion. In the future there will be floods coming through once in a while, and one day the little sea will be washed away, and then the ditch fish will not be able to grow so large in the future. It's unlikely, isn't it? This little sea has been flooded year after year, and I haven't seen a single time when the dam could be washed away by a flood. Even Tao Daqiang didn't believe it, and it seemed that the others believed it even less. But the fact is that after 2 years that big flood happened, not only did it wash out the dam in Xiaohaizi, but it also directly submerged the nearby farmland, and the flood water finally rushed into the settlement. If it were not for the fact that most of the dwellings in the settlement were padded with a lot of earth when the foundations were laid to raise the home sites, I am afraid that a lot of homes would have been flooded. During that time, Li Wan and Li Chang were carried out of the village on Li Jiangwo's back to school. Looking up through the reeds, I saw that on the west side of the small sea, the village laborers were excavating the earth between the dry ditch and the dry canal, so maybe they could really avoid the disaster caused by that big flood. Adjusting the casting net, in a different direction Liren cast another net, maybe because the last net spread better. Let Li Long more or less a little conceited. This net only spread a half circle. After falling into the water, he is more or less a little embarrassed. God does favor the novice, and once he boasts of his mastery, it's time to take a hit. There are still a dozen or so ditch fish in this net, and 7 or 8 carp slices, but there is only one big fish, a grass carp stick of about 1 kilogram. This size of fish in the village is not much liked. Body round, not good flavor, so not as popular as crucian carp. Next Li Long was adjusting the position of each net, scattering out more or less fish, but the shape of the net that was spread out was, at best, the same as the one at the very beginning. Tao Daqiang also tried. The result is the best is half a net. No matter how hard to hold up, not much. A line is more, but even one line finally dragged up the net. Surprisingly, there are fish. Li Long had to marvel at the fact that resources were really abundant in this time of fewer people and more land. When the sun was about to set, the 2 men, one carrying a net and the other carrying a tire, intended to go back. When the laborers who had cleared the ditch had finished their afternoon's work and were returning to the village, Li Long runs into a few of his peers, Tian Siping, Qin Hongyan and others. Often take them to play with the Sioux Navy when the soldiers left. Wu Shufan in the village primary school to teach the 1st grade. Gu Xiaoxia went to the middle school as a teacher, as hoped to eat the commodity food. Gu Ermo is still working as a bus driver's apprenticeship, and the Qin Hongyan Tian Siping stayed in the village to become a serious farmer. Everyone has a bright future. Li Long remembers more than 30 years later, the village appeared cooperative. Tian Siping, each of them have more than 100,000 dividends every year, is considered a decent retirement. At that time, their circle of friends often basked in the barbecue, traveling, and yard grass. At present, only Li Long, the parents of these peers called behind the back of the dilettante, do not earn work, no only catching fish and hunting all day, but Tian Siping their eyes live the most elegant one, even in their eyes. Tao Daqiang had a better life than them. Li Long and Tao Daqiang stood on the dam of Xiaohaizi, like a general reviewing his soldiers, watching these people working in the village walk past one by one, and occasionally greeted those who were familiar with them. It wasn't until Li Jianguo and Gu Boyuan both walked over side by side, looked at Li Long and Tao Daqiang standing there, and shouted, "What are you doing? Standing there? Why don't you go home?" When the 2 of them, Li Long and Tao Daqiang, heard this, they obediently entered the team and walked towards the team with everyone talking and laughing. I'm asking if everyone still has their monthly passes. End of chapter. Chapter 137, The Reward of the Pig Producer, It Must Be Taken. In the evening Liang Yueme stewed fish soup. On the leftover rice at noon. Hungry, soak a bowl to eat. Carp fish soup does not need much oil, as long as a little ginger, pepper, and then sprinkle some green onions and coriander when the pot is very good. Li Wan Li Chang is just the time to grow up. Big mouthfuls of rice in the bowl. Li Long is not very hungry, slowly picking the crucian carp thorns in the bowl. Even a small piece of crucian carp meat, it is very fragrant. Xiaolong, when you go to sell the fish, if you run into a piglet seller, catch 2 and bring them back. Li Jianguo finished the fish soup, wiped his mouth and said, since the top is letting us raise pigs, let's raise more. When I'm not working these 2 days, I'll repair the pigsties again. Fix what? Just raise it in the horse number. It's not too far away, Li Long said. I'm going to buy a few more. Anyway, Uncle Lao Luo doesn't want to be idle. I'll pay to hire him to raise pigs and horses for us. Will that work? Liang Yuanmei was a bit worried. What does the public let you do? What's wrong with that? Li Long smiled and said, Uncle Lao Luo can't stay idle and doesn't want to go to an old people's home. So when he helps us raise them, he can also raise a pig himself. We can provide all the grass and materials, and he will just contribute. Don't worry, he is more willing than we are. After saying that, Li Long said to Li Jianguo again, Big brother, I think you need to find the village director and ask if there are any rewards in the team for being a professional pig farmer. The village encourages side businesses, so it shouldn't just be lip service. Li Jianguo stopped halfway through rolling his mohawk cigarette. It was indeed something, but he hesitated to ask again. If the team doesn't have any incentives to raise more pigs, that's going to take a lot of feed, and the bran and chaff we have at home alone won't be enough. Oh yes, and all that dried fish meal, that won't be enough either. You ask first. Maybe you'll row 2 more acres. Li Long smiled and said, the kind of sugar beet and so on. Not enough. Besides idle pulling a horse-drawn cart to go to Shicheng factory to pull out slag to go. That stuff feeding pigs is not good very? Okay, I'll go ask to go, said Li Jianguo, then stood up, quickly rolled the mauve cigarettes, screwed off the tip of the one on the head, stuffed the cigarettes in his mouth, took the key to open the 5-double cupboard, took out $20 to Li Long. You take it, it's money for the piggybacks. I have. Li Long hastily waved his hand. I still have a lot of money. You have is yours. How can you have all the money in the family? Li Jianguo could not help but stuff the money into Li Long's hand, and then lit mauve cigarettes and said, I'm going to ask the army boy right now. Su Chungjun, nicknamed Military Child. Li Jianguo, such as the establishment of the village on the patriarch's so-called nothing wrong. When Li returned from the village chief's house, he brought back 2 pieces of news. If you raise more than 8 pigs, you are considered a professional pig farmer, and the team will subsidize 5 acres of land as fodderland. Li Jianguo said with some excitement. If you raise them well, the township will also reward you. 8 heads. Can you raise them? Li Long asked with some concern. That's no problem. Li Jianguo feels now all energized. The family's land is mainly planted with buds and anemones. There is work mainly hoeing. 10 acres of land. Fast. If you can divide 5 acres as fodderland and plant beets or something, that's easy too. Those who farm are afraid of having no motivation. But now that I think about what I grow and what I raise as my own, I can't tell you how much more motivated I am. By the way, Junwazi also said that this year the county will have people on electricity to repair the poles. And our team is going to pull electricity. In fact, the idea of pulling power had been on the top before, but the belonging of the production team had always been a problem. Nominally and collectively it belonged to the commune, but because it was closer to the core and occupied a larger area of land, one of the core's farms had been trying to transfer the production team to their side. The result is tug of war. Although there are electricity poles in the village, the electricity used to be pulled from the core side, and then the electricity from that side was pinched. If the township can pull electricity over now, the village will be able to live with electricity. Laron was happy. The next day dawn, Tao Daqiang came to Li's house, called Li Long up. 2 people carrying tires carrying bags to the small sea and go. At the edge of Li Long's small sea, Li Long skillfully went into the water, paddled to the last head of the net there, and began to collect the net. Collecting the net is faster than lowering the net. You just need to stroke the net and yank it forward. You don't even need to paddle. Yesterday's collection of nets is Tao Daqiang. Li Long does not know the situation. Today's collection of nets feel a lot of fish. Some places where the net is hanging directly on the fish fluttering are tangled in the side of the reeds. This involves carefully removing the net from the reeds. Flop! The first net has not been confiscated to the head. A large carp wrapped in the net suddenly fluttered up in the water. Li Long hurriedly tugged the net over to the hand has been collected in the net to relax slowly will be the fish around. The fish was wrapped up in the net, coupled with the Li Long did not make force. The fish will not have a use for it. The largest mesh net that was laid yesterday wasn't big enough to hang a fish of that size. It should have just tangled the fins or the tail, so I can only say that the fish was unlucky. Liren sat bent over the tires, both hands in the water directly picking up the fish with the net, gouging the gills and stuffing them into the urea bag. The carp was at least 3 kilograms and the bag sank downward when it was stuffed. Give this fish to Manager Chung of the Big Meat Cafeteria. He'll love it. With 6 nets closed, Li Long felt that the tires were a bit too much to bear. 2 urea bags are almost full, although the inside into the water, but add the net together. Li Long estimated 80% at least 50 kilograms of fish. All the fish in this little sea are so naive and so easily netted. Not daring to put on speed for fear of the tires flipping off, Li Long dragged 2 urea bags of fish and slowly paddled towards the shore. Tao Daxian looked at Li Long. That tire is mostly in the water. He was anxious to get into the water. Li Long hurriedly shouted, "Don't you move. Just wait there. Don't go in the water." Hardly fast rowing to the shore, Tao Daxian do not care so much. Into the water, tugging on the tires tied to the rope, pulling the tires to the head of the shore. Liren came down and yanked the 2 bags of urea ashore, breathing heavily. "Those 6 nets are kind of a catch." Tao Daxian opened the mouth of the bag to look at the inside to reveal a fish head, said with a laugh, "Lung, you carry the tires. I'll carry these 2 bags back," said the 2 bags mouth tied together, bending one in front of the other to the body, and the ancient pouch like hitching on the stride back. Li Long didn't grab it from him. He took a breath, put on his pants, shouldered the tires and chased after him. When they got back to the Li family, Liang Yume had already made dinner, and Li Wan and Li Chang were eating. Seeing Li Long and the others come back, Li Jianguo immediately spreads out the plastic sheet, then helps Tao Daxiang to untie the bag and pour it on the plastic sheet. Liang Yume, on the other hand, took out the washing basin and prepared to fill it with fish. 4 people picked fish together. 1 fish was picked and put in the laundry tub, soon piled up. The rest of the fish simply picked apart. The urea bag hit the water. Big fish and small fish separated. Liren saw that the fish were almost done picking, so he went to get his bike ready. Seeing that Li Wan had already finished eating, Li Long rushed at her. "Wan, take my car to school later." "Good," Li Juan said with a smile. After the fish was tied and put away, Liang Yume carried a cloth bag and handed it to Li Long. "This is for Xiaoxia, in a canning jar. You have to be careful." "I know," Li Long responded. He estimated that a total of nearly 60 kilograms of fish were caught, but some dead fish and 2 small fish were not loaded, and there were almost 50 kilograms of fish hitching a ride in the bike's 2 plastic bags. Some of the fish from yesterday and the fish left behind today. Li Jianguo meant that Tao Daxiang take back some, and give the rest to the 4 neighbors. Anyway, his own family cannot eat it all. End of chapter. Chapter 138, Fish for a Piglet? Li Long rode a bicycle with pieces of sacking on the back seat, and Li Wan sat on it, gripping the backseat iron pipe, looking excitedly at both sides, and shouting a word as soon as she spotted any of her classmates. Li Long smiled and stomped the car all the way to the elementary school, waiting for Li Wan to get off the car, waving his hand at her and rushing to the middle school again. Middle school is not yet in class. Li Long rode to the teacher's dormitory, set up the car carrying things to the door, saw Gu Xiaoxia dormitory door open. She is inside packing things, so he shouted, "Xiaoxia, you're here." Gu Xiaoxia heard Li Long's voice and turned around to reveal a smiling face. "Why did you get up so early? The morning market opens early. Go early so you can sell the fish." Li Long naturally entered the dormitory, put the carrying basket on the ground and said, "Here's a fish caught this morning. Didn't bring you a big one for fear it wouldn't do well. I just love carp fillets. This is just the right amount of fish. It's just too much." "Not much. Send some to your co-workers," Li Long said as he opened the cloth bag again. "This is full of over the pork and mutton, the top sealed with oil. You eat when you pick a chopstick or scoop a spoon. Can eat for a period of time. After a while I will bring you again. By the way, this is bacon. You also know that we are not too used to curing this. The salt flavor may be relatively large, but the good thing is that it will not be bad. You do not add salt. Taste the salinity. Cannot be properly washed." Listening to Li Long's rambling instructions, Gu Xiaoxia smiled and didn't say anything. Li Long said once he finished his command, "I'm off. There's a lot of fish today. I reckon it'll take over an hour to sell them all. I'll come back to see you in a couple days. Take care of yourself." After saying this, Li Long went out and rode his bike away. Gu Xiaoxia only had time to run to the door and shout, "You stay safe," without looking back. Leron waved his hand backward and turned the corner out of the school. "Is this your date?" The teacher next to him, Wang Qihua, asked curiously. "It also doesn't count," Gu Xiaoxia said with a slightly reddened face, but in her heart, she added, "In fact, it should be counted after a while, right? There is not much native population here in the northern border. Li Long's production team has a population of 200 to 300, except for the younger generation who are of native origin, and the fathers are from all over the country, so there are basically no stereotypes. There may be patriarchal attitudes, but they are not heavy, and girls go to school just as well. It is also normal for men and women to fall in love freely. Of course everyone is still obsessed with commercial food. It's not about habits. It's mainly about the difference in treatment. He was pretty good to you. What for? Farmers, Gu Xiaoxia said. So, you can be willing? What's not to like? Gu Xiaoxia asked rhetorically. I'm a farmer too. It doesn't make much difference. But you're already a teacher, not a farmer. You earn dozens of dollars a month in salary. He probably doesn't earn half as much as you do at the end of the year. So can it be the same? Teacher Wang wasn't looking down on farmers. She was saying this from the perspective of life. But Li Long, he can earn me a month's worth of money in one day. Gu Xiaoxia sighed. Look, bicycles, sewing machines his family has, and a horse, there is a carriage. His family used to be landlords? Teacher Wang Chihua was a bit surprised. How come he's so rich? No, it's all earned by him. You see, he went to sell fish today, caught 40 or 50 kilograms of fish a day. Even if 50 cents a kilogram, more than $20 a day. Wang Chihua stopped talking. Such a young man was really rare, even for peasants. There are plenty of girls who want to take the initiative to chase after them, right? Now she was worried for Gu Xiaoxiao instead. Li Long rode his bicycle and went to the big meat canteen first, put the car outside, lifted the curtain and shouted, Manager Zhong! Manager Zhong! Zhong Guoqian walked out from inside. Manager Zhong, do you want the big fish? The big ones are more than 3 kilograms, and there are more than 2 kilograms, although Li Long caught a lot of fish this time, but the carp in turn did not have as many as yesterday. More chub and grass carp, and fewer 5 dozen black. Yes, I'll take the 3 kilograms, and give me 3 more with more than 2 kilograms. How much per kilogram? 1 piece. Li Long didn't lower the price just because Zhong Guoqian was an acquaintance, mainly because selling the fish here would delay the trip to the morning market, but if he came back after the morning market, the fish might die. Okay, Zhong Guoqian nodded. The market price he still knew. For fish a total of 10 kilograms more than less than 11 kilograms. Li Long erased the change, collected $10, politely declined the manager of the bell, invited him to eat breakfast, said to rush to the morning market to sell fish. Returning to the compound, after taking the basin and scale, he quickly rode towards the morning market. Li Long carted over and found that there was only one fish seller today, but there was one more meat seller. To his some surprise, there were really selling piggybacks, and there were 2 of them at once. He thought there was no hurry first, and noticing that in the middle of the stall someone selling eggs had finished selling early and was leaving, he immediately went over to take the seat, put the basin in, poured out the fish, and started hawking. Some people bought fish yesterday and thought it was good and came back to him today, while others heard the yelling and then asked the price of the fish and thought it was cheap and then came around. Plus, Li Long's side was swarming with people all of a sudden today because of his good location. Liren was experienced, and shouted as he fetched the fish, Guys, don't crowd, otherwise the fish will spill over and no one will be able to buy it. There are a lot of fish, more than 50 kilograms, everyone must have them, one by one. Old man, you want $2 for crushing carp? Good. Li Long this side is considered to be the eyes and ears. While catching fish, weighing fish to collect money at the same time also have to prevent someone to fish in the water. He saw more than one person want to reach into the basin and pull or pinch the fish, then nonchalantly reach out his foot to kick the hand to go out. There are too many people. Don't pinch the fish with your hands. It's my loss if I pinch it to death and don't buy it. Let's understand each other. Don't go too far. The man with the outstretched hand itself wanted to get angry, but Li Long preempted him, causing him to face a lot of angry stares. Buying the fish itself was urgent, and now that someone was messing with it, others were naturally nonchalant. Li Long vaguely recognized the fish pincher as the person who was by the fish selling stall earlier. Is the other side upset by the low price of their fish? Or is the other side jealous because their side is doing so well? Luckily, soon the first set of fish buyers left and there were fewer people behind them, so Laron's side took a breath to relax a bit. This set of fish buyers buy away a dozen kilograms of fish, into $12. Li Long felt the mood all of a sudden good. Next is the sporadic buy fish. Li Long took the opportunity to look over there to sell pig wazi. Found that one has left. Do not know whether it is sold out or not sold to leave. The remaining one was also looking around. Li Long was a bit anxious. He thought about it. While no one was buying fish now, he hurriedly ran over and asked, Brother, how do you sell this piglet? Is it a male or a female? One male and one female. One $10. That one looked at someone asking for a price. Eyes lit up. Hurriedly said, Home raised. Too many cannot afford to keep before coming over to sell. You see, not padded nests. Good to live very much. Li Long was a bit hesitant as he twisted his head to look at his fish stall, then said, Big brother, I'm selling fish over there. I can't stay long. I'm just asking, is $16 for 2 okay? I'll take them now. I'm still selling fish over there. I have to go back now. The man hesitated. Is it for sale? Thank you for the Maple Leaf Love Book Friends reward. Izao Highway is going to open. Ili's side of the tourism is really big effort. Daku and Izao are earlier than in previous years to open a lot of days. It's really good. End of chapter. Chapter 139 What to do when the radio appears but you can't buy it. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Li Long turned around and was about to leave. If you give me another big fish, I'll sell it. The stall owner gritted his teeth. The pigworts were not selling well. The previous stall owner who sold them eventually couldn't make it through and left. He thought he could make it through again. $8 is $8. At least it is not a loss after all. Their sow gave birth to 8 piglets. Won $8. The money after selling a big pig also came out. Liren agreed dryly. Okay. He quickly returned to his stall. A middle-aged woman was already frowning left and right looking for the stallholder. She felt that if she waited any longer the stallholder would not come. She would not buy. Li Long smiled and explained. Then numbly weighed the fish for her. This woman also quite know how to eat fish, as long as the palm-sized crushing carp. 4, adding up to almost a kilogram. Li Long charged her 80 cents. The stall owner who sold the pig wazi directly brought it over with the basket, then stared at Li Long's basin that held the big fish, and soon he pointed at the biggest fish in the basin. I'll take this one. Liren sighed. Another one who wouldn't eat. He advised. Folks, this chub isn't really easy to cook well. I'll take this one. The chub was almost 3 kilograms, by far the biggest fish in the tub. Okay, then I'll bring it out for you. Look at this fish. Although it's dead, the gill covers are still red, which means it's fresh. Li Long picked the gill covers and gave the man a word. Chubs and chubs die soon after they come out of the water and don't live as well as carp. The 2 tied piglets were placed in a sack by Li Long, who continued to sell the fish. The sun came up, and every now and then someone would come by and buy fish, but everyone bought very little. Li Long guessed that there should be more people selling things in the morning market, so there could be choices. And now that refrigerators are not popular, there is no way to store them if you buy more than one, so those who buy fish usually buy them for a few cents apiece, or one by one. 50 kilograms of fish. It took more than an hour to sell them all. Li Long thought it would be better to go to Shicheng if he sold more fish tomorrow. There are still too few people with spending power over here. The last few kilograms of fish, Li Long was almost considered to be half sold, half given away. 50 kilograms of fish were sold for a total of $41 or so. Packing up his things and putting them in the car, he saw the other fish sellers still sitting there. There were still some unsold fish on the stand in front of them. Li Long rode up to the compound with an expressionless face. He had to drop off his stuff first and then go to the big meat cafeteria to eat. He ended up hurriedly disposing of the rest of the fish, also because he was hungry. Look at the time has come to half a morning. Li Long simply eat together in the morning and noon meal, came to an overcooked meat mixed with noodles, also added a noodle, and asked for a bowl of free noodle soup, gave money and food stamps, and then began to peel garlic. When the noodles were served, Liren dumped the extra noodles right into the dish, then dumped the overfried meat dish over the noodles and tossed it. When the pasta is mixed, 1 bite of pasta and 1 bite of garlic. After eating the noodles, Li Long felt much more comfortable, burped, walked out of the big meat cafeteria, unlocked the car and rode up to the department store. It had become Li Long's habit to go to the department store regularly to see if there was anything new. When he arrived at the department store, he went inside and took a look around, and sure enough, he found something new. Radio. Shanghai brand 2-band semiconductor portable radios, $46 a piece, are loaded with 4 number 1 batteries. There was also a plug-in radio, also made in Shanghai, but it was a red light brand and cost $92. Li Long wanted to buy it at that time, but the salesman said have a ticket. Directly let him know way. Where's the ticket? After leaving the department store, Li Long thought for a while and suddenly thought of Li Chanshan. This unit chief Li should have a ticket, right? Find him. Li Long rode his bicycle to the supply house, and the gatekeeper, Mr. Li, was sunbathing outside. Ha, this is not the young man who sells sheep. Moncler jackets for men remembered Li Long and asked with a smile. You come to look for Li Chanshan? Yes Moncler, I'm looking for him on an errand. Okay, you go in, he's in his office. Li waved his hand. Li Long carted in, put his bike in the carport, locked it, and went in and found Li Chanshan's office. Li Chanshan was answering the phone, so Li Long waited a moment for him to finish his call before knocking on the door and entering. Yo, little Li is here. Li looked forward to see that it was Li Long, smiled and said, I happen to be looking for you as well. Come, sit. Greeting Li Long and sitting down, Li Chanshan asked him what was the matter. I'm looking for you to get a couple of industrial tickets, and I see that there are radios in the department store, and I'd like to get my hands on one. This is simple. Li Li Chanxian pulled open the drawer and drew out a bunch of tickets and handed them to Li Long. Take it and use it. I don't have much use for keeping it. Then thank you, unit leader Li. Li Long was also not polite. I'll go buy it now. Not yet. Sit down. I have something to tell you. You say. Li Long saw that Li Chanxian was still relatively solemn, so he listened attentively. You asked me to run that part-time ranger thing, and I asked around and it can be done, but it takes a process. Li Chanxian said. Other people's side is just now formed. A moment cannot care about our side. So I thought first get you a part-time purchaser of our side of the supply and marketing agency, to give you a certificate, and then get a letter of introduction. You into the mountains should be fine. That's fine. Li Long was really not picky, as long as he could enter the mountain with a straight face. Also, I have a job here. See if you can take it. You're not in the production team. Can take it. It's good for both of us. What job? Liren asked with some curiosity. Our supply and marketing society will purchase a batch of lifting handles every year. This job is every year. It is to go inside the South Mountain to do. In the past this job is given to the relationship. This year I was thinking about whether your place could take it or not. And if it can, I'll give it to you just so you can get into the mountains. And if your place doesn't, then I'll give it to someone else. Carry the handle? How many do you need? How much for one? Li Long immediately became interested. He didn't want to do this job, but the people in the village definitely needed this kind of work. I don't care how much you tell your team. I'll give you $6 a piece if I collect them flat rate. Of course. Actually, going forward it's all charged in grades, and it'll be 300 in all. Just to be clear, even if we collect them in grades, we sell them to those units at $8 a piece, and they won't be graded, as long as the lifting handles you make up meet the standards. $6? That expensive? Then this job is doable. Li Long was happy. I'll call you back tonight. Odds are it's doable. No need to be in such a hurry. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will do. Li Chanxian smiled and said, just be able to finish it in May. Li Long calculated. A person can make up 1 to 3 lifting handles a day. If the team vice group out of 10 people, a day is a dozen. More than 20 days can basically complete the task. This job is easy. Shao Li, we count ourselves. I give you. Li Chanxian added. You don't be a good old man. To your team better say the price is lower. You yourself in the middle of the money. Don't be a great guy. Even if you don't earn a penny, the word will get out and people will think you drew the money. Rather than go through the trouble of explaining it, it would be better if you just drew the money. You should know very well that this job definitely wouldn't have landed on your team without you. Liren nodded slowly. Yeah, good people. Not good. End of chapter. Chapter 140, saying it in the right way, we've earned this money. Li Long came out of the supply house, took the industrial ticket to the department store, bought a semiconductor radio, and then bought 4No.1 batteries to put it in, then tuned the station, and then heard the voice of the Central People's Broadcasting Station. Then he twisted it a few more times and received the sound of the radio station in his district. Then he twisted it again and was surprised to hear the radio station in the national language. Li Long was a bit confused for a moment, then suddenly thought of Harimu and the others in the mountains. Unfortunately, I don't have enough money on me right now. Liren looked with some regret at the few remaining radios in the counter and felt the need to get the money back for them as soon as possible. Otherwise, what if it's gone? Harimu and Yushinjiang, when they went to their summer ranch deep in the Tianshan Mountains, wouldn't it have been helpful for them to have a radio so that they could have been less bored and could have been informed of some of the major current events in the region? Carrying the radio out of the department store, Li Long got on his bike and headed for the compound, packing piggyback and starting back. On the way, he was thinking whether to sell fish for 2 more days or to bring a piece of jade to U City. Thinking about the former, the quality of the jade on hand wasn't as good as the 2 earlier pieces and couldn't be sold at a good price, while semiconductors weren't that expensive now. So as long as he caught more fish to sell in the Stone City, he might be able to get the money together in 3 or 5 days. Back in the village, Li Long first unloaded the piglets. Liang Yuma's side cooked at noon, and Li Jianguo and the others had returned from work and were eating. Seeing that Li Long had brought back the piggy boy, Li Jianguo said happily, "That's not bad. That's 2. We've cleared out the pigsties. We'll put them in first, and then when there are more we'll put them in the horse. The inside of the horse will have to be cleaned up and remodeled for good measure." Right. Li Long nodded in agreement. The horse horn was originally for horses and donkeys and mules. Each horn circle was taller but had little space. There was a need to break through and then remodel. But this is not a big job. There is a large yard, originally for the big animals to walk, now can be completely changed to sprinkle manure, planting vegetables and so on. Putting the piglets into the piggy bank, Li Jianguo greeted Li Long to eat. Li Long waved his hand and said, "No more. I've eaten in the county. Now I'm going to find the village director to say something." The county supply and marketing agency has a single job, making 300 lifting handles, to be completed within a month. That purchasing unit chief I know gave the job to me. I'll ask the village chief if our village wants to take the job. There's this job? Then the village director will definitely take it. Li Jianguo patted his thighs. This morning the military child also complained that Nanshan is going to set up a forestry team. The back of the mountain is not allowed to dig mother of pearl to engage in sideline business, so the team will have less income. Really have this list, then he can be happy miles. Then should our family go? Liang Yuanmei looked at Li Jianguo. Big brother will not go. I will follow to the mountain, but I do not make up. Li Long said, the price is up to me. I want to take the head. It should be. Li Jianguo murmured and said, without you, that team wouldn't have a job like this, and the military boys couldn't be happier. Won't draw much, right? No more than 20%. No problem then. That's fine. I'll go and talk to him. Li Long got up and said, by the way, big brother, I bought a radio. We have nothing to listen to at home. He took out the radio and put it on the table, turned it on, tuned it, and the voice of the announcer playing the news came from inside. It's still broadcasting in there, Liren said smugly. I listened to it at the fishery, said Li, holding the radio in his hands with some love. I was listening to the news and commentaries. There was a lot of stuff. Now you can listen too. It's not cheap. Liang Yuanmei looked at the radio, her eyes full of curiosity. Are there more tickets? $50. Li Long said. I've added some more money from selling fish today. I'm going to sell fish for 2 more days and then buy one for my friend in the mountains. It should be. Li Jianguo nodded his head in approval. It's just that it's too far away. Or else how can we say that we should invite people to our home as guests? Li Long rode his bike to Su Chengjuan's house. Su Chengjun had just eaten. The door was open. He heard the bike ringing and walked out from inside. Little dragon came ah. Su Chengjun said while rolling mauve cigarettes. You're back from selling fish in the county? Chief, I have something to talk to you about. What is it you say? Su Chengjun continued to roll cigarettes. There is a big job over at the supply house, making up 300 carry handles, and I want to ask the team right now if they want to take it. This job has to be done inside the South Mountain. Really? When Su Chengjun heard this news, the cigarettes in his hand fell to the ground. He couldn't be bothered to pick them up and tugged on Li Long's arm and said, Xiaolong, is this true? Take it. Definitely. But are you sure it's true? If we want to take it, then I'll make the criteria clear. Li Long took a step back to get rid of Su Chengjuan's iron pincer-like hand and said, otherwise, if we don't do a good job, people won't accept it and that's trouble. You say. 1 month's work. The standard is a 2-meter handle with a 1 meter long and wide knob, knitted to be dense, and $5 for a lifting handle. Liren set the price at $5, and the remaining one went to him. That's a good price. We'll have absolutely no problem accomplishing the task. Su Chengjun laughed and said, anyone can make up handles. We can casually draw 10 people out of our team, and one person can make up 1 or 2 a day, cutting bars in the morning and cutting poles, and then digging pits in the afternoon to burn the bars to make them up. We can make up at least 10 or so a day, and we'll be done in 20 or 30 days. That's fine. Captain our team to be able to pick up. I will now use the phone to the supply and marketing site to say a word. The director of the 2 days you will have to set people to do preparations, and then into the mountains. I'm the middleman, so I won't make it up. It's mainly acceptance. That's no problem. Su Chengjun was still excited. 5 pieces. 1 piece for the person who made up the carrying handle, and the remaining 4 pieces the team would be able to collect, and could do a lot of work. He won't put the money in his own pocket, but it's easier to do anything when the team has money. Captain, can we put Big John in these 10? That's no problem. Daqiang is capable of working hard and being obedient. He can definitely do it. Su Chengjun nodded his head. Li Long then went into the house to call the supply house. At this time the phone call has to be shaken to the switchboard and then turned. It has to be turned several times. By the time the call got to Li Forward, the sound was already a little distorted, but fortunately there weren't many lines, so it was still audible. Hearing Li Long say that he took over this job, Li Chanxian let him give the phone to Su Chengjun. He gave Su Chengjun said that let Li Long acceptance is responsible for, as a counterpart. Su Chengjun understood the meaning of the supply and marketing agency side. To ensure that this side of the compilation of the quality of the lifting handle must be over the top, and the people sent out will definitely listen to Li Long. After the phone call, Li Long was about to go home when Su Chengjun called him. Xiaolong, you've done the team a great favor this time. Don't worry, just this one thing, the team's communal labor for the whole year. Your full labor. I'll notify you when the people are gathered, and you lead the people into the mountains. Director, I'm not in charge of the people, so you designate the people. I'll just inspect the stuff at the end. I have other tasks going into the mountains. Okay, no problem. Li Long carted out of the yard and limbered up to ride home. Su Chengjun came to the door and sighed as he watched Li Long's back. This Li family's junior. It's extraordinary. End of chapter. Chapter 141, Li Long saved Nathan's life. When Li Long returned home, Tao Daqian was already in the yard. He started picking up nets in the morning after dinner, and when he was done, it was close to noon, so he went home to cook, and after eating with his father, he hurried to the Li family. Lung, going off the grid this afternoon? Down, Li Long said to Tao Daqian, and 6 nets down today. You picked up the nets well in the morning. Ha. Tao Daqian laughed nervously. There's something to tell you in advance, Li Long said to Tao Daqian while organizing the net. In a few days, our team is going to send out 10 people to go into the mountains to make up lifting handles. That is, to do the work of the vice team. I gave the director a word and added you. You do some preparation in the next 2 days. Bunks, dry food, tools have to do some preparation. Your father should know some. You ask what you need to bring. Good, but Brother Long. Then this catching fish. Tao Daqian was in a dilemma. Going to the vice team is arranged by Li Long. He is naturally willing, but after going there will be no one to pick up nets on this side. I'm going into the mountains too, to hunt and stuff. Liren checked the tires again. I got the job, so I have to check the quality of the braided carry handle. That's good. Tao Daqian laughed again. The 2 men took the tires and nets to the little sea. It was still Li Long who used the paddle board to sit on the tires to launch the net, and Tao Daqian watched from the shore without blinking, hoping to learn this skill from Long. Even though Li Long had told him that he could cast a net if he was bored, Tao Daqian didn't even look at the casting net. Li Long obviously felt the water level rise a bit. Could it be that the flood waters have already started to come down from the mountains? Well, aren't there some things that need to be prepared for ahead of time? Li Long felt that when he finished the net, it was necessary to go to Su Chengjun to say that the water in the small sea has begun to rise, and if it continues to rise like this, sooner or later it will be over the dam. The gates will have to be opened to release the floodwaters. 6 nets this time changed a position under the net. Li Long finished the net, rowing tires back to the shore. Tao Daqian pulled him and tires up, asked, Lung, are we still casting nets? Spill it, Li Long said. Let's use it as practice. In the future, we will come across some places that are not suitable for casting nets, so we might just have to use the scattering net. The 2 practiced for over an hour, scattered almost a dozen kilograms of fish, and then went home together. Back in the village, Tao Daqian couldn't wait to go home to prepare things, while Li Long started to pack those fish. Except for the crushing carp that could last until tomorrow morning. The other fish were expected to die in one night, so Li Long had to pack up those fish. The 4 neighbors ate a lot of fish, and it was impossible to send them every day, so Li Long planned to pickle the fish. On summer evenings, he would put the dried fish on a slow kong by the stove, and the kong would be crispy and delicious. Liang Yueme came back from the field and saw Li Long fiddling with the fish, so she went to clean up and feed the pigs and chickens, and then put the fish Li Long had prepared into the pot to make fish soup. When Li Long finished packing the fish and salted it to hang it up, Li Jianguo and the others came back. Li Wan came back and told Li Jianguo, Dad, our school is making up carry handles tomorrow, and we're told to bring 50 strips or 2 poles over alone. You guys want to make it up too? Li Jianguo thought about it and said, Okay, I'll go cut you a strip later. Big brother, I'll just go later. Li Long waved his hand. You've been out for a day's work, so stay at home and rest. You're not tired? What are you tired of going off the grid? Liren smiled. I'm just playing. That's true too. We dug the dry ditch and dry canal today. Tomorrow the team will start watering the winter wheat, and the communal workers will have to take turns. I might be the day after tomorrow. Some of the land in the village that was not divided was planted with winter wheat, while others were planted with corn oil sunflower in the beginning of spring and ration fields alike, as well as a few miscellaneous crops. Li Long is quite happy, since he wants to water the wheat field. The gate of the small sea will naturally have to be lifted to release the water, and he doesn't need to be reminded. After finishing the fish soup, Li Long took the machete and went to the east ditch. Li Wan quickly followed. There were a lot of big willow trees growing along the east ditch. These willow trees grew for a long time and did not grow into timber, so no one cared about them. Basically, every year the village people would cut strips here to weave baskets and carry handles. The simple road in the village only leads to the head of the ground, and from the head of the ground to the east ditch you have to cross an alkali beach. Li Long saw the white thorns on the alkali beach has grown as small green leaves. White thorns underneath the purple-red locks of the sun has also shown its head. In the distance, a large mass of alkali fluff also began to green, which in the eyes of the old locals is a good thing. is the raw material for burning alkali ash. Alkali ash burns out as beautiful as glaze, and is the original old locals to make pasta must be added to the stuff. They say you have to add this to naan as well. When he got to the east ditch, Liren looked at the willows and saw that they had been cut, so he walked south, to where 4 or 5 willows were side by side, and he began to cut the willows. Finger-thick and thin willow was cut down one by Li Long. Li Wan picked up on the ground, picked up and smoothed, a dozen or so in a pile. When it felt about right, Li Wan said to Li Long, "Uncle Junior, can you cut 2 more poles? I'm the leader of the group. I have to take the lead." Her voice trailed off a bit as she spoke, and Laron chuckled. "Okay, it's fine to cut more strips. I'll even take you on my bike tomorrow morning. Strips and poles together. It'll be easier for you too." Ugh, Li Juan could be happy. After cutting the strips, Li Long went to cut 2 wrist-thick red willow poles, then bundled the strips together, slung them over his shoulder, and took Li Wan back home. The mountains. Harimu looked at Nathan on the wooden bed with pain and complaint. "Why did you run into the water? That just melted snow water, so cool." "Fell in it. Fell and also don't know quickly back. Come back to change clothes. You are still there to play. Cold, right?" Nathan's mouth pursed tightly. He did not tell Harimu. In fact, he was in the stream to find a very beautiful stone. Want to take back. Just did not expect that the stone is a little big. As a result, he did not hold the stone out. With too much force fell into the water. In the evening, Nathan was burning up, talking gibberish, but his hands and feet were cold. Harimu's wife touched worried bad, hastily shook Harimu awake, anxious and overwhelmed. Mouth kept shouting Nathan's name. "Fever?" The Kazakhs have their own medical heritage. The family has prepared a herbal medicine. Harriman and his wife boiled herbal water for Nathan to drink. However, a short period of time the herbal medicine did not see the effect. He suddenly thought of those medicine bottles that Li Long had given himself at that time, and he could only choose to believe Li Long at this time. Halamo quickly took out those small bottles. Looking at the mark he made on it, he was now deeply impressed with the cleverness of Li Long at that time. If he hadn't made a mark at that time, he wouldn't be able to tell what he was eating now. Unscrewing the bottle in which the fever had been noted, he roughly tore off the paper and stuffed inside, and took out 2 tablets to give Nathan a quick dose. Nathan could no longer take the medicine on his own, and Harimu was able to break open his mouth and stuff it in. After taking the medicine, Harimu was still a bit uneasy. He went out and lassoed his horse, intending to ride Nathan to the doctor outside the mountain if the fever didn't go down later. Half an hour later, Nathan's fever had gone down a bit, his mouth was silent, and his hands and feet were warm. The Halamu family finally let go. End of chapter. Chapter 142. Try another place. The next day Li Long and Tao Dashan both went to fetch the net before dawn. Li Long planned to go to Shicheng to sell fish today. Shicheng was nearly an hour away from Ma County, even by bicycle, so he needed to leave early. As usual, Li Long sat on the tire to get the net. Tao Dashan originally thought to try it himself, but Li Long did not let. Although Tao Dashan verified his dog planing skills when he went down to fetch the casting nets, the water was deeper where the nets were launched, and Li Long was still not quite at ease. He felt that when he was free, he would have to let Tao Dashan paddle his own tires to practice first. When the time comes, you'll be watching from the sidelines, so at least there's a safety net. Learned yesterday's lesson. Li Long today brought 3 urea bags, 2 nets to fill a bag, loaded after the mouth of a tie rope tied on the back of the tire drag. At least this does not need to occupy the tire above the buoyancy. By the time the 6 nets were finished, Li Long was dragging 3 tails behind his tires, but rowing was not as laborious as yesterday. This way to collect the net over. Li Long felt that the net mesh he bought is still not big enough, because there are 2 carp or 3 or 4 kilograms, only hanging a little bit. Li Long collected the net when they are a shock. The fish ran away. Not only ran away, but also found a piece of the net rotten. Well, I didn't catch the fish and I broke the net. However, Li Long is quite contented. The fish caught in one day today is sold, enough to replace all the nets once. Of course he only thought about it in his heart. If he were to say this thought out now, Big Brother Li Jianguo would definitely scold him for being a loser. The tradition these days is 3 years old, 3 years new, 3 years old, 3 more years of sowing, and who's going to change their net after using it twice? Many people in the team wanted to catch fish but did not have a net, so they had to wait until watering time when the fish went into the ground with the water from the canal, and then went to catch fish. Which fishermen in the 1980s had to throw away their nets only when they were rotten, and also spread the old net rotten net good on the fish. In fact, who do not know, the new net no fish blood is the best on the fish. I'm just not in a position to get a new network. Tao Daqiang did not wait for Li Long to go ashore. He went into the water and dragged the rope on the tires to the shore. Li Long simply handed him 3 bags of urea for him to put on the shore. Brother Long, there seems to be more fish today than yesterday, Tao Dachyoung said happily. Well, there's more carp, Liren said as he moved up the hill. And carp and half-sized chub. And I don't know if they sell well or not. When people in this village eat fish, they would rather eat a palm-sized crucian carp than a half-kilogram carp chub because they think it's not tasty and doesn't grow. Tao Dachyoung put all 3 bags on his shoulders this time, 1 in front and 2 behind, and walked towards Li's house with great strides. Li Long, on the other hand, carried the tires and followed behind, sighing in his heart that Tao Dachyoung, the kid, had really good physical strength, but it seems like he's gotten a little taller, almost as tall as Big John. Back at Li's house, Li Jianguo had already laid out the plastic sheet. Liang Yueme had also vacated the washing basin and placed it on the side. Li Wan was eating, and seeing Li Long and the others come back, he brought his bowl over. Li Chang is attending preschool in this village and doesn't need to rush, so he just got up, rubbed his eyes and came to the washing basin, squatted there and waited to see. I see them every day, but I'm still curious every day. Today's biggest is less than 3 kilograms, not as big as yesterday's, Li Long said while pouring the net in fish. It's weirdly even. The process of picking the fish was a breeze, and one was removed and gently placed into a laundry tub, trying not to let them get hurt twice since they were going to be sold, and making sure that most of them were still alive when it came time to set up the stall. While the fish were picked and divided, and Li Jianguo and Tao Dachyoung were loading them into the urea bags, Li Long changed his clothes and then started to help pack Li Wan's things. Today Li Juan had to get to school early. It was numbing light, but she was ready. The fish were held in 2 separate urea pockets, 27 or 28 kilograms of fish in one pocket, which was so heavy that water dripped down the corners of the urea bags, and the floor was soon wet. The 6 nets caught more than 60 kilograms of fish, and when Li Long closed the nets the fish on them were almost in pieces. In addition to what he was going to take away to sell, there were still 7 or 8 kilograms of fish left at home, half of which Tao Dachyoung was going to take back with him. Li Jianguo also tied the rods and bars that Li Wan used to make up the lifting handle to the back seat, so that Li Wan could only sit on the front beam. Li Long let Li Wan go up first, and after sitting down and holding on, he pushed the bike out of the yard, took advantage of the small downhill slope to get on the bike with one pedal, and then rode towards the outside of the village. When they got to the elementary school, Li Long rode straight in and didn't stop until he got to the 4th grade. Li Wan nimbly got out of the car and joined Li Long in untying the stick and bar bundle. 1. When are you guys going to make up handlebars? In the afternoon. It's not made up until after the regular class. Okay, I'm going. Bye Uncle Junior. Li Long mounted the car and sped away. Although it is a gravel road, not really flat, but there are not many cars on the road. Although there are students, but from a distance they hear the sound of the bike will hide on both sides of the road. So that Li Long used 40 minutes to reach the county town. He turned toward the compound, took the scale and pots and tied them to the back of the car, and then turned west and headed for Shicheng. Oi road more cars. From time to time there will be a drive, but this road is also a lot better. Li Long sighed while young is good, while pedaling hard bicycle. Wait until the Old Street. The sun has not yet risen. Old Street is heavily trafficked, not densely so, but at least 4 or 5 times as much as the county's morning market. Liren felt that he had come to the right place. The stalls here are more casual, unlike the county morning market where they are all on both sides of the road because Old Street is a dinky intersection and buses pass through here from time to time. Li Long looked around. The best dingy intersection center location has no place to set up. He chose the next point, the Old Street across the roadside. Here is directly opposite the bus drop-off point, although you have to cross the road, but less stalls. Li Long stops the bike and props it up and locks it, spreads out the plastic sheet, sets up 2 big enamel pots, pours the fish in. There are more fish. The enamel pots can't be poured, so there are some left in the bag of urea, and then lifts up a big chub and wiggles it around while yelling loudly. Fish for sale. Fish for sale. Authentic Sayahaizi wild carp, crucian carp, chub and wadeohai, delicious and nutritious, sell fish. Stalls here to say yell also have, but the sound is generally not big. Nearby 3 or 5 meters can be heard like. After all, everyone is not a professional to do this, but also quite face. Li Long is not the same. Can sell the fish to earn money is serious. As for face, the poor people at this time do not talk about face, and besides in this place, who knows who ah. Li Long's loud yell immediately attracted the attention of many people. Some people saw the fish in Li Long's hand and got interested, so they crossed the road from the Old Street entrance and came this way. End of chapter. Chapter 143, Gu Xiaoxia's handmade gifts. Li Long didn't expect that someone would remember him for selling a fish. Young man, aren't you the one who sells frozen fish here in the winter? Li Long looked at the middle-aged woman in her 40s in front of him and said with a smile, Sister, I did sell fish here in the winter. I said, I think you look familiar. This fish is good. When I bought it, take back. My neighbor also said that this fish designated not fresh. The results of the thawed. That fish is really good. Today this fish look also quite good. Come on. Give me way $2 of crushing carp. Okay, I'll give you a high scale. Li Long smiled and said, you're a returning customer. I'll give you one more fish, I caught it this morning. It's alive. I'll go back and stew it directly. It's very fresh. Li Long has prepared some hyacinth grass, which is very tough after wetting. And seeing that the elder sister does not have anything to hold the fish, she puts the fish through the hyacinth grass, and carries it in a circle and passes it over. The young man knows how to do business. I'll come back for more in a hurry. Satisfied, this older sister carried the fish away as the other onlookers began to weigh it. Some people were still inquiring about the origin of the fish, and when Li Long said it was a wild fish from Dahatsi, those in the crowd who knew about it immediately began to popularize it. That place I know. The original is a wetland, is a natural puddle, long reeds, mosquitoes can be a lot, but the fish there is really good. Look at this crushing carp. The head and tail are a bit of golden. Beautiful, right? The general color of the carp in the reservoir is gray and white. Not as beautiful as this, and not as tasty as this, young man. Weigh me too. $3. With the knowledgeable volunteer to help introduce the science. As a result, the nearly 30 kilograms of crushing carp brought by Li Long was left with only a dozen or so small ones in less than 20 minutes. Carp's vitality was just exuberant, and the remaining dozen or so small ones were swimming happily in the few waters in the basin. After someone looks at the carp, not too big and not too many, their eyes turn to the carp and 5 dozen blacks in the basin. There are more people who know about fish over here, and the last thing left is chub. Chub has fine meat and is actually quite tasty when well done. Just too many fine spines, so many people don't want it. More than an hour later, Li Long had $49 in his pocket. By this time, the sun had already risen, and there were still 7 or 8 small crushing carp left in the 2 pots, and as 700 or 800 grams of silver carp. When he looked around and there were no people who wanted to buy the fish, he simply dumped the fish in 2 pots with the sewage in one, picked up the pots and walked over to the roadside ditch and dumped them. The moment he straightened up, he felt a rush of wind in his face, and then watched as 3 men rushed into the ditch, quickly picking up those fish. The one who picked up the chub was a middle-aged man wearing a Chinese mountain suit, looking quite decent. He smiled smugly and then looked up to meet Li Long's eyes. That smile froze then. Li Long vaguely remembers that this person had been in the crowd of onlookers earlier, but just didn't buy from the beginning to the end. Li Long turned his head without expression, folded the urea bag, put the basin together on the back seat, and then stuck it with a card and pushed the bike into the old street. He remembered that there seemed to be a milk tea house in the old street, which, tired all morning, had to treat his stomach, asked for a bowl of milk tea and a naan. The Uyghur owner asked in authentic Hainanese Mandarin, "You want a milkshake, homie?" "Want." Laron was happy. "More. And you're used to drinking milk tea with milk skin? Not bad. Not bad. Here, the naan is freshly whipped. That's good naan." It's true that no hot naan makes it home in one piece. Liren smiled as he took the naan, broke it into pieces and placed them on a plate, taking a piece and biting into it. Yak sure. Say it well. That ethnic boss laughed. "We'll eat." Li Long knew that he was talking about his habit of eating naan separately, something he had learned from Harimu. Eating naan separately and not eating alone, giving a piece to someone if they needed it, was kindness and a good habit. A steaming bowl of milk tea was served, covered with a thick layer of milk skin that smelled delicious. Milk skin is actually the layer of waxy fat that forms on top of the milk as it cooks, and is considered the essence of milk. But because it is fat, some people are not always used to drinking it. After drinking milk tea and eating naan, Li Long stood up and paid to go. Milk tea 12 cents, naan 20 cents, is really not expensive. At this time, the flow of people in the old street began to increase, and more people came here to take the car. Li Long carefully avoided the pedestrians coming and going, pedaled the car to face the sunlight and rushed toward the county side. To the county department store building, Li Long got off the car and locked it, and walked towards the counter of selling radios in a hurry. Looking at the counter, there are still 3 radios. He handed over the money and tickets, and so on the salesman to bring the radios, and he asked while checking them, "Comrade, you still have this radio in stock, don't you?" "Yes." The salesman, seeing that he was the one who had bought the radio earlier, said, "There's some more in the stockroom." "That's good." Liren smiled. "I'll come back tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to check it out." The salesman smiled at Liren. "Feel free to come back anytime." The salesgirl was a girl of about 20, with 2 large braids, a round face, and a lovely healthy-looking face. Liren bought 2 more boxes of 20 number 1 batteries from her and tied them up with the radio box with a sheer string for easy carrying. After Li Long left, the other older sister at the counter joked, "Yo, Lu, Who is this guy you're so enthusiastic about? What are you talking about? Sister Wang, I don't recognize this person. No? I don't think you've ever been this polite to a young man. Is it your date? Sister Wang, really don't talk nonsense. I really don't know. You really don't know him? Then I'll have to ask around next time he's here. I see he came on a bicycle. He must be from an unusual family. Xiao Lu didn't say anything. She had seen Li Long come over more than once to buy things. Bicycles, sewing machines, food, clothes and shoes, and so on, and in the past 2 days she had taken 2 radios. Apart from being from a good family, such a person could also be a buyer and seller, but Xiao Lu doesn't think Li Long is the latter. Li Long rode his bike to the compound, put the radio in, checked again to make sure no one was coming, then locked the door and rode to the morning market. It was already late, and there weren't many morning market stalls left, so he circled around and didn't find any selling piglets, so he headed back. When he reached the township middle school, Li Long slowed down. Through the woods he could vaguely see Gu Xiaoxia's dormitory. It seemed that the door was open. In his mind, he was wondering if he would see the other side. And just at that moment, someone in front of him suddenly called out to him, Li Long. Listening to the crisp voice, Li Long smiled. In front of the school entrance there, Gu Xiaoxia was standing there in a pavilion. Already in spring, changing away from the bloated clothes, Gu Xiaoxia's figure grew like a twitching willow branch. Li Long thought as he pedaled toward her. Still a little thin. A little meat is good. When the car stopped in front of Gu Xiaoxia, she said, I figured you'd be back soon by this time. He said as his right hand reached out from his back hand, grasping a blue woolen textile, like a hat, but triangular, seat bag cover. Your bike is out in the sun every day. The leather on top of the seat bag is easy to joe off. Put this cover on, it will be better. Gu Xiaoxia said seriously, bicycles are expensive. You have to take care of them. Li Long got out of the car and let Gu Xiaoxia put the woolen knitted seatbag cover on the seatbag, which was just the right size. I made it up by comparing it to Mr. Wang's bike. Is it okay? How can I say it's okay? It should be very good, Li Long said with a smile. Being complimented by Li Long, Gu Xiaoxia was a bit shy. Lowering her head and twisting the fingers of her 2 hands together, she whispered, you don't have to come see me every day. Just come over on the weekends if you're free. That day that one was teaching second year, I have nothing to do with him. I believe in you. Li Long smiled and said, I'm going to the mountains for a while, so take care of yourself. I'll bring you something else before I leave. No. As soon as Gu Xiaoxia heard that Li Long wanted to bring something, she hurriedly looked up and said with some urgency, just what you brought last time. I have to eat for more than a month. We'll be paid next month. You don't need to bring me anything. Take care of yourself when you go into the mountains. Bring everything you need. Otherwise you won't have anywhere to buy it when you get to the mountains. Originally, Li Long was thinking that he was going into the mountains, and urged Gu Xiaoxia to take care of herself, but he didn't expect to be admonished by the other party, but his heart was warm and felt good. It's different from the concern that my older brother and sister-in-law have for themselves. What else could it mean if the opposite sex of the same age cares for them from the bottom of their hearts? The sound of the bell ringing rang out in the school, and Gu Xiaoxia stopped her mouth and turned her head to look at the school before turning to Li Long. Class is over. I have my next class. I have to get back. You, go ahead. You go back first. Liren pointed to the bike. I'm fast. That line. I'll go. Gu Xiaoxia hesitated for a moment, turned around and walked towards the school, walked a dozen meters and turned her head, looked at Li Long still looking at her. Her face reddened, and quickly turned around again to walk towards the school without looking back again. Li Long had been watching Gu Xiaoxia's figure disappear into the office side of the house there before he stomped on the car and headed back. The township middle school was close to a kilometer away from the elementary school, and when he arrived at the elementary school, Li Long smelled the smell of something burning. He rode his bike into the elementary school and saw a pile of fires burning in the wasteland east of the schoolyard, where a group of people were gathered around making up carry handles. The carrying handle is a human tool that has been used in the Northland since the 1950s and 1960s. Similar to the stretcher, 2 poles on both sides. The center is made of wicker similar to a dustpan. In fact, to put it bluntly, the canvas in the center of the stretcher was replaced with a wicker material, bent downward to make it easier to hold things. The handlebars were very useful, carrying coal, earth, grain, etc. When animal-drawn and powered carts were not yet common, every classroom in the school from the 3rd grade on up braided carry handles and tied brooms for 1 to 2 years by spring. Weave carry handle is also a technical work. To dig a shallow pit, after all, carry handle willow weaving part is to be downward concave. No pit cannot be shaped. Also cut fresh willow with fire, so that it becomes tough. Bending will not break. Doing these preparations, willow weaving place nail 4 wooden wedges, Put the two sides of the lifting handle outside the wooden wedges, and then in the middle of the lifting handle parallel to the position of a few thick strips as a support. Choose some of the willow first, woven willow weaving the outermost frame. The next is like weaving baskets similar to the same one strip to the inside of the weaving. When Li Long found Li Wan, he realized that she was busy with 4 boys and 2 girls at the edge of 2 pits. Li Wan's face was black and gray, and the other boys and girls were all about the same, but the lifting handles they made were obviously not working, not to mention that the willow parts were small. They were also loose and couldn't bear the weight. Li Wan, what to do? Can't finish knitting today. There was a little girl who was half a head shorter than Li Wan wiped her face with a sobbing voice. Don't worry, let's try harder. Li Wan's voice was full of exhaustion, but she was still comforting her classmates. It's all Lin Chang's fault. He promised to make up the lifting handle today, but he didn't show up. He's the only one in the group who knows how to make it up. Another boy was complaining. Li Long smiled. The student years, also full of vitality and fun. Of course, small conflicts can be ignored. He put the car away and added the lock and walked over and called out, "Wan." Li Wan twisted her head to see Li Long, and her eyes instantly lit up. Still not made up? Come, let me see. Li Long hadn't braided for a long time in his last life as well, but after all, the old skills were still there. And looking at the lifting of the handle, he quickly found a contradiction. A few kids don't have a lot of strength, so these willows were braided too loosely so that they wouldn't be able to withstand the force. There is also a big problem as the wicker weaving is to be staggered. These two lifting handle has a few strands of willow are parallel, similar to the smooth turn, cannot play the role of warp and weft staggered force. The natural is also wasted. Small things. Well, you guys bake the strips and I'll do the rest. Li Long pulled his sleeves up and squatted by the pit to start remodeling them. Any strips that were already hardened were directly drawn and taken back for them to be roasted again. A few students had an adult by their side, immediately like having a backbone. Roasting strips for roasting strips, delivering for delivering, and specializing in taking care of the fire, and learning to help by Li Long's side. Originally, Li Wan and his group were at the end of the progress, and with the addition of Li Long, they soon started to overtake. Li Long at the beginning of the hand is not particularly skilled, but wins in the after all is an adult, logical and so on. After the last 50 years of life, the land into the cooperative. Nothing will occasionally make up a small gadgets and so on. For making up this kind of big things, it is natural and easy to get on the hand. 2 lifting handles, quickly braided, then seeing that there was still time, took the 2 lifting handles they had braided earlier and remodeled and reinforced them again. After drying, Li Long's hands and face were also stained with a lot of ash. Li Wan joyfully led the people to take the lifting handle to the teacher to report. In fact, the teacher had already seen an adult come over to help, so it was quickly passed. 1. Do you still have class in the afternoon? Li Long went to the drain by the playground to wash his hands and came back to ask Li Wan. No more. Just making tools this afternoon. We also made big brooms out of hyacinth. Li Juan was a little proud. Bring it over and take a look. Li Long secretly sighed. Keep busy. The big brooms made by the students usually looked pretty good and like that, but when they were used, they might start dropping hyacinth in less than half a month, mostly because the students didn't have enough strength to beat as much hyacinth as possible into the iron hoop. In later times the splendid splash broom was tied with wire, but in the 1980s iron hoops were used. First, you stuff the splints into the hoop, as many as you can, and when you can't stuff them anymore, you have to use a pointy tool, the pouting tip from the hyacinth grass tail in, and then from the hyacinth grass head side of the separation. To find the pouting tip, take a handful of hyacinth, while knocking back the pouting along the tip to stuff hyacinth. This is a technical work, with good cooperation. When really cannot be stuffed, the big broom is also tied, and then use the sharpened stick as a broomstick, wedged into the end of the broom, and then the big broom head of the hyacinth cherry burned off. Finished. Li Long see this broom is still decent. The outside also got a circle of red willow, with a line around the circle. This is to prevent the more dry and brittle hyacinth breaks off, resulting in the life of the broom is too short. But just shaking it, he knew that the tie was a little loose. He asked for the tools, and asked Li Wan to bring splendor. Squatted down and pulled out the broom dry, and then used the pout to beat into the broom. The next step was to add splendor. Looking at Li Long put a small handful of splendid grass added. The whole big broom obviously thick much. These students' eyes immediately showed admiration. They have also seen how adults make big broomsticks, but when they do it themselves, it doesn't come out quite the same way. After getting all of this done, Li Long was satisfied looking at his processed work. It should last for a long time. Little uncle, you're too good, Li Wan shouted, then turned her head to a young boy next to her. Chen Xiaobing, you still say you tie no problem. Look, how much hyacinth is missing. The The little boy was a little ashamed. Li Long smiled and said, "It's okay. You are children. When you grow up it will be fine. It's good enough to be tied up like this now." 1. Isn't it time for school to end? Let's go back after school. Okay. I'll go tell the teacher and pack my book bag. Li Wan scampered away. Starting today, each chapter will be a big chapter of about 4,000 verses. The base case is 3 chapters a day, or 12,000 words, which is more content than the original. And if there are any other changes to what's being released, basically, you'll be notified in advance. End of chapter. Chapter 144. Time to go to the mountains. Li Long rode his bike with Li Wan on the back and rode back in front of the envious eyes of a group of students, including teachers. Occasionally, when they came across some students jostling in the middle of the road, Li Long rang the bell, and those students immediately scurried to the side of the road like frightened rabbits, and then looked curiously at the people on the bicycles. If they ran into children from the village, the children would often shout out when they saw that it was Li Long on the bike, and they would happily follow the bike for a while, then gasp and laugh on the side of the road. The joy of being a child in this day and age is so simple. The bike rode into the village, and when he passed the elementary school, Li Long saw that the children of the village primary school and preschool had finished school and were walking out of the classroom. So he turned around. There are just 2 grades at Road Village, and just 1 class in each grade, and there was only 1 class in the preschool. Li Chang was in the preschool class, and he was walking out with another kid in the back with his arms around his shoulders. The child who saw Li Long first twisted his head and shouted, "Li Chang! Chang, your uncle has come to pick you up. He's coming to pick you up on his bicycle." Li Chang listening to turn his head violently. See Li Chang and sitting in the back seat Li Wan. Face bloomed a bright and surprised smile. He violently shrugged off the side of the sidekick, side to Li Long's side of the road shouting, "Uncle Junior, sis." When Li Chang ran up to him, Li Long told him to climb onto the big bar, then pedaled his bike toward home, turning the corner just in time to see Wu Shufan coming out of the first grade classroom with a book. Both of them froze for a moment. Wu Shufan reacted first, holding her neck high like a proud swan as she turned around and went to the office. Liren smiled and continued to ride towards home. "Uncle, I don't like her," Li Chang suddenly said. "She even glared at me yesterday and rolled her eyes." Li Long couldn't help but feel a little like cursing. Wu Shufan is mentally ill, right? I broke up with her. What's the child got to do with it? How can you take out your emotions on the child? Ignore her. Before Li Long could say anything, Li Wan spoke up from the back seat of the car. "She just sees that our uncle can earn money, has a better life than she does, and doesn't look for her. So that's why she's glaring at you. It's best for you to ignore her and make it hard for her." Li Long cried and laughed when he heard it. In his last life, he once thought that the children of the 21st century were ghostly and precocious, and they understood a lot of adult things at the age of 5 or 6. I didn't realize that in this day and age actually children know quite a bit. You don't need to care about grown-up things. Study well, grow up and get a good university. Find a good job on the line. Li Long couldn't help but enter the role of a rambling parent. But then you won't have to cut wheat in the summer and reeds in the winter at the Reed Lake. Aha! Got it. Both children agreed seriously. These 2 jobs were indeed like nightmares for them. Both children had experienced cutting wheat in the summer, and although they had never done it in the winter, they knew how hard it was. Back at Li's house, Li Long saw that no one was home and the doors to the rooms were locked. Li Wan nimbly got down from the back seat and went to the windowsill to find the key to open the door. Li Chang, on the other hand, got out of the car and went to the chicken coop, and soon happily touched 2 eggs over. There was leftover rice in the kitchen, and usually at this time of the year, they usually ate the leftovers straight away. Li Long said that it was uncomfortable for his stomach to eat it cold, and prepared the hot dishes, while Li Wan helped out by burning the fire there at the stove. The food was quickly heated up. Li Long was not very hungry. He served the 2 children, mainly Li Wan. Li Chang went home at noon and ate with his parents. Li Long also served some for himself, watching his children gulping down dishes with meat, feeling quite good. It's really nice to be able to make yourself and your family a little happier. After eating and cleaning up the dishes, Li Wan, Kwai sat on the meaning, with a basket to go guiding, Kwa, pig grass. Li Long asked her homework. Li Wan proudly said, "I finished my homework during the lunch break." Nowadays, piglets are very good eaters, and pig food is mainly bran mixed with chopped hogweed cooked together in a pot. At this time, the only grasses that can be eaten by pigs are gray strips, wild amaranth, and a few others. Luckily, there is enough wasteland now that these wild vegetables, which can actually be eaten by humans, are relatively easy to find. Li Chang unprecedentedly did not run out to play, but ran towards the outside of the yard, catching up with Li Wan, and the 2 of them talked and laughed together as they went looking for pig grass. Li Long tidied up the yard while waiting for Tao Duxiang. The fish must still be caught in order to get both radios. "Xiaolong, you're here. I have something to tell you. Li Long was checking the tires when someone came to the yard, but it wasn't Tao Daxiang, but Xia Yundong. Xia Yundong more than 30 years old, and Li Jianguo about the same height, less than 1 meter 7. Very honest and honest a cropper. Brother Yundong. What is it? Li Long put down the tires and asked. The captain has asked me to take the vice group to the mountains to weave carry handles. I heard the captain say that you had taken this job, so now I'm discussing with you what to bring, and whether you see it alright. Xia Yundong had worked in the mountains for a while and was more familiar with life there. Li Long remembered that he was the one who led last year's vice team, and when he came back, he brought more than $200 to the team, and everyone in the vice team also had a harvest. This man is capable, down to earth, and able to convince the people. Brother Yundong, you can just take care of the matter of entering the mountains. I'm not as experienced as you are. In fact, I'm just a marionette. Check the quality of the lifting handle when delivering the goods. The rest is still yours. No. Xia Yundong was very modest. I heard from the captain that you took over this job, and you've been in the mountains for quite a long time this winter. Now it is said that the mountain has set up a forestry team, and there are rules for some things, which are not the same as before. It's right to listen to more of your advice. So listen and see if I've prepared everything. He pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket, opened it carefully, and began to read. A bed of bunks, a machete or sickle, and a shovel. This is for digging a hole in the ground, 2 boxes of matches, a packet of salt, a bag of spicy noodles, and 10 kilograms of bush flour. Speaking here, Xia Yundong looked up and explained to Li Long. The captain said to bring a cook over. I asked and discussed with the captain to let Lao Gu Guoyuan go. Uncle Gu can cook? Li Long was a bit surprised. In his 2 lives, he didn't even know Gu Guoyuan particularly well. He didn't think he could cook? Of course I will. When this production team was founded, your big brother and old Gu both cooked. When the big cafeteria was in place, your brother was the head steward and old Gu was the chef. I didn't realize that there was this history. Li Long thought about his last life for what his big brother did before he came to the production team. Really did not have a careful understanding. He also realized that now Xia Yundong still called Su Chengjun captain. He should have gotten used to it. So Uncle Gu doesn't have to make up the handle, right? Does it count as labor? Yes, counting labor points. Now that the team's work credits have gone up, 20 cents a work, and the vice team counts at 2 works a day. Lao Gu can do something else besides cooking, which is better than being on the team this month. What about his family's land? Li Long asked again. Although Gu Xiaoxia ate commercial grain and Gu Boyuan's family only had 2 acres of ration land, that needed to be taken care of. He said to leave it to your big brother. Xia Yundong smiled, and that smile made Li Long feel a bit out of the ordinary, so he didn't dwell on the issue and reminded, Brother Yundong, I think we can have everyone buy some red tofu. It's 2 cents a piece, and the wild vegetables shouldn't be down in the mountains quite yet, so buying red tofu will last for a while, and it's cheap and good for dinner. Well, I'll take notes on this one. Xia Yundong readily accepted the good advice and took out a pencil tip from his pocket and carefully wrote it down on a piece of paper. He and Liren discussed some more things he needed to bring, and as he was about to leave, Liren asked, this time, besides you and Uncle Gu, who else is there? Tao Daqiang. Xia Yundong said, Lin Ha, Wang Dague, Su Jianjun, Tian Siping, Wei Zhenghua. Lin Ha is an honest man, obedient, everyone has something like to find him to help. He has what's the matter, others will also take the initiative to help a hand. This person has no problem. Wang Dague is the younger brother of Wang Xixiang. Wang Xixiang's real name is Wang Dafu, which is also a shrewd person, quite capable, will be more things. He braided carry handle speed is also quite fast. However, when he heard Xia Yundong say Su Jianjun, Li Long's brows furrowed. Su Jianjun is Su Qingjuan's cousin. This person is a bit idle and disobedient. To say work, that a lot of things. But if he went into the mountains, designated to do other side business than knitting lifting handles with a lot of heart. This is the list set by the captain. I actually don't want to, but there's no way. Xia Yundong smiled bitterly, but fortunately, there is Daqiang. There is De Gue. The mission can definitely be accomplished. That should not be a problem. But Yundong brother, at that time you have to say good. Check if the quality is not qualified, I call back. Do not say I do not give face to the people in our team. After all, if the unqualified ones are handed over, and people want to return them, then the loss can be uncommonly large. This you don't worry. Make up a lifting handle $1 it. Because of this to make everyone's way of earning money to smash. Then I don't need to say. Other people can hammer him. Knowing that using everyone's money-making mentality to solve the problem of individual disobedience. This Xia Yundong still has something in his head. Before Xia Yundong could leave, Tao Daqiang walked into the yard. He also froze for a moment when he saw Xia Yundong, then smiled nervously and did not greet him. De Chang came just to give you a moment. Just now I and Xiaolong discussed what we are going to bring into the mountains this time. You remember, said Xia Yundong, read to Tao Daxiang according to the paper and asked him if he had memorized it. Brother Yundong, you read it again. My brain is stupid, said Tao Daxiang with a red face. Xia Yundong was not in a hurry, and read it again. And Tao Daxiang then nodded his head and memorized it. After Xia Yundong left, Tao Daxiang asked, Lung, still catching fish? Caught. The net will be down once more today and not tomorrow. I'm going to make a trip into the mountains tomorrow, so you guys need to get your stuff ready too. Good. Tao Daxiang nodded. This time when we go into the mountains, I'll listen to you. You knit the lifting handle well, and if there's a way to earn money, I'll give it to you then. Aha! Tao Daxiang nodded his head vigorously. The two men checked the tires and nets, carried on and headed for the small sea. To make sure he catches some more fish this time, Li Long lowers the net to the edge of the reeds, 200 to 300 meters away from yesterday. Carp are better to sell. There are more carp along the reeds. The nets Li Long brought this time were 2.5 of 2 fingers, 2 of 3 fingers, and 1 each of 3.5 and 4 fingers. 6 nets would be almost enough. After laying their nets, the two men didn't cast any more nets and went straight back to the team. Li Jianguo and Liang Yume are already back. Li Wan is chopping pig grass in the yard, and Li Cheng has run off to play somewhere. Waking up early as usual the next day, Li Long and Tao Daxiang both went together to retrieve the 6 nets. As expected, Li Long, this time 6 nets hung full of carp. 2.5 fingers of the net carp densely packed, at least must have 15 or 16 kilograms. Yesterday when I was looking at the wheat field, there were quite a few small carp in the field. Walking back, Tao Daxiang said, I could see some bigger ones too. The gates released the water and put the fish down as well. Carp is especially capable of producing seeds, this time to catch the female fish, even 5 or 6 centimeters long. The stomach is full of yellow seeds that advise you not to eat 3 spring crushing carp. Here is really not practical, because those carp with the water into the field, the water once dry, all dead. The feast of flies comes every year when puddles and pits of dead fish can be seen in the drains and fields during each seasonal watering. Tao Daxiang carried some crushing carp back and said he would stew them for lunch, while Li Long put the sorted fish on his bicycle and hurriedly left the village with Li Wan. Putting Li Wan in the elementary school, Li Long didn't see Gu Xiaoxia when he passed by the middle school, and he didn't stop. This time he still had to go to Shicheng to sell fish. The reason for the hurry, Li Long is worried about selling fish late. Back to the radio cannot be bought. Shicheng Old Street is still a lot of traffic. Across the intersection of yesterday's Li Long stall place has been set up stalls, selling bacon, selling wild vegetables, and holding a small handful of coriander to sell. The place was big, and Li Long didn't pick and choose. He poured some of the fish into the basin, took the scale and yelled. There were a few more fish today than yesterday, a few more big slabs of carp and big crushing carp, hardly any chub or grass carp, and looking at the fish they were all very lively and pretty. Sure enough, crushing carp was a bit more popular, and in less than an hour today, Li Long sold out of fish, with the last 4 kilograms or so of crushing carp being rounded up by a single person. This time, he sold more than $50. Li Long did not even eat breakfast, and directly rode back to Ma County, rushed to the department store. As he thought, there was only one radio left on the counter. You're still buying? Xiao Lu remembered what Li Long said yesterday. This is the only one, but the radio is good. You can try it. For insurance purposes, Liren bought a box of batteries and tried them out right then and there. Still able to receive the ethnic channel, Li Long smiled, paid the money to open the ticket. Li Long said a thank you. Xiao Lu whispered, You're welcome. If you need anything back there, you can give me a heads up, and when it comes in, I can keep it for you. That's so appreciated. Li Long truly appreciated it. Whether it was at home or in the mountains, there were quite a few things that were needed. There were times when one didn't pay attention and ran out of stock. That could really only be a pity. But the fact that this girl was so enthusiastic was a bit of a surprise to him as well. Not thinking about it that much, Liren went to the compound, grabbed the radio from earlier, wrapped it together and headed into the mountains with his small caliber rifle. He was going to surprise Harimu and the others. Chapter 143 is locked, so put some words in here. Thank you to my book friend Envier for his reward, and to my book friend 20240523124618067 for his reward, and to all of you for your subscriptions and recommendations. Today is going to be the college entrance examination. I wish the candidates well. Think about our college entrance exams back in the day. So many years have passed. End of chapter. Chapter 145, Sincerity is a must. Li Long and friends surprise each other, riding all the way to the side of the mountain. Li Long saw that on this section of the road from the county to the mountain, the grass and trees on both sides were already green, and the more you get to the side of the mountain, the more brilliant the colors become, and the large swaths of the old wow garlic, which is also very famous in later times for its national second-class protected plant, XJ wild tulips are open on the slopes. The reason why the locals call this thing old wow garlic is because its rhizome is similar to a single head of garlic and tastes a little sweet, so in the spring, the children will dig and eat this old wah. In fact, on the crow, the local people just call old wah. Further up the mountain, the wild roses were in bloom, as well as some unknown wild blooming over the hills. The snow had melted clean off the outer few layers of the mountain, and the water in the ravine was quite large, so that occasionally you could see black and gray swimming fish scurrying desperately upward beneath the flooded water. There are basically two kinds of fish here: the small ditch fish, also known as alpine loach, and the reservoir in the look of the powerful. In fact, just a small fish, a white fish, locally known as noodle fish roe. Looks like we can get some small nets to catch fish here sometime when we spend long periods of time in the mountains. Of course, to the mountain pedal car is quite laborious. Li Long is now a little nostalgic for the last life of the car. Such a slope, a foot gas pedal is not easy to go up well. Encountered a difficult section of the road. He also had to come down to push the walk. But in mind, when the return trip will be good, all the way without effort. Grasp the direction and the brake all the way to slip down on the good. By the time Harimu was at their winter nest, Li Long found that a very high stack of wood had been piled up at the side of the winter nest, and the cattle and sheep pens were open, so Harimu should have gone to graze. Liren parked his bike on the side of the road, locked it, removed the bag hanging from the handlebars, carried it and headed for the ditch. Now that the snow has melted, this ditch is not very convenient to walk, but the good thing is that the water is not very deep when you get here, and Li Long jumped over it in one jump. The black dog over there started barking, and while barking, it scurried to the front of the ditch and stopped 2 or 3 meters in front of Li Long, wagging its head and tail. Not bad, still recognizes me. Li Long laughed, waved his hand at the dog, and walked towards the winter nest. Hearing the dog barking, Harimu's wife came out from the winter nest. After seeing Li Long, a smile appeared on her face. Then she shouted twice at the winter nest. Then she watched Nathan running out from the winter nest. After seeing Li Long, she hemmed and hawed. Then she ran to the edge of the winter nest, unhooked the reins, and nimbly climbed onto an unsaddled horse, and with a raise of the reins, the horse scurried out at once. Kazakh herders' children, at the age of 2 or 3, can already get on a horse. This is what Li Long has seen with his own eyes. It's traditional to ride a horse when they can't walk or run very well. Li Long walked to the winter nest heel, then saw Harimu's mother carrying a sack down from the upper mountain. He guessed that the old man should be picking up cow dung cake to go. Harimu's wife did not speak Chinese. She reached out to greet Li Long into the winter nest. Li Long waved his hand. Harimu's wife went to cook milk tea. Li Long helped Harimu's mother to bring the sack over. Inside was indeed loaded with sun-dried cow dung. According to the old man's instructions, Li Long put the dung piece by piece on the southeast wall of the winter nest. Then he looked curiously at the very high pile of wood. What was Harimu doing with all this wood? 10 minutes later, Halimo and Nathan rode one after the other and galloped up to the winter nest. Harimu jumped down from his horse, striding over to Li Long with a big smile on his face. Adasi, what took you so long? You know what? The medicine you brought last time saved Nathan's life. If it wasn't for your medicine, Nathan would have been in trouble. Liren was a bit surprised, but then smiled. It's nothing, it's good to help you guys out. By the way, I brought you something good this time. He opened the sack and removed the radio inside. A radio? Halimo looked surprised. There's one of these, without wires? Halimo had obviously seen the radio before, which made Liren a little curious and surprised as well. Yes, with batteries. I heard that there were ethnic stations in there, so I brought one for you and the Tamayama River family, and I don't know if I can get a signal here. This is too expensive. Halimo waved his hand. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't have bought it. Ha ha, that's really nothing. The gun you guys replaced me with would have cost more than 2 radios. Li Long waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. Come on, let's try and see. Nathan came over curiously when Laron pulled out the radio, and Harimu's wife looked around the doorway of the winter nest. Even the old man sunbathing was happily looking this way. Li Long unscrewed the radio. There was a silk sound of electricity, which made Li Long a little disappointed. Did you bring a loser? He slowly twisted the adjustment knob, and then the sound that surprised him appeared. This station is now broadcasting the news at the voice of the CPB. We can really hear it. Good, good, good. Surprise appeared on Halamu's face. We can hear the news. That's great. Both the old lady, Nathan, and Harimu's wife were amazed when they heard the voice. Li Long, however, was still not satisfied. He shook his head and said, it might be a little low here. I'll go higher up to have a look. He looked around, trying to find a place that was open and high. Up above the winter nest, Hallemu came to his senses this time. High up there, with Harimu's help, Liren climbed to the top of the winter nest, as did Harimu and Nathan. Liren began to twist the adjustment knob on the radio, slowly turning it back. And then there came the voice of a female announcer speaking over a cacophony of current minority languages. Liren laughed, twisting his head to look at Hallemu. With some surprise and another frown, Hallemu walked over and took the radio from Liren, slowly adjusting it again. This time, soon, Liren heard another old man's voice on the radio again in a minority language, and this time, Hallemu laughed out loud. Li Long, you really are our friend. This thing of yours, wonderful, great. Liren froze for a moment before it dawned on him. The earlier one, I don't think, was Kazakh. This is. But anyway, it's great to receive it. When I bring you some thin wire later, when it's not thundering and raining, you tie it to this antenna and you'll be able to listen in the house, Li Long said with a smile. When they came down, Li Long saw that the faces of Nathan, the old man, including Harimu's wife, all had a look of surprise on their faces, and it was obvious that they were really happy with this gift. Delivering something that will make his friend satisfied and happy. Liren is also very happy. Let's go to Yashinjiang's now. He'll die of joy if he knows that this radio can hear the Kazakh language stations in our district. Harimu brought the horse, let Li Long mount it, and mounted himself on the unsaddled horse, and galloped out with a flick of the reins. Li Long felt that this was fine for now, and he followed Harimu towards the Yushan River. When he arrived at Yashinjiang's house, Li Long saw that Yashinjiang was pulling wood, and the cattle and sheep pens were empty. So they should have been put out by the children. He heard a voice and turned to see Hallemu and Liren, smiling as he put down the tools at hand and walked over. Adasi, Jax, all right then. Li Long smiled and hugged Tamayama River. I brought you a radio this time over. Come and tune it up and tune it down. Yashinjiang's house was on higher ground than Harimu's and was open all around, so Liren didn't need to go to the roof. He just tuned in twice to find the local Asak station. Hearing the native language coming out of the radio, Yashinjiang was first shocked, then surprised, and finally ecstatically took Li Long's hand. Is this for me? This is too expensive. This is great. We can hear the news now. It's talking about the recent new policy about us herders, Li Long. Thank you so much. Yashinjiang was already a bit incoherent. After grazing in the mountains for a long time, those who could communicate were limited to a few herders in the neighborhood, and it was too difficult to know news from the outside world. Now there is a radio. At least can hear the district about the policy of the herdsmen. Can hear some of the programs, songs, and so on, which is in the deep mountains of the herdsman. The significance of it's really not. Li Long thought of solving the boredom of so simple. Don't you guys leave at noon. I'm going to slaughter the sheep. I'm going to call the herdsmen in the neighborhood over and celebrate. Yashinjiang was really very excited. He hugged the radio and said loudly, you shouldn't leave at night either. Li Long, for us, this radio is more precious than gold. At night we're going to have a party. And I want everyone to know that I have a Han Chinese friend who treats us sincerely and sends us food, medicine, salt, tea, and this precious radio. At night, you, here, join our party. Li Long was also surprised. Earlier, Harimu had seen the radio, so he wasn't that excited, and Tamayama River's reaction was a bit of a surprise to him. Really? Is it that important? Liren was a little confused. You're outside the mountain well. You all know what's going on outside. Tamayama John's emotions calmed down a bit and explained. A very simple thing for you guys is harder for all of us. We, in fact, also want to know what it is like outside. But our tribe is not here. There are not many herdsmen in the mountains, and our tribe is further north, in Ili, in Altai, where there are only a few people. We want to know about our tribe. We want to tell our children about the history of our tribe. We want to know what kind of policy the country has for us herders, but we don't know. We don't know who to turn to when we go down the mountain to ask. Although now, said the establishment of pastoral team, but well, what others say, we do, that we do not know anything about it. Now that we have this radio, we can know how our country treats us, let our children know our history, and listen to music in our spare time. At that moment, music did play on the radio, which made Yashinjiang, including his wife and daughter who were in the winter nest, poke their heads out and listen with curiosity. Look at it, our humming, which is not as clear as this, which is so good. I can probably tell my son and daughter, this is our national music. So good. Liren slowly understood. Information. How important it is for people who have been in isolation for a long time. Not to mention that this information is not just news, but also contains history, music, and a legacy. Thinking that what he brought to Harimu and Yashinjiang was so valuable, Li Long was also happy. That's so nice. Li Long actually thought of leaving after delivering the radio, but Yushan Jiang how not to let him go. He let Harima stay Li Long. He rode out and soon came back with a sheep, dismounted and took the knife to slaughter the sheep, but in half an hour, the sheep had already been processed and put into the pot, while Yushan Jiang's wife and daughter were in the winter nest, listening to the radio as they worked. Li Long could hear their whispered comments and laughter. What are you doing with all this wood? Li Long asked Harimu, pointing at the wood outside of Yushanjiang's winter nest. Originally, we didn't want to say it. Halimo smiled and explained to Li Long. We think, you are a real friend. So we thought that while the snow melted, we have not yet transferred to the field to leave, to give you in the vicinity of the building a wooden house. This way you come over, bring your family over, but also convenient. Now, the wood is almost ready. In the next 2 days to build the house. Liren was a little shocked to hear that. Build yourself a house in the mountains? That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? He waved his hand hastily. No, how can I put you guys to so much trouble? Li Long, treat us as friends, so don't talk about this job. Harimo waved his hand. Since winter, you are helping us all the time. We all remember it, but you guys gave me more stuff. Jade, sheep, guns. We did give you some things. Perhaps in your opinion, those things are quite valuable. However, those things in our place is not much use. I have told you that we have traded antlers out for grain, but for so little, and without you those things would be of little use in our hands, not even as useful as a brick of tea, a packet of salt, or a sack of flour. In our opinion, it was you who exchanged these things for what we needed. The medicine you brought, which cured my little Nathan of his illness, and look at the radio you brought, which made Tamayama River feel that we were not alone. The grain you brought in stopped us from having so much trouble finding people to exchange it. Not everyone is as kind as you are and would think of doing a favor for us. We're not friends. We should be. Liren smiled. And I think I'm getting more from you guys. This get, not measured in money. Halimo waved his hand. Although we did not go to school much, but we remember it in our hearts. Friends, you really. So, if you're a friend to us, don't refuse our gifts. Besides, what are you going to do when we move on? It's okay to live in our winter nest, but it's not as good as a new one that way when we come back in the winter. You can be our neighbors. Li Long, there are no words. End of chapter. Chapter 146, Yushan Zhang's calling power. After a handful of meat for lunch, the Yushanjiang family got busy. Harimo rode back home, and then he brought his family with him as well. All the family was here, except for Granny, who was looking after the house. The meeting place was in the meadow in front of the winter nest. It's the end of March, and the grass has grown up on the plains. Here it's just sprouting young green shoots. Yushanjiang's son and Nathan and the others carried wood from the river gorge that had been washed down by the flood and set it up for a campfire at night. Yushanjiang slaughtered another goat as his wife and Harimu's wife handled the meat. Harimu chose a place to dig out a long trough, cleaned it out, and built up the sides a little higher with the soil he had dug out. Are you making a trough for roasting lamb? Li Long had swiped through a lot of short videos in his later life and had a guess. Yes, Harimu said while drying. There should be quite a few people coming tonight, so we need to roast more meat. Also, well, Yushanjiang will definitely need these people to help build a house for you together. Li Long immediately felt a bit terrified. How could he be so virtuous and capable of letting so many people work for him? You do not feel embarrassed? Well, Halimo saw Li Long's mind, said with a smile, you used to bring us so much brick tea, salt, you think it's all we ate? We cannot eat so much. The original are considered a tribe of so the winter Yushanjiang those more things to the other people. They don't speak Chinese, but they need those things more than we do. Li Long understood. He looked around and thought for a moment and said, then I'll make a trip to the county now and get some more stuff back. No. Harimo hastily pulled back to go. Li Long said, do not have to go too far. Very well. Now there is no shortage of things. You, just stay a big piece of meat to eat, a big bowl of horse milk, drink. Today, you are an honored guest, so don't think so much, just be good. Liren couldn't leave, so he simply worked alongside Harimu. After the earthen trough was dug, the two of them lit a fire that burned wood. Liren knew that once the wood was burned into a red charcoal fire, it could be moved to the trough to act as a red fire for roasting meat. The next step was to go to the red willow bush at the edge of the ditch and break down the red willow branches to skewer the kebabs. In the past, Li Long had eaten the red willow barbecue in the night market, and that red willow stick had been used countless times, and had long since lost its true red willow flavor. In fact, as a rustic local, know that the red willow barbecue meat only the first time to bake. The aroma of meat and red willow special flavor mixed together. That taste is good. Signs are also only used once, and only locals use and later generations of red willow because it can prevent wind and sand. Saline and alkali resistance is not recommended to break branches, so in addition to the locals, it is difficult to eat the authentic. So Li Long in the latter part of the world to go out to eat barbecue. All eat iron stick. That gimmick Moncler outlet not understand okay. They folded red willow branches that were the thickness of their little finger. Folded a big hug. Went back. Smoothed the leaves off the branches. Sharpened one end with a pocket knife. And shaved off some of the thicker end, which was about the same length. And then gave it to the woman's side for spare use. The women marinated the cuts of meat briefly in pie bud water. Then skewered them on red willow skewers. And in a few moments they had a big pile of them on the skewers. The fire was already burning on this side. And guests on horseback were beginning to appear. Li Long realized that most of the people who rode over came from one family to another. It seems that Harimu was right. They should be from one tribe. Even if they don't have relatives, they should have other relations. The people who came basically really didn't speak Chinese. And after greeting Yushinjiang and Harimu and the others, they went into their winter dens or tethered their horses and then looked for people to work and talk with. Li Long was a bit embarrassed at first. Adasi, Jiaxian well this sentence over and over again. He did not understand the other words. However, he could see that when the other party heard him say only this one sentence, the joy and sincerity in his eyes showed at once, even if the words that followed were unintelligible, and he spoke in Chinese and the other party spoke in Haha. It did not affect the other party's enthusiasm. Liren thought it was a really warm, hospitable people. It's nice to be friends with the people here. Together with Harimu, he added a red charcoal fire to the trough. And next there was nothing for him to do after Yushinjiang had slaughtered the sheep and disposed of the skins and entrails. He took the radio out with a smug look on his face, flipped the switch and amplified the sound. And as soon as the announcer's voice in Kazakh came out, the dozen or so people present mostly had their mouths wide open and made a sound of astonishment. The vast majority of them had never seen a radio before, and could not even imagine that in such a small thing the voices of the people coming to them could be heard. In their native language, Yushinjiang proudly pulled Li Long to the front. And after some introductions in Kazakh, Li Long was once again ceremoniously given a handshake by everyone, supposedly as a sign of respect and gratitude. He was a bit confused. By the time the sun had dipped in the west and the clearing was a little cooler, the lads had gathered wood into a big pile and started to light the fire. The meat had begun to roast, and the hand-me-downs in the cauldron had tumbled, and the horse's milk was lifted out and begun to be poured out for all to drink. The voice on the radio kept ringing, and although Li Long couldn't understand it, he could roughly hear it from the tone of the announcer. There were broadcasting news, storytelling, playing music, and something like movie recording clips and so on. From time to time, a group of dolls would gather around in front of the radio, curiously looking at the thing that could produce sound, and occasionally an adult would come over to examine it, and then would smile at Li Long. On this day, Li Long received many kindnesses, which he could not understand, but he could understand, until it was nearly dark, when a tune suddenly played on the radio caused everyone to gasp. After life brushed countless short videos of Li Long heard out, this seems to be a traditional Kazakh dance, black walking horse dance music. Just at this moment, the original sitting many people exclaimed out after the first person out of the line, in front of the campfire jumped up. The next there is the second, the third, the fourth. Soon, big and small, men and women, danced happily around the bonfire. The red bonfire reflected their faces full of smiles. Their happiness and joy were simple and pure. Li Long was also pulled into the crowd. Although he could not dance, but followed along with the waving of hands and shaking shoulders can still move a little bit. This kind of cheerful atmosphere is particularly infectious. Nathan did not know when he came to the opposite side of the Li Long. See, he will not jump. Specifically to him to shake his shoulders to follow the rhythm of the jump. Li Long has the same kind of example, but also seems to be like the same. After jumping for a while, a bowl of horse's milk was handed to Li Long. And he didn't look at who handed it to him, took it and took a sip. This kind of sour with some wine flavor in the drink to make Li Long spirit, and continue to jump up, jump tired to eat meat, drink horse milk, listening to the unintelligible words to say things in the south and north of the world. Li Long feel nothing to think about. In fact, really quite happy. The party went on until late. The meat was eaten. The horse's milk was drunk. The radio had gone off the air at some point, leaving only the sound of electricity. And the campfire was left with only the remaining ashes with a hint of dark red. Enjoy yourself. Liren and Halamo returned to his winter den. The next day when Li Long got up and was drinking milk tea, Yushanjiang brought a group of young boys, middle-aged people, immediately dragged a log over. Really going to build me a house? Li Long still felt a bit like a dream. Li Long, we are friends. You to us enough friends. We also have to do something friends should do. this matter well. You don't care. Just set a good place. Li Long was really touched. Alright then, you guys work? I'll set the place. After careful consideration, Li Long, at the suggestion of Harimu and Yushinjiang, set the place at the side of a ditch less than a kilometer west of Harimu's winter nest, where there was a stream, positioned about halfway between Yushinjiang and Harimu's winter nest, near Harimu's side. It would be easier to transport wood that way. There was a shellfish ditch nearby, and it wasn't far from the hot spring that Yushinjiang had shown Li Long. There was also a large, relatively flat area near the chosen place, and they were going to save a lot of material by digging out a flat area slightly higher up in the vicinity, and then barricading the logs one by one to form a house similar to a winter nest, with the back wall being the mountain. After determining the location, these herders enthusiastically began to transport the wood, while Li Long rode his bicycle down the mountain. He went to the department store as fast as he could and bought sesame cakes, squares, and a few bottles of white wine, but unfortunately he didn't have much money left on him. Li Long suddenly thought of the pieces of jade. It seemed that it was impossible not to sell the jade now. He put his purchases back in the compound, took 2 pieces of very good quality jade and wrapped them up, and went to the bus station in Ma County off the Ye Highway. Starting this spring, the county bus station has a bus to Uptown. Li Long bought the ticket at the bus station, saw that there was still time, and bought a few sesame cookies for lunch at the store by the bus station. Getting in the car, nearly 3 hours later, we arrived in Uptown. Coming out of the compound of the 81st Executive Office, Li Long quickly got on a bus and went to the jade processing factory of the Second Light Bureau. Li Long lightly found the old man who had collected the jade last time. This time he knew that the old man was an old jade worker of the factory, who used to work in the factory for more than 20 years, and then was decentralized due to special reasons, and resumed his work only at the beginning of last year. The old man's name is Lu, called Lu Yuzhang. Lu old man even remembered Li Long. The office, he said with a smile. Young man, the jade you brought last time was good. We've made it into a pendant. What treasure did you bring this time? This time the jade is not as good as the last time, Li Long said while taking the jade. I originally planned to keep it, but it's just that I've been in more of a hurry to use the money lately, so I've brought it. The 2 pieces of better quality were obtained from Yushinjiang, and the other piece was later given to Li Long by Harimu. Well, indeed, the jade quality is indeed not as good as the last one. The old man took his glasses and looked at it, then removed them again and said, this piece is okay dash. He pointed to the piece given by Yushinjiang. It's a bit worse than the last bid piece, and a bit better than that bad piece. As for this piece, he said as he pointed to another piece, with small black dots evident in the jade. This kind of jade, truth be told, doesn't sell for much, so it's a good thing this isn't very heavy for you, and it's a specialty, he said thoughtfully. Tell you what, I'll call Chief Chen over and we'll price it together. Chief Chen was the tall guy from last time, and he remembered Li Long too. After the 2 men discussed the matter, they set a price of $65 and $15 respectively for Li Long's 2 pieces of jade. Young man, this $15 a kilogram is not too cheap for you. To be honest, this jade is really not that good. If you think the price is bad, you can also take it back. Not taking it back, Li Long hurriedly said. I know the price you guys gave is already fair. Thank you. In fact, he was a little apprehensive when he came. If the other party didn't accept these jades, then he would really be grasping at straws. Young man, quite sensible. Lu Lao smiled and said, in the future, if there is a good jade, bring us over to accept. Of course, this jade is not good. You also know. After the 2 pieces of jade were weighed and invoiced for money, Li Long got $374. After he said goodbye to Lu Lao and Section Chief Chen, he hurried back to the Bai guest house. According to Li Long's idea, if there was another bus, then he would take the bus back. If not, then he would go shopping first, then stay and go back in the morning. To his some surprise, the last bus hadn't even departed yet, and he rushed to get on. This was also a time when you could get on the bus before you bought a ticket. By the time we got back to Ma County, it was completely dark. Li Long returned to the compound in the dark. Although the house was still a bit cold at this time, Li Long was sort of relieved. It was a tight day, but it kind of got done. Dragging his tired body, Li Long set up a fire and boiled some porridge for himself, drinking it while figuring out what to buy tomorrow. Although it was Yushinjiang who had called on the people to work for him, Li Long, as the master of the matter, must have shown something. He decided that it would be a token of appreciation for those who worked to buy a set of gifts for each person, including brick tea, a square, a bottle of wine, 2 bottles of canned goods, and a packet of salt. As for the time spent working, Li Long planned to buy some more snacks and such. He somewhat regretted not pulling the wagon over, but thinking about the fact that the wagon was going to be used in the team, it was better to make a trip on the bike. Early the next morning, after going to the big meat cafeteria and having a meal, Li Long started to go shopping. In addition to those things, Li Long also bought a lot of thick and thin wire, iron nails, plastic sheeting and other things, divided into loads to put on the bike, to the mountains. The 2-weight bar was very forceful, and in less than 2 hours, Liren had transported the stuff here to Alamu's winter nest. Halamo told him seriously when he saw what Laron had packed. Li Long, if you want everyone to work properly, don't take these things out yet, otherwise the work won't get done and their families will still complain about you. Liren was a bit puzzled as to why. You obviously have good intentions yourself. End of chapter. Chapter 147. A winter nest of his own. Harimu said, pointing to the wine that Laron had brought. This one. Some of our people are very fond of it, but this one is really harmful. Li Long was still a bit puzzled. He hadn't dealt with many Kazakhs in his last life. There are some young men among us who usually look very honest, work solidly, and are not too bold, but when they drink, their character will change drastically, and they even dare to stab someone with a knife, so this wine should never be given to them, but the rest is fine. Li Long was shocked out of a cold sweat. He almost made a big mistake. He hurriedly put all this wine away and then said to Harimu, let's leave the wine here with you for now. By the way, if you all need anything else, I'll go buy some more. You guys are about to go to the summer pasture. If there are things you need, I'll buy them together then. Otherwise when you guys go to the summer pasture in the deep mountains, it won't be easy to buy them. Harimu didn't make it easy with Liren and said, food. We need more food. Salt, brick tea and those are almost enough. But we need some more tools like ropes, saws and wire. As Harimu thought and spoke, Liren's side took note of them all. When Harimu finished speaking, Li Long dismissed his original idea of checking out the place where Yushinjiang and the others were working, and was ready to turn his head and just go shopping again. Li Long, after the snow melted, we picked up some more antlers and roe deer antlers. You take these and sell them to buy things. We gave you a winter nest to build. We treat you as a friend. You have helped us so much. We should do it. Now we can't just let you pay for things. Li Long didn't refuse, but he was also taken aback when he saw the antlers that Harimu took out. In his two previous lives, Harry Wood had taken out antlers, which were the largest that Liren had ever seen. 3.5 pairs of antlers or 7 branches, and 2 branches of elk antlers. Antlers in a pair of particularly huge. Look at the length of at least half a meter. In addition to the main branch, the other branches have 6. On this branch of antlers must be at least 7 or 8 kilograms. Liren was skeptical that he could take it back at once. This mountain is truly rich in resources. With Harimu's help, Liren barely managed to tie all of this to his bike with a rope, and then carefully rode down the hill. He now felt like one of those martial artists on the theater stage, with a spike erected on his back, the same as a flag gun. And of course, it felt dangerous, always feeling like the tips of those antlers were going to zap you when you toppled over. By the time he rode to the county seat, Li Long felt like he was sweating. When he came to the purchase station, Li Long calculated that Chen Hongjun should work today. Locked the car. Li Long did not unload. First looked inside and found that Chen Hongjun was indeed there, weighing licorice root for a person. While weighing, the quality of your licorice root is not bad. Counting the first level for you, 25 cents a kilogram. You have 12 kilograms of these. $3. Well, Li Long suddenly felt that looking at that big bundle of licorice only selling for $3 was a bit less, but looking at that licorice seller's cheerful expression, Li Long suddenly felt as if he was the one who was out of place in this world. $3. You can buy 10 kilograms of noodles, 2 bottles of liquor, 3 kilograms of mutton, quite a lot. Chen Hongjun opened the ticket to pay, and then he saw Li Long at the door, and then showed a surprised expression. Comrade Li, long time no see. Where did you run away from with this face of gray? Just out of the mountains. Then you must have brought something good. Let's see it. Good. Liren turned to the bikes, untied the ropes, and unclipped the antlers one by one. Ooh, Comrade Little Li, you've had a bumper crop this time. Did you collect all the antlers on the South Mountain? Almost. Li Long joked. This is not the beginning of spring. The horse deer to grow antlers. Antlers do not want, so I took it all back. Looks like you're still on good terms with the horse deer. Chen Hongjun also joked. Those antlers are huge. 7 branches of antlers, 2 branches of roe deer antlers. The quality is not the same. Chen Hongjun one by one carefully looked at, and then graded. That licorice root seller also looked at these antlers curiously. He didn't leave. Li Long guessed that he might want to know how much the antlers were worth. There are 4 antlers of the first grade, weighing 21 kilograms and 600 grams. Chen Hongjun finished sorting and weighing, and reported to Li Long. Grade 2 antlers, weighing 10 kilograms and 300 grams. Now the first grade is still 6 pieces. The second grade is just 4 pieces. Roe deer antlers are all first grade, weighing 2 kilograms one, giving you a single price of $5. How's that? Of course there's no problem, Li Long said with a smile. I calculate a total of. Chen Hongjun pulled over the abacus and skillfully played. $181.50. Invoicing and paying, Liren took a thick pile of money and put it in his inside pocket. Comrade Chen, I have some shopping to do, so I'll leave for now and talk to you later when I have time. Okay, remember to save some for me when you get some wild game sometime. Good mile. That licorice root seller looked at Li Long, and then looked at the $3 in his hand, and immediately felt that the $3 didn't smell good. Li Long went out the door, and the man chased after him, asking Li Long, little brother, did you pick up these antlers from the mountains? Well, it's from the mountains, but I didn't pick it up. My friends from the mountains picked it up when they were grazing. And, the man blushed and finally asked, are the antlers good to pick up? How can I put it? It's still easier for mountain people to pick it up, but like us, or you, it's not really easy. You might wander around the mountains all day and not be able to pick it up, because we don't know where the horse deer like to hang out. Li Long knew the man's mind. Anyone who saw the other party earn so much money at once would be moved. He said seriously, this big brother, just like you picking up licorice, I guess a lot of people in your village should not know where it is easy to pick up licorice, right? You do know, so you can pick up more than 10 kilograms a day. The man nodded thoughtfully. Okay, I still have things to do, so I'll go first. Li Long rode his bike towards the supply and marketing center. The only place to buy those things is still in the supply house. Getting on his bike and arriving at the supply house store, Liren got down and locked the car, went inside, and started purchasing things by those names Harimu had given him. The quantity purchased by Li Long was large and relatively large, and the two salesmen carried one item to the counter. Watching these things pile up higher and higher, Li Long simply asked for 2 sacks and then began to separate them. Comrade, pay first, a salesman reminded. Li Long smiled, stopped his hand, and said as he pulled a bunch of money out of his pocket, okay, so let's do the math first. The salesman saw the money in his hand, put his heart down, and began to count the money one by one. All kinds of tools, wire and other materials counted down to a total of more than $60, but the weight reached nearly 80 kilograms. After paying the money, Li Long used 2 sacks to split, to ensure that the two sides of the things are almost the same weight, and then with the bought thin twine tied the mouth, made like a hitching pouch, squatting to put the 2 sacks connected in the middle of the part of the shoulder, the waist of force, and then carried up. The two salesmen were not particularly surprised, although it is carrying 80 kilograms of things, just now this era of cattle people are more, not to mention carrying 80 kilograms, is carrying 100 kilograms of people also have. Li Long walked over to the bike, put the stuff down, and then lowered the bike's rear stand, otherwise the 80 kilograms of stuff directly on the back seat would tend to deform the rear stand, but it wouldn't have such an effect on the tires. It was a bit difficult at this point, with his hands on the bike. It would be inconvenient to carry the stuff up again, and he had no choice but to turn to the salesman in the store department. This comrade, could you come over here and do me a favor and help me with my bike? The salesmen inside were not the ones who had borrowed the scale before, and one of them came out from the counter with a smile after hearing Li Long's voice. Just said, well, I just came out without you put down directly on it. Saying that she held the bike, Li Long squatted down to once again carry the 2 sacks up to the back of the bike, leaned over, and slowly slid the stuff off her shoulders to land on the back seat of the bike. After adjusting to make sure things were smooth, Liren thanked the salesman and rode off, tossing back and forth. Li Long was also a little hungry. He went to the big meat cafeteria and bought 3 buns, eating while going to the morning market location, where the stalls have been closed. Here Li Long originally intended to buy some grain without a ticket, but the people booth closed. He could not do anything, think about it, or first send things to the mountains, come back in the evening, and wait for tomorrow morning to come over early to buy the grain and then transport it to the mountains. Having sold the jade and the antlers, Li Long had enough backing to buy grain. He thought about the last special food, so he turned around and went back to the grain store. But unfortunately there was no special food today, and he didn't have that many food stamps on hand, so he had to wait for tomorrow. Riding his bike to the mountains, the sun was already setting in the west by the time he got to Harimu and their winter nest. Harimu is not. Li Long put the sack down, carrying the feeling is not able to cross the ditch, then unraveled, intending to carry one by one. The dog had been barking, and Nathan came out and saw Liren, running over cheerfully and shouting at him, Uncle! Uncle! Li Long was surprised that this little guy had learned Chinese. Even if it's just shouting a word, it's already the beginning of an exchange. Nathan! Jax, well, hello, why yeah, Nathan shouted excitedly, blushing. He saw that Liren was carrying a sack of marijuana and suddenly turned his head toward the winter nest, and by the time Liren had crossed the ditch, Nathan had led his horse over. He gave Liren a sign to put the sacks on the horse's back, and Liren gestured, signaling that the horse was too tall and the stuff too heavy to put on it. Surprisingly, Nathan read it. He led the horse to the water's edge in the ditch, then pressed hard on the reins. The horse resisted a little at first. Nathan's face reddened, still pressing on the reins, and surprisingly the horse first knelt on his forelegs, and then lay down on the water's edge. Li Long felt very surprised. This was not sure if it was considered that Nathan had the talent of taming horses since he was a child, or this horse was humane and more obedient. In any case, it did shock him a little. Since the horses were already lying down, Li Long carried the other sack over, and the two were once again tied together and placed on the horses' backs, one to the left and one to the right. When Nathan saw that the thing was securely placed, he motioned for Liren to get out of the way a bit, then pulled on the reins to get the horse to stand up. At over 80 kilograms, it took 2 or 3 tries for that horse to stand up, and Nathan took the reins and headed for the winter nest. As he went up the slope, Li Long was still watching carefully from the side of the horse. Luckily, the sacks had enough friction and didn't mean to slide down. Reaching the winter nest, Nathan again told the horse to lie down, and this time the horse understood and quickly adjusted and lay down. As Liren unloaded the stuff, Harimu's wife came out of the winter nest and smiled and nodded when she saw Liren. Liren moved the 2 sacks, one by one, to the side of the winter nest door, then realized the radio wasn't there. He gave a sign to Nathan, who pointed west, and Liren understood that it should be taken to the place where he had built himself a winter nest for the young men. Liren was thinking of going over there to have a look, and he gestured with Nathan, who happily took the horse and was going to go with him. But the 2 men had only just crossed this ditch when they heard someone riding up that way, and Liren saw that it was Halimu. "Are you going to take a look over there?" Halimu asked as he rode his horse at a fast pace and stopped after coming to Li Long. "Did you buy the stuff back?" "The tools and wire are bought back. The grain will have to come tomorrow," Li Long said. "Then don't go over there. The work over there is almost done for the day, and they are overjoyed when I give them what you gave them to share. Leave these things over here for now, and bring them over to be divided when we start work tomorrow." Since that was the case, then Liren wasn't going to go over there. He said to Harimu, "Then I'll go back first and see about buying some grain over in the morning. The wagon is going to be used at our production team's place, so I'll use my bicycle to bring the grain over in the next couple of days." "No problem. Having a few bags of rice and flour will be fine," Harimu said. "I've also told those people that if they have antlers or roe deer antlers at home, bring them over. They can be exchanged for good things." Liren chuckled. "It is indeed exchangeable. Just give me the word on what you want to exchange." "Which is to say, I ran into you," Harimu sighed. "We've had our share of losses. Some Han people, very good, like you. Some Han people, really take us as a spoonit." Li Long was also a bit ashamed. In fact, he had already taken advantage of a lot of things this way. Looking at the long term, he would bit by bit exchange all the things he got from Harimu and the others for supplies to send to the mountains, so that these lovely herdsmen could have a better life. "Have some milk tea before you go back. It's quite cool at night with the wind in the pass," Harimu said to Li Long. After drinking milk tea, Li Long got on his bike and rode towards the mountains in the wind. All the way downhill, he tried to control the speed of the car, or else it could really fly out. Waiting for the county, the sun only set, the sky is still a little bright. Li Long went to the cafeteria to buy some steamed buns, ready to bake steamed bun slices to eat at night. The compound here is prepared with red tofu, eating to save trouble. Tired all day, he set up a fire to roast buns, eat and hastily went to sleep. Tomorrow there is still work to do. It wasn't even midnight yet when Li Long heard a commotion outside. Thieves? End of chapter. Chapter 148. Even the big yard isn't safe. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Long quietly got up. He slowly put on his clothes and carried the small caliber rifle beside his bed to the door. Listening to the movement, someone tumbled down from the courtyard wall. The movement was relatively light. Then the person squatted in the courtyard for a while, then touched towards the compartment. Liren slowly opened a crack in the door. The bedroom doors in this big house were well maintained, often oiled, so there was no sound as the door shaft turned. In the darkness it could be seen that it was a man. Thin, less than 5'7", and agile, who, after a brief sojourn to the heel of a couple of doors there in the compartment, turned to the kitchen on the opposite side of the room. Li Long probably guessed what the other party wanted to do. The thief should have come in to steal food, but Li Long didn't let his guard down. Carrying a small caliber and watching from the doorway, he saw the other person go into the kitchen, and then groped inside for a while. And when he came out, the man came out of the kitchen with a small pot, and then groped toward the door. Li Long originally guessed that this one was hungry to steal food and hesitated to let the other party go. but looking at the other party even to take away his own pot, that could not be tolerated. He saw that the other man was about to open the latch and go out through the door, and instantly scurried out, drinking with his small caliber. "Don't move! I'll kill you if you move." The man was startled and accelerated his hand movements, thinking to run out before Li Long caught up with him. Li Long immediately added a sentence. "Move again and shoot." The bastard even moved. And what made Li Long furious was that he directly half-turned and threw the pot at Li Long, then opened the door. Pop! Liren lands a shot to the body, and his opponent freezes. He really didn't expect Li Long to have a gun in his hand, and even more so, he didn't expect Li Long to dare to shoot. The cast iron pot fell on the brick floor and broke into several pieces, spilling the porridge and steamed buns inside. Li Long is very angry. This not only steals his own things, but also smashes his own pot. Can't bear it. He stepped forward with his gun and pointed it at the man's head and said, "Where? Why did you steal it?" The other side didn't speak. Thinking that the other party was being stubborn, Li Long simply held the muzzle of his gun against the man's shoulder and asked loudly again, "Say, where are you from? Why did you steal it?" "I've come from the mainland and I'm so hungry." Being held at gunpoint, the other guy had to talk quite pure Mandarin. Li Long couldn't hear the dialect where it was carried. At that moment, there were noisy footsteps outside the door, and voices talking. "That's where the shots came from, right? What's the idea of a gun in the county at night these days?" Li Long guessed that it should be the police arriving. The muzzle of the gun was tucked back. He felt a bit troubled because he had no formalities for this gun. A flash of panic flashed across the man's face, and Li Long sensed it and immediately held his gun against the other man's shoulder and said sternly, "Don't move. I've got this gun cocked and loaded. Don't make me go off." "This man, there's something wrong," Liren shouted. "Is that a comrade policeman outside? The gun was fired by me. My house is burglarized." Footsteps gathered at once, and a policeman asked, "Where is this Master Ma?" "Master Ma has gone back to Shanghai and sold the house to me. Someone came in to steal just now. I caught him. He was trying to escape, and I fired my gun to catch him." "What kind of gun? Is anyone hurt?" Outside the police were wary. "Small caliber, no injury. You guys wait, I'll open the door." Li Long is now not afraid of the other party to escape. He collected the gun, turned off the safety behind his back, sideways to open the door. The man was just about to get up when Li Long noticed him and kicked him over, knocking him straight to the ground. When the door opened, Li Long saw two in police uniforms and one in plainclothes surrounding the outside, both holding guns in their hands and looking at Li Long with a wary face. At this time there was a moon. The skylight was still okay. Li Long pointed to the man squatting on the ground and said, "He said he was inside his mouth and was hungry and wanted to steal food, but I guess this man is not simple. I have such a high wall in this yard. He can just scurry in. What do you do? Where did you get this gun?" A uniformed one asked Li Long. Li Long had already thought of a way to respond just now and said, "I'm a farmer from Hongqi Township and part-time purchasing agent for the Supply and Marketing Center, and this gun was given to me by Li Chanxian, the head of the procurement unit of the Supply and Marketing Center, because I've been purchasing things in the mountains for the past few days, and there are wolves and bears in the mountains, so I can't do without a gun." With that he took the certificate out of his pocket and handed it over. The uniformed public security officer looked at the proof with his flashlight and nodded at the other two, who relaxed, then stepped forward and lifted the crouching one. "Come on, let's go to the police station and talk about the details." When he arrived at the police station, Li Long registered the details, and the uniformed officer in charge of the registration took that certificate of Li Long's and copied the information. Over there, they were interrogating the thief. Li Long didn't continue to participate and was released back in the yard. After simply cleaning up the dropped pot and the things on the ground, Li Long went back to the house to sleep. After a night's fright, Li Long felt that the compound was indeed not very safe if it was not always inhabited, not even if it's diagonally across the street from the police station. That yard is also something that needs to be put away properly, either by getting a dark room or having to take it back to the village. Early the next morning, Li Long was cooking when there was a knock on the door from outside. He collected the fire and went to open the door, and saw that it was one of yesterday's uniforms. "Comrade Li Long, let me tell you about that person." The other party opened his mouth very directly, but Li Long could tell that this person had a touch of excitement on his face. "Is that man blind?" Liren asked of his own accord. "The blind stream, as it is called here, is not quite the same as that explained in the books. It refers specifically to those hobos who fled from the interior of the mouth to the frontier. The main reason is that the frontier area is sparsely populated, and it is better than the mouth to eat a full meal and make a living." "No, it's a fugitive," the uniformed public security officer said. "He fled here after injuring someone inside the mouth, and he has no relatives or friends over here, so he steals things to eat every day. This person is really practiced. If it is not because you have a gun, I am afraid that you really may not be able to take him down. Then I'm really lucky. Li Long listened to his heart palpitating. If he really did not have a gun, he might have been killed by the other party in return. Such a person does not steal property but only steals. The probability should be afraid of the subject to report to the police. After all, lose some food would usually do not care, but to lose property that is bound to alarm, that a big mess on the bad end. This person also injured someone when he was stealing things over in Yuking, and then he roamed here. Uniforms added. In short, this period of time you still pay attention to. Then I have to go to the mountains every few days. Li Long faced some difficult. Here, this is fine. You are also considered to have helped us solve a not-so-small case. The uniformed public security officer smiled and said, we are also considered neighbors. We will pay more attention to you here. Thanks a lot then. Liren smiled. I haven't asked for advice yet. My surname is Guo. My name is Guo Taibing. Comrade Shaoli. I'm just giving you a quick overview of the situation. So go about your business. I have to go and organize the materials. Thank you, Officer Guo. Li Long sent Guo Taibing to the door. He always felt that the name was a bit familiar, but now he couldn't recall where he heard it. After breakfast, Li Long in the yard around, and each room to look for. He found that the gun is good to hide. A few rooms in the beam, behind the cabinet can be stuffed into the gun is still inconspicuous, but the box of copper money is not good to put. Li Long thought about it and decided to make a trip back to the village today before saying anything. All in all it was only a matter of 2 hours. Not at the moment. Of course, he had to go to the morning market to check on the grain. Pushing the bike out of the gate, looking at the street outside, the flow of people coming and going. Should not be a few families noticed the accident here last night. Locking the door, he got on his bike and headed to the morning market, and he made a special detour to pass by the grain store, which he found was still out of specials. Somewhat disappointed, Li Long accelerated the speed of pedaling the car and soon arrived at the market. The flow of people here was quite large. Li Long swept a glance and smiled. Today there are not only grain sellers here, but also piggyback sellers. Li Long remembered that Harimu had said that they were not picky about grains, and what they put in the milk tea also had millet and bracked flour. The grains sold in the market nowadays, rice, flour and bracked pasta were all available. Li Long pushed the car over and asked for the price. Rice is 70 cents, flour is 45 cents, and bush flour is 20 cents. Now that grain without tickets is not a problem to sell, the stall holder's attitude is average. What if I want more? Li Long looked at the stall. The 3 items together totaled no more than 100 kilograms, all in the amount of half a bag. Want more? How much can I ask for? Can you finish? To finish to give you cheap. The stall owner measured, Li Long said. Li Long pushed the bicycle. He heard this tone also cannot help but some expectation up. These rice and noodles usually sell 1/3 a day would be good. If the other party can buy more, they can earn more. What price can you pay if you want to finish? Li Long asked. Rice, 68 cents. Flour 43 cents? And bush flour 15 cents. How about that? Bush flour for you down 5 cents. That's good enough. This should be the second-hand dealer who often pours grain. And there should be a lot of goods in his hands. Li Long then asked. I'll take it all. Do you have any more? What? You still want more? Li Long's words not only didn't make the other party happy, but on the contrary, he was wary. He shook his head and said, I can't say. It depends on the situation. Li Long knows that the other party is worried that he is checking and reporting him. After all, there is still the crime of speculation in these days. Although this morning market has acquiesced to open, but that is to regulate the people's production of means of subsistence. Enrich the table. Really want to buy and sell on a large scale? That is a crime. Without much ado, Li Long weighed the grain with the owner, and after paying for it, he asked the stall owner to help him stuff the lesser rice pockets into the bracked noodle pockets, tie the mouths, and hitch them to the back seat along with the noodle pockets, and then went to see Piggy Wazzy. That boss sold to Li Long with the bag, then took the $40 or so in hand and didn't leave. Instead he was observing Li Long. Seeing that Li Long went to look at the Pig Wazzy, he relaxed. This person should have a large family. That's why he bought so much grain. Someone who could buy Pig Wazzy shouldn't be specifically checking on himself. How much for a piggyback? 12. The stall owner's voice was loud and sounded determined. And when Li Long still wanted to haggle, the other party pointed to the 4 piglets in the basket and said, I brought over 8 heads. Half left in less than half an hour. No haggling. If you're late, there won't be any left. This Pig Wazzy is a little bigger than the last purchase. It should be down earlier. Li Long squatted down and rattled the Pig Wazzy. That Pig Wazzy immediately squeaked. It was quite lively, probably hungry and a bit scared, and kept barking, which attracted some people to come and look at it. Okay, I'll take all 4. Li Long saw out 3 males and 1 female. There is no problem. thinking that the big brother itself has the ambition to be a professional pig farmer. Then buy it. The stall owner originally thought that Li Long wanted a head of 2. I did not expect all of them. He froze for a moment, and then immediately took the twine to help Li Long tied up the pig, put it in a sack and put it flat on the back of the bicycle. With the back of the bike like this, with grain hitched to either side and piggybacks on top, Li Long was left with nothing else to buy and turned around to ride back to the compound. After returning to the yard, Li Long unloaded the grain and put it in the kitchen first, then took the piglets down, found a big basket in the yard and put them in it, untied them to let them move around, and then tied them up again. With the piglets, he still had to buy feed. He couldn't fatten the pigs on those wild vegetables alone. The morning market stalls had removed some of the stalls, and Liren was aiming for a stallholder at the far end, where bran, chaff, and pods of rice were sold. Although Li Long has the intention to buy rice, but think about taking this to feed pigs. The probability will be scolded by the village people, and take it back. Big brother and sister-in-law is unlikely to take it to feed. Maybe people eat. Forget it. It's better to eat fine grains these days when you have too many mixed grains. $5 bought 2 big bags of bran and chaff. Li Long packed and went back to the compound. Then put the piggy bank, and put those copper coins into a bag and hung it on the front handlebar of the bicycle, locked the door, and rode back to the village. When he arrived at the village, Li Long saw Li Chang and a group of dolls playing spindle on the roadside. Spinning is a game that should be more familiar to the 80s in the north, but the rules may be different depending on the region. Playing tool is a board, and spindle, gaga, with the literal meaning of the word, is a half-foot-long stick sharpened at both ends, attacking and defending the two sides. Playing the person is to put the spindle on the 2 pieces of mud billet base up the shelf, with a wooden board to pick up at the same time to hit the fly out of the side of the guard. The guard's place is also a delineation of the area. Can not let the spindle. The guards also set up an area so that the spindle could not be allowed to fall into the area, and then it had to be thrown back. Seeing Li Long come over, Li Long, who just picked up the spindle, threw the spindle with a cheer and rushed towards Li Long. John, why aren't you in school today? It's Sunday. It's a vacation. Li Chang explained. Uncle Junior, what are you piling up back here? Hogwash. And bran. What about the front? Li Chang looked curiously at the front of the bag again. Hemp money? Are you going to take it and play with it? Li Long took out a few Qianlong Kongxi out of it and handed it to him. Here, I'll find my sister to tie the shuttlecock. Li Chang grabbed the hemp money in his hand and ran away. Li Chang got on his bike and went back to the yard, and had just unloaded and untied the piggy bank when someone came over to him. End of chapter. Chapter 149, Neuter a Pig. The one who came to look for Li Long was Xia Yundong. He was in a hurry, and when he entered the courtyard and saw Li Long, he said, Xiao Long, you're back, I've been waiting. What? Li Long carried the basket with the intention of putting the piglets in the pigsty, and asked as he walked, what's the trouble? There's no trouble. It's not as if the vice squad is all ready to go into the mountains, and shall not communicate with you. Which ditch are you going into? There are quite a few gullies in the South Mountains, large and small aspen gullies, pine structures, elm structures, as well as the ha-bear gullies, coal gullies, etc., that are found everywhere. Little Poplar Gully. There is a place in there by the water, relatively flat and not too low. Flood water prevention. Water is also convenient. We've dug dugouts there before, and we can make secondary use of it this time over there. There are still a lot of willows by the water there, and some of the miscellaneous trees that grow in the ditch. The branches can be used. Li Long thought about it. Little Poplar Gully was east of Harimu Winter Nest, close to the mouth of Red Mountain, about 3 kilometers away from his own soon-to-be-formed winter nest, so it would be perfectly possible to take care of anything. That's fine. We plan to leave tomorrow. This afternoon I'll gather the people together. When the captain wants to speak, you also give a speech. Xia Yundong said, tomorrow your big brother will also go over. Your family's wagon is going to follow to the mountains to pull things, also earn some labor points. That's fine. Come over and call me then. Li Long originally planned to pack grain into the mountains after lunch, but now it seems that he will have to stay for half a day more. But there is no rush in the mountains, and these 300 carry handles are also important tasks at the moment. Xia Yundong got Li Long's promise and left in a hurry. As the person leading the team, he needed to be busy with too many things. Some people entered the mountains for the first time to do side work, do not know anything. He must remind to one by one, otherwise in time missing this and that, in the end, or to find his trouble. He had only put the piglets in the circle not long ago. Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme and Li Wan came back from the field. Seeing Li Long by the pig pen, Li Jianguo asked, Xiao Long, back from catching piglets again? Caught 4. Liren said, 3 tusked pigs and a sow. Let me see. Li put down his hoe and came to the pig pen. Li Wan was carrying a basket full of pigweed. She also came over to the side of the pigsty to have a look, then smiled and went to the stove to put down the basket, took a broken kitchen knife and a knife board erected by the wall, and began to chop the pigweed. I'll buy some bran and chaff back. It's better to cook it on with the pigweed, Li Long said. Now when this piglet is growing, it might be eaten. This piglet is going to be bigger. Li Jianguo looked and laughed, then suddenly thought of something. No, we have to neuter the tusked pig, otherwise the meat in the back won't be good. Li Jianguo is a man of action, and when he said he would do it, he brought razor blades and a small packet of medicinal powder from the house, and a packet of sheep thread, and by the side of the pigsty, he set up the same, and went to fetch a basin of water over, and then said to Li Long, catch a toothy pig out. A tusked pig is a boar. Li Long went in and grabbed a black and white boar out, and the pig squealed miserably as if it was going to be tortured, and the sound was particularly harsh. He put the boar down flat on its back, and Li felt the position with his hand, had Li Long press it, washed the spot, and then made a cut with the razor, and the piglet's grunts got worse. Li Jianguo squeezed something out of that opening, circled it a few times, tied it with a thread, and then took a razor to cut off the egg, and then poured powdered medicine. Li Long had already smelled it out, and poured sulfanilamide, an anti-inflammatory commonly used in the countryside. The other egg was also cut off, and the next step was to sprinkle the powder. The cut wasn't too big, didn't even need to be sewn, and it wasn't hot enough to get maggots at this time of year, so simply put the pig in the hog pen. Next, less than an hour, the 4 tusked pigs were surgery. Li Jianguo washed his hands with the water in the basin, and then put things back one by one. Liang Yuan had already prepared the meal by this time, and Li Chang also returned consciously. He yelled when he saw Li Wan, "Sister, I have hemp money here, and chicken feathers, why don't you make me a shuttlecock?" "Where did you get the hemp money?" That's what Li asked. "Where did you get the chicken feathers?" That's what Liren asked. "The hemp money is from little uncle." Li Chang glanced at his father and answered his question first, then looked at Li Long again and said, "We plucked the feathers from the chickens at Minghua's house, and he said to make a good shuttlecock so he could play with it too." Live plucking from chickens. Kids these days are not to be trifled with. "So the chicken didn't let you guys screw it up?" Li Jianguo asked without a trace of anger. "No, they've got 5 chickens at home. A few plucks on one is enough." Li Chang said, "It's not like we spoon. Spoon in this context means silly. Well, if you guys don't spoon, you can wait to see Minerva get beat up by his mom tomorrow. Eat, eat, eat." Liang Yume shouted. There are still things to do in the afternoon. At the dinner table, Li Jianguo asked Li Long, "Come along tomorrow?" "No, I have to go to the county this afternoon, and tomorrow morning I have to buy some grain to ship in. The place chosen by Brother Yundong is not far from my friend's place. Tomorrow I will go into the mountains first, and then I will go to Little Poplar Gully to look for you." "Dad, I want to go too," Li Chang suddenly said. "You're going to preschool tomorrow, and you can't go to first grade in a few months." Li Jianguo immediately dismissed Li Chang's idea. Preschools nowadays actually taught first grade, and Li Chang would be over 6.5 in September and ready for school. Li Wan actually wanted to go, but she knew she certainly couldn't pay for it, and school was the most important thing. Last time, her little uncle had helped her weave the carrying handle and reinforce the big broom, giving their group a good run for their money. Uncle Junior, all the other big brooms in our class dropped the splendid splendor. Only our groups didn't. Li Wan couldn't help but speak up. Our teacher praised our group well. For what? Li Jianguo asked, not realizing that Li Long had helped Li Wan and the others make up the carrying handle. When I came back that afternoon, I saw them braiding lifting handles on the playground, so I thought I'd bring Li Wan back, and tied and braided them by hand. Li Long explained lightly. Liang Yume smiled while eating. She felt pretty good before. Li Long was pretty much alone and couldn't even think about giving Li Wan a hand. These past few months, so much had changed. After the meal, Li Jianguo slipped a pile of money to Li Long and said, "Here's the money for the piglets, and by the way, you go to the street and send another $20 to your old parents. It's not a good time for the old family to be green and yellow. I'll take the pig wazi money. I'll pay for the mail." Li Long pulled out 20 and returned it. "I collected some antlers in the mountains in the past 2 days and earned some money." "Okay." Li Jianguo also do not argue. This matter Tering put in a bad look. In the afternoon, Li Jianguo and the others went to the field to hoe, and Li Long waited for Xia Yundong to come over. So he went to the captain's house. The people had arrived, and Li Long saw Gu Boyuan, Tao Daqiang, saw Su Jianjun, and others. He greeted them one by one. "Little Dragon has arrived as well, so let's not waste any time." Su Chengjun saw that Li Long had arrived, so he threw the mo cigarettes in his hand with only the mouthpiece left on it to the ground, stomped on it with his foot, and said, This trip to the mountains to engage in sideline work was secured for us by Li Long. You guys are the team's best at making up handles, so I won't say anything more, but I've emphasized the standard of handles for you guys. When you are in the mountains, then you must listen to Xia Yundong, he is the captain. Whoever disobeys, when you come back, not only will you not be paid, but you will also be penalized for work points. With that said, he looked to Liren. Bruce, come and say a few words to the group. A dozen pairs of eyes looked at Li Long. Li Long looked back one by one. He could see Gu Boyuan's encouragement, Tao Daqiang's respect, and the others' gratitude. Of course, it's not all. And it's possible to see someone trying to look at their own jokes. Not everyone is able to complete a sentence in front of a crowd. Since the captain asked me to speak, then I'll say a few words. Li Long walked up to Su Chengjun and said, these 300 lifting handles are a task given to us by the Supply and Marketing Center. And as the coordinator in the middle, I'm only concerned with one thing, the quality of the lifting handles. Let's start with the small man after the gentleman. Ugly words here. The quality does not pass. Then not to mention the Supply and Marketing Agency to go. Is that I cannot pass here? Either to beat back to redo, or destroyed. Anyway, cannot take out the unqualified to shame. Of course, if you encounter any trouble in the mountains, I will also coordinate to solve it, provided that you do not take the initiative to cause trouble. The mountains are not like they used to be. After the forestry team was established, the mountains have been divided into patches, and people from the forestry team are responsible for managing the patches. So some of the things that could be done in the past can't be done now. So when you get to the mountains, you'd better concentrate on cutting strips and weaving handles. After all, to weave a handle $1. You are good at it. 1 or 2 or 3 a day. That money is faster than the workers. Let's talk about private matters after we finish the public matters. When you enter the mountains, you can also find me if you have any difficulties. I will try my best to coordinate and solve them. Okay, that's all. Tomorrow I will go into the mountains before you. You guys do your own thing. I'll go find you when I'm done. After Li Long finished speaking, Su Chengjun nodded approvingly and then said, did you hear that? Behave yourselves in the mountains and don't embarrass our team. The mountains are not like they used to be. The team's letter of introduction doesn't work so well anymore. You have to remember to look for Xiaolong if you are in trouble, but if you want to take the initiative to cause trouble, it's hard to say whether Xiaolong will be able to help you or not. So be careful. Don't be like Tao Daong and Guermo. Su Chengjun's words were heavy, and these people pondered on them. After the people were dismissed, Su Chengjun left Li Long behind and said, Xiaolong, I heard from Yundong that you're going into the mountains early? Well, I've got more than just a handle-carrying job in the mountains this time. That's fine, but our team went into the mountains. You still need to take care of more. You have the Supply and Marketing Agency's note. Many things are good to solve. I'm afraid that these guys into the mountain just after the words thrown to the back of the head, digging mother of pearl or something, then let caught on the trouble. Well, I'll try my best. Li Long nodded and said, I haven't seen anyone from the forestry team, so we'll see what happens then. I think that even if we catch them, the most we can do is to find them and deduct their stuff. Li Long said lightly, but Su Chengjun is a bitter smile. These days, who can have a few spare cash? It seems that he will have to give Su Jianjun a good beating. Among these people, he is the most difficult to manage. But who made him his cousin? It's impossible not to take care of your own family. Li Long went back to the yard and saw that there was nothing to do. So he rode his car out of the village and headed for the county town. There is still time in the afternoon. He intends to go to the old street of Shicheng to see if there are any grain sellers. If there are, buy some and send them together to the mountains tomorrow. Li Long rode while thinking. Yushan Jiang led people to make winter nest for himself, but he has not yet shown one side. Will they be angry? No, I'm going over there tomorrow anyway. Arriving at the old streets of Stone City in his rambling thoughts, Li Long realized that there weren't many stalls here, but there were a lot more people. There were not only those who sold grain, but also more than one. Li Long went over to have a look and realized that the grain here was a bit cheaper than that in the county's morning market. 65 cents for rice, 42 cents for flour, to be darker, and 18 cents for bush flour. That's the asking price. However, the grain on several stalls was packed in half bags, and Li Long guessed that this should be a concern. Fearing that if someone confiscated it, at least this way the loss would not be too great. Thinking about the amount he can carry tomorrow, Li Long found a stall with a decent portion and bought all the rice and white flour on it. And after paying and tying it up, Li Long rode his car back. Returning to the entrance of the compound, he felt somewhat reassured to find 2 uniformed staff watching the area from the entrance of the police station diagonally across the street. After entering the yard and closing the door, Li Long rested for a while and began to pour the grain bags. He sorted his 2 purchases of grain into 3 bags and then tied the pockets. intending to go into the mountains first thing in the morning after putting them away. At this moment, today's work has been worked here in the winter nest where Li Long is. The mountain that serves as the backside wall has been cut out flush with a chopping earthman, and the foundation here has been smashed, and some of the wood has already begun to go up. If they built winter nests with wood, they didn't just pile it on. They would punch holes at the ends and in the middle and insert wooden squares to ensure stability, similar to the simple mortise and tenon construction of the Middle Kingdom. Yesterday Harima gave out all the things that Li Long brought to them, which made these young middle-aged people very happy. Most of them didn't speak Chinese, and it was hard for them to communicate with people outside to exchange things. Now with these things, the life of their own family can be improved a little. How to say it is good. Some of the lads were already thinking of ways to trade for more, to get ahead of the transfer to the summer ranch, and ahead of the other boys who were competing for the girls. This was a rare opportunity. After all, Yushinjiang had introduced Li Long as a true adept, and it was right to look for him to exchange things. Little did Liren know that he had risen in the lads' minds to become a man they could place their trust in. Early the next morning, Li Long did not cook, went to the big meat canteen after a good meal, back to the compound, the food on the back of the bike rack, riding then rushed to the mountains. More than 150 kilograms of stuff. Although the bike can stand it, but the road up the mountain is not good. Li Long knows that this is a difficult trip. Thanks to the book friend Chan Yang Jr.'s reward. Thanks to the book friend Wildside Idler's reward. Thanks to the book friend 20240523124618067's reward. This book friend, your reward has a hole and a zero. This is not all the coins out of the pocket. Thank you. And thank you all for your subscription, monthly and recommendation support. Here I also say a little, because recently writing is not so fluent, coupled with the comments more up, I cannot do a reply. Some controversial places, I feel the need to explain when I will. Some of the comments brushed over did not see, may not have replied to. On the issue of prices, some people say that the national uniform price, after all, is a planned economy, but I would like to say that the experience should know what is called bargaining food, what is called the policy of the upper and lower policy, and what is called regional differences. It is impossible for such a large country to be completely harmonized. End of chapter. Chapter 150, a half-finished winter nest. On the mountain road, Li Long pedaled his bike with difficulty. This section was the most difficult to walk. The road was overgrown with weeds, the slope was still high, and there were quite a few rocks. After pedaling up this section of nearly 1 kilometer long slope, the gentle slope in front of him was much more comfortable, and Li Long wiped his sweat while riding forward with one hand on the handlebar. Bicyclists, like latter-day motorists, don't want to get off the bike once they're on it, even if they know that getting off and pushing might even save a little bit of effort for this section, but they think about pedaling on, stirring the car into the mountain pass. The next road is 9 curves and 18 bends, but the good thing is that this road is stepped out by the herdsmen who come and go with their cows and sheep, and the ride is still quite good. Li Long all the way to avoid the scorpion grass that zaps the people, and came to the vicinity of the Harimu Dongwuzi. Halamu was just outside the winter den, and when he saw Laron coming, he smiled and ran over, followed by Nathan and their family dog. Liren, you didn't come yesterday, said Halamu, and I had thought to show you your winter nest. Now can also Li Long said. Yesterday I had some family matters, so I didn't come over. This grain will be put in your winter nest first. Well, leave it with me for now, and when we've unloaded the grain now, let's go over to your winter den, just to give them a word, too, that you've brought back the grain when we get to the summer pasture. It's the rice and flour they'll need most of all. In his last life, Li Long heard that the herdsmen in the mountains usually eat pork on naan. If there is a side dish, it may be ghee or cream or jam. Very simple. It was impossible to eat meat all the time. Eating meat was also a luxury for them, and usually only slaughtered sheep for festivals or when they had guests. He had only heard about it and wasn't sure if it was true or not, but he didn't ask. Together with Harimu, they carried the grain to the winter nest and then headed west. They've already started building the wooden walls now, and according to Yushinjiang, it won't take 2 days before your house is built. You'll be able to live in it then. You'll need to prepare the things inside yourself. After all, our lodging habits are different from yours. Understood. Li Long was still a little excited. The team's house was not to mention that it was the big brother's house. When he himself becomes a family, he will definitely have a homestead to build a house as well. Neither does the house on the street, which was bought outright and is decades old and unlikely to have a modicum of empathy. But the building that you are about to see, which can't even be called a house yet, was built just these few days after you came to this world. Built by these lovely and enthusiastic Kazakh herders to thank you for your little insignificant contribution. This really got Liren a little excited. Before he could see the house, Li Long heard someone singing, and the sound of a radio. It should be an announcer broadcasting the news, although it was not speaking Chinese, but that accent could still be heard. There was also the sound of knocking on wood, and laughter. They're happy, Liren said with a smile. You guys have a really good heart. The words that have been passed down from our ancestors say that people should look ahead. Although we don't have as much as you do down in the mountains, we are content. Harimu's words put Liren in a trance. In his last life he could say that his life was extremely rich in material aspects, but it didn't seem to be as happy as these last few months. The arrival of Halimo and Liren cheered the men up even more. Yashinjiang shouted for the men who were still laboring to take a break, and everyone gathered around, talking to each other. Li Long shook hands with them one by one. He didn't understand what they were saying, but looking at the faces with sunspots but full of enthusiasm and innocence, he really felt that he was very fortunate in this life. Yushan Jiang said as he brought Li Long to the house that had already been built with wooden walls on both sides. You see, after these two sides are built, the back will be fast. This house, 2 rooms, 1 room to live, 1 room, put things, by the way, inside the wooden boards on the wall. Then we have to smear a layer of mud, so that, in the future, the fire will not burn out of the problem. House frame is very simple. Is 2, a small one. The big one has 30 square meters of appearance. The small one also has 20 square feeling, now built up to look very rough and primitive. But there is another kind of beauty. Thank you, Li Long said sincerely to Yashinjiang. I really don't know how to thank you guys. Friends, do not say this, Yashinjiang said seriously. You help us so much. We do these or really want to do. We are horseback people, will not say so many good words, but we recognize the friend, will be treated sincerely. Liren stopped talking. Over there, after Harimu spoke to the others, those people suddenly cheered. You brought them rice and noodles? Yashinjiang suddenly asked. Well, I asked Halima what he was short of when you got to Summer Ranch, and he said the thing he was short of most, besides brick tea and salt, was grain. I've bought some in the last 2 days, and I'll buy some more later. You see, well, you also said thank us. This is what we should thank you well. Yashinjiang patted Li Long's shoulder and said, we are out of the force. The force as well, used will still have, but when we get to the Summer Ranch, the food will be gone. You must be sincere in preparing food for us, and you don't want us to get anything in return, right? That's the way friends are. That's the way Adachi is. Li Long actually wanted to say, I still got the money to buy food from those antlers you guys gave me, but he couldn't say it. In fact, when he bought the grain earlier, he really hoped that he could help these sincere friends. Harimu said something else, and then the men looked at Liren. Harimu said you could help them trade for whatever they want. Antlers, elk antlers, or skins or anything like that. Yes, Li Long said firmly. I'd love to do my friend a favor. The boys looked at me and I looked at you, neither thinking to be the first to speak. Liren and Yashinjiang came over from the house and went over to the log where the boys were sitting and found a log to sit on as well. One young man had the courage to stand up and say a string of words. Harimu gave him a somewhat surprised look, then turned his head to ask Liren. He said he saw a horse deer with a fawn and asked how many fawns like that would make a radio like that. How many? Horse deer fawns? Change the radio? Liren felt his head go down a bit. Then he reacted. Thinking about it is also normal awe. In the eyes of these herdsmen, not grown-up horse deer fawns are not worth more than a sheep. After all, not good to raise, even if there are antlers. It is still a few years later and it is not necessarily a buck. Then it's a given that the fawn is worthless. But it's not the same with Dragon Lee. The deer's entire body is a treasure, even if it's a fawn. Ah, 1-4-1. Li Long raised a finger and said, of course, there are no more radios in the county now. I'll have to go to Shicheng to check it out. Halimo twisted his head and explained to the lad, who had an ecstatic look on his face as he sat down, nodding without saying much as he was asked next to him. Guess it's time to start figuring out how to catch that fawn. Ha! With the first person, it wasn't long before the second person said a string of words. Antlers? How many antlers for a radio? Halimo translated. Antlers. Li Long thought about the average price of antlers now is $5. So about 10 kilograms will be able to change your radio. Plus a box of batteries, then it is at most 12 or 13 kilograms. 2 to 3 antlers will do, Li Long said. After he finished speaking, Harimu and Tamayama River first looked at him blankly, their expressions clearly disbelieving. Really? Li Long said. However, it is not certain that the signal can be received in the mountains. After all, this is now the winter pasture. To the summer pasture, too high. It is not known whether it can be received or not. And it is not certain that adding wire to make an antenna. We can't let you suffer. Yashinjiang suddenly interjected. Li Long, we are friends. Friends, we can't suffer losses. We work voluntarily. For a friend, you brought us news from outside. Halamu's face was one of approval. Li Long laughed bitterly. Is it possible that in their eyes they are ecumenical saints? He thought for a moment and said to Horimu and Tamayama River, the 2 pieces of jade you guys gave me the first time could be traded for 5 or 6 radios. For the antlers, there weren't enough at that time, but now that the price of antlers has gone up, they can be exchanged. The radios we can produce ourselves in our country now. Several factories can build them, so they're not very expensive. The 2 men, Horimu and Yushinjiang, looked at each other before Horimu began to translate for the lads. Some of the boys had the same look of disbelief on their faces as they listened. Most of them were for radios. Some wanted to trade for food, and some wanted to trade for chopping chuman, medicines and tools, and Liren gave answers to all of them. Through this conversation, Li Long sort of knew that the herders in the winter nest were really lacking in supplies, although the lack of supplies in this era itself was a common phenomenon throughout the society. Overall, because of language communication problems and ethnic habits, the herders in this area had relatively less in terms of supplies, and relatively, they are because of the location of the ranch, resulting in they actually hold a large number of precious resources, is a variety of skins, jade, antlers, roe deer antlers, as well as a small amount of antlers and so on. There's even a real Tianshan snow lotus. Although the Tianshan snow lotus efficacy is not as miraculous as the legend, it is still a precious gynecological herb, and in the eyes of the locals, the snow lotus that appeared in film and television programs as well as in the counter of frontier specialties in the latter days is actually called stone lotus. The real growth above the snow line is called snow lotus. It is only because it is too rare, and some greedy guys will uproot such snow lotus after finding it in order to seek to maximize the benefits, resulting in the later generations of people can hardly see the real Tianshan snow lotus. It is said that when a frontier pharmaceutical company to produce a snow lotus red tonic wine, please a later collapsed singer endorsement, by helicopter along the northern slopes of the Tianshan mountain flew for a week, and did not find a real snow lotus in the snow line above. But now the purchase price of the snow lotus Li Long is still not clear, but he knows for sure that it will not be high. So Liren said he'd ask, but cautioned that it might take a lot. The young man who had asked Sheridan was a little disappointed. Alright, work. Yushinjiang clapped his hands and said, work for a little while longer. Your sisters-in-law are coming to deliver food. We can't let the women see us being lazy. Come to work. Liren and Halamu joined in the work. He did not know how to do it, but he could still move wood and smash wooden wedges. Although the language barrier, hand gestures were the best means of communication at this time, and through gestures one could understand what kind of cooperation the other party wished to receive. At noon, Harimu's wife brought a large pot of mutton, while Yushinjiang's wife brought large pieces of freshly beaten naan and horse milk. Li Long joined them in gorging on the meat, eating the naan and drinking the horse milk. After the noon meal, between breaks, Halamu called Liren up and said, Li Long, you don't have to do it here. Leave the work here to us and go about your business. In 2 or 3 days, this winter nest will be built, and then setting up the place will be your own business. You'll have your hands full then. I think if you're free, you can haul some wood down and make some furniture over. We can make you a wooden bed, but anything else, we can't do. So this will have to come from you. Liren nodded. Indeed, if possible, he would like to have his own cabin since, with a wooden table and chairs, and an iron stove, and cupboards, and so on. These were things that Yushinjiang and the rest of them couldn't do, and they didn't have the right tools. Then I'll come over tomorrow. Our village people are going to be working in the ditch over by the mouth of Red Mountain to the east for maybe a month, and I'll be checking in a lot, so I'll be running back and forth between the mountains and the county for the rest of the month. If people need to have things changed, I'll change them over. Don't worry, you'll have your hands full tomorrow. Maybe everyone will go back today and bring a lot of stuff with them tomorrow for you to go and change back for them. Definitely no problem. Li Long left the place, went back to Harimu Dongwu's place, got on his bike and went to Little Poplar Gully. To get to Little Poplar Gulch from here, you have to turn outside the mountain, then ride along the outermost layer of the trail to the mouth of Red Mountain, and then ride from Red Mountain to the mountain. Little Poplar Gully is considered a gully in here, and its gully doesn't lead directly out of the mountain. When Li Long arrived at the mouth of Xiaobayang Ditch, he saw that his family's wagon, and the wagon of another family in the team had already parked here, and a large part of the things on the wagon had already been unloaded, and some of the people were digging ground nests on the flat sloping ground dozens of meters away from the mouth of the ditch in Xiaobayang Ditch. Winter nest is the herdsman winter house, basically built on the mountain, or even directly is built adobe or wooden house. Ground nest is different. This thing is more common in the northwest and northeast, belongs to the semi-subterranean temporary living place. Dig a pit in the ground, usually square or rectangular, covered with a layer of branches or wood, then covered with a layer of soil. The inside of the people, called the ground nest. To enter a dugout is to dig a trench directly from the outside to the inside, either as a step or as a slope. Inside is usually just some grass, a roll of bedding, or for the more sophisticated, a more spacious dig for other things. This place stayed with the vice squad, and the ground nest that was lived in at that time is no longer usable, but the pit is still there, and a simple repair will make it usable. Now Tao Daqiang and his men are cleaning out the pit. Seeing Li Long, Li Jianguo by the carriage smiled. End of chapter. Chapter 151, Working Hard for a Better Life. Have you eaten yet? This was the first thing Li Jianguo asked Li Long. Just ate at a friend's place. What about you guys? Eat the dry food brought, Li Jianguo said. It's not easy to find miles here. If it wasn't for Yundong it wouldn't be easy to find in. Brother Yundong come? Li Long looked around and didn't spot Xia Yundong. He went to look at the strips, and said he remembered that there were dozens of big willows in the original front piece, and that when the time came, he would cut the strips there, carry them here and burn them, and then weave them. Tao Daqiang saw Li Long and walked over quickly, saying, Lung, have you dug your ground nest? Liren asked him. Clear up. Stay and go cut the branches. Tao Daqiang nodded vigorously. He knew that it was Li Long's advice to the team that made him come over this time, so he was grateful to Li Long, though he had been grateful enough to Liren earlier. Let's go. First go help old Gu dig his ground nest. Not only does he have to dig his own ground nest, he also has to build a stove. It's weirdly troublesome. Gu Boyuan was in charge of cooking, so naturally he was in charge of the stove. At this time, Gu Boyuan was laboriously digging a ground nest. His movements were not as fast as the others, and by the time he came down, the better spots had already been snatched up by others. He could only choose a nest that had already collapsed. Even though it had collapsed, at least he didn't need to dig from scratch. After Li Jianguo's 3 people came, Gu Boyuan smiled and smiled, and before he could say anything polite, Li Jianguo said in a rude manner, I just want to get back early. Cut the crap. You'd better go build the stove. We have to at least get everyone hot for the night, right? Okay, whatever you say. Gu Boyuan really didn't need to be polite with Li Jianguo. He smiled and nodded to both Li Long and Tao Daqiang, and went to dig the stove. Uncle Gu can dig a stove? Li Long asked with some confusion. After all, this was a peasant in the guise of a reader, and there was still some doubt as to whether he would work. He's a college student. Li Jianguo didn't speak well to Gu Boyuan, but behind his back, he was very honorable. His learning is not to mention our village. There's no one in the whole township who can top him. So it's easy to dig a stove? Li Long twisted his head to see that Gu Boyuan had found a slope nearby, and also looked at the sky, licked his fingers and put them up, seemingly to measure the wind direction, and then began to dig diagonally. It looked pretty much like that. It was easy for 3 people to dig a half-finished ground nest. After digging, the 2 of them, Li Long and Tao Daqiang, went to the nearby forest to cut branches, while Li Jianguo went over to watch Gu Boyuan pull out the stove. There are quite a few bars here. Tao Daqiang was also a good hand at weaving carry handles. He had woven all the carry handles in the house. It should be good to weave dash. Use a bigger branch to build the nest. By the way, if you come across an animal, let me know when I come over, and if I catch it, we'll split it. Li Long said. Here are the elk deers. It's time for them to grow new horns. If you want to pick up the antlers and elk deer's horns, remember to keep them too. That one is quite valuable. Aha. By the way, Brother Long, in the car Su Jianjun said he was going to take some time off to dig for shellfish and asked me if I was going. But I said no, don't go. The shellfish here are all regulated. You don't have the paperwork to prove it. If you get caught, the shellfish will be confiscated without words, and you might even be fined. Upon hearing that he would be fined, Tao Daqiang immediately shook his head. I'm not going. He didn't have much money at all right now, and he still owed Li Long a lot of money. The 2 men cut a number of branches and dragged some sticks that had been taken out in the woods along with them. The 2 men first concentrated on covering the top of the ground nest for Tao Daqiang. The tree branches were covered densely and in several layers, and then they began to cover the soil. After covering the soil, they went to work on Gu Boyuan's ground nest. As it turned out, in the end, the 2 ground nests were the fastest to get right. By this time, Xia Yundong had already returned. He saw Li Long and greeted him with a smile. Xiao Long, you came over, you live here too? No, I have a place to stay. Liren shook his head. I come by every day to visit. It's not far from here. My friend's winter nest is over there. Hearing Li Long say this, many people showed envy. No matter how good the ground nest was, it was no match for the winter nest. In the ground nest, not only can you not stretch your back straight, but because you have only just dug it up and the soil is moist, it is easy to suffer from rheumatism or joint pain. Although the winter nest is just one word different from the ground nest, it is actually a house. Warm, with windows to let in light. Unlike the darkness in the ground nest, and there is a lot of space, but envious as they were, they knew they could not live in a winter nest. It was good enough to come here and earn money. This side Gu Boyuan has already dug the stove. Li Long curiously went over to see, surprised to find that it is a double-eyed stove, a hole to put firewood, but there are two stove eyes on top. You can boil water at the same time to stir fry. The exhaust hole is hollowed out a long time. Look and feel quite scientific. I'm sure it's someone who's been to college. Get some wood and try it. Li Jianguo patted the ash on his hand and said, maybe it looks pretty, but it's actually not useful for miles. Try it then. Gu Boyuan smiled and said, there's plenty of dry wood, so it's a good idea to pick some up and bring it over. I'll go get the pot and boil some hot water for everyone to drink. Saying that, he went to move the pot. Li Jianguo went over to help move the cooking stuff, while Li Long and Tao Daxian went to collect firewood. There were a lot of dead branches here, so after a few tugs, a hug of firewood was carried over. Tao Daxian put down the firewood and carried a bucket to fetch water. And at this time those other people who had finished the ground nest began to spread the cover inside, but no one came to help. Gu Boyuan put the pot on the eye of the stove and looked at the stove slightly, so he repaired it with a shovel and seated the pot. Tao Daxian came back. He poured water into the pot and started to light the fire. Where did you get the water? Liren asked. There is a spring in the ditch in front. Tao Daxian pointed to the side of the ditch and said, the water bubbling out of the spring is quite cheerful, so I scooped up water there. At this time the water table is relatively high, not to mention the mountains, but also the village near the small sea. There are a number of springs. There was also an artesian well at the edge of the small sea that had been drilled for more than 20 meters, and the water flowed until the end of the 1980s, when it was filled in because of the need to open up the land. When the pot was boiled with water, Gu Boyuan propped up the tablet he brought and looked around, but there was nothing suitable to put on it. Uncle Gu, you wait, Daqiang and I will move a stone. Li Long patted Tao Daqiang, and the two of them found a few stones in the ditch and carried them up, placing them by the stove. Gu Boyuan set up the tablet and adjusted it again, putting a stone slice underneath one of the stones, which flattened the tablet. Alright, you guys stay here, I'm going back. Li Jianguo saw that the place was almost done, so he said, Xiaolong, are you staying here, or going to the winter nest over there? Big brother, you'll have to wait a while. Daqiang and I will go get some wind fallen. Would you pull back? I'll be useful. Okay. Li Jianguo thought to come all come. Go back to be empty car is not good. Followed Li Long them together, carrying an axe to find the wind pour wood. Watching Li Long and the others leave, Su Jianjun skimmed his lips and said, this Li Long makes Tao Daqiang as if he were a dog. Tao Daqiang is still babbling to follow him. So spineless. Next to him, Tian Siping glanced at him and said, if you paid me $5 a day, I could make you work like that. Su Jianjun choked on this and rolled his eyes. Originally, he wanted to use this topic to tickle everyone's jealousy towards Li Long, but he didn't realize that the others weren't stupid either. This job is all introduced to Li Long. This time to offend Li Long is not looking for trouble? When Su Jianjun saw that no one responded to him, he turned his eyes to Xia Yundong. Old Shay, I'm going to take a look around the woods. I'll be back later. After saying this, without waiting for Xia Yundong to agree, he quickly scurried towards the forest. Xia Yundong looked at his back and shook his head, then looked at the others and said, you guys wanna go also fine. Our adults, do not need me to control too much, but the mountain now poisonous snakes have come out. When you come you also know that the forestry team is patrolling, this time to be caught. The back of the knitting lifting handle is not good to say. If you have the time, why don't you give your nest a good makeover and live more comfortably? And if you really don't have anything to do, go and cut some strips or dig pits for the handles to be carried. Wouldn't it be nice to get more money for more work? When he said this, the others immediately went about their business. Most of those who came were honest people who knew that Xia Yundong was right. Li Long and Tao Daxiang and Li Jianguo soon found a wind fallen wood. It should have fallen last year. Li Long took an axe to split off the branches above, and found that the branches were still strong, and knew that the wood could be used. So he said, that's it. 3 people, 3 axes, chopping branches, cut off the cut off. Less than an hour. A pine tree was cut into 3 pieces. Li Jianguo set the carriage over, pulled the wood on, and headed down the mountain. As he passed by the stove, Gu Boyuan called out, stop and get some hot water. Okay. Li Jianguo went over, picked up the cool boiled water that Gu Boyuan had dried in a bowl and drank it in one gulp, then left. Gu Boyuan looked at his back, didn't say much, and started preparing dinner. Everyone had brought Pod Valley noodle, and he couldn't cook anything good without rice. So after he steamed up the bracked flour cake, he looked for some wild vegetables by the ditch, and passed boiling water in that other pot. preparing to cool it down a bit. Everyone brought red tofu, so you don't have to ask for that much out there. Uncle Goo, there are still some dried mushrooms from last year in the forest, and this year's mushrooms should be coming down soon. They're all edible, Li Long reminded. If they have a problem with it, it's fine to give it a Eurofry. I know. Gu Boyuan smiled and said, you go about your business. Li Long did not follow Li Jianguo back to the county. He rode his bicycle along the goat path to the mouth of the ditch on the Harimu side. In fact, to find the place where they shot the yellow sheep in the first place, Liren was trying to see if there were any more yellow sheep in that area. Unfortunately no. There wasn't much of a crowd around here, so Li Long simply leaned his bike against the side of the mountain, locked it up, and climbed up the mountain himself. He thought about how Harimu and the others had found so many antlers at once after the snow had melted, and if he had had such luck himself. After going over 2 hills and through several patches of pine forest shrubbery, Liren returned to his bike with his head hanging down. It seems that antlers really aren't that easy to find. He rode his bike, getting higher and higher along the goat path, and then simply came to the top of the mountain beam, and that's when Li Long reacted that he seemed to have changed the road. Climbing to the top, he realized that it was just a mountain away from the original path, so he didn't change his route and followed it down. The goat trail led diagonally down to the bottom of the ravine, where the terrain was flat and a large patch of wild garlic or something like that grew, though it had just sprouted at the moment. There is a small wetland, which used to be a spring as well I think, but then the water table may have dropped and the spring no longer seeps out, but the ground is still relatively wet, with quite a lot of plants growing, and some not so tall shrubs. Then Liren saw a large area of arching, moist dirt. There are wild boars out there. Li Long was a little excited. He put down the car and ran over. Then he saw that the area of land that had been turned over was about the size of a basketball court, arched and messy, some grass roots turned over with tender white buds on them. Because the ground was wet, the large and small tracks could be seen clearly. Large boars, small boars, there should be especially small ones, just like the piglets that Li Long had caught 2 days ago, and quite a few. Li Long thumped his heart. Wouldn't it be fun to catch a few baby boars to raise with the domestic pigs? But this thing sure is a bad catch. Li Long naturally knew that it was easy to kill the boar. Tomorrow morning, ambush down here, wait for the wild boar to come and shoot his. But trying to catch a boar alive, that's a bit tricky. But it's not for nothing. Li Long looked around carefully and looked at the terrain. He felt the need to test it. It would be a fun thing to catch a wild boar, wouldn't it? Anyway, there wasn't much going on right now, so Liren was going to make this work. He stopped turning around in the mountains, too, and turned over to pick up his bike, limbered up, and pedaled down the goat path right to the pass, then rode back to the compound. On the way, he took the gun, wire, pliers and other tools from the compound, went out again, locked the door and went to the grain store. He bought a few kilograms of rice at the grain store and carried it in a bag towards the mountains, back again to the boar infestation. The sun was about to set. Liren began to set up. He had gotten a good look at his surroundings when he left earlier, and at that point he began sprinkling the bract particles, from where the boar had arched away earlier all the way up to the bushes here, and then a wider range of them sprinkled a large swath away, covering the bushes. Next, it's time to find the sturdier bushes and start laying the lasso. The wire used is 12-gauge wire, twice as thick as fine wire, and the circle setting is somewhat similar to that of a rabbit snare, so for fear of not hitting the snare, I set up some more. This kind of set is certainly not able to set the big boar, but the small boar can arch to the bottom of the bushes to eat the grain of rice. It is easy to be caught in the set. Li Long set up 24 sets, not only flat sets but also standing sets, and used up all the wire he had brought with him before calling it quits. He's mostly inexperienced from his first time messing around like this on his own, so he'll be a little more thorough. Now that the sets were all down, they got on their bikes and went back. Liren's plan was to go back to the compound and sleep first, and wait until tomorrow when it was almost dawn to come over and see what was going on. At this point he didn't want to go to Harimu's winter den after all. It wasn't winter anymore, and it wouldn't be very convenient to squeeze in anymore. When he returned to the compound, it was already completely dark, and although he was still a little excited, he knew he had to rest early, so he found something to eat in the kitchen, hurriedly ate, and then went to sleep. Originally, Li Long was worried that he wouldn't be able to wake up early the next morning, but fortunately, the biological clock reminded him to open his eyes in a very timely manner. Looking at the dim light outside, Liren knew he had to get to the mountains as soon as possible. End of chapter. Chapter 152, Catching the Little Boar. Liren rode his bike to the pass and then turned down the goat trail toward the area where he had set up his set. When he was still a few hundred meters away from that area, Li Long heard a mournful wild boar squeal. It was a small boar. Looks like the set is hit. Li Long was a little excited. He quickly pedaled the car, and when he almost reached the top of the hill, He threw the car aside and rushed down the hill with his gun and sack. Then he saw in that area, there were a dozen big boars, and 20 to 30 small boars were gathering. Some of the boars did not think much of the small boars' mournful cries, and continued to arch over the grass roots on the ground and eat them. At this time for them, eating was the most important, and the little boar's mother, the sow, gathered around the little boar, grunting incessantly, and even made an attempt to arch the wire. At the head of the group was a large male pig of about 200 kilograms, with tusks showing a small amount, which seemed to sense something bad and grunted, then began to grunt loudly, and instead of sitting down, stood up, turned around, and charged up the hill. Li Long was a bit strange. He was still some distance away from them and was on the side wind. It was unlikely that he would be detected, right? Then he saw someone exclaim, "Wild boar!" Li Long was really so angry that he wanted to curse, but at the moment he couldn't care less. Half crouched down and raised his gun and fired at the half-sized boar that was charging up the hill. Li Long now also has experience, the kind of side running along the mountain beam, then he has to aim at the front half of the body, this kind of rushing towards the mountain, then elevated to hit. That moment of judgment is very important. Snap, 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 snap. The small caliber crisp sound rang out 4 times in a row, and at a distance of less than 80 meters, Li Long very distinctly saw several blood bubbling out of the half-sized boar before it fell headfirst to the ground and rolled down the hillside, rolling until it was stopped by a clump of bushes, its body still twitching. The other large boars, and many of the smaller ones, had scampered into the brush or tumbled across the mountains and could not be found. Only then did Li Long have time to look at the guy who had shouted, "Su Jianjun." Su Jianjun didn't disturb Li Long's hunting self-consciousness in the slightest. Seeing the wild boar run through, he ran from the ravine on the east side, and directly rushed to the small wild boar caught in the snare. "Don't move!" Li Long was holding his gun. He was getting angry, not to mention that this bastard had dispersed the boars, but now he was going to move the little boars. Su Jianjun paused in his footsteps for a moment, and then said with disinterest, "Xiaolong, you're not going to be so petty, are you? I just look at, and not give you take away? Don't know. These little wild boar squeals are too unpleasant. I got up early originally to take a look around, wanting to see where the strip is good. I didn't expect." "Don't move!" Li Long shouted again. "Don't you know that you have surprised the wild boar herd? If you don't scare, I can at least hit 2 or 3 boars. Also, next time you see the wild boar herd, be careful. Those big wild boars really want to scurry over in your direction. You will be seriously injured if you don't die." "Xiaolong, don't say that serious. This thing will run away when it hears the noise. How can it charge at people?" Su Jianjun still had a face full of concern, but he saw that Li Long had a gun in his hand. He had some worries in his heart, and no longer walked forward, but his eyes were still looking at the several small boars, full of curiosity. Li Long turned off the safety and put away his gun and slung it over his shoulder, then took a big step down to the bushes where the snare had been lowered and began to unravel the snare headfirst into the sack. This wild boar with the last life of the small video to see. There are black and gray stripes. One fierce, gently touched on the squeaky walla squeal, but Li Long is not accustomed to them. Directly pinched their necks to untie the set to the sack, and then tied on the mouth to untie the next one. "Little dragon, this little boar is good. Give me one." Su Jianjun ran over familiarly, looking at Li Long unraveling the small boars one by one. Looking hot, said, "No give. Go grab it yourself if you want it." Li Long didn't have a good temper. Why was this person so unconscious? In the past, he had only heard that the character was not good and had not dealt with him much, but now it seemed that it was really not good. "Don't be so stingy." Su Jianjun asked himself, is still not good to catch. There are ready-made, to be on the line. Even if you can't raise a small boar, the meat must be very tasty now. More than 2 dozen sets, a total of 5 small boars. One of the legs were strangled by the wire bleeding. Li Long is not very concerned. He put all 5 small boars into the sack, and then began to collect the sets. Su Jianjun saw that Li Long was not moved, some angry, but now Li Long's handgun, and younger than him, he cannot say anything. Just to see not far from his feet there is an empty condom. They took advantage of Li Long did not pay attention to untie down. After untying 3 sets in a row, Li Long turned around, and only then did Su Jianjun close his hand. Li Long finished untying the set and twisted it together, then carried the sack towards the half-sized boar, although it was inconvenient to carry the sack, and the several small boars were arching inside. He was more uneasy about Su Jianjun being around. This goods to make a bad. Their own did not pay attention to the words really cannot say anything. The boar was already dead through and through, and Li Long drew the knife at his waist and began to bleed the boar. What a waste to drain this blood. Su Jianjun interjected when he saw Li Long stomping on the boar there. Watching the blood pouring out of the boar, Li Long twisted his head to look at him. and with just this glance, Su Jianjun didn't dare to speak. This Li Junior's eyes are really scary. After draining the boar's blood, Li Long was about to open the chamber when he heard someone shouting in the distance. Is that Lung? It was Tao Daqiang's voice. Li Long guessed that he should have heard the sound of his own shooting and rushed over. Da Chang, come and help, Li Long shouted. With Tao Daqiang's help, he could still get it done faster next. It's not very hot now, but it's still not the same as winter, and this wild boar meat should be dealt with as soon as possible if it can be dealt with, or else it will be wasted if it stinks. Su Jianjun originally wanted to follow Li Long to pick up some bargains, but now that Tao Daqiang is here, he knows that it is hopeless, so he turns around and walks away. Tao Daqiang quickly came to Li Long and started to help Li Long with the boar. You'll take these downers back later and help Uncle Gu deal with them. It's kind of an extra meal for you guys at noon, Li Long said while ripping open the pig. You'll help me put the pig on the bike later. I still have to fix these small wild boars. It's not easy to mess with them. This wild boar removed viscera must have more than 50 kilograms. Quite thin, but Li Long does not mind, even if the head and hooves he also kept. Although this winter ate a lot of meat of all kinds, but in fact now 82 years, the vast majority of people's families, year-round may not be able to eat a few meals of meat. There were a few families in the team who kept pigs in their homes, but the odds were that those pigs would be sold for money by the time winter rolled around so that the old accounts could be cleared up at the end of the year when settlements were made. Tao Daqiang twisted his head to look at Su Jianjun and asked in a low voice, Brother Xiaolong, what's he doing here? I laid a snare, and the sound of the little boar I caught squealing made him hear it, so he came over to see it, and ended up spooking the herd, or else I could have shot another boar or two. It was so hard to spot a herd of boars that he almost spoiled it. With a knife to the wild boar belly opened the mouth. The inside of the things poured out. Li Long looking for grass to wipe the knife. The wild boar belly and stuffed inside the pig belly. This thing is a good thing. Even if not to sell it must be saved up. Tao Daqiang saw Li Long cleaned up the pig more or less. Also not afraid of dirty. Carrying the wild boar to the mountain beam over there. Li Long followed with the sack and waited until he got to the bicycle. He handed Tao Daqiang the awful except for the wild boar belly and said, You carry it back. I'll send this pork back and come back in the afternoon or tomorrow. Okay. Tie the pig on the back of the bike, and then tighten the mouth of the sack containing the small wild boar, spread on the body of the pig, to ensure that the small wild boar has a limited space to move, but not so much as to move around to affect the balance of the bike. Li Long quickly pedaled down the mountain. Seeing Li Long leave, Tao Daqiang went back to the hillside, gave the pig's offal underwater to be sorted out, and carried it towards Little Poplar Gully. In Poplar Gully, Su Jianjun was talking bad about Li Long with the others. If not I blocked in the east ditch mouth. He can hit a fart. As a result, the wild boar killed. He did not say to give me a share, but also knows not I said I. Even I want to see a set of small boar child are not allowed. This Li family's youngest this winter is really raised the heart high, that eyes are looking at the sky to go. In the future is not a provincial seed. He was about to continue when he realized that everyone's eyes were looking at him as he came. Tao Daqiang was carrying a large hang of pig's offal in his hand and panting as he rushed this way, shouting when he saw Gu Boyuan and the others. Come on over and do us all a favor. This stuff is so hard to get. With these, we'll be able to have some nice meals for the rest of the days. As soon as they heard Tao Daqiang say this, these people understood that the wild boar that the Li family's junior had shot was not only divided for everyone, but also divided quite a lot. The men ran over to help with the stuff. And old Gu, who was burning the fire at the stove, said cheerfully, I was worried about how to give everyone to improve the food. This is good. This wild boar offal underwater although some flavor, but better than every day let you gnaw on the nest. Eat red tofu strong Su Jianjun muttered there, this meat may not be as good as red tofu. Jianjun, what are you talking about? Quickly come over to help turn the intestines. Xia Yundong saw that everyone was busy, but Su Jianjun stood in front of the ground nest and didn't come over, so he shouted at him. Although Su Jianjun is disobedient, but after all, he is the cousin of the captain, which has only been here for a day. Xia Yundong does not want Su Jianjun to be isolated, but others know well. Su Jianjun just denigrated Li Long not to give him a share of the meat. Turn the head. Li Long let Tao Daqiang take the viscera under the water. This face hit too fast. Su Jianjun himself did not react to come over, but also embarrassed to come over it. However, everyone did not specify. Some things to know is good. No one is a child. Right and wrong and the brain clear on the line. Li Long rode to the county and was already covered in sweat. The boar wasn't big, but strapped to the back of a bike wasn't the same as grain. It would slide. Add to that the fact that there were 5 small boar cubs that weren't honest, and it was a bit more work. He unloaded the baby boar into the large yard, then unloaded the boar, laid a plastic sheet on the ground, and began to split it. cut off a front leg, split a slab of ribs in half, put it on the bike, push it and go out. Lock the door of the compound. Li Long first came to the police station. The police at the door asked him who he was looking for. He said he was looking for Guo police. Not long after, Guo Taibing came out from inside and was still a bit surprised to see Li Long. Officer Guo, I went into the mountains and shot a wild boar. You guys work hard on patrol duty. This half a fan of ribs is for you guys. It's a little bit of my heart. No, 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 we can't have it. Guo Taibing looked at the ribs with hot eyes, but his mouth still refused. It is our tradition not to take a single needle or thread from the masses. It's not a stitch in time, Liren said as he unloaded the ribs. I'm genuinely grateful to you guys. It's not much of a stretch. After saying that, he threw the ribs towards Guo Taibing's feet and said, I have to go back to the supply house for something, so I won't say any more. Bye. With that he stomped into the car and ran off. Half a fan of ribs, about 10 kilograms. Guo Taibing looked worried. This time inside, the director heard the commotion, came out and saw the ribs. Some surprise, asked what was going on. Guo Taibing told the situation of Li Long, and then said about the ribs. The director smiled. Since it's from the public, let's take it. Just add a meal at noon. A meal done. And when we return in the afternoon, we'll all hit the point of going back. In the future, let's strengthen the security patrol. Li Long rode to the supply and marketing agency, gave the doorman said to look for Li Chanshan unit chief. Li Daki is not in. The young doorman has an impression of Li Long. Let him go straight in. Li Long went in and found Li Chanshan office. Saw that he was smoking inside, so he knocked on the door and went in, put the boar leg on the floor and said, Chief Li, this was just hit this morning. Try it. Little Li, you're great. Li Chanshan looked at the pig's leg in amazement. There was no shortage of meat for him, but if Li Long could hit something so early, what did that mean? It means that small caliber put in his hands, really not buried. Li Long is not to flatter Li Chanshan. He just purely want to thank each other. 300 lifting handle can let him into the $300. These days is a worker's year's salary money. Who is not the person that Li Chanshan gave to? According to Li Chanshan, it is for that sheep's head, but Li Long feels that he still took advantage of it, so let us return it. Coming out from Li Chanshan here, Li Long went to the purchasing station again. Chen Hongjun was collecting licorice roots, recently plowing and opening up the land. There were more licorice roots. Comrade Chen went up the mountain and shot a wild boar. I'm sending you some wild boar meat to eat. Thank you, thank you. Chen Hongjun is really happy. Li Long hit the wild boar, can think of him. This really makes him a little surprised. I'll give you money. What money or not? I'm leaving. There's something else. Li Long put down the wild boar meat and left. He was really in a hurry. That little boar had to be sent back in a hurry, or else smothered to death. Old Chen, do you know this person? Another employee of the acquisition station asked Chen Hongjun, his eyes filled with envy. Recognize. Supply and marketing agency's supernumerary purchaser, often into the mountains. Chen Hongjun wouldn't say that he often came to sell things. It was easy to make people think of him camping and holding back. He actually gave Li Long things a fair evaluation every time. Li Long returned to the compound, tied up the remaining wild boar meat, then tied up the sack for the small boar cubs, carted out the door, locked the door and rode towards the team. End of chapter. Chapter 153, Finding Something for the Elderly to Do. Passing by the middle school, Li Long saw that the school was in session and there wasn't a single student on campus, so he lost his intention to look for Gu Xiaoxia. Passing by the elementary school, he saw that the students had not yet finished school, so he did not look for Li Wan either, and rode all the way back to the village. Before entering the village, Li Long realized that the water in the reed lake had risen, and he guessed that the flood should be coming down soon. I also don't know if those preparations made by the public utility workers who paid their own money this year will work. Back to the Li family, it was almost noon. Li Jianguo and Liang Yuanmei were already back. Li Chang was feeding the chickens in the yard. What made Li Long a little surprised was that he was holding some crickets. Li Long couldn't help but ask, Strong, are you going to catch the jumping mackerel? In the local dialect, crickets are called jumping crickets, and they usually hide in the soil that is dug out after cleaning the ditches, and you can find many of them when you lift up a piece of soil. Of course, it is also possible that the crickets that come out of the soil are not crickets, but scary mole crickets, scorpions, or small centipedes. My mom said that if we give the chickens more worms, they will lay more eggs, Li Chang said seriously, then asked, Uncle Junior, what's that moving thing in the sack you brought back this time? Little boar, Liren said as he stood the car up and unclipped it down the road. Li Jianguo and Liang Yuanmei came over to help, and together they unloaded the wild boar waifu's sack, and then there was the big half fan of wild boars. This is what you got yesterday? Li Jianguo asked in amazement as he moved the boar. In just a moment's time, You messed up so many of them? Yesterday after you went back, I rode my bike west to go to my friend's place to say hi, and I was halfway there when I saw the marks of a wild boar arching and the hoof prints of a baby boar waif. So I thought I'd see if I could lasso. This little boar is so pretty, Li Chang said in amazement as he opened the mouth of the sack and peeked inside. At this time a small wild boar about saw the light of day, so all of a sudden arched outward. Scared Li Chang, hand loose, the sack mouth fell to the ground. The two small wild boars that reacted quickly directly arched out, and then began to run away in the yard. Li Long's quick eyes and hands, a sack mouth lifted up. To prevent the other three small boars also ran out, he simply tied the sack mouth for a while, and then immediately went to chase the small boars. The little boar was probably starving too, and ran out and went straight for the chicken food bowl, grunting as he ate. Li Long stepped forward and squatted down to lift the little boar by its hind legs. Another small boar directly ran out of the door. Li Jianguo strides over to block the front. The small boar wanted to run out from under the legs. Li Jianguo reached out and grabbed it. This little boar is still strangely active. Li Jianguo laughed happily. It's quite strong. It's fiercer than a domestic pig. 5 heads. But you can't keep one piece. Li Long counted to see that this little wild boar could not be put together with domestic pigs, and was more aggressive than domestic pigs. Then what? Put it at Uncle Lao Luo's place first. Those feeds I brought back last time, put some over there. They can eat for a while. Li Long thought about it and said, I told the captain when I wanted that yard that I had to raise something, and now this little wild boar will be able to be put over there. It's okay. Li Jianguo was a bit attached, but he also knew that this was the only way. There was only one pigsty at home, and it was fine to put in domestic pigs, but to put in wild boars, the two sides specified that they couldn't be stranded together. Li Long then put the little boar into the sack, tied the mouth, and went to fill some more feed, then said to Li Jianguo, Big brother, you guys clean up the pork first, I'll go bring this to Uncle Lao Luo. You cut a piece of meat over there, said Liang Uma, old Luo can't eat meat there, and it's strange and pitiful. After giving a cut of 5 meat to carry, Liren mounted his car and headed for the horse. Lao Luo was packing up the grass and the horse horn, and when he saw Li Long coming over, he smiled happily. Xiao Long, you finally come over. I don't know what to do if it continues like this. Uncle Luo, I knew you were idle and bored, so here's some work for you. I caught a few small wild boars from the mountains, see if you can keep them. A little wild boar. Listening to that little wild boar squealing from time to time, Lao Luo was also a bit surprised. Never raised this thing, I don't know if it can survive. Raise it if you can. There's nothing you can do if you can't. Li Long looked at it openly. By the way, you take this 5 meat, stew it yourself. Wild boar meat, not much oil. That is also better than no meat. Thank you Xiao Long. Lao Luo was very happy. You put the material here. Hurry up and put the little piglets in the circle. This big circle will be fine. Let them spread out and run around first. Otherwise this grunting can call the whole team. In fact, all the way the little piglets are screaming, really attracted a lot of people to watch. Li Long thought to himself that this little guy also really have the spirit. From the mountain all the way back to call. Voice is actually quite good. After mentioning the sacks to the big circle, and seeing that Lao Luo had closed the door quite tightly, he dumped the little piggies one by one. There's a little piggy that's hurt? Lao Luo asked with a sharp eye, carrying the meat and peeking inside. Well, I used a condom, and the wire condom was tied so tightly that my leg strangled. That shouldn't be a big deal. It'll be fine after a few days of raising it, Lao Luo said. Then I'll give them pig food in the small amount of water that I give to domestic pigs. Okay, Li Long said. You don't have to eat too fine. Anyway, in the mountains they eat everything. Grass roots. That pipe. Lao Luo was happy. With a couple of little guys like that, I have something to do. Then Uncle Luo, you get busy first. I'll go back and eat and still have to go to the mountains. Go go go. Lao Luo's eyes were all over the little boar, and he felt like he was moving a little more nimbly than before. Old people, they are afraid of having nothing to do. When they have something to do, they are in high spirits. Li Long rode back to the car. On the way to meet the team asked. He did not hide. Straight said he caught a few wild boar cubs, left the old Luo uncle to help raise. Many people in the team went over to watch the fun, and this quickly reached Su Chengjuan's ears. This Li family Xiao Long really caught something to raise. Su Chengjun at that time to Li Long constrained horse number must raise something is actually also a reason. He himself is also clear. If it is not Li Long to buy the horse number, this horse number 80% will be torn down, and then it will become construction waste, and then after a few years there will be nothing left. Now at least the stuff is still there. The team has increased income, and Lao Luo has something to do. All 3 things are perfect. A good thing. He just didn't expect Li Long to remember this, and he thought that Li Long was pretty good. I don't know how his cousin is doing in the mountains, whether he's gotten into any trouble. The braised meat stewed by the Li family at noon was made from wild boar meat, although leaner, but after all, it is fresh meat. The flavor is really good. Li Chang on the braised meat dried 2 bowls of rice. Braised meat also ate several pieces. Let Liang Yume a good time to complain, mainly because of the fear that he ate slippery intestine. After Li Long finished eating and rested for a while, Li Jianguo said to him when they were going to set the carriage to work in the field, "Big brother, in a few days I'll pull some more wood back, ready to beat some tables, chairs and what furniture. I'm making a winter nest in the mountains. I need to get it." "What?" Li Jianguo somewhat did not understand. "You got a winter nest in the mountains?" "Well, those rancher friends of mine helped me build a winter nest out of wood. Just 2 rooms. I'm going to make some furniture of our style in it." Li Long was a little embarrassed. "They only know how to make wooden kangs. I think it's better to get some cabinets, tables and stuff." Li Jianguo was a little unsure of what to say. He looked at Li Long seriously and felt that he needed to reacquaint himself with this younger brother of his. What has he done in the past few months? Surprisingly, he got all those herdsmen to build him a house. Li had also dealt with those herders, and it wasn't as easy to communicate as ordinary people would like to think. "I just brought them some stuff, took some of the stuff they didn't need and sold it, and I made some money in between, and they thought I was more honest." Speaking of which, Li Long was still a bit embarrassed. He really wasn't considered to be honest. But that's what Harimu and Tamayama River and the rest of them had decided. When Li Long felt guilty, he would have a compensatory mentality and would try to get them more goodies, and Harimu and the others felt that Li Long had suffered a loss, so they would find him some resources in the mountains, and so the cycle was formed. Benign. "Okay, there's a carpenter in the countryside who does pretty good work. I'll pull the wood over for you in a few days. In fact, the carpenter on our team, Zhang, also does pretty good work, but he went to work in Wuching 2 days ago, saying that it was a construction job introduced by someone else, and it's quite profitable. Zhang Carpenter, this person Li Long know, is a heart quite big, not willing to live in the village, often to the city of Wu, Stone City. He also cannot see Li Long's small fight, and then later, directly in the city of Wu to find a big job, earned money after the whole family moved over. Compared to such a person, Li Long felt that he was really just a little rich. Just make a table, 5 or 6 stools, and a cabinet and 5-drawer cupboard. Li Long thought for a moment and said, "It's just 2 rooms, a little smaller than ours, big brother. Don't we have to do some furniture in our house too? When I'm free in a couple days, I'll dismantle the Kong and put the bed in place and do it." Li Jianguo said with confidence, "We're going to tear down this firewall as well. Don't worry about these things, and just busy yourself in the mountains." Ever since Li Long gave Li Jianguo $300 last time, Li Jianguo didn't take what Li Long did as loafing. The 2 brothers, one of them is working outside, and the other one is farming and raising pigs in the village, which is quite good. The changes that Li Long brought to the family in these few months were clear to everyone, and Li Jianguo also knew that Li Long was impatient to be busy with those trivial things, so he wouldn't bother Li Long with those things. As Li Jianguo and the others went to the land, Li Long took Li Chang to the preschool on his bicycle, put him down, and watched him enter the classroom before turning the corner and riding toward the county. When he passed by the middle school, Li Long glanced at it. The school was still working, so he continued to stomp to the county. After school was over, Gu Xiaoxia came out of the classroom and habitually looked at the highway by the school, and then looked at the door of her dormitory. There was no one. She was slightly lost. Li Long rode to the compound, put the car, closed the door, and let out a long breath, so he could sort of take a break. There are already weeds showing in the cracks of the brick floor in the yard, and the jujube tree in the front yard is very thick and sprouting, but Li Long knows that this jujube tree is not pressed, and it does not bear jujubes. The other one is an apple tree, which has also blossomed white, and Li Long doesn't know what kind of apple it is and whether it is delicious. Nothing to do, so I took a big broom and swept the leaves in the yard, while thinking about something. Harimu, Yushinjiang, those people in the winter nest for their own cover, then their own in the cover, according to their side of the custom, is to invite everyone together baking room, in fact, is also to thank these enthusiastic Adasi people. At that rate, then we need to get ready today and start tomorrow or the day after. Since Harimu said that drinking white wine would cause some Adashi to exhibit bad behavior, prepare some other beverages such as beer, small champagne, red and white wine. Li Long didn't have any wine tickets in his hand. The wine he went to buy earlier was a black market wine ticket that he exchanged there at the morning market. So it seems that he still needs to make a trip to the morning market before going into the mountains tomorrow. If there is still grain there, then he will buy some more and exchange it for some tickets. There wasn't much you could buy in the department store. The Uzo beer hadn't appeared yet at this time of year, and it was not clear what kind of beer you could get Liren, but the small champagne was there. food, in addition to sesame seed crackers, melon seeds, raw, etc. But considering their habits, perhaps only drinks, wine, and the like will be acceptable to them. It's kinda a headache. Forget it. Sweeping the fallen leaves together, Liren put down his big broom and rode his bike out the door. In his last life he had a very bad habit of doing many things until it was too late. For example, the plan just now. If in his last life he would have changed his ticket tomorrow morning before going to the department store. This led to him being very passive, but never changed in his life. After being reborn in this life, Li Long was a lot more active, and now he was going to go to the market to have a look, and then go to the department store to have a look, as well as the cultural palace there to have a look. The cultural palace is usually selling raw melon seeds because of the movie show there, and if it is really not possible, then look for Li Shangxian. This kind of mutually beneficial thing. Li Long felt that there was nothing wrong with looking for Li Shangxian. It's only a friend if there's a back and forth. Getting on his bike and going to the market, Li Long realized that at this time of the year, there were still people setting up stalls here, but the things for sale were simpler. Iron farming tools, willow weaving tools, preserved meat and dried fish. He looked around and, somewhat disappointed that he didn't find the vendor who had sold him tickets the last time, turned toward the Palace of Culture. Here Li Long met a girl selling melon seeds raw. 5 cents a paper cup. This paper cup is folded by yourself. Pointed bottom triangle kind. Li Long bought a cup and tasted. Fried good. Then directly to the girl the rest of the several kilograms of fried melon seeds are bought. Unfortunately, it's not raw, and the squash is anemone, which makes your mouth black if you eat too much of it. The advantage is that it is fragrant. Carrying a bag of melon seeds, Li Long looked around for a while before spotting a suspected ticket seller. It's just him. End of chapter. Chapter 154. Neither one wants the other to suffer. When Li Long walked over, the man was sitting on the concrete railing on the side wall of the Palace of Culture, and he was also watching Li Long. There aren't a lot of people who can watch a movie at this time of year. There aren't a lot of people coming in and out, and those aren't the potential users this person is targeting. The other person obviously raised his guard when Li Long walked over. The man's hair was slightly longer, not parted, and slightly curled on both sides of his face. At this time there were no movies or TV shows that could lead the way, so most everyone was more individualistic. But basically, they still kept some of their hair, and not many of them messed up with inches like Li Long. After all, everyone's subconscious mind was that only prison inmates would shave so short. Dude, got a ticket? Li Long walked over and handed over a handful of melons from his bag, asking himself, where do you want the tickets? Regional or national? Regional. National too? There is. The man, knocking on his melon and visibly letting his guard down, said, it's cheap now, too. What price? Li Long asked curiously. Food stamps are 8 cents a pound for the region and 9 cents for the nation. That cheap? Li Long really didn't expect it to be this cheap. Oh, can't do it much longer. After these tickets in my hand are thrown away, I won't do it anymore. That person knocked melon seeds, spitting bitter water to Li Long. Now when the morning market stalls are set up, many things can be bought without tickets. Who still needs tickets? The top doesn't care about these stalls either. I see. Sooner or later these tickets won't be needed. Li Long didn't expect this one to be so forward-thinking. Tickets will definitely not be used in the future, but not at this time. Tickets will still be used for quite a long time. Li Long remembered that in his last life, when someone in his village went to college, his family also prepared a bunch of national food stamps. That was all in the early 90s. Actually, tickets were rarely used then, but in some places, they still are. Any other tickets? Liren asked. There is. What kind of tickets do you want? The man spat the melon rind out of his mouth onto the ground, then pulled out a bunch of tickets. Tickets notwithstanding. Tickets. Booze tickets. Meat tickets. Industrial tickets. So much? Li Long looked at the tickets in the other party's hand and was still a bit hot. Grain tickets give me 200 city pounds of. Big deal. The man was instantly energized when he heard that Li Long wanted so much. You're selling it upside down? No. No. I bought it on behalf of a friend. Li Long waved his hand. Give me 20 pounds of liquor tickets. 20 pounds of wine tickets. Almost 30 bottles counting the small champagne. Should be enough. Liren asked for some more tickets and industrial tickets, and those alone went to Liren for over $40. If he didn't still have to keep money for tomorrow's purchases, Li Long would have wanted to buy more tickets. I'll have to buy some more tickets in a couple days. Liren said to the man. You're still here, aren't you? In. This person was also very happy, counting the money while smiling. My name is Xiao Lu. Everyone calls me Xiao Lu. You can definitely inquire about me in this area. Brother, what do you call yourself? My last name is Li. Then I'll call you Brother Li. Xiao Lu was actually quite young, and Li Long didn't expect the other party to just call him brother directly. Alright, then I'll see you later. I have to go to the department store to buy something. Li Long waved his hand at the man and turned around to leave the Palace of Culture. Looking at Li Long's back, Chao Xiaolu was very happy today. Just this one time for Li Long, he could earn several dollars, much more than a laborer makes. I was able to add to my meal tonight. Chao Xiaolu looked around beautifully and then left the place. He was very contented. That's all for today. Liren got on his car and went to the department store and started shopping for small champagne and red wine. Xiao Lu was selling electronics. She saw it as soon as Li Long came in. She just didn't expect that Li Long didn't come over, making her a bit lost and anxious. Li Long bought small champagne, red wine and fruit before finally turning to Xiao Lu. Hello comrade, do you still have that radio from last time? No more. Although Xiao Lu wanted to help Li Long with his troubles, there was nothing she could do without the goods. Liren was also disappointed. This kind of radio is quite popular, but our county is a small county. Not many of them come in. Xiao Lu thought for a moment and said, there are more of them coming in from Shichang. If you have time. I see. Thanks Li Long tapped his head. Yeah, just because there's nothing over here doesn't mean there's nothing in Stone City. Then get me 2 boxes of number 1 batteries and 2 flashlights. Li Long said. Xiao Lu quickly took something for Li Long, and also used the hemp rope on hand to neatly wrap and tie a knot for him, making it easy to carry the system. After Li Long paid the money, he thanked Xiao Lu and turned around to leave with a large bag. Looks like this one is quite rich. Little Lu, the big sister next to him, joked. He has bought several units of this radio alone. Right, and now he wants to buy. Xiao Lu didn't say anything, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his mind. After Li Long went to the compound and unloaded the stuff, he went to the grain store again while it was still dark. This time he had food stamps and directly bought 50 kilograms of flour. He already knew that Harimu and the others were in the summer ranch, and their staple food was naan, so they used more flour. And the roll of rice was mainly to make scrumptious rice, which was not usually eaten much, so Li Long mainly bought noodles this time. After bringing the flour back to the compound, Liren redistributed the supplies to make it easier to take to the mountains tomorrow. After all this was done, Li Long was also a little hungry. He didn't want to cook, so he went to the big meat cafeteria and asked for a fried noodle. Instead of frying the flour, this fried noodle is the down-pulled pork fried with vegetables, which is more common in later times, but now you need to be clear with the waiter. After all, there is still a type of chow mein that exists, chow mein. After the fried noodles were served, Li Long habitually asked the waiter for a little vinegar and added it in, then took a big bite. After eating and returning to the compound, it was already a little dark. Li Long went into his bedroom, pulled on the light, and couldn't sleep for a while, so he brought his small caliber rifle over and started polishing it. Wiping the gun after each shot is a must. After shooting, there will be gunpowder residue in the barrel, which needs to be wiped clean with a through strip with a gun cloth, or it will affect the accuracy of the next shot. The process of disassembling the gun was also the process of familiarizing himself with the gun, something Li Long knew well in this life. After polishing the gun, Li Long pressed the bullets into the gun and turned off the safety before he went to bed at ease. I also don't know how that thief was dealt with in the end. Early the next morning, Liren went to the big meat cafeteria for a simple breakfast, and when he returned, he strapped his stuff to his bike and packed it for the mountains. There were more pedestrians on the road, and while crossing the Ye highway, Liren noticed more cars coming and going, one just after the other, and another one in the distance, pedaling hard. Thinking of his friends in the mountains waiting for him, Li Long felt energized. When he entered the mountains and came to Harimu's winter nest of theirs, Liren realized that Harimu was just outside the winter nest, seemingly just waiting for himself. Li Long, you're finally here. Harimu shouted loudly and ran this way when he saw Li Long. Those boys are waiting for you. Let's unload the stuff first and we'll go over there. Li Long pointed to the things on the back of the bike and said, I brought some drinks that have an alcoholic flavor. Let's have a drink together when the house is built. Well, those things are put back. The boys have already built the house for you, and are now making a wooden bed, but that is not what they are anxious about. Come on, let us move the things over. Forget it, and straightway let us push them over together on the bicycles. There are goat trails from here to Liren's winter nest, and it's possible to ride there if you're a good bicyclist. Liren could sense Harimu's eagerness and said, okay, then push through. Li Long pushed his bike and Harimu followed behind. After following for a while, Li Long felt that the road was rideable, so he rode on it and followed the curved road to the other side of the mountain. He got off and pushed when it was uphill or when the road was harder, and most of the time he was still able to ride, and by the time Liren got to the heel of his winter nest, he found that there was indeed a full house already there, but the roof of the house was covered with dirt, and the 4 walls were plastered with mud, so that it looked like a dirt house, and you couldn't see the wood as it was. A few of Yashinjiang's men were sawing wood outside, others were working with mud, and there were people laboring inside the house. The sound of pounding wood echoing through the valley. Seeing Li Long, Yashinjiang shouted, and the lads all came out of the house, shouting loudly at Li Long. Liren smiled and waved his hand at them, pushing his bike to the front of the cabin. Li Long, you didn't come yesterday. You made a few lads anxious. Tashin was on the verge of tears. Yashinjiang joked. He brought 2 fawns over, but in the end he had no choice but to bring them back. 2 fawns? Liren was startled. He actually caught fawns? Aha! 2 heads. Tamayama-chan held up a finger and grinned. He said he wanted a new radio. That can definitely be switched. Liren was genuinely surprised. 2 units can also be swapped. 1 will do. And then you just bring him some extra batteries. This one of mine. For batteries are gone. It's been ringing all day long. Yashinjiang said. Batteries? Too costly. Li Long thought about it, and rightly so. The good thing was that the battery didn't need to use a ticket, so he could still get some more. After he had put the car away, he went into the house to see that a wooden Kong had been put up in the big room, which was not yet finished, and that the boys were installing the wooden supports under the Kong. I used to just look at the outside of the wooden Kong that I stayed at Harimu and Yashinjiang's house, but now I realize that the inside is a wooden shelf punched like a grid, and then a layer of wooden boards is nailed on top of it. Let's put your stuff in the back of your car here, and we can get the door installed and the wooden bed laid today. If you have bedding, you can live in it tonight. When Li Long thought about it, he simply moved the food and wine, drinks, and snacks piece by piece and put them into the small house, which was originally used as a storehouse. I just didn't expect to move in and realize that it had already held quite a bit of stuff in there itself. Deer antlers were the most numerous, followed by various skins. The ones that Li Long could recognize were deer skins, elk deer skins, and wolf skins. Jade, mainly Mahé jade, with a few pieces of very good quality. They were piled halfway around the room, and Li Long estimated that it would take several trips to transport them all back. At least 1 wagon would be needed. If they were all going to change their radios, then they would really have to make a trip to Stone City themselves, and possibly even a trip to Uptown, or they simply wouldn't be able to get enough. The boys looked at Li Long coming over and came over to greet him with a cheeky smile, but they didn't stop and continued to work until they had laid the boards on top of the wooden Kong, and only then did Yashinjiang call out, and they all gathered together and rested next to the wooden boards on the outside. Harimu took the horse's milk that had been placed in a cool place, and a large bowl, and poured a bowl and handed it to the young man next to him, who took it and handed it to Yashinjiang. Yashinjiang handed it back to Li Long, who hastily waved his hand. Drink up. You guys have worked so hard for so long. Yashinjiang didn't excuse himself, and after taking a sip, he handed the bowl to Harimu, who poured and passed it to the next person. When they were all drunk, one lad couldn't wait to say a string of words, and Halimo gave him a look and smiled as he translated for Laron. Barak said he wanted to trade 4 sticks of antlers for a radio and a box of batteries and a flashlight, and he asked if he could get them for branches of antlers. Li Long remembered that there were only 6 or 7 antlers in total in the cabin. This Barak is very powerful. It can be traded. Liren said, maybe a little more. Enough is enough. When Halimo finished giving Bilik was full of smiles and spoke as Halimo translated. Then I'll bring my stuff down with me today and bring it up when I'm done changing. Don Polly brought 2 wolf skins and a skin from an elk deer, and a piece of jade, and said he wanted to change the radio. Harimu translated the next man's words. When Tang Polly finished speaking, he ran to the house and carried out his piece of jade. Jade is as big as a soccer ball. Li Long looked at the surface of the gray. He looked for some water to smear on the surface of the jade, and found that there is a layer of stone skin on it. There is no way to take the flashlight to play the light. Jasper has a faint black spot inside, but it's better because it's bigger, Liren said with a nod. It can be exchanged for a radio. I don't know the price of the leather, but for this jade, you can trade the radio. Even at the lowest price of $15 a kilogram from the last sale, this piece of jade weighed at least 8 kilograms, so how could it be traded for a radio? Tashin says his 2 fawns need a new radio. Halimo finally got to Tashin, a shy lad who still stammered a bit. It can be traded. For sure. A fawn for a radio. No. If it's an adult deer it can be exchanged. Harimu said to Li Long very seriously. This deer is very bad to feed. The fawn is no more valuable than a sheep at this time. Li Long, you can't take the risk yourself just because you have a good relationship with us. Hearing Harimu's words, Tashin added, and Harimu translated, saying that he had another piece of jade, and wondered if it was worth anything. Liren said with a straight face, enough really, 1 fawn is enough. End of chapter. Chapter 155 ran into a fellow Yunon. Harimu simply didn't translate what Li Long said. In their eyes, catching a fawn isn't particularly difficult, there's no point in not going to specialize in it. Mainly because it's just the equivalent of one more sheep, and it's not easy to raise, and it often dies. And when it dies it doesn't have as much meat as a sheep. How much does a sheep cost? It's only $12. And deer have to be big to be worth anything, but raising a deer isn't as easy as raising a sheep. Most of the rest of the boys were trying to trade leather, jade or other things for radios, flashlights, or necessities such as grain, salt and wine. Li Long's final count showed that a total of 6 radios, 150 kilograms of noodles, 20 bricks of tea, 33 packages of cubes, and 30 bags of salt, among other things, needed to be replaced. By his reckoning, these things put here are naturally enough. The occasional tender deer call from behind the cabin reminded that 2 other living creatures were among the redemptions, though it was a philosophy in this day and age, both for Harimu and the others and the village, that family money and outgassing didn't count, not with fur. Deer shouldn't be included in that. Li Long was a bit fretful as he was thinking about how to bring back so many things. When everyone had finished, Liren said, "I'll pull the stuff back now, and then pull the exchanges in batches. Some of these things may need to be exchanged in Wu City or Stone City, and it may take a little longer, so you'll have to be patient. Also, I'll try to bring some medicine for each of your families when I come over tomorrow, so you guys should have some use for it when you prepare it at home." Harimu listened and spoke earnestly to the lads, and the lads looked at Liren with something more in their eyes again. Liren could feel that it was respect in addition to warmth and trust. Everyone is not a procrastinator. After arranging things, Li Long immediately righted the bike, and then a few lads came over to help. The jade was divided into 2 sacks, tied together and hitched to the sides of the back seat. Those skins were put down layer by layer on the back seat, and then the antlers and roe deer horns were brought over, and the horns were tied one by one toward the back to avoid sticking to Li Long. "You continue to be busy. I'll go to the county first," Li Long said. "Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow when I come back, let's organize a drag suit, a party where you can dance and sing, here. And bring your dongbura over to sing properly." Harimu helped Liren push the car out of the way. Toward the gully's mouth, Tamayama River said to the men, "What are you all doing well? When our Dowson comes back again, he will come back with the goodies we all look forward to, and then we will surprise him with a brand new winter nest of his own. Hooray!" The boys roared and started to work, each with great enthusiasm. When he reached the mouth of the ditch, Liren said goodbye to Harimu and rode off to the county in a huff. Waiting for the flat road, Li Long still pedaled fast. The bike is not only those goods so simple, or the Kazakh brothers' heavy trust. Li Long directly pedaled the car to the purchase station. Let him some surprise as Chen Hongjun is still there. Seeing Li Long probe in, Chen Hongjun was also a bit surprised and said with a smile, "Comrade Li, what did you bring this time? There's more stuff this time." "Comrade Chen, I thought you said you were on duty every other day? It's springtime, and there are a lot of people coming here to sell their stuff, so lately we've been working all day and taking Sundays off. Come on, let's see what you've brought." Chen Hongjun followed Li Long outside and was shocked when he saw what was tied to the bike. "Little Li, are you stabbing a deer's nest? So many. The brothers in the mountains are about to switch, so they entrusted me to sell these things in exchange for some necessities of their lives." Li Long explained. "They don't come down to the mountains often either, and it's not convenient to come down and exchange, so it's more appropriate for me to do this." "Also right," Chen Hongjun said with deep emotion. "Language communication is a big problem, but of course, the fact that you have their trust means you're a good comrade. Come on, let's unload the stuff and I'll estimate the value." Chen Hongjun helped Li Long unload the antlers and hides into the store. "What's in that sack?" "My head jade, not worth much," Liren said. "This will not be unloaded." "Brother, you can do it," Chen Hongjun smiled and said. "All the good things in the mountains are here with you." Li Long has never been shy about this, will make some hard money, but to be honest, several times he is really trying to help the mountain friends of the favor. But I did not expect the other side is also a sincere pay. Do not want to let him suffer. Which one after another? He got in turn more and more. This antler 2 grades. First class 3 branches. Second class 4 branches. Roe deer antler time long sum. Second class it. Chen Hongjun skillfully to the antlers roe deer horns categorized. The main put time long. When picking up the time should still good. When speaking, Chen Hongjun was still a bit sorry. This period of time Li Long brought him these antlers and so on. Indeed helped him to complete a lot of procurement tasks. He also hoped to be able to bring Li Long to the thing set a high level, but there are a few branches of antlers are cracked. Not the year. The skins are all good skins. It is the handling that is coarse. Chen Hongjun looked at the skins again. The traditional methods of the herders, curing with salt is mainly antiseptic, but also needs a second nitrate. Too hard. This Li Long knew. Tanning the skins, usually referred to as nitrating, was a technique that ordinary people did not know. The herders in the mountains dealt with the skins mainly by rubbing them with coarse-grained salt, also known as pickling, so that the skins would not be bitten by insects and rot. So these skins are bored hard. Want to become leather still need nitrate system. Deer skin 25. Elk skin 16. This wolf skin is good. 31. This one is a bit worn. 20. Chen Hongjun quoted one by one. There is someone special over the scale record invoicing. The final calculation. $332.68. Can buy 6 radios? The rest are still a little short. It seems that a trip to Uptown is really necessary. Li Long had originally thought that if these things were enough to buy something over here, he would just go directly to Stone City instead of going to Wu City, but now it seemed that it was not yet possible. After invoicing and collecting the money, Li Long said goodbye to Chen Hongjun and then went out and rode back to the compound. He stood the bike up and closed the door, then fetched a basin of water, unloaded the sack holding the jade, and began to try it piece by piece. The smallest of these jades were 2 fists in size. The largest were irregular slabs, 7 or 8 centimeters thick and weighing about 10 kilograms. Water washes away the sludge on the surface of the stones, revealing their true colors. It's all seed material, washed by natural water currents, resulting in little angularity in each piece. The smallest piece with a little bit of stone skin. The whole body is green, but unfortunately there are a lot of sesame seed points, which put the latter days is okay, now is really not sold for money. Liren set this piece aside and then went to the largest one. This piece of the body has a large part of the gray-green stone skin. Only the following 2 palm-sized is exposed to the jade flesh. Do not even need to hit the light. Li Long can see. The green is really nice, and not a single impurity, not a single bit of crack. Li Long really doesn't want to sell this stone. In 20 years' time, it'll be $100,000, won't it? He looked at the other jades again, and to his some disappointment except for one that didn't have any sesame dots. Most of the others were either thick or light with some sesame black dots. Some people may think that the probability is good enough, but thinking about these jade stones, which were picked up by so many herdsmen for several years or even a dozen years in a circle of dozens of kilometers in the South Mountain, which is considered to be the cream of the crop, one would know that this good jade stone is actually not that good to be picked up. Thinking about what those lads want, Li Long finally decided that it is better to go directly to Wu Cheng to sell the biggest piece of jade. The rest of these will be put away for the time being. It is better to save it if you can't sell it for money. He took the scale and weighed it. The jade was 15.5 kilograms. According to his previous experience in selling jade, this piece must be 60 or 70 kilograms a piece anyhow. That's the only piece. Li Long put the rest of the jade into a pile, and did not hide, directly placed in the corner of the miscellaneous storage room. To be honest, at this moment there are not many people who are aware of the value of Mahe Jasper. Put it here should not be much attention. He packed the largest piece of jade in his sack and carried it out the door. It was now noon. So Li Long went to the big meat cafeteria and bought a few buns, eating them while hurrying to the bus station by the Ye Highway. The bus to Yuking was about to leave. Li Long hurriedly bought a ticket, and not 2 minutes after checking the ticket, the bus drove off. He got into the car and saw that the car was already mostly full. The people in the car saw Li Long and just sized him up. Everyone was dressed similarly at this time. Li Long saw that there were still a few empty seats in the back, so he walked over and sat in the penultimate row. Anyone who regularly rides these long-distance buses knows that the further back you go, the more bumpy it gets, and people who are prone to motion sickness often don't choose the reclining position. Li Long is not picky. Upside down some of it, he is carrying a sack, and do not want to put it on the luggage rack above in case of falling. The jade fell broken, not to mention, there is a possibility of smashing people. It is better to put it on the seat. The car turned out of the bus station and onto the Oi Highway, bumping its way toward Oi City, all the way through the Lutui, Dafeng, Huxian and biting when the car stopped for a while, but the follow-up not many people. Li Long also peace of mind, one person occupies the seat of 2 people, has been sitting in the Wucheng 81st guest house, with a light car. This time Li Long went directly to the jade factory to look for Lu Lao, but the doorman told Li Long that Lu Lao had gone to the mainland to participate in the exhibition. Li Long caught blind this time. He thought about Section Chief Chen, who had appeared with Lu Lao the last time, and told the doorman to look for Section Chief Chen. A few minutes later, that tall man, Section Chief Chen, appeared at the entrance of the jade factory. He smiled when he saw Li Long. "Comrade Li, you're here. Lu Lao isn't here. Did you bring or my head Jasper this time?" "Yes, Section Chief Chen. What I brought this time, the quality should be good," Li Long said quite confidently. "Good then, come follow me." This time someone from the southern border has also come over to sell jade, so you guys just happen to be together. Li Long listened to his heart jumped. and then some apprehension. This southern border of the jade, both now and later generations, are all famous. You can't compare yourself to this Manhwa Jasper. In this comparison, can you still sell this jade for a good price? He carried the sack and followed Section Chief Chen inside, and when he reached the office, he didn't see anyone else. People will be here in a while. Wait a moment. I'll ask the master to come over and look at this piece of jade of yours. Chief Chen made a phone call and in a quite respectful tone called a Master Wang to come over to look at the jade. Putting down the phone, Section Chief Chen pointed to the wooden chair in the office and said, "Comrade Li, you sit first." When Liren sat down, he continued, "Actually, there are still few people like you who come here to sell jade by yourselves. We usually go directly to the origin of the jade to collect it. But then, for example, this Manhwa Jasper of yours, people in the origin generally don't have this realization yet, and now our state mining of jade mines hasn't started yet, so you're selling like this is a good addition to our raw material procurement." Li Long then realized why the first 2 times it was Lu Lao who followed to look at the jade. At this time, the sound of footsteps came. Li Long originally thought it was the master of the jade watch, but walked in, is a similarly carrying a sack of middle-aged men. Look at the face, should be Uyghur, 40 or 50 years of age, the face of the sun tanned, but not too much like a serious jade farmer's. Chief Chen said with a smile, "You're Yusuf, right? Hello. Yusuf spoke good Chinese. He put down the sack with a smile on his face and shook hands with Section Chief Chen, and then took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Li Long. Li Long hurriedly shook hands with the other party and said, "Aximus Seth." Yusuf was about to let go of his hand, but when he heard Li Long's words, his eyes lit up and he shook Li Long's hand again by holding it tightly. Yaximus X. I'm also here to sell jade." Li Long pointed to the sack at his feet and smiled. "Peer, but your jade is definitely better than mine. I'm Manhwa Jasper." "Good." Yusuf smiled and nodded. Same. Chief Chen smiled and said to Li Long, "Little Li, I didn't think you'd be able to greet them in their words. I also brought this jade from my minority friends, to sell it and exchange it for some necessities of life for them." Li Long briefly explained. As for that greeting, it was purely learned from watching short videos in his last life. Not only did he learn that, he also knew a little bit of simple folk dance. At this time, outside once again came the sound of footsteps. This footsteps slightly slower. Li Long guessed that it should be that Jade Watch Master Wang came over. Sure enough, an old man of about 60 appeared at the door. Section Chief Chen stood up and smiled. "Lao Wang, these two are the comrades who have come to sell jade. Take a look at the quality of their jade." "Good." Master Wang smiled and nodded. Liren said to Yusuf, "Adasi, you go first." He was very curious about the jade that Yusuf had brought. Li Long had already realized that Yusuf had brought so much more jade than he had, and there was more than one piece with the sound of clashing, so he also wanted to see what kind of treasures they were. Thanks to the book friend I for the book crazy reward. Thanks to the book friend Wukong 8 do not quit. Endless warlock reward. Thank you for subscription and monthly votes recommended tickets. I don't know what happened to me, but I was dizzy for a day, and I used my savings. Doesn't seem to be heat stroke? Everyone take care of yourselves too. End of chapter. Chapter 156, a big mistake was made. Yusuf squatted down and began pulling out the jades he had brought one by one from his sack. The first piece of jade stunned Li Long. It was a very beautiful piece of jade with a beeswax-like skin like he often saw in later times. Very oily, you could tell that the jade flesh should be white, but the skin was a golden yellow color, which was very nice to look at. As big as 2 fists and weighing around 2 to 3 kilograms. Yusuf proudly handed the jade to Master Wang. Not bad. Very good quality special grade white jade seed material, also known as sheep fat jade. This jade is very rare. Master Wang took the jade and carefully looked at it, touched it, and changed the flashlight from his pocket to look at it and said, "Very good. Reached the special grade. This piece of jade, a kilogram according to the current purchase price of $260. Sure enough, it was different. The best that Li Long got was only 1 kilogram and 80, which was more than 3 times as much. Yusuf was obviously happy with the price as well, and he smiled. The jade factory in the mouth comes to us to collect it, and only pays $200 for this kilogram, or you give a fair price. Next, he took out the jade piece by piece. First grade white jade, 102 per kilogram. First grade green, 80 a kilogram. Grade 2 Murray jade, 1 kilogram 55. This side of Master Wang while appraisal. The other side of the Chen section chief and called people over to weigh. Invoicing. This time Yusuf brought the light more than half a kilogram of good jade on dozens of pieces, weighing more than 30 kilograms of weight, and finally settled the bill. A total of nearly $5,000. These small pieces are not good enough to count. Finally, Master Wang pointed to the bottom of the sack those pigeon egg-sized seeds and said, We are now the factory does not accept such a large. Do not scratch the material. Some jade carving workers will do strings and so on. You can go and ask them. Yusuf wasn't disappointed. He was very happy to get almost $5,000 and smiled. Good. In fact, these small material as I collect jade when others write on the gift. Do not accept it. Li Long looked at the hot eyes. These small materials although the head is not big, but look at the quality should be very good But right now was obviously not the time for him to talk. Master Wang had already started to look at him. My piece of jade is not as good as his. Li Long first humbled himself, then opened the sack and pulled out his piece of jade. When he pulled out the jade, Li Long was already prepared for disappointment. Even he himself was under the impression that those jades of Yusuf were all fine, and in comparison, his own piece was really considered niche. Ha! Master Wang looked at the jade and suddenly said, "This jade is good Manhwa jasper in the rare not with sesame points. So big material. So pure is not rare. Come, young man hold over I look." Li Long heard that there is a door, and immediately carried this piece of jade over and placed it at Master Wang's feet. During New Year's Eve, Lu Lao also collected a very nice piece of jasper from this lad, and no sesame points either. Section Chief Chen smiled and said, "This lad has friends in the mountains, and always gets good stuff out of the whole thing." Well, Ma had jasper seed material quite a lot. Large pieces are also more, but most have sesame points. Like this piece so pure really not much. Look at this shape. Carving a pendant is certainly no problem. Master Wang smiled and said, "First grade jasper, valued at 1 kilogram, 101 it." Lear in surprise. 101. That's $1. 600 or $700 for one piece. That's a lot of money. All problems are solved. Can you really sell this much? Li Long was still in a bit of disbelief as he asked. Of course. Do you think this jade is not as good as those of his? Actually it is not the same. Our jade carving factory has to look at the quality of the jade, but also what the jade can do. You see those jades of his are quite good, but except for the first piece of sheepskin jade, the other qualities and sizes are not considered precious, and for that the price is quite a bit higher than yours. Although this piece of yours is not as good as the grade, it is better because the material is large and is rare within the category. Master Wang was very patient in explaining to Li Long, which greatly benefited Li Long. Weighing, invoicing, and checkout. When Li Long took a thick pile of money out of the jade carving factory, he saw that Yusuf was waiting for a bus under the bus stop sign, and he immediately went over. Yusuf had a smile on his face when he saw Li Long. "My friend, did you sell the jade?" "Sold." Li Long nodded. He suddenly remembered those small pieces of jade from Yusuf and asked, "Adasi, how much do you sell those little pieces of jade for? Do you want it?" Yusuf was a bit surprised. "You have a friend who can carve jade?" No, I have a younger generation. This jade looks quite beautiful. Give it to the children to play. How much do you want?" Yusuf said as he took the sack off his shoulder. "1," said Yusuf thoughtfully. $5 for the bigger one, and $2 for the smaller one. How about that? In latter-day prices, it's cheap. In today's prices, it's not. Li Long and Yusuf squatted down and started to look. There were people waiting for the car next to them who came over to look at the sack to see if it was jade, and a middle-aged woman in a Zhongshan suit asked, "Comrade, how do you sell this jade?" "For the bigger ones, $5. For the smaller ones, $2. Yusuf said. "Too expensive." The woman shook her head just as the car came by and she got in and left. Li Long said when he saw that there were 24 pieces in the sack, "Adasi, come on, I'll take it all. How much are you offering?" Li Long looked at the largest is just the size of a pigeon egg. The smaller one is a little bigger than a broad bean. Said, "Uniform $2. You see you bring over to sell cannot be sold. Take back how troublesome. $2 regardless of the size. I want all." All right, make a friend. Yusuf agreed with a smiling face. Li Long knew that this was not Yusuf's base price, but he didn't care. With his eyes, there were at least 5 in there that could reach the goat fat level. The odds are that this Yusuf is not a jade digger, but a second-hand dealer. Handing over the money in one hand and delivering the goods in the other, Li Long transferred the jades into his sack and sighed with relief. Although he had paid $56, these jades, put away for 30 years, he didn't know how many times they could rise. "Are your friends in the mountains also Uyghur?" Yusuf took Li Long's money and his tone was obviously much warmer. "Do they graze in the mountains?" No. My herder friends in the mountains are Kazakhs." Li Long shook his head. "They'll be switching soon. This jade is from them. After selling the money, I'm going to bring some living goods over to them." Not bad. You are their real Dosan." Yusuf immediately had an appreciative expression on his face when he heard Li Long say that, and he gave a thumbs up and said, "They must really trust you." "Trust me indeed. Liren said. What does Dorsan mean? Friends. Kazakh for friend. Yusuf explained. Our Uyghur friend is Adasi, and their Kazakh friend is Dosan. Liren froze like he'd been punched in the face. He had always thought that Adasi was a friend of the Kazakh language, and had always greeted Harimu and the others this way, but he didn't realize that he had made a big mess, and Harimu and the others hadn't explained it. The bus came. Yusuf greeted Li Long on the bus. Li Long got on the bus and became quite silent. Even the excitement of buying a small seat of jade also disappeared. Go back and have to explain. Or the short video of the last life has harmed himself. In the future really need to learn a little bit. Be modest. He did not understand. Causing Harimu they are all cooperating with themselves. The jade farmers over there work very hard. They dig in the river every day. And if they are lucky, they can dig up a piece of jade. But if they are unlucky, they can't dig up anything in a day. Yusuf about think Li Long and he has the same experience and occupation. Talk more up. Such a small jade, often can dig up, but cannot be sold for money. The mouth of the jade factory people. A few cents to collect. Cannot afford it. In the future you want to collect more. This jade factory do not want. If you come to Ma County to find me, so big material well, I want. Li Long said carelessly. Ma County well, find me. How do I find you? A county is so big. Yusuf was a little disbelieving. Li Long took out the certificate of the supply and marketing agency from his pocket and showed him and said, I am the supply and marketing agency purchaser. We have the people of the purchasing station there. I also know the well. You go to the supply and marketing center to find Li. You will be able to find me. Yusuf carefully looked at Li Long's certificate, then handed it back to him and said, such a small stone. I can't afford to make a special trip. However, when I receive the large jade stone, I can bring some over and look for you then. Dozens of pills at a time. $2. From the city of Urumqi run Ma County but only a few dollars of the ticket. It is a good deal. Yusuf is going to take the night train back to the southern border, while Li Long is going to stay and buy things. After the two people parted, Li Long went to stay in the 81st guest house. The next day, he went to the department store where he was going to buy all the things that the Mountain Dosin needed. The department store did have portable radios that put batteries in them, and not only did they have them, but they had several brands at different prices. After reading it, Liren purchased a two-band, Workers and Peasants brand, $46 radio, and bought 8 of them. It's a good thing that the tickets I took from Li Shangxian earlier and the ones I exchanged from the ticket seller were enough. Buying 8 radios at a time was rare even in Wuchang. A few salesmen came over to help, checking the radios one by one for Li Long, trying them out, putting them into boxes, and tying them up. Li Long bought another dozen pairs of Liberation shoes and 15 flashlights here, and after buying these things, there was no way to buy more batteries. But it couldn't be helped. He was just one man, not a wagon, and couldn't carry that much. After paying, Li Long walked out with the bundled things in his 2 hands. At this point he had to admire these salesmen. The things were tied up tightly and sturdily, and he wasn't afraid of dropping them even after shaking them. Back to the Bai guest house, Li Long bought a ticket back to Ma County. The driver saw that he was carrying so many things and wanted to help him put them on the luggage rack on the roof of the car, but Li Long waved his hand hastily. Upon hearing that this big bag of stuff was a radio, the driver immediately had a surprised look on his face, and he didn't dare to put this thing on it. The value of 1 unit was higher than his 1 month's salary. Li Long carried the sack on the car. At this time the car is not many people. Li Long is not polite. In the center seat, put the sack on the seat next to it. One after another people come up. This time is not the ticket number to sit, so the back of the people to see Li Long, a person occupying 2 seats, did not say anything. The bus was half full when the departure time came, and after the ticket inspector had checked the tickets, the bus pulled out of the station. By the time he reached Ma County, Li Long let out a long breath as he carried the sack down. Finally arriving, he was carrying the sacks towards the compound, and when he was almost there, he didn't notice that someone behind him had seen him. After Gu Ermo was beaten by Tao Dachan last time, he had no face to stay in the village, and went to his relative's house in a fit of pique. And every day he still went to follow the car with the driver master said to follow the car. But in fact, it is just an odd job to follow the class. Today, the driver is in a good mood, gave him a few pointers on driving techniques. The Gu Ermo pleased bad, specifically run a large meat canteen to the master to buy a few meat buns. This noon the driver went home. He also had to go to a relative's home to eat. Did not expect to run into Li Long. Watching Li Long carry a large bag of marijuana into a large yard, Gu Ermo had the heart to stare. What's this Li Long doing in this compound? After Gu Ermo got up his mind, he remembered that he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he planned to keep an eye on Li Long to see if he could find anything on him. The matter of Tao Dachiang beating Gu Ermo. In Gu Ermao's opinion, the ultimate culprit is still Li Long. If Li Long hadn't backed Tao Daqiang up and allowed Tao Daqiang to earn money, how would he, Tao Daqiang, have dared to do this to himself? So as long as you mess with Li Long, then Tao Daqiang will only have to wait for the bear. Gu Ermao held a grudge against Li Long for more than just this one thing. But of course there are some things that one should just know and not say. Li Long returned to the compound, put the radio down and went to the kitchen to boil some water to drink and take a break in the meantime, then went out and rode his bike to the big meat cafeteria to get ready for a lunch. After lunch, he pedaled to the grain store and bought 3 bags of flour back, which is the kind of flour bag, 8-5 powder, a bag of 25 kilograms. There was only so much he could buy, any more and the bike wouldn't carry well. Liren returned to the compound with the flour, unloaded it, and then went to the department store to buy some odds and ends. Gu Ermao was very envious to see Li Long riding a bicycle, but he also knew that he couldn't compare with him, so he didn't follow him out. He felt that Li Long's stronghold was here, so he kept his eyes on it. Then he was overjoyed to see Liren riding his bike in and out several times. Sure enough, this is definitely a stronghold. This Li Long, he's just engaging in speculation. Although the morning market has been able to sell things without tickets, the crime of speculation is still there. This Gu Ermao discussed with his master. Gu Ermao remembers very clearly that when he told his master that he could buy and sell by automobile, his master said disdainfully, "Don't look at them jumping up and down now. When they check up on them after a while, they'll have their asses handed to them." Gu Ermao began to be torn. Should he report this asshole Li Long? End of chapter. Chapter 157, Arrests by the CIC. The village, the Li family. Liang Yueme was feeding the chickens in the yard when Lu's sister-in-law came over, looking enviously at the hen with her chicks and listening to the humming of the piglets in the pigsty, and said with a smile, "Your family is really up this time, and when the pigs are slaughtered in the winter, they can be sold for tens of dollars each. By the way, where is Qianqian's father? He didn't go to work today. Did he go to the field?" "No, went to the captain," Liang Yueme said with a smile while feeding the chickens. "The team is not notified. Feed 8 pigs, even pig farmers, according to the rules of the commune. Give a few acres of fodderland miles. How wonderful that is." Lu's sister-in-law added another item of envy, but she then asked suspiciously, "I remember that your family has 6 little pigs, and you've bought them again?" "No. Xiaolong took 5 small boars from the mountains and put them in the horse-horn to raise, and I don't know if they'll survive." Right. Little Dragon and you guys didn't split up, so it's considered a piece." Lu family's sister-in-law nodded her head repeatedly, and then said in admiration, "Little Dragon has really excelled. He was able to catch this wild boar child. So powerful. By the way, does Little Dragon have a date yet?" "I didn't ask." Liang Yueme shook her head. "Xiaolong is older and has his own ideas. It's not good for us to get involved in this." "I heard that he was talking to Gu Xiaoxia." The Lu family's sister-in-law actually wanted to ask about this. Young people's things, let them talk by themselves. Liang Yueme didn't admit or deny. "Isn't it about free love now?" "That's true, but I've heard that Gu Xiaoxia is very popular when she arrives at the commune's middle school. A lot of young male teachers, as well as some of the commune's cadres, have taken a liking to her. The commune was changed to township only this year, so both of them are not used to it, and they still speak in terms of the commune. Not to mention now, even 20 or 30 years later, some old people in remote places are still used to calling townships and towns communes." "Really?" Liang Yueme stopped the action of her hand, then nodded, a little melancholy. "Yes, Xiaoxia is long and beautiful, and cultured, and now has a formal job, eating commodity food. That want to marry her must be quite a lot of people. Just don't know. Alas, eat commercial food. The identity is not the same. We want to be a piece of the countryside is not easy." Lu's sister-in-law's meaning is very obvious. "Li Long, do not rush to this tree. People are later city people. Can look at you, this countryman. It's better to find a good match and get married while you're still young. These days young people still get married quite early. In their early 20s they almost have a date ready to get married. The kind of people who marry in their 30s to 40s, like in later times, are almost non-existent. If they do, they will be despised in the village. Old bachelors don't have a good reputation." Liang Yueme is also a little melancholy, but she really can't say anything about Li Long. "Is it possible to tell Li Long now? You and Gu Xiaoxia are not suitable. You find a new one?" She naturally knew what sister-in-law Lu had in mind, and was trying to introduce a relative to Li Long, but Li Long's mind was clearly not on this. The two were chatting when footsteps came from outside the courtyard. The sound was light and fast. Both of them twisted their heads to look out, and then someone they didn't expect appeared, Gu Xiaoxia. Now both of them were blushing a little. After all, there was nothing more embarrassing than being in the middle of gossiping about someone who happened to come over. Although they knew that the other person couldn't hear what they had just said, they were both a little embarrassed. Aunt, Lu Danian, you are also here. Gu Xiaoxia was not good enough to address, because when this production team was first established, there were only 2 or 3 local families per se, and the rest came from all over the country. Gu Xiaoxia's father and Li Jianguo were both founders of the original production team, so they were considered equals. In that case, Gu Xiaoxia should call Liang Yueme an aunt or an auntie, depending on which side of the family they were related to the Li family. But Li Long is also Li Jianguo's younger brother. If so counted, Gu Xiaoxia is not good to call Li Long, so now the Team Su are each talking about their own. For example, Tao Daqiang calls Li Long brother Long, but Li Chang calls Tao Daqiang brother Daqiang, which is pretty messed up, but the village people did not care too much. Itself is the name, and not related, depending on the will of each person. Very few more traditional will be specifically corrected, but also can only correct their own. Not good to say others. So Gu Xiaoxia called Liang Yueme aunt is according to the previous name, but called out, it is a bit awkward. After all, she and Gu Long things although not pierced the layer of window paper, but she feels that it is almost the same. Xiaoxia is here. Liang Yueme responded, smiling, come, this is no class today? There's no class for me this morning, Gu Xiaoxia explained, then handed over the cloth bag in her hand. Auntie, these are the 2 pairs of shoes I took the time to make. We don't do well with pasties there, so we can only make 2 pairs. Sister-in-law Lu was first puzzled, then came to a realization. You want Xiao Long to bring it to your dad, right? Everyone in the village was aware of the fact that people from the vice industry team went into the mountains to make up the handles. It was the captain's decision as to who would be chosen. And although Lu's sister-in-law was a bit depressed that no one from her family would be there, she thought that she would have to work on her family's land. So that was it. Now that she heard Gu Xiaoxia say it, she felt that it should be so. Well, 1 pair in here is for my dad, and 1 pair is. Gu Xiaoxia's voice suddenly trailed off, and her face turned a little red. It's for Li Long. I didn't see him there at the school in the past 2 days, and I don't know when he'll be back. So I just. Sister-in-law Lu was a bit dumbfounded. That's how you make shoes? Liang Yueme reacted extremely quickly and pulled Gu Xiaoxia with a smile. Come and rest inside first. I'll pour water for you. Later, I'll cook for you. It's been many days since I've been here. Let's have a good time. Lu's sister-in-law didn't even know when she got home. She could never figure out. This Gu family Xiaoxia are not already eating commercial food. How to take the initiative to find the Li family Xiaolong. The Li family Xiaolong is excellent, but even better that's still a countryman, a farmer. To put it bluntly, in the village, some people's eyes Gu Ermao's future is better than Li Long. Gu Xiaoxia obviously had a better future. So why would she turn around and zip back to the village? Liang Yueme also had this thought, but she didn't care that much. Gu Xiaoxia remembered Li Long's goodness and would make shoes for Li Long. This in itself was already a very obvious hint. For the rest, is there any need to say more? So at noon, even though Gu Xiaoxia repeatedly said that she had classes back at school in the afternoon, Liang Yueme still made rice early, mixed a cold dish, fried 2 meat dishes to entertain her, and when she was leaving, she also specifically asked her to carry a piece of bacon back. Gu Xiaoxia, who was walking towards the school, actually let out a long breath. Now, Li Long should know what he wants, right? Then, what would he do later? Gu Xiaoxia was a little apprehensive again. Liren returned to the compound after his shopping, rested for a short while, then stood up his bike and began loading things on it. Flour at the bottom, but cannot be loaded more, both sides of a bag on the side. Next is the sack for the radio. The bag cannot be put down. You have to use the rope standing tightly tied. Cannot be scattered and cannot be slanted. Is a kung fu work. Li Long tied up the radio, and then put the batteries, shoes and other things in the bag, hanging on the front handlebars on both sides of the car, which is now a little bit of a struggle to push out. However, the 2/8 bar is strong and durable. Li Long knows that as long as you stay on it and ride a few laps, it will be able to fly. Li Long went to open the door, pushed the bike out, leaned against the wall with ready to turn around and lock the door. There are 2 people dressed in Zhongshan suit came over, a left and a right to pin him. The left side of the person said seriously, "We're from the Beat Investment Office. You've committed a crime. Come with us." Fighting Against Speculation Office is a relatively special organization produced in this period. The full name is Fight Against Speculation Office. The power is quite big, in a fairly long period of time is often to take people. As soon as Li Long heard this, he knew that he should be targeted, and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Misunderstanding. I'm not speculating. I do have a letter of introduction here. I'm from the Supply and Marketing Agency. What kind of letter of introduction do you have for a country bumpkin? Your production team allows you to do such things? You're also from the supply and marketing center? Do you know where the door of the supply and marketing center opens? The man on the right snorted and said, don't talk so much, push up your bike and come with us. You're even on a bicycle. You don't look like you've been digging for socialism much. You know what? You're committing an economic crime. Squat in the fence from now on. Once Li Long heard that the other party had even said the words digging for socialism, he knew that there was no point in saying more, so he could only explain after he went to the office with them. The office of Strike and Invest is diagonally across the street from the county commission, inside a flat courtyard building. After bringing Li Long inside, the young man who was talking behind him was just about to undo something on the back of his bike when Li Long had already pulled out his proof by this time and said, Comrade, I'm really the purchaser of the supply house. These things are sent to the mountains. Don't move them. Ha! The young man didn't even listen to his explanation, roughly untied the rope, and then yanked off the bag containing the radio as soon as he could. Li Long's eyes were quick, and he hurriedly stepped forward to hold the bag for a moment, then said angrily, Can't you take it easy? This is a radio. It costs a few $dozen apiece. Can you afford to pay for it if it breaks? That young man also did not expect to be scolded by Li Long, also did not expect that this is loaded with expensive radio. Confused for a moment, then scanned a glance, found that a few colleagues are looking at him, a little bit under the table, annoyed and angry. What's wrong with breaking it? You're justified in digging up socialist corners and engaging in speculation? I'll tell you, this is your proof of guilt. All these things have to be confiscated. As for whether it's broken or not, that's none of your business. And digging for socialism? Li Long was exasperated and laughed. Are you still not out of that era? It's reform and opening up now. Wake up, comrade. Since he had already torn his face, Li Long knew that this was not going to end well, and he had no intention of resting on his laurels. This bottom brat is definitely difficult to deal with, and if he doesn't make a big deal out of it, he's definitely going to suffer a dumb loss. Sure enough, the man was so said by Li Long. His face reddened. You looking for death, is not it? I'm telling you, you're making a big deal out of this today. A radio is $50. On your amount. Sentenced you to 10 years or no problem. Do you really think that you have one hand to cover the sky? Li Long also does not show weakness. The voice is not big, is not able to attract a bigger leader. Which law stipulates that an individual cannot buy a few more radios? Do you think I have to talk about evidence when I speculate? That young man didn't expect Li Long to be so rigid. The hawkers they had encountered in the past, as long as they were caught, each one of them was obedient, paying fines when they were told to, confiscating things when they wanted to, and they had never encountered such a prick at all. The problem is that it is still in the courtyard, and not in the office. Want to make underhanded moves, also have to be concerned about those leaders diagonally across the street. The young man scanned around, and then saw the sneaky in the office door. Guillermo suddenly rejoiced and said, You, come here. He sneered again and said to Liren, Here comes the man who corrected you. Don't think we don't know you. You're just a farmer. Where did you get the money to buy so many radios? What else could it be if not speculation? Guillermo originally thought he would sneak a complaint, report it to make Li Long a bad luck. It is best to go in and lock up for a few days, and when it comes out, it will also be stinking street. I didn't realize that when the people on this side heard that, they didn't let him go at all, and they took him directly to the beat casting office to make him testify. Guillermo was now blind, but want to go and cannot go, want to hide it, but let the young man saw. But at this time, he also had to come out stiffly and stand across from Li Long. Say what you saw again. The young man couldn't care less at this point and said loudly to Guillermo. Guillermo cursed this young man to death in his heart, but he had to say it again at the moment. The arrow was on the string, and it was no longer up to him to make his own decisions. Guillermo had just said 2 sentences when a middle-aged man came out from the office side and asked with a frown, What's all this noise? Don't you know how to be careful? If you don't know, you'll think we're a food market. When he finished, he saw the 2 sides facing each other in the yard, and the bike, and the pile of stuff, and asked, What's the situation? Xiao Hu was the one who spoke to Li Long in the beginning, and hadn't said anything since he entered the yard behind him. Xiao Hu told the matter once again. The young man several times to interrupt, but helpless Xiao Hu mouthed fast. A breath of words finished. You said, you're a purchaser for the supply and marketing center? After hearing this, the middle-aged man grabbed the key point and asked Li Long, How can it be a purchaser? The young man who confronted Li Long was not happy to hear this and pointed at Guillermo. They're from the same village. And this man said that this Li Long is a ne'er-do-well and speculator. He's cheating people. Li Long said as he handed the certificate to the middle-aged man. Here's the proof. I'm the purchasing agent of our county supply and marketing center. This time our procurement unit. Li Shangqian, the director of the unit, gave the task to a group of lifting handles in the mountains. These supplies that I brought with me were sent to the mountains. If you don't believe me, you can make a phone call to the supply and marketing center to confirm it. The young man froze at those words. Earlier, Li Long didn't say anything either. That Gu Ermo swore that Li Long was an unprofessional dilettante, engaged in speculation for almost half a year, and did not say this. After the middle-aged man read that certificate, he glanced at Li Long, then turned his head to look deeply at the young man and turned around to go to his office. Liren guessed that he would have called. End of chapter. Chapter 158. This revenge will not be repeated. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man came out of the office with the certificate and smiled at Li Long. Comrade Li, this is a misunderstanding. I just talked to Li Shangqian unit chief on the phone. He proved your identity. You are indeed in the procurement task. This matter, fortunately, no loss. We are also not fighting to know it. Li Long unzipped the bag containing the radio, and after carefully inspecting it, he said to the middle-aged man, well, it's true that it's not damaged. I couldn't afford to pay for this one if it was damaged. When he said that, the middle-aged man was a bit embarrassed, and after handing the certificate back to Li Long, he turned his head to the young man. Dang, what are you waiting for? Quickly apologize to Xiao Li. You can't be so reckless in the future. You have to ask questions first. The young man's face turned red. Just now he was thinking about how to properly fix Li Long. Now he didn't think that it would directly flip over and he would have to apologize to Li Long. Since he entered the batting and pitching office, he had never apologized to anyone. It was always others who begged for it. But looking at the leader of the almost to eat people's eyes, Xiao Deng know not to bow his head is not possible. He can only reluctantly look at Li Long. Whispered, I'm sorry. Liren said with a nod. Come on, you guys are doing your jobs too. He could also see that this was as far as the young man could go. There was no point in pushing people over the edge. And besides, he wasn't the culprit. Xiao Li, you are just high awareness. No wonder the director of the Li unit has been praising you. By the way, this comrade is from your village. Right. He also reported you out of a sense of protection of our society's public economic property. So what? This is also a misunderstanding. You all know each other. This matter is just let it go. How about it? Okay. Li Long smiled and said, I can understand. Mao. Let's get past this. Li Long smiled so much and talked to him. Gu Ermo in turn became frightened. But what could he say at this moment? The middle-aged man said seriously to Gu Ermo. Comrade Ermo. Little Li has a great deal of respect. You hurry up and say something? He didn't want to chill Gu Ermo's heart, or else if this got out, who else would report him? As for whether or not Li Long would really find trouble with Gu Ermo afterward, that wasn't his business. As long as things were done beautifully in this courtyard, that would be the end of it. Gu Ermo didn't dare to look at Li Long's eyes and whispered, Thanks, Dragon. He unconsciously took Tao Daqiang's name for Li Long with him. Do not dare to bring can let the leadership of the Fight and Investment Office to speak with a happy face. Shows that Li Long is really great. Why did you lard yourself up to report him? This is great. You'll have to live with your heart in your mouth from now on. No, I have to rush to my own master this afternoon and ask what can be done about it. Well, Comrade Xiaolong, Unit Chief Li Chanshan said that when things are finished on your side, go to the Supply and Marketing Center, and he has something else to talk to you about before going into the mountains. Liren said, I'll leave then, leader. Alright, go and get busy. It's all about working for the revolution, and I appreciate your non-complaining character. Li Long tied up the radio with the help of Xiao Hu, said goodbye to the middle-aged man, and then left the yard and rode his bicycle to the supply house. Alright, all disperse. Ask more questions when checking the situation in the future. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Although it's all for revolutionary work, it's not good to cause too much trouble like this. He added to Gu Ermao. Comrade Ermao, you don't have any ideas? What you do is right. Just Li Long is an example. In the future, when you come across something like this, I still hope that you can actively and enthusiastically report it. This time it's Xiao Deng who didn't do things right. I don't blame you. Gu Ermao listening to this is not only not touched, the heart there are dozens of MMP want to speak out. I reported clearly said that I do not have to show my face, secretly testify to a good. You did not do a good job. The results of the leak me out of the future of the Li Long to find my trouble. Can I still find you to solve? But he had little to say in the face of the leader, and walked out of the flat yard in silence, trying to figure out what to do. Li Long arrived at the supply house and spoke to the doorman, who knew him and let him in. Standing his bike in front of the supply house bungalow, Li Long locked the door and walked in. Li said as he sat forward at his desk, smiling as he watched him come in. Come on, Li, sit down. Tell me, what's the situation? Li Long helplessly gave the situation a rundown. In fact, he was also a bit confused. He was doing his own thing properly. Who did he mess with? This Gu Ermao can't see others having a good time? This From the mouth of Li Long heard, and from the fight investment office leaders heard much the same. Li Chanshan read countless people, quickly understood what is going on. He asked Liren, so what are you going to do? First get the mountain done, then find a way to settle the score. Li Long replied naturally, this kind of thing cannot be tolerated. Tolerated he is bound to get an inch. There is a sentence he did not say out. Break his leg is no problem. This thing in the village is to say to the sky, is also their own possession of reason. Right. Li Chanshan was supportive of Li Long's idea. So how do you think we can make him hurt the most? Naturally, it's so that he can't become a driver's apprentice. Li Long blurted out, what he's most proud of right now is that driver apprentice status of his. I'll find a way to expose him and the transportation company for this incident. I don't think many people would like a snitch, right? Li Long did not hide anything from Li Chanshan, which made Li Chanshan very satisfied. He also did not advise Li Long to be generous or anything. Being generous to such a person is no different from Mr. Dongguo being kind to a wolf. Hearing Li Long's thoughts, Li Xiangqian smiled and said, where does it have to be so complicated? He fished out the phone on his desk and shook it a few times, addressing the switchboard. Get me the transportation company. When the phone there was connected, Li Chanshan said in a loud voice, Old Hong? I'm Li Chanshan. Liren could hear the same loud but somewhat impatient voice across the room. Who can't hear that you're old Li? Say, what's the matter? What? I can't call you if there's nothing going on? Say what you have to say and fart quickly. I don't have time to chat with you. This spring on the transportation task is heavy. The opposite party should be a hot-tempered person. That's fine. I'll tell you a GAGA thing, SI. There's an apprentice in your transportation company named Gu Ermao. Then how do I know? I have dozens of drivers under my hands and so many apprentices. Gu Ermao? Did you say that the Red Flag Commune came? Well, it is. Knowing that Li Long was from the Red Flag Commune, Li Chanshan nodded his head and said, this goon can't do it. You fire him. Why? I can't just kick someone out because you say, can I? What's the point of having a reason? Asterisk. He went to hit the investment office today to report one of my purchasers said speculation. The problem is that this person is also his hometown. The same village. Used to be on good terms. You say such a person can be capped? That's right. That's indeed an asshole. I really don't dare to keep such a bad goon. In case one day the matter of the driver on my side is stirred up. Then there'll be something even if there's nothing. Okay. Is there anything else going on? No more. Calling for. Okay. Hang up. Empty for a drink. After that, the other party hung up first. Li Chanshan put the phone down and smiled at Li Long. Alright, that's it for this matter. You don't need to worry about this guy either. Go to the mountains to do your business in peace. And then go supervise those carry handles for me. That's the point. Then don't worry, unit chief. When my side enters the mountain, I will definitely keep a good eye on those carry handles. I definitely don't want the ones of substandard quality. Good. Li Long came out from Li Chanshan's place, and his heart still kept lamenting. One thing that one needs to take pains to plan and implement is easily solved by a single phone call here in Li Xiangqian. The other party also did not ask for anything, just let himself properly complete the task of lifting the handle. It's really good to have power, but Li Long just think about it. He does not have that ability, and also know that he cannot play in that circle. It is better to be good to live their own little life. Running toward the mountains on his bicycle, Li Long decided that when the winter nest was closed, he would run to the knitting and carrying handle every day to keep an eye on the quality. He helped himself a lot. He can't pretend that nothing has happened, right? Of course, Gu Ermao's matter couldn't be solved so easily. The fact that he couldn't be an apprentice just left him without a future. But he would still be alive and kicking on the team, and might even cause trouble one day. When you get yourself back on the team. Gu Ermao returned to the transportation company in the afternoon. His master did not go out of the car. Gu Ermao has learned some rules, carrying a bucket over to wipe the car, while wiping the car while thinking about the possible revenge of Li Long. He was thinking, big deal, not going back to the team. If he didn't return to the team, what else could Li Long do? When some time passes, this might just die down. As for his reputation on the team, ever since Tao Daxiang had beaten him up, Gu Ermao had thought little of his reputation and had completely let it go. He actually knew that as long as he waited until he had survived the apprentice stage and became an official driver, then any reputation would be good. Everyone would only see themselves become a commodity food and salary eater at that time, and would definitely envy them. Although Wu Shufan because of that sentence role no longer pay attention to himself. I thought that when I became a full-fledged driver, there would be many girls who wanted to marry me. Although Gu Ermao is slippery and mixed, he still has a deep understanding of the current society. After all, Following the master also has a period of time. Seen and heard a lot. Was polishing the car with great vigor, when his master came up to him and asked with a sullen face, Mao, I heard you reported your fellow villagers? Master, how did you know? Gu Ermo was a bit surprised. Did this spread so quickly? Master's intelligence information is so good now? Just tell me if it is or not. Yeah. I see his big bag to buy things to transport things. I know he did not do good things. Gu Ermo said with some indignation. He bought so many noodles, radios and shoes. Is not the second hand to earn money well. This is not speculation. Digging socialist corner well. Gu Ermo is naturally also some complaints about those who hit the investment office in action. But he did not dare to say it. Those people are cadres. Cannot clean up the backstage of Li Long. Clean up his or very easy. Then get lost. His master, hearing him admit it, said without a good mood. I heard that the one you reported is still from your same village? You're really good. Rabbits don't eat grass in the nest. You're good. You reported your own fellow villagers. Who will dare to work with you in the future? Roll, where am I going? Gu Ermo hadn't understood and was a bit puzzled. Master, are you letting me hide for a while? Looking at this Gu Ermo, who was usually quite shrewd and at this time foolish, his master was so angry that he wanted to laugh. You're still hiding? The leader said you don't need to be an apprentice anymore. You're fired. Rolling means you leave from here. You're not a member of the transportation company from now on. As for where to go, go wherever you like. With that, he waved his hand and turned away. Although a bit sorry, after all, Gu Ermo this time tribute is still quite timely, and work is also quite nimble, but such a person he cannot dare to put on the side with. In case one day stared at their own handle to sell their own report, that is not a big trouble. Besides, driver apprenticeships can be so easy to find these days. There are tons of people with gifts trying to squeeze in as this apprentice. I seem to remember that the neighbor's second kid is unemployed. I mentioned it last time. Is that a hint? Gu Ermo stood there dumbfounded, and didn't even feel the towel fall to the ground. He was expelled here? Wasn't it just a report on someone who was engaging in speculation? Why is it so serious? Soon, Gu Ermo realized the seriousness of the problem. He can't be a city boy anymore. No more commercial food to eat, much less a driver. The only thing waiting for him in the end was to go back to the team. Will people not laugh him to death then? What if the team knew he was fired for reporting Laron? No way. I can't leave. I can't be expelled. Gu Ermo didn't accept this result. He immediately went to his master, but it turned out that his master no longer cared about him at all. He went to the leader of the transportation company, and the leader threw the things he was carrying right out, dumping words on him that made him ashamed. Who knows that if you give me something on this side, will you go to the county to report me for taking bribes on the other side? I wouldn't dare to accept anything from you. By the time Gu Ermo returned to his relative's house in a muddle, it was already dark. Ermo is back? Gu Ermo's sister-in-law asked him, did you go out today? Did you have a good time? Gu Ermo grinned and said with a sobbing voice, Auntie, I've been fired. What? Gu Ermo's aunt was shocked to hear it. Don't talk nonsense. How can you be expelled? What did you do? Don't joke. You this apprenticeship but a lot of money to get it. Gu Ermo now somewhat understood how Li Long had felt when he was fired. But who is to blame? The next day, Gu Ermo went back to the team. And on that day the news spread that he had been fired from the transportation company. And the reason for the dismissal everyone was guessing. Not sure. Until someone called the team in the evening. Su Chengjuan's wife Ma Hongmei only spread the news. It turned out that Gu Ermo reported Li Long. I did not expect Li Long backstage hard. Li Long is fine. Gu Ermo's leadership felt that his character is not good, so he gave the dismissal. That night, Li Jianguo returned from measuring the fodderland given by the team, and when he heard Lu's sister-in-law talk about it, he was so angry that he went to Gu's house with a stick in his hand. End of chapter. Chapter 159. Li Jianguo's powerful anger beats up Gu's family. Gu Ermo hurriedly returned to the team. In fact, he was thinking of discussing this matter with his family before it spread. His apprenticeship job is an aunt's husband to help find. Originally thought that his aunt can find someone to get through the relationship and then get back. Did not expect his aunt came back. He scolded him directly. Let him the next day to roll back to the team. Said that in the future no longer care about him. Gu Ermo's sister-in-law originally thought to persuade a persuasion. But his aunt said things once again. But also specifically mentioned the transportation company's leader called to complain about him. Gu Ermo's sister-in-law did not dare to say anything. The next day to let Gu Ermo pack up things to go back to the team. Gu Ermo also knows that he is considered to be in trouble this time. Gray and slinking back to the team with the back cover. As a result, before I could discuss the situation with my family here, someone on the other side called the team. Gu Ermo was on the verge of tears. Was this an attempt to drive himself to extinction? When Li Jianguo carried the stick to the door of the Gu family, Gu Ermao's mother Lu Taimei was complaining that he had this money for nothing and didn't know to ask for some of it back. Boss Gu no longer knew what to say. How could he have raised such a waste of a son? When word of this spread, the son's reputation was completely stigmatized. Gu boss, you give me out. Li Jiangluo's voice resounded in the courtyard of the Gu family. Boss Gu was shocked in his heart when he heard it. He couldn't afford to complain about his son anymore and hurriedly walked out the door. Seeing Li Jianguo carrying a stick, Gu boss heart finished. Li Jianguo usually looks good-tempered, but that is usually. Before the team was built, people from all over the world gathered in a pile. There were inevitably conflicts. Li Jianguo is not tall, and looks quite kind, but only those of them who have experienced it know that this guy is able to fight to the death. It seems to have pissed him off today. Lao Li let's talk properly. You put down the stick. I know that this our family Ermao do not do the right thing. I let Ermao to your family to compensate for the wrong. You see okay, said Boss Gu shouting at the house. Ermao come out quickly and apologize to your uncle Li. Gu Ermao was still a bit squirmy in the room. He was pressured into apologizing to Li Long at the beat pitch office, and he already felt that he had lost enough face, and as a result, he didn't even get to keep his apprenticeship. Now in the team, their own home, and have to give Li Long's big brother to make amends. Their face is not too worthless some? Compensate for what? I've lost my apprenticeship, I haven't blamed him yet. He, Li Long, is bullying people. Gu Ermo was also thinking that in his own home, Li Jianguo couldn't do anything to him, so he mumbled with his head down while walking out. You still have reason, don't you? Put the past you are a traitor. When we Li family good to mess with is not it? Li Jianguo originally wanted a statement, but he didn't expect that this Gu Ermo not only didn't realize his own fault, but also pushed the fault onto Li Long, which made Li Jianguo furious. Although the younger brother of this small half a year to watch the success, self-reliance, but in the eyes of Li Jianguo is still that small Li Long. He said he scolded him that is not allowed to others to say anything, and this Gu Ermo pet Li Long is not a time. As he cursed Gu Ermo, the stick swung up and viciously smacked Gu Ermo's thigh. Ow dash! Gu Ermo didn't even notice that Li Jianguo was holding a stick. This stick was a shovel handle that Li Jianguo had cut from the roadside woods on his way back from measuring the land, and hadn't had time to repair it yet. It was wrist thick and thin, and when that stick went down, he felt like his leg wasn't his own anymore. Li Jianguo didn't even think to stay. The next stick directly hit Gu Ermo's head. Gu Ermo was scared out of his wits. His head slightly deviated. The stick grazed his ear and smashed into his shoulder. Gu Ermo felt that all the bones in his shoulder were broken. Gu Boss saw his son suffered a loss, rushed forward to grab Li Jianguo's stick. Inside the Lu Taimei heard his son screaming, but also rushed out of the Yao Sound to find Li Jianguo fight. Where would Li Jianguo be afraid of such a shrew? He took a step back and swiped his stick on Boss Gu's arm, then turned the stick around and slapped it on Lu Taimei's shoulder. Outside the courtyard, held by Liang Yume, Li Chang, who had originally come over to talk out the fight, looked at the scene and looked up in amazement to ask his mom. Mom, did my dad practice martial arts? Liang Yume cried and laughed. What time is it that you're asking that? She was outside the courtyard, because she was holding Li Chang also did not dare to go in to pull the fight, and could only shout, John's dad, stop fighting, you stay out of it. His Gu family has already bullied my Li family. If we don't show him some color, I've seen that in 2 days he'll be able to in my yard. Li Chang guessed right. Li Jianguo did practice 2 days of crop handling, otherwise it is impossible to 16 years old from the mouth of a single pick train to the northern border. Can break into the present is still nothing, but not only by virtue of the mind. Today's matter is indeed he was angry. Again and again 2 no longer 3. If not to the Gu family to see some color, really think he Li Jianguo is a good old man? This time is not like the latter days. The team 2 fights although not often happen, but also not something rare. The law is not so sound. As long as the party who shot the reason did not beat the other side to beat the disabled, then finally the team to regulate the adjustment on the end of the matter. Li Jianguo knocked the Gu family all over with a stick, a yard of ghosts and wails, which was only persuaded by a few neighbors who heard the news. Su Chengjun was still complaining about his daughter-in-law's big mouth when he rushed over. This matter is actually Li Xiangqian called Su Chengjun said. Li Xiangqian is actually just one idea. Gu Ermo stink, so that he is no longer a threat to Li Long. Just Li Xiangqian also did not expect this Gu family has not reacted, but in turn, Li Jianguo to stimulate a pass. When Su Chengjun came over, the 3 members of the Gu family wilted and drooped. Lu Taimei sat on the ground screaming without image. Gu Ermo lying behind his father, a neck and a face of blood, covering the shoulder from time to time to steal a glance at Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo, on the other hand, was persuaded by 2 neighbors, carrying a stick in his hand, and stood grimly in front of Gu's house. Su Chengjun than Li Jianguo younger. The team was established when he was still in the army. Is not seen Li Jianguo power. But now it seems that the Li brothers are not good. Brother Jiangwo, what are you doing? Su Chengjun persuaded. It's better to wait for Li Long to come back. Besides, Ermao's apprentice is no longer available. He deserved it. Li Jianguo spat at the three Gu family members. Ask everyone, is what he did personnel? Let's not talk about anything else. Around New Year's Eve, our family Xiaolong has done all these things. Everyone in the team has seen it, right? You didn't do anything wrong, did you? This is still for the benefit of the team, right? It's for everyone's benefit, right? At least after this batch of work, will we all get a few bucks at the end of the year? Xiaolong didn't mess with him outside, did he? He just went and reported Xiaolong. Is this still a human being? Last time he bit like a wild boar. I listened to you and put it down. Now, this is not that we do not let him go. It is that he does not want our Li family to be good. He's trying to bring my Xiaolong to his death. I'm telling you Gu Ermao, this isn't over. Lift the handle of things, although only go to 10 people, but in fact the team is clear. Forestry team was established. The village vice team cannot go digging shellfish to make money. Then the end of the year want to share some money. It can only be the sale of the team's production of those. Li Long was able to pull in the task of braiding the lifting handles for the team, and although the direct beneficiaries were the 10 men, at the end of the year, the money could more or less be distributed to the families. To think that Li Long brought all these gains to the team, but Gu Ermao tried to poke his ditch in the back and reported him for speculation. If it is not Li Long background hard, this time has been caught in. Speculation is a crime. Not Tao Daong Gu Ermao was arrested and fined last time so simple. Having figured out these details, that quite a few people felt troubled. It was not good to say that it was a deadly enmity. Su Chengjun also felt a headache as he turned his head to Boss Gu. Gu, what do you say? What can Lao Gu say? By Li Jianguo hit, and it can be seen that the fight is also in vain. He has not spoken. Lu Taimeao a voice on the howling while Su Chengjun said, Captain, you have to do something about our family. We've let people beat us to the door, and you don't care? Healy family is human, but my Gu family is not? Look at our family Ermao. Gu Ermao at this time did not dare to say anything. Angry Lu Taimei sat up and ruthlessly kicked Gu Ermao a foot. Gu Ermao only after the realization of covering the leg screamed, our Ermao is hurt. If you are injured, pull the hospital to cure. Su Chengjun angry brain pain. Lu Taimei this shrew style he looked at the headache. Cannot help but reprimanded. If your family Ermao didn't report Li Long, could brother Jiangwo come over and beat him up? Look at what he did. Is that what a human being does? He turned his head and addressed Li again. Brother Jiangwo, it was wrong for Ermao to report it, and he was dealt with, and this apprentice was dismissed, so you've beaten and scolded, so let's leave it at that. No, Lu Taimei didn't expect the captain to come and actually favor the Li family. Directly dry, roared, so he hit someone for nothing? Then what do you want? Su Chengjun laughed coldly, do you think that your family Ermao did the right thing? Look at how everyone looks at you. This matter was originally your family is not in the right. You almost sent someone Li Long to jail. People beat you is considered light. If you don't want to finish, fine. There's a court in the county and a police station in the township. Go ahead and sue. See if they support you. I don't care. After saying that, Su Chengjun left with his hands behind his back. Although Li Jianguo did not completely eliminate the anger, but the three Gu family members have played, and there are so many people to stop. He cannot do anything else, so he can only rush to the Gu family yard and ba a mouth. Pointing to Gu Ermao said, listen to me. Xiaolong hasn't come back yet, so I'll calculate the interest first. If he comes back and loses anything, I'll take off your leg. After saying that, Li Jianguo then turned around and walked back with his stick. Liang Yuemei quickly followed, complaining in a small voice. Why are you so impulsive? It wasn't impulsive then. And you're asking me to sit down with his family and take my time? This matter is not over. When Xiaolong comes back, we'll see how to deal with them. You're not afraid. What about Wan and Xianxian going to school? Liang Yuemei thought more. You beat them up today. They're going to bully Wan and Xianxian when no one's around. Can you keep an eye on them? When she said that, Li reacted and stared. He dares. If he dares to touch Wan and Xianxian, I'll destroy his whole family. Although the words were said so, Li still thought about it and said, starting tomorrow, I'll send Wan to school, outside the third team, and Xianxian I'll send directly to the preschool to the teacher. If you can't, don't go to school for a while. Stay home to be safer. When Xiaolong comes back in a couple days, we'll total it up. The whole team was rumored to be about Li beating up the three Gu family members and Gu Ermao reporting Li Long to the police. Wu Shufan is somewhat fortunate that the last time she asked Gu Ermao to send himself to the examination, Gu Ermao said get out. Wu Shufan was angry. directly and Guillermo broke up. Now that I think about it, it's a good thing we broke up, or else we wouldn't know how much trouble it would have brought along with it. This Guillermo is also not in tune. Report Li Long even if, did not report into it, but was fired. It seems that Li Long really has the support of a big man, otherwise how could he let Guillermo get rid of? In the past, the team felt that Li Long is just a lot of small smarts, can earn money, said not to do business is also right, said the brain is flexible or not. But after this incident today, no one on the team would ever think of Li Long as the original Li family Jr. again. This man is not the same. The next day, Li Jianguo sent Li Wan and Li Chang to school, and when he came back to the house, Lu Jia's sister-in-law was already in the yard, and she said with a raised eyebrow, Gu Ermao ran away, limping, said to be afraid of your family. Xiaolong came back to retaliate, ran away from home in the night. I heard people say that his family has relatives in the core side. It seems that Gu Ermao ran to the core on the Shicheng side. Speaking of which, she'd get an exclamation. That core is not more tired than we are. This Gu Ermao is spoiled. Can he get used to working in the past? Li Jianguo cursed when he heard it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This rabbit cub runs strangely fast. Liang Yueme crossed his eyes and said, then why don't you run? Waiting for Xiaolong to come back so you two brothers can come to the door and beat him up again? Hearing Liang Yueme say this, Lu family's sister-in-law laughed. The team's general perception. Li Jianguo hit the Gu family is not what is wrong. Are bullied to the head. Do not fight still want to be reasonable? In fact, Liang Yueme was relieved to hear that. At least she didn't have to worry about Li Wan and Li Chang going to school. After all, the destabilizing factor in the Gu family was Gu Ermo. Boss Gu was a forward-looking goon who couldn't do anything bad. Lu Taimei looks like a shrew, but let her howl a couple of times is okay. Let her go to fight and scratch people. She really does not have that ability. This matter was just shelved in the village. Li Jianguo also did not have the free mind to think more. After all, after the acres of fodderland divided down, he had to hurry to the beet planted. This time to plant food is certainly too late, and only beet what? Can boil, can feed the pig, but also can be sold to the factory to earn a couple of money, and also good management. At least the name was on the fodderland, so it had to look like a fodderland. When Su Chengjun divided the land among him, this was what he meant in his words, which was the same thing he said when he sold the horse number to Li Long. The Li brothers first raised wild boars in the horse horn, and then planted sugar beets in the fodder field, which made Su Chengjun feel that if everyone in the team did things like the Li brothers, then he would be quite a nourishing captain. Who wouldn't want villagers who can earn money, who are good at what they do, and who don't go against the grain? Liren, unaware of this much that was going on in the team, stomped up the hill, panting, with his radio, and then joined Harimu, who had long been waiting, here in his winter den, winter nest, covered. End of chapter. Chapter 160. So simple and passionate people. The men were decorating the house, which was a little different from their winter nest, by Liren's opinion. The boys were more attentive to this house than to their winter nest. In order to prevent the wood from being cracked directly by the sun, the roof of the house was covered with a thick layer of hay, and then smeared with mud, which by now had dried, and looked a little gray on the top, but was sufficient to ensure that it would not leak on a rainy day. The walls were also plastered so that the cold winter winds would not burrow in under the double protection of wood and mud, and they were also fireproof. The front of the house stretched out over a 2-meter wide wooden floor, and further on the empty lawn was leveled, with drainage ditches dug out on both sides, and the yard repaired and very level. 2 wooden poles were erected on the east side of the yard, and at the moment there were already 2 sheep tied up there, bleating from time to time, mirroring the cries of the deer grazing behind the winter nest. Some of the boys were sitting on the unused wood and joking. Some felt that the house was still a little out of place and were still getting their hands on the tools to fix it. Seeing Harimu and Li Long pushing their bicycles over, each of these men shouted with excitement and all ran over to help push the bicycles to the winter nest. Holding up the car, Li Long unloaded the stuff with everyone else, and Yushinjiang squeezed over and smiled. Li Long, winter nest well built, you well. Now you can take a good look. Where it is not suitable well, we can now process a little. Must make you satisfied. Satisfied. I'm satisfied. Li Long smiled with his face out. What could be unsatisfied about this? A house for nothing. A small cottage in the mountains like. No. Must go in and take a look to see if it's really satisfactory. Yushan Jiang said seriously. Now that the lads are all here, anything that needs to be changed is good to talk about. When we leave and there are any problems, where will you find someone then? Liren thought about it and went into the house. The wooden floor was too much for him to step on, though there were already some footprints on it, but he watched carefully. The walls had also been plastered, with fine mud that looked flat, and the windows had been hollowed out. with grills made of wood and plastic sheeting nailed to the outside. In the big house, by the door was a place for the stove, and the chimney was also hollowed out. Tamayama River explained. The stove? You'll have to figure it out on your own. It's easier for you to get this stove than it is for us. Should. Li Long nodded his head in a hurry. The wooden bed in the large room was quite large, with a few sheepskins now spread on it, and 2 newly made wooden chests against the wall. Against the wall in the hut were some wooden shelves, which now held the food, drinks, wine, and other things that Li Long had brought back last time. There were also a few pieces of jade underneath the shelves. The boys brought over some more stones, and they said they wouldn't be much use to keep at home, and it would be best if you could sell them for something. Good. Li Long was really very satisfied. He walked out of the winter nest. Those lads all stood in the yard looking at him, their gazes full of anticipation. Very nice. The house is very well built. I'm very happy with it. Thank you all. Thank you, Dodson. Liren remembered the big oops on that name calling. The men were still happily cooperating with him. He felt a little guilty, then walked towards the unloading and smiled. Come on, I'll give you what I traded you today and see if you like it. Unloading the stuff, Li Long didn't say anything, and each one of these lads didn't move. It was only at this time that they happily joked and laughed aloud, and their eyes became more eager. Li Long gave everyone a pair of liberation shoes, and the boys who got the shoes felt surprised one by one. This is for you guys, Liren said. Thank you for building my house. Halamu smiled and translated, and the lads laughed happily, some of them instantly sitting down on the wooden boards to try on their shoes. Harimu hurriedly gave them a few shouts, and Liren guessed that he should tell them to switch with each other after trying. When Li Long bought shoes, most of them bought 404142 such big size shoes. The boys have big feet, basically can wear, at most change once or twice on the line. Li Long bought a lot of shoes. Do not worry about finding a good fit. When the lads had put on their shoes one by one with joy, Li Long took out his radio one by one again and sent it to them according to the person who had exchanged things last time. These boys had gotten pretty good at fiddling with Yeshinjiang's radio these days, and Li Long had incidentally put batteries in it when he handed out the radios, so they were able to find the station when they turned it on, and some of them even sang songs. The lads were studying the things and Liren was still handing them out. He gave each of them another flashlight. Some of the lads were working on the radios and they were confused for a moment when Liren gave them flashlights. For them, Liren craned his head to turn to Harimu for help in translating. Harimu smiled and translated as surprise once again appeared on the faces of those lads. It's not a joke told in a skit at this point. A flashlight can really be a household appliance. The lads who didn't have radios held flashlights and clicked them every now and then, and even shone them in their eyes and faces. They were genuinely curious. It was so much better than a horselight. Seeing that everyone liked the gifts he brought, Liren smiled as he began to continue handing out things to everyone. After handing out what he had brought, Liren clapped his hands and drew the men's attention to him before saying, because of the limited amount of stuff that I can bring on the bike, what about some of the things that I need to give to you all when I buy them again? Those things you guys gave me sold for a lot of money, and I'll continue to bring things to everyone. Stay here and give out the food. And tonight, I'm going to have a party here. How about we listen to music, have some drinks and wine, sing, and have a barbecue? When he finished he looked at Halamu. Harimu didn't translate right away. He first said solemnly to Li Long, Liren, you're the best Dorson we've ever had, and you've helped us a lot, and that's something we're grateful for. You don't say how much those things sold for. How much you sell it for is up to you. Those things in our hands are stones. They are wood. At most they can be exchanged for a little bit of food. We used to run into people who wanted those things. They were not sincere with us. They were not friends. So, we are happy, really happy, that you got us these things in exchange. These things you got for us will help us a lot in living on the summer ranch. A lot more than those rocks and antlers. So what? We treated you like a real Dawson and built you a house. You treat us as real friends. Bring us so many good things. We are all happy. That's all. In the future, don't say things like that. Li Long listened. He knew what Harimu meant, and then twisted his head to look at Yeshinjiang, who also nodded, obviously meaning the same thing in his heart. Okay, I'll keep it to myself from now on. That's right. Halamu laughed and began to translate to the lads. When he finished, a young man asked a few questions, which Liren couldn't understand. So Harimu answered, and then the young man added. By the time their conversation was over, a few of the lads behind them were talking, and when they finished, Halamu said to Liren, you see, don't Rick asked me what you and I were talking about just now, and when I said what you said, everyone said what they said was that you were overthinking it. You have brought us so many good things and we are all grateful. We won't go into the price of these things because that doesn't work for us. We understand very well that it was you who made these things that were not useful to us. into something that is very useful to us, and that is enough. It's also a token of our appreciation that we can do something for you now. Build a house. Find something. Liren nodded vigorously. He understood. Next it's time for the boys to show off their handiwork, pulling out their knives to slaughter the sheep, digging the troughs for the barbecue, and building the beds for the non. Liren couldn't help, so he simply went to check on the fawn. It was the first time he'd ever been this close to a horse-deer fawn. The zoo in his last life didn't count, and that was through the bars. The fawns were tethered to the edge of the winter nest. They were a little fearful, occasionally looking down to graze, but mostly still looking left and right, supposedly searching for their parents. The fawn was about as tall as a sheep, with short fur and very thin leg poles, and Liren wondered how the thing supported this body. The fawns were still nervous when they saw Li Long coming over, and kept barking. Only Li Long didn't move them, so the fawns slowly stopped being afraid, and they even licked when Li Long stretched out his hand. Liren thought to himself that he didn't know if this thing could be kept alive. He stood up and looked up and around, then saw what appeared to be something white in the green grass. With a heartbeat, he immediately hurried up, startling the fawn next to him before scampering away. Running to the front, Liren was a little disappointed when he saw the white thing. So that's what a horse poo bag is. The locals call this stuff, also known as horse manure buns, which turn gray when ripe. A pinch of ash, an herb that can stop bleeding, but at this point it looks exactly like a large mushroom only without the umbrella or the handle. The one in front of him grew as big as a volleyball, looked white and whistling. Li Long picked it off and smelled a strong mushroom flavor as well. At first it said that the stuff was inedible, then it said that it was edible when it was tender, but Li Long wasn't in the habit of eating this stuff, and he thought it was mushrooms. Throwing away the marble, Liren looked at the other white objects. A few of the nearby ones were bags of horse manure, so he simply walked further away. If you can find horse manure bags, then other mushrooms should be growing. Sure enough, a little higher up the hill, then I saw a large and small wild mushroom, commonly known locally as a straw mushroom, appear in the sparser grass. Li Long happily stooped down and picked up. Soon 2 hands could not hold it. He simply used his clothes to pocket it, picked up more than 2 kilograms of mushrooms, which was not enough to walk back. There's more. It just won't fit. Returning to the front of the cabin, I saw that the boys had already butchered and skinned the sheep and were working on the entrails. Someone had set up the cauldron and the trough for the roast had been dug and was being refined. He saw a lad running from the ditch with a handful of red willow boughs in his hand, a lad whose name seemed to be Barak. Li Long walked to the edge of the creek in the ditch and began to clean the mushrooms, and when he washed them, he directly unscrewed the end of the umbrella handle where there was mud, so that it was convenient. By the time Li Long arrived at the winter nest with a pocket full of mushrooms, the fire had been set up. The high earth on either side of the roasting trough had been cultivated, and Barak took a stick of red willow to try its length, while by this time Harimu and Yeshinjiang's wives had come over, and, armed with their cooking utensils, they began to cut the meat. Li Long realized that the winter nest actually have logs cut out of the vegetable plate, although it looks quite primitive, but this thing put in the latter days is also considered a rare thing. There was no pot, so Liren found an enameled pot, broke the mushrooms apart and put them in it, and went to get some water. Honestly, there was no choice of water here, although it was clear that the spring was right there. Even if you were taking water from near the spring, you could see dark worms underneath the water, but it's a real no-brainer at this point. Anyway, it is to be boiled. Out of sight is out of mind. After all, it is in the village, now using the well water with a lid. To say very clean may not be. He was already planning to make sure to dig a pressure well out for the family when he got back to his free time, or at least keep the water he ate clean. In my last life, I remember the idol traveling with a group into the mountains when someone saw the mountain spring water, one by one, excited, not only drink directly, but also bring the mineral water bottle and the mineral water poured out, and then catch this spring water. The tour guide reminded them that there might be bugs or eggs in the water, and these people were still full of themselves, saying that it was impossible, that the spring was right here, so how could there be bugs? Well, good words are hard to persuade a ghost who wants to die. After receiving the water, Li Long went to the winter nest here, and then moved a few stones in preparation for building a simple stove. The boys saw that Li Long was busy, so they followed to help, and soon a small stone stove was set up, and then someone took a couple of burning logs from the fire over there and put them down, and on top of that 2 pieces of firewood, and the fire was burning. Li Long hurriedly seated the enamel basin, and then went back to the grassy slope to find wild onions and garlic seedlings. The resources here are really rich, and the grass grows better and there is more stuff than in the little poplar gully where Tao Daqiang and the others are. By the time Liren picked the stuff over, the boys couldn't wait to start roasting the meat. Although Liren said the party was in the evening, there was nothing wrong with starting at noon. Some of the lads rode off, and when Liren asked Halamu about it, he said that the lads would have to bring the stuff back and bring people with them. How could the lads alone do that? The old men wouldn't have traveled so far, but the girls and children could. Realization dawned on Liren and he smiled. It's springtime. That's the thing. No problem. The aroma diffused through the hillside valleys. End of chapter. Chapter 161, The Midnight Scare. Kazakh herders don't eat much mushrooms at this time of year, so the boys were curious about Liren's move, but basically just helped and didn't bother. But when Liren put salt into the mushroom soup and the smell of the mushrooms wafted out, there were more lads gathered around. In the eyes of the common man, it seems that herders can eat meat every day, and those pastoral eating podcasts of the last century conveyed such a meaning. But in fact, Lilong and Harimu after their contact to really know, the herdsmen are only on New Year's Day or guests to kill a sheep to eat a little. Usually is the milk tea non. Living is also very hard, so working today and eating mutton were important things to the lads as well. For a while, though, the smell of mutton and the smell of mushrooms appealed to them just as powerfully. How could they possibly eat those white mushrooms that, in the past, the cows and sheep didn't eat? Li Long remembers that in his last life, he once ran into herdsmen. They will ask Li Long after getting acquainted. You Han people are really very strange. Cattle and sheep to eat grass. You eat happy, like alfalfa, wild leeks, wild onions, and so on. The meat is not tasty? Of course the meat was good, but that stuff, a Han Chinese stomach couldn't take it every day. One by one the lads came back on horseback, some with girls and children on their horses. Some simply came over with their musical instruments, the winter bottom, on their backs, and others with their pockets, and made a heavy noise as they laid their things on the wooden floor of the winter bottom. Li Long guessed it would be the stone. I have to say, this mountain on the northern slope of the Tian Shan mountain, Jasper resources are too rich. Just the base are all mountain material, not many fine products in the seed material. Later generations often see in the newspaper someone in the upper reaches of the Ma River found 3 or 5 tons of huge jade, worth tens of millions of dollars, but this thing is considered to have a market without a price. The people who own more, buy fewer people. Of course, it's even more so now. The lad with the stone called Harimu over to help translate. He said to show you these stones. These stones were picked up in the river by his father and him, and I don't know if they are worth anything. He wants to trade them for a couple of big samarium, fan, sites to use for haying when we get to the summer pasture. As soon as Halamo said something on his side, some of the lads gathered around and talked about it. They said that Yurshin really knows what he's doing, unlike them who only change radios, and some of the lads are already regretting it and want samarium as well, saying they'll wait until they go back to see what else they have to change at home. This I have to go back to see. Li Long didn't agree to it in one go and said, samarium sickle is not commonly used there. It's not necessarily available in the supply and marketing center. If it is available I'll buy it, and it's not a problem to match everyone with 2 handles each. If there isn't, I'll have to find someone to build it, and this will take some time. Harimu spoke the words out, and the lads immediately spoke again, and when Harimu translated, Liren laughed. The boys say it's really important to get Liren to visit more often. For the lads who made direct requests, Li Long thought it was kinda straight and cute, not so much intestines. So straightforward some people might not be able to accept it, but he thought it was not bad, at least he didn't need to guess. In 2 lifetimes, it's most annoying to guess what's going on in other people's minds. The grilled meat was already cooked, the smell of meat wafted. Someone brought a handful of grilled meat over and gave it to everyone to share. Li Long got 2 skewers and happily ate it. In 2 lives, he has only one idea about grilled meat. At the grill stove, freshly grilled meat to eat is the most flavorful, even if you sit at a table not far from the stove. The person who roasted the meat from the stove to the meat on the table down, and then you eat again. The flavor has been a little different. It's similar to the flavor of eating a pork dish on the day it's killed, and the flavor of fried pork the next day. That's all completely different. Thirsty just eating grilled meat, Li Long 2 skewers of red willow skewers finished. Throw the skewers, not only he threw. All the people eat. Skewers are not recycled. After all, the red willow this thing ditch everywhere. Just fold. Do not need to be recycled. He went to the hut and took the drinks he'd brought back from the head and handed out small bottles of champagne one by one, including the woman who had prepared the ingredients. The women smiled shyly and took the small champagne and set it aside. Liren uncapped the small champagne with his teeth and then signaled to the group. He took a sip and then the other lads bit off the cap and drank as well. At this time of year, teeth are strong and it's not uncommon to open bottle caps with your teeth. And not so much as a doctor's science saying it will hurt your teeth. After taking a sip himself and feeling that it wasn't alcohol, Harimu went and uncapped the bottle for his wife and handed it over. The girls were mostly hesitant, but after 1 or 2 drank, everyone else did too. It tasted really good and exciting while eating grilled meat and drinking a little champagne. Li Long vaguely remembered the small champagne out of the market seems to be the rumor that the production of this thing inside the added dichlorvos. I do not know an MSG carcinogenic business rumors are true. Just feel the last life seems to be suddenly so short period of time. Small champagne disappeared in the market. Originally, Li Long was thinking of having a party in the evening, but now the food and drink in advance has been carried out. But think about it is also quite good. After all, to be all put in the evening, these lads eat and drink too late to go back to the time is not safe. 2 sheep look like quite a lot of sheep, but these lads can really eat, and when the roast was finished, the little champagne one carried another bottle, and then started on the hand-me-downs. What Li Long didn't expect was that the most popular thing at this time of the year wasn't mutton soup, but his mushroom soup. The mushrooms themselves have their own fresh flavor, and now that they're freshly picked, even though they've only had a little salt added to them and a little green wild onion and wild chives floating on top of them, the flavor is just so fragrant. Of course, Li Long thought the biggest possibility was because eating meat was oily, and mushroom soup was just enough to lighten the mouth. Therefore an enameled pot of mushroom soup. Li Long only fished for half a bowl when he initially tried the flavor, and then it was wiped out by the others. In between eating and drinking, the boys and girls would take out their radios and play the music in them. Li Long was surprised to find that these people had accurately grasped the time slots when the radio stations were broadcasting their programs. And then that's when the music in the radio became the best accompaniment to everyone's dancing and singing. After the music on the radio ended, some people started to play Tumblr and sing to themselves. Liren couldn't understand it, but some of these people started to dance. Some sang along, and some simply sat on the ground and just sat there mesmerized and listened. Even the little kids joined in and danced like a champ, and Li Long was ashamed of himself. The party of food and drink lasted until the sun was nearly down. When the lads, one by one, said goodbye to Li Long and rode off shakily, Liren is still a little worried, but Harimu and Tamayama River tell Liren not to worry. They've been on a horse since they were 2 or 3 years old, and you don't see them shaking now, but they're actually sober. Your little bit of wine won't get them drunk. They'll be rocking like that all the way to their home winter nest. Well, Liren didn't understand it, but could identify with it. Most of the women stayed behind to clean up the mess, grouping the bones into piles that those with dogs in the house would take back to feed them, and the leftover meat was put into pots by the women and brought into the winter nest. You guys divide the meat. I'm going back to the county tomorrow. This meat is definitely not good to bring, Li Long hurriedly said to Harimu. You can't keep it here either. It's not good to attract wolves. The two of them, Harimu and Yushinjiang, discussed the matter, and the meat was divided among the rest of these people. But they still left 2 pieces of meat for Li Long, saying that it would be tomorrow morning's breakfast. Liren asked Halima to take the fawn back to their winter den as well, so he could bring it back only when he took the time to bring the wagon over. The sheepskin had been rubbed with salt and was now nailed to the wall in the little room. The flies had not yet developed much, and in 2 or 3 days' work the sheepskin would be dry, so there was no need to worry much. Li Long waited until Harimu, Yushinjiang and the others had all left before he relaxed and somewhat tiredly turned to the back of the winter nest, where an outhouse had been built out of wood, a dry latrine. Of course, and he had to let out a bit of water. Too much food. While draining the water and smelling the smell of urine with a punchy goat odor, Li Long knew that today's meal was really too much. The lamb was fresh, and the grass-eating sheep itself wasn't so stinky, at least not when it was being eaten, so it didn't feel like much. But when it was eaten the stinky smell in the urine was very punchy. Picking up his pants, Liren returned to the winter nest, now on his own turf. Both doors can be locked to declare that this winter nest is owned. Sitting on the wooden kong, Li Long smelled the faint smell of wood and felt very satisfied. This is his own house. It's a feeling that wasn't there even in the old compound that I bought from Malao. Lying on the sheepskin on the wooden bed, Li Long looked at the plank of wood on the top. Rough, but all heart. He decided that after he went to see Tao Daqiang and the others tomorrow, he would go down the mountain to the county to buy samarium sides, and if he couldn't buy any, he would go to a blacksmith's store to build some. In his last life, Li Long has seen the samarium sickle, so he believes that even if the blacksmith has not played, he can also describe clearly. Is not a large sickle well, just horizontal kind of become very long. After all, the herdsman at this time to beat the grass can only be artificial. Unlike the latter days, there are a variety of beat the grass machine can be selected. Thinking about it, he somehow fell asleep. Then Li Long was woken up by the cold. When he opened his eyes, he realized that it was pitch black, and it took him a while to get used to it. At some point, the door was blown open a crack, and the bone-chilling wind blew in, making him shiver. In these mountains, the temperature difference between day and night is too great. Feeling the urge to pee in his belly, Li Long climbed up and prepared to go out to drain the water before coming back to re-sleep. He had just stepped out the door when he scurried back as if he had been hit by electricity. Outside, there are wolves. Several pairs of green eyes were gathering around the place where the meat had been grilled and cooked earlier in search of something to eat, and Li Long hurriedly climbed onto the wooden Kong to grab the small caliber rifle and turn on the safety in one fell swoop. With the gun in his hand, he just felt safe again. Li Long was no slouch, and with his caliber gun in hand, he was emboldened enough to raise it and head for the door. When he reached the door and looked out, Li Long realized that the wolves with green eyes seemed to have been startled just now as well, and had already scurried further away, but at the moment were stopping to observe his side. Apparently, the wolf should have been mesmerized by the sheep smell all over the outside of the winter den, and didn't realize that there was even a live one in the house. Li Long was glad at this time. Fortunately, he let Harimo take the fawn back first, otherwise, the fawn would probably have gone into the mouth of the wolf. Li Long immediately half-crouched down, pulled the gun's barrel to load the bullet, aimed at the nearest wolf, and steadily fired. Snap! Pop! After the crisp gunshot, Li Long looked again. The wolf fell crookedly to the ground, and the other wolves fled over toward the forest in an arrow-like haste. Since he started hunting with a gun, Li Long, facing such a big guy, seldom fired only one shot to see the result, which was summarized from lessons learned. 2 more shots is nothing more than a few cents bullet money, but if the first shot did not hit or did not hit the vitals, the second shot there is still a possibility to make up for it. If this time to look first, then lost the first opportunity. Facing the wolf that had fallen down and was still twitching, Li Long didn't take it lightly. He gripped the small caliber rifle tightly and slowly walked over. Then the gun lowered to the wolf's head, and came again. The wolf's body moved for a moment, then went completely still. Li Long looked around vigilantly, and realized that at this time the wolves still seemed to be quite afraid of people, or quite afraid of the gun, and when the gun went off, they fled. The situation of those wolves besieging in the last life did not appear. Of course, it could be that the wolf breeds were different or the regions were different, but he didn't dare to be careless. Dragging the wolf's carcass, he headed for the winter den. He still remembered the last time he hunted a wolf at night. This wolf was very cunning. Who knew if he would be ambushed somewhere? Dragging the wolf to the door of the winter den, Liren put water a short distance away, then went into the cabin, locked the door, covered the sheepskin and went back to sleep. After Li Long woke up early in the morning, he felt still very cold. He decided that he had to get the stove over and put it in place early. Otherwise, he couldn't stand this night. The sun had not yet come out. The grass tips were full of dew. Li Long found some dry wood from under the woodpile, and yanked some hay to light the fire, set up an enameled pot on the stove, and boiled yesterday's mutton soup and mutton bones on it, while he himself took out his knife and started to deal with the dead wolf. After these months of exercise, Li Long's skill at skinning had increased, and although it wasn't like Harimu and the others who were able to process the stuff in half an hour, it took just over an hour to harvest a relatively intact wolf's skin, and a wolf corpse. Belly, intestines and other things are dug a pit and buried. Meat he intends to put part of it here with a bit of salt to marinate on the reserve, part of it with, stay a while to see Tao Daxiang when they left some, the rest to bring home. After all, wolf meat is also meat. Now Tao Daxiang, they may still be eating the bushmeat nest. That wild boar meat is also afraid to eat it, right? With 10 big boys and 1 half-old man, the meat is definitely not spaced out. At this time the enameled pot of mutton soup has been rolling away for a long time. Li Long draws out the firewood under the stove, and then serves a bowl, blowing on the side, while drinking beautifully. It's a nice little life, isn't it? End of chapter. Chapter 162. Tao Daxiang's good luck. Li Long rode his bicycle through the goat paths in the mountains. He felt that a few more trips in the mountains, bicycle skills are practiced. Passing through the ditch where Harimu and their winter nest is located, Li Long did not turn in. He still has several tasks to complete today. The task of making up a handle lifter also requires a test of progress. It was nearly an hour later when I rode to Little Poplar Gulch. Along the way Li Long did find a lot of mushrooms, wild onions, wild leeks and so on. He did not pick up. No effort. It's here, so it should be in Little Poplar Gulch. However, when Li Long rode to Little Poplar Gully, he realized that the grass here grew shorter than other places, and because there were so many trees, those resources weren't really very rich. Ditch a smell of burning strips. Li Long is also a bit of a surprise. Generally woven carry handle are not all morning cut strips, afternoon burning strips woven. As he rode past, he realized that it was Su Jianjun who was editing the handle lifter. He was the only one who was squatting and weaving a handle at the pit at the edge of the ground nest, while the others were scattered in the ditch cutting strips and chopping poles. Hearing the bike ring, Su Jianjun stood up and turned his head to look, and when he saw Li Long, he froze for a moment, and then continued to squat down to knit the lifting handle. Li Long was a bit surprised. He was opening his mouth ready to say hello. After all, they were all on the same team and he was the middleman of the mission. But since the other party didn't have that in mind, He shouldn't make a fool of himself. Li Long parked his bike at the stove and unloaded the 2 wolf legs and put them on the wooden shelf. A wooden shelf was put here with a plastic sheet covering it. The shelf was a bit rudimentary, but there were some mushrooms, wild vegetables, and the like on it, and Li Long guessed that it should have been gotten by Gu Boyuan when someone else was weaving the lifting handle. Standing up the bike, Liren shouldered his small caliber gun and started looking along the carry handle pit that everyone had dug out. There are some knitted handles on the side of each pit, some more and some less, more than 5 or 6, less also have 3 or 4, only Su Jianjun here. The finished product is only 2, plus he is now half of the knitting counted 3 it. Li Long frowned. This was not really a fast progress. The good thing is that there is still more than enough to complete the task if you extrapolate on time. Now it's all about the quality of the lifting handle. Li Long casually picked up a carry handle to look at, found that the quality of this carry handle is good, braided very dense, although the bar thickness varies, but pressed very tightly. Carry the handle up and no Joe. The rod is not a big difference between the 2 ends of the thickness, not the kind of uneven thickness of the inferior. The middle of the bending depression is also very suitable. Good. Liren nodded approvingly and put the lifting handle down. He could see that a few of the lifting handles in this pit were good. Then he looked at the next one. What makes Li Long quite satisfied is that these lifting handles are good. It seems that the team came over to engage in sideline. At least the technology under the hand is not a problem. Can't see that there is cutting corners. The quality is qualified. It was only when the inspection reached the heel of Su Jianjun's pit that Su Jianjun stood up somewhat reluctantly, but he still didn't say anything. Li Long bent down and picked up the lifting handle he had braided before him, and looking basically okay, he shook it vigorously to see if it was tightly braided. Don't shake it. You'll pay for it if it falls apart? If this can be shaken apart, your handle is not qualified. Go and reorganize it. Li Long's face was expressionless. The handle is for use, not for looking at. I didn't even put anything on it. If it can be shaken apart, then it's called a handle? A few words choked Su Jianjun to the point of speechlessness. But when all is said and done, though his words were not favorable, this lifting handle is not badly made up. A little bit of a glitch, said Li Long, pointing to the branch on the handle that was not cleanly chipped. Chip this clean, or if the guy using the handle lifter scrapes his hand and gets hurt, won't that still be our fault? Okay, you are the supervisor. What you say is what? Su Jianjun reacted to Li Long as the inspector. Is the supervisor? Immediately abashed down. Is not just a little bit of scarring, how big a thing? With that he took the lifting handle from Li Long's hand, then picked up the scythe from the side and began to sharpen it. When Li Long finished checking the rest of the lifting handles, Xia Yundong walked over with a bundle of strips and saw Li Long. Smiling, Xiao Long is coming over. What's up? All these lifters are qualified, right? I checked them one by one last night. Not bad. A little glitch. Like this. Li Long pointed to the handlebar that Su Jianjun was chipping and said, the place where the gripper is chipping some light, or else the person who uses it pulls his hand and gets hurt. And that's not good. Alright, I'll have everyone check again later, Xia Yundong said cheerfully. Let's try to do as well as we can and strive for a one-time pass. It's best not to rework. Li Long nodded his head. It was naturally the best if Xia Yundong could have this kind of idea. One after another, people came back holding strips and poles, and they greeted Li Long. And the last one to come back was Tao Daxiang, who was very happy to see Li Long. Brother Long, you came ah. Tao Daxiang put down the strips and ran over. How is that? My home? Nothing, it's all good. Li Long had run into Tao Construction when he went back and knew that he was fine. So this was not a false statement. Brother Xiao Long, I saw something. Tao Daxiang's voice suddenly became smaller. When I was cutting strips yesterday, I went inside a small ravine. Tao Daxiang looked behind and whispered. There was a thing, like that elk deer you shot, and I didn't dare startle it when I saw it grazing under a tree. Where? Li Long's eyes lit up. This Tao Daxiang was lucky. It's in the ditch over there. Tao Daxiang pointed behind him. The grass at the mouth of the ditch is a little dense. They didn't even enter. That thing still has horns on its head, but it looks like the horns are hairy, and I don't know if it is an antler. Following Li Long, Tao Daxiang also knows what is antler and what is antler. He knows that this thing is very expensive. If there is really, Li Long can fight down. Surely will not treat him poorly. Li Long carried his gun and was about to go over to take a look, when Gu Boyuan walked back with a cloth pocket of mushrooms and smiled when he saw Li Long. Xiao Long is here, just in time to fry mushrooms for lunch. Let's eat together. Okay, Uncle Gu. I brought back some wolf meat. Put 2 legs here you guys to add to your meal. You see to it that the wolf meat is fixed. I don't know how to eat it well. Wolf meat is similar to dog meat. Braised is best. But we don't have enough seasoning, so we'll cook it in a small amount of water. Gu Boyuan was very experienced and said, leave it to me. Li Long saw that although his hair and beard had grown, but the person was much more spirited than before in the village, and also put down his heart. After Li Long and Gu Buiyuan finished talking, several other people came over and asked how their families were doing. If you've seen them before, Li Long will tell you the situation. If you haven't seen them before, you can go back today and take a look, and then come back to tell them again. Su Jianjun had already sharpened that lifting handlebar, and as he watched everyone else ask Li Long, he also wanted to ask, but in the end he didn't open his mouth. Su Jianjun had always looked down on Li Long, especially the Li Long of a year ago. It was just that Li Long had changed too much in the last half year, but he still didn't look down on him. However, Li Long was able to bring such a big business to the team. Su Jianjun knew that this Li family's second son had really changed. Now he was jealous of Li Long's achievements, and thought in his heart that it would be best if Li Long could plant a heel this time if the supply and marketing agency suddenly cancelled the order. Wouldn't Li Long be caught blind? But it's also hard if the order is cancelled and you don't earn that money. He was torn. After Li Long finished talking to the crowd, he followed Tao Daqiang towards the ravine. Some people guessed what they were going for, but no one asked to their faces. Xia Yundong said as he burned the strips, if you had that kind of time, you could all make up the next handle. People are different from us, they don't earn the same amount of money. Don't think so much, go to work. If you weave one more, you earn one more. This time, the vice squad didn't have a specific task for each person, so it was make up one for the money. If you have the ability to weave more, you earn more. Those who weave less naturally get less money. This rule of more work, more pay made everyone highly motivated. For Tao Daqiang to leave, the others also feel quite good. Tao Daqiang is one of the fastest to make up the lifting handle, and the quality is not bad, which gives the others a sense of crisis. Who doesn't want to make up one more and earn more money? But the mission is only 300. You have one more and I am bound to have one less. Tao Daqiang didn't know what the others were thinking as he brought Li Long quietly to the mouth of that small ravine. Li Long realized that the grass here was indeed growing luxuriantly, and the dead and green grass was almost blocking the ditch entrance. The two people carefully pulled away the dead grass and drilled into the small ravine. Li Long could see that this small ravine was actually considered a branch of the Little Poplar Ravine, like a stream that blended into a small river, or a fold of a mountain beam. Not deep, but rarely entered by ordinary people. After going in, both of them didn't say anything, and after walking inside to more than 20 meters, Tao Daqiang pulled Li Long. Li Long twisted his head. He looked and found Tao Daqiang's face showed a disappointed expression, pointing to the tree in front of him just about to open his mouth. Li Long immediately waved his hand. Tao Daqiang understood it for a second and covered his mouth. You mean it was found right under the tree in front of us? Liren asked in a small voice. Well, it looks like it's not on today. Look inside, Liren whispered, moving even more quietly toward the tree. There was indeed feces under the tree, and in more than one place, suggesting that creatures do frequent the area. Tao Daqiang was relieved, but still a little disappointed. The fact that there was feces meant that he hadn't lied, but the thing wasn't there, so wouldn't that be a lost cause? He tried to tell Liren he couldn't come back this afternoon or tomorrow, but Liren suddenly raised his gun. Tao Daqiang immediately tensed up. Did Lung find out? Liren was really finding out. From years ago to now, whether following hunting or hunting by himself, Li Long slowly also cultivated some hunter's habits and feelings. He first smelled a foul smell, then felt the grass at the top of the ditch in front of him was moving, and when he looked more closely, he found a large and a small elk deer eating the grass there, or the small one was eating the grass and the big one was sniffing the small ones, but the big elk buck had a pair of antlers on his head. The smaller one didn't and was supposed to be a female. Almost 100 meters from here, Li Long felt the need to go further. After all, he was still new to hitting this thing with a small caliber, and he wasn't too sure about it. You wait here, I'll take a look forward. Don't move, Li Long quietly said to Tao Daqiang and bent down to touch forward. There was quite a lot of grass in the ditch, which made it easy for Li Long to move forward, and it was good that the upwind head was at the top of the ditch, that is, on the elk deer side, which is why Li Long and the others were not discovered. Of course, the biggest reason, Li Long guessed that the male roe deer was courting the female roe deer, so he didn't have time to care about this side. After all, they have been here for quite a long time and have not been in any danger. Li Long kept touching until he stopped less than 60 meters away from the two elk deer, then raised his gun and started aiming. He hunts the dumb way, get close, shoot. If the prey got away, it was bad luck. Good luck today, even if he is so close. That pair of elk deer still there to love each other. The small female elk want to refuse to welcome. The male there has been a little impatient, and then Li Long aiming at the male elk deer's front chest position, gouged the trigger. With 3 shots in a row, Li Long saw that the male elk and deer son scampered 2 steps directly after being shot, then fell to the ground before he put his heart down. The mother elk scurried for the beam at the first sound of the shot, then went over and disappeared. He doesn't currently have the ability to put 2 shots through one, or hit one and then the other. Of course, getting a shot at an elk buck is pretty impressive in itself these days. After the gun went off, Tao Daqiang ran over furiously and asked nervously beside Li Long, "Did you hit it, Lung?" "Got it." Li Long put away his gun and turned off the safety, pointed to the distance and said, "There, a male. There should be an antler. Brother Long, you're awesome." Tao Daqiang praised this sincerely. Every shot was a sure hit. There were a few old men in the team who had hunted, but they didn't have this skill, right? The 2 people went over together, and when they walked to the male elk deer, Li Long found that the guy was already dead through and through. The bullet should have hit his heart, and blood flowed all over the place. Fortunately, the velvet on his head didn't break, and he immediately took out his knife and cut off a pair of velvet, smiling at Tao Daqiang. "Dachang, this antler, one for each of us." "No, no, 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 you just give me $10. No, 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 you just erased the $10 I owe." Tao Daqiang quickly waved his hand. "I just gave you this news. How can I take so much?" Tao Daqiang is aware of the antlers are very expensive. He felt that he did not do anything, just led the way. How can take so much? Besides, the elk deer was not found in the place he had pointed out. "It's settled. You'll have one of the antlers, and for the meat, I'll take a leg back for your dad. I'll leave some offal here, and I'll take the rest with me. The velvet, well, when I sold the money, forget it, I so say to you. This velvet wet one has a kilogram of heavy. Een dry should also have half a kilogram it. You owe me the money on the wipe out." Can't. Tao Daqiang felt like he was in a dream when he heard Li Long's words. He felt that it would be good to follow Brother Long this year and be able to wipe out the accounts. After all, the family bought a donkey and got a car. Wipe the slate clean now? Hurry up and carry this elk deer and let's go back. I have to skin it when we get back. It can't wait. Good. Tao Daqiang bent down and grabbed this big elk deer that weighed 40 to 50 kilograms and carried it on his shoulder, striding back with windy feet. Today, what luck! End of chapter. Chapter 163, watching Guxiaoxia, feeling more and more at home. Tao Daqiang in the front carrying the elk deer, Li Long in the back with 2 elk antlers. So a moment of work, but half an hour, is a little bit of magic a bit. Looking at that big guy, looking at the contraption in Li Long's hand, many people's gazes became eager. Some of them have come to the Vice Squad and know how valuable this stuff is. If you can really get one, even if it's not antler, it's still a couple dozen bucks. That's a month's worth of work for myself. Daqiang, where did that come from? Someone asked immediately. It must have been Xiaolong who hit him. Another person spoke up. Right, Dachang? Xiaolong, you're a good shot. It's a small caliber gun? Awesome. Just in front of the ditch. Tao Daqiang is still honest, pointed to the back and said, I saw it when I cut the strips, and just now I gave it to Brother Long, and I didn't think that Brother Long went and hit it. He. Daqiang's silly smile made the others think that he was lucky. If he had been himself, he would have been able to do the same, maybe even better. Xiaolong, is that a deer antler in your hand? It looks like it's still bleeding. This is an elk deer, isn't it? Elk deer have antlers too? I've never seen that before. Gu Boyuan asked immediately after seeing Li Long holding a pair of deer antlers since he was washing vegetables and preparing to cook. Xiaolong, did you just cut this? Know what to do with it, right? Shade dried, right? Liren was a little unsure. Now at this temperature, if you don't wait for you to dry up, you will rot. Gu Boyuan had a I knew you'd say that expression on his face, then pointed to the salt shaker next to him and said, clean the surface, take salt, and some mud, then paste it to the outside of the antler. Wrap it tightly, put it in a cool, dry house, and wait for it to dry completely. Actually, you can also dry it, but I don't know if the fire will work. Li Long immediately understood that this should be the old method of dealing with deer antlers. He honestly thanked Gu Boyuan, took salt from the jar by the stove and went to the stream to make mud. After wrapping the 2 elk antlers and setting them aside, Li Long pulled out his knife and began to skin the elk deer. Little Dragon can do it. What a sharp skin. That's true. Little Dragon has hunted quite a few good things in these half a year, right? The skinning technique has definitely been practiced. Some people burned strips and began to weave carrying handles, while others came over to Li Long and watched him skin the elk deer. Li Long didn't answer them much, but just opened the chamber and dragged out the internal organs under the water and handed it to Tao Daqiang, who looked for Gu Boyuan and asked for a big basin and took it under the water to wash it. Xiaolong, what do you do with these offal down the drain? Take them away? Someone asked. No, I'll take the stomach. You guys can eat the rest if you stay, Li Long said. The stuff was found by De Chang. These guts down the drain are on him. And take a leg back to his dad. Li Long had left wild boar meat for the vice team. And today he had sent wolf meat. So the favor of roe deer roe offal he had left for Tao Daxiang. There was no way to keep this stuff for too long. And we were all working together. So Liren didn't mind sharing some of it. After all, they work, and Li Long is going to take money out of it. Everyone must have speculated on this matter. But no one would say that Li Long was wrong. Without Li Long, they weren't even qualified to earn this money. Li Long peeled off the skin of the elk deer. At this time Su Jianjun came over and asked, do you want the elk deer's gun and eggs, or give them to me if you don't want? Li Long just returned a word, not even looking at him, and continued to peel the skin. Su Jianjun made a big red face. The others had rich expressions and didn't say much. After skinning, Li Long wrapped the whole elk deer with the skin again. Gu Boyuan came over to greet him and said, Xiao Long, eat before you go. This meal is almost ready. No, Uncle Gu. Li Long used to follow Li Jianguo and call him Brother Gu Boyuan, but now he also unconsciously changed his name. I have to hurry to bring the meat and mushrooms and whatnot back, or else I'll lose a lot of money if I put it in bad condition. Okay. Gu Boyuan then stopped persuading. This expensive thing is a bit more important. He carried a cloth bag of mushrooms and said, these are the wild mushrooms I picked up this morning. You keep some and bring the rest to Xiaoxia. Okay. Li Long didn't say anything polite. They were all his own people. It would be awkward to say too much. Tao Daxiang had already cleaned the belly and brought it to Li Long, who took the belly and stuffed it into the elk deer's chamber, then carried it onto the back of the bike and tied it up with Tao Daxiang's help, and greeted Xia Yundong. Brother Yundong, I'm going to leave first. I'll come back tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Do you have anything you need to bring? Nothing. Xia Yundong waved his hand. Only been here for less than 2 days. Nothing to bring. That's fine. I'll go back and look at each house, and I'll give you a message if I have anything to say. Liren pedaled onto his bike and headed out of the ditch with his gun on his back. Su Jianjun watched him right away before he shook his head and said, there's no use having that gun at a young age. You want it to work? Are you no good then? Someone looked at him and said half-jokingly. Tao Daxiang didn't participate in the gossip of these people and took the downpour to Gu Boyuan's place to help. Su Jianjun, however, didn't want to let him go and asked loudly, Daxiang, you found this elk deer. Xiaolong said to leave you a leg for the family. That antler is the most valuable. He took all of it? The elk deer is small dragon hit. Without small dragon, Big Strong is watching is also dry eyes, right? Besides, Xiaolong did not say, left the water here. There is a put his home to go. Xia Yundong was dissatisfied with Su Jianjun's provocation and said loudly, it's already benevolent enough for Xiaolong to do this. Think about it, if someone else told you where there was something for you to fight, and when you were done, what would you give to someone else? Yeah. The others put themselves in their place. If they had shot their prey, would they have given the other man down and returned a leg? No way. One leg is about right, Tao Daxiang said as he turned his head. Long also gave me an antler and said that the money my family owed him was wiped out. I can't afford it. He gave me too much. Hear that? Xia Yindong twisted his head to look at Su Jianjun, and then looked at the others. Xiao Long is a benevolent person. Let's not talk about people behind their backs anymore. When you guys find something, you can actually look for Xiao Long to fight. You may not necessarily be able to fight it yourselves, but looking for Xiao Long can at least share a lot of things for miles. He thought to himself that if he found out there was something there, he'd definitely be looking for Laron to fight. He's been doing the Vice Squad thing for a few years now, and he's seen a lot of the kind of people who blow a lot of steam out of their mouths. But when it comes down to it, they're all wimpier than one another. He also believed that at least half of these people would be on their own when they found something, and that it was in the character of most people to take it all for themselves. How expensive is that antler? Someone marveled. Dozens of dollars a stick? Depends on the size. Gu Boyuan said over there while washing vegetables. Deer antlers are weighed and sold by the 10 or 100 grams. If you're talking about kilograms, a kilogram would cost $100 or $10. So of course it's dry. That's not cheap. The person who asked the question did not know the price of antlers. He was the first time he came to the Vice team, and it was also his words that stirred things up. A pair of elk antlers sold for money. Can't even earn it in a year. It's on everyone's mind now. Gu Boyuan smiled and laughed. Xia Yundong also smiled and laughed, and Tao Daxiang simply lowered his head and worked without speaking. Who's dumber than who? Li Long pedaled his bicycle all the way to the county, came to the compound. He put the pair of antlers into the compartment. In the yard, cut a wolf leg and a roe deer legs tied, and then locked the door out to the east. Came to Lian Yume's mother's house. It was now midday and families had already eaten their midday meal and were resting at noon. When Li Long's bicycle entered the yard, Liang Wenyu got up. Liang Donglu was resting his eyes with his eyes closed when he heard the sound outside. Wenyu, I just came back from the mountains here. This one is a wolf's leg, and this one is a roe deer's leg. I just got it today. You guys keep it and eat it. I'll take the rest back. You just came back? Liang Wenyu then realized Li Long's dusty appearance. Quickly go inside and drink some water. Liang Wenyu really felt the change in Li Long. He was sure that Li Long coming over to deliver the meat was definitely not his own sister's instructions either. It was Li Long's own idea. Previously, Liang Wenyu was still a bit puzzled by the fact that his father had always taken the initiative to help the Li family, but now he slightly understood. For one thing, the Li family is a relative, the family of one's brother-in-law, and for another, the Li family knows how to be grateful. No, I have to hurry back and get rid of the meat. It's not exactly hot, but you can't keep meat for long. The Li family doesn't lack meat, but they don't waste it either. Xiaolong, that's hard work for you. Liang Donglu came out from the house and said, come over and sit down when you're free. You get busy with yours first. Okay, Uncle Liang, I'll leave first. Li Long gave a greeting and pedaled his bike out of the courtyard, turning away in a puff of smoke. Although it was possible to go straight back to the team from here, Li Long turned around and then made a detour to the Red Flag Township Middle School. By this time, the students were already in class in the afternoon. And when Li Long came to the female teacher's dormitory, he found that Gu Xiaoxia was not there. Did she go to class? Just as Li Long was planning to look for the class, he found Gu Xiaoxia walking over from the office there. You're here? From the mountains? Haven't gone home yet, right? Seeing Li Long in this outfit, Gu Xiaoxia understood. Come to my dormitory and wash up. No, I brought you something, Liren asked as he pushed his bike to the door of the dormitory and stood still before drawing his knife. Do you eat wolf meat? No food. Gu Xiaoxia hurriedly waved her hand. Then I'll leave you some roe deer meat. Li Long cut off a large piece from the roe deer's body, 3 to 5 kilograms, and carried it to Gu Xiaoxia's dormitory tablet. You can fry this meat at night or at noon, and if you can't eat it all, send some to your co-workers, or make it into bacon. Then he took the cloth bag given by Gu Boyuan from his bike again and said, this is the mushroom Uncle Gu picked in the mountains for me to bring down for you. He was in good spirits in the mountains and told you not to worry. Okay. Come here, the water is ready for you. You wash. Gu Xiaoxia had already taken the wash basin and poured water, and brought towels and soap. Look at you all covered in gray. With that said, she naturally took her own towel and puffed the grime off of Liren, which made Liren freeze for a moment. It seems that a certain few movie clips in my mind are of wives returning from their husband's work and helping to do so, a scene that is so familiar. He froze for a moment, then simply washed himself in the wash basin. To be honest, he hadn't felt it in the mountains. And only after this proper washing did he realize that the ash on his face could be scrubbed into pills. With only a simple wash, the water in the basin had turned gray, and Gu Xiaoxia smiled as she picked up the basin and replaced it with another one, asking as she handed him the soap. The mountains are hard, aren't they? Not bad. Li Long didn't make any pretense, and after washing carefully and wiping with a towel, he himself picked up the water from the wash basin and took a few steps toward the outside to splash it on the ground. Then put the basin on the shelf and said to Gu Xiaoxia, a friend in the mountains built me a winter nest, just like a wooden cottage. I'll take you there to take a look sometime. Now that the wild mushrooms are coming out in the mountains, there are many wild vegetables, and the scenery is also good, so it's suitable for traveling around. Then I'll go and take a look when I'm free. Gu Xiaoxia revealed a yearning expression. I haven't been out of the county yet. It's not exactly out of the county there, but the scenery is different from our side. Li Long originally just said this casually, but he didn't realize that Gu Xiaoxia was really interested. And he thumped his heart. Then, when which weekday is up, will you take you to see your dad? Great. Gu Xiaoxia nodded her head repeatedly. Then I'll get ready in the next few days. How about next week? I don't have much to do next Sunday. Okay. Li Long smiled. Anyway, I have a flexible schedule on my side, so it's up to you. Then it's a deal. Gu Xiaoxia looked at Li Long seriously. Okay. Liren said as he walked over to the bike. You handle the meat. I have to take the rest back and pack it up too. I'll come over and find you when I do. Good. Gu Xiaoxia watched Li Long leave and couldn't be seen anymore before she went into the dormitory to start packing up the meat and mushrooms. The wild mushrooms were all handled one by one. The umbrella stalks with the soil on them were chipped off, and they looked clean, even, and beautiful. The meat was cut from a fat place, with bones and flesh, and it was quite a large piece, enough to feed myself for a week or two, if it was bad or not. As Gu Xiaoxia sliced the meat, she began to figure out what to bring to her father when she arrived. She also thought about whether Li Long would think it was ugly when he returned home and saw the pair of shoes she had made for him. Li Long rode very fast and came to the village after 10 minutes. He first went to Tao's house and saw that Tao construction was not there, so he rode back to Li's house. On the road there is not much student children. Preschool, elementary school. Li 1 they are not yet out of school. Adults are working in the field. Li Long returned to the yard, found the door locked, then found the key at the window to open the door, and then began to deal with the meat. It was the hottest time of the day, and although Li Long had eaten 2 pieces of mutton in the morning, he felt his stomach grow hungry even after so long, but there were flies coming through, and he knew he had to get rid of the meat as soon as possible, or else the flies would lay maggots on it, and while the meat would still be edible, how phallic that stuff would be. While swatting away flies, he skinned the last remaining bits of the elk deer, then unloaded the remaining 3 legs and split the meat. By the time the elk deer and wolf meat were finished, the sun had already dipped in the west. A large portion of the meat had been marinated by him, the rest had been cleaned and was ready to be brined, and there was a leg that was to be delivered to the Tao family later. Finally, he could rest, and it was at this time that Liren felt really exhausted. Squint and fall asleep kind of thing. From now on, no more rushing like that. It's too much of a tosser. End of chapter. Chapter 164, The Exhausted Li Long. Li Long was woken up by Liang Yueme. Xiaolong, why did you fall asleep against here? Liang Yueme said, go sleep in the house. Haven't you cooked yet? I'll heat up rice for you, Liren said as he rubbed his eyes and climbed to his feet. Exhausted. By the way, I brought back some meat, and some from the Tao family, so I'll have to send a leg to Dachshund's father later. Go back later after you've eaten. Liang Yueme hurried to the kitchen. She looked at the meat placed in the pot on the stove, so she fished out the meat and brushed the pot to heat up the rice. At noon they ate soup rice, which heated up quickly. Liang Yueme gave Li Long a bowl and said, I'll get you another bun to go, and you'll eat on it to top off your hunger. Okay. Li Long carried the bowl into the house, saw that there were chopped salted leeks sitting on the kitchen counter, so he set aside some and put them into the bowl of soup and rice. The soup and rice here refers to the soup noodle sheet. The buns are cold. Liang Yueme came over with 2 buns on a plate and said, it's too late to distill. You soak and eat. Just eat like this. Li Long took the steamed bun and took a big bite. I'm starving. Why don't you know to eat a meal at noon and then work? Liang Yueme was half complaining and half distressed. Your big brother would definitely say you if he knew. My big brother coming? Liren asked as he ate. The original team side business vegetable land is not divided into 5 acres for our family. In the afternoon, I went to pull weeds in our ration field, and your elder brother went to the fodder field over there to check on the sowing situation. The beets we planted will sprout soon. Aha. Liren nodded. This was discussed. When darkness fell, Li Long ate 2 big bowls of soup and rice, and ate 2 steamed buns before he was considered to be full, and he said to Liang Yueme when he cleaned up the bowl, I came back this trip and brought back half a wolf and half an elk deer leg. Earlier at noon I sent an elk deer leg and a wolf leg to Wenyu's side, and I see that Uncle Liang is in good health. I didn't see Auntie because I was in a hurry. They should all be fine. You went over there? Liang Yueme was surprised. No wonder. You ran back from the mountains and turned over there. No wonder you are so tired. You let me say what good mile. Don't say anything, Li Long said with a smile. Alright, I'll send meat to Dachang's father first, and check on the situation at other people's homes. By the way, I'll cut another piece of meat for Uncle Lao Luo, who is also short of meat. Uncle Lao Luo is accustomed to a hard life, and he certainly doesn't want to buy meat himself. Liren carried the leg of an elk deer and a piece of meat, and he went first to the horse. Uncle Lao Luo was feeding the little boar, and when he saw Li Long come over, he said with a smile, Xiao Long, look at this little wild boar. It is just much more cheerful than a domestic pig, running non-stop all day long. That is, this horse number circle is big, otherwise it is not enough for it to toss and turn. Uncle Luo, is there enough feed? Li Long asked. Enough. That's fine. Tomorrow I'll carry some more fish meal over. You mix it into the bran and feed it together. This is the meat of elk, deer, roe and wolf meat I hunted in the mountains today. You can make it and eat it when you have time. And wolf meat, too. Good. Oh little dragon, you're the only one who's willing to give me meat. That's not because people are not living well. When life gets better, you'll see a lot of people giving you meat. In the pigsty, all 5 of the young boars were a good deal larger, and the one with the injured leg could still be seen to be mildly inconvenienced. Seeing that there's still grass in the circle, I think Uncle Lao Luo went to cut it. He's very attentive. Uncle Lao Luo, I'm putting 2 young deer at my friend's place in the mountains. Can you raise them? Li Long suddenly thought of the deer and asked. Can raise? Why can't we raise? The deer will eat grass. Get it more grass to eat on the line. This big yard is also enough for it to run. After a while I'll get someone to put a wall in the middle of the yard, so the deer can run around while you plant vegetables. When I pull the deer back, I'll pull some more manure back. It's a bit of a stretch not to plant some vegetables in this big yard. You don't need to pull the manure. This horse number wherever in the nook and cranny of the broom can get a pile of manure out. Hearing Li Long say this, Lao Luo smiled and said back, it's not that I don't know how you plan to do it yet, so I didn't plant it, but if you say we can plant it, we'll plant it. It turned out that old Luo had been waiting for Li Long to say something. This makes Li Long feel surprised. This old Luo uncle. The rules are very strict. The two chatted for a while, and Li Long left the place to go to Tao's house. Tao Construction was feeding the donkeys in the yard and was a little surprised to see Li Long come in. Uncle Tao, today I shot a roe deer with Daxiang, and I'm bringing you a leg. He's okay in the mountains, and he's fast at weaving lifting handles. Li Long explained his intention to come. Tao Construction said with a smile on his face, how could he have hit an elk deer with that skill? Specify that you shot it, and then take care of him. You see there is no lack of food in the house. It was found by De Chang when he was cutting the strips. He showed me the place and then I hit it. Li Long explained. By the way, that elk deer had antlers. One for each of us. I told Daxiang that the money your family owes me will be set off with the antler. It's not like I've never seen an elk deer. How big can that antler be? Tao Construction hurriedly said. It can't be erased, it can't be erased. Xiaolong, I know you are benevolent and can earn money, but this is not the way to do it. How much is how much? You can rest assured that at the end of the year, I will specify that I can pay back the money. Li Long was a little surprised. This was still the Tao Construction who was not satisfied when he gave a share of a frozen leg of lamb and wanted more. What's with the big turn? Tao Construction looked at Li Long's expression and knew what he had done earlier. He smiled sarcastically and said, Xiaolong, you also don't blame your uncle Tao for being confused in the past. That poor life with no meat to eat. Who wouldn't want to live? I've kind of figured it out in the last few months. Crooked ways don't last long. How long has it been since Daxiang followed you? My family has a donkey and a cart. In the past I was old and confused, but not confused in the future. You do not care about the previous things, is that you have a big belly. You Tao uncle, I will not pull your legs again. But this old face of mine is still there, and it is not good to take advantage of you. Again. Tao Construction's transformation made Li Long quite surprised, but also quite happy. He was also unwilling to bring Tao Daxiang to earn money with a ed-up father behind him. Now that Tao Construction's mind could turn a corner, he was naturally very happy. The next step was to go from house to house. Now that the sun has set, all the families working have returned, and all the people from the families that Li Long went to are there. And they are also very concerned about their families in the mountains. These people's families were quite relieved to know that their family members were doing fine in the mountains and had meat to eat. Basically, there was nothing to give, just for Li Long to tell the people in the mountains to work hard. Finally, Li Long went to the village director Su Chengjuan's home. Su Chengjun also let Li Long strict management, strict quality of the lifting handle, do not end up losing face. Xiaolong, Su Chengjun added after hesitating for a moment after finishing the matter of the vice industry team. Gu Ermao's matter, let's leave it at that. Although he falsely accused you, he lost his apprenticeship, and when he came back, he even let your big brother beat up the family, and now Ermao feels ashamed and doesn't know where to run off to. So let's just leave this matter at that. After all, you have nothing to lose, and his family is now falling apart. Li Long then realized that after Gu Ermao ran back, the family let their big brother give a beating. I really didn't think that big brother would still be so impulsive. However, he had originally planned to come back to finish the other things and go find Gu Ermao's trouble himself, but he didn't expect this Gu Ermao to run away. It was cheap for him. Otherwise, Li Long really had the intention to remove his legs. Okay, since the captain you have said, then this matter will be so. On the surface Li Long naturally agreed to be very quick. The winner, naturally to be generous. Of course, if he ran into Gu Ermao in private, it would be hard to say exactly what to do. When Li Long returned to the yard, Li Jianguo was unloading the wagon. The wagon was loaded with quite a lot of pig grass, and Li Wan and Chang Chang were helping to carry the pig grass to the stove. Xiaolong is back, Li Jianguo greeted. Uncle Junior, Uncle Junior. Li Wan and Chang Chang both ran over and greeted enthusiastically. Li Long smiled and touched the two children's heads. He realized that Li Wan and Li Chang had both grown a little taller. Uncle Junior, you hit the wolf again? I saw the wolf's head, and its teeth are so long. Li Chang grabbed it and said, is it good to fight wolves? It's not a good fight. Last night, it almost ate me. Li Long scared him, so don't go into the mountains alone. There are many dangers. Aha! Li Chang's biggest admirer now was Li Long, and when he spoke, he had to listen. Li Jianguo smiled as he watched his uncle and nephew interact. While Li Wan went to chopping the pig grass, her ears perked up high as she listened to Li Long talk about the mountain. Now the team has started to set up the wires. In a few days maybe the electricity will be on. Li Jianguo suddenly said. When Xianqian goes to school, he'll be able to use an electric light, so he won't be under an oil lamp when he does his homework. He looked at Li Juan and added, it's pretty hard for Wan to go to school, but it gets better later. Li Wan smiled and lowered her head to continue chopping pig grass. Li Chang ran over to help. Liang Yueme came out of the house with 2 pairs of shoes in her hand and handed them to Li Long. Sister-in-law, you made me shoes again? Li Long took the shoes and looked at them with some surprise. These don't look the same as the shoes you used to use. This is not what I made for you. This is what Xiaoxia made. 1 pair for you and 1 pair for her father. Liang Yueme smiled and said, 2 days ago Xiaoxia specifically ran home to say that she hadn't seen you go over there for a few days and didn't know if you were in the mountains. So she put the shoes here for you to wear and take with you when you came back. Xiaoxia made this? Li Long was a bit surprised. Gu Xiaoxia didn't say anything today. Was this intended to be a surprise? You didn't even see. That day before Xiaoxia came, Lu's sister-in-law also said that Xiaoxia will be eating public food in the future. And you're not suitable, and may not be able to look at you. The result mile. She just said Xiaoxia came over. 2 pairs of shoes put there a put. That Lu family sister-in-law ah. Liang Yueme smiled and twisted her head toward the Lu family. Then said, I can't tell you how embarrassed I am on my face. Xiaoxia is still a good person. She doesn't forget her roots. She's a good girl. Li Long took the shoes and put them in the east room, then came out and started to deal with the wolf and roe deer skins. He also does not know how to tan the skins. He has already smeared them with salt earlier. The next step is to prop up the skins and spread them out as much as possible to make it easier to sell them later. After finishing the work, Liang Yueme's side of the evening meal is also ready. When the burnt bush flower paste, Li Long went to the idol house to fetch the small dried fish that had been dried earlier, and put it by the stove fire and slowly simmered it, and in a while, the dried fish was hot and charred, and Li Long handed the small dried fish to Li Chang. John, go and divide it up for your mom, dad and sister. Li Chang happily took the dried fish and distributed them one by one to each individual. There are 2 left, Li Chang said as he took one of the remaining dried fish in one hand and came over to Li Long. Both are yours. Eat slowly. Li Long kept one on his own side, and this one simmered well. He broke off the fish head, blew on the ashes, put it in his mouth and clucked and chewed. Dried fish is a bit salty, dried in the sun, and simmered so well that the bones and spines inside are charred, so it tastes very crispy, and you can chew and swallow it together with the spines. The family all took their time eating the dried salted fish, with the occasional sip of paste, and it felt pretty good. After dinner, Li Jianguo, Liang Yueme and Li Long, the 3 of them sliced the meat to a fine cut again. Liang Yueme told Li Long to go back to rest. She and Li Jianguo too marinated the meat. Li Long then went back to the east room. He took the shoes and tried them on. Gu Boyuan is not as tall as himself, and his feet are not as big as his own, so his shoes are naturally small, and Li Long tries that large shoe, and he is surprised to find that it fits quite well. Xiaoxia, this girl is quite meticulous. When did she know her shoe size? Wearing his shoes, Li Long walked out of the room. He was a little surprised to see Li Jianguo also sitting by the stove in the courtyard smoking a cigarette, but then he sat over. Big brother, you beat up the Gu family? Well, he Gu Ermao twice straightened you out. That's not a joke. It's to straighten you out inside the prison. I can tolerate him? Li Jianguo word said breezy, but that between the lines are full of killing. It's just as well he ran fast. Otherwise, Li Jianguo did not continue, and Li Long guessed that the next words were bound to be full of blood. In fact, I also wanted to come back to clean up a meal, just did not expect him to run away. Besides, we have Wan and Shangxiang in our family. What was that fear for? Li Jianguo didn't say what he was afraid of at the time and took a drag on his mauve cigarettes. The day after the fight I was going to send Wan to school, but then he ran away. The goon. Li Long smiled. In fact, the big brother is also afraid. Hitting the Gu family, it should also be a moment of impulse to go over after hearing the news of his own defendant. The character that protects the calf has never changed. Big brother, our family is doing well. Do you think it's a good idea to bring your parents over to live with us for a while? Li Jianguo twisted his head to look at Li Long, who was a bit surprised. Although Liren had grown up around his parents until he was in his teens, he had never been very close to the people of his old family, including his parents. Now all of a sudden you're offering to bring your parents over. That's a bit of a big shift. I remember as if these 2 years, the old home and not enough to eat. Unlike us here, meat can eat every day, Li Long said with emotion. Although my father said that he didn't care about me and left me to you, but that's the parents. It's hard for them to live in the same environment as they did at home. Now we are living a relaxed life. Let them come here to live a good life. That is not also should be. Okay, I'll telegraph home in a couple of days after the fields are done and see what they think. Li Jianguo was actually quite happy that his brother had such an idea. End of chapter. Chapter 165. Samarium's site is not easy to buy. Early the next morning, Li Long ate and rode his bicycle out of the village, and after taking Li Wan to the elementary school, he continued to ride to the county. There is no samarium sickle in the county supply and marketing department, which makes Li Long a little disappointed. He went back to the department store. The hardware category in the department store only had some common tools, not even a scythe. Li Long felt that he had been a little too smooth recently, so now his luck tank was empty? What do you need to buy, comrade? A crisp voice rang out. Li Long twisted his head and saw a slightly familiar face, and soon he remembered that it was the salesman who sold radios. Ha! The salesmen are quite enthusiastic nowadays. Not bad, not bad. Xiaolu saw Li Long turn around in front of the counter twice, without buying anything to be ready to leave, guessing that he should not find what he wanted, so he could not help but take the initiative to ask a question. Samarium sickle. I want to buy samarium sickle. Li Long returned a sentence. Think about the girl should not know what is a samarium sickle, so he explained again. It is the big sickle used by the herdsmen to beat grass. We don't have these kinds of tools here, Xiao Lu said thoughtfully. There are more hardware things in the supply and marketing center. Over there. I've been there. Liren smiled bitterly. Neither have I. Then we can only go to the regional side, Xiao Lu said, or going to Shichang would be fine. The department stores and supply and marketing centers over there are of a high level, so things will be a bit more complete than what we have here. Liren actually thought the same thing. He said, thank you then. I'll go over there now and take a look. Buy samarium sickle for the mountain Dorson is the top priority at the moment. Li Long did not want to delay, and Xiao Lu said goodbye and left. Xiao Lu was a bit regretful. Why didn't you ask him his name and what he does for a living? But girls are thin-skinned. How can they ask? Xiao Lu, wait for the next time this young man to come over. Do you want me to ask for you? The big sister next to her has long seen Xiao Lu's mind, smiled and said, the young man looks good, speaks decently, looks like the family is quite good, and I don't know which unit is the one. At this point in time, the default for sales clerks is to look for one with a public sector unit. Xiao Lu is beautiful and educated. If she finds a rural one, the probability is that she will be laughed at, and of course the rural ones are not among those who introduce her. As Li Long ran towards Shichang on his bike, he was already thinking in his mind that if Shichang didn't have one, then he would go to the county and find a blacksmith store to build it. It would take a little longer to build, and hopefully it would be done in time for Harimu and the others to turn around. In his last life, Li Long had seen the Isai Madeo Guaziga million livestock transhumans in a short video. At that time the summer transfer and winter transfer scale are particularly large. It is said that before also because of the transfer will limit the traffic driving. Later, after the highway repair, the transfer is much more convenient. And even CCTV has been broadcast live. On the news broadcast, the scale of the South Mountain herders transhumans is much smaller, but it will also be a bit earlier. After all, summer comes a bit earlier here. The herders' summer pastures are deep in the mountains on the northern slopes of the Tian Shan Mountains, where the water and grass are a little better in the summer. And after the transhumans, the grass in the winter pastures will be able to grow fast enough for the livestock to eat here in the winter. Let's hope it's in time. Riding to the old street, Li Long found that it was much more lively than the morning market in Ma County, and there were many more stalls than before, and there were several stalls where he had set up his own stall to sell fish earlier, and everyone was shouting loudly to sell something. Li Long didn't have the heart to shop the stalls and went to the department store first. As expected, the department store, while having more items than the one in Marquette, was equally devoid of samarium scythes. Li Long asked the salesman for the location of the supply and marketing department, and the salesman really gave it. Going out and riding his bicycle to the supply house, Li Long found that there were quite a lot of people here as well. Unlike the occasional few people on the Ma County side, supply and marketing department entrance on one side of the carport, Li Long put the bike into the lock. Into the department. Inside this market department is also a lot bigger than Ma County. There are 4 salespersons inside the counter. Li Long picked an older one with glasses. He subconsciously felt that this person is more kind, and this one is patiently introducing the usage of the sprayer to an old farmer at this moment. Li Long waited patiently behind this old farmer as the salesman with glasses glanced at him and continued his explanation. After the old farmer finished listening and finally said that the price of the sprayer was a bit expensive and he wouldn't buy it, the man didn't say anything and then looked at Li Long. I want to buy samarium scythes, that's the big scythes used by herdsmen to beat the grass. Worried that this one didn't know, Li Long explained. Samarium sickle ah. The man thought for a moment and said, I remember a batch of before, has not been sold, and then reduced the price of the disposal. as if there is still a little left. You want a few? As soon as he heard that there were goods, Li Long immediately rejoiced and said, "It takes 15. There are 7 or 8 young men who cover the winter nest, plus Yushan Jiang Harimu counted 10. Li Long is ready to prepare a few more handfuls so that it is good to share the time to share. I'll go take a look. You wait, there may not be so many." The salesman said, "There aren't many herdsmen on our side, so those who want this stuff are still few." After waiting for a while, the salesman carried a bundle over and placed it on the wooden framed, glass-topped counter, which made a crisp sound. "Here, take a look. Is it not the samarium sickle you want?" The salesman smiled. They were wrapped in craft paper and then tied together with string in a pretty tight bundle. The salesman untied the string and opened the vellum to reveal the metal object drawn inside. It was indeed a samarium sickle, a blade about 70 to 80 centimeters long. Li Long touched the edge. It was open-edged and felt sharp. "You need to add your own wooden handle," said the salesman. "I seem to recall that a small shelf needs to be nailed diagonally above the wooden handle." "Never used it, only seen it. This one knows quite a bit." Li Long looked at the other party, then counted 15 handles. "Comrade, are there more?" He felt sure that Harimu and the others would like it if he took it over there. "No more. These 15 are the last in stock." The salesman smiled and said, "We cleared the bottom. If you hadn't wanted them, they might have been returned in a few more days." "Okay, how much is that one?" Li Long knew he couldn't ask for more. It was already a surprise to find it. "We're clearing out our stock. Original price $4.07. These samarium sides are yours at cost. $3 a handful." "Good." Li Long counted out $45 and handed it over. "Please wrap it for me." "No problem. Please go over and write a ticket." Holding the packaged samarium sickle, Li Long felt that a big stone fell to the ground in his heart. At least these samarium sickles can be delivered. Originally, he thought of going to the mountains now to give the samarium sickle to Harimu and the others, but thought about it again. It is better to put on the wagon and go again. Pull the deer back, and incidentally to pull a load of manure back. The yard also need to plant vegetables. With things done, Li Long once again turned back to the old street, and this time he was able to take a good look around. He saw a fish seller and paid special attention. There were 3 stalls selling fish, one specializing in big chubs, and the remaining 2 were selling all kinds of fish, just as they used to do, but there weren't a lot of fish, and I wondered if it was because of the time that had passed, and a large portion of the fish had already been sold. The price of the fish was cheaper, which made Li Long a little surprised. The small crucian carp was not as pretty as the ones he caught in the small sea, but the price was 70 cents to 80 cents, and the big carp and grass carp were 90 cents to $1, and the people who bought the fish were still quite a lot. Li Long guessed that it should be because the weather got hotter and the fish were better to catch, so the price dropped. 90% of the stalls on the old street sell handmade items and agricultural products, and the prices are not too low by any reckoning. Li Long thought again of the suggestion he made to Qin Hongyan, weaving baskets to sell. There were a few stalls selling baskets, both large and small, as well as pot stakes, hexagonal bun pans, and the like made from sorghum poles, broom millets, mostly for $1 or $2. XJ is a sparsely populated area, and labor has traditionally been more expensive than the mouth, especially at this time. The country's light industry has not yet developed. Many tools and utensils are made by hand. The same thing, the mouth sells 50 cents. Here may sell a piece. After all, fewer people, but need to use a lot of things. So for the next number of years a large number of people came from within the mouth, looking for work here. Li Long remembers a pretty famous question on the internet in later times about why there are fewer people from XJ Inner Mongolia going to the mainland to work, naturally because there are more opportunities for local work. Of course, if you want to talk about access to the upper echelons of the hierarchy and the kind of posts with exceptionally high salaries, then naturally, they are not as good as those on the mainland, for after all, the development is just a bit slower. Standing at this level of Li Long's perspective, he couldn't think that high, only knowing that until the time of his brain hemorrhage, the countryside, especially on the core side, still kept needing people from the mainland to come and work. Li Long saw a vegetable seed seller, so he bought some. At this time, the tomatoes tasted much better than the so-called fruit tomatoes of the latter days. He decided that he must leave seeds in the future, lest he wait until the 21st century decade. Vegetables have to go to the seed company to buy seeds, although the fruit grows more and is beautiful, but the taste is never as good as that of the 80s. At one time Li Long also thought that it was because he just missed the taste of his childhood. After all, the food was not rich at that time. Until one time to travel to the mountains, in a farmhouse compound, see a piece of planting very poor tomato field has a few long not good, but already red tomatoes. He picked a taste, and then no, this is the taste of childhood. Unfortunately, after he ate them, The others who followed along on the tour followed suit and soon picked and ate the ripe tomatoes, defeating his intention to save the seeds. Regretted it for a year afterward. Why did you have such a craving? After buying the vegetable seeds and turning around, and realizing that he didn't need anything, Li Long rode his bike and stopped when he came to the Manhwa bridge. The river Mar had risen in a great flood, and the waves lapped against the bridge pillars with a great noise. To Li Long's surprise, he was surprised to see people on both sides of the river upstream looking down for something. Looking for jade? This is when someone starts messing with jade? Obviously. You're not the only smart one at this point. Opportunities abound, and so do those who seize them. After resting for a while, he continued to ride over to the county. He came to the large yard, put the samarium sickle down and put it away, and then planned to see if he would plant some vegetables in this yard as well. There are 2 small places in the yard, about less than 100 square feet each. Li Long thought that simply plant tomatoes and hot pepper it. Tomatoes, spices and eggplants are the most common fried dishes in the rural areas of the northern border. To eat pulled pork if you have meat at home. Add some meat. The flavor is perfect. There were tools standing right next to the courtyard wall, and Li Long took a columbarium hook and made a furrow in those 2 plots of land, then buried the seeds in the furrow, and then filled in the furrow soil with his feet and stamped it down. He was in the middle of planting when a knock came at the door. Come in, Liren shouted and continued planting. Who would be here at this hour? A utility bill collector? The person who came in was Officer Guo Tai Binghua, which was a bit surprising to Li Long. Comrade Little Li, are you planting vegetables? Guo Taibing was also a bit surprised to see Li Long holding a columbine hook. Planting what vegetables? Ocean persimmons and hot peppers. Liren put down his tools and smiled. Officer Qua, is this an entry into the house? Guo Taibing was a bit unfamiliar with this word. He shook his head and said, no, I'll brief you on how that thief was handled last time. It's already been checked out. He came all the way from inside the mouth and stole 7 households, as well as pickpocketing some supplies on the train as well, injuring 3 people. After we contacted our counterparts in the mouth, it was determined that he had another injury case over there, and now the person has been escorted away by his counterparts in the mouth, and a conservative estimate would be a sentence of 10 years or more. That's fine. Li Long didn't realize that he had run into a pretty heavy prisoner, and he was still a bit scared. If he hadn't taken the gun that day, odds were it would have been a double wound. You don't live here often? Guo Taibing asked after briefing the situation. I haven't seen you for several days. I work part-time as a purchaser for the supply and marketing center, and I run around. Li Long explained. I just procured a batch of supplies from Shichang, to be sent to the mountains, and then I have to pick up a batch of supplies down from the mountains, and there's also the task of making up carry handles over there, so I have to keep an eye on them from time to time. In fact, Guo Taibing already knew that Li Long was reported speculation, and Li Long is a part-time purchasing agent of the supply and marketing agency. He also understood. Just think that this person is not simple. After Guo Taibing left, Li Long finished planting the vegetables, watered them, and with nothing else to do, he wandered around the yard again. This courtyard is definitely more luxurious than the one in Winter Village, but it doesn't feel as friendly as the one there. He wandered along the wall and then realized that there was something inside the cracks of the brick wall. The cracks in the wall were a bit small, so Li Long went to find a small knife and slowly pulled out the tiny things in the cracks in the wall. Money. Looking at the words Bank of Communications written on it from right to left, as well as the traditional Chinese characters of Republic of China national currency, Li Long immediately determined that this thing is a fiat currency. No wonder it's stuffed in a crack in the wall. Li Long immediately became interested. One by one wall cracks to find over. Soon in his hand more a pile of French coins, gold round coupons. Let him some surprise, but also found a yuan datu. That's a real surprise. End of chapter. Chapter 165, The Flood Comes to Little Hazel. After a brief less than hour-long treasure hunt, Liren's haul was over 40 farthings in gold round certificates, mainly a bunch of them stuffed in a crack in a slightly larger wall in the back. Then there were 3 yuan datu and 7 or 8 copper coins. These copper coins and yuan datu are rusty. Li Long is not very good at handling, so they are wrapped in paper, ready to take back to their own east room in that money bag. Save it. It's not like we're short of money anyway. It's not like it's worth much these days. After cleaning up the yard, Liren rolled his bike out and locked the door to go home. When he passed by the middle school, Li Long specifically rode in. He came so often that the old janitor already knew him, smiling and pointing him to a certain classroom. Mr. Gu is inside in class. Liren then smiled at him. Old uncle, tell Mr. Gu for me that the shoes fit well and I like them. All right, the old janitor said with a grin. Li Long rode out of the school in a beautiful mood. When he reached the lake of reeds outside the village, though, his mood wasn't so good, because the ditch and reed lake that had been running water was now almost full. The ditch was less than a meter deep, and usually there was occasional water. Not much. Now the water was flooded and muddy. Obviously a flood had arrived. Li Long immediately turned around and headed upstream along the Reed Lake, and less than a kilometer away was Little High Z. He hadn't even gotten to the small sea when he heard the rumbling of water, which was obviously bigger here. Parking his bike, Li Long immediately ran towards the connection between the dry ditch and the dry canal. He hadn't watched the digging even though he'd paid the team to come out and dig this section through last time. In front of me, there was a very muddy patch of water that almost flattened the dry ditch. Though the water in the dry ditch was still half a meter short of the top, the water in the dry ditch raged down, rushed into the dry canal, and then made an almost 90-degree turn to head east again. Originally, the water in the Trump Canal was quite clear, but after the confluence it also became muddy. Let Li Long some relief is that the team out of the work, not only the dry ditch dug through, but also expected the dry ditch down the flood on the impact of the dry ditch. So herewith don't know where to pull half and half of the ash board, cement board, blocked a number of layers. So although the flood water rushing down from the main canal has a big impact, there are ash panels blocking it, and it won't wash down the canal embankment. So there's no problem. Li Long breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw that the water flowing into the Lake of Reeds was actually seeping out from the mouth of the Zayahaizi Gate, where the gate had been in place for too long, and there were cracks in the concrete wall that would seep water. However, because the project at that time was very quality-oriented, although there were seams, but that water felt that in any case, it could not be washed out of the gate. Li Long was relieved, because there are dry canals and dry ditches connected, although the water in the small sea is also rising, but it is still far from full water, and the gates there are also constantly releasing water, relatively safe. Liren turned back and pedaled his bike back to the Lake of Reeds again when he got off and shouldered his bike and tripped over. What happens to students after school? Liren thought about returning home. At this time of the day, his brother and sister-in-law had not returned from the field, and Li Chang was not out of school, so Li Long was cooking while searching for the students to get out of school. He was going to wait at Reed Lake when school was almost over. Li Long is still making pulled pork. Using a pot to simmer rice is a technical job. He does not know how to do it. Afraid of simmering into a sandwich rice that would not be good, Li Jianguo led the wagon back first, and on the horse was still a lot of hogweed actually. It was just ashwagandha, torn seedlings, dandelions, and wild amaranth and the like. He asked with a smile as he saw Liren cooking. Little dragon, we've lightened up a lot since you've been home. Tomorrow will not be a light saving, Li Long said while going down below. Big brother, are you going to use the wagon tomorrow? If not, I'm going to go into the mountains, deliver some things to them, and haul some manure back. We need to plant vegetables in our yard as well, so let's put some manure on it first. Okay, I don't need it tomorrow. Li Jianguo tethered the horse. Then the pig grass grouped together, pulled over the board. Old kitchen knife began to chop, now cleaned up, steak and used the brush water to cook pig food. Liang Yueme and Li Chang came back and forth. She also carried a bundle of hogweed and placed it on Li Jianguo's side, while unraveling her headscarf. This little dragon is here. I can enjoy the blessing. I don't even need to cook for the noon people. I'll be busy tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll go into the mountains. Li Long sang the noodles and put them on the side of the stove and said, go into the mountains and be lazy for a while. What's that called, laziness? That is the main thing. Although Liang Yueme knew that Li Long was joking, she still corrected herself and said, you are busy with your own business. I was just joking. Li Chang came over to give Li Jianguo a hand, putting all the chopped pig grass into the pig food bowl. When these are cleaned up, wash your hands and eat. The water is over in Reed Lake Ditch, and I'll pick up the dolls from school in the afternoon, Li Long said as he ate. I'll look for the captain in the evening and see if he arranges for someone to stand guard there in the afternoon. You don't have to worry about this, Li Jianguo said while peeling garlic. Daqian's father said he took a donkey cart there to pick up the doll, and the team is paying attention to this. It's a big deal for the doll to go to school, so I don't dare delay. Here is a new village. In addition to 2 or 3 families or locals, there are dozens of hundreds of years of history. The rest are from the south and north of the sky. There are border support. There are also fleeing and settling down. And there are also caste relatives, because of the different habits of each place. In turn, the bad habits of some patriarchal do not allow girls to go to school thrown away, coupled with the fact that it is still easy to get enough to eat here. And there are examples of Gu Xiaoxia, who went to school and got into the teacher's office to eat public food first. So the village people attach great importance to education, and as long as they can go to school, no matter if it's a boy or a girl, they'll try to go as far as possible to make it happen. Hearing the team has arrangements, someone took the initiative to pick up the child. Li Long put down his heart, but to the afternoon school, he still went to the reed ditch there, and then saw Tao Construction holding a donkey cart has been waiting. The team there are two other people are pulling out the trouser leg their noisy baron bragging son. See Li Long over, smiling. Yo, Xiao Long came over to pick up his students from school too? You guys too? Right. This water is rising, so we can't drown the doll. Li Long nodded his head fiercely, agreeing with this statement beyond measure. He smiled at Tao Construction and pulled cigarettes out of his pocket to disperse them to a few people. Although he didn't smoke, he still kept cigarettes in his pocket. A single cigarette closed the distance, and those two men asked Li Long about the situation in the mountains. Talking and laughing, Li Long could feel that the smiles on the faces of the people in the team had obviously increased since the land was divided. Dolls come one after another. A few adults take turns to the children or hold or back to send through the canal. Tao Construction cannot help. Simply a few dolls together on the donkey cart to send home. By the time Li Wan came over it was already half an hour later. Xiao Long, just pick up one and go back. We'll just send the rest. The village people said to Li Long. We don't need so many people here. Staying is a waste of time. Li Long didn't make any pretense and carried Li Wan's school bag and went back home with her. Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme had already gone down to work, and after Li Long heated up the rice for Li Wan, he went to the east room to start polishing the gun. By the 90s guns were completely banned. The 5.6.5 was definitely the first to be taken away. The small caliber could still be stored for a few years. The gun was something that must be well maintained so that the hit rate could be increased when hunting. After polishing his gun, Li Long began to pack his things. There was nothing over at the winter nest, so he had to bring some things to put there just in case. He could buy some food, but he planned to bring some of the preserved meat and meat from here. This stuff can be put in the future is bound to be in the winter nest to start a meal. Not every time you get there can hit something. So bring some right. Other than those things, there wasn't much else I could bring, and most of it would still need to be purchased tomorrow in the county. The next day, Li Long ate breakfast and led the carriage to pull Li Wan toward the outskirts of the village. Along the way ran into fellow elementary school students. Middle school students will be pulled together. Soon the carriage was full. The students are not picky, and then run into students will squeeze together happy laughing and joking. There are encountered smaller children. The older children will take the initiative to jump down to the small children to carry on the carriage. Li Long held the carriage. Watching the scene is also quite happy. This time most people carry simple kindness, and will not worry about being blackmailed or misunderstood. Li Long thinks that they should be the group of people who are well protected, or survivor bias. Anyway, in his last life until the time of the brain hemorrhage, have not seen human traffickers and so on, and have not encountered the bumper porcelain. To the elementary school, a large group of young people happily jumped off the carriage. There is a child also shouted, "Thank you, uncle." Behind the students followed, and Li Wan said, "Uncle, goodbye." The other elementary school students also followed. All of a sudden everyone laughed. The corners of Li Long's mouth were still upturned when he walked to the middle school. When they passed the middle school, the few middle school students came down and politely thanked Li Long before entering the campus. The old janitor at the school gate looked at Li and smiled. "Mr. Gu is in his office. I won't go over to see it. I'm busy for now. When I get back." Li Long sat on the carriage, rushed to the county town. He first went to the department store to buy bedding sundries, and went to the supply house to buy some pots and pans and chopsticks and so on, and finally went to the morning market to buy some food, went to the medicine company to buy some commonly used medicines, and then turned back to the compound to put the samarium sickle loaded on the after, then headed to the mountains to rush to. The families of those vice teams in the team knew that they could still eat meat when they worked in the mountains, and one by one, they didn't worry about it anymore, and only asked Li Long to send a few words. When Liren came to follow Harimu's winter nest, he found that they were also preparing things on their side. As the dog barked, Nathan ran out, followed by Harry Wood. Liren smiled and greeted them. "Dotson, good yet? Okay. I've brought the samarium sides with me. 15 of them, so you can give them a share. There is also some grain. Let them come and get it themselves then. I don't know where they live." Li Long held the bag wrapping the samarium sickle, while Harimu followed to the winter nest carrying a sack of grain. Liren puts the samarium side down and opens the package to show Harimu. "See, that's right. New, good stuff." Harimu looked amused. "A handful like that doesn't come cheap, does it? It's not expensive. A few kilos of lamb. That cheap?" Harimu didn't believe it as he looked at Liren. "Really? We're Dorson. I won't lie to you," Liren said seriously. Okay, I believe you," Harimu said hurriedly. He picked up a samarium scythe and compared it. Very satisfied. "Put on the handle. It's much more convenient to hit the grass. The one we have at home is almost worn out. Forgot. Should have brought you a couple of whetstones." No, we're not used to that. We've got stones for sharpening knives in the mountains." There's plenty of those in the mountains. Li Long carried down the grain again, keeping a small bag of rice and a small bag of flour for himself, which was intended to be put into his winter nest. Here's another packet of medicine. I'll give you the usage. Look, they're all in separate packets. This is for pain. This is for fever. This is white medicine. To stop bleeding. You can eat it, and you can eat it for bleeding from a bump in the stomach. And this is for diarrhea. Li Long also gave Harimu the medicine. He prepared quite a lot. At least 10 boxes, of each. It is no problem to give those herdsmen an emergency. In order to make sure that he didn't take the wrong medicine, Li Long once again asked Harimu to mark each packet of medicine, so that it would be convenient to distribute it to those herdsmen when the time came. Are you guys about to make the switch? Liren asked. Yes, Halimo said. Spring came earlier this year. The grass is already green in the mountains. In a few days we may be at the summer pasture, and when we see you again, it will be winter. It's okay. I'll be coming to the mountains a lot. Maybe one day when I have some free time I'll run inside. Then I'll give you the location of our summer ranch. Li Long's sentence of joking. Harimu when pulled. He pulled Li Long squatted down and said seriously. You see, this is the ditch we are in now. Follow this ditch. Go towards the mountains. Until there is an open grassland in the ditch. From here, go this way that is, in the direction of the rising sun. Here, continue to go in, to go over. Well, over the 7 mountains. There is a bigger grassland, and that is our pasture. From here it should be a 5 to 6 day walk there. Well, Li Long immediately dismissed the idea of the past, walking for 5 to 6 days. He is planning to cross the North Tian Shan mountain? Well, you guys get busy. I'm going to haul some stuff to that winter nest of mine and then come over and dig some manure back from you guys. And by the way, I'm going to take those 2 fawns back with me when I leave. Well. Halamu smiled and said, Dear lively very well. But and our family sheep do not get along. To be raised separately, this delicate very. Li Long led the wagon over to his winter nest. Because there was no road, the wagon would be bumpy when crossing in the ditch. Luckily the wagon was not loaded with much stuff. It could be slanted over 30 degrees, but not so much that things would fall off. 76 is about as used to walking in the mountains as you can get. So you'll bark occasionally, but you won't stop walking. When they arrived at the winter nest, Li Long unlocked the door, unloaded the stuff, and then took the contents out and loaded them on the cart, mainly some jade and leather. Things loaded, lock the door, and then return the same way. Wait until the winter nest. Li Long has been a little tired. The sun had also risen to mid-air. Harimu smiled and called him into the house to drink tea and eat naan. The meat, it's left over from the last time. You have some. We'll load that together later. Good. Li Long see the time is also still early, so he did not intend to leave in a hurry. He unloaded the wagon, wiped the sweat of 76, and then drank milk tea. Originally intended to go to the small poplar gully, but there is no bicycle. Li Long also a little bit lazy, intends to load the manure today back to unload, and ride the bicycle to go after. End of chapter. Chapter 167, Xiaoxia into the mountain. After pulling the manure back to the team, Li Long first went to the horse horn, unloaded half of the manure, and incidentally put the fawn into the horse horn. Li Long gave Lao Lulo some instructions, and left some vegetable seeds, and then returned to the house. As he passed through Reed Gulch, he noticed that the water was a little less, and wondered if it was blocked upstream where the small sea was or if there was less flooding. Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme were not at home. Li Long unloaded the manure into the yard and evenly sprinkled it on the vegetable field, leaving the rest out of his hands. He came back this time and brought back some wild onions and garlic and wild leeks from the mountains, as well as some pepper artemisia, which is a very good ingredient dish for fish. For the sake of this fresh pepper artemisia, Li Long felt that he also had to go to Xiaohaizi to get some fish back to stew on. Fish was something he hadn't eaten enough of in his last life. After eating it for 2 days in a row, he wouldn't think about eating it again and thought he might not want to eat it for a month. But as long as you stop for 3 days, it's good to have another meal. If you can't make fish stew, you can just deep fry it. Put it in a hot frying pan covered with batter. Take it out, control the oil, and eat it as a snack when it's cooled down. And the flavor. I can't. I'll bring a cast net and go to the little sea. When Li Jianguo and Liang Yueme came back from the field, they saw that Li Wan and Li Chang were surrounding Li Long, who was stewing fish at the stove. The unique aroma of crushing carp, coupled with the smell of pepper artemisia diffused all over the yard. Li Jianguo twitched his nose and asked in amazement, Xiaolong, is this artemisia peppery? Yes. Li Long smiled and said, wild in the mountains, grows big, half a man high a big puff, just like wild artemisia. That big? Li Jianguo was still a bit unconvinced. Is it artemisia peppery? That can be mistaken? Li Long pointed to the Waltand and said, "Smell it. It doesn't smell the same." "I remember." Li Jianguo put down the shovel and went over to grab a handful and smelled it, and smiled. "It is really. Next time I come back to dig 1 or 2 trees and plant them in the yard to see if they can live." Pepper artemisia is common in the old country, but no one grows it over here at the moment, and Li Long knows that his big brother is missing the flavor of his hometown. "When I went to the old streets of Stone Town today, I saw vegetable seeds for sale, and there were thorns for sale, so I bought some and planted them then." "That's great." Li Jianguo this time more happy. "Planted out. Lack of eggs and garlic, and then pinch some thorns and mustard put in. Take a hot bunnet clip." "Perfect." Seeing that everyone had returned, Li Long also served the fish on the table. Wan and Xiangxiang came back early. I saw that they were hungry, so I let them eat some, and took fish soup to make buns, so I guess they're not hungry now, Li Long explained, and Li Jianguo then said, "Then don't go to the table. Go do your homework, and when you're done, go play." In the evening Li Long prepared his gun and bullets. He planned to ask Gu Xiaoxia if she wanted to go to the mountains this weekend tomorrow. If she did, then he still had to prepare. "I'll go." Gu Xiaoxia heard Li Long's question and immediately replied, "I'm all set. After we finish the class on Saturday, I'll get the stuff for my dad ready in the afternoon, and we'll leave early Sunday morning. How about that?" "Okay, I'll come over to pick you up then." After Li Long had the certainty, he said, "I'll go to the mountains today. Give your dad a word. Let's not make any surprises. Okay?" "Okay." Gu Xiaoxia nodded vigorously. Li Long rode his bicycle to Little Poplar Gully, which was still filled with the smoke of burning strips. Part of the group was burning strips to braid the carry handle, and part of the group was cutting strips. Seeing Li Long come over, the people in greeted him. Li Long responded one by one and then stood the car in front of the stove. Gu Boyuan was preparing lunch. Li Long looked at it, and the noon meal was a breaded noodle cake, and the dish was fried liver. Li Long saw that the hearts, livers, lungs, and whatnot that he had brought back earlier on the stovetop were all smoked and a bit dark, but he knew that they would be easier to preserve after they were smoked. "Let's have some for lunch." Gu Boyuan smiled and said, "Don't look ugly, but it tastes great and has a lot of oil." "Well, okay," Li Long said. "Uncle Gu, this Sunday, Xiaoxia is coming over to see you. I'll bring her over." "What is she doing here?" When Gu Boyuan heard this, he froze for a moment. His hand shook, and the frying spatula directly pulled a piece of liver to the outside of the pot, and he hurriedly squatted down to pick it up, and picked it up and swished it around in the nearby water basin and threw it back into the pot. "Isn't she coming to make a mess? What's the trouble?" "The daughter misses her father." Li Long smiled and said, "Anyway, she didn't have anything to do on Sunday, and the road wasn't too long, so I rode and brought her here." Gu Boyuan stir-fried the dishes and quickly served them before looking at Li Long and saying, "Just one day? That can only be one day." "Ah," Li Long said with a pure gaze. "I'll pick her up at school in the morning. Then we'll come over together. She'll look at you. Stay here for half a day, and then we'll go back in the afternoon. And in the evening she'll definitely have to prepare for class, and she'll still have class on Monday. Also, line." Gu Boyuan wiped his beard and said with some panic, "So do I have to shave and fix my hair? It's only been a few days? Besides, everyone is the same. If you have to shave and straighten your hair, doesn't it look like this cook is a bit unprofessional?" Li Long laughed. "It's fine. I do think that after these few days in the mountains, Uncle Gu, although you've gotten a little darker, you've gotten fatter and more spirited. I've never eaten so well at home. Every day there is meat, and not much effort. This mountain environment is also good." Gu Boyuan counted the benefits of the mountain. At noon, everyone stopped and Li Long finished checking the lifting handles he had made up over the past 2 days. The quality was all good. Even the ones made up by Su Jianjun managed to pass. Although the quantity was still last, at least there were no substandard products. During the meal, Li Long also took a piece of hair cake with him. He hadn't eaten rice cake for nearly a month, and his family's meals were all fine grains, so when he ate it, he felt that it was not bad to eat rice cake once in a while. "Xiaolong, I saw a piece of arching traces underneath the eastern hillside there. I don't know if it's a wild boar. Are you free to take a look?" Tian Siping said while eating. "It's a big piece. The grass is all arched and messed up. It looks like it was arched in the past 2 days. Okay, don't go over there first. I'll go over there in a couple days to take a look." The wild boars come out earlier. They come out at the dawn of the day, and when it's light they go back to the mountains. Li Long explained as he ate. "When I hit the wild boar, I'll share your meat." "Okay." Tian Siping smiled and said, "When we hit it then, I'll get a leg back for the family as well." Obviously, Tao Daqiang's discovery of the elk deer seed had given him a lot of stimulation. "Ha, Uncle Gu, is this liver not fried? How come there's still blood?" Another person asked. The fire was a bit too big today. And the firing was a bit hasty. Gu Boyuan explained a bit awkwardly. Liren knew what was going on and he chuckled. Eat it. Foreigners eat steak is also 3 mature 5 mature. Blood silk paste pull eat, but also said that nutrient-rich mile. When Li Long said that, the others didn't say anything else. After lunch, Li Long went to the side of the mountain to dig a few small pepper artemisia, with soil together, wrapped in leaves, and then brought back to the team in a sack. The flood is still there, but it is much smaller. And this snowmelt flood is also a while. Li Long planted the pepper artemisia in the vegetable garden, and the rest depends on God's will. On Sunday morning, Li Long rode his bicycle to school without breakfast. The sun had not yet risen. The temperature was slightly cool. He was wearing long sleeves, but did not feel cold. His heart was quite excited. When he reached the door of the teacher's dormitory, Li Long got out of the car and before he knocked on the door, Gu Xiaoxia's door opened. She was ready, carrying a cloth bag with a small satchel and 2 pigtails looking at Liren. So we're leaving now? Li Long asked. Okay. Liren turned the bike around and asked. I'll pedal. Can you come up? Underestimating me, huh? Gu Xiaoxia was in a good mood and asked rhetorically. Although I don't know how to ride, getting on a car is no problem. Li Long slowed down. Then he felt the car shake and become a little heavier. He smiled and pedaled steadily out of the school. Have you not had breakfast yet? Liren asked. It's ready so early. Can't eat? Quite excited. I haven't been in the mountains yet. I've read the Tianshan mountain scenery record. I remember everything in there clearly, but I haven't actually seen it. Then I'll let you meet them all today. Li Long smiled and said, but climbing the mountain is tiring. Let's have breakfast first. Li Long didn't feel tired at all even though he was carrying a person. When he arrived at the county, he came directly to the big meat canteen. And when Gu Xiaoxia came down, Li Long locked the car and led her inside with the gun on his back. Yo, Comrade Li, this is, bringing people over for breakfast? What to order? Zhong Guoqiang happened to be there. And when he saw Li Long, and then Gu Xiaoxia, he immediately understood, and he greeted with a smile. Signature meat buns. We have a new kanji and savory complimentary breakfast here. It's all on this sign. On the small blackboard were written the dishes that could be ordered today. And after asking Gu Xiaoxia, Li Long ordered kanji, buns, pickles, and had eggs fried with green peppers. Don't order so much. 2 people can't finish. It's, Gu Xiaoxia whispered. Don't worry, there won't be any left over. Let's bring some meat buns to the mountains later. Although your father and his side have meat to eat every day, those are too coarse. Bring some fine grains for them to improve as well. This is also, Gu Xiaoxia was a little apprehensive, mainly because the buns were not cheap, 30 cents a piece. She felt that this was not a little too much. I took the assignment. I was the middleman. They made up the lifting handle, and I got the benefit of the doubt behind it. See? Liren whispered. So it's nothing. Gu Xiaoxia seems to understand nodded. She felt and Li Long compared. She was a little cute. She felt that compared to Li Long, she was just like a little cutie. But then he was reassured that at least he wasn't lying to himself and was being nice. After breakfast, Li Long asked for 25 more buns to wrap up and take with him, then rode his bike with Gu Xiaoxia and headed for the mountains. Gu Xiaoxia asked from the back seat when the road was bad. Shall I come down? It's not a good ride. Don't worry about sitting. We will be slower if you come down. Li Long did feel that this is quite good. 2 people's journey, walking and chatting all the way, increased understanding, but also draw closer. When they waited for the mountain, it wasn't even past 10 o'clock, and the people in the vice group had only just eaten breakfast. They actually got up quite early. Before breakfast Tao Daqiang Xia Yindong such hard-working people had already worked for 1 or 2 hours. Earning a little harder money is a given. Gu Boyuan was looking toward the mouth of the ditch early in the morning, and he was a little distracted when he cleaned up the stove. Not to mention that the pot wasn't brushed clean, and the bowl was dropped several times. When he saw the gully bike, he finally let go of his heart, and then he was a little heartbroken. To be here at 10 o'clock. That's an early wake-up call. Dad. Gu Xiaoxia got out of the car and ran towards Gu Boyuan. Growing up so big, father and daughter is the first time to be separated for such a long time. Although previously Gu Xiaoxia has been relatively stable emotions, but now is a little out of control. Voice with a crying tone. Most of the others looked on, and Laron came over with a smile. Come, Xiaoxia come here. Brought meat buns for everyone. From the big meat cafeteria. 2 for 1 now. Everyone else smiled and came over to take the buns. Although they had just eaten not long ago, how could they refuse such delicious meat buns? After dividing the buns, Li Long placed the remaining 5 on the stovetop, gave Gu Boyuan a sign, and went over to find Tao Daqiang himself. Tao Daqiang had cut enough strips and was burning them to make a handle. He already had 10 handles in front of his pit, and was the fastest one. De Chang. You can do it, Li Long said with a smile. Even if you don't work back there, you can support yourself just by knitting the carrying handle. That which is possible. Tao Daqiang shook his head. Everyone will make this stuff up, except for those units who want it. Who would buy it personally? Then you can tie a big broom, can't you? It was true that knitting a carrying handle could not support an individual, for in a few years there would be no one left to carry it. But the work of the big broom was until Li Long's last life did not, or a very profitable craft work. Then who wouldn't? Tao Daqiang asked Li Long while zipping. Brother Long, this can earn money too? Can. Liren whispered. Wait until fall. I'll see if I can pick up a job tying brooms when I see it, and if I can, I'll find you then. Li Long was guessing, but even if he guessed wrong, he was not afraid. Which unit does not need a big broom to plow snow in winter? At this time, supply houses were still selling bamboo brooms from overseas, but some people felt that they didn't work as well as the hyacinth brooms. Of course, this is only a personal perception. Until the later generations, the unit with a lot of bamboo broom, the majority of individuals still use the splendid Splendor broom. After having lunch here, Gu Boyuan took the initiative to say to his daughter, Alright, as you can see, am having a pretty good time, so follow Xiaolong around the mountains and then go back to your work at ease. Gu Xiaoxia nodded with some reluctance, and Li Long smiled. When you miss Uncle Gu, I'll just bring you over then. It's only a few hours round trip. The two rode their bikes and turned out of Poplar Ditch. Li Long stopped the car and twisted his head to ask Gu Xiaoxia, Now I'll take you on a tour of the northern heavenly mountains, okay? Gu Xiaoxia met Li Long's gaze and said slightly shyly, Okay. End of chapter. Chapter 168 Li Long and Gu Xiaoxia's two-person world. Do you think I'll really be able to see the mushroom circle? Along the way, Gu Xiaoxia kept asking, and the Tianshan snow lotus. The Tianshan snow lotus can't be seen for the time being, mainly because the time is not right. Wait until June or July when the snow lotus blooms. If there is a 3 or 5 day period, it is still possible for us to climb towards the snow mountain. But if you want to see the mushroom ring, it is still easier to realize. Really? Gu Xiaoxia was like an overgrown child at the moment, sitting on the back seat of her bike and chattering all the time. Li Long can see that Gu Xiaoxia may be because of the family reasons. Before the usual repressed quite a long time. Now that she has a job and her father is quite good, those ideas that were originally suppressed are now slowly being released. That's good. It's not good for a young girl to be old-fashioned. I'll take you to a place, said Li Long. There it is. You can find mushroom circles. If you are lucky maybe you can see wild boars, wild sheep and so on. Of course, it still depends on your luck today. My luck. Gu Xiaoxia's tone suddenly became low. I think you're definitely lucky today. Li Long had a premonition and interrupted Gu Xiaoxia. Listening to me is definitely right. Gu Xiaoxia's heart warmed. Look here. I've hunted wild boar here. See that patch of earth and grass roots that's been arched up? A few days ago the boars were out here and then I shot them and caught some little ones. And then the herd stopped coming here. Really? Are the little boars fun? It's quite fun. Little ones aren't afraid of people. They know how to arch. They're wild. After crossing the ravine where Harimu and the others were, because time was short, Li Long didn't stop and ran directly to the location where his winter nest was. Look, this wooden house is our destination. Li Long proudly showed Gu Xiaoxia, This is my winter nest. Please visit. Your winter nest? You actually have a house in the mountains? Gu Xiaoxia looked puzzled. It's really yours? Of course, Li Long said with a smile. I have quite a few friends in the mountains, and they helped me build this winter nest. It's actually more correct to call it a mountain cabin. Come in and sit down. Li Long stood up his bike and opened the door of the wooden house and said, At present, it's still relatively simple inside. When I get a stove in a few days and add a few more things it will be almost ready. The wooden bed now has bedding on it, and the stove and everything is pretty well set up. It's just that there's no furniture at the moment, so it looks pretty messy. This house, it's really made of wood. It's like in a fairy tale, a cabin in the mountains. It's so nice, Gu Xiaoxia heartily exclaimed. Living here, it's just like in a fairy tale. Go, take you to look for mushroom rings. Li Long laughed. I picked up quite a few grass mushrooms 2 days ago. There might be more today. As soon as she heard that she was going to see the mushroom circle, Gu Xiaoxia couldn't care less about the fairy tale wooden house and turned around and walked out, asking impatiently, On which side? Liren said as he took his small caliber rifle off his bike, lowered the holster, squeezed the rounds, then turned off the safety again, and pointed to the hillside flanking the back of the cabin. See? Those white dots in the middle of the grass. Odds are they're mushrooms. Think about how mushroom circles are described in the Natural Scenery Chronicles. Just look for them. Let's go. You still carry a gun? Gu Xiaoxia asked curiously as she walked. Is it dangerous? It's good to be prepared. Li Long smiled and said. In the mountains no one can guarantee what will happen. Some time ago the herdsman helped me to build a house. On the day of the celebration I invited everyone to drink a small champagne. At night I stayed here. In the middle of the night a group of wolves surrounded me to gnaw on the bones of the sheep that were thrown away. And I even beat a wolf. Sounds exciting. Li Long said it lightly, so Gu Xiaoxia didn't hear the danger. She just found it exciting. The two walked to the white spot, and sure enough, they saw that there were palm-sized grass mushrooms growing in the grass, and Gu Xiaoxia gladly bent down and picked them, examined them, and smelled them, and said, you can fry a plate with this one mushroom. There's more over there. Look, this is wild onion. This is wild garlic. There's a piece of wild leek over there. Yes, over there look at the one that grows like artemisia. That's artemisia peppers. You, eh? Li Long suddenly saw a fat head poking out from a mound of dirt not far away and immediately said, look, dryads. Where is it? Where is it? Gu Xiaoxia asked excitedly. It's also in the book of heavenly mountain scenery. The dryads say it's cute. Her voice was a little too loud, and the dryad got scared of her and dug into the hole. Into the hole. But don't be anxious. In a while it should drill out. Li Long pointed to the piece and said, see, there is a lot of dug out soil. There is a piece of dry otter hole there. They are also curious and naive. They will come out in a while. Gu Xiaoxiao also knew that it was her voice that scared the thing back, so she stopped making a sound and followed Li Long to stare their dead on. The dryads did burrow out within a few minutes and then looked this way. When Li Long and the others didn't get close, the dry otter didn't drill a hole. And after looking around for a while and not feeling threatened, it started to crawl out and then looked for something to eat. Wow! Chubby hooters are so cute. This thing is a groundhog. Li Long explained softly, but I heard that this thing may carry the No.1 virus, so we'd better stay away from it. The #1 disease is the bubonic plague, which is still quite scary at this time. Li Long remembers that in his last life, the groundhogs in the Tianshan mountain have become internet celebrities, and often people feed them with things to eat, and those groundhogs are not afraid of people, so they just eat them. At that time when he watched those videos Li Long was sweating for them. That thing really wanted to be surprised and give you a claw. Then it might be trouble. Even if there's a 1 in a million chance, it's better not to experiment. Keep going up. See if the grass is thicker up there. Maybe there's a mushroom ring. Li Long made a suggestion. Good. Gu Xiaoxia was in good spirits at this time. She pointed to the distance and said, there are cedars there. The clouds in the sky are beautiful. And even though I can't see the wild horse herd, but with this scenery, I really feel those beautiful views in the Tianshan scenery records. Li Long then smiled and looked at Gu Xiaoxia. These views were rare in Li Long's eyes. After all, they were almost considered to be seen every day. But for Gu Xiaoxia, reflecting the contents of a book into reality for the first time really felt too marvelous. Whoa! Hi! Walking further, around a small pine forest, Gu Xiaoxia saw white, yellow, and purple blooms of all sizes blooming on the hillside in front of her, and once again exclaimed, it's so beautiful. Li Long felt that this was the time when Gu Xiaoxia had the appearance that a girl should have. Gu Xiaoxia trotted to the bush and bent down to greedily smell the fragrance, then suddenly jumped back. Bees. Liren smiled and picked a large handful of fresh and handed it to her. Here, there are no bees on this. Gu Xiaoxia took the bundle and smiled as she cupped it and continued on her way. Look there, no. There, I think it's a bit like what you call a mushroom circle. Liren suddenly pointed down the slope. In front of them on the right, 10 or so meters lower, the grass was a bit denser and darker in color than the rest, and when the wind blew, Li Long saw white mushrooms vaguely in the grass, and he guessed that there should be many mushrooms there. Gu Xiaoxia trotted over, and just before she arrived, she screamed in surprise. What a mushroom ring! So many mushrooms! We're rich! Mushrooms can be rich! So cute! Li Long smiled and walked over, and found that the dense grass was actually really tens and hundreds of mushrooms in large and small sizes, some of which had already rotted and had insect eyes on them, while some of them had only just grown, and their umbrellas hadn't been fully opened yet. Li Long picked a few fresher ones and said to Gu Xiaoxia, this mushroom ring should be considered pretty big, seeing as it's 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Mushroom circles? Ah, it's amazing. Gu Xiaoxia had a satisfied face. Gu Xiaoxia opened her small satchel and filled it with mushrooms, and Li Long picked up a few large leaves and rolled them up to use as a small parcel, but they couldn't hold much. Don't pick up the rest. It'll grow later. And this mushroom circle should get bigger and bigger if no one destroys it. I think, Li Long said. Let's go. Take a look down the hill. There's a stream there. Let's wash the mushrooms by the way. Gu Xiaoxia followed Li Long to the creek, and Li Long said to Gu Xiaoxia after putting the mushrooms he was holding there, I'll get a bag from the winter nest while you wash your hands here. Gu Xiaoxia nodded and lowered her head to start washing the mushrooms. Liren strides toward the cabin, glancing back from time to time. He had just entered the winter nest. When he yanked a cloth bag in his hand, he heard Gu Xiaoxia exclaiming there. Li Long was startled, and he directly scurried out and ran fiercely toward Gu Xiaoxia, shouting as he ran. What's wrong? I found a piece of jade. Gu Xiaoxia shouted loudly as she held up a fist-sized piece there. Li Long slowed down his steps, and his lifted heart fell. It turned out to be a piece of jade. He thought that the other party had encountered a snake or something dangerous. Quickly walking to Gu Xiaoxia, he looked at her excited and thrilled expression and asked with a smile. I see the treasure you found? I guess it should be a piece of jade. Gu Xiaoxia held up the stone and handed it to Li Long. It is indeed a piece of jade. Jasper. Seeds, but Li Long can see at a glance, because in the water soaked for a long time, jade skin is not much see-through. There are a lot of clear sesame points. Is the most typical Manhwa jasper material. Well, it is indeed jade. You're really lucky. Li Long smiled as he took the jade and turned it around in his hand. I haven't picked up a jade like this in all the time I've been here. Really? Then this piece is for you. Gu Xiaoxia smiled and said. It's for you. Really, give it to me? Li Long asked, holding the jade. Really? Gu Xiaoxia nodded vigorously. Good. Li Longjin then accepted the piece of jade. The two began cleaning the mushrooms, and Gu Xiaoxia looked into the stream again from time to time, but there was no more jade to be seen in this area. There are 2 or 3 kilograms of mushrooms. Washed, Gu Xiaoxia said with a smile. Take it back and have a good fry up. Then let's fry it here? Li Long had a sudden thought. Anyway, there's still a lot of time. There's a stove. There's firewood. Let's make a meal here. Just fried vegetables? Gu Xiaoxia hesitated a bit. What's for the main course? Do you know how to simmer rice? Liren asked. There's rice, and there's a pot. Only I can't simmer it well. I will try it. Gu Xiaoxia said stiffly. Fried mushrooms. Stir fry I will. Li Long smiled and said. It just so happens that there's some meat over here. How about meat fried with mushrooms? Okay. Doing as he said, Li Long used the original setup stove to light up the fire, and then brought the 2 pots to the stream to wash them, and went to the spring to get water for spare. Gu Xiaoxia used an enameled pot to hold a bowl of rice over and panned it, then waited for Li Long to set up the fire before pouring it into the pot. Crock rice this side, I'll make the fire smaller. Don't be anxious, slowly burn it. It's better to make a potpourri, Li Long said. This side tore the mushrooms into pieces, took the meat that was brought over, and cut it up on the board. Wild onions and wild garlic are better. Mushrooms are washed and torn. The moisture is absorbed more saturated, and Li Long also specially pinched a little to dry the moisture. Gu Xiaoxia looked at the rice in the pot while watching Li Long's movements from time to time. She also didn't expect Li Long to really know how to stir fry. Heat the pan and cool the oil. The wild onions go in the pan and pop. Put the meat to sauté, then put the mushrooms, and soon the aroma wafts up. Looking at Li Long's skillful movements, Gu Xiaoxia was suddenly a bit ashamed. She didn't seem to be as comfortable as Li Long in stir-frying. It seems that in the future, I have to practice more in the dormitory, so I can't let Li Long be compared to me. Soon, a plate of meat fried mushrooms out of the pot. Li Long shang in the plate on the temporary support of the board. He said to Gu Xiaoxia, you first simmer the rice. I'll see what else can be out of the hole. Gu Xiaoxia answered and then continued to watch the fire with great care. Li Long, on the other hand, went to the side of the creek, where there was a patch of grass growing thicker, and he found some wild celery in the grass, so he pinched some back from the small house shelves to take meat. Li Long fried another lamb wild celery, which feels about right. However, at this time Gu Xiaoxia's side of the rice just scooped out the rice soup, began to withdraw the fire. There is still a period of time from the stew. Li Long simply went up the hillside again, in a sparse bush, pinched some artemisia back, wash pot boil water, artemisia over the water, ready to eat cold. You're great. 3 dishes in a moment's work. Gu Xiaoxia couldn't help but marvel as she watched Li Long make a flurry of work there and then whipped up 3 dishes. It's mainly because this mountain is rich in resources, so I can get something at random, Li Long said somewhat modestly. He looked around and was going to continue talking. Then he saw a flash of yellow shadows there in the bushes and immediately said, there's the fox. Wait till I get my gun and shoot it down. Following the direction of Li Long's gaze, Gu Xiaoxia also saw the probing fox, and by this time Li Long had already turned around and ran to the house to get his gun. The fox was not yet aware of the approaching danger. It was attracted by the aroma, but when it saw that someone was there, it wanted to run away, but it could not afford to do so. End of chapter. Chapter 169. Su Jianjun, who was penalized for being cheap. Li Long ended up not being able to fight the fox because Gu Xiaoxia wouldn't let him. So good looking. Just don't fight. So beautiful. Gu Xiaoxia begged Li Long. For the first time, Li Long looked at Gu Xiaoxia's expression, which was close to petulance, and said with a smile, I was going to make you a woolen scarf when I shot it down, but you said no, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to. He put away his gun, and Gu Xiaoxia, satisfied on her side, glanced at Foxy again and continued to tend to the rice in the crockpot. Not a moment later, by the feeling that the rice should be cooked, and did not smell the smell of burnt, Gu Xiaoxia carefully opened the broom millet rod made of pot cover. A stream of steam mixed with the fragrance of the rice came out. She habitually leaned back a bit, and when the steam dispersed, revealing the white rice, you can see that the edge of the pot there is a circle of burnt potpourri. Very good. Li Long glanced at the side and exclaimed, not bad, not bad. I wouldn't be able to master the fire. Come on, I'll serve the rice. I'll do it. Gu Xiaoxia's heart was greatly settled at this time. Feeling that she hadn't lost her face after all, she took the bowl handed over by Li Long, and used a spatula to serve 2 bowls of rice, and asked Li Long again, potpourri now or later? The amount of rice is small, just a flat bowl for 2 people, and the potpourri can be removed whole now. Stay for a while, eat now, potpourri as a snack, Liren said. The two just ate outside, on wooden piers and boards as a simple dining table, looking at the blue sky, white clouds and green grass, savoring the delicious food from nature. Even Li Long, a bumpkin, felt that this moment was a bit poetic. It's just that the little fly comes around every now and then and it's a bit of a bummer. After eating, the two of them cleaned up the dishes together. Gu Xiaoxia broke the potpourri into several pieces, wrapped it in the new cage cloth Li Long bought over here and put it into her satchel, then reluctantly watched Li Long lock the door and prepare to leave the place. If only I could make such a trip every week, she was exclaiming from the bottom of her heart. It feels like a dream. That is not simple. As long as you can spare the time, every week I can bring you over. Of course, even if you can't come every week, it should be no problem to come twice a month. Li Long said uncaringly, this is not far. When we can buy a car, then it will be more convenient to come over. Gu Xiaoxia's face immediately turned red, and what she noticed was the word we in Li Long's mouth. Is this for the future? Is this for a future life together? Perhaps because they each had their own preoccupations, both of them spoke a lot less on the way back. By the time they reached the county town, the two of them were like returning to reality from a fairy tale. The people coming and going in gray, black, and white tones, as well as the dusty streets and dilapidated houses made Gu Xiaoxia feel that everything she had done earlier in the mountains was so unreal. Li Long sent Gu Xiaoxia to the middle school dormitory and then rode back to the village, to the reed ditch. Li Long was a little surprised to find that the original water over the ditch and the reed ditch on the ditch laid a large piece of ash boards, both sides of the earth to repair the slope, so that both over the people and over the car is much more convenient. When crossing the flood in front, the wagon needed to go around to the edge of the reed bank, which was shallow but had a large surface area, but people could sit on the wagon and go over without getting their shoes wet. Now there are ash panels on the drains, and although they look like they can't withstand too heavy a vehicle, it's no problem for people to walk. He had only thought of repairing the bridge in a couple of years, but he had never thought of such a simple way. Looking at the ash panels, they should have been moved from some big canal. In the 1960s, many large canals were paved with ash boards, but as time went by, the boards were broken and rotten, and the canals reverted to the shape of earth slopes. Because the soil is washed by the water, it is easy to accumulate at the bottom of the ditch, plus it is easy to grow grass, so there will be spring and fall twice a year to clear the ditch of volunteer workers. Li Long suddenly saw some thin filaments bobbing at the edge of the murky water, and he diaphragmatized. This thing in the last life when I was small at the water's edge also played from time to time. When the old man told the children, this is the horsehair soaked in water for a long time to change, become alive. Li Long then also believed a strip of 20 to 30 centimeters long, thick and thin, and horsehair does look a little like. Only in his last life when he was almost old, the internet was developed, and short videos of anything could be swiped, and that's when Li Long realized that this thing was a wireworm. In the 80s, this kind of wireworm was very abundant on this side of the water, often tangled into clumps, and at that time, small children were not afraid, and even with a stick would be curious to get the wireworms to break. It wasn't until he'd seen that movie with the stick that Laron got diabolical about the stuff. Riding past Reed Lake, it took a while for Laron to put it behind him, as he saw something else that was even more infuriating. Li Chang and a group of small children were on the side of the road, holding long reeds, and were poking at the sparrow's nest in the big poplar tree. The old sparrow was chirping and cursing from the side, but could do nothing about it. Qiang, what are you doing? Li Long stopped the car and asked with one foot on the ground, hollowing out old finches. Li Chang didn't think there was anything wrong with what he was doing. Year after year. Can't pull out, Li Long said with a cold face. Now the old finch is good and eats worms. You can't dig it out. Quickly fold the reeds. Remember can't stab it. Why? Didn't we eat old finches in winter? Li Chang was still a bit confused. Because the old finch eats wheat and grass seeds in winter, said Liren, who had no way to reason with him, but could only begin with the simplest, which he was also telling the other children. In summer the old finch eats worms, a belly full of worms. The worms eat up. Then the wheat and buds in the ground are less worms. Besides, now that you have poked out the old finches, the little old finches can't grow. So are there fewer old finches in the winter to catch? Right. Li Chang was smart enough to react at once. He threw the long reed in his hand on the ground and stomped on it a few times. I'm not stabbing it. I'm not stabbing either. Another kid followed suit. Not only old finches can't be poked, but also big-headed finches, bag gigglers, dai shang, and swallow kiwis can't be hollowed out. Got it? Got it. The children spoke in unison. So good. Let's go. Come to our house. I'll give you out. Li Long waved his hand, and the children cheered and ran towards Li's house. One child had originally hidden a reed in his hand, the thickest one he had chosen, the same as the Monkey King's weapon, one end of which he stepped on the batch, wet it, and poked it into the sparrow's nest with a turn and a stir to pull it down. Which to choose now or reed? Seeing that the other children were running away, the boy, in a fit of cruelty, threw the reed into a bush of bitter peas by the side of the road, and then made a run for the children and chased after them. Li Long returned home. Si Li Wan is chopping pig grass in the yard. Set up the car and smiled. Exhausted, aren't you? Not tired. Li Wan smiled and said, just now when I was pulling hog grass I went to the big canal in front with Tianfeng to play for a while. Zhao Tianfeng was Li Wan's classmate, similar to her current best friend, and the two children were very close. Li Wan looked at the group of kids in the yard and was a bit surprised and puzzled. Li Long went into the east room and found a handful of fruits to come out and hand them to Li Chang. Strong, go ahead and give them their share. Li Chang took the fruit and held it up happily. All line up. One by one. Li Long laughed. Quite like that. He handed 2 fruits to Li Wan. 1. You eat 2. Li Wan took it with a smile, peeled one open and stuffed it into her mouth, then folded the paper carefully and put it in her pocket. In the evening Liren went to see the boar and the fawn and the horse horn. The boar was still cheerful, the fawn a little wilted. Xiao Long this deer might not be too good to feed. Uncle Lao Luo said with embarrassment. I thought it was the same as feeding sheep. It looks like this deer is very delicate. It's okay. Li Long gave him a sigh of relief. No one has ever raised one before. Not to mention the whole team. Even the whole township is the first to do so. It's a blessing if you can raise it, but it's normal if you can't. That's fine. With your words I'm relieved. Old Luo was obviously less stressed. I'll try using more concentrate feed, and then let them out to run around and see how they do. The next day Li Long got on his bicycle and went up the mountain again. Before going to the mountain, he went to the compound to look at the 2 branches of elk deer antler. The outside of the salt mud has dried up, but it feels quite heavy. The inside of the antler should not have dried up, so let's put it for a period of time first. Stomping the car and carrying the gun to the small poplar ditch, Li Long once again smelled the familiar smell of smoke, and the vice squad was still busy there. When they saw Li Long coming over, they were used to it and greeted each other in an unusual manner. Li Long greeted Gu Boyuan and chatted for a few moments before carrying his gun around to the nearby ravine. Looking at Li Long so leisurely, most of the others showed envious expressions, especially for the gun on Li Long's back. They were really envious to the point of jealousy. Having a gun in the mountains, it was really like a fish out of water. The ditch where he and Tao Daxiang had previously fought the elk deer no longer had the presence of the beast. The dung had been finished, the grass had grown, but there was no movement. Li Long went into a few more remote small ditches, and he was surprised to find that the shellfish and ginseng seedlings had now grown up, and the ginseng needed to wait until fall and winter to be dug better. But the shellfish could actually be dug now. It's just not as full. He remembered Harimo saying that there were shellfish ditches on his side of the winter nest, and near their side of the winter nest, which were full of shellfish. So if he couldn't hit anything himself, should he take the time to make a tool and go over and dig? At lunchtime, the man who mentioned that he had found the wild boar spoke again. His name was Wei Zhenghua. Okay, tomorrow morning, at 5 or 6 o'clock I'll come over and call you. You take me over to take a look. Li Long thought that there was nothing to do anyway, so he would go over and take a look. Then you might as well stay here at night, and who winter nest squeeze on the line. Wei Zhenghua thought that Li Long was going back to the team, and then ran over early in the morning, thinking how troublesome that would be. No, I have a place to stay. Li Long didn't explain in detail. Early the next morning, Li Long came over with his gun. He woke up Wei Zhenghua, and the two of them felt their way to the east machine side. It was numbly light by this time, and the two were barely making their way down the goat path. just below the slope of that ditch in front. Wei Zhenghua whispered. Are we too early now? Li Long didn't say anything and touched the top of the slope, then reached out to feel the wind before taking Wei Zhenghua around to the downwind side. The two people ambushed and waited until dawn, and did not see the wild boar group come over, both a little disappointed. Li Long went down to take a look and found that the wild boars had indeed arched a large area of grass here, and judging from the dryness and wetness of the soil, it should have been 3 to 5 days, he said to Wei Zhenghua as he carried his gun. This herd of wild boars should be roving and not stationary, so let's come back in a few days and take a look. The two men went back empty-handed, and the others who had been waiting to eat the boar meat were also a little disappointed, but everyone understood that it was nothing. After all, no one who hunts can have a harvest as soon as they go out. In the next few days, because the trees grew fast and the strips were cut, the progress of weaving handles was much faster. Even the slowest Su Jianjun had weaved 13 or 14 handles by now. Li Long came over every day to check the quality of lifting handle. These days a total of 3 unqualified check out. Let reworked. Although the two people who made up that handle have some complaints, but still obedient rework, who are clear. This money is not easy to earn, but want to earn this money is a lot of people. Every day from the winter nest to run to the small poplar ditch, Li Long feel that he also exercise out physical strength and foot power what is much stronger than the average person. Then he also found that there are more people in the mountains, occasionally encountered horseback riding or walking. When these people saw Li Long carrying a gun, they basically would not have any interactions with him and did not have any conversations. Li Long guessed that it should be people from the forestry team, or those who came into the mountains to collect medicine and antlers. He hadn't picked up antlers in a long time, although I've collected quite a few from herders. I honestly haven't really picked up a few myself. This day he boiled his own porridge in the winter nest in the morning, mixed wild vegetables and ate breakfast, and slowly came to the small poplar ditch when Xia Yundong said to him anxiously, Su Jianjun has been arrested. What? Arrested? By who? It's the forestry team. They said that Su Jianjun secretly went to dig up the shellfish in the forestry team's jurisdiction, so they arrested him. Su Jianjun didn't come back last night, and we didn't find him even when we went out to look for him, thinking that he might have gotten lost and could come back today. I didn't expect a man to ride up here early this morning and say he'd been captured, and to tell us to go east to the Great Eastern Gulch to pay up and claim him. Asterisk. Li Long was so angry that he wanted to curse. Obviously is a very simple task. Just in the small poplar ditch cut strips woven carry handle on the line. This Su Jianjun preferred to make this whole thing. Does he not want to do it anymore? Xiaolong. What to do? Xia Yundong had a worried look on his face. What should we do? Our team's letter of introduction. People don't recognize it at all. In the past, he used to take people to work on side projects. Just do it on the line. The mountains are so big, no one cares. Now I did not expect this to do well. Su Jianjun cannot return. It's fine. Let the others continue to make it up. You and I will go and collect the people. Li Long told him to relax. After all, the others are watching. Those people's expressions were all a bit terrified. They must be worried that the next step here is to weave the lifting handle, also not allowed to do it. Good. When Li Long gave the word, Xia Yundong had a backbone and nodded vigorously. Everyone do it at ease. We have a note and a certificate and a letter of introduction. So as long as we make up the lifting handle right here, we're guaranteed to be fine. Seeing that Xia Yundong was still soulless, Li Long said loudly to the others, let's go and lead Su Jianjun back, but he's violated the rules, and he'll be punished if he comes back. Originally there are still some lucky people here, immediately out of mind even if the person received back. Fine. Then these days not in vain? End of chapter. Chapter 170, making an example of me. I can run amok if I'm competent. Xia Yundong led Li Long out of the small poplar ditch, and then into another ditch on the opposite side. Along this ditch continue to the east. Out of this ditch, there is a row of ground nests over there. Ground nests in front of a number of horses tied, and then higher up there is a herdsman's winter nest. A few herdsmen were discussing things by the horses, and Su Jianjun was woefully splitting wood at the heels of the ground nest, apparently in forced labor. Seeing someone coming, the few herders looked this way in unison. As soon as Su Jianjun saw Li Long and Xia Yundong coming over, he threw his axe and shouted, Yundong, Xiaolong, help me. He had to run this way, but was kicked back by one of the herders. Liren felt a bit ridiculous. With the feeling of watching a movie ransom, two herders approached, and one of them asked in rather stiff Mandarin, have you brought fines? Xia Yundong looked at Li Long. He did not bring money when he came. To bring money would have led Su Jianjun back. I am the purchasing agent of the county supply house, said Liren, who had carried his gun when he came over, and who by this time was pulling from his pocket his certificate and letter of introduction. There's a batch of handle lifting purchases in the supply chain for this guy. Li Long pointed at Su Jianjun and continued. We're on a bit of a procurement rush, so we'd like you to release him and cooperate with us. The herdsman who spoke Mandarin took the certificate and the letter of introduction over and looked at them carefully, then spoke to the other man in the national language, glancing at Li Long as he did so. The red seal on the letter of introduction wouldn't be a fake. Things like fake stamps were still largely non-existent at this time. Li Long could hear that this person should be of the same ethnicity as Yusuf, which was different from Harimu and the others. The one who couldn't speak Mandarin was obviously not too happy about it, and gave a burst of output at the one who could, his voice sharp and loud, drawing the attention of a few people over there. Li Long's brain at the moment is also thinking of ways. In fact, pay the money is fine, but pay the money for Su Jianjun. Li Long does not want to cause this trouble. Pay the fine. The money will certainly still end up in the head of Su Jianjun, but let Su Jianjun shell out. The back is bound to be contradictory with him. It would certainly be nice to be able to claim people without money, but looking at the current situation, that doesn't seem very likely. All Liren could do was think about minimizing his losses with those 2 pieces of proof paper. But your people walked across the border, destroyed our shellfish ditch, dug up a lot of shellfish, and destroyed some shellfish seedlings. The herdsman who resembled the interpreter said to Li Long again, even though you're from the supply chain, you can't just let it go. He obviously believed in Li Long's identity, and his tone softened a bit, but he was clearly telling Li Long that there was no point in trying to take the person away directly. How many shellfish did he dig up? Liren asked. More than 3 kilograms. The man said angrily, and destroyed quite a bit of the shellfish that could be dug. At least a kilogram or more of damage. You guys confiscated the shellfish, right? Liren continued to ask. He looked at Su Jianjun. I didn't expect that this guy usually looked like a jerk. Sneaking around. This digging shellfish technology is still very powerful. One day dug so many. Of course it could have been dug secretly for 2 or 3 days. Only put together. That's for sure. Caught together. Liren said thoughtfully. You guys, look, is this okay? First, I promise that my men will never come to your shellfish ditch to dig up shellfish again next. The man listened to Li Long's words and glanced at him before translating to his peers. The fellow traveler listened without saying anything, apparently intending to listen in on what was to come. Second, how about 3 kilos of that doppelganger, as we buy you, plus the rest of the kilo of doppelganger loss, for $10? The person translating heard Li Long's words and visibly paused, turning his head to translate for the one next to him. When the man next to him heard this, his eyes rolled and he said something, and the man who was translating immediately said, our group leader said $10. Not enough. Alright then, $12. At most. Li Long waved his hand generously. We are also doing business. If you guys want it to still not work, that person stays here. You guys can deal with it however you want. When he said that, Su Jianjun over there was instantly displeased and shouted, no way Bruce, you can't leave me here. Li Long was annoyed at this time. This guy cannot hear his own meaning? The other party is obviously hesitating. What are you messing up here? It really feels like a movie or TV drama with the bandits ransom people like. The other side is really hesitant. Liren asked for the 2 pieces of paper back from the other man and patted the small caliber behind him, saying, decide quickly. We have things to do over there. The lifting handle is made up for all the units in the county. The task is very tight. I don't have time to talk about it much here. We're not short of people there. You guys keep him. Big deal. We'll just recruit another one. These words directly made the originally hesitant other party make a decision. And after the translator finished speaking, that captain reached back and beckoned. And the person behind him pushed Su Jianjun and walked over with a cloth pocket. Pay up. We're all business this time. Let's leave it at that. Next time it won't be so easy. Li Long pulled out the money, counted out a large lump sum, and handed it to the other man 2 by 2. And he could see the gleam in the eyes of the interpreter and the other man obviously. The money would never be handed over to the forestry corps team. Su Jianjun should have been beaten, with injuries on his face and much dirt on his clothes. Li Long took the bag handed over by the other party and said, we actually harvest shellfish too. It's just not in season yet. He left such a sentence as also unintentional words. The other side since the master of the mother of pearl ditch, then digging mother of pearl is naturally to do. However, Li Long can guess the other side even if digging mother of pearl should also be in Su Jianjun they make up to carry the handle. The big head is handed over to the team. Their own take the small headed. After saying that, Li Long waved his hand at these people and turned around to walk back. Xia Yundong joined Su Jianjun and asked him in a whisper. I just looked at the abundance of shellfish and thought I'd dig up some. Who would have thought that when they saw me they'd hold me down, punched and kicked me, and confiscated the stuff. Su Jianjun stole his eyes and glanced at the bag in Li Long's hand, licked his lips and continued. They captured me here, made me work, and didn't let me eat, starving me to death. Su Jianjun, remember what we said when we left? Li Long suddenly said. Su Jianjun was a bit confused. Why did Li Long say this? His mouth moved. No words came out. Wouldn't you have to go back yourself if you said it? Li Long didn't continue to ask. Striding towards Little Poplar Gully, Su Jianjun walks a little slow, limping. Xia Yundong from time to help him a hand, and do not talk much. Actually, the one who was most angry was Xia Yundong. As the leader of the group, he had to do his own thing as well as being responsible for personnel management. If anything happened to anyone in the group, he couldn't be held responsible in the end. Every day I have to say many times not to run around. But this Su Jianjun is just not good enough to listen. Every day to the small ditch. Everyone is an adult. He is not good to say more. Say more. Su Jianjun dislike him. He really cannot take the other side. Now Su Jianjun accident. He still have to wipe the other side of the ass. Xia Yundong Si Li Long a sentence to Su Jianjun said the fart do not dare to put. In fact, also quite relieved. After the three men walked back to Little Poplar Gulch, the others were gathered around the edge of the dugout and were visibly relieved to see them. Li Long walked over and saw that the others were showing signs of dispersing, so he said in a loud voice, "Everyone come here, I have something to say." Xia Yundong and Su Jianjun also walked over, while the others had some apprehension on their faces. Among these people, except for Tao Daqian who was younger than Li Long, everyone else was older than Li Long. But at this moment when Li Long spoke, none of them had any objections. For one thing, he was the supervisor of this mission, and he had the final say on whether or not the lifting handle was qualified. Secondly, he came over in the morning and led Su Jianjun back. No matter how he led him back, he solved the problem that Xia Yundong hadn't decided on, and everyone served him. At least these people would think that if they were captured by the forestry squad, Liren was capable of getting himself back. I'll tell everyone. Li Long and the others arrived. He didn't show Su Jianjun any mercy. In fact, he didn't have to. Everyone knew. Su Jianjun was told to be arrested by the forestry team for stealing and digging up other people's shellfish. This is what was dug up. We all said before we came here that the woodlands in the mountains are not in their former ownerless state now, and that every piece of them is managed by someone. And it was requested then that one should not just go elsewhere and do things that have nothing to do with making up lifting handles, or else I have the right to fire people. He looked at Su Jianjun and said, "Now then, Su Jianjun has violated this article, so the treatment that's due is a must. Su Jianjun, today you'll pack up and go back to the team. How many lifting handles did you make up?" 17. Su Jianjun was a bit terrified. He didn't expect Li Long to dismiss him without even discussing it. His eyes immediately turned to Xia Yundong, hoping that he would help him to say something. 17. Just paid $12 to the forestry team, which you'll have to pay out. Then what? The remaining $5 will be given to you by the team at that time. Li Long said. You go pack your things. Don't. Su Jianjun really panicked. Xiaolong, I must obey behind. I just cut the stripes and run over there. See the ditch, so many the mother of pearl just couldn't hold back. You don't worry. Next I must seriously knit carry handle. Absolutely no longer do other things. Xiaolong, we are all the same village. You raise your hand. I just this time. Li Long was unmoved, but his gaze went to Xia Yundong. Su Jianjun was smart at this time. As soon as he looked at Li Long looking at Xia Yundong, he immediately said to Xia Yundong, Brother Yundong, help me out. I'll do as I'm told. I promise. I won't run around doing anything else. You also know that I'm actually good at making up handles. I'll be absolutely serious in the future. Xia Yundong did not expect Li Long to hand over the initiative to him. Managed a few times the vice team. He understood that this Li Long was trying to let him fall this favor. So he asked Su Jianjun, you really listened back there? Yes. Everyone is here watching. I'm spitting on a nail. If I want to back out and do something else, I'm not human. As soon as Su Jianjun saw that there was room for reprieve, he immediately increased his assurance, not hesitating to swear. Then Xiaolong, since Jianjun have said so, let's give him a chance. Xia Yundong heart is actually quite cool. Before Su Jianjun or called him old Xies. Now even brother set out. This head low is not ordinary. Alright, since brother Yundong you gave the word, it's fine for the person to stay. And if there's something like this again later on, don't come to me to go and ask for someone. Li Long nodded. I also know that you guys think it's unfair. Why I can go around with a gun and hunt without doing anything, and no one cares. Well, I'll tell you what. I've got the status of a purchasing agent and the background of a supply house. If you guys had that, you could be here like me. If you don't have it now, then do it honestly first. I'm not blowing it either. Reality is like this. You guys can still come to me when you come across something when you cut the strips, and I'll still share it with you after you hit it. But remember, if you sneak off to do something else like Su Jianjun, I naturally won't care if you don't find out, and if you're found out, I won't be able to claim anyone else. After saying that, Li Long carried the bag of shellfish and left. Su Jianjun looked at the bag of shellfish. His mouth opened, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. He had every intention of taking the beamer back. After all, the fine would end up on his head, but now he didn't have the guts. He was afraid that if he said it, Li Long would directly let him go. Then he really couldn't do anything at all. Don't think so much. Xia Yindong naturally saw his thoughts. Without Xiaolong, you would still be splitting wood for people in the forestry team. Alright, go eat something and prepare to weave the lifting handle. Su Jianjun could only recognize this reality. His mind turned in many circles, but no matter which, the end result was that there was no way to reach Li Long's current status position. Can't get it up. Yo! Li Long came to Gu Boyuan's place, found a piece of wood and sat down, flipping open the cloth pocket to look at the shellfish inside. This Su Jianjun also quite powerful. Well, I do not know what he used to pull out. This mother of pearl one by one have thumbnail cover size, even a little bit are not. Drying absolutely are first-class products. Xiaolong you're good. Gu Boyuan smiled as he collected the dishes and said, not much of a grade, a bit of a leader. What leader? What am I? Li Long put away his pockets and said with a smile, it's just a way to make an example of me. Now the forestry team is only out. Those herdsmen every day in this area. I came over to see a lot of people to the mountains. These 2 days there must be a lot of people to be unlucky. We are still honestly stay here line. Otherwise, someone will become a chicken. Su Jianjun happened to come over to look for food, and when he heard Li Long's words, his face burned. Gu Boyuan said as he brought Su Jianjun 2 brack noodle nests and poured a bowl of warm water. There's no food left, so you'll just eat. Su Jianjun at this time which still care about whether there is a dish or not. He wolfed down the food. Only 3 mouths choked twice, hastily drank water, and with great difficulty, the food in the esophagus washed down. Liren stood up and walked towards the dungeon. He was going to stay here for the day. Who could guarantee that there would be something else behind him? Unexpectedly, the forestry team showed up again near the end of the afternoon. End of chapter. Chapter 171 Turning information differences into money, blessed by the misfortunes this is. Liren put down his bike, which he was about to push away, and came to the mouth of the ditch. The vice squad had just eaten, and their eyes were still looking this way as they cleared their respective dishes. Xia Yundong originally wanted to follow over, and Tao Daxiang also wanted to follow over, but Li Long waved his hand to indicate that there was no need. He actually vaguely guessed the other party's intention. Those 2 men were riding horses, and when they saw Li Long coming, they dismounted. You said that you would collect shellfish, is that true? The ethnic man who was in charge of the translation asked Li Long. One thing occurred to Li Long. These 2 herders, including the others he had seen earlier at the ground nest there, were not carrying guns on their backs. No more guns for the forestry corps? Collect Li Long saw the bags of urea on their horses and was secretly surprised. That bag was bulging with a lot. Do you have a scale here? The man asked. We've collected some shellfish here and want to sell them to you. You see, receiving is receiving. First, I have to look at the goods. After all, the size is not the same. The price is not the same. Secondly, previously because my people dug up your shellfish, so the price I offer will be higher, some of which is counted as a fine to you, and now if you collect it again, the price is not so high. The one who translated spoke to the other one. That group leader's face changed as he listened and asked a question, which was translated and said, so how much are you paying? We won't sell for less. Let's see how Beamer is doing first. Liren expressed himself by pointing to the bag on the horse's back. He craned his head, noticing that a few of the guys on the side of the vice squad were there staring this way, and knowing that they were nervous about him, he smiled and said it was fine. 2 men from the forestry team unhooked the bag from the horse's back and opened the mouth to signal Li Long to go over and look. Li Long probed and took a look, and found that most of the shellfish in here were about the same size as the ones dug by Su Jianjun, but there were some that were smaller in size, half the size of a broad bean. There was also the fact that the shellfish in here was not really clean, with quite a bit of mud, most likely dug in the morning, or dug in a wetter place. Liren grabbed the pocket opening and shook it a bit, and when he saw that it was roughly the same underneath, he looked up to the man. How about $3 a kilo? The translator was visibly relieved to hear the price, and without even translating for the group leader, nodded and said, okay, at this price, it's okay. Liren said as he hefted the bag. This bag, it's 10 kilograms, right? Because the shellfish is wet. This urea bag is filled with most of the bag. Li Long carried the feeling that it should be so much. How much are you offering? The interpreter didn't actually know how much the bag was. Who carries a scale into the mountains these days? It's basically an estimate. $30. Li Long put down the bag and said, "There's no scale, so that's it. Good." The interpreter twisted his head to give the leader of the group a quick word, who nodded vigorously. And the interpreter agreed. Li Long took out money. He still had more than $50 in his pocket, and took out 3 big unions and handed them to the other party. The interpreter quickly reached for the money, and the leader of the group gave a reach around from the side to take it. Liren said as he pointed to the ground, "I'll be here every day back there, and I'll even take it if you guys have it. Do you have any more money? If you have shellfish, then I have money." Liren laughed. "It's definitely collectible. How much do you take?" The interpreter's voice grew louder at that. "You can take it all?" "Yes." Li Long thought of course to accept. This back and forth price difference can be more money than this lifting handle. He remembers as if Chin Hongjun said that the buying station collects dried mother of pearl at 35 a kilogram. Spring shellfish is 5 to 6 kilograms of sunshine a kilogram. Early summer shellfish is 4 to 5 kilograms of sunshine a kilogram. Combined down fresh mother of pearl is almost $5 or $6 a kilogram or so. Li Long is now in the hands of the bag of mother of pearl can sunshine about 2 kilograms of dry goods. $60 or $70 is not running. How cool to double your profits and just move your lips. He knows very well that these forestry team people's shellfish should also be collected from the hands of people like Su Janjun who steal and dig shellfish. No capital trade. So both sides are considered to be happy. Those 2 men left. Li Long carried his pockets to the bike, tied the bag to the back of the bike, and said to Xia Yundong, "Brother Yundong, you guys be safe at night. There are more people coming over to the mountains lately. It's a bit chaotic." "You too." Xia Yundong barked back. "Don't worry, I have a gun." Li Long patted the small caliber on his back, then got on his bike and went to the winter nest. When he got back to the winter nest, it was almost dark, so he pushed his bike straight into the small house and locked the door, then went into the big house, topped off the door from the inside, and lay down on the wooden bed. The day had been a bit eventful, and Liren stayed awake for a while, reviewing the day's activities. Ili shellfish or Tianshan shellfish is also considered to be the region's more famous medicinal herbs. Li Long guessed that in recent times there will be a lot of people into the mountains to steal and dig shellfish. This situation has been continued into the next century. The 20s have not been cut off. Every year Li Long can hear from the news that there are police or forestry department caught in the mountain poaching shellfish people. Seized shellfish are tens of kilograms to count. Then with the forestry team helping to collect it, Liren felt the need to go down the mountain tomorrow to get some money back. Although both rooms here were locked, Li Long wouldn't leave his valuables here, such as guns, money, or jade, and basically took them down the mountain once he received them. Early the next morning, Liren ate a simple breakfast here, cleaned up and put the shellfish all in one bag, clipped it to the back seat of the car, and rode off to Harimu's. "Li Long, we're transiting to the summer pasture in 2 days, so I'll say goodbye to you in advance." When Harimu saw Li Long, he first said, "See you in the fall." "Okay, I'll come by the day after tomorrow to drop you off." Liren nodded and said, "Do you need me to bring anything from down the mountain?" "No need for that," said Halamu, waving his hand hastily, as he pointed to the winter nest. "Because of you we are now stocked up with much more food and tools, and we shall have a very pleasant summer. Those dowsers say samarium is very good, and they'll bring some things over in the next couple of days, and when you come over tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, take them with you." "Good." Li Long was not polite, and after saying goodbye to Harimu and the others, he rode his bike back to the county. He put the mother of pearl first weighed, found that the original 2 bags together less than 14 kilograms, then he was weighing basically not much difference. The heart is a little pleased. He put the mother of pearl son in the courtyard room. Other jade, leather and so on are looking for idol house placed up. After finishing, he went to look at the antlers of the elk deer, and found that the salt mud had completely dried, carefully cracked open. The inside of the antler has also been dry, so carry 2 sections of antler to the purchase station. "Hello Comrade Chen, I'm here to sell the antlers of the roe deer." Seeing that Chin Hongjun was fine and was sitting behind the counter reading a book, Li Long took the initiative to greet him. "Antlers from an elk deer? Rarely seen, bring it to me." When Chin Hongjun saw that it was Li Long, he also smiled and said, "Comrade Little Li, you always bring me surprises." Li Long put 2 sections of antler on the counter, and Chen Hongjun picked up 1 section and sniffed it, looking at it carefully. "Not bad, this antler is well preserved," Chen Hongjun praised after looking at it. "Yesterday, someone also brought over a section of horse antler, but it turned out to be not well preserved. When I gently touched it, the outside antler skin rotted off. It obviously won't be preserved. This section of yours is very good." In the earthly way the old man said. Li Long said with a smile, "These 2 paragraphs you see. Elk deer antler is no better than horse deer antler, but it's not cheap. Now that the price of horse deer antler has gone up, $16 per 100 grams. Elk deer antler will give you $14.50. Good. Li Long naturally had no problem with it. So Chen Hongjun put the 2 sections on the scale and weighed them. 2 sections totaling 1 kilogram and 150 grams, counting $166.75. Come on, make out an invoice, and you sign it. Collecting the money, Li Long was about to leave when Chen Hongjun said to him, now that spring is almost over. The good things in the mountains are slowly coming out. You can receive what you can bring it over. This time we concentrate on collecting goods. The price is also good. That's just right. I've collected some shellfish. I'll send it over to you when it's time to dry. Li Long smiled and said, and a few skins. Together then. Alright, waiting for your news. Chen Hongjun smiled and watched Li Long leave from inside the counter. Li Long took the money and first went to the Xinhua bookstore to buy a box of small caliber bullets, loaded it and went to the big meat cafeteria, and had a beautiful bibimbap. Manager Zhong Guochang asked with a smile when he saw Li Long. Comrade Li, I haven't seen you lately. What are you busy with? The last period of time has been in the mountains, Li Long said while peeling garlic. Manager Zhong, it looks like you have a lot of people eating here, much more than before. Ha ha, the weather is getting warmer, and more people are coming out to look for work and do a little business. When are you still catching fish? Some of my regular customers say that the fish nowadays is not as good as it used to be, and the fish you sent me then was good. It will take another half a month. Li Long shook his head and said, I'm working on a procurement mission for the supply house in the mountains, and I can't go down to the mountains and stay there a lot without completing it. Understood. Zhong Guoqiang nodded. Then when you come back and are free to catch fish, send me a few big carp then. Good. After eating the noodles, Li Long went back to the compound, found 2 sacks and a shovel, loaded some corn, and pumped up the bike, rode it and headed for the mountains. Smoke was still drifting from the small poplar ditch, and Li Long found Wei Zhenghua and said to him, I'm going to dig a trap in the same place where you found the boar, and when I have to pit it, I'll give you a share of some of the meat. Okay. Wei Zhenghua immediately nodded. Do you want me to go over and dig? No need. Li Long waved his hand. Just make up the lifting handle honestly, and I'll just try to see if it works. In fact, if it wasn't for the lack of shrubs in that area, Liren was thinking of going over and laying a snare there. He took the shovel and went to the ditch. The other people who made up the handle all showed envious eyes. This really can do whatever they want to do. This life is so elegant. Li Long went to that ditch and took a closer look, and was surprised to find that there were traces of new arches, which indicated that the wild boar should have come over again early this morning. Li Long found a suitable place and dug. He didn't dig a big one this time either, just a 2-meter square, 1 meter 2 or 3 deep pit. It took him more than 3 hours to dig just such a pit, and by the end of the digging he was already regretting it. But now that we're digging, we'll bite the bullet and dig to the end. After digging, Li Long rested for a while and sprinkled the excavated soil again, then went to the nearby woods and cut some poplar branches to lay on the trap, and then cut some grass for camouflage. By the time this was done, the sun had set and the mountain breeze had cooled, and he hastily sprinkled the particles of brax he had brought around the trap, and finally sprinkled the most of them on the grass above the trap. Since it was just an experiment, Li Long thought about taking his chances, and after these were done, he hurried back. Passing through the small poplar ditch and Haramudong nest, Li Long did not even stop, all the way to his cabin, and by the time he arrived at the cabin, it was already completely dark. Li Long was tired enough that he no longer had the strength to cook, so he simply locked the door and went to sleep. Luckily, the noodles he ate at noon were mixed and topped off with hunger, or else he was bound to wake up hungry this night. Early the next morning, Li Long climbed up, built a fire to make porridge for himself, and after eating it, he went to Harimu's place first. The lads have brought you a couple of hides, and a couple of rocks, and a cut of antler. Harimu gestured to the things sitting in front of the winter nest. Take them quickly. We're leaving tomorrow. I'll come and get it this afternoon. And now I'm going over to Little Poplar Gulch to see how my people are laboring. Okay, just remember to take it. Harimu was also busy and didn't have time to greet Li Long right now. Li Long got on his bicycle and went to Little Poplar Gully, and when Xia Yundong saw him, he said to him, those two from the other day came back last night, didn't find you, and said to wait for them tonight if you're free today. Okay. Liren knew they must have gotten the shellfish again. That's quite a load. Li Long rode his bicycle with a sack to the place where he dug the trap. He was disappointed to find that there was nothing moving above the trap. The grass and leaves had dried up and the trap was exposed a bit. Li Long then got grass and leaves again to cover the exposed area tightly, and dug up some dirt to put it on vainly. Rushing back to Xiaobiangu, Li Long said to Wei Zhenghua, who had an expectant face, no, the boar didn't go over this morning. Wei Zhenghua was a bit disappointed. and Li Long comforted him instead. That's normal. A very mobile action like a wild boar. There's a lot of food out there right now, so it won't always stay in one place. Waiting until the afternoon, Li Long finally waited for the two horseback riders from the forestry team again. They were visibly relieved to see Li Long, and after dismounting, the interpreter spoke to Li Long. Yesterday, you were not here. We have a lot of mother of pearl. Today, some of them were handed over, and you can see the rest of these. Li Long had actually seen that the bags of urea on their horses were still quite bulging, but they didn't seem to be as much as the other day. End of chapter. Chapter 172. Some people are born with bad hearts. Before Liren opened the bag, he thought that the bag should contain about the same amount of shellfish as the day before, but when he opened it, and found the shellfish inside in large and small sizes, with some blades of grass mixed in, there was that tiny bit of subtle resentment in his heart, not against the two men across the street with it, but against the shellfish diggers. In the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but spit out, "There are so many shellfish in that shellfish ditch. Don't you know to pick up the big ones and dig them? The small ones can still grow for 2 years. And you don't remove the blades of grass when you dig. Don't you know that the buying station will deduct your shellfish grade for that?" Of course it was only a mental spat. After all, the two men in front of them were just confiscators of shellfish, not diggers. He lifted the bag and weighed it, and his heart skipped a beat. Something wasn't right. He looked up at the translator and asked, "Is this what the shellfish you guys get from other people look like?" No, we dug it ourselves." The translator waved his hand. "Not from anyone else." Li Long laughed. He said seriously after he finished laughing, "This is not the first time we have done business. Do you dig shellfish? Impossible. These shellfish must have been collected from someone else. Don't worry. I'm just a purchaser. I don't care that much." Well, you Han Chinese are too smart. We confiscated these shellfish from a couple of people. They ran into the ditch to dig up shellfish without our permission. These, dug by 3 men. Did you guys get the 3 digs together? Li Long asked. "This shellfish is not good. What's wrong with it?" The interpreter was instantly reluctant and asked back. The guy next to him, the leader of the group, heard that something was wrong with the two men's conversation and asked a question, which was returned by the interpreter, who then uttered a string of words. The interpreter translated for Liren. "We rely on this to earn some change. This shellfish, indeed, not as good as yesterday's. You can lower the price a little. We are willing." The interpreter translated somewhat reluctantly, but he could tell that Li Long was truly dissatisfied. Li Long sneered and said, "I mean, the portion of this shellfish is not right. Are you guys mixing something in here?" He reached for the bag of shellfish. That interpreter got anxious all of a sudden, and pushed Li Long out of the way as he shouted, "If you don't want to buy it, then don't move. Don't talk nonsense. You don't trust us. Your heart is broken. We don't do business with Han Chinese like you." With that, he tugged at the bag and prepared to leave. Li Long thought about not doing it, but when he raised his eyes, he realized that the one with the sharp eyes was the interpreter, and that the team leader's gaze was a bit confused. And then he asked the interpreter a string of words, and the interpreter pointed at Li Long sharply, and his tone was very impulsive, and Li Long came back to his senses. There's something wrong with this translation. He stepped forward and snatched up the bag, and as the translator was about to grab it, Liren slid the small caliber gun from his shoulder and brought it up. The interpreter took a step back, his face a little white. Not many people are really not afraid when faced with a gun. That group leader's face, however, surfaced with anger, directly pulling out a knife from his waist, looking angrily at Li Long, and uttering a large string of words out of his mouth. At this time, Xia Yindong, Tao Daxiang and the others over there saw that Li Long had moved his gun and immediately ran over, shouting with their mouths, which was to give Li Long a boost. Xia Yindong came over and asked, "Xiao Long, what's going on? There's something wrong with this translation. He's laced the shellfish with something. Traders." Xia Yundong's face changed when he heard it. "I hate these pits the most. What do you say to mess up? Should we beat them up first?" While he was talking like this, Tao Daxiang had already pushed up his sleeves and was ready to get on. No, I'll translate for you. I still understand a few sentences." Xia Yundong smiled when he heard this. "Not too much, but it's barely enough for them to understand." Li Long looked at Xia Yundong with some surprise. He really didn't expect him to be able to speak an ethnic minority language. I think Su Qingjun chose him to be this team leader for this reason. Those two men looked at the group of people surrounding them. The interpreter was already leading his horse and preparing to get on it and escape, but the leader of that group was stubborn and cursed something out loud while holding his sword. Xia Yindong opened his mouth to say a few words, and that interpreter's face panicked then. The leader of the group also stopped cursing, but clearly didn't understand. Xia Yundong was a bit embarrassed. He then went back to slowly repeating a word several times. gesturing while pointing at Baimu. Then the translator, and also Li Long, that team leader, finally understood a bit of what was going on. He whipped his head around to look at the translator, who had a flustered look on his face as he explained something. The leader of the group looked at Li Long, and Xia Yundong pointed at Baimu again and asked Li Long in a low voice, "Xiao Long, there's really something wrong with this shellfish, right? We need to see it now. Let's not make a mess." "Don't worry, there's definitely a problem. Yesterday such a bag weighed at most 10 kilograms. Now this bag is almost 15 kilograms. It doesn't contain anything else. I can swallow these shellfish raw." Liren was certain that this amount of difference was a little too big. Xia Yundong got Li Long's assurance. Immediately confident, loud voice to that team leader said a few more words, although said a little intermittent. Say a word, still have to think, but the meaning is very clear. Li Long put away his gun at this time, and that team leader also put away his knife, went up and fished the bag of shellfish over. Then the bag was turned upwards, and poured the shellfish directly onto the grass. Large piles of shellfish were scattered all over the place, then revealed large and small stones mixed inside. That team leader's face turned red. How could he not expect that this time the one who made an oops was actually his own men? The leader of the group copied the horsewhip and struck at the interpreter without a head. Cursing as he did so, he said that the interpreter had disgraced them, disgraced their nation, and made him shameless. Xia Yundong translated to Li Long in a low voice, "And there are some words that I don't quite understand. Okay, just know the general idea." After several lashes, that interpreter couldn't take it and rode off. The leader of the group turned his head over panting and said a few words to Xia Yundong. Xia Yundong translated, "He said he's sorry for you and he won't take these shellfish." No, you tell him that I'll still take the rest of the shellfish." Li Long hurriedly pulled out $20 and handed it over. Baymax money is Baymax money, and since it wasn't their intention, but an individual's behavior, the business continues. That team leader refused once. Li Long insisted on giving it, and finally he took the money, said something vaguely with a red face, and rode away. Come, help load these shellfish," Xia Yundong said. "Everyone is good today. It's not in vain that Xiao Long often brings us meat to eat." "That's right, we're all on the same team. Can we not stick together at this time?" Feeling that he had done Li Long a favor, Tian Siping said with a glowing face, "We can talk about anything in the team, but we have to be of one mind when we come out." "That's right. Bullying Xiao Long is bullying us, so can we let them have their way?" Everyone felt as if they had won the battle and pocketed the shellfish as they talked. "Xiao Long, is this shellfish good for sale?" someone suddenly asked. "It's okay," Li Long said. "The buying station still collects now, but now you guys have seen this mountain. It's all divided into the scope of each forestry team. If you guys want to dig shellfish, it will be more troublesome. Okay, let's just be honest and make up the handles." Xia Yundong saw that everyone had finished picking up the shellfish and said, "How many people in the team are envious of this kind of money? So don't look up a mountain. If it weren't for Xiao Long, we wouldn't even be able to do this work." After Xia Yundong said this, everyone's mind collected, and each of them went to weave the carrying handle. Li Long bag of mother of pearl tied to the back seat of the car. In fact, just now he had so a while hesitation. Want to wait to lift the handle of the knitting is finished. Take this vice industry team of people to their own winter nest side of the mother of pearl ditch digging for a day, to make a little extra money for all of us? But think about it. It's zoned for the forestry team here, and naturally it's the same over there. It wasn't worth it to risk it for a day's extra money. If you go digging on your own, you have the formalities and proof, so you can still justify it, but taking someone over there, that's hard to say. After loading the shellfish, Li Long went back to the area where Wei Zhenghua said the wild boar was to take a look. Before he arrived, he heard a wild boar squealing. Li Long was happy all of a sudden. This time the wild boar also caught. It was really good, but Li Long didn't take it lightly. He took the gun down, turned on the safety and loaded the bullets, and with it on his end, he headed down the hill. The original site was a mess. Branches and leaves were spilled everywhere where the original trap had been. The boar had arched the neighborhood, and the sides of the trap were missing quite a bit. The pit was now gibbering and grunting in more than one way, and every now and then you could see wild boars popping up and trying to make their way up. There were no boars around, and apparently the rest of the herd had scampered off into the mountains for some reason. When Li Long came to the edge of the pit, he saw a half-large boar was constantly trying to rush out. More than a meter of the pit is not too deep for it, but the pig has a wound on the leg. I do not know whether it is an old wound or this time planted down the injury. The rush is not fierce. Every time it is about the same, but it just cannot be rushed up. There were 3 other small boars in the pit. One had been crushed to death, and one of the other 2 carried a wound from a branch. When this half-sized boar saw Li Long coming, it turned its head and grunted at Li Long in demonstration or deterrence. But of course, In Li Long's opinion, it was a bit colorful. He raised his gun and fired 2 shots into the head of the half-sized boar. The boar fell to the ground before he realized what was going on. Li Long put away his gun, went to the edge of the pit, poked down with one leg, reached out and fished for the boar's front leg, and yanked it up as hard as he could. Those 2 remaining small boars saw the half-grown boar being yanked up and panicked a bit, squealing louder. Li Long did not care about them. He went up to push the bike down, take down the bag of mother of pearl to hang the front handlebars, and then half a large boar racked to the back seat, tied up with a rope. The bike stood, which went down to the pit. Even the 3 dead and alive small boar are loaded into the sack to carry up. For just a moment, the green-headed fly had sniffed its way up to the half-sized boar. Li Long hung the sack on the front handle of the car as well and pushed the car towards the small poplar ditch. When he reached the mouth of the little poplar gully, Liren shouted at the top of his voice, "Brother Zhenghua, Wei Zhenghua, Wei Zhenghua," who was cutting the strips, had actually been paying attention to the movements over here, and as soon as Li Long's voice came over, he immediately rushed over here with his scythe in hand, responding in a loud voice as he ran, little dragon, I'm coming." When Wei Zhenghua saw Li Long with a half-sized boar and the sacks that were moving from time to time on the front handlebar of the car, he couldn't stop the smile on his face, and he threw his scythe there as he passed by the ground nest, then ran to Li Long and helped push the bike over. A half-sized boar, 2 live piglets, and a dead piglet. Li Long said as he pushed, "Do you want a live boar waifu? Or a boar leg? Distribute it to me?" Wei Zhenghua smiled even more happily as he listened. He thought for a moment and asked Li Long, "Xiao Long, do you think this wild boar waifu can be fed?" "Then I don't know. I've got a couple of wild boar waifs sitting in the old horse, and I've got Uncle Lao Luo helping to raise them, and I don't know if I can raise them." "Then, I want the wild pig wazi." Wei Zhenghua gritted his teeth and said, "I went to the morning market and saw, a pig wazi has to be $10 miles. There is a small wild boar to raise not to say that raised to 100 pounds, can be raised to 70 or 80 pounds, a winter to eat meat is also enough." "That's fine. When we go back today, I'll send the little boar waifu to your house," Li Long said. "Is there anything else you'd like to deliver?" "Nope. Just let your sister-in-law at home keep it as she pleases. It came for nothing. Let's not get all pampered." That being said, Wei Zhenghua's eyes had actually been fixed on the sack hanging from the handlebars of that bicycle. "Take it down and open it up," Li Long said with a smile. "It's just as well that I still need you to help me clean up this half-sized boar." Line. Wei Zhenghua immediately took down the sack, unlocked the bag mouth of the twine to look inside. Inside the 2 alive small boar immediately to scurry out. "How come one end is injured?" Wei Zhenghua frowned. "The injured one is mine. The good one is yours," Li Long said. "The dead one stays here and we'll cook and eat it." The little boar was crushed, and hadn't been dead long enough to be a problem if you eat it. Tao Daqian also ran over, which helped Li Long get the half-sized boar down. He was used to playing underhand, and very neatly began to prepare to gut and skin the boar. Others came over to help, or were cutting strips at a distance and didn't see it. Half a large boar is only more than 50 kilograms. Gutting and skinning the offal is only 40 minutes to get done. This half-large boar belly not much oil. Li Long will viscera are wrapped and taken away. To this side to leave a leg, and the dead small boar. For that matter, the Vice Squad has been happy as hell. There's meat again. End of chapter. Chapter 173, Sandy Dateflower. Punching the nose, brother-in-law in love. Li Long rode his bicycle out of the small poplar ditch and quickly rushed to the county town. These wild boar meat put is not good to put. He needs to take it home as soon as possible to get rid of it. He rode to the township middle school. This time is the noon mealtime. Gu Xiaoxia in the dormitory to heat up the meal. Li Long rode over. Gu Xiaoxia is very pleased to help him to hold the bike to support. "Killed in the mountains this morning. Do you want a leg or ribs?" Li Long said. "Put the meat in the cool water first to pluck and rattle it. And wait for the afternoon when you are free to I one half 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 I one half." No, don't. I haven't finished the 2 bottles and that meat you brought over last time. Why are you eating so slowly? You didn't keep up with your nutrition before? You need to make up for it now. You can't eat anymore. If you eat again, you will get fat. The last 2 words Gu Xiaoxia said in a low voice, but Li Long heard it and he smiled. Where is the fat? No. Besides, it's good to be fat. It means you have resistance. Then without further ado, he cut Gu Xiaoxia a piece of wild boar chop and placed it on the counter for her. You hit the basin of water to soak it on the line, and then deal with it at night. I have to hurry back to the team now. Now the heat, do not dare to put it. You eat before you go. Gu Xiaoxia hurriedly tried to stop him, and Li Long waved his hand and said, "No, I'm going back to a mess, and I have to rush back to the mountains today. By the way, Your dad is fine. I left a leg of this meat over there. They can eat it too. Don't worry. After saying that, Li Long rode his bike and left in a hurry. The young man is quite good. Ms. Wang was waiting for Li Long to leave before she walked out. She said as she carried a bowl of rice and ate it, to be able to think of you every now and then and come over to bring you meat. He really takes you to heart. He's been able to shoot wild boars and earn money here and there, so there should be quite a few girls in your team who like him, right? Gu Xiaoxia thought of Wu Shufan, and she said with some confidence, he won't bother with the others. Mr. Wang smiled and didn't say anything, but in his heart, he sighed. Hearts are easy to change na. When Li Long returned to the team, the Li family was also eating, and when they saw Li Long retrieve another wild boar, they were all a little surprised, and then they were relieved. You guys eat first, I'll go to Wei's house. This small wild boar has one from their house, Li Long said as he carried the sack. The wild boar herd was discovered by Wei Zhonghua. Then you send it over first, and the rice will be saved for you, Li Jianguo said. Explain things clearly. Do you want to bring some meat over? Bring a son. In the mountains we made it clear that it's just a small wild boar, but we can't eat all the meat here at home. So bring some ribs and 5 meat or something. Okay. Both Li Jianguo and Lian Yueme nodded their heads and then went to cut the meat. I'll cut one more and send some over to Uncle Lao Luo. Li Long added. By the way, send the rest of that injured little boar over. Well. I went to the old horse number there in the morning to see. Old Luo put the small wild boar raised strange good mile. Each can eat, but this guy it is not good to grow not as fast as the domestic pig growth. By the way, those 2 little deer are still a little wilted. There's no way. None of us have any experience raising this stuff. So let's see if we can keep it alive. And if we can't, we can't. So let's slaughter it. Then it's better to raise it first. Li Jianguo shook his head. It might just live for miles. Li Long carried 2 small boars and 2 pieces of meat toward the old horse, where old Luo was eating. Li Long looked at it and realized that the rice he made was steamed with bush flour mixed with alfalfa, the kind of practice similar to the elm money rice in the middle school textbook, and then a small dish of soy sauce was the side dish. Uncle Lao Luo, can you eat this? Li Long put a piece of 5 meat on his counter. There's not much nutrition. It's not that much when you can just eat. Why did you bring meat again? The meat you brought last time I've been eating it, and I haven't finished it yet. Then you have to eat it. You can't not give it up. Li Long cried and laughed. Putting it away for a long time won't spoil it? Not bad. Uncle Lao Luo grinned. He was missing one of his incisors and looked quite festive. Would you like some? No. It's done at home. Also steamed. My sister-in-law picked the prickly sprouts at the edge of the ration field and steamed them. Although the Li family is also steamed vegetables. But the side dishes are rich fried pickled vegetables. Plus there are salted leeks. But also boiled 2 eggs, pounded a bowl of eggs and garlic on the food. That taste is certainly not the same. Old Uncle Luo did not persuade, pointing to the sack in Li Long's hand. Caught another baby boar? Well, this time caught 2. A good one to be given to Wei Zhonghua's family. The wild boar herd was found by him. And another one to put in our horse horn. Injured. See if it can be fed. Let me see. Uncle Lao Luo came over and opened the sack, took a closer look, and carried out the injured little boar. This should be pressed. Look at the body a little bruised. First slow down for 2 days. Wild boar wazi good living. Those 5 now cheerful very. Give what all eat? Every day arch battle. Not lost a bit of leisure. Then let's put this one alone first. Or let the other arch over the injury. Don't give it a death. Li Long made a suggestion. Okay, Uncle Luo you eat first. I'll go and send the piglet over to the Wei family. Good. By the way, that fawn. Raise it first. If you can't raise it that can't be helped. Li Long waved his hand. Take your time. Good. Li Long went to the Wei family, which was also having dinner. Chao Guixiang, Wei Zhonghua's daughter-in-law, was a bit surprised to see Li Long come over. Wei Zhonghua's son is in elementary school and she is the only one in the family now. Liren said to her right in front of the courtyard. Sister-in-law, brother Zhonghua found a herd of wild boars in the mountains. I dug a pit and caught 2 of them. One of them is yours. Here's another piece of meat that was distributed to your family. Take it. Li Long's voice was so loud that the old lady neighbor across the street went out quickly with small feet and small steps to see. Chao Guixian was a bit surprised. It's really my family's? His dad can still find that? Of course. I can't give your family a little boar child for nothing, can I? By the way, this wild boar may run away. You have to keep it closed. This thing is good to feed. Uncle Lao Luo said he eats everything. If you don't know anything go ask him. After Chao Guixian's surprise, she immediately found a basket and grabbed the little wild boar into it, watching it in the basket for a moment, believing Li Long's words. After delivering the boar and meat, Li Long relaxed and went back to the house for dinner. After eating, he took a nap before getting up with the intention of going to the mountains. Harimu and the others were leaving soon, and he had to buy them more batteries to bring over. Li Jianguo and Liang Yuma both went down to work. Li Chang is not at home. Li Long pushed the bicycle out. The air wafted a sweet fragrance, the juju bloomed. At this time the road on both sides of the tree fields, as well as cultivated land planted on the edge of a lot of date palm trees. This thing drought-resistant and saline, is the oasis of the earliest green tree species, and quite economic value. After all, there was a time when the brigade store was selling a jar of sandy dates for 5 cents. Only later, because of the planting of better economic tree species, the jujube choked on the food, coupled with the thorns, and the tree could not become a timber, so it was cut down and burned in pieces. But in any case, the sweet aroma of the date palm is incomparable to any other. Even the later horticultural bestseller lilac. During this season, each family will usually get a bottle of wine to fill a bottle of water. Fold a handful of juju branches into it and put it in the house. And then the house will be filled with the fragrance even if it dries up. The fragrance can still be dispersed for a long time. Li Long with a bit of reminiscence stomped on the car to go outside the village, and then saw the front of the roadside a gang of children while folding sand dates while shouting loudly, "Sand dates! Punch nose! Brother-in-law in love with sister-in-law." Li Long was surprised to see Li Chang in the group of children, shouting especially loudly. He quickly stomped over and braked in front of the group of kids, got out of the car and slapped not only Li Chang on the head, but several other kids as well. "Speak properly, is this what you should be saying?" Li Chang was just about to get angry, but when he saw that it was Li Long, he immediately wilted, and somewhat aggrievedly pointed at Manhwa in the group of children. "I learned from him, he taught us." Manhwa looked at Li Long with some trepidation, but her face still maintained a stubborn stance. "Your father is the captain, the village chief, a member of the party. He has to take the lead for the whole team, and this is what you teach them. It would be strange if your father knew and didn't beat you up." Now Manhwa was scared. He said to Li Long with a sobbing voice, "Qian Qiang is uncle, don't tell my father. I won't dare to do it again. Go have fun and I won't tell your dad if you don't yell." The children dispersed, occasionally looking back at Li Long, who vaguely heard someone say to Li Chang, "Your uncle is really great." "That's right," Li Chang replied proudly. Liren stomped into the car and headed west quickly. When he arrived at the department store, Li Long bought 4 boxes of batteries, and when he was writing the invoice, the big sister inside the counter asked him with a smile, "Young man, buy so many batteries, is the unit on the use of it, right? Which unit are you from?" No, I'm not from a unit. I'm just a farmer." Liren laughed and said, "No unit? Farmers? That can't be right, can it? Not many farmers can afford several radios, bicycles and sewing machines these days." The older woman was clearly not convinced. Liren chuckled. "That's because I'm nominally a part-time buyer for the supply house, bringing in help to purchase for my friends in the mountains. Part-time, and unpaid, no workers organized, and impossible to have, so I'm still a farmer. Well, here's your money, goodbye." After paying, Liren left holding the battery. Xiao Lu was there, looking at Li Long's back in frustration. "It's really a farmer." That big sister feels a little sorry too. When that big sister said that Li Long had bought so many things, he had already sensed the meaning of it. He even clearly felt so much tension in the young girl's demeanor next to him at that time. Most of the relationships between men and women in this era are relatively simple, so Li Long knew that at this time, you cannot give each other hope. He directly said that he is a farmer, explaining the reason that although it is a part-time purchaser, but there is no worker programmed, just nominal, it is considered to be a very positive refusal. The other side should be able to hear what that means. That girl is indeed quite pretty. Let's hope she finds a suitable match. Li Long didn't take this seriously and got on his bike and went back into the mountains. By the time Harimu got there, the sun was already dipping in the west, and Harimu was pretty much packed up at their place. Outside the winter nest laid a lot of things. A pile of look should be sorted to put, respectively, to be hitched to different horses. Harimu was moving things out of the winter nest when Liren arrived. "Here are the batteries." Liren handed him 2 large boxes of batteries. "You should be able to hear the radio stations there at the summer ranch. You'll need to have more batteries on hand, but save them." "Good." Halamo took it painfully, and said, pointing to a small pile west of the winter nest, "Those are the ones they brought you. Take them away. We're leaving tomorrow. You don't have to come to see us off. See you in winter." "Okay, I'll see you in the winter." Li Long didn't have anything to be upset about. It's not like he couldn't see it anyway. Liren went over and took the pile in a sack to the bike. It was a pile of jade and leather. The jade was a bit dirty and couldn't be looked at particularly closely, but basically I could determine that it was all seed material from the river. On the contrary, the skins could be seen to be deer. wolf and elk deerskin, and it felt as if there was another one that looked like a wild goat skin. The biggest is the deer skin, half the size of a wolf skin. Li Long guessed that it should be an adult male deer. This thing grows up, is really able to grow like a horse. Riding my bike back to my cabin with my stuff. The sun had set by this time and it was getting dark. Li Long put the bike with its stuff into the shed, intending to go around Little Poplar Gully first thing in the morning after dinner, and if there was no beamer, then he would bring it straight back to the compound. It's the middle of nowhere, but no one can guarantee there won't be any problems. Locking the door of the small room, Li Long boiled some porridge, yanked a piece of air-dried meat, went into the big house, half laying on the wooden bed, slowly tearing and eating, pretty laid-back feeling. Liren was also thinking about what would happen to their winter nest when Halamo and the others were gone. What would happen if someone came and took it over? Thinking about it, I think I'm overly concerned. This winter nest in there for decades did not have anything happened. The mountains were less people. Summer people into the mountains. Occasionally in the winter nest in the night is not a big deal. With that in mind, and a piece of meat finished, he simply washed up and locked the door with the intention of going to bed. The wind is not too strong in the mountains at this time of the year, and there is no movement outside, but the temperature is still a little low, so Li Long took off his coat and got under the covers and quickly fell asleep. At some point, footsteps and a sharp knock came from outside, and Li Long woke up from his daze and opened his mouth to ask, "Who?" "I'm an antler collector, lost in the mountains. Can I stay at your house for the night?" It's normal for someone to get lost in the wild. Li Long climbed up and asked as he draped his clothes over his bed. "How many?" "Just me." Liren stopped moving at once, and he backhanded the gun next to him. Thank you to the book friends Wukong 8 Not Quit, 202211282318055548, 202203211557024001 reward. Thank you for the subscription, monthly votes, recommended votes and comments support. At present, the book's achievements are steadily advancing, but the recommendations for 6 consecutive weeks are over. The latter data will rise very slowly, but I think it's not bad. The next few days XJ this side of the festival, very lively, free to come over to see, but will be very congested. As a local, I can only obediently nest in the home, do not dare to go out. Here's wishing the Addises and Dawsons a happy holiday season. End of chapter.